The man was staring at a string of gibberish on his phone when he was about to hang up. For some reason, his hand slipped and he answered the call instead. He hesitated for a moment, then put the phone to his ear. Immediately afterwards, a young girl's voice came through the receiver. "I beg you to answer my prayer. I am willing to offer my blood to draw divine grace, and ask the gods to descend and break the shackles." The call ended there, and Chang Lu stared blankly at his phone screen. As a huge fan of anime and manga games, he probably already guessed what was going on. These games often call users in the name of the game's main character before they are about to launch or before they are about to fail. This is a relatively novel promotional method used by game companies in recent years, and Chang Lu often receives such calls. He simply couldn't remember which secondhand game he had pre-ordered. However, judging from the performance of the voice actors in this phone call, this game seems quite worthwhile to try out. But the question is, whose game is this anyway? They didn't even send a text message. Chang Lu scrolled through the pre-registration information on the game platform, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any game that was going to be launched today. When he swiped his phone back to the homepage, he was surprised to find that an icon had appeared on his phone. The icon is very similar to most second-generation games on the market. It features a light blonde female character praying with her eyes closed. Below the icon, there was a line of garbled text, exactly the same as the garbled text that had appeared when he received the call earlier. It turns out it was preloaded on my phone. Chang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he quickly ran downstairs to the supermarket, bought some food, and returned to his dormitory, ready to play the game all night long. With that thought in mind, Chang Lu swiped his thumb and directly clicked on the new game. Then, the game immediately started playing a cutscene. Normally, shouldn't the developer's name pop up first, followed by account registration and login? Chang Lu was puzzled, but to avoid missing any exciting plot developments, he still took out his earphones from his pocket and put them on. Dekaxom Continent, the dwelling place of the gods. The scene sweeps across a vast and boundless land, then over countless towering churches. The gods, beliefs, nations, and races on this continent are as numerous as the stars. Various different races flash across the screen. They thrived and multiplied on this vast land, giving rise to civilization, spreading their faith, and attracting believers. As a newly born god, are you willing to bestow blessings upon this continent, so that your name may be sung throughout the land? Or perhaps, simply as a savior, redeeming those who plead for help in dire straits? Chang Lu is used to being a captain, a traveler, and a wanderer, but now a savior has suddenly appeared? These games are getting more and more sophisticated. Players are starting as gods. Chang Lu stroked his chin, saying nothing but secretly delighted. He had never actually been a god before. "Sir, please enter your honorific title." An old, yellowed piece of parchment paper then appeared on the screen. This must be the character creation page. Chang Lu thought for a moment and typed, "I want to be Mavika's dog." Wait a minute, he's become a god. Why does he still think about being a dog every day? After much deliberation, Chang Lu finally wrote 2 words on the parchment, Chang Lu. The first step for a novice god is to gain their first follower. On the vast continent of Dekashomi, countless supplicants exist. Upon seeing this, Chang Lu immediately perked up. It's time to start drawing cards. He immediately started rubbing his hands together, eager to try it out. No second-time gamer dislikes gacha pulls. Even if they have already met all the minimum requirements, they will still resolutely continue on their journey to collect tickets and draw cards. Now, 6 supplicants from different countries, races, and cultures are praying for you. Please check their details and select your first follower. A choice of 1 out of 6 at the start? Chang Lu raised an eyebrow, and a new scene appeared before his eyes. 6 half-body figures, each shrouded in shadow, appeared before Chang Lu. For women and 2 men, the men were immediately eliminated. Chang Lu always chooses women, not men. The remaining 4 female petitioners each had their own unique characteristics. In the center position is a girl with long, light blonde hair. She is the official mascot featured on the game icon. Her name, glowing with a faint golden light, appeared beside the character portrait. Lunette, a name that sounds very beautiful. She wore a snow-white nun's robe, and her light golden hair was neatly styled in a bun, though the edges of the robe were slightly worn. Lunette knelt reverently on the ground, clasped her hands in front of her, and chanted in a voice so loud that it was almost impossible to hear her. "I beg you to answer my prayers. I beg the gods to accept the heartfelt voice of believers." That voice is exactly the same as the girl who called Chang Lu earlier. It must be her. Of course, Lunette wasn't Chang Li's only option. To Lunette's left lay a puppet. It was a puppet with only half a body and part of its face remaining, and it was extremely damaged. The puppet's face was buried in long red hair, lying there silently, looking as if it had been dead for a long time. For a moment, Changla couldn't even tell whether she was a pleater or simply a static decoration. To Lunette's right stood a tall, voluptuous, and beautiful mature woman with long, gorgeous sapphire blue curly hair. She held a riding whip in one hand and rested her other hand on an object that resembled a stone platform, while gently pushing up her frameless crystal glasses perched on the bridge of her nose. She's a bespectacled girl, or a mature woman. She's a bespectacled mature woman that Changlu simply can't resist. Changlu immediately put Lunette aside for the time being and turned to the girl with glasses, his eyes shining. As for the last one, she had a pair of light purple, captivating eyes. Its pupils are heart-shaped, and it has two curved black horns on its head, like those of a sheep. Behind her was a slender, slightly upturned tail, with a tiny heart at the tip. She has an incredibly hot figure, yet her face still carries a touch of innocence and naivety. Whose fate is the succubus's? Scarlet will fall in love with the one who holds my ram's horns. It was a succubus, and a succubus that Changla couldn't possibly refuse. Changli's face flushed instantly. Now that things have come to this, all those nun signboard girls, mature bespectacled girls, and little wooden puppets can step aside for now. Changlu has decided to marry his destined wife. No, to choose his destined supplicant and become her god. Show yourself, little darling. My choice is Scarlet. Insufficient world exploration to summon this supplicant. Changli's face immediately froze. Go to hell. It's a complete mess. If you can't make games, don't make them. Damn it, they won't let me choose the succubus girl. The glasses girl is actually not bad either. The mature, bespectacled woman remained leaning there, lost in thought, while the little wooden puppet lay there, its fate unknown. Huh, where's the nun? The spot that originally belonged to Sister Lunette is now shrouded in a layer of bloody mist. Furthermore, a line of numbers that had never appeared before appeared there. Remaining selectable time, 1 minute and 25 seconds. Note, this is a limited time selectable character. Once the timer reaches 0, the character will be locked out, unselectable, and will no longer be available in the gacha pool. Oh no, Changlu immediately realized that this was an attack on someone, and the target was none other than the mascot. Was this a form of moral blackmail against the players? Through the thin layer of blood-red mist, Changlu actually heard some other sounds. They were the groans of people enduring pain as they were struck. That unique, somewhat aloof voice must have been directed at the little nun who was the poster girl. Come to think of it, the little nun's prayers were the most urgent. She must have encountered something she couldn't solve on her own. Changla hesitated. The painful groans seemed to have dwindled to mere gasps and faint cries for help escaping from between his throat and lips. She sounded like she was about to die. Changla frowned, but finally let out a breath. Okay. How could an old-timer like me not be a complete Pokédex collector? We definitely have to get the limited time roll. Is this a test for cadres? Which cadre can withstand this kind of test? Changla moved his thumb and pressed it when there were only half a minute left in the countdown. Congratulations on obtaining the 6-star summoner, Lunette. The map 13 Islands Federation has been unlocked. Unlock main story, Chapter 1, The Redemption of the Doomed Saintess. A 6-star character given away upon login? You guys don't have 7-star characters in your game, do you? Despite his complaints, Changla still put on his headphones, ready to thoroughly experience how well the game's storyline was done. The 13 Islands Federation, a small city-state adrift on the edge of a giant empire. And the starting point of your story. The scene slowly rotates, depicting a country composed of many island cities. Then, the camera focused on that exquisite, flawless face, with light golden hair gently swaying in the breeze. Upon seeing this magnificent character illustration, all the dissatisfaction that had been building up in Chang Li's heart vanished instantly. Changlu dares to assert that the art style and character illustrations of this game have surpassed those of 99% of the second-hand game companies on the market. And this rendering, could it be using Unreal Engine 5? If so, this game better not have combat, otherwise it feels like it's really doomed. She chose to pierce her own heart with a sharp blade, using her blood to summon a god from another land, and save the city from peril. Huh? How did it pierce the heart? Changla hissed, genuinely not having anticipated the plot development of this game. Sacrificing oneself to allow the entire city to ascend? The plot is incredibly exciting. This is amazing. The scene flashed, and the perspective switched to the city. Changla finally understood why the little nun hadn't stayed obediently in the selection screen waiting for him. Lunette was performing a sacrifice of herself. It looked like the central square of Crescent Moon City, the ground littered with corpses. Exhausted soldiers leaned against the surrounding city walls, doing their utmost to resist the Dark Moon soldiers' attack. Inside the city, the ragged people knelt on the ground, some weeping, others so desperate that they couldn't even shed a tear. Fear and unease were written all over everyone's faces. And in the direction they were facing, Lunette stood quietly, her eyes closed. She raised a sharp blade high with both hands, about to plunge it into her chest. Hey, what's going on? Just as Chang Lu was about to click on the little nun in the center of the screen, the Dark Moon soldiers on the left suddenly unleashed a barrage of arrows, a dense rain of arrows falling down on him. Immediately afterwards, an interactive circle popped up. This is a QT, Quick Time Event, mechanism. Chang Lu quickly pressed the circle button, and several QTs flashed by, finally successfully breaking down the Dark Moon soldiers' offensive. But when Chang Lu looked at the little nun again, he was almost furious. The little nun was lying on the ground with a knife stuck in her chest. No way, you're that fast. Hold down on the supplicant in the image and infuse her with the power of the new god. Chapter 4. The Pantheon, 1798. On the continent of Dekasambi, in the Federation of 13 Islands, where the gods dwell, Crescent Moon City, the city of the moon, has been besieged by the army of the Dark Moon goddess for a full 81 days. Initially, the city's inhabitants were not worried. Crescent Moon City belonged to the moon goddess, and the moon goddess and the Dark Moon goddess were mortal enemies. Sieges were not uncommon. As long as the Holy Maiden held up the barrier and stalled for a few days, the Templar Knights of the Moon Goddess Church would arrive to provide support. Once the knights had vanquished the heretics, and everyone had offered a sincere thank you to the goddess, peace would return. But no one expected the barrier to hold for 81 days. Everyone could see that Saint Rune had reached her limit. Maintaining the barrier of faith is extremely taxing on magical energy, and even with her exceptional talent, 30 days should have been her limit. She has only managed to survive until today, thanks to the church's potions. But 13 days ago, the potions that replenished her magical energy were completely exhausted. Every day after that, she bit her tongue until it bled, burning her lifeblood to hold the city together. Everyone knew in their hearts that the Templar Knights wouldn't come. They were fighting the army of the goddess of war in the east and couldn't afford to worry about the distant Crescent Moon City. 2 months ago, the city's officials and wealthy people began to flee, trading their wealth and power for a chance to survive. In the end, only a little over 8,000 remained. They were poor, had nowhere to escape, and had no leverage to buy their lives from the Dark Moon Goddess's army. They could only cower behind the barrier, calling out that name. Lunette, Lunette White, the pure and innocent moon Saintess. Yet even the Saintess began to doubt her faith. In the goddess's eyes, what were these 8,000 people? Is she a believer easily discarded, or an insignificant pawn to be abandoned? In the prayer room, Lunette prayed earnestly. Warriors outside the city continued to die, priests fell one after another, and her life was about to burn out. But there were still over 8,000 people in the city. So, this Saintess, who had worshipped the moon goddess for 17 years, made a startling decision. I am about to break my faith, the young Saintess declared resolutely from the high platform of Crescent Moon City. I will use a sacrifice to change the faith of this city. The city fell silent upon hearing this. Even the wounded Templar warriors did not object, except for an old woman who asked in a trembling voice, "My lord, whose life shall we take?" Her son and granddaughter had both died in this war of faith. She was willing to sacrifice herself to save the entire city. Lunette calmly replied, "With my life." The people panicked. Some begged her not to, some offered to sacrifice themselves for her, and some wept, saying she had already done enough for the city. The girl with light golden hair stood ramrod straight, as if she could fight on. But only she knew that if her body relaxed even slightly, she would collapse into the boundless darkness. That night, she did not pray to the moon goddess again. She knelt in the prayer room, pleading with all the gods who could possibly save Crescent Moon City. She begged the gods to respond to the believer's plea, to bestow their grace, and to save Crescent Moon City from its doom. Beneath the dark sky, there was no moon tonight. Lunette drew her dagger and whispered a prayer. May my blood draw divine grace, and may the gods descend to break this cage. She didn't know if any god could hear her, but she was ready. The dagger pierced her chest. Lunette was already nearly exhausted. Her life force was depleted, her body emaciated, and she couldn't even eat. To ensure a fatal blow, she used all her remaining strength. The blade pierced her chest and exited through her back, instantly staining her worn robes crimson with blood. In excruciating pain, her strength rapidly drained away. Lunette finally revealed her vulnerability before the people and slowly collapsed. Just then, the Dark Moon soldiers unleashed a new volley of arrows. Arrows rained down on the city, aimed directly at the unarmed civilians. Lunette opened her mouth, silently urging everyone to run. But she could no longer move. Just then, the miracle she had been waiting for finally occurred. As if an invisible gust of wind swept through, the rain of arrows was blown back outside the city. Immediately afterwards, the bricks and tiles of the collapsed buildings in the city were kneaded together by a mysterious force, transforming into a solid barrier that protected all the people. Lunette lay in a pool of blood, coughing up blood continuously. She didn't know which god had attacked her, but if the god was willing to help, at least these 8,000 people could survive the day. The mark left by the moon goddess within her was dissipating and would soon disappear completely. But suddenly, a young, solemn, and calm male voice rang in her ears. "Don't die. Wake up. The words of God cannot be disobeyed." A new power replaced the power of the moon goddess, surging back into Lunette's body. The burned essence, the depleted magic power, and the blood lost from her heart all returned in another form. Lunette suddenly opened her eyes, floated up again, and her staff flew back into her palm. The long-lost abundance of power almost made her unable to believe it. She succeeded. Her Majesty succeeded. She's alive. Her wounds are healing. This is the power of the new god. The fallen warrior opened his eyes again, both overjoyed and uneasy. Lunette, however, knew exactly what she had to do. She raised her staff high, rising into the air like an angel. "Go to battle, for the elders, for the people, for Crescent Moon City, for our gods." A wave-like power spread from her center. Withered trees came back to life, and dead bones grew flesh. The warriors regained their vitality and roared as they charged towards the Dark Moon army. Meanwhile, Changlu clutched his head and screamed in agony. "It's a healer. Why is my chosen 6-star healer a healer? Who uses a healer to clear dungeons?" As the saying goes, support characters are permanent, while main DPS characters come and go. There's no point in saying more now. So Changlu could only console himself with this famous saying from the second-generation gaming community. It's true that playing a healer in the early stages is tough, but once the team is formed, clearing stages and completing quests becomes much easier. She stood guard alone at the rear, constantly healing the NPC warriors in the front. Changlu poked the little nun in the midst of the battle, watching her struggle to raise her chubby little hand, and couldn't help but laugh. The character's artwork was unmatched, so why did she turn into a sausage-like figure in battle? A question mark immediately appeared above the little nun's head, making Changlu pause in surprise. So, emoticons could be triggered during battle. That's quite a detail. Furthermore, the combat system in this game is different from that of typical sequels. The positions of both the nuns and NPC warriors will automatically adjust, so players don't need to drag them, nor do they need to arrange their formations in advance. Skills don't require manual activation, but they're not simply unleashed all at once the mana bar is full. It's more like a highly AI-driven auto chess game, where each character has their own combat logic. For example, the little nun clearly has more than 3 skills. Most of her abilities are for buffing the entire team, while the rest are for healing at crucial moments. She will judge the best time to maximize the healing benefits. After Changlu understood, he thought this game seemed like a good secondary game. 10 minutes later, the sausage people finally repelled the Dark Moon soldiers and pushed the battle line back outside Crescent Moon City Gate. With the nun providing continuous healing, the frontline warriors were almost unharmed. Once the battle line was stabilized, she stood at the core of the city's barrier and reopened the enchantment. This time, however, the barrier was no longer the silver-white symbolizing the moon goddess, but a dark gold representing the new faith, eternal joy. With the completion of Chapter 1, Act 1, Ignition of the Blaze, the rewards are now being distributed. Prayer charms, experience scrolls, island coins, and upgrade material chests have been credited to your account. The system also notified that his esteemed name had already spread within a small circle, and the favorability rating of the supplicant, Lunette, had increased to 10%. It seems that the first section of the main storyline has officially ended here. Changlu rubbed his eyes. He had already received the 2 free draws from the main storyline, and the forced tutorial for new players was finally over. He could now operate freely and see what else this garbled game had to offer. As usual, his inbox was overflowing with rewards from the development team. After claiming them with one click, he received 10 free draws and a batch of gold coins. Chang Lu was immediately tempted and decided to try his luck with a gacha pull. After all, he only has a 6-star support character right now, and he needs to get a main DPS character, otherwise clearing stages will be too grueling. But when he opened the wish scroll, he found that the game didn't even have a beginner gacha pool. The gacha interface was completely empty, with only a regular gacha pool and a Lunette rate-up pool. Chang Lu frowned immediately. The rewards were terrible. Did they not even know how to earn money? Shouldn't a normal server launch immediately introduce a banner featuring the strongest DPS character of the current version? This kind of haphazard operation is indeed rare. Without a top-tier DPS, Chang Li's enthusiasm for pulling for gacha has waned. He returned to the main screen, where the ham-loving people were cleaning up the battlefield, and a new daily task was set up. The system required him to explore the city, collect treasure chests, uncover secrets, complete side quests, and thereby obtain clues to the main storyline and increase the fame of Changle. Chang Lu instantly understood. This meant starting to explore the vast world, dig deep, and open treasure chests. Immediately afterward, the system notified him that the Invoker bond feature had been unlocked. Each time an Invoker's favorability reached a certain stage, a corresponding quest would be unlocked. The higher the affinity level, the deeper the bond between the two, and this bond is an extremely precious emotion for the supplicant. Chang Lu fell silent, his eyes slowly narrowing. He had originally thought that apart from its far superior graphics, this game was no different from any other second-generation game. So it actually had this hidden feature? Bonds. Let's see what it is. The bonds page has a long drop-down list, but currently only the little nun's avatar is lit up. In the illustration, Lunette is slightly turned to the side, her hands clasped in front of her in prayer. Her long, light golden hair swayed gently with her breath, brushing against her smooth chin. Next to her name was a progress bar for affection, currently at 1/10. There was a note at the 20% mark waiting to be unlocked, clearly the so-called affection quest. Chang Lu immediately perked up. Could there be an intimate moment? A smile crept across his face. So that's the trick, Master Love? He'd definitely play along. He then immediately checked how to increase favorability. Nurturing the supplicant, answering her questions, engaging in daily interactions, and giving her gifts will all increase her affection level. Reaching certain levels will unlock more intimate interactions between the player and the supplicant. Sure enough, intimate interaction. Why didn't they say this game had a visual novel mode? He wouldn't mind if there wasn't a rate-up banner. Now even opening treasure chests in the game has become incredibly motivating. Chang Lu immediately unleashed his tireless work ethic, using his mobile camera to search the entire Crescent Moon City. Faith points steadily accumulated, along with gold coins, experience scrolls, and a basket of apples. Faith points were similar to primal stones, star jade, and magatama. They could be obtained through exploration or exchanged for real money. Its uses are straightforward: to exchange for gacha resources or to replenish stamina. Watching the resources in the background gradually accumulate, Chang Lu rediscovered the joy of hoarding. It wasn't until he controlled the view to climb the city wall and devoured yet another treasure chest that he saw several ghostly figures beside the broken city wall. Those men, dressed in robes completely different from the young nuns, scaled the city walls like scouts, stealthily peering into the city. Meanwhile, the Dark Moon army outside the city was constantly receiving new soldiers from afar. Could the young nun's army really hold out at this rate? Chang Lu immediately switched the camera back to Lunette and found her having a meeting with soldiers in the church hall. After zooming in and turning up the volume, he could hear her giving instructions in a firm and calm voice. But various emoticons kept popping up on her round head. She was clearly sweating profusely. Just how difficult was the problem at hand? Chang Lu clicked her tongue, deciding to level up first. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to even complete the main storyline later. Inside Crescent Moon City, Lunette looked down at her wrist. The mark that once belonged to the moon goddess had disappeared, replaced by two scrawled, wild, unfamiliar characters. She had never seen such characters before and could only guess that the new god who had blessed her came from beyond the realm. This realization unsettled her. A god from beyond the realm, a god of unknown name. In the past, abandoning one's faith and converting to a god from beyond the realm was the most extreme act of heresy. But she, Lunette, born under the moonlight and raised in the embrace of the moon goddess, had now become the heretic she once despised. Even if there were reasons for it, even if she wasn't acting solely for herself, the moon goddess's proverb also said, Do not make excuses. Thinking of the moon goddess, Lunette felt a chill run down her spine and immediately realized that since she had already changed her faith, but was still chanting the name of the old god in her heart, this was also blasphemy against the new god. Would she be punished? She held her breath and waited a moment, but the mysterious being who had appeared in her time of crisis did not respond. The girl with light blonde hair pressed her hand to her chest and slowly exhaled. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She instinctively gripped her staff tighter and immediately heard the clanging of armor outside the door, along with the familiar voices of the moon goddess church knights. Your Grace, is this a convenient time? We need to report to you on the details of the battle. Lunette paused for a moment, then released her staff and said calmly, Mr. Varick, I am no longer a saint. From the moment that blade pierced her chest and she abandoned her old faith, she was no longer a saint of the moon goddess church in Crescent Moon City. The knights outside the door fell silent, until finally Varick spoke. We all saw the choice you made. Otherwise, Crescent Moon City would not exist. We'll talk about faith later. The war isn't over yet, so this matter isn't worth mentioning for now. Lunette felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Varick had once been the most fervent follower of the moon goddess, but now he was saying that faith was not worth mentioning. Just then, a soft, invisible force gently landed on her long hair, causing no unease whatsoever, but rather a comforting warmth like an elder soothing a child. She knew it was his power. Chang Lu was the name of this new god. Unlike the moon goddess, Chang Lu always seemed to calm her down in such a gentle way when she wavered. But the next moment, that power suddenly became active, as if someone reached out and gently poked her face. Rune gasped, instantly realizing what had happened. She had, under his gaze, brought up other deities again. Poke, poke, poke. She lowered her head, obediently accepting this excessively gentle punishment, only tidying her disheveled hair after the force dissipated. Outside the door, Varick was still waiting patiently. Are you still listening, Your Grace? Lunette pushed open the door, her expression regaining its composure. Go to the church hall and sort out the current situation. As you wish, Your Grace. Please do not address me that way again. Just as Lunette finished speaking, Varick suddenly asked, What is the name of the new faith? Chang Lu. The middle-aged knight pounded his chest armor and solemnly said, Even the god of eternal joy needs someone to speak his words, Your Grace. Lunette gave him a deep look, but did not answer. She simply turned and walked towards the hall. Several knights followed closely behind her. The siege lasting 81 days may have subtly altered their beliefs. Inside the hall, everyone gathered around the sand table to report on the situation. The Dark Moon Army clearly knew that Crescent Moon City had changed its faith, yet they still hadn't retreated. After all, with the war at this point, withdrawing due to a change of faith would be a colossal joke for them. Even more cruelly, the city's food supplies were exhausted. The people preferred to eat mud cakes and drink mud rather than seek help from the church. They were a group of kind people who, even in dire straits, had never caused them any trouble. Miss Dickinson, who was in charge of supplies, explained that the remaining food in the church cellar could only last the entire city for another day and a half at most. If only the soldiers were supplied, it could last for 30 days, but that would mean the rest of the civilians would likely die. Lunette shook her head. That's pointless. They haven't caused us any trouble. The trouble comes from the church. There was only one way out. They had to break through before their food supplies ran out. She looked at the knights and asked, after the new god descends, are we capable of breaking through the encirclement within a day and a half? No one could answer immediately. Lunette knew even better that the enemy forces outside the city were overwhelmingly numerous, and the disparity in strength between the two sides was enormous. The power of the moon goddess had vanished from her body, along with the magical power she had cultivated for over a decade. Previously, she was able to repel the enemy and hold up the barrier entirely thanks to Chang Li's power. But now, her strength has fallen back to the beginner level. Varick stared at the sand table, his brows furrowed. Holy Maiden, we must break through within a day and a half, or the entire city will be finished. I understand. Lunette bit her pale lips. Even if it meant burning out her last bit of strength, even if it meant using the forbidden technique of devouring life, she had to try for the sake of the people. But just then, she felt his power again. The force gently ruffled her neatly styled hair, and then a surge of power rushed into her body. What is this? Varick's eyes widened. Dark golden light fell upon Lunette, illuminating her face. Her power began to rise rapidly, from Tier 1 Level 1, Tier 1 Level 2, Tier 1 Level 3, and in the blink of an eye, she reached Tier 1 Level 10, the limit of a novice priest. But the dark golden light still did not stop. The phantom images of breakthrough materials such as warlock gems, serpent fruits, and mana shards flashed across her palm. The next instant, Lunette's power directly broke through to the second tier. Varric took a deep breath, knelt on one knee first, and bowed his head reverently. It's a divine gift. This was a divine gift they had never received from the moon goddess. The so-called divine gift was nothing more than Chang Lu giving all the experience-boosting scrolls from the quest to the little nun, allowing her to break through twice in a row. He could check the Dark Moon Soldier's levels in advance and confirm that once Lunette reached level 10 or 20, she would be more than capable of crushing the enemies outside the city. But just as he was about to continue, a prompt popped up on the screen. Your supplicants are deploying their forces. Please try again in 2 hours. What's going on? This is what's going on. Chang Lu poked the little nun's chubby arm on the screen in dissatisfaction. An emoticon immediately appeared above Lunette's head, indicating she was actually in a good mood. Chang Lu couldn't help but laugh. The most addictive aspect of this game was its incredibly strong feedback. Whether you interact with the character, nurture them, or complete tasks, they will respond in detail, as if you can actually interact with them at any time. Moreover, he is not stingy with resources. He only used some breakthrough materials and experience scrolls, and Lunette's favorability increased by 3%. The popularity of the Chang Lu faith also increased by dozens of points. This immediate sense of satisfaction is something many games can't provide. Chang Lu poked Lunette for a while longer before finally going to explore Crescent Moon City with satisfaction. The map wasn't large, but the treasure chests were hidden in all the nooks and crannies. By the time he cleared 60% of the area, he had accumulated 3,600 faith points. At 160 points per draw, plus the lottery tickets given by the quest, he had a full 35 draws. Can I get a 6-star character from the regular banner? Can I pull a 1st-star Lunette from the featured banner? Chang Lu was pondering this when a notification suddenly popped up. Your supplicant is praying for you. He exited the exploration interface and discovered a new entrance in the lower right corner of the homepage, called the prayer room. Inside, a serene figure knelt with her hands clasped together. It was Lunette. Start the first dialogue with the supplicant. Proper actions during the dialogue can earn a large amount of supplicant favorability and faith points. Faith points. They can even give you lottery resources. Chang Li's eyes lit up immediately, and he clicked into the prayer room. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. The production quality of this garbled game was absurd again. The room was decorated in a dark gold tone, with burning candles on the floor, clearly having been rearranged by Lunette. She knelt gracefully in the candlelight, draped in a white robe, and spoke softly. My God, please allow me to recite your name. God of eternal joy from a distant land, thank you for bestowing your grace and mercy upon the believer. Chang Lu turned up the volume and pressed the headphones down, letting the girl's clear, almost chanting voice echo in her ears. Lunette slowly raised her eyes, the candlelight reflecting in her pale gold eyes, as if fragments of stars were dancing within them. Chang Lu stared at the model, his initial disappointment and resentment at not getting the succubus instantly washed away by those eyes. Just as he was engrossed in looking at it, 4 reply options popped up below. The first item is a string of ellipses. The second is, hey, 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 don't be so polite. The third is, offer your body, my believer. And the last one is even more outrageous. From now on, let's conquer the world. Chang Lu fell silent, because he had 1.5 words. Choosing the second option was too undignified, and choosing the third option was suicidal. Lunette's favorability rating would probably plummet. As for the fourth option, it was practically a headlong rush towards becoming an evil god. The little nun might escape the prayer room at any moment. He weighed the options for a long time, but ultimately didn't select any, instead simply reaching out and poking Lunette's cheek. The next moment, Lunette raised her head, her light golden eyes suddenly brightening, shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. Chang Lu couldn't even tell whether the person before him was a game character or a real person from another dimension. Immediately afterwards, a blush crept onto her fair, moonlit face. Her eyes flickered slightly, perfectly conveying the girl's helplessness and shyness. Chang Lu felt as if he'd been shot in the heart, staring at the screen and blurting out, "Why are you blushing like a teapot?" His own face flushed. It's just a game character. Does it really have to be this realistic? Seriously? Chang Lu took a deep breath and couldn't help but yell. Seriously, bring on more. The quiet dormitory at Qingzhou University was instantly filled with his roommates' angry shouts. Who is it? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Having a wet dream. Chang Lu shrank back, realizing his voice was indeed a bit loud. But what time was it? He scrolled down the screen, checked the time, and froze. 4:30 a.m. He had unknowingly been working on this for 6.5 hours. But that's not the worst part. The most important thing is that he hasn't cleared any of his daily login records in his other two games. His record of 2,885 consecutive days of logins in On My OG, along with all his monthly passes in those other games, are now in jeopardy. Those game companies aren't as ethical as this game. They'll never send an email to compensate if you lose your contract. After struggling for a long time, Chang Lu lay down on the bed and pretended to be dead. He had actually neglected so many old servants in the palace for a new concubine. Meanwhile, a gentle force landed on Lunette's head. Was that a divine response? A thought stirred within her. But what exactly was that force that had just poked her cheek? Was it some kind of divine mischief? Lunette blinked, then felt annoyed at herself for daring to speak ill of the gods. She composed herself and spoke devoutly. I will launch a breakout attack in 20 minutes. Please lend me your assistance. Knight Varric was ready. The soldiers finished their last rations, polished their swords, and greased their armor. Before the Dark Moon Guard arrived, they had to make a final, decisive charge. This was their last and best chance. So, in the final preparations before the battle, Lunette went to the prayer room and offered her most sincere prayers to the God of eternal joy. After waiting for about a minute, she heard that young yet solemn male voice, as resounding as a bell, once again. Go, I will watch. Lunette bowed, placing her hand on her chest, then gripped her staff tightly. Crescent Moon City, tonight there is no moon. Thick clouds obscure the sky, also burying the moon that the people have gazed upon for thousands of years. But today, no one was in the mood to look at the moon. Most of the 8,000 people retreated into the tunnels beneath the church of the moon goddess, while those who could take up arms remained in the passages behind the city gates, ready to charge and fight back, or perish with the city. Thanks to the efforts of Lunette and the priests, the city's landscape was temporarily restored, and the Tibetan tunnels were all opened using magic. On the surface, Crescent Moon City appeared to be a place of broken bricks and crumbling walls, as if it had long since died. But for the thousands within the city, this place remained home, their last hope. Lunette silently recited Chang Li's name several times, then raised her staff and lightly tapped the ground. Ripples of magical energy spread out, covering most of the plaza, briefly obscuring the city's atmosphere and confusing the enemy forces outside. Having done all this, she and the priests retreated into the underground entrance, waiting for their prey to step into the trap. Outside the city, the tents of the Dark Moon Goddess Legion were still lit. A night elf scout lay perched in a tree, yawning at the dark gold barrier outside Crescent Moon City. He complained about the siege being too long, while a kobold patrolman under the tree, munching on a piece of bread so hard it hurt his teeth, told him that the siege would continue until the city fell. The scouts complained about the poor rations and felt that Crescent Moon City was so poor it was practically worthless, so they suggested attacking other cities of the Church of the Moon Gods instead. The kobold sneered. They had besieged the city for 82 days. Returning empty-handed would be a real joke. Moreover, the Pope wanted far more than just this city. Crescent Moon City harbored the holy moon goddess Lunette, a descendant of the White family, who, by right, was entitled to inherit 1/6 of the Eastern Lan Empire's power. As long as Lunette is captured, the Pope will have a reason to intervene in the struggles of the Eastern Lan Empire. The scout was stunned, and just as he was about to marvel at the Pope's foresight, the kobold suddenly fixed his gaze on the barrier. The dark golden light screen flashed once. Then, it flashed again. The two immediately realized that the new god who had taken over the Church of the Moon Goddess might not have been able to bestow enough grace upon Lunette. She was about to lose her barrier. The scout immediately jumped down from the tree and ran to inform the knights. The kobold was a step too slow and could only watch helplessly as his credit was stolen, cursing furiously. Less than 10 minutes later, the Dark Moon Order regrouped. Humans, orcs, half-elves, and followers of various races gathered together, their eyes filled with a thirst for victory. Commander Raoul was a centaur knight who had no need for a mount. He had long since lost patience with the long siege. While his colleagues were conquering territories and enjoying money, food, and women outside, he had been trapped outside the city by Lunette for more than 80 days. This incident had become the biggest stain on his fighting career. Raoul stood before the city gate, gazing at the almost invisible barrier, feeling that a single arrow could shatter it. He gestured for the wizard beside him to test it. The wizard conjured a yellowish-green magic orb and hurled it at the barrier. The orb passed through the light barrier without hindrance, striking the crumbling city wall and leaving behind a bubbling mass of slime. The barrier had indeed failed. Raoul exhaled, removed his mask, and raised his longsword. Charge! With a thunderous roar, he was the first to charge. A deep horn blared through the night sky, and the entire Dark Moon Order shot forth like an arrow, heading straight for Crescent Moon City. A flash of magical light, and the battered city gates burst open. Unimpeded, Raoul charged into the city without seeing a single enemy. A sense of unease crept in, but then he thought, what chance does this dilapidated city have against him? The garrison was already exhausted, and the priests and sorcerers couldn't even gather half a bottle of mana potion. What threat could they pose? Where are they? Where are the knights? Where are the church priests? Someone shouted. Some speculated that they had already escaped, perhaps like rats, digging holes under the city walls to slip away. A priest at the back of the procession, upon hearing the word dig holes, instinctively looked down at his feet. The next moment, his gaze met that of a pair of cold eyes hidden among the discarded timber. They're here. Before he could finish speaking, an arrow was already taut on the bowstring and hurtled through the air. The priest screamed and fell, and that arrow seemed to become a true battle cry. Crescent Moon City trembled violently, and countless shouts erupted from all directions. Civilians, soldiers, and priests rushed out from tunnels, dilapidated buildings, and the shadows of the city walls, gritting their teeth and brandishing their swords as they charged towards the Dark Moon cult, which was caught in chaos. The knights are behind us. Raoul turned around in a panic, only to see Varric leading several knights, like a sharp spear piercing through the ranks of the cult's sorcerers, unstoppable. Damn it, we've been tricked. Raoul drew his javelin, his right arm muscles tensing sharply as he threw it with all his might. The javelin pierced a knight's chest, and the knight fell to the ground instantly. But only a second later, a green light fell upon the knight. He stood up again, gritted his teeth, and pulled the javelin from his chest. The flesh in the wound quickly began to heal. It was a priest's spell. It was Lunette. Raoul turned sharply and saw Lunette standing in the crowd, surrounded by priests. Holding a staff, her gaze unwavering, her white robes tinged with a dark gold sheen, fluttering in the night wind. For the people, for this city, for Changlo. Lunette raised her staff, its tip rippling with power, and a series of enhancement spells landed on the knight's long sword behind Raoul. With the enhancements fully stacked, Varric spurred his horse through the chaotic crowd, his longsword flashing with a resolute light, aiming straight for Raoul's chest. Please, offer your life. This battle lasted for more than 20 minutes. Although the characters had independent logic like in auto chess, and Changlu did not need to arrange their positions, orientations, and skill releases, the players were not just sitting idly by. Besides utilizing the QTE mechanism for targeted defense, he can also use key controls to buff combat characters as a god. And the control scheme is, surprisingly, it's like QQ Dance. Changlu frantically tapped the screen, inputting commands following the constantly popping up, down, left, and right symbols. Accompanied by the game's escalating battle music, the entire battle performance was pushed to its climax. Only after the battle ended did two words slowly appear on the screen: Great Victory. Chapter 1. The Redemption of the Last Saintess. Act 2. Tonight There Is No Moon. Completed. Received. Prayer Charm *2. Experience Growth Scroll, small, *20. Island Coins *2000. Upgrade Material Selection Chest, beginner, 10. Changlu let out a long breath, staring intently at the screen, and only then did he finally come to his senses. He rubbed the goosebumps rising on his arms, only two words echoing in his mind. Perfect. This performance, this visuals, this is what you call game tension. He even wanted to lean back in respect and immediately recommend this game to all the repeat gamers he knew. The thought had barely crossed his mind when his fingers opened his WeChat and QQ contacts, bombarding a dozen friends with messages and sending game screenshots along with them. Only after doing all this did the boiling emotion in his chest subside slightly. When he switched back to the game interface, the chibi-style characters had already begun cleaning up the battlefield. A group of soldiers with bandages wrapped around their heads and tattered armor were circling around Crescent Moon City. Someone was holding up a suit of armor, and as scattering flowers, animation appeared next to it. On the left, a message indicated that one more piece of ordinary armor had been added to the supplies. Someone holding up a basket of bread meant one more supply bread. Someone else holding up a big-headed, tearful little figure meant one more believer would appear on the screen. Little Sister Lunette was also busy. Holding the green staff, she ran from the city wall to the west, then from the east to the south. Whenever she found a wounded person lying on the ground with tears streaming down their face, she would raise the staff. A green light descended, and the injured person, wrapped in bandages, immediately perked up and joined the cleanup team. After numerous rescues, a look of fatigue appeared on Lunette's face. However, her staff was clearly too old. After casting spells repeatedly in a short period, an accident still occurred. She spotted the injured person again, and just as she raised her staff to chant the incantation, the emerald gem at the tip of the staff, symbolizing the source of life, clattered to the ground. Lunette froze instantly. She frantically looked around to make sure no one was watching, then quickly picked up the gem and fiddled with the staff until she barely managed to glue it back on. The old life staff is now in a damaged state. The strength of the supplicant Lunette has been reduced by 40%. Immediately afterward, a system notification popped up. The Lunette exclusive weapon gacha pool Sanctuary Oath is now open for a limited time. Chang Lu then realized that it wasn't that the game didn't have a weapon pool, but rather that the exclusive weapon had to be unlocked along with the story. He exited the main interface and, sure enough, saw a brand new gacha pool next to the permanent All Wishes pool and the Lunette Up pool The Last Flower, Sanctuary Oath. Chang Lu rubbed his hands together and clicked on it, immediately impressed by the development team's technical prowess. The gacha screen is presented using Live 2D, with Lunette praying in the center. She wears a pure white robe that fits her figure without being frivolous, instead making her appear exceptionally holy and dignified. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, closed her eyes, and her light golden hair and eyelashes trembled slightly. Chang Lu even wondered if she was seeing things, or if the game's technical level was ridiculously high. The edges of her robe were embroidered with pale gold patterns, which looked like the two characters, Chang Lu, meaning eternal happiness, written in his flamboyant style. What made her hair, robe, and bang sway gently was a staff floating in front of her. The tender green branches clustered around the pure emerald, its quality far surpassing that of Lunette's current broken staff. Each branch shimmered with a soft green light, and just one glance was enough to soothe the soul. Even if Chang Lu didn't understand weapon strength, he knew this was an absolute treasure. Artistic characters appeared beside it. Gift of the World Tree, Staff of Immaculate Oath. A branch from the World Tree, in the hands of the God of Eternal Joy, merged with the ancient spring of life, becoming a magical staff that drives healers worldwide mad. The blessing of the God of Eternal Joy is unique. Therefore, a line of small words is branded on the staff. We call upon Lunette White, the one who swore an oath to eternal joy. 6 stars. Chang Lu brought the phone close to his face and took a deep breath, only to smell the plastic of the phone case and dust from the speaker. A 6-star exclusive weapon is certainly a good thing. It can significantly increase a character's strength and provide top-tier compatibility that other weapons cannot match. As a veteran player, he knew how crucial resources were in the early stages of the game. Asking him to spend resources to pull for a healer's signature weapon now made him hesitate. Chang Lu preferred to save his resources and wait for an update to see if there were any worthwhile main DPS characters to acquire. Just as he was wavering, a notification suddenly popped up in the lower left corner. The Church of the Moon's punishment, 12-hour countdown. Rumors of the saint's infidelity reached Bishop Lunette's ears, causing some commotion. To quell the unrest and punish those who betrayed the moon goddess, Lunette is assembling a squad of punitive knights. They will be teleported to Golden Valley, the closest city to Crescent Moon, with their primary mission being to arrest or execute Lunette and her traitorous followers. Please strive to improve your strength. Punishment will arrive in 12 natural hours. Chang Lu stared at the prompt in silence for a moment. What the hell is this? This game has just started. How many gameplay options are they planning to cram in for him? It was already 5:30 a.m. in real time. Even though Chang Lu was used to staying up late and his eyelids were starting to droop, he still saw through the game's purpose at a glance. It's just to encourage players to spend money. Pushing players to improve their strength is a way to encourage them to spend money on in-game purchases. And the ultimate goal of that is, of course, to force players to spend real money. Chang Lu isn't particularly bothered by this tactic used by game developers. Games need revenue to survive, which is the norm for most games on the market. Moreover, he's essentially achieved financial freedom through writing novels. As long as he avoids illicit activities, he won't have to worry about money for the next 10 years or so. It's just in-game purchases. It's not a bottomless pit like Fantasy Westward Journey. How much money could a mere second-rate game possibly cost? After thinking it through, Chang Lu stopped worrying. Since the event wouldn't update for another 12 hours, he decided to get some sleep first, lest he run out of money before he was done. As for whether to participate or not, he'd decide after he woke up. He reopened the main page and found Lunette in a corner of Crescent Moon City. The young nun remained tireless, busy treating the injured in the ruins. Chang Lu reached out and touched her head on the screen, but Lunette seemed somewhat embarrassed. It turned out the gem on her staff had rolled to the ground again. She immediately picked up the gem, slapped it back onto the staff, and gave Chang Lu a look that said, "Everything's fine." Chang Lu watched helplessly. This little nun was far too frugal, making him, as a kami, feel a pang of pity. Within Crescent Moon City, the gazes fixed on Lunette gradually dissipated. She looked down at the staff in her hand, a helpless smile on her face. She couldn't possibly trouble her master with even a suitable weapon. As a sworn member and believer, it would be too weak of her to be unable to handle something like this. Lunette rose, leaning on her staff. Although she had been infused with magic by the adults, the entire battle, and her constant efforts to gather the wounded and heal them, had exhausted her strength. A stinging pain shot through her palm. She opened her hand, revealing numerous fine, deep wounds on her fair palm, all inflicted by the broken staff. The staff was nearing the end of its lifespan. It not only weakened her power, but the dissipated magic power during its use would also cut her palm like daggers. If the gem were to fall off, the backlash would be even more severe, potentially causing her to lose her grip on the staff. But she had no choice. Crescent Moon City had been emptied out. The merchants who made the staff had fled with their families during the first month of the siege. Lunette couldn't find a replacement weapon, and Knight Varric's sword was also chipped. Their guard was protecting a desolate, deserted city. Fortunately, the forces of the Dark Moon Goddess had temporarily retreated, finally giving Crescent Moon City a brief respite. After treating the last wounded soldier, Lunette sat on the broken city wall, gazing into the distance, a look of sorrow on her brow. But the Saintess would not lament her fate. Having just defeated the besieging forces, she began to ponder how to rebuild this ravaged city. The officials had long since fled, and now the most influential person in the city was this frail young girl. She took out a parchment and, with only a stub of pencil left, wrote down what she needed: a blacksmith, construction workers, material suppliers, and money. This young woman refused to abandon the ravaged Crescent Moon City. Yet, 1,000 miles away, some were enraged by Crescent Moon City's self-preservation. In the Duchy of Orange, at Silver Moon Castle, the 13 bishops of the Church of the Moon Goddess were holding a meeting. The meeting was chaired by Cardinal Clement, appointed by the Pope, and they were discussing how to gain the upper hand in the war against the Church of the Goddess of War. The meeting had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, with plan after plan being devised, and the pent-up frustration in everyone's hearts needed an outlet. Bishop Lucius happened to bring news. The middle-aged man with long flaxen hair was gentle and polite. After he stood up, everyone looked at him. He said that in his jurisdiction, in a place called Crescent Moon City within the 13 Islands Federation, an incident of disbelief had occurred. Normally, such a trivial matter wouldn't warrant a mention in the Bishops' Council. But the bishops desperately needed a surefire victory to boost their morale, so Crescent Moon City became their pastime. Some said the transgression was unforgivable, others said the participants should be hanged, and still others asked why the Templars hadn't acted. An elderly bishop replied that all the Templars were on the front lines. Someone whispered that the Knights should also do something. Lunette calmly added, "The Knights also participated in the transgression." The hall fell silent. Someone pressed for details. Who was in charge of this city? Saint Lunette. Someone recognized her, the White family's little girl, always a devout believer. But Lunette told everyone that it was Lunette who orchestrated the transgression. He spoke with great pomp and circumstance, explaining that Lunette had used sacrifices to bring a new god to Crescent Moon, a god whose name he had never heard of before, and who was perhaps an evil god. The bishops immediately erupted in fury, declaring it a punishment deserving of the moon's wrath, and that Lunette deserved to die, even though she was a member of the White family. The elderly bishop, however, asked, "Why did she do this?" Lucius did not answer, but instead emphasized his words. Lunette had turned the Knights and over 8,000 followers against their will, drawing them into the embrace of the evil god. A buzzing sound filled the hall. The bishops rebuked and accused her, each speaking with righteous indignation. The elderly bishop asked again, what exactly did she and those followers go through? Still, no one answered. After a moment, Cardinal Clement struck the ground with his scepter, and everyone fell silent. He ordered Lucius to take full responsibility for the matter to punish the disbelievers, and to bring those who had been incited back to their original path. Lunette gracefully accepted the task. No one cared why Lunette did it, or what she and her followers had gone through. Changlu slept soundly. When he groggily opened his eyes, the sunlight filtering through the curtains into the bedroom was no longer glaring. He stretched dramatically on the bed, his hair a mess, and as soon as he sat up, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. What time is it? Changlu pulled out his phone and saw that it was already past 3 p.m. He had slept for a full 10 hours. No wonder his bladder felt like it was about to burst. He shakily climbed out of bed, quickly dressed, and rushed into the bathroom to take care of his personal needs. While brushing his teeth, he recalled the garbled game from the previous night that had kept him up all night and caused him to miss many daily check-ins. Which company could possibly have created such outrageous technology? It doesn't even have a name. It doesn't seem like a legitimate online game. What's even stranger is that he shared the game with quite a few people last night. So why hasn't anyone replied? Has his interpersonal relationship deteriorated to this extent? Changlu quickly opened WeChat and QQ to check the messages. There were quite a few unread messages. People were still sharing their daily lives in the class group. The dormitory group was full of howls, and there were even new emojis posted by her roommates in the dormitory group. The high school classmates group chat got lively last night. Apparently, someone had organized a reunion, and quite a few people responded. But Changlu had already added these groups to his group assistant and missed out on the fun. However, after searching through both chat apps, he couldn't find the game sharing he had posted last night. I know for sure. Changlu scratched his head. Had he stayed up all night and gotten confused? Did he think he had posted something, but actually he hadn't posted a single one? Such a great game. If he was the only one playing it, he wouldn't even be able to find anyone to discuss the plot with. So he opened his roommate Qiu Yaojia's chat window, ready to recommend it again. Changlu beep beep beep. Something good. Is this Qiu Yaojia, not a Chocho person? Don't be silly. I'm at home abstaining from pornography. Changlu was full of questions and replied. Who asked you about this? Who said that? Qiu Yaojia sent a blushing emoji and finally asked what it was. Changlu said it was a new delicacy, a top-notch treat, and asked if he wanted to try it. Qiu Yaojia immediately became interested and asked him to send some pictures for his appreciation. Changlu confidently opened the photo album, ready to send over the game screenshots he'd frantically taken yesterday, but then froze. The album was empty. There weren't any screenshots at all. He clearly remembered clicking the screenshot button non-stop while playing through the story. Could he have really been hallucinating from staying up all night? Changlu, wait, I don't think I took any screenshots of the story. It's Qiu Yaojia, not a hilichurl, top-notch deliciousness, but no screenshots? Are you kidding me? Changlu could only emphasize that the game was really fun, but Qiu Yaojia had already decided that he was joking and even teased him about whether he was in the ninja department of Qingzhou University. Helpless, Changlu let Qiu Yaojia download the game himself, and he would send the game name. But after exiting the chat window and facing the string of gibberish on the mobile app screen, he fell silent again. Could someone tell him how to type this thing? Why doesn't this game even have a proper name? Changlu. What if I tell you I don't know the name of this game? It's Qiu Yaojia, not a Kyukirin. Are you kidding me? I'll beat you to death. Changlu was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to explain when his phone suddenly vibrated and a series of messages popped up from the game with garbled text. Only 2 hours remain until the Church of the Moon's punishment. Please prepare accordingly. Currently, Crescent Moon City's combat strength is insufficient to cope with the crisis. If Crescent Moon City is defeated in this crisis, you may lose contact with your current supplicants. Please maximize your strength before the countdown ends. Changlu stared at the notification, his mind going blank for a moment. Oh no, he'd fallen asleep and completely forgotten about this important matter. And when exactly had the game gained notification privileges? He didn't remember giving that permission. But it was still early, so Changlu exited the game and opened Me to order takeout. As he scrolled through his videos, he casually opened Douyin, TikTok, to research how to order takeout cheaper. Although he was now financially independent, he wasn't so free that he didn't care about money. He still had to save where he could. An hour passed. A bolded warning. Only 1 hour left until the Church of the Moon's punishment. Please prepare accordingly. Finally jolted Changlu out of his reverie. Damn, why is he scrolling through Douyin? He hasn't even ordered food. Changlu quickly ordered pork knuckle rice from the school, then swiftly opened the garbled game. The countdown in the lower left corner had only 50-odd minutes left, and the game border was already ablaze with red flames. The atmosphere was extremely tense. This time the map could finally be zoomed in and out. He used 2 fingers to zoom out and quickly spotted a group of knights rushing towards Crescent Moon City from Golden Valley City, not far away. In contrast, Crescent Moon City was eerily quiet, as if it were completely unprepared for battle. Chang Lu immediately searched for Sister Lunette and eventually found her at the church ruins. She was having a meeting with the knights who had stayed behind, clearly unaware that the enemy was approaching. He tried pressing his thumb on Lunette's head, wondering if they could even communicate outside the prayer room. The next second, as if sensing something, Lunette raised her large, chibi-style head. "You may bestow your wisdom. Please press and hold the voice button to speak your guidance." Chang Li's eyes lit up. This game was really intelligent. He pressed the pop-up voice button and cleared his throat. "The Church of the Moon Goddess is attacking. Get ready to fight. I'll go resupply you guys and boost your combat strength." Speaking to the little characters in the game was somewhat embarrassing. But as soon as he finished speaking, the sausage-headed little characters who had been having a meeting scattered in all directions, clearly beginning to assemble and prepare for battle. Only Lunette turned and walked into the prayer room. "Start a dialogue with the supplicant?" "Yes, yes, yes." Chang Lu quickly clicked confirm. He could earn faith points from the dialogue, which were crucial for his next card draw. Inside the prayer room, the holy little nun was already kneeling. She spoke softly. "My God, please allow me to recite your name." This time her prayer flowed much more smoothly. "God of eternal joy, who saved Crescent Moon City from fire and water, thank you for bringing a moment of peace to this land." Lunette lowered her eyes, but Chang Lu preferred her eyes, which sparkled with starlight and shone with golden light. As if responding to his thoughts, the little nun slowly raised her head. Those eyes seemed to come alive, so beautiful that one couldn't look away. "Please tell me, what should I do?" Chang Lu, captivated by those big eyes, let out a wolfish howl on the spot. "Do whatever you want. Draw the exclusive weapon. What are you afraid of? I'll go draw the exclusive weapon for you right now." Daily quest, listen to prayers, completed, rewarded with 80 faith points, 10 small experience scrolls, and 500 island gold. The favorability of the supplicant Lunette has also increased to 15%. One task is worth half a draw. The game's benefits are really good. After finishing the prayer, Chang Lu immediately took stock of his resources. He had 36 talismans for direct draws, and by staying up all night to clear the Crescent Moon City map, he had also accumulated 5,800 faith points, bringing his total to over 70 draws. He just hoped he wouldn't be so unlucky as to hit the pity system, and even less so, that some kind of pity system would appear. Taking a deep breath, Chang Lu opened the Sanctuary Oath gacha pool and clasped his hands together in prayer. The little nun's weapons are all tattered and broken. If I get a good character in a 10 pull, I guarantee I'll play until the server shuts down. The first 10 pull landed, but all he saw was a blue sky and white clouds. A group of 2- and 3-star characters grinned at him, among whom 2 3-star knights, Varric, stood out particularly. Chang Lu steadied himself. "It's just a warm-up. I should get something after 20 pulls, right?" His second 10 pull yielded 2 more Varrics, plus an archer, a knight, a spearman, and 2 healers who didn't look very reliable. His face darkened. Who designed this mixed character and weapon pool? After 50 pulls, the pool only flashed purple once, giving him a 4-star repeating bow. The bow looked good, but he didn't have anyone suitable to use it. "If I don't get the desired item by the 60th shot, I'm quitting the game." Chang Lu threatened the game as usual, waiting for the animation to end, his head spinning. The next second, 2 golden lights flashed simultaneously. He was startled, already guessing that the golden light represented a 5-star character or weapon. As for a true 6-star, it should be a dark gold color. The screen suddenly went dark, and Chang Lu was stunned. Even 5-star characters have their own exclusive gacha animations. Just how rich is this game? The screen lit up again, and a plump, white, long-tailed tit flew by, flapping its wings, a folded piece of paper in its beak. The camera shifted, and a woman wearing leg armor sat on a tree branch, her legs gently swaying. The silver-armored girl was draped in a warm white fur coat, her long, jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with snow-white bird feathers. She looked up at the approaching long-tailed titmouse, her dark eyes bright and alert. Beneath the tree, a gray, armored steed tried to nibble at her foot, but she stepped on its forehead. "Sick, stop fooling around." The girl raised a finger, causing the titmouse to land on her fingertip, and slowly unfolded a slip of paper. "Chang Lu." She murmured the name softly, a slight smile playing on her lips. "I like this name." Then, she leaped from the tree trunk onto her warhorse, looking directly at Chang Lu through the screen, her right fist lightly striking her breastplate in a standard knightly salute. Flying Bird Knight, Avis, offers you her highest faith. The 5-star character, Avis, has joined your party. Chang Lu gasped, then nearly shouted himself hoarse with excitement. What was going on with this game? A 5-star character was so lifelike, almost like a real person. How much revenue did they need to sustain this level of production quality? He even felt a little guilty for not spending money. Another golden light transformed into a knight's sword, its hilt adorned with a plump white bird. Wind Whisperer. This sword was a gift from the god of eternal joy to the sparrow yearning for freedom. Light as a feather, yet sharp as thin ice formed in the hands of the little bird knight. It seems this is the bird knight's exclusive weapon. Chang Lu immediately checked Avis's attributes and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although not 6-star, he finally had a 5-star attack character. Avis is a wind attribute attacker with high damage and high frequency, but her weakness is low health and extreme fragility. However, with the little nun providing shields and continuous healing in the team, her output will likely be quite terrifying. Chang Lu looked at the remaining resources and couldn't help but click his tongue. I've already used the pity system. What's the point of saving 10 more pulls? He decided to go all in on the last 10. The gotcha animation ended, and a dark golden light stood out from all the items. Chang Lu clasped his hands together, repeatedly chanting, "Don't go wrong. Please don't go wrong." The emerald green branch of life swayed with a captivating glow. Staff of Immaculate Oath. Finally, it's there. 70 pulls in total. This damn game really made him suffer from the pity system. But the result was still quite satisfactory. He finally had the damage dealer he wanted, albeit a low-tier 5-star, but he even had her signature weapon. The little nun no longer had to use that broken staff that reduced healing by 40%. Chang Lu opened the team interface, leveled up Avis, and added her to the team. Avis is currently en route to Crescent Moon City. En route. He was stunned. This game was so realistic that characters actually had to travel? Hurry up, don't wait until Crescent Moon City falls before you get there. Chang Lu stared at Avis's character art for a while. To be honest, the level of detail was far beyond what a 5-star character could be. It was even more impressive than many 6-star characters in other games. And her appearance was completely to his liking. Unfortunately, the attribute page showed that Avis's initial affinity was already maxed out, and there were no affinity quests available. It seems that characters of 5 stars or below cannot unlock that gameplay mode. Right, the staff. Chang Lu quickly opened the little nun's interface and clicked to equip the Staff of Immaculate Oath. This weapon is not in this character's inventory. What does that mean? Send the nearest character to transport it? Chang Lu was silent for a moment, but still clicked yes. Avis is turning back. Avis has obtained the Staff of Immaculate Oath. Avis is setting off for Crescent Moon City. Avis has some complaints about this. Chang Lu scratched his nose. Although the game didn't explicitly say so, he could guess what Avis was complaining about. What a fussy god, making people run around for no reason. Stop. You're not allowed to complain anymore. The ancient and solemn council hall of Crescent Moon City, constructed of polished sandstone, still bears the banners of several families. Those banners once represented the city's power, but now they are merely empty symbols. This place originally belonged to Lord Godfrey Allen. After the Allen family and several other powerful families fled, the city and the council hall fell into ruin. Now, it serves as a temporary meeting place for Lunette and the knights. After all, a disbeliever could not chant the name of the goddess of eternal bliss within the Moon Goddess Church, filled with statues, decorations, and scriptures. Knight Varric lowered his voice. Saying the matter gave him a sense of moral decay. Lunette coughed lightly, glanced at him, and Varric immediately changed his tune, saying he hadn't said anything. Jokes aside, the troubles of Crescent Moon City were undeniable. The city walls need repair, and were severely lacking in manpower and funds. Lunette, flipping through the parchment, whispered that the church still had some gold and silver hidden underground, but she wasn't sure if they should use it. The Dark Moon Army could launch a surprise attack at any moment, and the walls must be repaired as soon as possible. Even more pressing is the issue of food. If the city's inhabitants go without food for 2 days, many will die. A young soldier, potato scraps still clinging to his lips, immediately stepped forward and said he would take care of the food. Seeing everyone looking at him, he wiped away the scraps, swallowing even the last bite he had deliberately left. He said he knew some merchants wandering the wasteland. Varric bluntly called him out. Bandits, aren't they? The young man didn't deny it, saying it didn't matter whether they were merchants or bandits, as long as money could buy food. Varric, however, was disdainful, believing that a proper knight should never trade with bandits. Even though Crescent Moon City had fallen to such a state, he remained proud of the knighthood bestowed upon him by the monarch. It was precisely this pride that had kept him steadfastly guarding Crescent Moon City until now. The young man grew anxious. People were starving. Who cared about being proper or not? The two argued heatedly, their faces flushed, until finally they had to ask Lunette to decide. Lunette spoke first, saying that a proper knight was indeed unfit to be involved in such a transaction. Varric immediately showed his agreement. But before the young man could even feel disappointed, she continued, "But how much more noble can a disgraceful traitor who instigates war be than a bandit?" She lowered her eyes, describing herself in the most contemptuous way. Varric blushed instantly, saying she wasn't that kind of person. She had saved Crescent Moon City. Lunette, however, said it was Lord Chang Lu who saved the city, and she was merely an insignificant member of the city. Then, she looked at the young soldier Ryan and decided to give him some money to trade with those people in her name. Ryan pounded his chest and accepted the order, but Lunette sighed softly. What she needed most right now was money. Lord Chang Li's treasury was so empty it could practically run a horse through it. The young nun was still pondering how to raise money when a tingling sensation suddenly ran through her exposed skin. It was a gaze from the depths of her soul. Lunette clasped her hands together, bowed her head, and a young yet solemn voice rang in her ears. Celine's power has descended upon Golden Valley City. War is imminent. Lunette felt a chill in her heart. Celine is the true name of the moon goddess. A being who can directly utter a deity's true name must be unfathomable. Lost in thought for a moment, she even considered the current poverty of this powerful deity's influence on the continent of Dekashambi. This thought immediately snapped her back to reality. She had been daydreaming under Lord Chang Li's watchful gaze, even discussing his wealth in her mind. With Lord Chang Li's power, how could he not see through her thoughts? Yet the god was not angered, but calmly told her that reinforcements were already on their way, and there was no need to worry. After the voice disappeared, Lunette opened her eyes, her expression complex, and relayed the proverb to everyone. The council hall fell silent at first. Ryan stammered, "What are those people doing here?" Varric's voice, however, was much more resolute. "What are they doing here? When the Dark Moon Goddess's army besieged the city, no one came. When Crescent Moon City was besieged for 81 days, no one came. During the most intense and brutal battles, no one came. Now that the war has just ended and the dust is settling, why have they come?" Almost everyone knew the answer in their hearts. The soldiers quickly dispersed, and Varric shouted, "Stand up, put on your armor." The civilians and soldiers turned around in bewilderment, asking if the enemy had returned. Varric remained silent. Neither friend nor foe, who could truly know? He left only one sentence. "Let's see where their spears are pointed." If their spears were pointed at Crescent Moon City, then they would fight to the death. Rune watched everyone's actions quietly, then turned and went into a quiet little room to pray to Lord Chang Lu. This was a habit she had cultivated since childhood. Whenever she encountered doubts or her faith wavered, she would subconsciously pray. But the moon goddess of the past did not respond to everything. Most of the time, she simply hung solemnly in the sky, looking down at her through the gaze of the statue. Sometimes, there wasn't even a glance. Lunette recited the name of the goddess of eternal bliss, thanking him for rescuing Crescent Moon City from fire and water, bringing a moment of peace to this land. She kept her eyes lowered, an old habit and a rule of the moon goddess church. Looking directly at the statue was considered disrespectful. But that tingling sensation spread through her skin again, making her cheeks blush slightly. God said to her, "Look directly at me." Lunette knew in her heart that this should have been an impolite act, but God's command could not be disobeyed. She raised her head, her pale golden eyes gazing into the void, filled with unease, longing, and anticipation of an answer. The believer pleads, "Please tell me, what should I, in my lowly state, do?" Abandoning her old faith was a difficult decision, but she never regretted it. Her life already belonged to Chang Lu. But facing the moon goddess's entourage she once worshipped, should she tear off the mask of respect and fight for the new god, or should she surrender and offer the most humble plea? Lunette was not afraid of death. Those who feared death would not have persisted until today, much less pierce their own chests with a knife. But no one truly wanted to die. She waited quietly, awaiting guidance from the gods. A moment later, a soft force landed on her head, like the gentle caresses that had occurred several times before. Lord Chang Lu had given her answer. "Do what you want to do," the gods said. "I will bestow upon you a divine artifact." Not many moon gods' punishment knights were teleported to Golden Valley City, as most of the moon god's church's forces were engaged in the battle against the goddess of war. In such tense times, the armed forces not yet sent to the battlefield typically fall into only two categories. One is the elite of the elite, reserved as the sharpest sword in the moon goddess's hand. The other is a bunch of useless knights in name only. They acquired their status through their parents' donations, spending their days eating, drinking, and indulging in pleasure, never having truly seen battle. Lunette assigned them the latter task. He had received over 15,000 Orantian gold coins and knew the true nature of Crescent Moon City. It was a city besieged to its limit, its walls crumbling, its soldiers and saintesses exhausted, and its people starving. In his view, let alone a knightly corps, even a bunch of incompetent novices could easily take the city. Lunette thought so, and so did Baron Brody. He was a second-tier oath knight, his strength built on expensive potions, but second-tier was still second-tier. His 40-odd subordinates were mostly first-tier, with a fairly complete class composition. Dealing with a small town in a remote country was utterly insignificant in his eyes. So Brody wasn't in a hurry to travel. He first swaggered around the streets of his hometown, clad in gleaming armor and riding his sturdy warhorse. Only when Lunette sent messengers to urge him did he slowly teleport to Golden Valley City. Golden Valley City was right next to Crescent Moon City, which had been besieged for over 80 days, and naturally, it hadn't escaped the siege either. The Dark Moon Army had already ransacked the city several times, leaving almost nothing behind. To welcome the Holy Army from afar, the Lord of Golden Valley City still laid out an expensive feast and brought along a dozen or so poor women who hadn't managed to escape. Brody and his knights first ate their fill, satisfying another appetite. By the time their squires had dressed them in armor, the sun was almost setting. The group finally set off for Crescent Moon City. Brody proudly declared that they would set up camp and besiege the city at nightfall. Crescent Moon City had been besieged for so long, it must have been anxious. The more anxious the enemy was, the easier the battle would be. He had no idea that the time he had wasted was buying the Little Bird Knights ample time to march. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its rays bathed the earth, and Brody finally saw the dilapidated Crescent Moon City. The city wall wasn't even finished. A few dusty-faced laborers were still squatting on the city wall repairing the defenses. They worked all day, and at night they only received 2 extra steamed potatoes. Seeing the cavalry approach, these laborers wanted to hide. But one of them froze when he saw the enemy's flag. A black flag with a silver moon and gold trim. This was the banner of the moon goddess, which they had worshipped for thousands of years. It was the army of the moon goddess church. The laborers were immediately excited, shouting to the soldiers guarding the city gates, "The goddess's people have arrived. The moon goddess's aid has arrived, even if it's a little late." Even though the Dark Moon Army had already retreated, these 40-odd knights still felt like a form of aid, at least giving them a little more support. Shouts echoed from the city walls, urging the gates to be opened. The gatekeepers, receiving no message, could only turn back in bewilderment to look at Sir Ryan standing behind them. Ryan remained silent, and the soldiers pulled the hinges. The heavy gates slowly rose, and Baron Brody's smile widened. He said to his squire, "The result is clear. The people await the return of the moon goddess." He raised his head proudly, convinced that the Saintess and the knights must have been using force to oppress the people, and now that the moon goddess's army had arrived, these people were finally trying to resist. His attendants, however, felt something was amiss. If it truly was forceful oppression, why was no one continuing to control the people? And in a city rumored to be running out of ammunition and food, why were some people eating potatoes? He was about to remind Brody when the Baron lightly kicked his horse's flank, spurred his fat steed away from the group, and headed alone towards the city gate. He imagined himself appearing before these oppressed people like a hero. Brody shouted, his voice imbued with magic, echoing throughout Crescent Moon City. He ordered the city gates to be opened, proclaiming the authority of the moon goddess, and demanding the surrender of the apostate Saintess and the knightly leader. As long as she is handed over, the city will still be bathed in the moon goddess's light. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and Knight Varric looked down at his spear. Miss Dickinson, who was distributing potatoes, cursed out loud. Lunette remained silent. She could not make decisions for all the people, and if the people of Crescent Moon City truly decided to hand her over in exchange for the moon goddess's renewed favor, she had no right to stop them. The laborer on the city wall, after listening, seemed not to have heard clearly, picked at his ear, and asked in a trembling voice, "Whom do you want to hand over?" Brody coldly replied, "The apostate Saintess." The laborer asked again, "What will happen to the Saintess?" Brody, sitting on his horse, told him smugly, "Those who betray the goddess will receive the harshest lunar punishment." The so-called monthly punishment involved stripping someone of their clothes and hanging them upside down atop the city wall, subjecting them to relentless exposure to the sun and wind until they became mummies. He believed this was Lunette's own doing. But the next second, Brody's smile froze. With a deafening roar, the city gate, which had just been partially raised, slammed down again. Crescent Moon City returned to its former state of ruin, stubborn resilience, and continued resistance against a powerful enemy. The laborers on the city walls threw down their mud bricks and stones, grabbed pickaxes, and stormed off in anger. The Saintess, who cared for her people, was also loved by them. Brody couldn't understand why they were angry. He only felt that he had been provoked by these people from the lower classes. So, with a cold face, he gave the order. "Raise this place to the ground. Leave no one alive." "Knight Captain, raise this place to the ground. Leave no one alive." Chang Lu sneered, striking a pose of a wicked dragon king. But the next second, he awkwardly picked up the pork knuckle rice that had spilled onto the table. TCH. This little NPC is so arrogant, dressed so lavishly. Is he some kind of mini-boss? He clicked on the screen showing the team confronting Crescent Moon City, and an introduction immediately popped up. Moon God Church Punishment Squad. Their primary mission is to eliminate special incidents in Crescent Moon City. When necessary, they can serve as a vessel for the projection of the Moon God's will, receiving the Moon God's projection upon descent. Chang Lu was stunned, his mind filled with question marks. The Moon God descending? A small, dilapidated city like Crescent Moon City, a mere level 1, is worthy of a deity personally descending? The people here are so poor that even their ancestral underpants are so worn out they have to cut off a piece to use as a diaper for a newborn baby. In a place like this, even the stingiest person couldn't scrape together a single copper coin. What could the Moon Goddess possibly be doing here? Chang Lu was about to complain when suddenly his brow furrowed, realizing something was amiss. Could it be that the Moon Goddess wasn't after Crescent Moon City, but after him? As a newly born god, the veil of mystery you wear makes it impossible for him, her, and him to discern the faction you represent. But the divine nature of a weak god is always appealing. A notification sounded, and a line of distorted dark gold text appeared on the screen. New gameplay launched. The Gods card game new. The continent of Dcaxonby, the dwelling place of the gods, the coveted land of the gods, the battleground of the gods. The laws of the dark jungle apply here as well. Eat, or be eaten. This is not a paradise, but an island of death filled with savagery and slaughter. Accumulate damage points to unlock generous rewards. Chang Lu instantly understood. Since gods exist in the game, it's perfectly normal for them to clash. And his avatar is a newly born god. Sounds impressive. Chang Lu excitedly rubbed his hands together. This new gameplay, with its battles between gods, dark jungles, and death islands, should finally bring a thrilling, high-intensity battle, right? Great. Excellent. Amazing. Unbelievable. Chang Lu, with a constipated expression, dragged 4 blonde, cartoonish heads across the screen, pieced them together, and then eliminated an entire vertical row. What the hell? What kind of game is this? A card game called Gods, with descriptions of battles and death islands, turns out to be a match 3 game? He had expected at least a roguelike mode where he could really go all out, but instead he was stuck playing a match 3 game. Looking my ass. Chang Lu angrily rubbed the screen, then suddenly realized with frustration that he had missed a 5-match combo. But thinking about it carefully, the game had just launched, and it wasn't really appropriate to max out the difficulty right away. Players haven't even grasped the basic gameplay, yet they're jumping straight into a high-difficulty roguelike mode, which could easily discourage a large number of them. It's a match 3 game, after all, not a weekly must-play event. Surely it's not so miserable that it has to be challenged by other gods every week. The gameplay isn't difficult. With a bit of luck, you can easily achieve combos. And there's no move limit, only a time limit. Eliminating enough pieces within the time limit will damage the will of the Moon Goddess above the square. Once the will of the Moon's health bar is depleted, the challenge is complete. Chang Lu glanced at the rewards. Money, upgrade materials, and card drawing resources, everything he needed. He had no choice but to play. With each unbelievable cry, the will of the Moon's health bar steadily decreased. Something seemed to be cracking open, bit by bit. Crescent Moon City was once again reduced to ruins. The group of portly punitive knights might not have been particularly strong, but they certainly had an astonishing amount of money. After Baron Brody tentatively cast a few spells into the city, he He pulled out a dozen exploding scrolls from his spatial bag. These scrolls, all crafted by the most skilled scroll makers in the Duchy of Orange, were worth enough in a dozen to buy a mid-range shop in the heart of the once thriving Crescent Moon City. But now, they were merely projectiles. The scrolls were torn apart, amplified by levitation spells, and flew one after another towards the ruined city. The exploding scrolls landed, the spells exploding with a deafening roar, bricks shattering, and dirt flying everywhere. Screams echoed from the laborers and soldiers hiding beneath the city walls. Some had lost arms and legs to blasting. Others were struck on the head by falling rubble and bled profusely. The wounded were hastily dragged to the town center, where healers applied the last of the town's bandages. As for those with missing limbs or more severe injuries, they could only be treated by Saint Lunette. The green light from the staff fell on a soldier who had lost his left leg, and his painful groans gradually subsided. The soldier noticed, however, that the Saintess's hand was trembling. "Are you all right? Your hand is shaking," Lunette said calmly, her face pale. "It's all right, it has its own thoughts." She even had the composure to tell a not-so-funny joke. Miss Dickinson, the supplies manager who had just rushed back, noticed that Lunette was even paler than in previous days and secretly decided to give her one of the potatoes from tonight's rations. No, 1.5, perhaps. She was just a clerk and couldn't be of much help in the war effort, so a little less wouldn't matter. Lunette's hands were still trembling. The broken staff was backfiring, forcing her to continue casting spells. Blood seeped from her palms, soaking the staff and making it slippery, almost impossible to grip. They had begun their siege. Darkness fell, and the moon rose in the east. The moonlight granted the Retribution Knights power, but also placed immense psychological pressure on the warriors of Crescent Moon City. Why did the moon appear so bright and majestic at this particular moment? Lunette gazed at the clear night sky, a wave of sorrow washing over her. "Saintess," a warrior cried out in alarm as he rushed towards her. "They're bathed in moonlight. They're about to charge." Lunette gripped her staff tightly, blood dripping from her fingers, but her voice remained resolute. "I know. Take your positions. I'll be behind you." "My lord, the goddess has answered our prayers." The knight squire looked excitedly at Baron Brody. "It seems that His Highness is quite interested in the evil god of this city. This is a religious war." Brody proudly raised his chin. "A religious war in which 43 men breached the city. Talk, write it down." The prayer ended, and a veil of moonlight fell upon the karmic knights, a blessing from the goddess, protecting them from negative effects. "Warriors, raise your swords." Brody roared, and the sound of swords being drawn echoed behind him. His blood boiled, and his warhorse pawed the ground, as if ready to charge into the city at any moment. "All troops advance." "My lord," Talk interrupted, forcing a smile. "Don't we need to leave men to cover our retreat? What if the enemy comes from behind?" Brody's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "What enemy? Shadow monkeys? The Dark Moon people have long since disappeared." Talk tried to explain, but Brody continued to press. "Or do you think Crescent Moon City will send reinforcements? If they really did, would they be in this state today?" The young squire lowered his head, his face flushed red from being publicly scolded. Brody realized his tone had been too harsh and lowered his voice to ask him, "Who will cover the rear? A single decapitation is a merit. These people are practically going crazy for it. Who wants to stay?" "You." Talk quickly shook his head. He, too, wanted to cut off the heads of a few disloyalists, return home to boast about his battlefield experience, and also wanted to tell women about his bravery. No one objected. Brody raised his sword and gave the order, "Charge." The men spurred their horses forward, with Talk following behind. In his haste, he glanced at the moon and his heart skipped a beat. In the clear night sky, only where the moon had been shrouded in large, dark clouds that threatened to completely engulf it. The Punishment Knight's squad, like a spear, pierced straight into Crescent Moon City. Although Brody was a complete idiot, he had at least received military training. He spurred his horse, stabbing 2 armored soldiers in the throat with his swords, then kicked the horse hard in the belly, urging the fat steed to accelerate. This horse, clad in armor, was like a ferocious beast. It could break an enemy's back in a charge. He forcefully broke through the infantry, turned his horse around, and prepared to rally his knights for a few more charges. But when he turned back, his nose was practically crooked with rage. Behind him, only Talk and 2 or 3 knights who were somewhat skilled in combat remained. The rest were fighting wherever they were stopped, and they didn't keep up with his charge at all. "Move! Get moving!" Brody roared. "Don't stand there as targets." The 30-odd knights had been scattered by the charge, and hundreds of infantrymen surrounded them from all sides, stabbing the knights and their horses with anything they could find. Among them were swords, but also axes, pickaxes, and flails. These people weren't just soldiers. There were also farmers, miners, and woodcutters. Within moments, the surrounded knights fell from their horses one after another. Brody was both anxious and furious, feeling that these fools had ruined a great opportunity. Fortunately, the moon goddess's light still shone upon the earth. Her will watched over this place, sparing the gifted believers from the swords. The veil of moonlight obscured the blades. The fallen knights, though disheveled, were not truly injured. Some screamed on the ground, clutching their heads. Others struggled to their feet. Still others cursed angrily. Damn commoners! You've driven my horse away. That was a mountain steed worth 1,700 gold coins. Where's my helmet? That was the work of a dwarf master. What are you going to use to hit me? A pickle jar? You should be a knight, dueling me with a long sword, not smashing a jar over my head. Brody felt dizzy. At such a crucial moment, these people were still arguing. If this dragged on, even a victory would be tainted. He had no time for them and turned to look at the city center. There stood a slender, swan-like girl. To catch the thief, first catch the leader. Lunette White. If we can capture her, or even kill her, this farce will end. Follow me, Brody roared, spurring his warhorse over the obstacles thrown by the people, heading straight for Lunette. Talk hurriedly spurred his horse to follow, but in the instant Brody leaped, he saw his master's moonlight armor shimmer. Several loud cries of pain followed behind him, but he had no time to turn back and could only grit his teeth and chase after them. Lunette held her breath, gripping her staff tightly. She knew very well that the moonlight armor was a gift from the moon goddess, proof of her gaze. The word gaze filled her with immense sorrow. Are the people of Crescent Moon City all wicked sinners? Why, of all times, must the goddess unleash her will? Where is that noble goddess when the city is filled with lamentation and the people are desperately praying? Tears welled up in Lunette's golden eyes. But just then, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Chain reaction. She slowly opened her eyes wide. The moonlight armor on the charging knight seemed to be running out of energy, flickering repeatedly. But gods are called gods precisely because they are omnipotent. How could the blessings of the gods run out of energy? The next moment, a string of cheerful music rang in Lunette's mind. Bonus time. A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out, heard not only by Lunette, but also by Brody, who was charging with his sword raised. He looked down in astonishment and discovered that his moonlight armor had cracked. The cracks spread rapidly, and pieces of moonlight peeled away like shattered eggshells, revealing the magnificent armor beneath, and real flesh that bled and could be pierced. Brody barely had time to be shocked before he abruptly looked up at the sky. But where was the moon? Where the bright moon had once hung, only a wisp of cloud remained. A dark golden wisp of cloud. You have defeated moon gods will LV1. The chances of Chang Li's forces winning have increased. Obtain moon god's divine essence fragment, *1. Consuming fragments can greatly enhance a god's attributes, but will incur the wrath of the consumed object. If you temporarily retain it and return it to the corresponding deity at the appropriate time, you can gain their favor. Upon completion of the gameplay, you will be rewarded with prayer charms, faith points, island coins, and 10 beginner upgrade material selection chests. The fame of the god of eternal joy has begun to spread widely throughout Crescent Moon City. A final pop-up on the screen asks, consume the divine essence fragment? Chang Lu only pondered for a few seconds before letting out a sneer. The divine favor was indeed tempting, but he hadn't forgotten why this game had begun in the first place. It was the moon goddess who coveted his divine status, wanting to nip the newly born god in the bud, that dragged him into this contest between gods. Now that he'd won, was he really going to hoard the spoils and return them to his opponent later? That would be far too pathetic. It's not like some kind of visual novel where choosing the wrong option triggers a scripted death. It's just a second-generation game. If I'm being targeted, so be it. At worst, I'll just play another match, 3 game. He directly clicked, yes, and a strange sound like fruit being crushed came from the phone. The divine fragments glowing white in the center of the screen instantly turned into dust. Crooked, dark gold characters slowly emerged. You have enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Those words carried an unspeakable ferocity, as if revealing the true rules behind the divine game. Chang Li's portrait lit up with a dark gold light. The god of Chang Lu has leveled up. Current level LV2. You can interfere more in this world. The fame of the god of eternal joy has begun to spread within a small circle of the 13 Islands Federation. A new petitioner rank has been unlocked. The concept of divine advancement is now available. Experience can be gained through consuming divine fragments, religious expansion, and religious wars to increase rank. The higher the gods rank, the higher the status of their followers. Celine remembers your name. Moon Goddess Church's favorability -20. Oh, you've leveled up? Chang Lu tapped on the profile picture to check and found that the Invoker's level cap had risen to 30, which is tier 3. With a decent amount of materials in stock, he decided to max out the levels of Lunette and Little Bird. Little Bird has a unique weapon and is the only damage dealer in the team, so he absolutely had to level it up. Lunette, on the other hand, was likely the only healer among the available 6-star characters in the early game, so she couldn't be neglected either. Moreover, the first chapter will likely revolve around Lunette, and without leveling her up, the main storyline later on will probably be difficult. Just as the level was completed, a new notification popped up. The Invoker Lunette's affinity has increased to 18%. Chang Li's eyes lit up. It seemed that Lunette's first affinity event would be unlocked soon. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in reality, a series of clicking sounds rang out. Baron Brody's moonlight armor shattered along with the moon goddess's will, along with his pride. He gripped the reins in astonishment, watching his warhorse charge towards Lunette, but instead of diving down to strike her slender body as planned, he simply spurred the horse and yanked the reins sharply. The heavy warhorse leaped over Lunette's head and landed heavily on the ground. In that brief moment, Brody's mind raced with countless thoughts. He wondered why the moon goddess's grace had shattered, how these people had survived to this day, and whether the 4,000 gold coins he had spent could ever be recovered. He even thought of the White family's daughter, who, like her mother who had died many years ago, remained as proud as a swan even with an overwhelming army at their doorstep. But the one thing he couldn't think of was how to strike with his sword in the first instant. His squire, Talk, however, had far fewer concerns. During the charge, Talk, as taught in tactics class, tucked his lance under his arm. The heavy lance, propelled by the horse's momentum, seemed sharp enough to pierce the air and everything in its path. Lunette stared intently at the lance's tip, gripping her staff tightly, and chanted the incantation despite the sharp pain in her palm. Iron armor. Light and shadow solidified into armor, adorning her body. But the next moment, Lunette's face twisted in horror. The staff's backlash had struck. At the most crucial moment, it tore at its master with the most ferocious force. Fine wounds instantly covered her arms and palms, blood gushing out and staining her nun's robes crimson. Fortunately, Verrick arrived just in time, raising his shield to forcefully deflect Talk's knight's lance from the side. "My lord, are you all right?" Verrick cried out anxiously. "My lord, are you all right?" Talk echoed, his voice filled with joy. Verrick was frantic. If anything happened to Lunette, the situation would be utterly ruined. Talk, however, noticed something was wrong with her and was so excited she almost shouted, "Goddess! The goddess is on our side." Brody gripped the reins, both delighted and furious. The White family daughter was indeed problematic, but why was it that it was Talk, this lowly and foolish squire, who discovered it? A shadow fell over his eyes. "Get out of the way. Of course I know that. I'm adjusting." He swerved to turn his horse around and raised his sword again. Talk's excitement froze. He couldn't understand why he was being scolded when he had clearly done the right thing. But he dared not say anything more and could only obediently step back, leaving the battlefield and the spoils to the Baron. "My lord, how are you?" Verrick asked again. Strangely, Lunette had stopped bleeding. She looked down at her palm in confusion, where the most precious treasure that countless healers had pursued their entire lives was gleaming. The powers of the Fountain of Youth, spell fragments, and healing light flashed by. This scene seemed to have happened only recently. Was it a divine gift? A surge of power re-emerged within her, flowing towards her burning, pure, and flawless healing heart. Watching the knight charge again, Lunette slowly raised her staff. "I'm perfectly fine." Chapter 18. Baron Brody was just basking in the excitement of his victory, but in the blink of an eye, all he could think about was escaping. He whipped the fat horse desperately, his face no longer showing any noble composure, his heart filled only with panic and fear. How could a remote country far from the world's capitals, a border town excluded from human civilization, possibly receive divine blessings? On this wasteland that had been abandoned, abused, and trampled by iron hooves, a pure white rose actually bloomed. There were no extravagant altars, no precious offerings, and no endless prayers, yet the gods still responded to them. Brody found it utterly absurd, but he knew even better that the aura of the heretical Saintess had surged dramatically. Lunette was originally just a second-tier priest healer, but now she has likely been promoted to a third-tier blood purification physician. The gap between ranks was like an insurmountable chasm, and his original mission completely vanished at this moment. Brody didn't want to die, so he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Assemble! Don't get entangled with those lowly people. If you want to live, form ranks immediately." But very few people responded to him. Apart from his squires and a few quick-thinking knights, the rest of the nobles had already fallen from their horses. Their most prized armor, ironically, became the best position for soldiers to grab them. The terrified nobles were dragged off their horses, and long swords pierced their throats through the gaps in their armor, ending their extravagant and sinful lives. Brody looked at Lunette from afar. The holy nun's eyes were still full of kindness. But he knew that mercy would never be reserved for those who were preparing to massacre the city. "Thank goodness, she's just a healer," Brody murmured, as if grasping at the last straw. Healers excel at recovery and support, but have limited offensive capabilities. As long as they break out of the encirclement, they will still have a chance. He raised his long sword high, his blood surging, and his knight skill, preparatory charge, was activated instantly. Several knights around him also unleashed their power at the same time. Led by a second-tier knight, they formed a small team and forcibly tore through the soldiers' encirclement. Seeing the group heading straight for the broken city gate, Knight Varric's expression immediately changed. He said urgently, "Sir, I'll go stop them. We absolutely cannot let Brody take away the news that there are third-tier healers in the city." Lunette, however, completely relaxed, and a slight smile even appeared on her lips. "Don't worry, she and they have arrived." Before Varric could figure out who she was talking about, Lunette was already looking up at the distant sky. A long-tailed tit with a round head and round belly flew across the sky and landed on the little nun's shoulder. Lunette said softly, "It's reinforcements from Crescent Moon City." The reinforcements that Crescent Moon City had been waiting for 84 days finally arrived. On the other side, Brody had already seen the city gate. The city wall that he had once despised as crude and mocked as useless had now become his escape route. He led several knights and rushed forward, not caring at all about the nobles who couldn't keep up. He only promised to bring them out, but never promised to bring them all back. If he could escape back, he would tell Lunatius to send a few third-order supplicants back with him. At that time, he will make Crescent Moon City pay the price for today's humiliation and completely raze this city of lowly people to the ground, leaving no one alive. But just as he was indulging in fantasies of revenge, a beautiful knight appeared before the city gate. She wore bird feather ornaments hanging from her ears, and behind her stood a complete squad, including archers, knights, spearmen, and healers. Everyone watched the fleeing knights with cold indifference, as if they had been waiting for them for a long time. The little bird knight shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. "How can such a disheveled state befit my divine arrival? Sir, nobles should be more dignified." Brody almost cursed it out loud. At a time like this, it's good enough to be alive, let alone talk about dignity. But when he sensed the girl's aura, all his anger vanished instantly. That was exactly the same as the power of Lunette, clearly the power of a third-tier knight in silver armor. How could a dilapidated, remote city possibly have two Tier 3 invokers at the same time? Brody was utterly desperate. He quickly cried out, "Spare me. My maternal family is the Upton family. I can give you money, lots of money." The little bird rider seemed genuinely interested. "How much can you give?" 4,000 gold coins, for 1,000 Orange Duchy gold coins, or equivalent items. Brody was overjoyed. As long as he could live, he was willing to give the 4,000 gold coins to anyone. The girl could only sigh. Indeed, there are quite a few, but unfortunately, the master's decree was only one sentence. With a last glimmer of hope, Brody asked, "What is it?" Avis conveyed God's command, word by word. "Push them down, leave no one alive." Brody stood there, stunned. The words were all too familiar. They were the very same arrogant statement he had once made. Now, it's like a spinning arrow, piercing deep into his brow. Suddenly, the attendant Talk roared, raised his weapon, spurred his horse forward, and shouted, "A subject who has disgraced his lord shall die." Before he could even get close to Avis, an archer's armor-piercing arrow pierced his throat, and blood gushed from the wound. The blacksmith's only son fell heavily to the ground, and all his so-called future and past joys vanished with him. Brody sighed, and with difficulty raised the long sword in his hand, as if a bird had flown past his eyes. The gray steed leaped into the air, and Avis's knight's long sword swept across lightly, instantly slicing through his defenses and throat. She snatched his spear, kicked him off his horse, separating Brody from the fat horse completely and tossing him into the air. On his deathbed, Brody gazed at the moon goddess who was forever suspended in the sky and couldn't help but ask a question. Why has your will vanished? And where are you now? The next moment, he was pinned to the city wall of Crescent Moon by his own spear, and he never fell to the ground again. Blood flowed all around the city, as if apologizing to the soldiers and civilians who died unjustly on this land. A great victory. Chang Lu excitedly clenched his fist and couldn't help but complain. They even resorted to puns at the end, like Brody who never lands? Who can understand such a lame joke? Despite his complaints, the battle he just witnessed still left him deeply impressed. Just how much technical skill is hidden in this game. Having played second-hand games for so many years, he has rarely encountered a game that can give him such a continuous stream of visual impact. Normal production teams have limited budgets and production capacity, so they can only concentrate their resources on a few large-scale scenes. But this garbled game is different. Not only is it plentiful and satisfying, but the quality is also all high quality. The production capacity of the team is simply outrageous. Chang Lu put down his phone and stretched his aching neck. The pork knuckle rice on the table had long since gone cold, but he didn't mind and finished it off in a few bites. No matter how fun the game is, you can't ignore real-life issues. I still have days' worth of laundry to do. The trash can is overflowing with takeout containers, and worst of all, we're out of drinking water. There are no water dispensers on any floor of the old dormitory building at Qingzhou University. If you want to drink water, you have to carry your water bottle to the water room hundreds of meters away. You can order takeout for meals, but you have to fetch your own water. Chang Lu casually ruffled his messy hair, picked up the trash and 2 large water bottles, and went downstairs. The dorm supervisor was sitting at the entrance of the break room, wearing reading glasses and reading a pirated fantasy novel. Seeing him come down, the supervisor looked up and asked, "Hey kid from 203, didn't you go home for the new year?" "No, sir, you didn't go back either?" "I'm staying here to earn money. What are you doing here?" "I make money too." Chang Lu smiled and brushed it off. He didn't like talking about his family with people he didn't know well, and he especially didn't want to mention the word orphan. Because as soon as you say it out loud, someone will always show a pitying expression, as if being without parents must mean a miserable life. Chang Lu felt that he wasn't so miserable. When his grandmother was still alive, he had experienced genuine family love. Some people, even with both parents alive, might not be as happy as he was. Of course, whether one feels lonely or not, only they truly know. After throwing away the trash, he carried his water bottle to the water room. During the 3-day New Year's holiday, most students had gone home, and the empty water room was deserted. It's quite comfortable not having to queue, but you can no longer see those female students wearing hot pants and pajamas to get water. Beep. The student card was inserted into the machine, and scalding hot water poured haphazardly into the kettle. The balance on the screen kept fluctuating. 3.85, 3.7, 3.55. Chang Lu stared at the numbers, his mind suddenly going blank. He only had a little over 3 yuan left on his card. Could he top it up? Where could he recharge his student card? What was the app password? Could he log in with his phone number? Just thinking about all these steps made him feel annoyed. If only I could instantly top up 100 yuan. That would probably last me a long time, enough for water and showers. As he was thinking, the numbers on the screen suddenly changed. 3.4, 3.25, 3.1. 102.95, 102.8. Chang Lu froze. He craned his neck, rubbed his eyes, and made sure he wasn't seeing things. Did $100 suddenly appear in my card? Chang Lu immediately turned around, but the washroom was still empty. He was even more puzzled. Had the school system malfunctioned? It's true that some people have complained about the billing system on the campus confession wall, but those complaints are mostly about overcharging. There's no reason for the system to give away money for free. He pulled out his student card and frowned as he looked at it for a long time. 100 yuan isn't much to him now. The monthly royalties from the novel website are enough to keep him financially secure. But this money came out of nowhere, and it feels more like a nuisance. What if the school finds out later? Will they make him cooperate with the investigation? Or even treat him as someone who caused trouble? But he clearly didn't do anything. Chang Lu became increasingly annoyed, so he simply stuffed the card back into his pocket and turned to pick up the 2 water bottles. To save himself from having to make so many trips, he bought the largest size kettle. When filled with 20 liters of boiling water, the kettle itself weighs over 40 pounds when carried in one hand. Every time he fetched water, it felt like he was carrying cargo. He regretted buying it as soon as he got it. Chang Lu gritted his teeth, gripped the lever with both hands, and prepared to exert all his strength. But the next second, he froze. He lifted the 2 large jugs filled with water with ease, without putting in much effort at all. Not full. He quickly put the kettle down and unscrewed the lid to check. Both kettles were completely full of water, not a drop was missing. Chang Lu touched his arm and was surprised to find a thin layer of muscle under his skin. Did he develop superhuman arms from playing video games? That's bizarre, absolutely bizarre. Something was wrong with everything that happened today. Chang Lu muttered to himself, but still carried the 2 large jugs of water and headed towards the dormitory building. Inside Crescent Moon City, the entire Moon God's Punishment Night squad has been wiped out, and the battlefield is still filled with the smoke of gunpowder. Soldiers and civilians were busy again, clearing away corpses, counting spoils of war, rescuing their comrades who were still alive, and repairing the damaged city defenses. A large number of wounded soldiers were carried to the square, and Lunette, carrying her broken staff, tirelessly treated them. In her eyes, saving lives was clearly more important than receiving reinforcements from afar. The little bird rider didn't mind. She swaggered into the ravaged city, accompanied by a large group of 2 or 3-star NPCs obtained through Chang Li's gacha draws. Looking at the ruins around her, she couldn't help but sigh. Is this where we'll be stationed from now on? It's even more desolate than I imagined. Miss Dickinson, the supplies manager in charge of counting reinforcements and distributing potatoes, was stunned. Stationed? Avis said calmly, this is Lord Chang Li's will. We will join in the construction of Crescent Moon City and use it as a center to spread our faith outwards. Miss Dickinson's mouth dropped open, and she exclaimed, this is terrible. She turned and ran, shouting towards the square, Your Majesty, we need more potatoes. Potato. Avis looked in the direction she ran and saw the pure white rose in the ruins, as well as the shattered staff in Lunette's hand. It seems we've arrived just in time. She dismounted and walked towards the young nun. Your Holiness. Avis performed a knightly bow with her hand on her chest, looking at Lunette with goodwill and respect. I have brought Lord Chang Li's decree. She reiterated her plan to stay in Crescent Moon City, participate in its construction, and spread the faith outwards. Lunette listened attentively, but her gaze gradually fell on the long, shimmering box behind Avis. With a sense of pride, Avi took down the box that had caused her so much trouble and handed it to Lunette, as well as Lord Chang Li's love. Chang Lu rushed upstairs, put down the water, and was surprised to find that he didn't feel tired at all. As a typical next-generation otaku, he doesn't like to exercise, and the most he gets tired of is playing rhythm games. He is 1.77 meters tall and has a slender build. When he goes to the gym and does a few sets of exercises with 2.5 kilogram dumbbells, he has to pant for a long time. In addition, after sitting in front of the computer every day typing all these years, I'm already thankful that I haven't gotten fat from takeout. In the past, he would always complain that he bought the wrong kettle every time he came back from fetching water, but this time he was unusually relaxed. Chang Lu couldn't figure it out, but he didn't intend to investigate further. He was very easygoing. When he encountered something he couldn't understand, he always put it aside first. This personality allowed him to get through his childhood and adolescence peacefully. After all, without parents, he would have been unable to endure it if he had kept everything bottled up inside. After tidying up his room, he sat back down at the table, took out his phone, and found several unread messages on QQ. The person who sent the message had the nickname Saber, and it was Chao Liangxing, his vice class monitor in high school. Even in the days when QQ was declining, the other person still had a premium membership, with flashy profile pictures and chat bubbles, and their QQ space was filled with either travel photos or photos of them covering their face and looking cool. The message was only a few lines long. Are you there? I'm not asking you for money, just replying. A busy person? Is the great writer having another burst of inspiration? The playful tone was palpable even through the screen, and Chang Lu was instantly reminded of his high school days. When he was 17, his friends spread the word that he had written a novel, intending to show off. But in their eyes, the unknown Chang Lu was not worthy of writing a book at all. It seems that only the most popular figures in school can do something as impressive as writing novels. So instead of surprise, he was met with a series of malicious comments calling him a great writer or great literary figure. Even his teachers would occasionally bring this up to lecture him, telling him that studying was the right path and that he shouldn't be thinking about other things. Those jokes accompanied him through his senior year of high school, and several years later, Chang Lu has achieved financial freedom by writing online novels. But all he wants to say now is that those lousy book writers aren't anything special. After staring at those messages for a while, Changlu was too lazy to guess whether Chao Liangxing was trying to mock him or if he actually had something to say. If it's truly important, the other party will naturally say so directly. If they don't say it directly, then it's not important. He casually logged out of QQ, pretending he hadn't seen it. He'd rather go see his new wife than engage in banter with someone he didn't know well. Yes, they are new wives. A series of prompts immediately popped up on the game interface. Chapter 1. The Saintess's Redemption at the End of the Road. Act 3. The Sword of Judgment. Where does it point? Completed. Rewards. 2 Invoker Charms, 20 small experience scrolls, 2,000 island coins, 10 selection chests for upgrade materials. Beginner. The Changlu faith is accepted by a small minority in the 13 Islands Federation. You can switch map types to view the spread of the faith. When the faith spread of the currently unlocked map reaches 50%, the surrounding area maps will be unlocked, and supplicants in the surrounding area will be acquired. Chang Li's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a double arrow icon had appeared below the world map. He clicked to switch, and the original regular map immediately transformed into a faith map. The 13 Islands Federation was divided into different colored blocks, each representing the dominant local faith. The Moon Goddess, the God of Harvest, the God of Hunting. All sorts of deities have their followers. But the one who occupies the largest area is not the Moon Goddess originally worshipped by Crescent Moon City. Instead, it was a deep blue, representing Poseidon, the god of the sea. It's quite reasonable for island nations to worship a sea god. The dark gold area representing the Changlu faith currently only occupies a small portion of the Federation, mainly centered around Crescent Moon City and spreading outwards. It seems there's still a tough battle ahead if it wants to become the mainstream religion in this small country. However, he was more concerned about another system notification than the map. The favorability rating of the supplicant Lunette has increased to 25%. The Rose Codex event, which increases affinity with the character, has been unlocked. Activating and completing the quest will reward you with faith points, bonus attribute values for the Invoker, and the Invoker's Wiser Decisions ability. Note, once the affinity event is activated, it will close within 72 hours of game time. Please complete it as soon as possible. If the event is missed within the specified time, it will trigger again at the next event point. After missing it twice, the character's affinity will be permanently disabled. Great! Changlu immediately perked up. It turns out that obtaining a unique weapon can increase a character's affinity, which makes perfect sense. After all, it's a top-quality 6-star weapon. He'd be incredibly grateful to get it. The game's affinity quests are indeed very strict. If you miss them twice in a row, you'll be permanently banned. Instead of rushing into the events, he first shifted his focus to Crescent Moon City. In the short time I looked, the city had been almost completely cleared. Outside the city, bonfires were piled up, and the corpses of those pampered nobles were being returned to the Moon Goddess. The completed deployment tasks were also on display. 2 patrol teams of 12 men each took turns patrolling to ensure the safety of the area surrounding Crescent Moon City. Knight Ryan has found a way to buy food, but he needs to send someone with strong fists to lead the team. There are also city cleanup missions. The waste and corpses left after the battle need to be handled by manpower. Participants will receive an extra potato and a bowl of bean soup tonight. Although it was meager, it was the best the city could offer. Changlu scanned the task list and dragged the idle little bird knight into the food purchase queue. Next, he filled in the other dispatch teams one by one, and only after confirming that nothing was missed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he rubbed his hands together and clicked to enter the little nun's favorability event. Changlu entered the prayer room. The light seemed much softer than usual today. On the clean table, there was a pot of bright red roses swaying gently. In contrast to the roses, white roses bloom on the futon, representing the young nun Lunette White. Lunette in this favorability event seems to look quite different from the one I saw in the daily prayer room. She looked as if she had just taken a bath, washing away the blood and dust from her body before praying to God. Her long, pale blonde hair, which was always neatly combed, now appeared fluffy and soft. Although she had clearly styled it carefully, a few slightly curled short strands still clung to her forehead and cheeks, swaying gently in the candlelight. Perhaps realizing that her appearance was not dignified enough, Lunette blushed with embarrassment and annoyance, and raised her hand to tuck her stray hairs behind her ears. Even the tips of her ears were dyed pink. She knelt properly on the prayer mat, pressing down her skirt to reveal a pair of plain, white soft-soled shoes. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and before her lay the immaculate oath staff, a gift from the little bird knight. Changlu stared at the screen and exclaimed that such a stunningly realistic beauty was probably unmatched anywhere else, either domestically or internationally. It smells nice, he muttered subconsciously, and he did indeed smell a strange fragrance. It's gentle and doesn't feel tight. It definitely doesn't smell like the cheap shower gel mixed with a big bottle of cologne you find in boys' dorms. Changlu looked out the window in confusion. The window was open. Had the school planted some flowers again? They should have done that a long time ago. They shouldn't have planted those pungent Photinia flowers anymore. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked back at the little nun on the screen. My lord. Lunette seemed to sense his gaze, and although she was about to lower her head, she slowly raised her face. Those light golden eyes shone as brightly as the sun, gazing directly at him through the screen. How could someone like me deserve such a favor? Changlu was taken aback. She was referring to the exclusive weapon she had just obtained? This game even has exclusive feedback storylines for exclusive weapons. The treatment is just too exaggerated. He immediately sat up straight, and 3 words popped into his mind. Little Emperor. The system then prompts. You can offer your advice. Please press and hold the voice button and speak your guidance. Changlu cleared his throat, pressed the voice button, and said, What's this? Just take it if it's given to you. Lunette hesitated. But is this the kind of love that a faithless person like me can receive? Changlu touched his nose, feeling that the love she spoke of was not the same as what he understood. He quickly suppressed his chaotic thoughts, pressed the voice button again, and said firmly, Take whatever you want. I can give you anything I have. Lunette paused for a moment. Then a faint smile bloomed in her eyes, adding a touch of brightness to her usually calm face. Changlu pursed her lips, trying hard not to let out a smug laugh. But the next moment, Lunette asked softly, Then, what do you want? As your believer, I can offer a meager offering. A slightly inappropriate thought flashed through Changlu's mind. Of course, it's you, this delicious little cake. However, he has always been a law-abiding player and would not abuse his player status. In his view, the game world is also a world with rules and morality. 5 options immediately popped up on the screen, including not only small cake, but also outrageous answers such as conquer the world and offer your body. Changlu was speechless. This game had actually copied his thoughts from just now? And why was he so obsessed with being the villain and conquering the world? As for those excessive options, he simply ignored them, fearing that choosing them would attract the attention of some strange website. After comparing them, he chose the 5th option. You know perfectly well what I want. This statement is ambiguous, which is perfect for the little nun to guess. A thoughtful look flashed in Lunette's golden eyes, then she nodded solemnly. I understand, sir. I will do everything in my power to achieve what you expect, even if it takes my entire life. She closed her eyes reverently and whispered, Please, wait patiently. Then, she reached out her hand with longing, her white gloved fingers slightly curled, as if waiting to touch the faith deep in her soul. Changlu, as if possessed, tapped her hand. That way, they should count as having held hands, right? Lunette raised her eyebrows, her smile widening. This flower should bloom in more fertile soil. Believers are willing to dedicate their lives to this cause, without complaint or regret. The Rose Codex event has been added to the collection, and the favorability of the supplicant Lunette has increased to 30%. The next affection event will unlock when the affection level reaches 50%, and at the same time, Changlu will obtain Lunette's flawless bond. The effect is that Lunette's all attributes increase by 10%, because she will turn Changlu's will into a sharp sword, and the point of the sword is her target. A 10% bonus to all attributes is a level 1 bond this strong. Changlu couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He couldn't even imagine how strong the little nun's attributes would become when her favorability rating continued to rise and eventually reached level 5. This is practically cheating, and cheating without spending any money at all. Changlu even started to worry that since the game wasn't making any money, it might just shut down one day because it couldn't earn any more. Lunette looked down at her palm, where the warmth of some unknown being's touch still lingered. She stood there, stunned, for a long time, her heart churning with an unprecedented storm. The gods had bestowed blessings, words of wisdom, and even a divine touch. This was almost unheard of on the continent of Dekasambi. The gods were proud and lonely, and even if believers prayed devoutly for their entire lives, they might not receive a response. She had devoted her entire life to the moon goddess, rarely even hearing divine pronouncements, let alone such a condescending touch. Yet, she was clearly a heretic. Why did she receive such favors time and again? Does she, so lowly, so despised and scorned, truly deserve it? She recalled the question she had just asked herself. How unworthy am I to receive such a gift? The deity simply replied, My holy maiden, it is permissible to possess it. These words soothed the confusion brought upon her by the immaculate oath staff. Lunette then asked whether a disbeliever like herself could also receive God's love. The deity's reply was even gentler. My child, you are you. There's nothing to worry about. So she asked her final question. Merciful one, what do you wish a humble believer to offer you? Lunette felt she could give up everything. Flesh and blood, bones and life itself, or everything she had gained in her short life. She would willingly give it all if the adults needed it. But the gods asked for nothing in return, leaving only one question. My child, what do you want? Lunette gazed at the ruined Crescent Moon city, pondering this question. Why did the master come here? Was it for such a remote little city, for the crumbling walls, and for her own perilous situation? Impossible. What the gods see is never a single city or stronghold, but the countless people struggling on this land. Her gaze gradually cleared. She finally understood what she wanted and what she could do for the adults. Lunette gripped the staff engraved with her name and bowed to the void. She did not lower her head, for the gods had said, Watch over me. She raised her light gold eyes and suddenly wondered if adults would also like eyes like these. Miss Dickinson came running up, breathless, after leaving the prayer room. Your Holiness, they are back. Who's back? That knight with the feathers adorning his head. It's Avis. Dickinson quickly changed his story, saying that Averill had returned with people, bringing not only food but also some unexpected people. Lunette looked toward the city gate, and riding a gray horse at the very front was indeed the little bird rider, head held high and chest puffed out. Behind her followed a long line of ox carts, donkey carts, and scattered horses. Besides the original purchasing team, an unfamiliar caravan had joined the group. These people were curiously surveying the city, their expressions still bearing the weariness of someone who had survived a catastrophe. Lunette called out to Avis, I need an explanation. Avis immediately pointed excitedly at the caravan leader. It's simple. This is Bentley. You can just call him Ben. He's from… where are you from? She clearly focused all her skills on combat, strength, and agility, leaving little room in her mind to remember place names. Old Ben was a slightly overweight man with rough skin. He jumped off the mule and knelt down, kowtowing respectfully, and said, Your Majesty, I come from Stonebell City and am delivering goods to Silver County on behalf of the Gibson Merchant Guild. Lunette quickly calculated that they had only traveled halfway. Old Ben then said with a bitter face that the caravan had encountered bandits when passing through Golden Valley City. Their goods had been seized and many people had been captured. Just as he was feeling desperate and worried on the road, he happened to meet a purchasing team from Crescent Moon City. After hearing what had happened, Avis immediately agreed to retrieve the goods for them. The little bird knight puffed out his chest, waiting for Lunette's praise. Lunette remained silent for a moment, then looked at Ryan beside her. Ryan could only shake his head helplessly. Clearly, he couldn't stop the knight at all. So I cleared out that band of bandits and got all the goods back. Avis shook her head, waiting for praise. Looking at her unharmed appearance, Lunette asked, You're not hurt? Of course not. I am a third-tier silver-armored swordsman bestowed by the gods. What can those rabble do to me? Avis said that when she arrived, the bandits were slaughtering unarmed merchants like sheep. Since that was the case, she decided to show them what it meant to be a lamb to the slaughter. She and the long-tailed tit on her shoulder raised their heads together, helping the weak and oppressed. This is the Chang Lu Church. Lunette smiled. Yes, very well done. A third-tier knight is virtually invincible near Crescent Moon City, and even within the 13 Islands Federation, she wouldn't easily encounter a match. Sending Avis to buy grain seems like a waste of her talent. However, the result was good. It doesn't matter who you trade with. Lao Ben immediately started talking about the goods. The caravan brought food, ironware, salt, furs, oil, and other necessities, which were exactly what Crescent Moon City needed most. Miss Dickinson rushed over to settle the accounts, but Old Ben opened several money pouches and said, The money has already been paid. Lunette saw that the purse was full of coins and noticed fresh bloodstains on the opening. Avis explained with a grin, The bandits paid the bill. Lunette bowed her head in a prayerful gesture. They were such kind bandits. I hope they're all right. Avis looked at her in surprise, as if discovering for the first time that this person chosen by Lord Chang Lu had an unexpected charm. Whether the bandits are doing well or not is no longer important. At least tonight, everyone in Crescent Moon City will be able to have a full meal. At this point, Avis spoke up again. Don't you think there's another problem that urgently needs to be solved in this city? Lunette was taken aback. What's the problem? Avis looked at the dilapidated city walls. Crescent Moon City no longer has a moon. Lunette fell silent. We need to change the name of this city. Avis looked at her and smiled. How about Changlu City? The supplicant, Lunette, has gained a clearer understanding of her path. The grain purchase is complete, and a new trade route has been opened. Changlu unlocked the trade route with the Gibson Merchant Guild, and Bentley's shop refreshes its inventory every 7 days. If no specific goods are specified, the city administrator will procure them independently. Increasing your relationship with the Gibson Merchant Guild by 50 will allow you to continue trading and complete caravan missions, further raising your influence level. The higher the guild level, the greater the probability that the shop will display high-level items. The grain purchase this time was generously sponsored by the late bandit leader and was enough to feed the entire city for 10 days. The system then presented 4 options. Eat as much as you want, which would only last 5 days. Distribute food normally, which would last 10 days. Cut back on food and clothing, which would last 20 days. And the 4th option was even more ruthless, which was to move all the food into the warehouse and not give any food at all. Changlu first ruled out the 4th option. The battle had just ended, everyone was exhausted, and they hadn't even had a proper meal. Who would be willing to risk their lives for him? The first option won't work either. Bentley's shop only refreshes once a week, and we've already used up our food allowance for this week. If we finish it in 5 days, will the whole city starve for the remaining 2 days? The second and third options are both acceptable. He switched back to the main screen and zoomed in on the city. The civilians wandering the streets were chibi-style figures, but their sallow complexions and the emoticons floating above their heads clearly indicated one thing. They were starving. Even his soldiers were the same. Changlu sighed. He'd just have to grind for more currency and buy the maximum weekly food allowance. He couldn't let these people go hungry forever. He selected the second option. Selected, normal distribution of supplies. The next second, all the little people in the city raised their hands and cheered, and the screen was filled with confetti. Crescent Moon City's faith level increased. City's faith level has reached 100%, entering a new phase. Crescent Moon City has been renamed Changlu City. It will be your starting point on your journey across the continent of Decasambi, and your most loyal support. Random event trigger probability increased. City intelligence sources unlocked. City construction started. Changlu was stunned. He only selected the option to distribute food. How did it trigger so many functions? And when did the city's faith level reach 100%? Is it simply because he made sure everyone had enough to eat? Upon closer reflection, it seemed that this matter was indeed much more important than he had imagined. As more and more gameplay options were unlocked, the buttons on the phone screen were almost overflowing. Changlu simply pulled out his tablet, which he usually used for playing chess, from the bed. He plays so many games every day, yet he still manages to reach master rank with the golden spatula. His roommate always asks him if his liver is okay. Liver? Second-time gamers don't have that kind of thing. But the problem is, he doesn't even know what this garbled game is called, so how can he sync it to his tablet? As soon as the tablet was turned on, the game was already quietly sitting inside, and all the content had been synchronized. Changlu was shocked. Junior, you all have mastered this kind of high technology now? An arrow appears in the game, guiding him to the newly opened city building page. In the management interface of Changlu City, there are vacant positions such as City Lord, Manager, and Builder, as well as positions that have already been occupied by other characters. The Pope is listed as a little nun, the City Guard is listed as Knight Verrick, and the Supply Manager is listed as Miss Dickinson. Simply put, this is where officials are appointed and dismissed. Placing different characters in different positions will bring different benefits to the city, much like a more strategic infrastructure system. Changlu quickly understood, but the current state of Changlu City could be described as having the worst effects. Damaged city walls, fleeing nobles, siege, and famine all brought the city's prosperity level to 0. The negative religious conditions, such as widespread disbelief and the siege of the Orthodox army, have caused the Orthodox Church's goodwill towards Changlu City to continue to decline. To increase prosperity, you must find a manager who can bring benefits to the city. Changlu tried to cram the existing roles into the positions of manager and builder, but the results were not very good. The most outrageous one is Little Bird Knight. If you put her in charge, she'll spend a fortune every week to host fighting tournaments. Given everyone's current attributes, she'd probably sign up herself and then win the championship herself. The Little Nun is indeed a 6-star character. Her intelligence stat is barely enough to keep Changlu City running. But if we transfer her away, the position of pope will become vacant again. A vacant pope will cause the level of faith to drop rapidly, which is simply not worth the effort. Just as Chang Lu was having a headache, a golden exclamation mark suddenly appeared in the main urban area. Prayers from ordinary people, important events. The system said it heard an old woman praying. The old woman thanked him for 20 minutes, poured out her heart for 20 minutes, and then poured out her troubles for another 20 minutes before finally mentioning a piece of news she had learned from a letter from her second son, who was a steward in Maple Leaf City. Those nobles who fled are plotting to return to Crescent Moon City, which they have always been loyal to. However, the successive victories of the Chang Lu Church army against the enemy have already made the nobles wary. So before they returned, they sent a scout to gather intelligence about Chang Lu City. New gameplay mode Cats and Birds is now available. Through this gameplay, you can obtain your first 6-star Invoker who is fully adapted to city building. Chang Li's eyes widened instantly. Wait, another 6-star character. In Maple Leaf City, 100 kilometers away from Chang Lu City, Godfrey Allen, the former lord of Crescent Moon City, was enjoying a lavish afternoon tea. The table was laden with exquisite pastries, fragrant black tea, jerky made from premium poultry, and paper-thin slices of ham. The beautiful maid beside him gently fanned him, sending cool breezes and attending to his every need. Godfrey and the nobles who fled with him defined this humiliating escape as a vacation. Abandoning territory is a disgrace for nobles, and would also make the king who granted the territory doubt whether the Allen family still has the right to govern the city. But now the king of the Federation is old and frail, lying in bed all day, having his last bit of gold drained by his young wives. Those women only cared about bearing heirs for themselves. No one cared whether the lord of a border city had fled. That's why Godfrey dared to conspire with everyone to portray the escape from Crescent Moon as a respectable vacation. He never cared how many people died in the city, whether civilians were displaced, whether houses collapsed, whether men were beheaded, or whether women were humiliated. He only cared that after the storm passed, the Allen family could return to Crescent Moon City and everything could start over again. To escape Crescent Moon City with his family, he paid the Dark Moon Goddess's army 130,000 gold coins, but he didn't feel any remorse. If he relaxes taxes for 2 years after returning, the nobles who fled with him will naturally plunder enough gold coins from the common people to offer to him. Godfrey pushed the pastry away with disgust, took a bite of the jerky, and then used his thick tongue to roll up the ham and put it in his mouth. But even the best food couldn't satisfy him. His gaze quickly fell on the maid beside him. This maid was a gift from the lord of Maple Leaf City to him. The two had a good personal relationship, and Godfrey's life here was no different from that in Crescent Moon City. He indulged in all manner of vices, from eating and drinking to gambling and whoring. As for the lost territory, he felt it was not a problem at all. Lunette will handle everything. Even if she can't, she can ask the White family for help. It's not like she'll have to repay the favors she owes. Thinking of this, Godfrey beckoned to the maid. The maid forced a smile, her face pale as she lowered her head, while the fat nobleman's hand had already slipped under her skirt. Just then, someone outside shouted, "Mr. Allen, we have a guest." Godfrey paused, his face full of impatience. "Tell him to wait." But someone outside immediately added, "It's Mr. Hu Fu." Godfrey clicked his tongue, then let go and stood up. "Consider yourself lucky." He wiped his hands, waved away the maid, and pushed open the door to enter a sinister-looking man dressed in a wizard's robe. The man had 2 deep nasolabial folds on his face. His name was Hu Fu, a second-tier dark wizard, and Godfrey's most trusted advisor and strategist. Godfrey chuckled and teased, "Huff, you've come at the worst possible time. If you'd come any later, I wouldn't have minded showing you my prowess." Hu Fu had no time for such nonsense and said in a deep voice, "Sir, the Dark Moon Church has withdrawn its troops." Godfrey didn't seem to care, and casually remarked that he had heard that Lunette had made a treacherous decision, most likely orchestrated by Varric again. Hu Fu told him that their people had already left Crescent Moon City, and that the city was no longer called Crescent Moon City. Godfrey frowned. "What do you mean?" Hu Fu said that Lunette, or rather the other people in the city, had renamed Crescent Moon City to Chang Lu City in order to please their new god. Chang Lu is the name of that new god. Godfrey's face instantly darkened. In his eyes, Crescent Moon City was always his territory, and he was the true master of that city. Cronette didn't even ask him for permission to change the name, which clearly shows that she's treating his city like a no-man's land. Godfrey stood up abruptly, and Hu Fu immediately said, "Sir, we should go back. We must teach that little brat a lesson." She dared to dispose of your things without permission. She probably wants to declare herself the city lord. Godfrey roared, wolf-like ambitions. Huff, how many troops do we have now? Hufu replied that they had recently recruited soldiers in several nearby cities and now had nearly 500 soldiers under their command, most of whom were not supplicants. Godfrey nodded and then asked about the strength of Changlu City. Hufu said he didn't know the specifics, but a few days ago, reinforcements came from Crescent Moon City and defeated the punitive night squad sent by the Church of the Moon God. Before he could finish speaking, Godfrey sat back down in the recliner. Anyone capable of defeating the Moon Goddess's Retribution Night Squad? What are those 500 men doing there, just going to their deaths? I'm not that stupid. He shook his head and said, let's wait a bit longer. We'll wait until we've recruited 10,000 people before we launch a massive attack. Hufu suppressed his anger and explained coldly that the punitive night team was nothing but parasites among rich young masters and was inherently vulnerable. Godfrey, however, didn't believe it. Where can you find so much good luck? Why doesn't good luck favor me? Hufu took a few deep breaths and finally said, My lord, I do not mean for you to attack Crescent Moon City directly. That was originally yours, so it is only right that you take it back. Godfrey fell silent. Hufu continued, saying that Changlu City was recruiting various talents, and they could send people in to infiltrate and secretly discipline the people, making them remember the Lord's kindness. Godfrey listened with some unease. My kindness? I have nothing to do with them, but exploit them. Hufu was silent for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, You gave them a place to live, gave them the opportunity to pay taxes, and prevented them from becoming bandits. This is already an immense kindness. Godfrey suddenly realized what was going on, and a smile returned to his face. Hufu said that as long as the men sent were clever enough, it would be easy to get the city back into Godfrey's hands. Godfrey sat up straight and asked with a smile, Do you have a suitable candidate? Hufu bowed slightly and replied in a low voice, I have a student who can take on this important task. New gameplay mode Cats and Birds is now available. An uninvited guest has infiltrated your city. Find her on the map and find her. Changlu immediately perked up. Finding someone on a map of the entire city wasn't easy, but luckily he had the city's intelligence network, and the residents quickly sent him information. The new blacksmith said there was a strange man who wanted to be his apprentice, but the guy's arms were so thin they weren't even as thick as the hammer handle, so he dared not take him on. The fisherman said that a little girl wanted to go out to sea on the boat, but she didn't look like someone who had ever touched a fishing boat before, so the fisherman didn't dare to say much. The labor foreman said that the woman wanted to come and dig the soil with him, but she was wearing a long skirt or robe, and it was clear that she was not someone who could endure such hardship. The little beggar on the roadside provided a crucial clue, saying that she had beautiful handwriting but kept asking strange questions, such as where the potatoes in their hands came from. As for the skinny stray dog, it just barked at him for a while. Changlu couldn't understand it at all, so he could only pretend it hadn't said anything. In summary, the intruder was a slender girl, dressed in a long skirt or robe, and was unusually attentive to every detail of Changlu City. Even if the other party was a frail girl, Changlu wouldn't show any mercy. This city, which he had managed to save with great difficulty and which was named after him, would not be allowed to be destroyed by anyone. A few minutes later, he finally locked onto his target, and as soon as he clicked, a CG animation popped up on the screen. Changlu leaned back in his chair, thinking to himself that as expected of a 6-star character, the treatment was indeed different, and then he comfortably started watching. In a dark corner of Changlu City, cockroaches crawled across the corner of the wall, rats scurried into the darkness, and sewage dripped continuously from the eaves. A few little beggars huddled against the wall, munching on potatoes. Just then, the sound of heels clicking through the puddles filled the air. A person wearing a black cloak walked out from the depths of the alley. The little beggars were both curious and afraid, and quickly shrank back against the wall. Immediately afterwards, a female voice full of righteous indignation rang out. As she walked, she reviewed the intelligence she had gathered that day. The blacksmith hired to forge farm tools might also be secretly forging dangerous knives. The high heels beneath the black robe landed heavily on the ground, splashing up a spray of dirty water. The tax exemption and encouragement for fishermen to go to sea are probably just a smokescreen. The local authorities may be using this method to attract bandits and refugees who have lost their fishing boats. She stood straight and behaved properly, clearly having received an upper-class education in etiquette, but the things she said became increasingly outrageous. And then there are the exploited laborers who do heavy work every day but don't get the wages they deserve. Only a few shriveled potatoes and a spoonful of meat soup in return. I understand now. This is a heartless city. She approached step by step, and her face slowly emerged from beneath the black cloak. It was a pale yet resolute face, with dark eyes as deep as the earth, or like two plump black grapes. At this moment, those beautiful eyes burned with fierce anger. How could a little beggar on the street be able to eat clean potatoes, and they were even free food distributed by the church? How could nobles have such kindness? A conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy here. They might have drugged the potatoes, and once the children are unconscious, they'll be dragged into an endless vortex by dirty hands reaching out from the darkness. She became more and more agitated as she spoke, and then turned her suspicions to the dogs in the city. This city has been besieged for so long. How come the dogs haven't been eaten yet? This is a hoax. There's definitely a suspicion of this being a hoax. After saying that, she suddenly opened her cloak, revealing her stunning figure, and announced it with great momentum. In short, something's wrong with this city. My teacher was right to send me here. The righteous Melina has arrived. I will expose all the conspiracies and let the holy light shine upon this place once more. Chang Li's lips twitched slightly after reading it. There were just too many things to complain about in this girl, and he didn't know where to begin. But when his gaze fell upon what lay beneath the cloak, he froze. A glossy black leather jacket clung to a slender yet alluring figure, paired with black stockings. The image resembled that of a character from a certain adult video game. Who would be a righteous investigator investigating a conspiracy dressed like this under a black cloak? Chang Lu rubbed his nose, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This character's design really understands the players. However, Melina's character, with her extreme Chinibu, delusional tendencies and overflowing sense of justice, is indeed quite interesting. More importantly, she's a free gift. That's right, it was mainly given away for free, and has nothing to do with anything else. Then, the system popped up an introduction to the gameplay of cat and bird. Consuming one Melina badge allows you to play a game of cat and bird. Different options will appear during the game, and the system will predict the subsequent developments after the player makes a choice. The game has multiple endings. Achieving a positive ending will grant you order points, while achieving a negative ending will increase chaos points. During the event, the order value must always be higher than the chaos value. Otherwise, the game may veer off in an unpredictable and wrong direction. Furthermore, the system specifically reminds users that each cat and bird game is a real calculation. Chang Lu starts with 5 Melina badges, and gains 1 badge for each new ending unlocked. 1 badge is also replenished each day that passes in the Decasimbi continent. The next sentence made Chang Li's expression freeze. Melina's current favorability rating towards you is -100. If he completes the game with a lawful ending, he will obtain the 6-star Invoker Melina, and his initial affinity will be restored to 0. However, Melina is a special character. She won't be rerun, won't be included in the gacha pool, and cannot be purchased. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get her again. Here we go again. He's doing this again. Chang Lu wished he could reach into the screen, grab the planner by the collar, and give him a good beating. Others are pushing people to spend money, and you guys are pushing people to grind. Huh? Special characters, limited time events. Isn't this just pure torture? Despite his harsh words, his curiosity had been completely piqued. This is a roguelike game, so I have to give it a serious try. But what exactly does the system mean by deduction? Could it be that this is actually a game developed through big data simulation? The discovery that it was a roguelike game, and even incorporated simulator-based roguelike gameplay, gave Chang Lu goosebumps. In the realm of second-generation games, roguelike gameplay is nothing new. From integrated strategy games to simulated universes and various time-limited gameplay modes, many titles have already experimented with it. He had only ever seen life simulator-like deduction mechanisms crammed into roguelike games before, mostly in novels and web-based minigames. This game with its garbled text is absolutely outrageous. The art team is already outdoing the marketing team, and the tech team is practically climbing over their heads to get ahead. The reason is simple. What serious game has been running for so long, without even an official name? Chang Lu is genuinely worried that the development team might shut down and run away one day with this attitude of not caring about making money at all. He rubbed his eyes, and suddenly the pizza that had just been delivered didn't taste appetizing anymore. Should he go for a game? He checked the time. It wasn't too late yet. The quests in the city haven't refreshed yet, and the main storyline has also stalled, clearly entering the typical downtime period common in second-generation games. Chang Lu stroked his chin, stuffed a slice of potato pizza into his mouth, and as the soft and rich texture spread in his mouth, his hand had already tapped the interface of cats and birds. Fuck it, let's open one. The screen unfolds, and the system reveals the identity used in this simulation. Melina Jeffries has been sent here by her teacher, Hugh, to reclaim the occupied city for the benevolent Lord Godfrey Allen. She didn't forget the other tasks her teacher had assigned, but looking at the dilapidated and desolate Changlu city before her, the first thing that came to mind was sympathy. Melina had been studying with her teacher for a long time and might not be familiar with every change in Crescent Moon City, but she knew that even if the city was not prosperous before, at least everyone could still have enough to eat. Now, the residents can barely survive on potatoes and rotten fish and shrimp. The system has identified the culprit as the evil Saintess Lunette White, who stole Alan's authority and worshipped an evil new god. Changlu was immediately displeased. Calling him an evil god was one thing, but to dare portray the gentle, kind, strong, brave, confident, and generous young nun as an evil saint? This is utter nonsense. Who dares to define her like that? And who is her teacher? Let's bring her out and see. Next, the system asked Melina to find an identity to blend into the original inhabitants of Changlu City, and gave her 4 paths: fisherman, blacksmith, beggar, and clerk. Changlu quickly began to analyze. Melina's high attributes are intelligence, social skills, and strategy, making her clearly more suitable for clerical work. Fishermen and blacksmiths can be directly ruled out. The beggar route can indeed gather information about the underworld, but the deeper one gets involved with pickpockets and beggars, the more likely one is to end up on the evil side. Roguelikes can certainly try the evil ending, but the completion condition requires the lawful ending to outweigh the evil ending, so it's better to play it safe this time. So he chose the clerical job. After the scene changed, Melina took off her black robe and leather jacket and put on an elegant long robe. Changlu wanted to say something like, kind of cute, but he coughed back the words before he could finish. After Melina became a clerk, she quickly became friends with Miss Dickinson and learned a lot about the truth of Changlu City from her, increasing her lawfulness value by 1. She then caught Avis's attention. Her writing was neat and concise, and she was promoted a month later. She joined the church to handle housing affairs in the city, and at the same time, she used this identity to secretly search for the treasure her teacher had lost. Avis noticed her again. 2 months later, Melina's documents were even seen by the saint herself, so she was promoted again, but her salary still didn't increase. Miss Dickinson explained that the church was currently very poor, which Melina understood. She could indeed see that the church's poverty was quite real, thus gaining another piece of the city's truth and increasing her law value by 1. But when the system popped up the message, "You've caught Avis's attention," for the 3rd time, it was followed by 3 huge exclamation marks. Changlu stared at the screen, his intuition telling him that something bad was about to happen. 3 months later, Melina found her teacher's former residence and discovered her lost items in the underpass. Just as she was about to leave, Knight Avis walked in from outside and asked her directly what she was doing there, since this used to be the residence of officials' wives. The system prompted Melina that she certainly knew, but should she tell the truth? The knight in front of her seemed easy to fool. Changlu rubbed his forehead. Was the production team implying that the bird knight's intelligence attribute was only 1? Their chubby white bird knight clearly had high combat power. Her agility is ridiculously high. She can leap from horseback and do a 720-degree spin in midair. But the narrator seems to be adding insult to injury, revealing that her intelligence is indeed only 1. Okay, that's enough. The system presents a choice. Tell the truth, but you might lose the teacher's belongings. Try to deceive them by relying on your social skills, or beg for mercy by acting cute. Changlu thought about it and realized that acting cute might not be useless, but he was still more concerned about the hidden mission behind the teacher's belongings. If we hand it over directly, this side story will probably be cut off. Keeping it under wraps might be the safest option. He ultimately chose the second option, to lie. Avis actually believed him. Changlu immediately exclaimed in admiration. This is the power of intelligence alone. But the next second, Avis demanded a search of Melina. Melina had nowhere to hide, and the teacher's belongings were immediately found. She thus violated the laws of Changlu City, her crime being the possession of an item that could summon an evil god. Avis was both the discoverer and the executioner. Before Melina could carry the goods out of the city, the knight pierced her heart with his sword. The system immediately displayed a notification. You are dead. This round of the game is over. Changlu was completely dumbfounded. After a long silence, he finally managed to utter only one sentence. I can't take a single bite, I really can't take even a little bit. Game completion. Order score +2. Unlocked ending 16. Too late to say sorry. Melina badge +1. 3 new intelligence reports have been added to Changlu City and added to the intelligence log. The assessment is, your short life seems to have yielded no outstanding contributions. Changlu stroked his chin, wondering if he had chosen the wrong option, or if the simulator would run according to each person's personality, thus always resulting in uncontrollable variables. But for a seasoned player who is good at roguelike gameplay, ending the first game hastily is not a failure at all, it's just a warm-up. Without a walkthrough, keep trying, eliminating wrong options, until you find the route that truly advances the story. Changlu was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he became interested in the details shown in the first round, especially the item that the little bird knight had found. The direct cause of Miss Leatherpants' death was actually the so-called evil god summoned object. It's astonishing that such a small city like Changul is hiding something like this. It seems we must dig deeper into it. Thankfully, the novel is already finished, otherwise I wouldn't have time to play games today. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. After saying that, Changlu inserted another Melina badge and started the game again. In a secluded corner of Changlu City, several young beggars surrounded Melina, who had fainted on the ground, and whispered among themselves. Some people said she seemed to have fainted, while others wanted to find the church pastor, but were afraid of those high and mighty church officials. Finally, one child mustered up the courage to say that therapists nowadays don't swear at people casually, and that they had indeed encountered an emergency. But just as they hesitated, Melina, who was lying on the ground, suddenly gasped. Heh! The children scattered in fright, and it took several minutes before Melina slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the clear sky for a while, then suddenly sat up abruptly and frantically touched her chest. No, there's nothing. In her memory, the knight's longsword had clearly pierced her chest, leaving a bloody hole, but now she was completely unharmed, not even a scratch. Could her impressive figure really withstand the attack of a third-tier knight? Melina thought about it carefully, then her eyes lit up. This leather coat she was wearing, which she had casually bought from the Elven Witch, could it be some kind of top-quality armor left behind by the Elven Queen? The kind that's invulnerable to swords and spears? She immediately picked up a sharp piece of gravel and excitedly slashed it across her leather jacket. The next second, the leather jacket ripped open. She was just overthinking things. All that talk about top-tier armor was just wishful thinking. Melina sighed, found a rock to sit on, and once her feet were off the ground, her mind finally cleared up. She began to recall what had happened to her. I only remember that I was trying to find a way to infiltrate Changlu City and expose the conspiracy hidden in the city, and then I inexplicably lost consciousness. She frowned and muttered to herself, what else is hidden in this city? Just then, a solemn yet youthful male voice resounded directly in her heart. That's the trajectory of your life. The voice was calm, yet it resonated in her soul like a resounding bell. Melina realized the other person's identity almost without thinking. God. These are the words of God. She began to tremble uncontrollably. The continent of Dekashambi was the dwelling place of the gods, and almost everyone believed in them. Melina was certainly one of them. She always followed her teacher Hufu, believing in Segudos, the guardian who feeds on secrets and wisdom, drinks blood and fortune, and resides in the land of chaos, the budding monarch. Although the god's name was strange, in her eyes, Segudos was very kind. From childhood to adulthood, her teachers helped her pray to God 4 times for divine blessings. Each time, her mind became clearer, she learned faster, and she became smarter. Hufu would look at her like a loving father and say, "My child, no, you are a child of God, and you are about to shoulder a great responsibility." Melina once thought that her important task was to defeat the evil Saintess Lunette and reclaim Crescent Moon City. But what about the evil god-summoning creatures mentioned in my memory? Why is the item the teacher asked her to retrieve called an artifact summoned by an evil god? There must be something fishy going on here. Perhaps it was Changlu, the city of Changlu, who was known as the evil god, who laid a trap beforehand. The voice in my heart rang out again. In that case, child, how about a plate of cats and birds? Melina felt a gaze upon her. That was the gaze of God. She had felt that expectant gaze when she prayed to the budding monarch, as if anticipating her growth. But now the god's gaze was indifferent, showing only a hint of interest, as if he really just wanted to play a game with her. Melina mustered her courage and asked, "What is that?" God answered, "It is the ever-changing trajectory of your destiny." Is this really going to happen to me? God does not lie. Melina opened her mouth, But her usual cleverness and wit were completely useless at this moment. She remained silent for a moment, and finally could only reply dryly. Okay. Your name is Melina Jeffries. You have been entrusted by your teacher, Hugh, to come here and reclaim this occupied city for the benevolent Lord Godfrey Allen. At the same time, you have also accepted an important task, to retrieve your teacher's belongings from the private residence of Lady Janelle, Godfrey's most favored concubine. Fu and Mrs. Jenny were close friends in faith, so Melina was unwilling to speculate too much about whether there was any inappropriate personal relationship between them. You gaze upon this abandoned city, only to discover many unexpected details. Laborers stood atop the wall, repairing it with stones and an adhesive prepared by the church. Women made food that, while not delicious, was filling and sold for only 3 to 5 copper coins. The wagons carrying grain arrived from outside the city, but instead of delivering the grain directly to the church warehouses, they piled it up in the streets for the common people to buy themselves. This city is unlike any other you've ever been to. You stand on the street and overhear a bricklayer say that he wants to sculpt a statue of the saint to commemorate her sacrifices for the city. All of this contradicts what the nobles who fled Crescent Moon City said. You begin to have doubts. Order value +2. But before that, you decide to complete the task your teacher assigned you. This time, they're actually going straight for the route of summoning evil gods. Changlu sat up with great interest, grabbed her phone, and leaned back on the bed, since it was too cold down there. He originally thought that although the game had added simulation calculations, it was still a regular roguelike game in essence. Once a game ended, the next game would start again from the same point. But as soon as this round began, he noticed the difference. Is this a re-simulation and recalculation? But what exactly caused the change? Changla couldn't understand it, but he didn't care. The important thing was that he finally didn't have to choose the same answer every time. Cats and Birds are like a series of brand new puzzle games, so rich in content that he dared not even think about how much memory this lousy game actually took up. Having decided to investigate the evil god's summoned artifact, he immediately manipulated Melina and rushed to Mrs. Jenny's old house. The house had been completely looted, but some books and letters remained, suggesting that it might contain secrets. The option is, you don't have a penchant for spying on other people's privacy. Chang Lu roared silently on the spot. He does have them. He can't see them in real life, but can't he at least see other people's letters in the game? However, Melina still went to the basement and retrieved the box. The box had an old seal on it, clearly not left by the teacher. As she left the old house, the system suddenly prompted her. This time, no one will stop you. Chang Lu frowned immediately. Last time Melina left, she was clearly stopped by the little bird knight and even stabbed to death. Since the game is already restarted, why does it say this time? Doesn't that mean not all processes were reset? This might explain why the simulation results for this round differed from those for the first round. Next, the system asked Melina to decide whether to notify her teacher, meet up in Crescent Moon City, meet up in Golden Valley City, continue to infiltrate Crescent Moon City, or take the box to Maple Leaf City. Chang Lu immediately ruled out Crescent Moon City. That city had been painstakingly repaired, and the box looked like a huge bomb. It absolutely couldn't be buried there. Golden Valley City is too close, and could also be affected. As for leaving Crescent Moon City with the evil god's summoned artifact, that would be extremely risky. After weighing his options, he chose the fourth option and immediately took the box to Maple Leaf City. Melina met her teacher that very day. The teacher took the box and kindly told her that God would remember her merit. She intended to return to Crescent Moon City, but her teacher kept her at the manor. 3 days later, she met Lady Janelle. Lady Janelle is pregnant, though not yet showing. Melina is happy for her. After all, Lord Godfrey hasn't favored her in a long time. As for whose child it was, she didn't want to delve into it. That day, while washing her hair, Melina felt a long bulge on the top of her head. 5 days later, Godfrey flew into a rage and ordered the execution of Mrs. Jean and her lover. Melina didn't know how he discovered it, because the bump on the top of her head had turned into a crack. The confusion level increased by 10 points. Changla didn't bother analyzing the numbers, because Mrs. Jenny in the accompanying picture had become extremely terrifying. Only 5 days had passed, but her belly was already swollen, her face had an abnormal flush, and her abdomen was frighteningly large. A normal pregnancy could never turn into this in just 5 days. Chang Lu immediately guessed that the evil god's summoned object had probably already been placed inside her belly. Melina's condition completely spiraled out of control. In the footage, she was indeed cracked open, with a fissure extending downwards from the top of her head. Chang Lu couldn't help but wonder if his 6-star card would split into 2 3-star cards. Not long after, Godfrey died in the manor's cowshed in a bizarre manner. He had died from suckling a cow's udder, and no one knew what had happened. Melina had a splitting headache, and her teacher kept her in the basement to take care of her. Her limbs gradually became stiff, and she could only be fed by servants. The servants looked at her with growing fear. Melina didn't understand what was happening. She only knew she was dying. But the teacher told her that Mrs. Janet was about to give birth. Then she calmly said that it was her turn to appear. When Hu Fu led Melina out of the basement, the servants at the entrance were sleeping. Chang Lu felt a chill run down his spine. Mrs. Jenny was due to give birth on the 15th day of her pregnancy, and the servant was definitely not asleep. Her face was filled with terror. She had already died at the entrance. Melina wasn't taken out of the basement, but rather taken out. In the new CG, she is completely split open from head to abdomen, with her limbs fixed to her sides, and her whole body turns into a human-shaped pair of scissors. Hu Fu took her, cut open Mrs. Jenny's swollen belly, and removed the real evil god along with the placenta. Then, he used the human-shaped pair of scissors to cut the umbilical cord, welcoming the arrival of the evil god. Melina is dead. This round of the game is over. The screen in front of me is playing the game's conclusion cutscene. Maple Leaf City has been completely reduced to a city of apocalypse. All the residents have gone mad. Men lie prostrate on the ground with their bellies sticking out, while women tear at their own bodies, throwing blood and organs into the sky. Chang Lu saw Mrs. Jenny give birth to something that could no longer be called a human. It was more like a newly born monster. The so-called sprout was just an embryo waiting to develop, yet it had already taken control of the entire Maple Leaf City, and might even be influencing the thoughts of all living beings further away. The bizarre and absurd have swallowed the city, and in this world, there is no longer a Miss Leatherpants. In the corner, there was only a pair of scissors, a gold-quality pair of scissors specifically used to cut the umbilical cord. Chang Lu leaned against the bed, feeling a chill run through his body. The cold seemed to seep into his body through the gaps in the blankets, making him shiver involuntarily. That CG was so realistic, that it made him feel physically nauseous. The crazed Mrs. Janet, her horribly swollen belly, and the monster struggling inside, it all looked real. Fortunately, it's just a game. He touched his arm, suppressing the discomfort, and clicked on the settlement page. Game results for this round. Evil value, +20. Unlock ending 8. Jinxiu, my head hurts so much. Melina badge, +1. 7 intelligence items about Chang Lu City have been unlocked and added to the intelligence log. Evaluation. Your choice made you the direct perpetrator of Maple Leaf City's destruction. After destroying a city, you can boast in hell that you killed more than 99% of the most notorious outlaws. Honest and kind Miss Melina, please allow me to offer my sincerest respect. Chang Lu remained silent for a while. The sarcasm was truly undisguised. However, in that calculation just now, Chang Lu City should be considered to have escaped a calamity. But if he had kept that outcome, he would have lost a 6-star character. In the early stages of the game, 6-star characters are rare and valuable, making this trade-off too high. One calculation added 20 points of evil value. It seems we should avoid this evil route in the future. As for Miss Leatherpants, she must continue exploring Chang Lu City while maintaining her innocence, and try to solve the problem of the evil god's summoned creatures. Chang Lu touched his chin and noticed that stubble had sprouted. Since he wasn't going out, it didn't matter if he didn't shave for the time being. On the other side, Melina suddenly jumped up from the ground, panting heavily, and immediately raised her hand to touch her head. Thankfully, she didn't become that pair of scissors. She didn't become the scissors used to cut the umbilical cord. But what were those images just now? The fanatical and bizarre teacher, the ferocious and terrifying Mrs. Janelle, and Lord Godfrey suffocating to death with his face pressed against a cow's udder. And there was that thing curled up inside her womb, writhing and struggling frantically, trying to tear open the inner walls. That was the God she had always believed in. Was all of this a deception set up by the God of eternal joy, or some other, more terrifying truth? Melina dared not think any further. God does not lie. The words echoed repeatedly in her mind. Why would a high and mighty deity fabricate such an absurd lie, specifically to deceive someone as insignificant as her? Could it be because of her figure? Melina immediately dismissed the thought. She was a goddess, not some lustful devil. Since God does not lie, the source of the lie must be elsewhere. Cold sweat streamed down her body. She staggered and leaned against the half-collapsed wall, remaining silent for a long time. The gaze of that unknown God still lingered on her. The gaze was undemanding, as if it genuinely just wanted to play a game with her. Melina knew this was a disaster, but within the disaster lay opportunities to solve the problem. But just as she realized this, God's gaze suddenly vanished. Was he disappointed in her performance? She didn't know. In fact, God didn't disappoint anyone. Chang Lu was just busy cleaning up the mountain of daily and weekly game updates piling up on his phone. This is really killing me. He had never realized before that he played so many games every day. But compared to the garbled games, these games suddenly seemed rather dull. While clearing up the ZZZ storyline, Chang Lu wondered what the little nun was doing right now. She was probably still praying, or dealing with the daily internal affairs that kept popping up in Changla City. Those city affairs always make Lunette cringe with embarrassment. It seems she needs to find someone to share these tasks as soon as possible. While clearing out the Tide Tower, Chang Lu thought of the Little Bird Knight again. Unable to persuade the little nun to spend a fortune to hold a fighting tournament, she took advantage of the absence of missions and traveled to other cities via the teleportation array. In the end, she earned back a few worthless bronze statues of victors for Changlu City, along with some gold coins. Lunette began to wonder, if all that was needed to give the winner was a bronze statue, then where did all the huge sum of money allocated by the organizers go? The young nun couldn't understand it, and cold sweat began to break out on her forehead again. Changlu quickly pulled herself together. She couldn't think about it anymore. After finally clearing all his daily tasks, he reopened the garbled game, leaned back on the bed, and let out a long sigh. How can a game be so addictive? Compared to it, all the other games I play seem tasteless. The moment the icon was clicked, almost without any loading time, a figure popped up. Changla thought the game had finally added a startup screen, or was preparing to add a few in-game purchases and gacha pools. The result was that Miss Leatherpants appeared on the main screen. She enthusiastically filled the entire frame, extending an invitation with her flawless face and stunning figure. Sir, how about a game of cats and birds? Changlu was speechless for a moment. The absurdity of this character was no less than that of an NPC who, after his wife has been kidnapped, excitedly invites the protagonist to play cards. Instead of immediately entering the cat and bird world, he switched to the main city area and skillfully clicked on the little nun's chibi avatar. Lunette tilted her head, and an expression popped up on her head, indicating that she was in a good mood. Chang Lu found the voice interaction button around her, pressed it, and spoke. Xiao. No, Lunette, it seems we're in big trouble. As the voice input was given, a series of 3 shocked images popped up above the little nun's head. Then she nodded her big head, as if she had understood something. The summoner Lunette can be used in the Cats and Birds game. Grant the title Lunette, and each time she appears in a game and has a positive effect, grant a +5 order bonus to that game. Changlu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out there was another way to play this game. Melina Jeffries was entrusted by her teacher, Hugh, to come to this city to reclaim it for Lord Godfrey Allen. At the same time, she also had a secret mission to escort the embryo of the budding monarch to Maple Leaf City. These two things conflicted with each other, causing her to feel confused for the first time, and her orderliness value increased by 1. The former Crescent Moon City has now been renamed Changla City. The craftsmen have just finished carving the new plaque and are preparing to hang it on the city gate. Melina entered the city, deciding to conceal her identity and blend into this seemingly unfamiliar yet prosperous city. She changed into tattered clothes and became a beggar. She even took off the leather coat she had bought from the elven witch and carefully hid it in a hole in the broken city wall. The homeless beggars quickly took her in, and one of them, nicknamed Big Head, was particularly fond of her. Upon hearing the name, Melina subconsciously touched her head to make sure that this time there were no more cracks appearing on her scalp. The two told her that the church distributes relief food every morning at 9 o'clock and evening at 6 o'clock. Usually, a potato plus a fried wild vegetable pancake is enough for a beggar to survive a day. Melina had rarely heard of such a thing, so she asked him, "Is the church always so kind?" Big Head, however, said that the Holy Maiden had always been very kind, but as for the church itself, that was another matter. Melina continued to probe, saying that she had heard that the Saintess had seized the city from Godfrey. Big Head glanced at her and corrected her. "It's not that she's taken over, it's that the Holy Maiden picked up this city." Melina vaguely understood something, but she needed to see more to confirm what had truly happened in the city. She received a relief food once. The priest who distributed the food seemed impatient, but his attitude was still acceptable. The priest stared at her and said that the relief food would only last for 3 days at most, and that someone like her should find another way to support herself. This statement stirred up memories of the past that Melina didn't want to recall. Someone else had said the same thing to her before. 2 days later, she was sold to a slave owner, and 3 days later, she was sold to her teacher, Hu Fu. The person who sold her was her biological father. But this time, she was not sold to anyone. She signed a contract to become a church employee, responsible for assisting in the distribution of relief food. As a believer of the monarch in the bud, she thus began to come into contact with the doctrines of the Changlu Church. The teachings of this newly born deity are extremely simple, consisting of only 10 words: help them, and equality for all beings. This statement gave Melina a new understanding of interpersonal relationships, and her orderliness value increased by 10 points. Changlu finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Miss Leatherpants' attitude towards Changlu City was clearly slowly changing. When the time for prayer arrived, Melina should have chosen to pray to the god of lasting joy, the sovereign of budding life, or herself. But then a new option emerged. Before praying, perhaps she should go and see the saint. Changlu made his choice without hesitation. In his experience, options that required certain conditions to unlock were often the ones that led to the real plot. Melina was filled with fear and unease, and those thoughts that shouldn't have appeared kept sprouting up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. She remembered the girl who had committed a transgression, so she went to visit Saint Lunette. Lunette personally received her. After the saint appeared, Melina's wavering heart gradually calmed down. The effect of the invoker Lunette is triggered, increasing lawfulness by 5 points. The two talked for 3 hours straight. Melina was in a good mood and came to a simple conclusion: Lunette was a good person. Their friendship was beginning to take shape, and Melina began to seriously examine Changlu City, wanting to find out what had happened there not long ago. She pieced together parts of the truth from the mouths of the elderly, soldiers, and priests, and even stray dogs on the street gave her some clues. For each piece of truth she obtains, her lawfulness level increases by 5 points. After that, Melina and Lunette met frequently. Lunette explained the doctrines of the Church of Eternal Joy to her, while Melina taught Lunette how to manage a city. Melina offered many constructive suggestions, which boosted the prosperity of Changlu City, and she and Lunette officially became friends. Changlu was secretly amazed. Miss Leatherpants' social skills were truly outrageous. She could befriend beggars, become friends with Miss Dickinson, have normal conversations with Avis, and quickly become close to the little nun. Even when walking down the street, she can chat with stray dogs on the roadside. This social talent, coupled with her gradually emerging urban management abilities, made Changlu increasingly envious. 3 months later, thanks to the efforts of Melina, Lunette, church members, and the people of the city, Changlu City prospered again. This place became the destination for many caravans and an important point of departure for them. Just then, Teacher Hu Fu sent the 13th letter urging him to hurry up, with each letter being more stern than the last. Melina knew that time could not be delayed any longer. The current prosperity is not an illusion, but darkness lurks beneath it. If this prosperity is to continue, someone must pay the price. Melina removed the embryo of the budding monarch. She left Changlu City and the 13 Islands Federation, venturing alone into the serene ice field. The temperature there is below -60 degrees Celsius year-round, which is completely unsuitable for the development of most embryos. She found a cave sealed off by ice and snow and drew the spirit-locking formation she had learned from Hu Fu around it. After the formation was completed, she became a dud with no mana left. Then, she cut her wrists and poured her blood, blessed by the monarch of sprouting life, onto the embryo. This really works. The budding monarch, awaiting his arrival, will be trapped in the boundless ice plains for a long time, only able to survive by devouring the corpse of a woman with no magic power. Melina is dead. This round of the game is over. From a settlement perspective, this doesn't seem like a bad ending, but looking at the actual result, it has nothing to do with a satisfactory outcome. The evil god was not completely killed. Miss Leatherpants sacrificed her life. The black wizard who planned to welcome the evil god's arrival was unharmed, and Changlu City was plunged into unpredictable turmoil. Changlu was extremely dissatisfied with this ending, especially when he thought about how his 6-star card had died alone on the glacier, which made him feel even more upset. That's a 6-star card, and a character with maxed out functionality. How many of those are there in a game? This terrible ending has to be scrapped and started over. He didn't believe that an evil god who hadn't even been born yet could have much power. He had plenty of time during the 3-day New Year's holiday. and he was determined to stick with this stupid game until the very end. The 5th round ended, and the results displayed. Lawfulness plus 20, evil plus 50. Unlock ending 19. There are so many people in this world. Melina's badge plus 1. The assessment was even more outrageous. Changlu became the new vessel for the evil god, detonating itself in Changlu City. Evil vanished, and the entire city was reduced to dust. The people there had experienced pain and suffering, and had also enjoyed rare happiness, but in the end, he erased it all with his own hands. Changlu stared at the screen in silence for a long time. How could even his hometown be blown up? This ending is unforgivable. Let's try again. After the 10th round, the system only displayed one message. Order value plus 100. Unlock ending 7. Hey, come out. Melina badge plus 1. In this game, Melina becomes a renowned adventurer, as well as a notorious colonist and pirate and the captain of the Black Gull. She pioneered new routes, ventured into new worlds, and eventually discovered a massive whirlpool in the middle of the boundless ocean. She didn't know what was hidden at the other end of the vortex. Perhaps it was the mouth of a god, or perhaps it was his excretory organ. But this discovery intrigued her. Touching the wrinkles on her face, she suddenly realized that this might solve the problem that had plagued her for years. So she threw the box into the whirlpool, burying with it everything deep in her memory about Changlu City. But has the matter really been resolved? Perhaps on some clear day, when she stands on the deck gazing at the sea, she will still hear a clear sound coming from above. Hey, come out. Changlu pushed up his glasses and rubbed his eyes. He played well this game. Melina had a completely different life, but it still wasn't the answer he wanted. So they restarted. The 15th game, the 20th game. Time slipped away quietly with each failure and reset. He reluctantly put down his phone and let out a long sigh of relief only after it had completely darkened outside the window. Still didn't achieve a perfect ending. Undeterred, Changlu went online to search for roguelike strategies for the game, but he couldn't find any strategies or even any related posts. You can't exactly search for a garbled game with great graphics and awesome gameplay, right? All you'll find are browser game ads, like those ridiculously difficult legendary games or those that promise instant server power boosts, which only annoys him more. He even tried to find the customer service number in the game, but how could a game that doesn't even have an account login leave a customer service number? After searching for a long time without success, he cursed the game's marketing department 101 times in his mind. Then he picked up a trash bag, intending to throw away the trash before going to the cafeteria for lunch. For the 21st time, Melina woke up in the alley. She suppressed her surging emotions, raised her hand to rub her face, and felt only deep exhaustion. How many times has this happened? She's lost count. Through this game called Cat and Bird, she witnessed countless lives that were not originally hers. Can a girl sold to a slave owner by her own father become a pioneer of the new world? Can a witch who has been immersed in black magic since childhood stand under the banner of the God of eternal joy and preach the equality of all beings to believers in a bright and holy way? Can someone who is used as a vessel by an evil god and forcibly infused with power one day deliver a fatal blow to the one who brings them pain with their own blood? Melina stared blankly into the alley. Several beggar children were gathered together, picking up one stone and about to drop another. Your hand is only so big. If you want to gain something, you must give up something else. Even an uneducated beggar understands this principle. Melina had read so many books in Hufu study. How could she not understand? It wasn't that she didn't know, she just didn't want to accept it. She has witnessed her own wonderful and diverse life, the rise and fall of Changlu City, and the gradual growth of the Changlu Church. She had once held a high position, bringing life-saving rain to those exploited by Godfrey. Having witnessed the myriad possibilities of life, how could she be willing to give it all up? Melina remained silent for a long time, then covered her face, as if sighing or sobbing softly. Much later, she raised her head, her reddened eyes filled with unwavering determination. There's no need for a 21st time. She's made her decision regarding this game of cat and bird. If someone is destined to sacrifice, then it is better for one person to die than for an entire city to die. Even the righteous and courageous Melina felt fear, but she wouldn't back down. She stepped out of the alley, the sunlight shining directly overhead. Across the alley, a girl as white as a rose stood humbly and politely, her eyes crinkling as she looked at her. Rune White, the human closest to the god of bliss, and also the god of bliss's most loyal servant. In the course of her life, Melina and she had been friends, enemies, and also close comrades who could talk about anything. At that moment, Melina felt she should say goodbye to her. I want to take that thing away from here, she said, her voice strained. But you have to help me stop that little bird. This isn't a game anymore. I really don't want to get stabbed to death by her. In nearly 1/5 of the 20 rounds of the game, Melina died at the hands of the knight with a bird perched on his shoulder. That guy wouldn't listen to explanations at all, was extremely difficult to communicate with, and would draw his sword and attack as soon as he spotted an enemy. Melina was really afraid that as soon as she got the box, he would come out from the corner and stab her through the heart. Upon hearing this, Lunette simply smiled gently. Don't worry. Melina was about to say that since she could subdue the bird rider, she should act immediately. Lunette added, don't worry about the box. The saint's eyes sparkled, as if she held absolute faith in something. But Melina couldn't understand what she had believed in for the past 20 rounds. Lunette had her hands behind her back, her fingertips twirling a piece of emerald green twig rapidly. You know nothing about the power standing beside us. She chuckled softly. Don't worry, let's play another game with him. He has found the answer. Aren't you ready yet? Chang Lu poked his head in through the window and saw the owner taking out pre-made food packaging bags. He immediately closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. The boss awkwardly reminded him. Student, you can't stick your head in here. I didn't see it. You can't stretch your arm out, whether you see it or not. Chang Lu clicked his tongue, turned his head away, and stared at the owner through the cafeteria partition. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, Where do you get these pre-made dishes from? I am not a pre-cooked meal. I saw the packaging. On top all. Thank goodness it wasn't PDD. The shop owner muttered to himself. They should all be from the same store. Chang Lu stared at him for a few more seconds, then put his hands on his trouser seams as if he were in his pockets, whistled, and turned to leave. The boss panicked. Young man, you can't tell anyone. Chang Lu quickened his pace. He would never eat at this braised chicken rice restaurant again. He had eaten there 25 times last semester, and the owner didn't even bother to hide when taking out the vegetables. It was heartbreaking. He moved to another stall, where the owner was still packing up. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, and most students had gone home for the holiday, so the shops that stayed on campus were opening later than usual. As I waited, my phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. A garbled game popped up with a message. Sir, would you like another round of the thrilling cat and bird game? Chang Lu stared at the screen, his face full of disdain. A stupid game. Who was it trying to tempt? Was he someone who would be so easily seduced? The game started the next second. Your name is Melina Jeffries. You were born in a small fishing village near the Blue Agate Sea. Your mother was a mediocre wandering priest, and your father was a gambler. After a medical accident, his mother was beaten to death by an angry patient's family member, and his father fled back to the fishing village. Without income and addicted to gambling, he quickly set his sights on Melina. Melina was sold to a slave owner for only 3 island silver coins. Because of her young age and outstanding appearance, the slave owner regarded her as a high-class commodity and always held out for a higher price. 10 months later, Hu Fu bought her for 1 gold coin. She became Hoover's student, learning witchcraft from him, and also worshipped the god, receiving 4 blessings from him. Years later, Hoover became Godfrey Allen's advisor and also had an affair with Godfrey's favorite concubine, Mrs. Janet. Hu Fu once praised Mrs. Jenny as a good prospect for motherhood, but Melina clearly remembered that this lady had never borne Godfrey any children. She read all the books in Hu Fu's study, enjoying those tales of heroic figures, both immature and courageous, and feeling pity for the poor and sympathy for the weak. Hu Fu, however, told her to just read them and not to think too deeply about them, as they were meaningless to her. She didn't understand the meaning of those words. More than 2 months after Huff left the territory with Godfrey, Melina received a mission to retrieve the summoning artifact of the evil god. With the help of Saint Lunette, she arrived at the former site of Lady Janelle. Lunette unearthed letters between Mrs. Jenny and Huff, who were having an affair, while Melina discovered a magic circle that hadn't been completely destroyed. She had seen this magic circle 4 times before. Lunette told her that this was a reincarnation array for evil spirits. The two then found a box in the basement, took it back to the Chang Lu church, and offered it to the god of Chang Lu. Chang Lu was stunned. How did this box end up in his hands halfway through playing? What can he do with it? On the screen, a box was shaking violently. Just as Chang Lu was about to complain, the box slammed open, and something jumped out. Oh, it's a match 3 game. Chang Lu said with a long face. If you had just said it was a match 3 game, would I have been in such a panic? Amazing. In the game, Melina listened intently. The voice didn't sound human. It lacked the solemnity of a god. instead being sharp and somewhat endearing. Unbelievable, Lunette said with certainty. It was the adults who sealed that box. Melina, however, felt uneasy. In her countless reincarnations, she knew all too well that the birth of a nascent monarch was extremely difficult, requiring the fulfillment of numerous stringent conditions. Destroying a god who had already attained divinity was equally impossible. She tried many times, each time only to make a huge sacrifice to temporarily lull the monarch into a false sense of security. To truly kill him, perhaps he himself must do the work. Just then, Melina suddenly felt a splitting headache. Her temples throbbed wildly, as if something was about to burst out of her brain. She groaned and staggered to the ground. Lunette immediately helped her up. Where does it hurt? Unbelievable. My head hurts, but my chest and stomach hurt everywhere. Lunette instantly guessed the reason. The evil god was in pain. He was punishing his followers and crying out for help. Melina's body writhed in agony, like a folding chair being forcibly bent, as if something was violently thrashing inside her. The louder the cries, the more intense her pain. Lunette quickly calmed down. She was a third-tier blood purifier, and the emerald green branches at her fingertips spun and grew larger, transforming into a staff. Hold on. Force the pain to cool down. Pale blue ice crystals landed on Melina, the fastest and most powerful pain-relieving spell from the blood purification healer. Melina recovered slightly, lying prostrate on the ground, her shoulders trembling. The next moment, she suddenly vomited a large amount of black blood. The blood clot hit the ground, struggled, and instantly turned into smoke. Her face was whiter than a corpse. If Changlu were there, she would definitely yell, "My health bar is almost empty. Mommy, give me some milk." Lunette raised her staff, healing fountain. With her full power activated, it was no longer a spring, but a waterfall, a tide, a surging sea. Emerald green life force poured wildly into Melina's body. Lunette, who had been saved by the proverb, was finally able to call out those words to her new friend. No, you're not allowed to die. Divinity? For Changlu, this was a tonic, and a very potent one at that. The difficulty of the match, 3 puzzle game obviously increases with the strength of the opponent. The thing wriggling inside the embryo in front of us is probably much stronger than the will of the moon goddess, making the level considerably more difficult. Changlu sat there, fighting for over half an hour. Only when his health was almost half did he finally manage to win the game. You have defeated Seguto's L2. Gained Seguto's weak divinity 1. You have killed a god who was still in the womb. His resentment cannot harm you, and will dissipate with the wind. The nascent monarch and his followers' dreams have been shattered, and your covert adversaries have increased. Then, a series of rewards popped up: prayer charms, faith points, island coins, and 10 beginner upgrade material selection boxes. The system also indicated that the reputation of the god of eternal joy had attracted the attention of the 13 Islands Federation, and some forces had taken notice of him. It was necessary to continue to expand his influence and attract those merchants with ulterior motives. Finally, an option appeared on the screen. Should we consume weaker deities? Changlu breathed a sigh of relief. If he kept playing, he would really develop a psychological aversion to Candy Crush. A divine spark is clearly a valuable item. The fragment of the moon goddess had already propelled him from L1 to L2. This now more complete and weaker divine spark might just push his level up even further. He decisively chose to eat. You have had a hearty meal. The text on the screen seemed to be tinged with blood, as if revealing the cruelest rules of the continent of Dekasambi. Eat others, or be eaten. Become the victor at the dinner table, or become the fish on the chopping block. The god of eternal joy has been upgraded. Current level, L3. You can intervene in this world more extensively. You have reached the current map level cap. Excess experience will be converted into enhancement factors to improve your attributes. Your personal attributes have been slightly improved. Changlu continued reading. To unlock higher levels of deity, he needed to gain more believers, expand the scope of his mission, and establish a main church. All of these are included in the Faith Index. Only when the Faith Index reaches 1,000 points can a new level be unlocked. At the same time, he unlocked a new rank for supplicants. Some people remembered the name of the god of eternal joy, and the initial favorability of related factions fluctuated, allowing supplicants to finally advance to the 4th rank. Changlu carefully read the system instructions and quickly understood the situation. That budding god with such a long and convoluted name must be completely dead. The divine essence it dropped was equivalent to a huge experience book, which he swallowed whole, instantly leveling him up to the maximum level on the current map. However, the game is clearly not a true level cap. It's more like a strategy game where you need your faction to reach a certain strength before unlocking the next stage. To put it simply, it's a common level restriction. If players can level up indefinitely and overcome later levels simply by stat-based power spikes, what's the point of the game? Maintaining a level cap while continuously introducing increasingly difficult dungeons is the proper operational strategy. As for which factions remembered his name or how their favorability towards him changed, Chang Lu didn't care at all. If you have to be mindful of NPCs' moods when playing games, what's the point of playing games at all? In comparison, the real good news was that the supplicant could advance to the 4th rank. But when he opened the warehouse, he felt a little helpless. To advance from Tier 3 to Tier 4, you need 20 intermediate-level materials, but he only has a bunch of low-level selectable material boxes. He can't advance now. He'll have to wait until later. He glanced at his phone again and realized that he had actually completed all the endings for the cat and bird game. Game results for this round. Orderliness value plus 200. Unlock ending 1. Goodbye Segudos. Melina badge plus 1. 18 intelligence reports about Changlu's city have been unlocked and entered into the intelligence log. The system's evaluation was, he has found the right method. Now, let it be, and the children will have an even brighter future. Immediately afterwards, a new notification popped up. You have achieved all endings. The grind is at its peak. The supplicant Melina has joined the team. She does not consume development resources, has unique attributes, and can be placed in the administrator slot on the city management page. Melina proactively handles unimportant and repetitive events, and also offers her opinions when the city faces major decisions. Chang Lu can also set the weight of the card slot characters, allowing the supplicant to prioritize the execution of a certain person's decision when facing important matters. Is there even a need to think about it? Of course, he deserves to be the first 6-star character in the game, the first member to join his empty team, his mascot, the human white rose, little nun Lunette. The Invoker Lunette has been set as the highest-ranking character. The cat and bird gameplay has ended. You can review the unfolding events through the story rewind. It's finally over. Regardless of whether it's a long-term or short-term investment strategy, as long as it's something that interests him, Chang Lu will binge read it all, day and night. Finally, my liver can get a rest. Time to eat. A new barbecue rice bowl opened in the cafeteria of Qingzhou University last semester. It costs 9 yuan a serving, and the salad dressing is very generous, and there is also a lot of barbecue meat. It's like the prices of the last century. Chang Lu took off his glasses, sat in the empty cafeteria, and buried his head in his food, finishing the whole bowl. But after putting down the bowl, he touched his stomach and felt something was off. He looked up and asked the owner behind him, "Boss, did you give me too little food?" The young owner blushed immediately. "How could that be? We always give a full bowl. If I give less rice, I won't make much more money." That's absolutely true. Chang Lu used to come here often, and he could always eat until he was about 80 or 90% full. But this time, he was still somewhat unsatisfied. "Has your appetite increased recently?" He smiled awkwardly, didn't ask for more rice, cleaned up his bowl and chopsticks, and put them in the recycling cart before leaving the cafeteria. Today happened to be the bi-weekly restocking day. He bought 2 rolls of toilet paper, a tube of toothpaste, a bar of soap, and picked out a towel before going to pay. When making the payment, Chang Lu looked down to pull up the QR code on his phone and subconsciously reached up to push up his glasses. The result was that the push went unsuccessful. He was stunned for a moment, then touched his face for a long time before he suddenly realized what was happening. Ouch! I left my glasses in the cafeteria. This is terrible. Chang Lu started wearing glasses at a very young age due to the long-term influence of exam-oriented education, online novels, and various games. His prescription wasn't low, 500 degrees in his left eye and 650 degrees in his right, with 200 degrees of astigmatism in each eye. Glasses were practically a necessity for him. He hurriedly paid and ran to the cafeteria with his things. But as he was running, Chang Lu suddenly stopped. Wrong. How can his eyes see so clearly? Heavenly Bodhisattva. Can eyes be restored to youthful appearance? Chang Lu stood there, completely ignoring the stares of passing students, and started slapping his face. Could he have really gone crazy from playing video games? His eyes suddenly becoming so clear. Shouldn't that only happen in dreams? When Chang Lu first started earning money, he did consider getting LASIK surgery and even went to the best eye hospital in Qingzhou for a checkup. But the doctor told him that his corneas were not thick enough and he had astigmatism, so he couldn't have either regular femtosecond or semi-femtosecond LASIK. To restore vision, The only option is to have a custom-made biological lens from Switzerland surgically implanted into the eye, which would cost approximately 40,000 yuan. At that time, his books had just gained some fame, and he could save 10,000 yuan a month, which made him feel that he had reached the pinnacle of life. When they went to inquire about the surgery with that huge sum of money, they discovered it wasn't even a quarter of the cost. Later, when he actually made money, he didn't have time to work. The doctor said it was best not to touch electronic products for a month after the surgery, but he made a living by writing, and there was no way he could stop working. He gradually forgot about the incident. Who would have thought that today, his vision would be so clear that he could see a bird resting on a tall building in the distance. It was a spotted dove, with a ring of white spots around its neck, and it made a coo-coo-coo sound when it called. Good heavens, what on earth happened? Did he eat his glasses and get them in his eyes? Even if Chang Lu had a big heart, it wasn't big enough to ignore such a strange thing that defied common sense about biology. He squatted by the roadside, staring at the 2 packs of tissues, completely baffled as to why. Just as I was worrying, a familiar voice called out from behind. Look, this wasn't meant as mockery, but rather a term of endearment that Xiao Yaojia often used when he was close to someone. Chang Lu turned around and saw his boss, carrying a suitcase, standing by the roadside. He immediately asked, "What are you doing here? Even if you're going to take a dump, you should at least find a bush to hide in." "Get lost. Would I do something so immoral?" Just as Xiao Yaojia was about to retort, he suddenly stared at him, hesitated, and leaned closer. "Wait, you've changed a bit in the last few days?" Chang Li's eyes lit up. "You noticed it too? My glasses. Did you secretly go to the gym to work out with your buddies? You look much more muscular." Chang Li was taken aback. "You've gotten stronger?" Xiao Yaojia continued to guess. Could it be that he felt too sad spending New Year's Day alone? So he went to the gym and did a 3-day weightlifting workout. "Do I really need to pity you? What are you all pitying me for? I don't think I'm that pathetic." Xiao Yaojia awkwardly touched his nose and explained that he wasn't pitying him, but genuinely felt that he had become more robust, with a more defined jawline and nose, and looked much more energetic. Chang Li touched his face somewhat embarrassedly. "Really?" Xiao Yaojia clicked his tongue. "He's actually kind of handsome now, but you can't secretly roll it behind your buddies' backs." Chang Lu touched his face, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Who wouldn't want to be more attractive? Especially among the guys in the dorm. Hearing them say something like, "handsome," is more precious than gold or silver. He secretly rubbed his arm again, wondering to himself, could that pork knuckle meal really have a nourishing effect? But too many strange things have happened in the past few days, and he needs to think about it carefully. Meanwhile, Melina, the woman in leather pants, wakes up in the treatment room of the Chang Lu Church. This is a newly established church facility specifically for the care and treatment of soldiers and civilians who were injured or disabled in the recent war. Melina lay on the bed, her face pale, her head turned to the side. Next to her sat a robust woman, animatedly recounting her experiences to the other patients. Melina could only see those 2 thick lips opening and closing, but she couldn't hear a sound. It's a silencing barrier, Lunette's specialty. Melina knew her friend's thoughtfulness all too well. To be precise, it was through countless past games of cat and bird that she had developed an extraordinary understanding of Lunette. She weakly raised her hand and snapped her fingers, instantly shattering the silence barrier. The woman's boasting, the patient's agreement, the priest's scolding, the birdsong outside the window, and the breeze all rushed back into my ears. At that moment, Melina felt a real sense of returning to the human world. This was not a game of gods, nor was it one of those worlds woven from lies. She looked out the window and saw a group of patients with minor injuries chatting animatedly in the church space. The strong woman patted her chest and said, "The God of eternal joy is incredibly powerful. Some say that's his honorific name, while others guess it might be his real name." As they chatted, everyone felt that this extraterrestrial deity seemed rather kind and approachable. Some people joked with Aunt Xiao Lin, saying they had never heard her describe the moon goddess like that before. Aunt Xiao Lin immediately retorted that she had never seen the moon goddess, never heard her teachings, and never received her favors. So how could she know if the other party was kind and approachable? She also said that she had participated in a tough battle against the dark moon goddess, and that's when she lost her leg. Xiao Lin pointed to the empty space below her knees, but her tone remained anything but dejected. The rain of arrows was originally aimed at her head. She should have lost her life instead. But a gust of wind blew by the god of joy, blowing all the arrows and stones aside, and she was able to save her life. Some people are happy for her, while others are worried about how she will live with only one leg. Xiao Lin, however, straightened her back and said, I work for the church, so I always have food to eat. He said that everyone is equal, and disabled people are people too. Melina on the bed gave a bitter smile. The equality of all beings is indeed a doctrine of the Chang Lu Church. But how can such an evil dark wizard be counted among all living beings? She should be despised. The righteous and courageous Melina lowered her head. She had originally wanted to take over the city. She didn't deserve to stay here. She thought she should go and say goodbye to Lunette. What do you mean by this? When Lunette handed Melina the parchment scroll symbolizing the power of the city's administrators in the temporarily requisitioned council chamber, Melina panicked completely. She had just recovered from a serious illness, and her face was still pale. The naive and righteous look she had before was gone, leaving only exhaustion and helplessness. What is this? You. Melina blushed, turned around to make sure there was no one else in the hall besides Lunette and herself, and waved her hands anxiously. Take it back immediately. How can you let such an important thing be shown to a lackey of an evil god like me? Seeing her future colleagues scrambling around, Lunette, who had been feeling heavy-hearted, finally managed to smile. She brushed her long, pale blonde hair that had fallen in front of her eyes behind her ear, raised her eyes and asked, Miss Melina, in that case, have you heard of my bad reputation? Melina had certainly heard of it. Evil Saintess, disbeliever, these are the least of it. The families of the deceased moon goddess's punitive knights hurled the most vile insults at Lunette, wishing they could pin all the filth on this white rose. But she didn't want to say those words aloud. Lunette simply looked at her calmly. If people live for fame, I should have jumped off the city wall on the first day Changla City was besieged to prove my innocence. But people don't live for fame. At least I don't right now. She rubbed her temples, looking genuinely exhausted. As you can see, there are still many people who depend on this city to survive. Melina whispered, but to everyone else, I've only just arrived. And the only people who really know the truth about the cat and bird game are the two of us. Such a hasty decision. If others find out it was you who made it, it won't be a good thing for you. This is the Lord's decree. Lunette gently stroked her chest. Melina instinctively asked, which one is bigger? Her eyes widened suddenly, and she immediately realized what she meant, quickly correcting herself. Oh, this is a very serious decision. Lunette's lips curved slightly into a smile. Melina still couldn't understand why it had to be her. She clutched her head, her mind a jumble of confusion. There were plenty of people smarter than her. Her social skills weren't anything special either. As for reasons like her figure, she quickly suppressed that absurd thought. The goddess isn't some lustful demon, so how could she think she's that alluring? After a long silence, Melina lowered her head and whispered, I didn't mean to refuse. But there's still one thing I haven't settled. I am just an insignificant part of this city. After I finish that matter, I will offer my humble insights to Changlu and to this city. After saying that, she turned and walked out, only to bump into a solid metal wall. Melina covered her forehead, jumped back in fright, and then instinctively protected her chest. But that wasn't a wall at all. It was a little bird rider. The little bird rider looked at her strangely, completely baffled as to why this stranger was reacting this way, as if he had once pierced her heart with a sword. She could only sigh inwardly that there were indeed many strange people around Lord Changlo. On the other hand, Changlo also couldn't figure out the changes that had happened to him. He scrolled through social media for a long time, and could only explain his vision problem as pseudomyopia. But clearly, this was far from the only strange thing he had encountered. Changlo simply chose to ignore it. It can't be that the world is haunted, or that some heinous but kind-hearted criminal organization broke into his dorm while he was asleep, anesthetized him, dragged him to the hospital, and gave him a free nearsightedness correction surgery. This is even more outrageous than the fact that this garbled game in his hand actually turned him into a god. You agree, right? A game full of random characters? The game couldn't answer, but a notification popped up. The supplicant Melina wants to play one last round of the cat and bird game with you. Oh, is this going to explain the backstory? After playing the cat and bird game for 20 rounds, Changlu had gradually figured out the pattern. This game exposed him to the races, professions, and gods of another world, and slowly filled in the gaps in his understanding of that world. You have used up your remaining Melina badges. For some people, games are not necessarily fictional. A line of text appeared on the screen. It's not the usual dark gold distorted font, but the most common and even free ordinary font in everyday life. Chong Li's heart skipped a beat, but he wasn't really alarmed. simply assuming it was a special effect in the final round. Then, new text appeared one after another. Melina Jeffries was born in a small fishing village. Her initial talent potential was unremarkable. Later, to facilitate the birth of the evil god Sargudos, she was transformed into a genius no less capable than the little girl from the White family. You have left Changla City. Standing at the city gate, you see the gap in the wall where you hid your leather jacket during a previous round of the cat and bird game. Now, the breach has disappeared. New soil mixed with adhesive has firmly bound the stones together, making them impervious to cutting or chiseling. The holes in the city walls were quickly repaired, and the craters dug into the main roads inside the city were smoothed out. The city is rapidly absorbing new residents and regaining its vitality. All beings are equal. Melina pondered those words repeatedly, feeling both disbelief and a faint glimmer of hope. Hopefully, I hope so. She walked towards the city outskirts as the sun set, regaining her former confidence. But this time, the confidence on her face was no longer a false inflated belief, but a composure built on facts. She hoped that when she returned, the fish drying racks of the fishermen's houses outside the city would already be full of salted fish. But then she thought about it again and added softly, I hope she can come back. Changla thought to herself, she should be able to come back. Because in a corner where no one was watching, he had already placed a character into the action slot. Avis has joined the game. Melina traveled from Golden Valley City to Maple Leaf City via a teleportation array, which cost her a full 1 silver coin and 13 copper coins. The teleportation fee is expensive, and usually only mages and priests of major churches are willing to use it, since they have God's representatives on Earth to reimburse them. Ordinary people don't have this qualification. They can only rely on their own 2 legs to travel to neighboring cities to buy and sell goods, or pay taxes on time. Melina was neither rich nor could her current church afford her travel expenses, so she was extremely careful with every coin. When the staff returned her change, she picked out 3 badly worn coins and politely handed them back, saying, Please give me 3 more. The short goblin behind the counter rolled her eyes. Where are you from? Melina smiled and said, Mind your own business. Before the fairy could retort, she had already puffed out her chest, squeezed to the counter, and slammed the coin down heavily. Has Maple Leaf City become so poor that they're even cutting corners on a country bumpkin like me? Get your boss out here. Shut up, you country bumpkin. Who cares about your 3 copper coins? I cherish it, but I'm very poor. I can see that your leather jacket has holes in it. I'm very poor. The dwarf goblin was completely flustered by her, and could only grab 3 new copper coins from the money box and stuff them into her hand. Here, buy 2 pieces of black bread. That should last you a week. Melina accepted the money without a second thought, completely disregarding his attitude. She was originally a country bumpkin from a small fishing village, and fate had pushed her to where she was today. And she's right. She is indeed extremely poor. She's poor, her church is poor, and even the city she's about to take over is as poor as if it only has its underwear left. Therefore, all 3 copper coins are equally valuable. Upon returning to Maple Leaf City, Melina chose an inconspicuous time to visit Lord Godfrey's advisor, Mr. Hugh. The Hu Fu residence, which was once bustling with visitors, is now deserted. A servant with an honest-looking face opened the door. Melina looked at him and asked softly, Emin, where is the teacher? Emin's eyes widened, and just as he was about to call her name, Melina immediately raised her finger. Shill. Emin quickly covered his mouth, only managing to make muffled whimpering sounds. He wasn't very bright, but he was extremely loyal. He was bought from the slave market by Hu Fu, and he had always had a good relationship with Melina. Melina's dark eyes darkened. In countless games of cat and bird, when she became the exploited birthing machine, the one who stayed by her side to take care of her was always Emin. She closed the door, and the entire residence became eerily quiet. It seemed as if only her own heartbeat could be heard. She came today to seek the truth and to personally settle the matter. Emin whispered to her, The teacher is sick. Sick, Melina repeated. Emin nodded repeatedly. Shinke's carried him back. At the banquet, he suddenly collapsed and vomited a lot of black blood. He vomited black blood. That was exactly how the Saintess described herself at the time. It seems the teacher has also received the monarch's blessing. Why would someone like Hu Fu participate in welcoming an evil god if he didn't receive sufficient benefits? Perhaps he gained wealth and opportunities from it that Melina could never have imagined in her entire life. But she didn't care. All she wanted to know was the truth about herself. Where's Kamikaze? She continued to ask. Kamikaze was also Hu Fu's student, or rather, a slave Hu Fu bought. Compared to the stuttering and slow-witted Amen, Fu preferred to bring the young, handsome, and eloquent kamikaze among noble women. Sometimes, when kamikaze didn't return home all night, he would always bring Amen roast duck the next day. Melina once said sarcastically that it was because kamikaze had gone to be the roast duck himself that night. Amen didn't understand any of this. All he knew was that there was roast duck to eat. The relationships between slaves were inherently a mixture of competition, cooperation, hostility, and pity. Kamikaze is gone, Amen said. He said the teacher wouldn't survive, and he left that very night. He became increasingly agitated as he spoke. The teacher can't be alive. Impossible. The teacher can't be dead. Keep your voice down. Melina pulled him back. Who did he go with? He went with Mrs. Payne's fleet. I knew it. He really liked that person. Keep your voice down. Then why don't you leave? Melina rummaged through her pockets and pulled out a few silver coins and some copper coins. This amount of money wasn't small, but it was far from enough for a stuttering, slow-witted middle-aged woman to live out the rest of her life in peace. Amen whispered, I know where to go. And the teacher isn't dead yet. Melina looked at the money, then put it all back into her pocket. I'll go in and take a look. Pushing open the door, a stench assaulted the nostrils. Amen clearly wouldn't call a doctor, nor did he have the money. After Kamikaze leaves, he'll probably just stay here, eating the bread from the cupboard that hasn't gone moldy yet, day after day. Large blood clots were scattered in the courtyard, exactly the same as what Melina had vomited. The blood clots seemed to be alive, spreading outwards in twisting patterns until they dried up after losing their power. Dryness also affected Fu, who lay in bed. He was as sick as a corpse, yet his chest still rose and fell slightly. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes, his features still sharp. Oh, Melina, my beloved Melina, my daughter, my beautiful future. Fu's voice was hoarse, filled with barely suppressed urgency. Come here quickly. Let your teacher see how young and vibrant you look. Melina remained where she was, without approaching. You don't look well. Me? I'm fine. You didn't see Janelle? She wanted to become the mother of God and receive divine gifts more than 8 times. Fu forced a laugh. When misfortune struck, she exploded in her own yard, turning into a wall full of disgusting blood clots, which drenched her admirers from head to toe. Ha! Cough, cough, cough. Melina gritted her teeth. The teacher was becoming increasingly deranged, and she was starting to feel afraid. Just then, a force landed on her head, gently ruffling her braids as if comforting a little girl. Who is that? Fu let out a long sigh, his eyes glazing blankly at the sky. It seemed Melina had found a new faith. That was good. He seemed to see the invisible God of eternal joy, and hesitantly asked, That, sir, could it be eternal joy? Melina nodded, only saying, perhaps. Fu sighed, marveling at how much that God cared for her. It seemed that every official paid her special attention. Was this some kind of innate talent she possessed? Melina didn't reply. Fu then asked how the God of eternal joy was doing, and she said he seemed to be doing quite well. When asked how he compared to the monarch, she fell silent. The warmth that had just touched her hair was something the monarch had never given her. But if asked who was better, she truly didn't know. Fu pressed further, asking if Chang Lu had bestowed any blessings upon her. Melina replied no. Fu scoffed, saying that wasn't much better. Melina countered that it couldn't be counted that way, because Chang Lu gave her something else. Fu asked curiously what it was, and Melina calmly replied, a city. Fu was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Melina told him again that the Holy Maiden had said she could decide everything in that city herself. That was the main city of the God of eternal joy. Fu was stunned at first, then laughed, but his laughter was full of bitterness. The main city of a god. This was not just generous, it was downright extravagant. The more he muttered, the angrier he became, with jealousy almost bubbling up from his cloudy eyes. But before he could finish his rant, he coughed violently, his lungs rising and falling with difficulty like a torn plastic bag. Melina's mood improved somewhat, and she asked him, Is that really a good thing? Fu gritted his teeth and said, Of course it is. She can have the opportunity to be closest to God's grace in God's capital city. But he warned her that God would never give things away for free, and sooner or later he would take her brain, heart, and even flesh. Melina joked that she thought God would want her physical appearance. Fu scolded her for being arrogant, saying that there were plenty of archangels more beautiful than her, whether in heaven or hell. Melina retorted that God wasn't some lustful demon. Fu laughed and said, Who knows? Just as he finished speaking, Melina felt a light tap on her forehead. She immediately felt embarrassed. It seemed that the important person was listening. She looked again at her teacher, who was nearing the end of his life. Hu Fu suddenly softened his tone, reached out his hand to her, and said that he was dying and there was nothing he could do. He said they had lived together for over a decade, and he had always treated her like his own child. Before he died, he only wanted to shake her hand and receive her final blessing. Melina hesitated. Hu Fu was always cunning, with multiple escape routes. She didn't believe this man would easily accept his fate, much less place all his hopes on the monarch. But Hu Fu's life was indeed about to be extinguished. Melina sighed, and Hu Fu began to mutter again, saying that she was soft-hearted, unlike the mean-spirited and long-abandoned kamikaze. People often become talkative before they die. Listening to Hu Fu's incessant ramblings, Melina lowered her guard and approached him as if he were a family member, taking his withered and aged hand in hers. Hu Fu looked up at the ceiling and whispered, "This is fate. Child, this is fate." Melina was about to respond when her limbs suddenly froze. A numbness quickly spread throughout her body, a fear she had experienced more than 20 times in the cat and bird game. Stiff, numb, she finally became an instrument for the monarch's birth. Fear gripped her heart instantly. She looked up uncontrollably and saw an inverted magic circle radiating an evil aura drawn above Hu Fu's bed. She knew it. How could Hu Fu, with his many escape routes, willingly wait to die? She'd been tricked. The stiffness worsened, a dark shadow flashed before her eyes, and her strength steadily drained away. Hu Fu's decaying body, however, recovered at an astonishing speed. Melina struggled desperately, only to realize she was about to die. This was not a game, but a reality that could truly take her life. Hu Fu looked at her in confusion. It was clearly the first time she had seen this magic array, so why was she so quick and desperate to survive? He pulled a knife from under his pillow, preparing to slit Melina's throat to speed up blood circulation. Just then, a muffled yet shrill cry of "Amen" came from outside. Hu Fu impatiently ordered Amen to shut up. Amen did indeed shut up, and then the door was kicked open. A lithe figure rushed into the room, feathers fluttering in as a long-tailed tit fluttered in. Before Melina could react, a powerful force struck her from behind. It was that damned little bird rider, and also the little bird rider we should be most grateful to at this moment, Avis. She arrived at just the right time. She was Melina's savior. However, Avis's method of rescuing Melina was rather brutal. She grabbed Melina's hair and dragged her out of the magic circle's range. Melina's face was contorted in pain, and she felt as if half of her hair had been ripped out. But thank God, she was finally free from the magic circle. The pain was real, but her life was truly saved. Hu Fu's eyes widened, only a fleeting afterimage passing before his eyes. The next moment, an armored foot rapidly enlarged in his vision and slammed into his chin. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he spat out half of his own bitten tongue. Before he could even unleash his final move, the intruder had already drawn his longsword. With a flash of silver light, the wicked black wizard was pinned to the very evidence of his own evil deeds by the longsword. Avis completed the kill cleanly and swiftly, then opened her arms, letting the titmouse land on her head. She looked at Melina expectantly, hoping for a cheer. But Miss Leatherpants looked at her, then at the longsword, suddenly clutched her chest, hiccuped, and fainted. Avis stood frozen in place. Damn, she felt that same way. You have completed Melina's personal mission. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Melina and Avis join the team. Melina's favorability increases to 5%. Rewards include experience scrolls, island coins, and a choice chest for beginner upgrade materials. The title, artwork, and some attributes of the savior Melina have changed. Chang Lu was a little confused, so he immediately opened the character interface of Miss Leatherpants. His first concern was that the system might remove Melina's leather outfit. That won't do. What kind of Miss Leatherpants would she be without leather pants and a leather jacket? That greasy, sophisticated vibe is absolutely essential. Fortunately, the character design did not disappoint him. The leather jacket was still there, but Melina had lost some of her gloomy and repressive aura and gained a more upright and honest temperament. Her hands, which had been hidden in the sleeves of her black robe, were now exposed. After taking off the robe, she stood with her hands on her hips, looking much more dashing. The title changed from Nun to the Administrator of Changlu City. As for the attribute changes, Changlu searched for a long time before finding 2 newly added effects at the bottom of the interface. Strangely, both of these were negative effects, and both seemed to be related to the little bird knight Avis he sent. Intelligence 1 reprimand. Melina's intelligence effect is reduced by 30% for 24 hours. Weary naturally incompatible. When Melina is on the same team as Avis, her intelligence is reduced by 20%, and she gains the fearful Melina buff. If the fear state persists for too long, Melina will leave the team and return to Changlu City, and will also take up at least 4 game hours of either Lunette or Miss Dickinson's time. Changlu stared at the two results and fell silent. What on earth had Avis done to leave Melina with such severe psychological trauma? Meanwhile, inside the Huff mansion, Avis stood with her hands on her hips, loudly reprimanding Melina, who was kneeling on the ground. You're such an idiot. How could you step into such an obvious trap? Melina was weak, helpless, and pitiful, and could only lower her head and listen to her lecture. Avis became more and more excited as she spoke. The Lord has entrusted Changlu City to you, so you should be on your toes. The right to manage the city is such an important thing. Although I don't understand why the adults made this decision, and I think holding a fighting tournament is a good idea, I will unconditionally support the adults' orders. Miss Melina, you must be careful. Melina lowered her head further and further until she finally tucked it into her knees, like an ostrich trying to hide itself. The good thing is that I understand. She explained in a low voice that she didn't know why the adults had chosen her. They only said she was suitable, but she had no idea why she was suitable. I was only halfway through my sentence when I suddenly heard birds chirping nearby. Melina stiffly raised her head and found Avis standing less than 5 centimeters in front of her, staring intently at her with wide eyes. Do what? Melina couldn't help but glance at the knight's sword at her waist, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow. That sword was too sharp. Keep it away from her. Avis's expression turned serious, as if she had grasped the most crucial information. You just said, he said. Melina stammered. Did he say anything? Have you spoken with an adult? Yes, that's true. What she didn't say was that the adults had even patted her head. But the mere fact of that conversation was enough to shatter Avis's pride. The little bird rider clutched his head, his face filled with disbelief. Why? How could this happen? In the blink of an eye, Melina, who had been completely distraught, was now standing up again. Avis hugged her knight's sword and shrank into a corner, muttering to herself, I was first. What a loser. And I envy everyone in the world. Melina was stunned for a moment, but she still stood up, supporting herself on her knees, and began to clean up the mess at Hufu's mansion. Hufu was already dead. His methods of escaping were utterly useless against the absolute speed and strength of a third-tier agile knight. While sorting through Hufu's belongings, Melina revealed Hufu's secret. He said he bought me because I look like his daughter Sophia. But I saw in his notes that I was 8th on the so-called gift list, and Sophia was 4th. Avis quickly understood what he meant. So, he even offered his own daughter as a sacrifice to your so-called monarch. A monarch in the butt. Sprout probably understands. Avis sneered. Humans are truly the most vicious race. Melina looked up at her. You're not human? Or are you a birdman? Avis's face stiffened. You're being really rude. The Holy Maiden said you're very good at communicating with people, so you must be doing this on purpose. Oops, we've been found out. Avis snorted and sheathed her knight's sword. Of course I am human too, and a member of this vicious race. She didn't dwell on Hufu's matter, but suddenly remembered a more serious problem. The crisis in Changlu City is not over yet. Melina couldn't help but complain. Why does the crisis in Changlu City always seem to come one after another? Avis's expression turned serious again. The arrival of a new god will inevitably bring crisis. Moreover, Changlu City still nominally belongs to that Lord Allen. Melina looked at her. What do you mean? The little bird knight stood up straight again, regaining her proud and spirited demeanor. It seemed she had finally found a way to impress the adults and receive their care. She pounded her breastplate, her tone resolute. We need a major battle. Meanwhile, in Canterwell, the capital of the 13 Islands Federation, beneath the majestic statue of Poseidon, a woman stood with her arms crossed, leaving only her back to the crowd. She was dressed in a black outfit, with a cape embroidered with sea blue silk threads in the shape of ocean waves, and she was playing with a riding whip in her hand. She gazed into the distance and slowly spoke. Xinyu. No, it should be called Changlu City now. They need a great battle. In the shadows, a palace eunuch bent down and asked, But what if they lose, Your Highness? The woman tapped her palm lightly with her riding crop, her tone calm. The power that grows from the people is still not enough to shake the old guard. So let's continue to be patient. The eunuch then asked, What if they win? The white girls have always had the audacity and skill to overturn the chessboard. The whip suddenly stopped. The woman with long, wavy, sapphire blue hair turned her head, nudged her frameless crystal glasses with her riding crop, and made almost no attempt to conceal the lust for power in her eyes. Then, she said, her lips parting slightly, "Destiny is in my hands." The seagulls soaring across the sky seemed to bring some kind of omen. The eunuch prostrated himself on the ground in complete submission. "You will get everything you want, Your Highness, who has golden blood flowing through your veins." Changlu has entered a long lull. Like most second-generation games, the days have become long and boring after the game stopped having new storylines and events. It's not that the game has lost its appeal. On the contrary, it's precisely because he loves its futuristic storyline and activities so much that he can't stand the emptiness he feels right now. Therefore, he spent most of his time patrolling his sphere of influence, not spying, nor was he just bored. He casually poked the little nun, watching favorability up appear above her head, and continued teasing her until her chibi-style face turned red before turning to the next supplicant with satisfaction. Everyone reacts differently to divine care, and this detail made Changlu sigh once again, realizing that the scrambled code game was indeed interesting. The young nun is usually shy but doesn't resist. She might even secretly anticipate his touch. The lady in leather pants, however, is different. A single poke and she strikes a pose with her hands on her hips, striking the same confident pose as in the character art. If you tap her a few more times, thinking will appear above her head, and she will then ask earnestly, "Sir, are you not satisfied with my personnel arrangements?" Changlu clearly had no complaints, so he could only awkwardly back down. As for Avis, the little bird knight with an intelligence level of 1, the interactive page was purely for fun. As long as his view falls on the screen where Avis is, no matter where his finger is pointing, the little bird knight will immediately pounce over and rub his head against his finger. The interactivity was ridiculously strong. Changlu even felt like he was raising a silent, boisterous jazz beagle. It wasn't until Avis started yelling that he realized he should take back his words. "My lord, please allow me to hold a fighting tournament. My lord, just one match." The will of the gods occasionally descends upon characters below 5 stars. The loyal and steadfast knight Varric continues his patrols, polishing his sword and maintaining his armor. "Thank you for your blessing." His gaze was firm. "I feel like I can kill an elephant right now." Changlu silently complained. After all, this guy already has 4 lives. Varric's character art, with his stubble-covered handsome uncle look, is pretty good. If the game's marketing is good, he'll probably be popular with many female players. Changlu had no interest in such things and just hoped this older man would stop bothering her. Miss Dickinson, on the other hand, was much simpler. She only asked him for money to buy food every day. More and more people are pouring into Changlu City every day, and food consumption is increasing accordingly. As the supplies manager, her worries are entirely justified. After all, Changlu City is gradually getting better. That day, his roommate Lao Qin came over. As someone who was also addicted to online games, he noticed that Changlu hadn't logged into several games for several days. "Third brother, what have you been up to lately?" Old Qin peeked out, then withdrew his head back with a strange expression. "Is someone looking for you?" Changlu opened QQ, and an unread message appeared on the screen. The sender was named Mint Bubble, and her real name was Zhanya. He could ignore people he wasn't close to, like Chao Yanxing, but he had to reply to Zhanya's messages. Because this girl was someone he had secretly loved during his fleeting youth. The story is cliché. Unrequited love, confession, rejection, then an awkward rub of the sole of the shoe on the ground, and that's it. Changlu was easygoing. He had tried, and if it didn't work out, so be it. He wasn't desperate for Zhanya. Conversely, Zhanya was even less likely to be desperate for him. Compared to Changlu, who became famous for the satirical title of Great Writer, Zhanya is the quintessential model student from Qingzhou No. 1 High School. She was beautiful, calm, academically excellent, and excelled in all sports. Changlu fell for her at the high school sports meet in their second year. That day, Zhanya wore a light pink tracksuit and ran across the track with long strides, as light as a flamingo. She ran the 1,500 meters, not only winning first place, but also breaking the school record by 6 seconds. Changlu had been secretly admiring her for over a year, and finally confessed his feelings upon graduation. Zhanya hesitated for a moment, almost making him believe there was real hope. But then she said lightly, "Changyu, I'm sorry, I can't accept this." Having studied together for 3 years, the fact that Chang Li's name was mispronounced was a blow to him even more than being rejected. Seeing his overly distressed expression, Zhanya explained again. I'm going abroad, Changyu. Changyu was not happy at all, and could only walk out dejectedly. It was the girl next to Zhanya, who couldn't bear to see her like this, and nudged her. His name is Changlu, which means joy. The flamingo girl blushed from her neck to her ears on the spot. Perhaps out of apology, the two, who hadn't been in much contact for 3 years after graduation, started chatting occasionally on QQ. Zhanya would share her life in America, while Changlu would tell her about the almost unchanging life in Qingzhou. She learned to play tennis, while Changlu rode in Qingzhou. She went skiing in Colorado, while Changlu was still riding in Qingzhou. She went to see a Taylor Swift concert, while Changlu was still riding in Qingzhou. It got so monotonous that he became embarrassed to continue posting. But Zhanya was kind. She would read his harem fiction excerpts and carefully point out grammatical errors. For example, in the sentence, the imperial concubine gently walked onto the eunuch's bed, she would remind him that the verb following it should be deet, da. Changlu felt helpless about this local policewoman, but she also knew that she was indeed a kind person. Recalling this, he quickly interrupted his old emotions and bowed his head to reply to her. Changle, are you going? Mint Bubbles, I can go. Changle, why? Aren't you going back to the US to study? Mint Bubbles, Mint Bubbles, I dropped out of school. Mint Bubble, I broke my leg while skiing. How embarrassing. Mint Bubbles, laugh. Changlu, huh? How long will I have to take a break from school? Mint Bubbles, about a year or 2. Changlu was completely stunned. This class reunion was so important that she had broken her leg, and she was still planning to go. Changlu did not immediately agree to the class reunion. He wasn't confident enough to believe that Janaya had gone to the party specifically to see him. After all, he hadn't been very popular with the opposite sex in high school. As for anyone who says they didn't have it during their university years, they'd better come forward and explain. In any case, class reunions are not very important in Changlu's life, and may not even be more important than the indefinite Lost Journey series that he abandoned recently. Zhanya might be a little more important than the game, but only a little. After all, how could someone who doesn't belong to the same world occupy too much of his attention? Distracted by this incident, he and Lao Qin completely forgot where they were talking earlier, and what games they had been playing recently were completely forgotten. As Changlu looked at his phone again, his brows suddenly furrowed, and a chill ran down his spine. System notifications kept popping up in the unread message bar. A new random event has occurred. His supplicants gained a deeper understanding of their own identity. Changlu's heart skipped a beat. Who had suddenly realized something? Is it that saintly maiden who's as clever as a delicate flower? Or is it the seemingly greasy senior sister who actually controls everything? Or perhaps, he is the #1 fighter with only a little intelligence but astonishing strength? It's best not to be the last one. The next second, the prompt provided the answer. Avis the Invoker used taunt on Godfrey Allen. Changlu raised his hand and patted his forehead, immediately realizing what had happened. The freedom he gave Avis was clearly excessive. Immediately afterwards, the system popped up another window. Godfrey Allen was enraged. The first chapter of the main storyline, the redemption of the doomed Saintess, and the final chapter, Who Will Prevail, have officially been unlocked. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Godfrey never understood what loss was, let alone what it meant to not get. Changlu City taught him a harsh lesson, and now he must thank Changlu City in person, even at the cost of war. The rules are simple to the point of being brutal. Whoever wins will be the master of this city. Godfrey is seeking allies. As the legal owner of Crescent Moon, he already has many supporters, but in war, the only truly reliable power is military force. Changlu can send persuaders to the capital and the territories of various lords to win them over to his side, or directly sabotage Godfrey's diplomacy. A time-limited mission is triggered by gathering troops. This battle cannot yet be called a clash between kings, but in order to hold on to the power and status he has already gained, Changlu must defeat Godfrey, or even kill him. Over the course of 5 days, he must use every means at his disposal, gold, faith points, food, and social interaction, to expand his army. 5 days from now, we'll see whether Crescent Moon City will remain Crescent Moon City or transform into Changlu City. Meanwhile, in Maple Leaf City, the fat nobleman Godfrey was struggling to pull himself out of his widened wicker chair. The long-tailed tit on the table, carrying a small communication stone, was slowly and deliberately mocking him in the old butler's voice. Changlu City is now developing quite well under the control of the White family's little girl, at least much better than when it fell into the hands of a first-tier guardian who was so obese that it took 4 second-tier warriors to carry him away. The voice deliberately mentioned that Godfrey's first-tier guardian status was something he received as a child, brought into the church by his father, God Carson, for a blessing. 17 years ago, Father Carson was arrested by the judges of the Church of Luna for misconduct and sentenced to a full 920 years in prison. "Shut up," Godfrey screamed and jumped up. The old butler of the Allen family swore that, apart from the time when Crescent Moon City was besieged, he had never seen his master so agile. As for those rumors, he was indeed a little curious, but Godfrey clearly had no interest in listening any further. He grabbed everything he could reach from the table and smashed it wildly at the bird. The long-tailed tit took flight, soaring into the air in an instant before disappearing out the window. In any case, the purpose of the provocation has been achieved. Godfrey, panting like a wild beast out of control, roared with bloodshot eyes. "I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them all. Slaughter that city. Everyone in the city. Those who brought prosperity to the city. Those who paid taxes. Those who did business there. Even those who were just passing through. Must die." He cursed Carson through gritted teeth. Why was that guy, who had disappeared years ago, still hurting him now? The old butler whispered a reminder. "Sir, that's the property you inherited from your grandfather. People are also a kind of wealth." "I don't care." Godfrey roared that he didn't care about wealth in that city occupied by the scoundrels. He only wanted to see the city bleed. He ordered the old steward to take stock of the property and to gather everyone present. They should return to Crescent Moon City. The old butler warned that this might be a tough battle. Godfrey slowly calmed himself down, trying to regain the noble demeanor befitting the head of the Allen family. Difficult? I think it's a piece of cake. He was convinced that Lunette was short of money, and that all the wealthy people in Crescent Moon City had long since fled. Even if Lunette turned the entire city upside down, the money wouldn't magically appear. Does she really expect those lowly people to bring her wealth? Godfrey sneered. In his view, the commoners didn't care who ruled them. All they needed to do was put on their bridles and obediently work for their lord. War requires money and real island gold coins. Moreover, he believed that the White family would never want to see an exiled descendant commit the shameless act of seizing another's territory. The old butler lowered his head, indicating that he understood. Godfrey sat back in his wicker chair and leisurely beckoned to his maid. It was as if he wasn't sitting in a rot-tan chair, but rather in the city lord's chair that had long been covered in dust in Crescent Moon City. Lunette is poor, that's true. Changlu City is very poor, and that's the truth. The Changlu Church is poor, but it is also completely genuine. But who says that even the god of Changlu is poor? Changlu glanced at the amount of currency in the upper right corner of the game, and his mood instantly improved. He currently has 180,000 island gold coins in his possession. He earned all these gold coins little by little from the game system through main quests, daily tasks, and various missions. 13,000 gold coins could buy Godfrey's life. So 180,000 gold coins should be enough to kill Godfrey. War is about to break out. As news of the Allen family's war mobilization spread, it quickly reached every corner of the 13 Islands Federation. Why is there going to be another war? This year is really going to be turbulent. Quickly pack up the goods, especially the grain. When someone asked if they should support the Aaron family, someone immediately scoffed, saying that Godfrey Aaron wouldn't even eat wheat because it was food grown by the lowly. Someone asked him if he wasn't eating bread. The man sneered and said that this kind of old man who couldn't distinguish between grains might actually think that bread grows on breadfruit trees. However, many more people were already considering heading to Changlu City. War is about to break out there, but the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Saintess Lunette wouldn't take their food and goods for nothing. The fact that the Gibson Chamber of Commerce was buying up grain, in particular, surprised many people. The profit-driven merchants are actually willing to side with Changlu City. Could it be that they want to take this opportunity to shed their merchant identity and become true nobles? Some people are dismissive, thinking that even if a group of businessmen choose the right side, what kind of trouble can they cause? Until someone whispered, perhaps it's because all beings are equal. Everyone fell silent. The equality of all beings sounds like a fantasy, but who doesn't hope that one day they too can possess a cave full of gold coins and jewels? They pretended not to care, but at daybreak the next day, they all took their belongings and the grain they had bought, and drove donkey carts and mule carts toward Changlu City. Inside the council chamber, the little bird knight, after listening to the discussions outside, was visibly frustrated. She looked at Lunette, who was sitting at the long table, and asked cautiously, Lunette, have I gotten into trouble? She wanted to ask the AI, but Miss Leatherpants was sitting at the far end of the long table, too far away, so she had to shout to speak. Melina, however, was staring at the sword at her waist and shouted angrily, "Can't you put your sword away first?" She knew, of course, that it was a reward from an adult, and admitted that Lunette's staff was better, but Lunette never wore it around to show off. The little bird knight retorted that the staff wasn't so easy to hang on her waist, and then asked her what she was afraid of. Melina subconsciously touched her chest and said indignantly, "It's nothing. That's a secret between me and the adults." The little bird rider was so angry he almost exploded, but Lunette raised her hand and immediately stopped the two from arguing. As the deity of eternal happiness in the human world, her every move is respected by everyone. Lunette looked at Avis and said calmly, "This is indeed a troublesome matter." Avis lowered her head even further, but Lunette added, "But it's not so bad that it's beyond repair." She immediately looked up, her eyes lighting up again, and asked if that was true. Melina laughed without any politeness. To be honest, she had no expectation whatsoever that Changlu City would win this war. She flipped through the documents sent by Miss Dickinson and the lower-ranking priests, which recorded the current number of soldiers, food, logistics, weapons, and money in Changlu City. She spent the whole night calculating, unable to sleep in bed, and finally came to only one conclusion. The same word was written in the gaps between each sheet of paper: poor. Recruiting soldiers costs money, buying food, weapons, and armor costs money, and building fortifications also costs money. Changlu City has fallen into a vicious cycle. This is a real war, not a joke, and it cannot be won with just a few slogans. However, Melina changed the subject, saying that although Changlu City was at a disadvantage, it was not yet certain to die. She gave Lunette a slight bow, indicating that she needed to begin making arrangements, and asked the saint for her understanding. After receiving Luna's nod, Miss Leatherpants quickly regained her confident demeanor. She said that the first step was to send people to break the alliance between the Allen family and other nobles. This is not difficult. The evil deeds of the Allen family have long been known throughout the Federation, and no family with any reputation is willing to publicly join their farce. The real problem to be solved is those forces that have no choice but to side with the Allen family. For example, relationships of marriage, vassalage, and loyalty, as well as mercenary groups and similar organizations that can be driven by money. She can handle this part, but it will cost 300 gold coins. Lunette paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She originally thought it would take at least 3,000 gold coins to leverage so many forces, but it only cost 300. Melina explained that instead of spending money to win over those families, it was better to convince them that following Godfrey and waging war would bring no return. Changlu City was a dilapidated city. Once they realized that they would gain nothing from taking it, no one would be willing to fight this battle seriously. Even Godfrey's wife would have to think carefully about an investment that was destined to lose money. She also casually mentioned that she had heard the two had been living in separate rooms due to incompatibility in their private lives, each doing their own thing. These words were so blunt that Lunette immediately lowered her eyes and remained silent. Avis reached out to cover the long-tailed tit's ear, but was pecked by the little bird and cried out in pain. Melina continued, saying that Changlu City needed to prepare as soon as possible, build stronger fortifications, and recruit experienced craftsmen and soldiers who had actually been on the battlefield. Local bandits can also be hired as vanguards. Avis warned that bandits are not only expensive, but also disobedient, and may very well take the money and do nothing. Melina nodded, saying that of course she knew. So if these people didn't put in the effort, Changlu City could also break the contract and not pay them. Lunette and Avis both fell silent. Melina looked at the two of them, puzzled, and asked what was wrong. Avis felt she was being too self-righteous, while Lunette worried that it would damage Changlu City's reputation. Melina laughed and said that this was war, not children's play, and that emergency measures should not be reused. As for reputation, what use is a good reputation among bandits? Changlu City doesn't need the goodwill of these arsonists, murderers, and looters. It only needs to instill fear in them, so that they will stay far away from the city in the future. Finally, Melina turned her gaze to Lunette. As for money, Your Majesty, why don't you go and beg the Lord? Lunette paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. I will do my best, you don't need to worry. There is someone in the prayer room, your supplicant is praying for you. On the screen, a notification light appeared on the door to the prayer room. Chang Lu, who was pondering how to mass-produce troops, clicked on it without hesitation. With a creak, the prayer room door slowly opened. The young nun in the center of the frame immediately looked up, glancing nervously at the camera. Changla noticed that she was completely different today than usual. The plain white priest's robe he usually wore was replaced with a brand new close-fitting robe, with gold patterns embroidered on the hem, a scarf adorned with gold flowers around his chest, and a lace veil covering half of his face. She knelt upright in the candlelight, like a proud swan. Her luxurious attire gave her an air of power she didn't usually possess. Changlu took a deep breath, and options immediately popped up on the screen. Ignoring the strange short video memes and even more outrageous statements, the last option is surprisingly normal. This dress suits you very well. Changlu stared speechlessly at the options before him, wondering how long the copywriter had watched short videos to be able to cram outdated jokes into every single sentence. However, being the understanding and considerate Lord Camille, he decisively chose the fourth option. Really? The young nun's expression trembled slightly. Her cheeks flushed, and she glanced down at her brand-new clothes in a fluster, before looking intently at Changlu. If you like it, that would be great. Her face was flushed, but her tone was unusually serious, which only made Changlu's heart itch even more. Then, the young nun began to report on the important matter. The clothes came from Mr. Bentley of the caravan. They were one of the gifts sent by the Gibson Merchant Guild. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce also sent a total of 15,000 units of grain and supplies, as well as 3,000 gold coins. This is not simply aid, it is a transaction. If the war is won, the sons of the Gibson Chamber of Commerce president wish to be baptized by Changlu, serve him forever, and spread the faith of the Changlu Church to Stonebell City. Changlu immediately understood. The Gibson Chamber of Commerce is preparing to invest ahead of schedule. This continent has a diverse range of beliefs, and a city may not necessarily worship only one deity. However, once a certain belief becomes dominant, life becomes difficult for other believers. When buying the same piece of black bread, non-believers have to pay full price, while members of the Lunette Church get a 30% discount and members of the Harmony Church get a 10% discount. As for believers from opposing churches, they will likely only suffer broken bones. Therefore, being the first to bring a new faith to a city is like securing the exclusive distribution rights for a certain product. As long as the church establishes a foothold in Stonebell, the Gibson Merchant Guild will naturally reap huge profits. It must be said that these businessmen have a very sharp eye. The young nun continued, saying that the president had originally planned to send a 17-year-old boy. However, she felt that Changlu seemed to prefer women, so she politely declined. The Chamber of Commerce was then replaced by a 15-year-old girl, who is now on her way. Changlu's eyes widened on the spot. That's what you call having good eyesight. Compared to that lady in leather pants, she's on a completely different level. However, in the eyes of others, Changlu probably already looks like a vicious dragon king who accepts sacrifices from young girls. The young nun didn't end the conversation immediately. She seemed to have more to say, her light golden eyes so lively that Changlu even for a moment forgot that this was just a second-generation game. She remained silent for a long time before finally mustering the courage to speak. Although this matter should not have bothered you, you must be aware of the current predicament of Changlu City. The blush on her face gradually faded, but it seemed to gather all at the corners of her eyes, making her look exceptionally pitiful. Avis's actions may have been impulsive, but they weren't a major mistake. She broke the deadlock and ended our previous hopes. Changel City has entered a new stage and must be reborn. Therefore, I hope you can have pity on Avis. Changlu smiled. It's perfectly normal for a main damage dealer with only one intelligence to do something like this, isn't it? He even felt relieved. At least Avis had only provoked him, instead of directly attacking the Lord from behind like in Assassin's Creed. But the little nun hadn't finished speaking. As well as, she struggled to lift her head, her light golden eyes filled with shyness, embarrassment, guilt, and an irresistible plea. She spoke slowly. Please, have some pity on me too. The words, transmitted through the earphones, reached Chang Li's ears like a gentle brush against his ear, causing his mind to freeze for a moment. The next second, the person turned bright red and curled up in a ball on the bed. No, who wrote this line? And who dubbed it? Chang Lo is now eager to discuss a business deal with that voice actor. Immediately afterwards, a system prompt popped up. Your supplicant has made a request to you. The available payment amounts range from 10,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins, 100,000 gold coins, all the way up to 183,758 gold coins. It contains both small and large amounts, clearly showing all of Chang Li's assets. For the sake of the little nun's words of, have pity on me, he wouldn't mind emptying himself completely. But he was a god, after all. It would be too undignified to have to dig out even an old, discontinued 50-cent bill when you're paying. Chang Lu stroked his chin and quickly made a completely new decision. After playing for free for so long, it's only natural that Lao Deng would want to collect some gold coins now. So he opened the blue-green editor. A war is imminent, and the system immediately prompts Chang Lu to open the war preparation interface from the right-hand notification bar. He needs to complete tasks and continuously improve his combat power within this interface in order to cope with the upcoming great battle. A new gameplay thumbnail appeared on the right side of the screen. After Chang Lu clicked on it, he found that the content was much more complicated than he had imagined. Surprisingly, this war is only a scene in the first chapter of the main storyline, and it shouldn't take up so much space in the book. But upon closer reflection, it wasn't surprising at all. After all, he had long since grown accustomed to the technical sophistication and depth of this garbled game. For this company, squeezing a large gameplay element into a small part of the main storyline doesn't seem to be anything special. Chang Lu couldn't help but laugh, but he felt a little emotional. It was so easy to be spoiled by this game. Once he gets used to these complex gameplay mechanics, how will he accept future version updates that involve pushing boxes or navigating mazes? It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. He looked at the page, reminisced about his naive and easily deceived self, and then solemnly clicked in. The main body of the interface is divided into several parts, the most eye-catching of which is the two forces at the bottom vying for power. The dark gold city of Chang Lu is facing off against the pale white Godfrey forces, with both sides constantly building up their strength. Chang Lu City's initial combat strength is only 2,732, which seems mediocre, and the battle has not yet truly intensified. The exact combat strength of Godfrey's forces is currently unknown. Melina's scout squad will travel to Maple Leaf City every 24 game hours to bring back some intelligence. On the right side of the interface is a huge piggy bank, filled with only a shallow layer of gold coins. This is the amount of funds that Chang Lu City can currently use. Chang Lu felt heartbroken after reading it. They were so poor. No wonder even a Saintess had to swallow her pride and say things like, "Please have pity on me." How could the people of Benkami-sama continue to live such a miserable life? He held his breath and continued to check the task list. The left side of the piggy bank is piled with various tasks, some of which are mandatory and others are optional. If the mandatory tasks are not completed within the specified time, the people of Chang Lu City and some soldiers will flee after the war begins, resulting in an immediate defeat for the entire city. In addition to completing the mandatory tasks, optional tasks can increase the win rate and reduce the loss of cities in war. Chang Lu flipped through the instructions, unable to help but wonder, how can this possibly lose? The answer is clear, they will indeed lose. But in typical second-generation games, do the player's side really lose? If they're really going to lose, shouldn't the game developers send in ghost soldiers? Don't you think so, Onmyoji? The first task is called Potatoes. Potatoes, and it's a mandatory task. Food is always the most important thing for a city. When Miss Dickinson's savings jar contains more than 50,000 gold coins, she will spend 100 gold coins every day to replenish the granary of Chang Lu City. When she had more than 100,000 gold coins, she could buy food at a 20% discount. But right now, she only had 12,874 gold coins in her piggy bank. The second task is Extraterrestrial Objects, which is an optional task that can only be triggered after Chang Lu City's combat power reaches 7,000. Late at night, a batch of neatly arranged large boxes would suddenly appear at the gate of the military camp. The deliverymen clearly did not want to reveal their identities. Judging from the weaponry and the tire tracks on the ground, Knight Varric deduced that the supplies must have come from the capital. Upon seeing this, Chang Lu couldn't help but wonder, when did my reputation become so valuable? Next is the mandatory quest, the Fairy's Choice. Golden Valley City is a crucial part of Melina's plan. The teleportation array in Golden Valley allows Godfrey to continuously send reinforcements and supplies to strangle the enemy. This problem must be solved. The fairies who monopolized the teleportation array had a particular fondness for round, glittering things. For a fee of 1,000 gold coins, Melina can handle this matter entirely, and she will do it flawlessly. Of course, Chang Lu could also choose another person in charge, but the task clearly states, you will bear the consequences yourself. Another mandatory task is called the Bandit's Choice. Chang Lu City has hired a group of bandits who are destined to slack off, and managing them also requires help. The procedure for this task is exactly the same as the fairy task. Pay Melina 1,000 gold coins, or designate someone to be in charge yourself, and you will be responsible for the consequences. Then came an optional mission called Our Own Path. The system had finally opened the pay-to-win channel that Chang Lu had been eagerly anticipating. A first recharge of 6 yuan will unlock the Chang Lu City teleportation array. After all, teleportation arrays are something every strategic decision-maker dreams of. It could quickly transport soldiers, food and weapons between different cities, while the original teleportation array of Chang Lu City had long been destroyed in the siege. The last 2 mandatory tasks are a surprise attack and God's Gaze. Avis will become the city's secret weapon, because apart from the dead, no one knows that 2 Tier 3 invokers are hiding in the city. Once Avis is added to the character roster, this trump card can be officially activated. Lunette must also be included in the character list. As the speaker of God, she will watch over this city, this land, and those boiling blood. The task list was so dense that it made Chang Li's head throb. With so many things to handle one by one, is this a game, a graduate school entrance exam, or both? Just as he was having a terrible headache, a name that seemed to be gilded and glittering suddenly came into view. Melina. Melina. Let's shout her name. For the vast majority of tasks, as long as she is given the appropriate startup capital, Melina will make her own decisions. She can handle all the troublesome tasks, such as arranging personnel, making plans, and preparing routes. She truly deserves to be called Chang Li's AI, and is also the most intelligent woman in Chang Lu City. If all the people in Chang Lu City have a total of 8 brains, Lunette can occupy 1, and the other NPCs share 1. Then Melina will have at least 16 brains all to herself. As for where the other 10 vacancies in the brains came from, a certain night lady said that this question was not suitable for in-depth discussion. Avis always felt that someone was talking behind her back lately, and in the entire city of Chang Lu, it seemed that the only person she had a grudge against was Melina. She wanted to talk to Melina to make things clear. They were all on the same team and pillars of the Chang Lu sect. How could they harbor resentment towards each other? But she couldn't find anyone. She heard that Melina had received a divine mandate and was extremely busy. Avis felt both jealous and angry. She had arrived first. What exactly did Melina offer the master? Loyalty? She had that too. Gold coins. She didn't. Could it be her stunning figure? Avis lowered her head, reached into her armor and touched it, and suddenly realized that she wasn't incapable of offering herself up. This continent is known as the Cradle of Gods, and many people gain divine attention and power by offering themselves as concubines. However, some do not even know what kind of being they serve, and end up like Mrs. Jean. However, Melina, though always easily startled, didn't seem like the type to do such a thing. With no fighting tournament to fight in, Avis simply stayed by her side, determined to find out the answer. And so, a journal by Melina was quietly born. In the morning, Melina talked to Ryan for a long time. Ryan left excitedly, but Melina didn't say a word of prayer. In the afternoon, Melina found several more street beggars and even accurately called out the name of one of the children, Big Head, which startled both Avis and Big Head. The beggars left with their bags, their faces a mixture of excitement and wariness. Melina, however, suddenly looked at Avis, trembling all over, as if her mind had completely shut down. Just as Avis was about to ask further questions, she suddenly felt divine power touch her head, even dragging her upwards. She thought she was about to ascend to become an archangel or a night king, but instead, she was placed next to the dining hall. It turned out it was just dinner time. Avis decided to eat first, then feed seek. She would definitely ask Melina what this meant tomorrow. The next morning, Melina talked for a long time with a short man. Avis later learned that he wasn't short, but a dwarf goblin, who was considered tall for their race. In the afternoon, Melina encountered another dangerous man wearing a black cloak and leather armor. The man looked at Avis strangely, so she used the pretext of protecting him to openly eavesdrop. It turned out this man was the new leader of the bandits in the area. As for why the old leader had been replaced, it was naturally because he had been stabbed to death by Avis long ago. The two spoke in a lot of languages she couldn't understand, and Melina stared at her trembling, as if she had crashed again. Avis was also almost driven to a breakdown by these mysteries. Then, Lunette wanted to see her. Avis thought it was another divine instruction, but Lunette told her that she had to stay away from Melina. Avis immediately lost interest in writing in her journal, furious. But then she learned that God had said the two of them should split up to unleash their full potential. She immediately went from anger to joy. Melina sent her to be a surprise attack, and Avis whistled and happily left. Lunette was the only one left in the room. She took out a floral-scented handkerchief from her breast pocket and gently wiped the dampness from her temples, secretly glad that Avis was easier to fool. Then, she put away the handkerchief and looked at the immaculate oath staff before her. As the eye of God, the word of God, and the will of God, she was to protect Changlu City. Lunette White, Lady Margaret's only daughter, a traitor, and an outcast exiled from the White family. She gripped her staff, asking herself if she could do it. The next moment, she replied in a low voice, "Yes, my lord. In order for Changlu to gain a foothold in Dekaxianbi, I will keep my oath and do everything in my power." Her pale gold eyes were filled with determination. "Since I have used my blood to draw divine grace, I will use this body to fight for the throne in Dekaxianbi." Meanwhile, in the distant Maple Leaf City, at the Allen family's residence, the old butler knocked on Godfrey's door. The door remained closed, but screams and sobs from a man and a woman could be heard. The old steward waited calmly. 10 minutes later, a maid covered in whip marks and naked opened the door tremblingly, and several slaves left with their heads bowed, their expressions numb. A few minutes later, Godfrey came out wearing a long robe and lazily instructed his butler to get rid of those people and find him some new entertainment. The butler nodded as if treating livestock. Godfrey inquired about the recruitment progress and learned that the soldiers had arrived and were undergoing basic combat training. The fat nobleman immediately frowned. Sending new recruits to the battlefield was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. He wanted experienced veterans. The steward, however, said that each family privately maintained elite troops, and he couldn't mobilize them at all. Godfrey then asked his wife's family, and the butler told him that the lady had taken the eldest son to the Doral Ranch for a hunting trip, and that all the Olsen family soldiers had gone to protect them. Godfrey stared at the butler, gritting his teeth as he asked if he was being played. The butler simply replied, "I'm sorry, it seems so." Godfrey flew into a rage, cursing Cheryl furiously, suspecting she had cheated on him, and even questioning whether Marvin, who had been taken away, was his biological son. The butler remained silent, but Godfrey had already made up his mind to kill Cheryl and Marvin when he returned to Crescent Moon. Marvin at least got a proper burial, but Cheryl only deserved to be devoured by dogs. After cursing, he asked if the White family had arrived. The butler replied that the person was on their way. Godfrey then showed a satisfied expression. "Very good. What will a nobleman who has grown up in victory pay when faced with a war in which he has the upper hand?" Godfrey Allen was surrounded by praise from a young age and grew up smoothly under the protection of Father Carson. With Carson's local power, he easily ousted his incompetent brother and inherited Crescent Moon City. Carson's arrest was no coincidence. Godfrey played a significant role behind the scenes, while the advisor who orchestrated the most for him recently died at his own residence. Melina, a student of the staff member, is highly suspicious because this gifted girl turned to darkness after her teacher's death. Godfrey didn't care about her abilities at all. In his eyes, a woman's only value was to please a man. Ultimately, what would a nobleman, who is obligated to do whatever he wants, pay when faced with a war he is almost certain to win? The old steward had already arranged everything for him. Conscription, supplies, and even the flag to be raised when he returned to Crescent Moon City after the victory. The only extra thing Godfrey thought of was to have his steward find a stonemason to replace the plaque on the city gate that had been replaced by the commoners. This old steward had served Godfrey's father since he was young, and now he served the new lord. He was loyal, intelligent, and knew best about the shady dealings among the nobility, so Godfrey entrusted him with all the affairs of the household. The city was filled with a tense atmosphere of preparation for war, but it had no effect on the head of the Allen family. The new recruits charged forward with guns in hand on the training field, while Godfrey charged forward while indulging in the pleasures of love. He felt that the effort put in by both sides was about the same, so it was fair. So, what would a shameless nobleman be willing to pay for a war he was certain to win? The answer is, there is nothing. Of course, he would occasionally ask, "Did the scouts return today? Any news from Crescent Moon City?" The old steward replied that the scouts had returned, and Crescent Moon City made almost no preparations for war. He cautiously added that he was not a professional war strategist, and his judgment of intelligence might not be accurate. Godfrey laughed. "It's all right, there aren't any professional war strategists around here anyway. Just tell me." The old steward then told him that the walls of Crescent Moon City were almost the same as when they left, or even more dilapidated. Even stray dogs could freely enter and exit through the openings in the city wall, and only a few soldiers were stationed at the city gate, seemingly just going through the motions of patrolling. The treacherous Varric was also among the patrol. He should be thrown into the snake pit, Godfrey coldly declared. Then, the old steward added that Crescent Moon City had hired a mercenary team and also recruited a group of bandits. I don't understand what this means, but it just feels a bit unusual. Godfrey burst out laughing, thinking it was utterly foolish. What smart decisions can a little girl without family guidance make? Those cunning mercenaries and bandits will soon empty her purse, and then disappear without a trace on the day the two armies clash. The old butler smiled and repeatedly praised Godfrey for making sense. The fat nobleman immediately became modest, saying that he had learned skills from his father for a few years, including riding a horse and drawing a bow. It was only later that he fell ill and became the peaceful person he is today. The old butler looked at him with eyes full of gratification. Sir, you have inherited the prestige of the Allen family. The gaze was so real that Godfrey felt as if he were seeing his father's old butler looking at him with the same admiration. Could he be telling the truth? Perhaps I do have some of my father's charm. His father once accompanied the king in his conquests, but now all that lies before him is a small Crescent Moon city and a little girl. Godfrey's eyes darted around, and he suddenly thought that if he personally participated in the battle, he might be able to gain the respect of the noble women who had escaped with him. So he asked, "Have you prepared armor for me?" The old butler stared, speechless for a moment. Godfrey straightened his back and gave a deep, enigmatic smile. "I am, after all, a supplicant." The old steward looked at him and thought that this man must have been blinded by greed. On the other side, prompts kept popping up on Chang Li's game interface. He kept putting gold coins into the piggy bank, and Melina's favorability rating rose all the way to 20%, unlocking the favorability event show. It's a secret. The mission, Our Own Waterway, is now complete, and Changlu City will have a teleportation array that can connect to most public teleportation arrays. Lunette's favorability rating has risen to 40%, while Melina is frantically spending gold coins to expand her army. Changlu was stunned for a moment. The girl in leather pants' favorability rating had risen far too quickly. He checked his resources and realized he had just spent a small amount of money. In addition to completing the task of recharging 6 yuan for the first time, he also bought a large monthly card and a small monthly card, spending a total of 98 yuan. With the remaining money, I picked out a few gift packs that looked like good deals, and after claiming all the accumulated rewards from the monthly card, my total gold coins directly exceeded 250,000. I've saved up 120 faith points in gacha resources, which is barely enough for 2 small pity pulls. However, since the new map hasn't been released yet, Changlu doesn't plan to enter the pool for the time being. He rounded it up and directly put 200,000 gold coins into the savings jar in the war gameplay. Then, Melina went completely wild. She seemed to have suddenly gained boundless energy and ran wildly through Changlu City. Money. All money. Her favorability rating skyrocketed. Whenever Changlu opened the main city area, heart-shaped effects would constantly appear on her chibi-style avatar. Changlu found it very amusing and casually thought of checking out her newly unlocked favorability quest. The result was that only one sentence popped up on the screen. "The war is on. Please do not indulge in romantic love. Our goal is the stars and the sea." Changlu pursed his lips. "You don't need to teach me this." He just wanted to see what Melina would look like when she was in a state of ecstasy. The mercenaries and bandits hired by Changlu City all camped outside the city. The mercenary group was called the Crimson Guardians. Their leader, nicknamed Black Hand, had a full beard, some barbarian blood, and carried a giant axe. His strength was probably at the 2nd-tier Invoker level. The bandits' new leader was named Blood Rain. He was tall and slender and skilled in archery. For their shared interests, the two met outside the city and then went together to see Miss Leatherpants. In their eyes, it was laughable that the life and death of Changlu City were controlled by just 2 immature young girls. The girl in charge of the conversation had a great figure, but she was very awkward in negotiations and didn't offer many decent conditions. Black Hand and Blood Rain easily fooled her. But the girl got an idea from someone and insisted on one thing. Their original formations had to be broken up, and mercenaries and bandits were mixed together, led by people from Changlu City. Black Hand and Blood Rain discussed it for a moment, and finally agreed. They both knew that if a fight broke out, their men might not fight to the death. Once the battlefield descends into chaos, most of these people will flee for their lives, clutching the gold coins they swindled from the little girl, and seeking places to eat, drink, and have fun. So, as Melina had requested, the mercenaries and bandits were completely separated and mixed together in the same camp, eating from the same pot. Potatoes, carrots, corn, and meat transported from the city were stewing in the pot, turning into a steaming porridge. A young man in a gray hooded suit of tattered armor, with potato scraps still stuck to the corners of his mouth, buried his head in his food and took several large bites. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's actually not bad." The mercenary next to him used the tip of his knife to fork a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed it a few times, his face full of surprise. "There's meat. And it's fresh meat. Not the kind of meat that's been sitting out for a long time, or even rotten." The 13 Islands Federation was not wealthy to begin with, and the political situation in the capital was unstable. In order to fill their own pockets, the lords of each city desperately exploited the people of their territories. Unable to survive, the common people had no choice but to become bandits. Those at sea were pirates, those riding horses through the city were horse bandits, and those without even a horse, carrying only a wooden stick, became roving bandits. For these outlaws, a hot meal with vegetables and meat was already considered a very good treat. More often than not, they can only eat seaweed and salted fish, and sometimes they can't even get salted fish. As for the leader, he never ate at the same table with his subordinates. But the leader sent by Changla's city was different. Several weathered strangers sat next to them, also holding bowls and eating the porridge from the pot. The young man gestured towards the distance with his chin. "See that? That man is called Varric, and he's the leader of the Changla city guard." A bearded bandit was stunned. "The leader eats this too?" The young man said nonchalantly. "If we don't eat this, what else can we eat? Not to mention him, even the Saintess eats this." Someone scoffed. "I don't believe it. They're the biggest braggarts. They even said they'd reward someone with 50 silver coins for every enemy they killed on the battlefield." The camp fell silent for a moment, and the expressions of the bandits and mercenaries changed. 50 silver coins? Island silver coins? The bearded man asked in a low voice. The young man nodded. "It should be. I saw the leather-clad woman give the mafia boss a deposit, all in top-quality island gold coins. 50 island silver coins can be exchanged for 5,000 copper coins on the black market. If you don't care about the purity, you can even get 5,500 coins. Black bread is getting more expensive every day, but that money is enough for them to live a life of luxury for a long time. They can go to taverns to find women, eat and drink to their heart's content for a month, or keep half and give it to their wives hiding in the cave so that the children can have a good meal. No matter how you look at it, this is not a small amount of money." Some people couldn't help but ask, "Is this really true?" The young man coughed. "I'll take it as true for now. Anyway, if I really escape, the Black Hand boss might not even give me 50 copper coins." Cough. "Just pretend you didn't hear this, otherwise how am I supposed to survive in the future?" He had just tried to get up when the bandits and mercenaries pushed him back down. "We're all on the same side. Let's talk a bit more. By the way, bro, what's your name?" The young man scratched his head. "Call me in. I work for the mafia boss." These unsettling rumors quickly spread throughout the camp. At this moment, Black Hand and Blood Rain, who were drinking and chatting happily in the city, were unaware that their subordinates had begun to waver. Ryan deliberately feigned an accident, revealing many inside details before quietly slipping away from the crowd. He glanced at Varric in the distance and winked. "The matter is settled. Whether these people believe it or not is no longer important. Once they're on the battlefield, they'll see what others do and naturally follow suit. As for those who want to escape, the methods Melina obtained from Lord Changla can also come in handy. The supplicants following each team are not just for show. They have the privilege of executing deserters on the battlefield. This system seems to be called the political commissar system." The day Godfrey led his troops out was overcast. Thick, dark clouds hung over Golden Valley, and the faces of the city's inhabitants were blank with despair. In just a few months, they were repeatedly exploited. After each plunder, the Lord still felt his purse was empty and continued to increase taxes. As the exploitation continued, the people of Jingu City fled one after another. Those who remained either had some wealth or their ancestral property and assets were all there, making it impossible for them to leave. They could only endure the pain, slowly becoming numb and gradually losing the strength to resist. Therefore, when the Allen family's army, dressed in beautiful armor, emerged from the city's teleportation array like gods descending from heaven, they appeared particularly dazzling. Many people stopped and stared blankly at the army. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. A large-headed beggar pointed at the army and shouted, "It's the army. There's going to be a war. Why is it starting from here again?" The adults began to murmur listlessly. "Oh my God, I have to pay taxes again. I simply can't go on living like this. Since the shops can't be sold, we might as well escape to Changla's city next door." Someone whispered, "That's exactly who we're targeting." But someone immediately retorted in a hoarse voice, "The people of Changli City have food to eat. We searched through the trash cans for 3 days and couldn't even find a single breadcrumb." More and more voices are coming together. "I'm so hungry. It shouldn't be like this. It absolutely shouldn't be like this. What exactly did Jingu City do wrong? The army has already entered the city. Why is the Lord not reacting at all?" The hushed whispers gradually coalesced into a roar that sounded like fury. "We need to have enough to eat. People need to at least have enough to eat. What are those lowly people saying in their gibberish?" Godfrey struggled to ride his tall horse, pulled a handkerchief from his breastplate, and covered his nose in disgust. Golden Valley City had long been repeatedly looted by the Dark Moon Legion, bandits, and the city lord. Houses had collapsed, and vagrants were everywhere. They eat, drink, and relieve themselves all crammed into the streets, where garbage, scraps, and excrement piled up, emitting a stench that assaulted the senses. The Allen family's warhorses trampled over the thick filth, while Godfrey coldly glanced at the civilians huddled in the corner. It seems that Pascal Evans has done nothing but flaunt his new favorite concubine, and has not managed the city well at all. Godfrey and Pascal, lords of neighboring territories, had always been at odds. Even Baron Brody received hospitality, while his army, merely passing through, had to pay gold coins. However, the Allen family's army did appear quite formidable on the surface. Godfrey originally had over 300 guards, which later expanded to 1,200 in Maple Leaf City. These men had received at least 3 days of training, and everyone wore armor, at the very least cloth armor. Once they had their weapons, the tension and unease on their faces became less noticeable. More than 1,000 soldiers entered Golden Valley City through the teleportation array. Pascal's spies, hidden in the shadows, watched them closely, as did the beggars. Big Head lowered his voice and said to his skinny, monkey-like friend, "Count them carefully. There are over 1,200 combatants. Also, see what weapons they have. Those whose weapons are glowing are the supplicants. Those that aren't glowing are just like us, civilians. Once you've counted them, go back to Ryan immediately, understand?" The little beggar nodded vigorously and silently slipped into the crowd. As soon as he left, another child took his place. The newly arrived young beggar pointed to a strange young man in the line. "Boss, who is that? He doesn't look like he's from our country." The people of the 13 Islands Federation are exposed to the sea breeze and sun all year round, so most of them have dull skin. Even those with fair skin inevitably have freckles on their faces. The young man next to Godfrey had skin as white as a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg and wore a velvet shawl rarely seen in the Federation. He wore a bleached linen shirt underneath. His short, sandy gold hair was neatly styled, and he rode a tall white horse. Even the stirrups looked like they were made of silver. The beggars speculated. It must be a high-ranking nobleman, maybe a prince. Even a prince might not have such a grand style. Only Big Head didn't join in the commotion. He saw the young man carefully tug at his shawl as he passed the armed soldiers, as if afraid the gun tip would snag the velvet. If a beggar were to receive a fine garment, he would naturally protect it with all his might, not letting it get even a speck of dust on it. But would a person as noble as a prince care so much about an outer robe? Big Head was highly skeptical of this. Godfrey then addressed the young man. "Master Colton, was the journey smooth? Thank you for the White family's help. I know you're busy and shouldn't bother you, but that girl Lunette caused some trouble." Colton smiled slightly. "It's all right. The White family has caused you trouble. I'm here to settle it. I will take Lunette White with me, but I want her alive." Godfrey immediately replied, "You may take it with you after the city falls." Colton nodded, nudged his horse's flanks, and asked, "Are you sure this war can be won easily?" Godfrey turned to look at the 1,200 soldiers behind him, his face full of confidence. A little girl's petty squabbles are nothing compared to what these men have done to take over the city. Colton didn't say much, he just nodded. After waiting a while, Godfrey frowned and called over the old butler, "Paul, where is my support team?" Old Paul replied, "Those goblins are still counting the supplies. It might take a while." Godfrey was furious, cursing the goblin for taking money and not doing his job, and saying that the army could not wait in place, so he decided to leave first. Old Paul tried to dissuade him. "Sir, although I am not a professional war strategist, troops and supplies should be managed in parallel." Godfrey interrupted immediately. "We can flatten Crescent Moon City in a few hours. When the army returns in triumph, we'll bring out barrels of beer to celebrate." He immediately ordered the messenger. "Full speed ahead, target Crescent Moon City." He then left Old Paul in Kings Valley to await supplies, while he led his army away. Old Paul watched the departing group and sighed softly. Compared to his father, they're really not even close. Meanwhile, Big Head had been waiting until a beggar came running back, panting. They've already gone halfway. Big Head clenched his fist. The time has come. Those demons should let us through. It's our turn to perform. The beggars responded in hushed tones. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, the teleportation array in Golden Valley City lit up with blue light again. One after another, supply wagons passed through the magic circle, their contents concealed by thick black cloths. Old Paul sat calmly on his horse, completely unconcerned about any potential trouble. He was convinced that Pascal wouldn't dare touch the grain carts. Although the two lords disliked each other, they were still neighbors and could not possibly break off relations and interfere with each other's military supplies. But when he turned to look at the back of the car, his expression suddenly changed. A dirty little beggar was standing beside the carriage, reaching out to lift the black cloth. It's grain. The little beggar let out a thunderous shout. White bread, and honey, dried meat, preserved in honey, and a whole cart of beer. With each shout, the city grew quieter. The eyes of all the hungry were fixed on the carriage. Bread, jerky, honey, and beer seemed to directly seize the soul of every hungry person. Old Paul's heart sank. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. The reason they were called bandits was because each of them owned a horse. But what if they didn't have a horse? Then they'd have to run on foot. Could they expect their leader to give them one for free? Thinking this, Shuyu walked past the subordinate who was awkwardly staring at him. The man originally had an old horse, but the horse was too old to walk and could only lie down, slowing down the team. After discussing it, the group decided to slaughter the old horse. The tenderest meat was given to Blood Rain. The tougher pieces were given to the young chieftain, and the horse's owner only took back the offal, hooves, and tail, which he then had to share with the others. They've already eaten the meat, and now they're demanding compensation, even offering a mule? Blood Rain sneered. He had money, but why should he give it? Some people actually take those platitudes about sharing food and money seriously. On the other side, someone called out to Black Hand, rubbing his hands together, and said that he was getting married after this battle. The man with the black hand smiled and congratulated him, asking which family the girl belonged to. The subordinate immediately perked up and told him all about his and the girl's troubles. He had no money on hand, and the girl couldn't afford it either, so he'd probably have to borrow. Mercenaries never paid their wages on time, so he was clearly waiting for Blackwatch's response. After a long pause, the Black Hand finally uttered, "If you don't have money, don't get married." His subordinates were dumbfounded. The black-handed man still looked puzzled. "So young, what's wrong with you? Getting married?" The man hurriedly explained that they were childhood sweethearts who had grown up together. Black Hand waved his hand dismissively. "No need to tell me. You didn't grow up with me. Is there anything else?" After a long silence, the subordinate finally shouted, "Boss, is there a reward for killing an enemy?" The man with the black hand behind his back swung forward, then turned and pointed at him. "Don't be ridiculous. What does this city have to do with you or me? What's the point of risking your life for them?" The mercenaries around them darkened their eyes. They looked at each other, but no one spoke. As war drew near to Chonglu's city, the oppressive feeling of the enemy at the gates once again weighed heavily on everyone's shoulders. But this time, the misfortune was not brought by an external enemy, but by the mountain that had been pressing down on them since ancient times. The commoners whispered among themselves. Some said that even if Lord Godfrey returned, they would still be subjects. Others said it didn't matter who the Lord was, they would still eat anyway. Some even felt that the city originally belonged to Lord Allen, and it was only right to return it. Just as everyone was agreeing, a voice suddenly asked, "Have you paid any taxes during this period?" The street fell silent instantly. Crescent Moon City was renamed Chonglu City, and the position of Lord became vacant. But in the days without a Lord, they could hear the clinking of copper coins in their pockets. The new city administrator lowered taxes to a level that many people who have spent their entire lives at sea have never even heard of. The man then asked, "So, does it really matter who you spend your life with?" The man who had first suggested returning the city to Godfrey Allen fell silent. Touching the symbol of the goddess of bliss on his chest, he suddenly asked, "Where is the Holy Maiden? I would like to ask her to pray for me." At this moment, Saint Lunette is also praying for someone. Daily prayer had become a part of her life. But compared to submitting to the moon goddess, her interactions with Lord Chonglu seemed to have an inexplicable charm. Fun. She actually used that word? She had only been a believer for a month, yet she had become so audacious. But the kind, fearless, and benevolent Lord Chang Lu seemed completely unconcerned about the alleged offenses by the believer. A gentle force landed on her newly braided ponytail, poking it lightly, then poking it again. Lunette suddenly realized that the god she had established a connection with was not as serious and meticulous as in the legends, but rather seemed like a peer. The moment the thought popped into her head, she was startled. If it were a man of similar age to her, what would it mean if he touched her hair in such an intimate way? The well-behaved girl lowered her head, revealing only her jade-white ears. Those ears gradually turned a rosy red. This is outrageous. This is clearly offensive. Lunette stopped herself, reminding herself not to taint the supreme deity with such inappropriate thoughts. But she was at the age of first love, and once a thought takes root, it's not so easy to uproot. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head, revealing a section of her fair neck. Chang Lu stared at the screen, but his gaze was fixed on that severed neck, with only one thought in his mind. I really want to take a bite. He pursed his lips, feeling somewhat perverted. How could anyone actually be interested in a second-generation character? Calling so many characters waifus is just a player's twisted sense of humor. Who would fall in love with a two-dimensional character? This is simply. Chang Lu reached out and touched the neck shown on the screen, as if he could still feel its warmth. He fell silent. The tablet must be getting very hot, so hot that it's impossible to ignore. As if sensing his touch, Lunette shrank back in the video, raising her hand to cover her neck. She looked at the screen in surprise, blinking her light golden eyes, a hint of shyness in them. Chang Lu took a deep breath and blurted out, "My goodness." The next second, 3 hands holding smelly socks were raised simultaneously from 3 directions. Chang Lu then remembered that all her roommates had returned after the holiday. Xiao Yaojia poked his head out. "Go to the toilet to masturbate." "Screw you. What side dish has someone speaking Hunan dialect? Still dare to argue? Prepare to reload. Fire in the hole." 3 smelly socks flew at the same time, and Chang Lu swiftly swung his knife, cutting them all down from their horses. He retorted defiantly, "Stop messing around. I was just teasing my wife." "Wife?" Xiao Yaojia asked, his face full of suspicion. The second son scoffed, "How could he have a wife?" Old Qin immediately buried his head under the covers. "Go to sleep. Go to sleep. His wife is just one of those two-dimensional paper figures." Chang Lu immediately became anxious. "Hey, don't look down on people." The only response he received was the simultaneous snoring from 3 directions. The Allen family's army appeared on the horizon, and their imposing presence alone exuded an air of arrogance. The soldiers were in neat armor, their family banners fluttered in the wind, and their tall horses formed a long line, making them far more presentable than the ragtag army in Changlu City. The combined forces of bandits and mercenaries huddled in a makeshift stone path on the outskirts of the city, watching as the enemy swaggered closer. Blood Rain couldn't help but curse. Are these people idiots? If they had prepared some falling rocks along the mountainside, they could have killed at least a dozen unlucky guys. Black Hand chimed in. No need for falling rocks. A volley of arrows would be enough to throw them into chaos. Everyone understands the logic, but Changlu City remains completely inactive. There are hardly any garrison troops in the city. The allied forces in front of them represent almost their entire fighting strength. Perhaps there are still men on Knight Varric's side, but no matter how skilled a small knight squad is, it's impossible for them to stop a noble army of thousands. Xiuyu lowered his voice and instructed his subordinates. When the fight starts, grab whatever you can, and run if you can't. His subordinate looked at the supplicants behind the allied forces. What about them? Knights, archers, mages, and thieves stood there, each with a face as cold as frost. Xiuyu grinned. It just looks impressive. How useful can a few young girls be? They're just putting on airs because they're afraid we'll turn around and run away. His judgment was not far off. The dilapidated city of Changlu, the impoverished believers, and a newly arrived god. How could such a combination possibly stop the charge of the noble army? Although Blood Rain also looked down on Godfrey's troops, compared to Changlu City, the enemy could at least be considered to have elite troops and strong generals. As for that excessively beautiful Saintess, he found her utterly foolish. She had a face that could be used, yet all she did was pray all day. Whom should we pray to? God. But which of those gods isn't high above us? So-called gifts falling on believers' heads often take an unknown amount of time. Believers, however, can become ecstatic over a little favor, wishing they could take that small act of charity as the truth. Blood Rain scoffed at all of this. He never believed in God. Years ago, her mother fell seriously ill and, lacking the money for treatment, died in the church. Before her death, she prayed fervently, hoping God would grant her health and protect her descendants. And what happened? Nothing happened. In Shuayu's eyes, all gods are charlatans who deceive people to gain faith. How could there really be a god in this world so bored as to scrutinize every believer? Chang suddenly felt as if someone was chirping at him from behind. He sat in his advanced mathematics class, his tablet hidden under the desk, his eyes glued to the movements of the little figures in the game. A major battle was about to erupt, and he was worried about another quick time event, requiring manual operation, which was why he had brought the tablet to class. Playing games in class is certainly wrong, but anyone who can listen to 2 long calculus lectures without getting distracted for even a second is truly a genius. Xiao Yaojia, who was sitting next to him, had stayed up too late talking on the phone with his girlfriend last night and was already fast asleep on the table. The digital media class at Qingzhou University is small. Only 20 or 30 students showed up in a classroom that could seat 40 or 50 people. That was all the students in their class. The male-to-female ratio is about 50/50, but it doesn't really matter. The male and female dormitories are far apart, and eating, getting water, showering, and picking up packages are all done in different areas. Aside from classes, they almost never see each other, and their relationship is only slightly closer than that of strangers. University should be a place where romance blossoms, but there isn't a single couple in their class. Xiao Yaojia met his girlfriend at the anime club. Chang Li's focus on the teenage girls in anime and manga games is probably influenced by his environment. It's definitely not because he's inherently a pervert. In the classroom, the students yawned incessantly, and even the advanced mathematics teacher on the podium secretly yawned several times. He wiped away the tears welling up in his eyes and finally decided to perk himself up. Everyone's silent, so it seems these questions won't stump you? He tapped the blackboard. There's one last question left. How about we invite someone up to explain it? The whole class was instantly stunned and lowered their heads. The teacher looked at everyone and smiled. Why are you all looking down? It's very simple, just a problem about finding the limit. Old Qin quickly nudged Chang Lu with his elbow. Stop playing around. The teacher is starting to catch people. Chang Lu didn't hear anything. After being poked, he subconsciously looked up and around. The next second, he made eye contact with the calculus teacher. Chang Li's heart sank, and he wished he could bury his head in his hands on the spot. But the teacher's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a brave warrior who had volunteered for the mission. Student ID 13. Those around him breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had been given a new lease on life, and turned to look at Chang Lu. Chang Li's pupils dilated. He hoped it was just an illusion, but he still had to stand up. He stared awkwardly at the blackboard, which was a problem about finding limits, filled with lim and symbols. He was about to admit that he didn't know how. Almost instantly, mathematical formulas that were originally as unfamiliar as English words were automatically deconstructed and transformed in his mind. Chang Lu heard himself speak. Because the numerator has a power function, the first step is to perform a power conversion. Actually, his math isn't bad. If it were really that bad, he wouldn't have been able to get into Qingzhou University. However, after entering university from his senior year of high school, he was busy writing every day, and the pressure of studying decreased. Naturally, he didn't pay as much attention to his studies, and he became more and more confused about advanced mathematics. But today, his mind was unusually clear. The ideas and methods he had heard in class seemed to be all stored in his mind, allowing his derivation to proceed smoothly to the end. Old Qin's expression gradually changed from schadenfreude to shock. I thought everyone was just a lazy bum addicted to second-generation games, but I didn't expect this roommate to secretly work hard and even show off his big breasts on the spot. The calculus teacher's playful expression turned in his satisfaction. After Chang Lu finished explaining, he nodded repeatedly. Absolutely correct, especially since the line of thought is very clear. Student ID 13, Chang Lu, please sit down. Let's give him a round of applause. Chang Li's eyes widened, and applause, tinged with a boisterous tone, immediately erupted. No, don't clap. This isn't praise at all. It's a ritual of humiliation. Nobody stop him. He just wants to hang himself on the electric fan right now. The little bird knight, with his eyes half closed, leaped over the high city wall and locked his gaze on the fat nobleman behind the human wall. I will hang him on the city gate. Lunette wasn't surprised that Godfrey had shown up in person. This lord had always been like that. During his time ruling the city, he never missed an opportunity to shine, always striving to become like his father, Old Alan. Old Alan was a man who had fought his way through the battlefield, but his descendants either died or left in the power struggles, leaving only Godfrey, the fat nobleman who devoured the flesh and blood of the common people, entrenched on the city walls. The Allen family thus gradually declined. Lunette said calmly, "How could someone with such courage abandon the entire city's inhabitants and flee for their life alone?" The little bird knight snorted coldly, his tone unwavering. "I will hang him on the city gate." Lunette was somewhat surprised. Avis seemed to care about the city more than she did. As if reading her mind, Avis glanced at her and said, "My feelings for this city are neither deep nor shallow. But I hate it when people mess with adults' things." As the only one among the supplicants favored by Lord Chong-Lu with maxed out initial favorability, Avis will not allow anyone to covet Lord Chong-Li's city. This is his city, the city of eternal joy, and also our starting point. She straightened her back, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, and the long-tailed tit on her shoulder stood quietly, making Lunette feel that the scene was surprisingly harmonious. Avis pounded her breastplate. "I'm leaving. I will lead that troop of knights to become the sharpest spear in Chong-Li's city. Lunette, see you after the battle." "Please wait a moment." Lunette hesitated for a moment, then called out to her. "Melina has a few words for me to pass on." Avis smiled and said, "I thought she wished I were dead." Lunette said that once the war was over, she hoped to help the two men resolve their differences. She then conveyed her first message. "Do what you want to do." Melina's original words were even more blunt. She felt that Avis didn't seem very intelligent and shouldn't overuse her intelligence. If she did have such a thing, she should follow her instincts, as that would be the most effective way to help in the war. Lunette had to admit that translating for Melina was no easy task. Avis thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "I understand. Anything else?" "There is another saying. When a general is in the field, he may disobey some of the orders given to him." Avis had read the book and knew the meaning of the sentence. Although she couldn't figure out Melina's intention, she still carefully wrote it down. The little nun was equally puzzled. What exactly did that sentence refer to? At the same time, the Allen family's army finally entered the Allied forces' firing range. Those supplicants who had always been shunned by Blood Rain suddenly all stood up. "Prepare to fire." Blood Rain was stunned. What were they shooting at? They didn't reimburse the cost of arrows and spells, and they didn't even have healing potions. Who would truly risk their life for this city? But when he turned around and looked into the city, he froze instantly. Behind the makeshift defensive line built day and night by the laborers, shields were being erected one after another. Hidden behind those shields were clearly a group of ranged attackers. Arrowheads emerged from beneath the shields, some tempered, some coated with poison, and even the worst were smeared with filth. Staffs also extended in succession, their tips rippling with magical energy. Blood Rain opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. The Allen family's army had already pressed in. "Put!" At a command, a hail of arrows rained down on the enemy ranks like meteors. Judging by the trajectory of the arrows alone, it was clear these men were no mere recruits hastily assembled. Godfrey's heart tightened as well. He looked up and saw countless black dots suddenly appear in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, those black dots crashed into the ranks of soldiers ahead with a whooshing sound. Screams and cries of pain erupted. Some fell to the ground, wounded by arrows. Others discovered the arrows were poisoned and cried out for help in despair. Some even suggested cutting off the arms of the poisoned victims, only to be told that it was too late. After a volley of arrows, the frontline soldiers suffered heavy casualties, with some falling and others scattering, while many more rushed back in terror. "Where are the shield bearers?" "Shield bearers, move up." Godfrey, mounted on his horse, shifted restlessly in his obese body. He couldn't believe that so many archers could appear in a city as poor as a beggar's. He didn't forget to belittle Lunette, saying she wouldn't sell that broken staff to get these men. The young nobleman Colton, standing nearby, frowned slightly upon hearing Lunette's name, a flicker of unease in his eyes. After a brief period of chaos, the shield bearers finally reached the front, raising their heavy shields and advancing step by step towards the city defenses. Excited whispers echoed throughout the coalition forces. "They're coming." The Black Hand grew increasingly uneasy. He had already discussed with his men the plan to escape once the war began. What did defending the city have to do with them, the mercenaries? Who had ever seen mercenaries genuinely participate in a city defense battle? But now, he found that his men were highly motivated and did not seem to be preparing to flee at all. At this moment, Knight Verrick stood behind them, raising his long sword and looking menacingly at the Allied forces. A young man asked loudly, "Sir, what is the reward for killing an enemy on the battlefield?" Everyone immediately perked up their ears, but Shuyu stared intently at that face. "Ryan," How could the people of Changlu City be mixed up among bandits and mercenaries? Blood Rain was instantly chilling. It turned out this was a trap from the very beginning. Don't fall for it, he roared desperately. But nobody listened to him. Varric took the money bag from his henchman, gripped the bottom, and swung it forcefully. Silver coins rained down on the mercenaries and bandits. A reward of 50 taels of silver will be given for each enemy soldier killed on the battlefield. Real gold and silver coins rained down on the crowd. Someone picked up a silver coin, smelled it, and his voice trembled. It's real money. The next moment, countless desperados' eyes turned bloodshot and their breathing became rapid. Varric grinned again, revealing a sinister smile. Those who flee the front lines deserve only death. The supplicants also stared at the crowd with sinister eyes, and no one doubted the truth of the statement. The Allied forces remained silent for a few seconds. Black Hand and Blood Rain felt a sinking feeling in their hearts at the same time, because only one path remained before them. Ryan was the first to rush out from the crowd, raising his long sword and roaring. For the fucking silver coins. Charge! He charged forward without looking back, knowing that he was followed by a horde of bloodthirsty thugs. Chapter 51 God of Blood, grant me victory. Push forward. Godfrey shouted. They have limited forces. The defenders are mercenaries and bandits. Those guys are incredibly shrewd. If you just raise your weapon a little to scare them, they'll be smart enough to clear the road to the city. Although the fat nobleman had never been on the battlefield in his life, he boasted that he had a thorough understanding of human nature. Indeed, just as he had thought, Black Hand and Blood Rain originally planned to run away. He meant originally. After a few days of practicing simple movements like running and thrusting their spears on the recruit training field, the soldiers screamed for a while before being pacified by the trainee instructors waving their whips. Quiet down. Otherwise, I won't even need the enemy. I'll cut out your tongues first. Don't run around, or I'll break your legs. Think of your parents back home, your wives and children on the calm, heated brick bed. What they want is a victorious warrior returning home, not a terrified, screaming deserter. Behave yourselves. Once you take this city, the Lord will give you houses, fields, fishing boats, and gold coins that you never even dared to dream of before. The carrot and stick approach is indeed a motivational tactic that has been used for so many years. After a brief period of confusion, the Allen family's army reorganized its first line of shield bearers and slowly advanced towards the city walls. Godfrey gazed into the distance. He saw soldiers crouching inside the fortifications. Those guys were dressed in all sorts of strange clothes. They must be the mercenaries and bandits who had been hastily assembled. He thought of that saying. With just the slightest contact, these guys will melt and flee like snowflakes encountering fire. After that, the city of Changlu will be like a concubine who has drunk her fill of fine wine, completely defenseless against him. With this in mind, he spurred his horse and charged forward behind the soldiers. Closer, closer. 300 meters. He could see the panic in their eyes. 200 meters. He heard some people shouting. What money? And some vulgar profanities. 150 meters. A young warrior stood up, his gaze fixed on the fat nobleman, seemingly smiling. Godfrey's scalp felt like it was being pricked with needles. Danger! Danger! 100 meters. They have entered close combat. Leading the charge was a servant of the Allen family. Godfrey couldn't remember his name, but he longed for this war. A servant who wanted to escape slavery in this era was bound to make contributions far beyond what ordinary people could make. For example, becoming a supplicant. For example, becoming a pioneer. Driven by the desire to escape slavery, the servant, wielding a long knife, was the first to charge into the rabble of people in Changlu City. He collided with the young soldier who was staring at him and smiling. Keep it up. Godfrey broke out in a cold sweat. Kill him. Kill them. He shouted these words, but they were not heard by the servant. Instead, they were heard by the young warrior, who was his enemy. Ryan laughed excitedly, the sharp knight's long sword in his hand like an extended limb, swinging at his will. The servant, who died without ever having a name, was stabbed in the neck from the side through a gap in his armor, and with a flick of the wrist, his throat was slit. Puff! The guy fell to the ground, only managing a few twitches before being trampled over by more people, his head buried in the dust. What a brave man! Ryan said. What a piece of trash! The fat nobleman roared. Draw your bows. Shoot. They can shoot us. We must retaliate. However, this order was not carried out quickly. Draw the bow. Colton gave him a complicated look. Now that your soldiers and her soldiers are all mixed up, Are you expecting these guys who have only been using bows and arrows for a few days to be able to hit their enemies with perfect accuracy in a chaotic battle? Or have you abandoned those who charged forward and decided to pin them down along with your own soldiers? The fat nobleman was speechless. What left him speechless and utterly astonished was yet to come. Those rabble, he thought were just going through the motions and would soon scatter and flee, actually started running wildly with the young soldier and charged towards his army. Damn it! Where did these mercenaries come from? He also wants to hire someone. The scales of war in his heart began to slowly tip. How could a group of villagers who were just fishermen 3 or 4 days ago possibly defeat a group of desperate criminals whose hands were stained with countless blood? Almost instantly, a large number of Godfrey's troops fell. They clutched their arms, thighs, and abdomens, groaning in pain, or sometimes they didn't even make a sound. He panicked and turned around to look behind him. Old Paul. Where's Old Paul? He forgot that he had assigned the old steward to Jean Valley City to keep an eye on the supplies that hadn't yet been teleported out of the teleportation array. Colton took a deep breath, knowing he shouldn't waste too much time on this useless lord. He raised the scepter in his hand, which, like his clothes, was exceptionally luxurious and glittering with gold. Listen, the young nobleman did not shout, but his calm voice still spread out in circles through his staff, reaching the ears of every Allen family soldier. Form ranks, just like you usually train. Healers, don't just stand there. Drag those lightly wounded soldiers down and give them basic first aid. They can contribute more to their lord. He opened a sheepskin bag he was carrying with him, his face expressionless. The bag was filled with all sorts of scrolls. He took out a dark red parchment scroll, which floated in midair and unfolded in front of him. He raised his staff, tapped the parchment scroll lightly, and chanted, "We swear an oath by the source of fire, and we pledge our blood to boiling. Give us inexhaustible power and a fighting spirit that will strike fear into the hearts of our enemies. Let every drop of flowing blood give birth to both new life and death. God of blood, grant me victory." The scroll either burned on its own in midair or was swallowed by something else, twisting and leaving only pink mist that spread towards the soldiers' ranks ahead. Godfrey took a breath. Something tingling and itchy entered his nostrils. He subconsciously picked his nose, but there was nothing there. He felt his face burning, his heart pounding, and his thoughts clearer than ever before. The world before him was tinged with an eerie pink, and he swallowed hard, feeling an uncontrollable restlessness. He was longing for it, yearning to feel blood, and the desire to experience the allure of killing. Chapter 52: The Wrath of the Commoners. Ryan plunged his sword into the abdomen of a soldier wearing cloth armor, pulled it out amidst the blood, and then swung the hilt of the sword back to slam it heavily into the face of someone behind him. That guy fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He seemed to be sleeping well. That's strange. He cursed under his breath, the taste of blood churning in his throat. These people in front of me seem to have suddenly gone mad at some point in time. Not only has their fighting spirit surged, but they also seem to have lost their sense of pain. A mercenary's cry of pain came from beside him. The sword in his hand got stuck in the ribs of one of the Allen family soldiers, and that guy didn't say a word, rushed forward, hugged the mercenary, and bit his nose. His face was covered in blood. Ryan swung his sword heavily from behind him. At this point, no one cared about the correct way to use a sword or a knife. A sword could be used to slash, and a knife could be used to stab. Ryan beheaded him with a single sword stroke. But what's truly terrifying is that the guy with only one head left never let go, even in death. What the hell? He cursed again. A strange pink smoke filled the entire battlefield. As soon as the smoke appeared, he tore a piece of cotton cloth from his undergarment and wrapped it around his mouth and nose. Some shrewd mercenaries made the same choice as him. But most of the soldiers were caught off guard, fueled by adrenaline, shouting and hacking away amidst the pink smoke. Gradually, their faces turned pink, just like the smoke. He glanced back at Knight Varric in the distance and noticed that the other man's expression was equally grave. Children of nature. Knight Varric turned and called out. This is a class similar to a druid, but unlike healers, their power is more inclined to be a support class that draws on the elements of nature. Several first and second tier children of nature stepped forward. They tried throwing several dispel spells into the battle area, but to little avail. It's hard to dispel, but it seems that covering your mouth and nose will prevent you from inhaling it. Melina, who was closely monitoring the battlefield situation, frowned. Should I give it a try? Lunette suggested. No need. The Saintess's duty is to protect the people of the entire city. This duty is far more important than the victory or defeat of a war. Melina said firmly. Your strength must remain to support the city's protective barrier, and to perform tasks of such intensity as casting group healing spells when the wounded are evacuated. Only you are capable of this. Lunette thought for a moment and nodded. Moreover, we are far from being at our wits' end. Melina turned around and looked into the city, a smile of extreme excitement gradually spreading across her face. Everyone thought it was a ghost town. The city contained only unarmed civilians and gold and silver waiting to be looted. But only people in the city know. What kind of army can be obtained in exchange for a divinely bestowed teleportation array and gold and silver bestowed by the gods? It was a solemn, steel army in the approaching night. Their imposing physiques, along with their superior equipment worth 100 gold coins each, descended from the sky and appeared in Changlu City through a teleportation array. A full 1,000 people, for which Melina spent half of the funds she received from Lord Changlo. The remaining half wasn't left idle either. She reached a win-win deal with the Gibson Chamber of Commerce. Members of the Chamber of Commerce purchased various supplies on a large scale and transported them to Changlu City via teleportation arrays. Good heavens! Miss Dickinson was so happy to see so many supplies piled up in the city warehouse of Changlu City that she started tap dancing at the warehouse entrance. Melina gripped the railing so tightly that her fingers turned white. She said to the Saintess, if this army grows to 10,000 men, we might even be able to march on the capital. Attack the capital? That's right. The current king is sickly, and the crown prince is dissolute, arrogant, and domineering. Melina opened her mouth, then suddenly snapped out of her daze of sudden surge of power. Ah, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. She smiled and said, our current task is to defend Changlu City and develop the faith in Changlo. As for attacking the capital, that's a matter for politicians to consider. The young nun lowered her eyes. She was thinking, the development of faith is not just something to talk about. Deities who have already occupied a region of worship will not easily relinquish their territory. I'm afraid we'll still have to rely on fighting. Flags were raised on the city wall, following the agreed-upon flag signals among the Changlu army. Retreat! Sir Vurik shouted. Retreat! Hold on to your damned, crazed comrades. Retreat! Retreat into the city. So Ryan first grabbed a stranger next to him and dragged him into the city. So the soldiers who were not yet fooled by the pink mist followed his example and did the same thing. Godfrey breathed a sigh of relief. His long sword was stained with blood. He had just achieved his first solo kill. A disoriented and confused soldier rushed into the rear ranks and lunged straight at him. The esteemed Lord Godfrey exclaimed, good, spurred his warhorse forward a few steps, bent down, and stabbed the opponent to death with his sword. One of his knights opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. They didn't mention that the soldier was wearing the same cloth armor as their own troops. The fat nobleman was left alone to celebrate his victory. Should we retreat too? He shifted his hips nervously, seeking advice from those around him. Where should we retreat to? Your home is just ahead. Which way do you want to go? Colton stared at him, a look that displeased Godfrey. I must retreat 50 miles to set up camp. My soldiers are wounded and need treatment. Healers. Where are the healers? The healer is in place. Sir, they need recovery medicine, bandages, and some hemostatic agents. We have plenty of those. The fat nobleman immediately declared loudly. I will not mistreat my soldiers. I purchased a lot of those things before they departed. Where is it? What kind of talk is that? Of course it's in the baggage train. The fat nobleman turned around and was met with a desolate view behind him, making him see stars. Where are the supply wagons? Where are my supply wagons? Godfrey was devastated. Old Paul, who was in charge of managing the supply wagons, was truly devastated. How did it turn out like this? He stared at the scene of looting before him, his aged hands waving frantically. Stop! Stop! You bunch of lowly people! How dare you! How dare you! This belongs to the Allen family. However, apart from his own voice, he could hear no other dissenting voices. Those lowly people who sprang out from every corner of the city scattered the convoy. They crammed the supply wagon guards, who were armed with knives, so much so that they couldn't move. Then, even more people jumped onto the supply wagons that were full of supplies. Move. Rob. Smash it. Crates of food, recovery potions, drinks, and coins meant to reward soldiers were fought over. Looting, trampling, and fighting turned Jingu City into a hellish place. Old Paul stared blankly at the scene before him. Then a hand pushed him from behind. He stumbled and fell off his horse, and when he turned around, He saw that even the horse he was riding had been taken away. He lay on the ground and made eye contact with a beggar with a rather large head. Unworthy people, unworthy people. The beggar's face remained expressionless as he lifted the lowly man's foot. He stepped on old Paul's face. Chapter 53, Don't Feel Pity for Me. Knowing that the game's technical sophistication was astounding, Chang Lu was clearly not mentally prepared to face the final chapter of a main storyline. So, he was like a diner sitting at a table, or a diner who had already been mostly fed by the host, who was caught off guard and walked into a Brazilian barbecue buffet restaurant. The shop assistant walked past him with strings of well-prepared dishes, leaving a pile in front of him without waiting for him to ask any questions. Chang Lu only needed to put it in his mouth, and the well-made CG and main story plot would flow down his throat. It's not one of those CGs with inconsistent quality. The vast majority of the animations are so excellent that it's a real shame to put them in a sequel. The exquisite craftsmanship is comparable to that of Bones Studio, Trigger Studio, and Kyoto Animation before the fire. Isn't this a testament to their deep pockets? Other games feed players treats, but your family is practically feeding them whole meals. After class, since it wasn't dinner time yet, the 4 roommates went back to their dorm first. Chang Lu kept her head down looking at her phone the whole way, so she naturally didn't see the 3 people behind her exchanging glances. After he slumped into the chair and was pushed by Lao Qin, the eldest brother, Xiao Yaojia, finally spoke up awkwardly. Hey Lu. Chang Lu raised his head. When are you going to the hospital to get your eyes checked? Oh right. Chang Lu subconsciously pushed up the frame of his glasses, only to find nothing there. He hasn't gotten used to life without glasses yet, and every morning he has to fumble around his pillow for ages. When I went to class, some of my classmates, whom I didn't know very well, would sometimes tease me. Hey, why are you wearing contact lenses today? Or, wow, glasses really do make you look smaller. His eyes looked so much bigger after he took them off. He didn't try to explain, so to this day, only the few people in his dorm know about his eye condition. The 4 talked for a long time that night, but still couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Chang Lu could only say that he would go to the hospital for a checkup when he didn't have classes, and it would be best if it really was just pseudomyopia. I'm here to register now. Which day do you want to book an appointment for? Shall I check Monday afternoon? I happen to have no classes, and there were available appointments with specialists. Okay, I'll go with you then. Xiao Yaojia spoke casually, and Chang Lu waved his hand. What are you doing? It's not necessary. It's not a big problem. I'm fine right now. Aren't you going to date someone? Ayu has class. What's wrong with me going with you? Chang Lu scratched his nose. Alright, I'll call you along then. Okay, and where are you spending Chinese New Year this year? His 3 roommates all stared at him expectantly. Chang Lu smiled to himself. He's waiting for me here. He knew what the 3 roommates meant. Chang Lu is a child without a mother. Without family, he naturally has no home. The 3 of them didn't know at first. Last year at this time, during the Spring Festival, the 3 of them went home happily. They said goodbye to Chang Lu one by one, reminding him, the last one to leave, remember to lock the doors and windows, and so on. Who knew that Chang Lu never went back? At that time, he was writing a book at a crucial point in his life. He poured all his energy into writing it over the entire Spring Festival in his dorm room, managing to produce 300,000 words in just 1 month. He earned in 1 month what others couldn't earn in several years. Chang Lu was having a good time, but to her 3 roommates, she seemed particularly pitiful. When they returned, they were surprised to see that the dormitory was still the same as before they left. So this time they thought they should ask in advance if Chang Lu really had nowhere to spend the new year. It would just be a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks and a bowl if they asked him to come home with them. Chang Lu was genuinely grateful to them, but he didn't really think he was that pitiful. What's so pitiful about spending Chinese New Year alone? A festival is only a festival if someone gives it meaning. If no one cares, it's just another ordinary day in the 30,000 days of a person's life. Besides, even with all these hextech powers, he might not live to be 30,000 days old. But Chang Lu still didn't say it aloud. His friend meant well, and he didn't intend to argue with them. I'm going to Sonya, he said. The 3 of them fell silent. They no longer pity him. They despise him. This is what efficient communication is all about. But clearly, Lord Godfrey doesn't understand what effective communication means. He lived in a drab tent, and his knights struggled to explain to him why they hadn't brought the tiger skin rug worth 1,000 gold coins that was beside his bed. My legs are prone to getting cold. I can't sleep at night without that blanket. Godfrey frowned, his temples throbbing, his nerves aching from the noise outside. Could you go tell them to stop yelling? It's driving me crazy. The knight's face turned extremely ugly. "My lord," he said in a hoarse voice, "they have no healing potions, no hemostatic agents, my lord. They are badly injured." I know. Damn it. Where's old Paul?" Godfrey paced irritably back and forth in the tent. He seemed to finally realize that he had made one wrong decision, or perhaps more than one. Should we not have attacked Crescent Moon City? He didn't know who he was asking. Perhaps I should go to see His Majesty the King and ask him to send troops to help me reclaim this place? "My lord," the knight said, "they are just a bunch of archers, just a bunch of archers. Once we get on the city walls and close the distance, they won't be able to do us much damage." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, you authorize me to assemble a blitzkrieg team, leading the remaining able-bodied men, to launch a surprise attack on Crescent Moon City under the cover of night." A strange light flickered in the knight's eyes. He was naturally also thinking about himself. If we succeed in being the first to scale the walls and help this useless nobleman reclaim the city, he should be able to obtain the title of Viscount. Once a noble title is obtained, one is freed from lowly status and rises to the top in one step. Given the current situation, this is a good idea. At least until their supplies arrive. Don't give them too many opportunities to adjust. They only had a few tents, while the enemy had occupied an entire city. If we feed them and replenish our arrows, it will be even more difficult for us to get closer. The knight tried his best to analyze the situation on the field, but the fat nobleman only heard one sentence. "You're taking away the soldiers who are still capable of fighting?" Godfrey screamed, "What about me? Who's going to keep me safe? If you trust me, you can come with us. You are a noble person seeking salvation." "My condition was caused by taking medication. I'm not going." Godfrey slumped in his wicker chair. Even that rot-tan chair was brought out of his mansion by his personal servants. The knight paused, lost in thought. Is there still a chance to defect to the enemy now? He simply couldn't bear to be in the same space as this useless nobleman any longer. He was afraid he would lose control and strangle him. "But, sir." "No. I said no. Didn't you hear me?" The knight reluctantly raised his head and looked at the moonlight shrouded in dark clouds. But now is truly a perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Chapter 54: The Perverted Little Bird. This is truly a perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. The little bird rider rode on the back of the gray horse and stuffed the leftover apple core into Six's mouth. She was in a good mood, and even the expression on the face of the knight behind her, Varric, seemed to improve. This is a surprise attack team. All the cavalry in the city were mobilized, totaling 120 riders. They left the city under the cover of darkness, intending to gather intelligence and guard against a surprise attack by the enemy. Unexpectedly, the Allen family's camp was even more desolate than the one in Changlu City. The vast majority of the wounded soldiers in Changlu City have received proper medical treatment. Those with minor injuries are treated by first- or second-tier healers and medics. Those who were seriously injured were all taken to the square, where the Holy Maiden herself bestowed blessings on behalf of God. Both local soldiers of Changlu City and the Allied forces received this treatment. Then, Blood Rain and Black Hand discovered something terrible. The men under their command gradually stopped obeying their orders. Damn it, they were planning to run away tonight. We've already got the money, who's going to risk their life here? However, when they sent this message to their trusted confidants, he overheard some of his men asking the priests in Changlu City, "If I convert to the god of Changlu, can I buy a house in this city at a lower price?" Damn it, you are mercenaries, you are bandits. This is not for out-of-town talents inquiring about residency policies at the service window. The priest even said, "Of course you can get a 20% discount. God, kill him. 20% off." Even Blood Rain was tempted. Is that a tactic to lure troops? The little bird rider tilted his ear and listened quietly. Her shoulder-length black hair danced in the air, caressing her soft face. The cries of agony of soldiers echoed continuously from the Allen family's camp. "Be my eyes, chirp chirp." She covered her eyes, raised her hand, and the long-tailed tit flapped its wings and flew silently toward the camp. The situation at the camp then became clear to her. Soldiers wailing everywhere. Most of them were wounded by arrows. Some had the arrows removed, but if they were hit by a B-tailed arrow, they could not get the arrowhead out unless they cut off a piece of flesh. Why are they not getting medical treatment? Avis was very curious. Gofredo entrusted the supply train to an old steward who was not a supplicant. Knight Varric replied. Then Melina orchestrated a riot. Wow. An unprecedented civilian riot broke out in Golden Valley City. They looted the Allen family's supplies, which then turned into the plunder of noble residences. The Lord of Golden Valley had to deploy troops to quell the riot. The valuables in the nobles' private residences were searched, but the Allen family's supplies could not be returned to their rightful owner. Has anyone died in this riot? Some civilians suffered minor injuries, and the old butler of the Allen family was pushed down in the chaos and broke his head. What a vicious woman. What a beautiful way of doing things. Avis smiled. I understand. Now it's our turn to go on stage. The earth was shaking. Godfrey jumped out of bed. He initially thought he was just unlucky to have encountered an earthquake, but the tremors were getting closer and closer. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Chaos has broken out outside. Countless people were roaring. Take up your weapons. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm just a filler. It hurts. It hurts so much. Victory awaits us ahead. Have they forgotten something? I'm still right here. Why is no one here to protect me? For a moment, he didn't know whether it was anger or fear that controlled his legs. Godfrey scrambled to his feet and staggered as he lifted the tent flap. Outside the tent, it was already a sea of fire. What shook the earth was not demons or monsters, but cavalrymen clad in jet black armor. Led by a beautiful young girl, they drove themselves into the Allen family's camp like a wedge. Those soldiers who had taken off their armor and were sleeping, and the wounded soldiers who were lying on the ground groaning, were harvested by the scythe of death like straw in the autumn wind. That's all my money. The fat nobleman was heartbroken. His heart was bleeding. Those were soldiers he acquired with his own money. Where on earth did this cavalry unit come from? Protect me. Get the fuck to protect me. Then, the little bird rider appeared. She rode on her sirens, appearing before him like a divine warrior, looking down at this nobleman who could barely stand. Oh, you've landed a major achievement? Can this person be killed? She wasn't quite sure. But Melina didn't ask her to go easy on him either. She raised her longsword. Before the sword could strike, a distorted cloud of blood mist suddenly appeared behind him. Colton. The fat nobleman seemed to see a savior. Save me. A figure was hidden in the blood mist. He stretched out his hand, and the blood mist climbed up Godfrey from his outstretched arm. Avis frowned and covered her mouth and nose. It turns out this guy was behind it all. The source of the pink mist has been found. The fat nobleman disappeared from her sight, along with that cloud of blood mist. The little bird rider was not surprised. If a city lord could be killed so easily, the whole world would have long been plunged into a bloody struggle for power. Unfortunately, if they had acted sooner, they might have been able to end the war immediately. Fighting less means fewer deaths. Even though these soldiers were recruited with gold and silver bestowed by Lord Changlu, they were still living, breathing human beings. All beings are equal, therefore every life should be respected. Of course, the enemy is an exception. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Colton, let's retreat. Where are my men? Let's retreat. The fat nobleman's voice was already hoarse from shouting. He couldn't see anyone familiar around him, so he could only tug at Colton's sleeve and say, I've had enough. Mr. Allen. Colton, seemingly lost in thought, frowned deeply. I hope you understand that war is not child's play. I know. You don't seem to understand. He emphasized. You need to learn to seize the opportunity. The portly nobleman gasped for breath. Timing. I'm asking you, is there a teleportation array in Crescent Moon City? Teleportation array. Answer me. There used to be one. Godfrey blurted out. There was one, but when the city was under siege, cough cough, we dismantled the teleportation crystal on that teleportation array. So the teleportation array here isn't working? It's completely paralyzed. We took all 8 teleportation crystals with us. Very good. Is it good? Colton didn't want to pay any more attention to the guy's occasional crazy expressions. I ask you, does Lunette have the ability to obtain 8 more teleportation crystals to rebuild the teleportation array? How is that possible? Those 8 teleportation crystals are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Where did she get them? Did she offer herself to her new god in exchange for a favor? So it's highly unlikely. Then what about the money? She already has an archer squad and a cavalry unit. Why would she hire a bunch of rabble to defend the city? She's broke. That woman's probably at her wit's end. All for a city. For a ruined city. Now I know why they launched a night raid. Colton smiled confidently. They don't have the chance to face the enemy head on. What's the meaning? It turns out that we only had one path left from the very beginning. The young nobleman raised his hand and pointed towards Changlu City. Break the city. The road ahead is smooth. The long-tailed tit flapped its wings and flew away. It passed over the firelight and strife and landed on its master's index finger. A gentle breeze brushed against the little bird knight's hair, causing her to lower her eyes. Snort, she said softly, you self-righteous fool. A gentle force fell on her head, lightly touching her. That gentle touch made her unable to resist raising her head and rubbing her head against that intangible palm. God has arrived. God is watching. God said, let them go. Okay. The little bird rider happily complied. Chirp chirp, do you think it's blasphemy if I look up and lick an adult's head when they touch it? Chiu-Chiu doesn't know. Chiu-Chiu just thought it was perverted. Chapter 55, Unleash the Dogs. Colton White wasn't entirely confident. His hand, gripping the staff, was tucked inside the sleeve of his magnificent robe, trembling without him even realizing it. He wasn't someone who had seen much of the world. But the White family, people with the surname White, should be able to remain calm and composed in any situation. Because White is a descendant of the once glorious emperor of the Eastern Lan Empire, the child of the overlord who once unified 1/3 of the continent of Dekaxanbi, and a child of the gods. They should be nobler than all other races in the world. Thus, even though Lunette White was exiled to a remote place by her family and had no resources to support her, she was still able to become a pillar of a city and the most important spokesperson for a god in that city. Yes, Colton felt that the young woman on the city wall was no different from himself in terms of ability. If we absolutely had to find some differences, then Colton was born from the womb of a mistress, a White, who should not have been acknowledged, and secretly became White's thief. Lunette White, the only daughter of Lady Margaret, was the noblewoman who should have been entitled to 1/6 of the Eastern Lan Empire's inheritance and was at the very top of the entire Dekashambi continent. Now, she was killed as a child in a small city, and she looks not much different from him. Colton wondered, how much knowledge could a girl raised in a small town possibly have? Forget about mentioning the Donglan Empire to her. Just mentioning the 13 Islands Federation would dazzle her. Betraying one's faith and stealing the power of a city are acts of utter depravity. Thus, a White, who was both of low character and shallow in knowledge, seemed to be able to deceive her completely with just a little bit of rhetoric. Colton thought he was a man of unfulfilled potential, but because of his humble origins, he was driven out of the door by the White family's procession to divide their inheritance. If he could control such a well-established young woman, then everything she owned would become his own. What should we use? First, use bribery. If you want to avoid paying any price, you can use seduction. He had never met the Holy Maiden, but he was very confident in his appearance. The White family also has a bloodline tradition, where consanguineous marriage is encouraged. If the girl doesn't take the bait, then use coercion. He prayed specifically to the blood god, exchanging 3 toes from his left foot for a 4th-tier spell, soul coexistence. The fate of the spellcaster is inextricably linked to that of the spellcaster. The only way to break faith is for one of them to die. Colton became half-crippled, but he was given a new lease on life. He felt that he had figured everything out. But opening the gates of a city is like opening a box of chocolates. No one knows what chocolate wrapped in thin foil tastes like, just as no one knows whether there are well-dressed soldiers behind a tightly closed door. Colton decided to take a gamble. The bargaining chip was that obese, foolish nobleman. This foolish nobleman's parents must have been siblings to have given birth to such a purebred idiot whose head is filled with 2 pounds of water and 5 pounds of yellow sand. He effortlessly transformed himself into the most renowned of the younger generation of the White family and joined the siege. Colton forcibly pulled Godfrey up from the ground and shoved him onto the horse. Go home. He said that, then pulled out a dagger and stabbed the horse in the rump. The tall horse that the old steward had carefully chosen let out a shrill neigh, and then carried the fat nobleman on a mad charge forward. Godfrey had a saddle fitted to his body to make himself more comfortable. This prevents him from being shaken off while traveling at high speed, and also prevents him from having the courage to jump off the horse when forced to travel at high speed. The fat nobleman, his face deathly pale, ran wildly toward Changla's city, which was not far away. Damn it! He should have stuck to his own ideas back then. Retreat 50 li and set up camp. Now, he is forced to charge back to his homeland like a valiant knight. Lord Godfrey is mighty. He heard someone shout. The lords have charged up. Damn it. Is there anyone who can help him pull on the horse's reins? He's so invincible. Sir, you possess such ambition, strategic vision, and heroic spirit. He didn't. Don't make false accusations. Since the adults have charged forward, we must naturally follow. Help him hold the horse's reins. You lowly people. Surprisingly, the team that was attacked at night miraculously came back to life. The new recruits who were temporarily drafted were still wailing. Most of them were seriously injured, while the rest voluntarily gathered together, knelt on the ground, and begged the heavenly army to spare them. The veterans of the Allen family, however, quickly grasped the situation. They formed ranks, drew closer, and roared as they followed the valiant Lord Godfrey toward Changla City. Colton thought, "This is an opportunity, the best opportunity." He glanced back at the boundless darkness, and in the firelight, he saw the young female knight who had led them to face hell. The little bird rider did not stop them. She tilted her head slightly as she spoke with Knight Verrick. Sir Verrick raised his fist, and his cavalry ceased their slaughter. Each of them looked like a demon from hell, covered in crimson blood. After receiving orders, they let the wailing recruits go. The rustling of hooves sounded as this cavalry unit of over 100 men expanded their battle lines. Long-tailed tits chirped as they swooped down from the sky. You'll see this when you look down from its line of sight. The Allen family's army was like a school of fish darting about in murky water. Meanwhile, a large net of cavalrymen was quietly drawn behind them. How do I get in? After a sudden, chaotic jolt, the fat nobleman felt nauseous. He had arrived at the city gates, but they were firmly shut, leaving him with no other option. We can't just crawl through dog holes like those stray dogs, can we? Then what awaits you is a spear thrust through the dog hole and piercing your head, Colton said coldly. He followed closely behind the fat nobleman, the blood mist always clinging to him. Those who pray naturally have their own ways of opening the door. Several warlocks who had rushed after them raised their staffs and roared, "Open!" The city gates opened in response. The fat nobleman blushed slightly. He knew this spell too, but he just couldn't remember it at all. This motley crew, like stray dogs, scrambled through the city gate. It looked so familiar. As Avis rode her horse around, she turned to Knight Verrick and spoke. "Was the last time you saw something like this in the city?" Knight Verrick nodded slightly. The tactic of closing the door and releasing the dogs is all too common. Chapter 56 Death Sentence. Colton's heart skipped a beat when the city gate behind him slammed shut with lightning speed. Godfrey stopped pounding. He was jumping wildly. He fell off his horse and scrambled to his feet. "We've been tricked." "You've been tricked?" The city was pitch black, seemingly a ghost town. But that's not right. Although there was no visual feedback, Colton sniffed. He could smell the strong scent of fresh human beings in the air. The power of faith is roaring, and the blood god is craving fresh flesh and blood. This is a clever little trick to gather intelligence. The doubts didn't last long. In the distance, a brazier was lit. Then, one after another, the trails of flames spread from afar, the closest to them being a torch hanging on the wall. The atmosphere suddenly turned icy. No one spoke. It felt as if everyone's throats were being tightly gripped by two hands. There are people here. Instead, the place was packed with people. One by one, the infantrymen, fully armored, stood there, holding shields and swords, with only their visors peeking out from their piercing eyes. The fat nobleman raised his head. These are all valiant warriors. Not just one or two flames spread here, but fully armored warriors spread far and wide. He couldn't count how many powerful soldiers were here, but he could count the 12 teleportation crystals flickering on the rekindled teleportation array in the center of the city square in the distance. God, what changes have occurred in this city that he is unaware of? Who brought this city here? Could it be that deity named Changla? Colton looked up into the distance. He was somewhat stunned. Who is that? Who is that noble and beautiful girl who wears a lace veil on her face, holds a staff that exudes divine power, and is surrounded by everyone? The answer seems obvious. Because she has long, light blonde hair. That's the color of God's veil. That's the hair color that only the purest descendants of the White family can have. And he, Colton, had sandy blonde hair, a testament to his mixed heritage. Even if he wore the most luxurious clothes, styled his hair in the most fashionable way, and wove countless lies, he could only fool the foolish nobles in this remote little town. If you go to the capital, your lie will be exposed immediately. How enviable. Driven mad with jealousy. The girl with the purest white bloodline sat there proudly, enjoying everyone's adoration and adulation. Why? For a moment, Colton didn't want to coerce or entice Lunette anymore. He wanted to kill her. He slit her pale throat, watching the blood he had longed for his entire life gush out from there. He wanted to cut off her long hair and use her light blonde strands to make a wig for himself. He wants to do too many things. He also wanted to ask the god of eternal joy if it was permissible. I am intelligent, resourceful, and ambitious. I too can become your servant. But the god of eternal joy will probably only reply with one sentence. I always smoke women, not men. The fat nobleman took a small step back. His legs were so weak he could no longer stand. The soldier behind him poked him in the buttocks with the tip of his knife, and the soldier quickly said, "I'm sorry, sir." Sorry? Is now the time to say sorry? Child. He couldn't control his emotions and laughed inexplicably a few times. Go home. Child, go home. Is this the time to say sorry? Grown-ups. I'll tell you what time it is now. He grabbed his own neck with both hands. Now it's our death day, ha! Even someone as dull-witted as him could see that this was a dead end. But Godfrey still has a trick up his sleeve. Lunette, he shouted. Why did it have to come to this? The fat nobleman's face was full of smiles. This city originally belonged to me. Your occupation of it is illegitimate. Even if I don't come to take it back, the capital will send people to attack. I just want to take back what belongs to me. What's wrong with that? The young nun stood there, her gaze lowered, her face filled with pity. You're the one who doesn't want it anymore, the girl said softly. Huh. From the moment you and your family fled this place, this city no longer belonged to you. Nearly 3 months of perseverance taught Lunette what it meant to be heart of stone. Church, nobles, capital, enemies. Those who stand against them, and those who stand beside them all have hearts of steel. Melina's hand rested on her shoulder, a testament to the strength passed down from those who shared her faith. Lunette raised her eyes, her pale gold eyes illuminated by the flames, and a rare hint of anger appeared in them. I heard that when Crescent Moon City was besieged, you held a wedding banquet in Maple Leaf City to celebrate your marriage to your 13th favorite concubine. At that time, the people of Crescent Moon City were cutting the bark off the last tree in the city, tearing it up and mixing it with dried animal hides to cook a pot of porridge, which they then stuffed into their stomachs. What do you mean by that? The young nun ignored him and continued speaking. I heard that you once participated in a horse race betting event in Maple Leaf City, and in just one horse race betting event, you lost 800 gold coins and a box of fine pearls. Back then, 800 gold coins could buy the lives of 800 people from Crescent Moon City to leave that place. The young nun said, at that time, there were still 12,000 people in the city. 12,000 gold coins could have saved everyone's lives. All that was needed was for me to die. Her expression was indifferent, and then some sobs were heard around her. More lights appeared. Those were the people of Changlu City who came carrying torches. Many of them survived that great encirclement and suppression. Their relatives, friends, and loved ones died in that siege. The fat nobleman was speechless, and he looked at Lunette in astonishment. What does this mean? He couldn't understand Lunette's thinking. Are you saying I have to pay for the lives of these lowly people? Colton frowned. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Lunette, you're too naive. Gold coins among nobles don't flow to the lower classes. They're overjoyed to receive a silver coin. To exchange a gold coin for their lives? How much are slaves worth in the market? The sobbing stopped. But there were even more eyes filled with fire and glare. Lord Godfrey. Lunette let out a sigh of relief. You should confess to them. This is the word spoken by the highest authority in the city. Before you were sentenced to death. Chapter 57, I became a stubborn fish. This is practically master level. The firelight on the screen illuminated Chong Li's eyes, making his gaze shine even in the darkness. It's when a normally gentle person gets fierce that they become even more delicious. The game's CG is truly amazing, meticulously depicting every detail of the little nun's movements and expressions. Could such a capable subordinate be an unknown figure? Chong Li's heart couldn't help but feel a little itchy. He was eager to know what other games the same game company had developed. But this is a difficult task. First, he had no idea what the company that developed the game was called. Secondly, he had no way of investigating the garbled code, especially the social information behind it. This made him feel that something was wrong. He should have sensed something was wrong long ago. He was simply misled by the game's content and deliberately became overly careless about his daily life, causing him to overlook the various unscientific things that had happened to him during this period. However, Chong Lu, who grew up with a science education, was unaware of the extraordinary elements involved. He prefers to explain it as some kind of business battle or a money laundering activity by the mafia. But for gangsters to launder money, isn't playing such a game a bit of a departure from their core business? You have such high-speed machinery to bring into China, don't you? If you have such ability, why do you need to become a gangster? As for business warfare, that's even more inexplicable. Whose business strategy is so poorly executed? Did the rival company bribe their publicity team to keep them silent? Did the competitor bribe the programmer to stop displaying the company name on the page? Who would do such a thing? Always happy and never giving up. He exited and re-entered the game dozens of times before he could barely spot a fleeting icon in the lower right corner, especially right after entering the game. The fact that the icon was his handwritten Chang Le, meaning eternal happiness, made it even more bizarre. Could this really be some kind of illegal software? But when you see a risk warning for illegal websites while surfing the internet, do you immediately close the website? Or should we open it and see what risks there are? Open. Closure. You see, there are still more brave and fearless people, right? But Godfrey was genuinely afraid of dying. He was not only afraid of death, but also of pain, hunger, thirst, the inability to satisfy his desires, the lack of offspring, and the possibility that his brother, whom he had driven away, would one day return to Crescent Moon City. He had many fears, but because he was a nobleman, no one could criticize his fears. When he was a child, his mother protected him. When he grew older, he would hide behind Father Carson. And when he was still older, the old butler would help him deal with his troubles. So when he heard that he would be sentenced to death, he was somewhat surprised and naturally began to feel afraid. Death penalty? He stammered. What are you saying? I am a nobleman recorded in the royal register. My life can only be decided by His Majesty the King. Who do you think you are? He staggered backward, and everyone stared at him with strange looks, including the Allen family. Having witnessed the former patriarch's demeanor, they naturally hoped to follow a valiant and upright warrior. But that doesn't seem to be the case. After charging into Crescent Moon, the valiant Lord Godfrey lost his temper and began to tremble, turning to flee. Grown-ups, the knight who had proposed the blitzkrieg still clung to a sliver of hope. Give the order. The warriors of the Allen family will never back down. Even if there is an abyss ahead, we will still move forward firmly. Meanwhile, the people of Crescent Moon City, who were holding torches, gradually gathered around. Godfrey, you deserve to die. My lord, give the order. I will fight to the death. Godfrey, give me back my wife and children. My lord, order a breakout. You nearly resorted to cannibalism. Godfrey, you deserve to be driven into the heart and die. My lord, if we can't break through, at least we can preserve the reputation of the Allen family. He likes to throw people into snake pits. I know where his snake pits are. There might not be any snakes there, but I can go and catch them. Big. Shut up, all of you. Godfrey trembled, whether from anger, fear, or both. It was hard to tell. I want to go back. After he finished speaking, he suddenly became calm. The fat nobleman retreated, bumping into a soldier who wanted to get promoted and make a fortune with him with every step. Their gazes were first resolute, then became confused, and finally filled with doubt and uncertainty. My lord, if you want to go, then go ahead. Godfrey said, I'm going home. Home. Maple Leaf City is my home. The door was, of course, closed. He snatched a warlock staff and threw a spell at it. Open up. The shout was loud, but the spell was like a nobleman's performance in bed. It was nothing more than urinating. The city gates of Chang Le City watched him intently, like the deep gazes of everyone around him. Godfrey kept cursing, and since no one was helping him, he decided to find his own way to survive. There are some holes in the city wall of Chang Le City where wild dogs can crawl in and out. Is that a way out? Godfrey didn't know. But everyone in the Allen family knew that Godfrey Allen was already dead when the patriarch bent down and struggled to stuff the limbs of his flotation bag into the dog hole. Lunette frowned. This nobleman, who always spent his time indulging in pleasure with his concubines, has now completely gone mad. He was like an octopus, or he imagined himself as an octopus, wriggling his limbs and desperately trying to squeeze into the narrow cave. First the head, then the upper body, then only one foot was left, and finally the foot was also tucked in. That cave doesn't seem big enough to hold a person, does it? Melina opened her mouth. How did he manage to squeeze himself in there? No one knows, but there were mottled bloodstains at the entrance of the hole. A stream of blood flowed from the cave entrance, accompanied by agonizing groans. I want to go home. I'm not fighting anymore. I want to go home. Old Paul. Damn old Paul. Pull me out. Pull me out. Godfrey is no longer able to move. His hands were trapped on either side of his body, with only his head still facing the path home he longed for. I want to go home. You lowly people deserve to be thrown into a snake pit. Ryan jumped down and tried to pull Godfrey out from behind by grabbing his feet. But after trying several times, he could only turn his head and say helplessly, Sir, he's stuck. Lunette lowered her eyes. The city he inherited from his father did indeed become Godfrey's coffin. Chapter 58 Your method of death is hanging. In this day and age, without a lord, everything is meaningless. The Allen family soldiers laid down their weapons. They had already been captured, and now all they cared about was saving their own lives. As for all the fighting and conflict, it was none of their business. They would naturally be cursed and hit on the head with dung scoops by the people. But who cares? Just survive. Godfrey is not going to survive. He squeezed his body, which had a waist circumference of 1 meter, into a dog hole with a diameter of less than 40 centimeters. No one knows how he did it. The blood that flowed out was mixed with dark red fragments, which were his shattered internal organs. The city of Chang'e sent 7 or 8 soldiers to pull him away, but he was as if he were embedded in something and wouldn't budge. Finally, Melina gave the order. Never mind him. Listen to me. Get a bucket of plaster for patching the wall. The ruthless Miss Leatherpants ruthlessly pronounced his fate. Since he is so eager to get back to this city, let this city become his grave. The war seemed to have come to an end. She thought. Perhaps only a fly quietly flew away. But don't worry, it will encounter predatory birds outside the city. Avis caught up with Colton about 30 miles from Chang'e City. This young man of high status took off his robe and put on a black hooded cloak when he fled. He thought he was getting away with it, but little did he know that his every move was being watched by Chio. Sieg is a good horse. It ran until it was covered in sweat, carrying the little bird rider in a mad chase for 30 miles. Without uttering a word, she simply gripped her longsword, bent her knees, and galloped away on horseback. As she approached Colton, she swung the hilt of her sword and brought it down. Colton grunted and tumbled off his horse. He didn't faint immediately, thanks to the blood mist that was constantly shrouding him. Blood gushed down from his head, but before it could even reach his cheeks, it had already evaporated and disappeared, becoming part of the blood mist that merged into his body. Oh, Colton smiled. People from Chang'e City? The little bird knight didn't speak, but led Sick around a few times and pointed the tip of his sword at him. Where are you from? My name is Colton White, and I come from the City of Gods. He shook his robes, stood up, and still maintained that imposing, noble demeanor. But he seemed less confident than when he was conning Godfrey. Where did his confidence go? After seeing Lunette White and those soldiers who were like steel walls, his confidence had been largely eroded. Avis squinted her eyes. White. Yes, White. White of Lunette White. You don't look like a White at all. Colton gritted his teeth in hatred at the girl knight's words. Who asked you that? Has anyone ever told you that you speak harshly or have low emotional intelligence? Sorry, yes, but so what? Unlike Godfrey, Colton is no helpless weakling. He flicked his coat, revealing the sheepskin bag he carried with him, filled with all sorts of scrolls. Make your move. Oh. The little bird rider bent down and extended the tip of his sword. She twirled her sword on her wrist, and the tip of the sword easily severed the strap of the sheepskin bag, lifting the bag into her hand. Colton, is that correct? Is that what he meant? Have they both surrendered in this duel? Is there any need for a showdown at all? Little bird rider. Why do you look so surprised? This isn't some turn-based game. Isn't it a fairly standard maneuver for me to reach out and strike your vitals? Intelligence level 1 doesn't understand. Intelligence level 1 thinks they did a great job. Chang'e actually burst out laughing. Is it really okay for your game to hype up the showdown so much? Is it really okay to suddenly bring up the falling chair joke? But I have to say, after that tense and exciting battle in the city, we really need some funny skits to lighten the mood. You've even considered this detail. Are you really not considering making a feature film for this game? The rhythm is excellent. They even arranged for Bird Rider to be in charge of this part, which was a perfect fit. It doesn't seem like there's any risk of it going out of character, OOC. In the scene, Colton, who claims to be from the same family as the little nun, says, in that case, I'm willing to be your captive. Something's fishy, definitely fishy. This guy doesn't look like a good person at all. Prisoners? Why take prisoners? The little bird knight looked at him strangely. Chang'e City is already ours. Why would I capture you and take you back? To waste food. Cool. We don't want to be that kind of sanctimonious hypocrite who picks up trash everywhere. Colton straightened his back. My last name is White. Is this something really that important? You've already said it so many times. He sneered and said confidently, the White family has a rule that people of the same surname must not kill each other. I'm going to see Lunette. The little bird rider squinted his eyes. Colton, White wants to see your supplicant. There might be a conspiracy behind this. Please select. 1. Agree to take him back to see Lunette. 2. Reflect on the deeper meaning. Intelligence 9, judgment failed. 3. It's not that I can't, but why should I take you back? Implying a bribe. 4. Refusal. You have a valid reason for refusal. A general in the field may disobey orders. It's impossible to bring it back, It seems there's only one option left for this problem. But Changlu was genuinely amused by the second option. I thought about it, but to no avail. How do you think about it? The game's storyline is really aggressive towards the intelligence 1 stat of the bird rider. The White family rules. Avis nodded. Do I look like a member of the White family? Colton paused for a moment. Then his eyes turned fierce. This is disobeying orders. Disobey orders? Whose orders? You mean Lunette? Avis smiled nonchalantly. She has never asked me to do anything. She doesn't give orders to others. She only conveys the wise words from Lord Changlu. So why should I listen to your nonsense and bring someone like you, who will only cause her trouble, to Lunette? The long sword in her hand gleamed silver, like a white snake, ready to bite into Colton's neck in the next second. It's so hard to communicate with them. Then let's not communicate. Colton reached across his waist, and the 4th-tier scroll he had been hiding close to his body fell into his palm. This scroll, which took 3 of his toes as a price, can ignore the difference in their levels and forcibly bind the other to become its sole entity. The spell is simple. Just tear the scroll open in front of her. But at that moment, Colton felt a strange, majestic, and powerful divine force. Which deity is it? Seeing him in dire straits, were you kindly trying to save him from his predicament? It doesn't seem so. He felt that force transform into a rope, slowly encircling his neck. You should rejoice when death is given to you. Thus the god of eternal joy spoke. Thus, the entire universe became the audience for his execution by hanging. Chapter 59 Melina's Deliciousness. What a piece of trash. Changlu started cursing loudly. He had long been wary of this guy named Colton. This guy had a very obvious villainous profile. He worshipped an evil god, came from the same family as the little nun but had a poor background, was extremely jealous, and was on the side of the villains. Changlu kept a close eye on him, which is why he was able to stop him the moment he triggered the QT. Just a 2-second QT. Who gets this reaction time? If he hadn't been completely focused, he would have missed the QT. Fueled by anger, Changlu chose the most cruel option, hanging, from the choices that appeared after stopping the QT. You killed Colton White by hanging, a divine punishment. Your killings have attracted the attention of some people. The White family will be reminded. You have ended this war at almost 0 cost, aside from the gold coins lost. This is the best possible outcome. When Colton White died, he dropped an item, a divine gift from the blood god, which has now been added to your collection. The Changlu collection room is now open. Here you will see all the collectibles you have acquired throughout the main storyline, side quests, and other missions. Finally, there's the CG sequence that concludes the entire final chapter. Changlu City has become lively again, and at night, it is brightly lit. One by one, the people crawled out from under the fortifications and returned to their homes. Oh, they all did something before going home. That is to come to a newly repaired section of the city wall and spit at it. The sun finally rose from the east, shining upon this city that had changed hands. Changlu City still has no so-called city lord or lord. The city's guards will be directly under the command of the church, and the low taxes paid by the people will be controlled by the church and the city administrators and spent on them. News came from the capital. The change of power in one city and the riots in another failed to awaken the ailing king. Stability is what this country needs most right now. A few days later, as the sun rose, old Paul staggered to Changlu City. He knelt down before the repaired city wall, weeping bitterly. The passers-by all turned to look, and some recognized him as the former lord's personal steward. So while everyone hesitated about whether to take him down as well, old Paul hurriedly wiped away his tears and fled the city as if his life depended on it. He wasn't ready to give his life for Godfrey. Of course, one must secretly curse lowly people hundreds of times to show one's loyalty. A great victory. Chapter 1. The redemption of the Saintess at the end of the road. Final chapter. Who will prevail? Is now complete. Rewards. 2 Invoker charms, 20 small experience scrolls, 2,000 island coins, 10 selection chests for upgrade materials. Beginner. Main storyline Chapter 1 concludes. Rewards. 10 Invoker's charms, 20 medium experience scrolls, 10,000 island coins, 10 medium upgrade material selection chests. You now fully own Changlu City. The debuffs for Changlu City have changed. The reputation of the god of eternal joy is being accepted by more and more people within the 13 Islands Federation. Has the debuff changed? Changlu clicked into the city management interface of Changlu City, and sure enough, the entries such as damaged city walls, nobles fleeing, besieging status, and hunger that had stubbornly occupied the city status list had disappeared. Is that so? The damaged city walls have been repaired, the siege has been over for a long time, and the hunger has been largely eliminated. As for the nobles fleeing, well, someone's back. They also joined in the work of repairing the city walls. The status list, which was originally dominated by these terms, has now been filled with many positive statuses. Victorious Army. Your city has won several battles in a row during this period, which will be seen as a symbol of safety and reliability by the common people. This status will attract a large number of artisans to migrate here while it exists. Abundant grain reserves. Hunger, the tyrant, seems to have been defeated in Changlu City. Food is one of the most plentiful resources here, and all the exiles who come to the city can get something to eat, even if it's just a potato and a piece of salted fish. This situation will attract a large influx of civilians during its duration, causing a short-term explosive growth in Changlu City's population. Security guarantee. During the ceasefire, soldiers in Changlu City will conduct regular patrols to deter criminals and maintain city security. While this status is in effect, Changlu City's security is significantly improved, the crime rate decreases, and the likelihood of the city being attacked by bandits or other roving troops is reduced. Of course, in addition to these positive aspects, some additional problems still trouble Ms. Leatherpants, the city administrator. Attention status. Your city has won several battles during this period, which the rulers will see as a sign of chaos. While this status exists, the capital's attention to Changlu City will increase. Being noticed by the nobles? This is not a good thing. The curse of the Allen family. Your city executed Godfrey Allen in a brutal manner, and even Changlu City's attempts to explain that he crawled into the hole himself were largely ineffective. Rumors began to circulate in the city that you are an evil god, and your city administrators are seeking a way to resolve this. Demographic dividend. A large population can bring benefits, but it can also lead to delayed problems. Perhaps you are more aware than I of the negative effects of this problem. Trooping? Changlu City's troop numbers have exceeded the limit for a single city in the 13 Islands Federation. You need to reduce your troop numbers, or try ignoring the kingdom's regulations. A large number of troops will incur additional expenses, but your city administrator will attempt to resolve the issue. Looking at the dense text throughout, Changlu couldn't help but sigh. Melina got a really good deal with this card. It's almost like a player-created auto plugin in a Paradox interactive game. With just one click, it can automatically run in the background to handle redundant events. That's so thoughtful. Only then did he belatedly realize what had happened. Did he unlock Melina's favorability quest before the war started? Melina was certainly beautiful in her ecstatic state. But Melina, celebrating her victory, must have tasted just as delicious. Chapter 60 Show. It's a secret. At the celebration banquet, Melina drank some wine. The liquor was brought back by Big Head and the beggars. The celebratory liquor at Alan's house tasted good, but unfortunately they would never be able to drink it again. Lunette was a teetotaler. She was an extremely devout believer and considered getting drunk to be a blasphemy against God and against her own identity. That's really boring. She was always boring, but gentle boredom is not a sin. That was a reflection of her integrity and self-discipline. Melina did not urge her to drink. She also didn't urge Avis to drink. With so many people present and the atmosphere so lively, Melina suppressed her fear of the little bird knight's longsword. But the bird rider got drunk. Not only did she get drunk herself, she also fed wine to her gray warhorse. Right now, a man and his horse are outside, excitedly performing a horse racing song for everyone. Pat, pat, pat. Snort. It's not like it's a horse racer. Melina had drunk a pot of liquor and was now slightly tipsy. The whole city was celebrating the victory. Today, the priests were no longer distributing potatoes and salted fish, but salted hams dug out of the warehouse and dozens of large fat pigs purchased from the caravan. Tonight, everyone will get a pound of pork and several pounds of offal, regardless of age or gender. Everyone closed the doors and ate the meat quietly, lest the people of Jingu City hear about it and secretly curse their city lord again. Melina stood in the courtyard and could almost hear the extremely comfortable sighs of the people. Isn't that exactly what she's been pursuing? From childhood, all she wanted was for the children of poor fishermen, farmers, and the so-called lowly people to be able to eat meat. She had studied for so many years and prayed devoutly for the monarch for so many years, but in the end, her prayers were answered by a new god. Melina felt a little dizzy. Thinking of this, she realized that she hadn't prayed to Lord Changlu for several days. So she picked up the wine jug and headed toward the prayer room. There are people in the prayer room. After starting the favorability task, Changlu received a notification. It's another great place for taking great photos. So, Do all the favorability tasks take place in the prayer room? This is not surprising, since the prayer room is the first place that supplicants would choose if they wanted to make some kind of contact with Lord Changlu. Changlu, like a fly rubbing his hands, clicks to enter the prayer room. Unlike this solemn and slightly shy style of the little nun, the style of the leather pants lady is more adult. Wait, he meant adults. The surrounding candlelight shifted to a hazy orange hue, and the warm light fell on the cool-toned black leather jacket, making her look even more like a greasy senior sister. Miss Leatherpants sat there lazily, cross-legged. She seemed rather casual. The high heels on his feet had already been taken off and placed aside. What? You asked him if high heels existed in that era? What are you babbling about? Never mind that for now. Let's start with a top-notch lung-clearing performance. Having taken off her high heels, she stretched out her legs, revealing her calves encased in black stockings and her beautiful feet. The candlelight fell on the silky stockings, reflecting a crystalline, fleshy arc of light that didn't belong to them. Yes, a close-up with a clear meaning. Wait, who tugged at Chong Li's lips? He couldn't quite suppress the smirk from his lips. Melina wiggled her toes, seemingly realizing that her movements were a bit over the bounds. She looked up ahead, as if she were looking at an ethereal deity, or perhaps at Chong Lu behind the camera. Her usually beautiful, dark eyes were now slightly narrowed, revealing two lovely under-eye bags. She sat on the floor of the prayer room, her eyes glazed with drunkenness, and asked with a gentle smile, "My lord, is what I did a blasphemy?" Chong Lu couldn't hold back any longer. He started to squirm on the bed. "What are you doing?" The second brother patted his railing. "If you have any grime on you, go take a shower." But Chong Lu couldn't care less about that anymore. The in-ear headphones perfectly showcased the charm of Ms. Leatherpants' voice, including that slight hoarseness from being drunk and the subtle ambiguity in his tone. It was simply an ASMR extravaganza for the ears. He really felt itchy all over. "Your supplicant seems to have something to say. Please answer." 1. 2. "Hello, no one is allowed to sit here." 3. "Could you please put your shoes on? They seem to smell." 4. "This is blasphemy." 5. "Want to do something even more blasphemous?" Chong Lu often felt speechless at these unexpected multiple-choice questions. Are copywriting teams the ones who ruin ambiguous atmospheres? What was the thought process behind writing the line, "Can you put your shoes on? They smell bad"? What do you mean by "it seems to have a smell"? That must smell delicious. If it doesn't have flavor, it's not authentic. He meant he wasn't. Never mind, he's a pervert. If XP isn't strange, then it wouldn't be called XP. Although Chong Li's innermost thoughts were so dense that they could fill an entire chapter, in order to avoid being criticized by readers for padding the word count, he suppressed his restless heart and chose option 1. Although he would also like to try option 5. However, it's only a 20% favorability quest. But judging from the game development team's usual practices, the appearance of such a suggestive option at this point is definitely not something serious or inappropriate. After the choice was made, the camera zoomed in and focused on the woman in Leatherpants' face. 2 rosy blushes graced her face, and a smile played at the corners of her mouth. A smile unlike the polite one she wore when dealing with guests and nobles. Her smile at this moment seemed unconscious, as if she were in a relaxed and comfortable environment. Her collar was also unconsciously opened a little, revealing a beautiful bone chain and a patch of snow-white skin. "Someone come quick. Anyone can come. Learn properly what it means for a beautiful woman to be drunk. It's not like a character is considered drunk just because they've had 2 jugs of wine. Is there anything in this world that is perfect? Melina, who belongs to his camp. Is there anything more perfect? Zhang Shou, Melina, who belongs to his camp while drunk." Not receiving a response, but sensing the gaze directed at her, Melina mumbled something indistinctly. "Should I take your silence as tacit consent?" She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "Did you watch the cat and bird play the whole time?" He not only watched the whole process, but he also operated the entire system. It's a really good game. The amazing abilities allow you to see your infinitely possible future. Melina smiled, pulled her legs up, hugged them to her chest, and tilted her head slightly to look at Chong Lu. "So, my lord," she said softly, "you saw all of Melina Jeffries' unbearable, broken, and vulnerable past, didn't you?" She smiled and slowly stood up. She drew closer and closer. Chong Lu was so close that he could almost see the texture of her skin on the screen and hear her soft breathing. The glossy lip gloss on her lips almost touched Chong Li's fingers. His heart began to race. "Please place your index finger in the center of the screen." He followed the instructions. "So, The warm screen felt like the touch of Melina's kiss. Her lips and Chang Li's fingers formed a pause. Shill. Her lips were slightly pursed. The intoxication in his eyes intensified. That's a secret. Chapter 61, that wasn't a deal. Chang Li could clearly hear his own heartbeat. It was a long-lost joy that could rarely be obtained from games. The last time he felt this kind of heart-fluttering feeling was when he met a character named Chang Li in the Mingqiao. This time, however, they seemed to have the upper hand. He felt like tiny insects were crawling all over his body, and all he wanted to do was jump up, reach into his chest cavity, and scratch his inexplicably itchy heart. He stopped yelling and quietly listened to his own heartbeat. Who came up with this idea? It's a game that combines the best of Gal game, Otome game, open world sequel, and more, and has an excellent main storyline. Aside from the fact that there are too few characters available for gacha pulls, he has absolutely no complaints about the game. Willing to become a guardian of the garbled game. On the screen, the woman in leather pants, after saying those words, did not distance herself from the camera. The flickering candlelight reflected in her eyes added a hazy beauty to her dreamy, intoxicated gaze. My lord. She drawled out her words, with a hint of languor, and said, Please forgive my rudeness. I've always been curious, what is it about you? There were no pop-up options, so it seems she hasn't finished speaking. Melina Jeffrey's life is far from interesting. In fact, even the nerds in the college have far more exciting and interesting lives than I do. She slightly raised her eyes, seemingly getting even closer, so that Chang Li could clearly see the texture of her skin reflected on the screen. The heavenly bodhisattva is so realistic. It was as if a real person was standing right in front of him. Her skin was incredibly elastic and radiant, and the light in her eyes held a mixture of intoxication and scrutiny. Her warm breath carried a hint of alcohol that wasn't unpleasant, but rather made one's cheeks feel hot. You created so many lives for me, but were those really me? Please answer. The pop-up box slightly detracts from the aesthetics. Melina didn't speak, just quietly looked at him, her body swaying slightly from the alcohol. 1.2. That's right. It's all real. Hee hee. Quickly join me and conquer this world. 3. What are you thinking? Of course it's fake. With your abilities, you're far from being able to achieve those things. 4. Why not give it a try yourself? Your life holds endless possibilities. Option 4. Snort. She gave a soft hum, seemingly pondering Chang Li's words. Although saying that has a somewhat flattering connotation. But she suddenly smiled, her eyes crinkling. This is the first time I've ever heard something like that. After a few seconds of smiling, she slightly lowered her upturned eyebrows, seemingly hesitating for a moment. God is watching, so what is the price? Everything has a price. She looked down at herself, her gaze lingering on her hot figure beneath the leather jacket. Then, she met Chang Li's gaze again. Would you like anything else? Her lips parted slightly. For example, the body of a believer? Chang Li was startled. What does this sentence mean? Is it the same thing he was thinking? Can this kind of thing pass the review? Something seems off, Laosher. Will you bestow anything else upon me? She tilted her head slightly, resting her chin on her palm. For example, the mercy of the gods. Key character choice has appeared. Please answer carefully. This answer may affect the character's subsequent storyline and the direction of affinity quests. Please answer carefully. This option cannot be changed. Please answer carefully. Chang Li was completely bewildered by the pop-up message. Please answer carefully. 1. Then, please undress, and I will bestow my tenderness upon you. 2. How dare you? You dare to covet me. 3. God's mercy is a gift, not a transaction. 4. What are you saying in your gibberish? I didn't understand a word. Chang Li frowned slightly, lost in thought. Since there was no time limit for the options, he could constantly imagine the possible outcomes of each option in his mind. Although option 1 smelled delicious, his intuition told him that there must be a hidden machete inside. With only 20% favorability, she dared to make such a bold choice. Either she would kill him, or she would kill herself. Given the vast difference in their social status, it's highly likely that the 6-star character will hang himself the day after the gods have favored the believer. Chang Li's mind is still relatively normal. He wasn't so insane as to fold Melina's gold indulgence card. Option 2 seems less severe, but for believers, being reprimanded by the gods is not as good as being favored by them. Pass. Therefore, eliminating another abstract option, choosing option 3 seems reasonable. Is that so? Is that your answer? The candlelight in her eyes flickered. I see. You are surprisingly gentle. The effects of the alcohol caused her eyelids to droop uncontrollably. He rolled over and lay down on the floor of the prayer room, amidst the candlelight, on the intricate magic circle. And so he lay down under the watchful gaze of the gods. A moment later, the sound of steady breathing could be heard. She fell asleep peacefully. Changlu watched this scene without regretting his choice. There's no need to be upset. It's not some Taiwanese game, so you definitely won't get any meat. He calmly watched the lady in leather pants sleep, and strangely felt a sense of peace. But sleeping on the floor? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? TSK, these women from another world whose depths are unknown. At least cover your belly button. Melina was awakened by Lunette in the prayer room. Why are you sleeping here? Lunette gently patted Melina's shoulder. The ground is so cold. She didn't continue. The woman in leather pants had a flushed face and didn't look cold at all. She slightly raised her head. After a good night's sleep, the alcohol in her eyes had completely disappeared. What time is it? It's dawn. I looked for you all night. I thought you had sneaked out. Turns out you were sleeping here. Oh. Melina blinked, sat up, and stretched. Strangely, I don't feel tired at all. I was busy all day yesterday, so I should be feeling sore and achy all day today. As she sat up, the blanket slipped off her. Did you put this on me? Thank you. Melina thanked her casually, saying that if it weren't for the blanket, she probably wouldn't have gotten a good night's sleep last night. But Lunette just looked at her and gently shook her head. This blanket was already on you when I arrived. Melina was taken aback. Chapter 62, A Daring and Reckless Idea. The conversation did not continue, because both of them had their own ideas. This is the prayer room near the side hall, and it seems to be a custom that only Lunette, Melina, and Avis usually come here to pray. Lunette denied covering herself with the blanket, and Avis was still drunk. If Melina didn't put the blanket on herself, then both of their gazes, intentionally or unintentionally, fell on the stone statue in the prayer room. It was a brand new stone statue. The people of Changlu City needed an object of worship. Believers naturally dared not create an image of a god out of thin air, so the basic style of the statues they worshipped needed to be determined by Saint Lunette. Cronette had never seen the true face of the god of eternal joy. To listen to teachings, to receive proverbs, to feel touch, and to receive gifts are already great blessings. Therefore, Lunette and the people around her discussed for a long time before deciding on the image of the god of eternal joy. It was a hand reaching out from a dark golden cloud. To match the elements they perceived from the voice, young, dignified, and masculine, they commissioned a stonemason to carve Lord Chang Li's hands to appear even younger and larger. Their gazes lingered on that hand for a moment. Lunette wondered if excessive thinking might be blasphemous. She has always been an upright and serious person, and even letting her thoughts wander slightly under Lord Chang Li's watchful gaze makes her feel uneasy. So she didn't want to think about who had covered her with the blanket. She hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped. Blanket. The blanket that wasn't covering her made her think even more. Melina was frustrated. Did she behave inappropriately after getting drunk last night? What was she doing in the prayer room? Did she ask some strange question? Did you hear that, sir? Did she unconsciously cover herself with the blanket because she was drunk? Or? No, I can't think about it anymore. Miss Leatherpants covered her face in disbelief. Her drinking behavior seemed poor, and the person she was harassing was, what do you think gods are like? Melina, who was just about to reach into yesterday's illusion and drag out her drunken self to give her a good beating, heard Lunette's words. What? Melina was somewhat surprised, but discussing the gods with Lunette seemed to be within her expectations. The two of them are the followers of Lord Changlu who have had the most contact with each other recently. If you absolutely have to discuss that person with someone, Lunette is definitely the first choice. To Melina's surprise, it was the other party who started the conversation first. The pure Saintess sat on the magic circle and removed the lace veil from her face. Golden sunlight shone on her face, giving the already beautiful little nun a dazzling glow. Melina stared at that face, unable to help but think that such beauty would surely move even the gods. Also, does this mean face-to-face? Lunette didn't notice her gaze. She simply stared at the hand, reflecting on her faith experience during this period. She asked herself, what are gods like? In her short, unfinished, and suffering-filled life, she only encountered two deities. The moon goddess was the choice made for her by the White family. She was sent to live in Crescent Moon City as a child and grew up in the same environment as everyone else. The goddess gave her the feeling of a cold and distant full moon in the sky. Like all the gods on this continent, they are like a community, sharing common interests and principles. Therefore, The goddess does not easily bestow proverbs, because divine proverbs are precious. Therefore, they are cruel, and perhaps even heartless. They can witness their believers falling ill and dying amidst their cries and prayers, and they can also tolerate their believers struggling to survive in poverty and destitution. The believers' prayers, their wails, their insults, and their desperate curses all seemed unable to shake the ruthlessness of God. Perhaps they heard it, but they didn't care. Perhaps they didn't even spare a glance. But Lord Changlu seems to be different from all the gods. Lord Changlu is not cruel or heartless. He could be described as soft-hearted. He will save himself from the despair that pierces his heart and inject hope into the city. He will send a little bird night, like a timely rain, descending from heaven. He will bestow upon Lunette a staff more precious than the purple diamond on the scepter of the Eastern Lan Empire. He will hear the suffering of the poor and then send Melina to Changlu's city. He will drop gold coins. Melina realized that this was very rare. She had only ever heard of gods demanding gold, silver, and treasures from believers. She never imagined she would encounter the opposite. This is truly rare. A nascent monarch would not engage in such a losing proposition. Her teacher, her former teacher, Hu Fu, had to perform a sacrifice almost every so often. Perhaps it's a herd of cattle and sheep, perhaps some magic stones, or perhaps some blood from who knows where. Only after several sacrifices have been made will the monarch reluctantly bestow a favor. That is, to pour his black blood into the bodies of believers. Melina now knows that it didn't even qualify as a favor. Universal gods exploit believers. This seems to have become a fact accepted by the unbeliever, the lack thereof. Therefore, Melina was extremely surprised that Lord Changlu would give her 200,000 gold coins to squander. Moreover, he would cover himself with a blanket. His dark, grape-like eyes sparkled with ceaseless thoughts. She gradually recalled the boldness she had displayed while intoxicated. Call. Her face gradually turned red. I feel like it's going to be hard for me to stay here any longer. She felt as if she had been seen naked from head to toe every second she spent in the prayer room, which made her feel awkward and embarrassed. What believer's body? What divine mercy? For example. What do you mean by for example? All you have is a mouth. You dare say that? He can't even drink a few sips of alcohol, yet he tries to get drunk like everyone else. So much so. Melina stared intently at the hand that had parted the clouds and reached out. She bit her lip. God's mercy is not a transaction. Was it just her imagination? In my memory, his voice seemed to carry an unexpected hint of helplessness. Or perhaps, it was indeed a unique deity. A daring idea emerged like a floating boat on a river. It was so bold that Melina was somewhat taken aback. She didn't dare say it aloud, afraid that Lunette would hit her on the head with the staff of immaculate oath. Melina grabbed the blanket and hurriedly left the prayer room, not daring to linger for even a second longer. She thought, can the heart of a god be shaken? Chapter 63 The Scent of First Love in the Wind. Changlu squatted at the doorway, putting on his shoes. If Lu is detained by the hospital and dissected for experiments, old Qin said seriously, then I will inherit the remaining 6 rolls of toilet paper from you. Then I'll inherit your water card. The second son shoveled a mouthful of rice. I also really like that summer blanket. As for your kettle, whoever wants it can have it. Death or death. Changlu spat and stood up. Qiu Yaojia was already prepared to accompany him to the hospital to have his eyes checked. I really don't need you to accompany me. After exiting from the east gate, turn right and walk 300 meters to exit A of the subway. Take line 6 towards Dongyangmen for 3 stops, then transfer to line 4. Take it for another 12 stops, exit from exit 3, and walk 260 meters west to reach the outpatient department. What did you just say? Qiu Yaojia shifted his gaze from the phone screen to his face. Huh. Fine. With such detailed preparations, I think it's best to bring it along. Check it out as soon as possible. It would be better if there were no problems. Qiu Yaojia said calmly. Final exams are coming soon, and nobody wants to make a mistake at this crucial point. Exactly. If your eyesight suddenly deteriorates during the exam, you won't even have a chance to glance at other people's papers. Old Qin chimed in. This made it sound as if his vision problem was the most important thing in the dormitory right now. Changlu had rarely received such kindness in his life, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After exiting from the east gate, turn right and walk 300 meters to exit the subway at exit A. Following Qiu Yaojia's navigation, the two quickly arrived at the affiliated hospital of Qingzhou Medical University. This is the first hospital that people in Qingzhou think of when they get sick, so even though it's a weekday, it's still packed with people. I'm not planning to do any more gacha pulls. I'll just wait for the anniversary celebration. So fast. Isn't there still 3 months left? There will definitely be a limited edition, and it will definitely be a limited edition C. I'm definitely aiming for a full set. That's true. Well then, let me also keep track of what you've been playing lately. Changla looked up, her fingers still tapping the screen. He is hoeing the land of a scrambled game. Although there is currently no need for gacha pulls, this game is still very fun, even just exploring the map, as you can often encounter random events. Solving murder cases will earn you faith points and more followers. You can earn gold coins by eliminating corrupt officials. Exploring caves gives you a chance to obtain a treasure chest containing materials of your choice. Fully exploring the map will reward you with faith points and card draws. Hey, can't you see my screen? I thought you had a privacy screen protector on. No. Just as Chang Lu was wondering what was going on, his name was called out on the department's big screen. He quickly put his phone away. After undergoing a series of seemingly impressive but ultimately incomprehensible tests, Chang Lu sat down in front of the doctor. The ophthalmologist, wearing glasses, flipped through several reports from Chang Li's examination. The other person pushed up their glasses, looked up with a somewhat confused expression, and said, "All the numbers are normal. What is your request? I used to be nearsighted, 5.00 diopters in my left eye and 6.50 diopters in my right eye. You had surgery at our hospital? Our hospital's technology is really good, isn't it? Your recovery is going very well." The doctor's voice grew louder, and several patients who were consulting about femtosecond laser surgery nearby all looked over. No. I mean, I used to be nearsighted, but suddenly one day my eyesight improved dramatically. Because you had surgery, are you here for a follow-up checkup? No. I mean, I used to have astigmatism. The doctor grinned. Yes, the astigmatism is gone too. Femtosecond laser treatment, is that amazing? You think it's amazing too, right? Chang Lu smacked his lips and decided to try a different approach. Doctor, is it possible for someone to be nearsighted for more than 10 years and then suddenly become completely healthy? The doctor pondered, then looked up. Surgery is possible. No surgery was performed. That's impossible. Impossible. Surgery is possible. No surgery. Just how much pressure are you doctors under when it comes to work? Why do you keep bringing up surgery in every few sentences? It's very expensive. Chang Lu left the ophthalmology department feeling extremely uncomfortable, holding the report. That's good news. At least your eyes are really fine, and you don't have to be taken to have biopsies done. Xiao Yaojia comforted him. I just find it a little strange. Chang Li's heart was constantly shrouded in a strange feeling that he couldn't quite put his finger on. But he couldn't find the source of this feeling, which made him somewhat uneasy. Don't think about it anymore. Just consider it as saving 40,000 yuan. The elevator is here. There was a person in a wheelchair in the elevator, probably a patient who came down from the orthopedics department on the 9th floor. The two entered the elevator and could hear the patient behind them making a low-pitched phone call. I see. There's nothing we can do about that. If it's not going to work, then don't do it. It was a young girl's voice, with a hint of indifference in her tone. The two of them didn't pay much attention. They probably went to the first floor together. If the two of them get in the way, the girl will naturally speak up. Never mind. If I'm going to worry about this, I'll have plenty of other things to worry about in my life. Chang Lu shook his head, banishing the confusion from his mind. That's right, Chang Lu. Instead of worrying about this, I should think about what to do about the final exams. I feel like I'm really going to fail my major courses this year. Chang Lu noticed that the phone call behind him paused for a few seconds. When the time comes, give full play to your initiative. If there's no opportunity, create one. Tisk. Chang Li's calf was lightly bumped. Or rather, the wheelchair gently bumped his leg from behind. What's going on? Did you forget to press the wheelchair brakes? He didn't turn around, perhaps by accident. Hey, what should I get for Ayu's birthday? It's coming up soon. Please, it's your girlfriend's birthday, and you're asking me? I thought you writers of harem novels were all womanizers who knew girls' minds well. Please don't say anything more. Chang Lu felt a chill run down her spine. She was already embarrassed even before anyone had heard her words, and she wanted nothing more than to cover his mouth and say, "Keep your voice down. Is this something to be proud of?" Thump. His leg was bumped again. This time the force was greater than the last time. It wasn't painful, but it was rude. Chang Lu frowned. This is the second time. What are you doing? I was just saying. She gave me shoes and a keyboard last time. How about I give her a set of skincare products in return? The price should be about right, but besides that, you have to add a little love to it. What kind of love? Handwritten letters and stuff. Chang Lu thought of the tropes he'd written in his novels. Basically, something to express your feelings. If it's just pure barter, why wouldn't people fall in love with Taba? Oh, you're quite knowledgeable, yet you said you didn't know anything? Keep it low-key. Chang Lu smiled on the surface, but inside he was furious. Because, dong. The third time, the wheelchair bumped into his leg. Chang Lu studied digital media in college, not ninja. He turned around with a frown. Hiss, I said. The remaining half of the sentence left him speechless with astonishment. Wearing a snow-white knitted hat and a light blue sweatshirt with simple dog prints, the young woman in the wheelchair was looking at him with a shallow dimple and her eyes crinkled. Hi, Chang Lu. Chang Lu opened his mouth. Oh, hi, Zhanya. A gust of wind suddenly rose in the elevator. It's very rustic, it's very common. But that's the taste of first love. Chapter 64, A Tumultuous Love Story. Chang Lu was somewhat unsure how to handle this sudden encounter. It wasn't a glamorous reunion at a class reunion, nor was it a long-awaited reunion arranged over the phone at a certain place. It's like walking down a street with a band and unexpectedly bumping into Yui Aragaki at the corner. It's a heart-fluttering moment. Well, for Chang Lu, encountering Fu Ningna, Dahaida, Chong Li, Misya, Swimsuit Scotty, voice cracks, and Verton, hundreds of words omitted here, would also make his heart flutter. Unlike her high school days when she always wore the same old-school uniform, Zhanya in front of me seemed much gentler. She had dyed her hair chestnut brown and cut bangs, which were now neatly draped over her forehead. Beneath her bangs were a pair of seemingly expressive eyes, which were looking over at her with a gentle curve, making Chang Lu inexplicably nervous. Bite. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Xiao Yaojie glanced at the atmosphere and nudged Chang Lu with his elbow. Hey Lu. Chang Lu realized what was happening. Let's go out first, don't hogging the elevator. It was a busy time when many people needed to use the elevator, and it wouldn't be good for the three of them to be blocking the elevator. Chang Lu had only taken 2 steps outside when his coat suddenly felt heavy, as a hand grabbed the hem of his coat. Please, Zhanya said helplessly. Can you help me out? Oh right, she said she broke her leg. Chang Lu blushed and helped her push the wheelchair out. He couldn't refuse, because if she didn't help, the crowd of people swarming into the elevator behind her would surely trap her inside, making it impossible for her to move. Did you come to the doctor alone? Chang Lu pushed Zhanya's wheelchair and asked curiously. It was his first time pushing a wheelchair. It felt so strange, like he was pushing a shopping cart. The girl nodded. I'm here for a follow-up checkup today. How about it? You need to get a CT scan first. Chang Lu glanced at Xiao Yaojie. Xiao Yaojie rolled his eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. What are you looking at me for? Why don't you go with them? I'm not in a hurry. Chang Lu winked and said, How am I supposed to know you're not in a hurry if you don't say anything? Xiao Yaojie continued to roll his eyes. The three of us are almost standing together. What am I supposed to say? No rush. Chang Lu nodded. Where? The CT room on the west side of the first floor. Zhanya's eyes crinkled even wider as she smiled. Will this take up your time? No, Xiao Yaojie said loudly. He doesn't have class this afternoon. Little mouth. Don't speak. You're talking too much. This seems very deliberate. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Ahem, it's not impossible. I can't do that. Xiao Yaojie glanced at his watch seriously and said, Xiaoyu is waiting for me. I made plans to have dinner with her tonight. Oh, so when will you do it? I'm leaving now. This is even more deliberate. Chang Lu glared at him. Xiao Yaojie didn't pay any attention to his gaze. After giving a proper greeting, he turned and walked away. He did another good deed. You broke your leg. Why did you come for a checkup alone? Glug glug. Chang Lu pushed the wheelchair toward the CT room. I had arranged for someone to accompany me to the hospital online, but it seems he stood me up. Zhanya frowned slightly. There's no other way. I have to get down myself. Oh, some implied meanings need to be understood by oneself. For example, the family that didn't appear in her words. Chang Lu blinked, but didn't say anything more. Compared to Chang Lu, the reclusive guy who played games, Chang Lu who doesn't play games is practically unremarkable. Seemingly unwilling to discuss this further, Zhanya asked, And you? Why are you at the hospital? Oh, I'm accompanying my roommate to the proctologist. Without hesitation, he threw Xiao Yaojie out. You're lying. The entire floor you just came up to was an ophthalmology department. Janaya immediately saw through his lie, then tilted her head. You took off your glasses? Ah yes. Chang Lu touched his nose, showing no embarrassment at having his lie exposed. What a joke. Is this really embarrassing? If he uses the excuse of tenosynovitis to shamelessly refuse to update, and then readers witness him playing with a golden shovel for 4 hours, wouldn't he be so embarrassed that he'd be spiraling to heaven? There's no awkwardness involved. If your roommate hadn't called your name, I almost wouldn't have recognized you. As Zhanya leaned back in her wheelchair, Chang Lu could see her round head and the low ponytail tied behind her head. Back then, with her round head and high ponytail, she overtook all the other runners in her cohort, bursting through the finish line and making everyone's hearts flutter. It's been almost 2 years. He answered casually. Aside from a few specific incidents, he hardly remembers any of his high school days. After all, it's not exactly a wonderful life. The variety shows, New Year's Eve parties, youthful romances, and melodramatic love stories and TV dramas are too far removed from the lives of normal high school students. Every day is nothing more than reading, eating, reading, eating. Glug glug. He parked Zhanya in the CT room because the doctor had given her an expedited order, so it was her turn very quickly. Family members, don't leave. Help us get the patient onto the machine. Me. Chang Lu pointed to his nose. Then who else is there? Are you her brother? The doctor urged. Hurry up, do you need me to lend a hand? The female doctor looked even slimmer than Zhanya, and her face still had the office worker's look of someone who had been sitting in an office for many years. Chang Lu glanced at Zhanya. As Zhanya tried to stand up, she accidentally pulled something and her face turned pale. Don't move, don't move. Chang Lu looked at his arms and legs with a lack of confidence. It should be fine, right? He felt he had gotten stronger recently, so surely he wouldn't fall over if he tried to carry a little girl in a princess carry? With a pale face, Zhanya clasped her hands together and said, please. Chang Lu half squatted down and slipped his hand under her knees. Compared to his hands, the back of her knees felt warm. The unique, rich fragrance emanating from the young girl also wafted over. Chang Lu subconsciously took a deep breath. Then, Zhanya, who was looking up at him slightly, met his gaze. Oh no, this is really embarrassing. He's really gone mad. The dimple at the corner of Zhanya's mouth became even deeper. She squinted and gently raised her right eyebrow. She said, like. Chang Li's face flushed. How do I respond to that? Need help. Urgent. Waiting online. What does this result mean? The bored little bird knight stuck his head in front of the crystal ball in Melina's palm, looked it over from all angles, and asked in confusion, what is prophecy? What are you divining? You talk too much. Melina said irritably. Don't think that just because you left your knight's sword outside, I'll tolerate your insolence. I'm just curious. You said you've learned divination, and I just want to see. The little bird rider pouted. To be honest, you didn't see anything, did you? Let me think. What does this pattern mean in the book? There have been setbacks. What? What are you divining? It's someone's love line. Say more, huh? You're so annoying. So whose love line is it anyway? Mind your own business. Don't get so close to me. I'm going to faint. I'm going to faint right now. Lunette is about to hit you on the head with her staff. Chapter 65 Miss Blue Butterfly. The young nun declared that she would never hit anyone on the head with her staff. The staff is a very precious item. It's hard to say for sure. She was standing in the newly renovated reception room of Changlu City, asking Ryan to call Melina. A special guest was waiting outside the door with a smile, looking forward to meeting them. Melina rushed over and jogged in through the back door. Before she could catch her breath, she caught a glimpse of the guest's boots. The sea blue color with gold trim looks soft and comfortable. Soft and comfortable shoes are suitable for walking on flat ground, but not for walking on uneven ground in towns with many jagged rocks along the coast. So even though the guest was dressed much like most of the priests in Changlu City, Melina recognized him at a glance. Is that person from the capital? Palace attendants. Lunette gave her a subtle nod. The guest came in and presented gifts first. He brought a lot of things with him when he came, which filled 2 cars. The wheel tracks were deeply imprinted on the land of Changlu City, and Knight Varric recognized that this was the person who brought those unclaimed weapons. It seems the war is over, and the gamblers who placed bets in Changlu City before the battle are coming to reclaim their spoils. But the guest didn't mention it at all. My name is Delon, and I come from Cantwell. Cantwell, the capital city. He bowed slightly, placed his hand on his chest, and said, I offer my respects from Princess Aurelia to Lord Changlo. Lunette and Melina exchanged subtle glances. Both of them fell into deep thought. I was somewhat surprised. Lunette said softly, how can a remote little town possibly win His Highness's attention? Please do not underestimate yourselves, Lady Lunette. The fame of Changlu City has spread throughout the 13 Islands Federation. First, They thwarted the Dark Moon Legion's siege, and then they killed the Moon God's Retribution Knight Squad. They also defeated the Allen family's army that was trying to seize the city. Moreover, few people know that this city also absorbed a nascent evil god. And so, quietly, the fame of Changlu City, its leaders, and the deity behind it became known to many in the country. Delanjan heard that many nobles in the capital wanted to learn more about this Lord Changlu. Princess Aurelia was the fastest and the most daring of them all. Melina narrowed her eyes at him. Are you here to reclaim the spoils of victory for your prince? Those ensigned weapons were sent by you, weren't they? Delan nodded, then shook his head. Those things were indeed transported from the capital, but they weren't loans I had issued. They were gifts. Gift? Yes. Your Highness wishes to establish good relations with Changlu City and Lord Changlu. So this is just our initial gift. A thoughtful look flashed in Melina's eyes. Sponsorship from the capital? Nice one. Since Delanjan said that the prince wanted to establish a connection with Changlu City, then what he brought must not be just a few empty words. This at least represents a business route. Admittedly, the Gibson Chamber of Commerce's trade routes were indeed able to transport most of the daily necessities needed by the people of Changlu City. But after all, Gibson is just a chamber of commerce rooted in a secondary city. For superior trade routes and a wider variety of goods, the capital's caravans are the way to go. Melina still has some money, and she wants more. Things like magic stones that could replace Lunette in supporting the defensive array, more advanced learning materials for supplicants, and some more magnificent things that would make Changlu City look more like a city of gods instead of the drab, dusty town it is now. Melina knew that to attract more believers, she needed to make Changlu City even better. In this way, the concept of equality for all beings will be spread through the Chamber of Commerce and the local people, so that Lord Changlu above the dome can receive offerings from all beings. That was Changlu City, a meager contribution to the adults. But what will be the price? She asked. Doesn't your Highness worship the country's orthodox sea god? Delan paused, then said softly, but the sea is always swaying, unpredictable, and full of stormy waves, isn't it? Melina's pupils contracted. Clever as she was, she immediately realized the implication in Delan's words. But the sea is her homeland. If one's hometown can provide a stable life, who would want to leave their home? Melina glanced at Lunette. The little nun's political acumen was still somewhat lacking. She looked a little bewildered, but wisely didn't interrupt their mutual probing. Seeing that Melina understood the implication of his words, Delan tactfully said nothing more, bowed, and quietly left. Melina's beautiful, dark, grape-like eyes, which had been unfocused for a moment, finally settled on Lunette's face. Lunette, we need to talk. This is important. So, the little bird knight brushed a strand of hair behind his head. Who is Aurelia? The three girls met in the prayer room and discussed this matter, which was of vital importance to the development of the Changlu Church, before God. Aurelia is the sixth daughter of the current king. Miss Leatherpants replied. They are also the true nobles who are third in line to the throne among the surviving sons of the king. She placed the item Delan brought on the table. It was a finely crafted hair clip. A sapphire blue butterfly, adorned with many blue gemstone fragments, was crafted with exquisite skill. The lady in leather pants blew on it, and the butterfly seemed to flutter its wings, indistinguishable from a living creature. This hair clip is worth at least 2,000 gold coins, and it is priceless in the capital. So this Miss Blue Butterfly? What does she want? To know what she wants, we have to see what this Miss Blue Butterfly is facing right now. Melina quite liked the nickname the Little Bird Knight gave Aurelia. Aurelia is very famous in the capital. Besides being His Majesty the King's beloved daughter, she is also very popular among unmarried young men in the capital. She was exceptionally beautiful, incredibly wealthy, and deeply loved by the king. She is a very suitable marriage partner. She squinted her eyes. The most common description of her in the capital is that she is unambitious and devoted to the king, following his orders without question. Now it seems that a princess who dares to approach the god of new life, attempt to control the war, and gamble is not the same as the one in the rumors. Perhaps she wants a favorable wind. And the Changlu Church was that east wind. Chapter 66, Aurelia's Weapon. Miss Blue Butterfly was walking on the wide and smooth bluestone avenue of the royal palace in the capital. She was wearing a pair of comfortable and soft shoes. This was a once-a-month audience with the king. It was originally once a week, but after the king fell ill, it was changed to once every 2 weeks. A year ago, the frequency was adjusted to once a month. On this day, His Majesty the King will not meet with his ministers. He lay panting in his luxurious palace bedroom, expending all his energy on his favorite concubines, fantasizing about leaving a new crown prince for the country before death came. Thinking of this, Aurelia curled the corners of her lips into a smile, slightly sarcastic. This doesn't quite match her current attire. This is different from her arrogant demeanor in the prince's mansion. In the palace, Aurelia was always docile. Her beautiful sapphire blue hair was styled into an elegant updo, revealing her full and pretty forehead. Her eyes, a bright yellow-green like diamonds, sparkled. Her eyesight was not very good, but wearing crystal glasses made by alchemists would make her look mature and stern, or dull and lifeless. So Aurelia did not wear glasses when she came to the palace. This would make her eyes slightly unfocused, which would be even more touching. She lifted her skirt and stepped up the stairs, when the voice of the young nobleman came from behind her. "Your Highness Aurelia, please be careful. Let me help you." Miss Blue Butterfly deftly dodged the outstretched hands. She was already quite adept at it. "Thank you, but I can do it myself." These men's thoughts were written all over their faces, which made Aurelia feel bored. They were trying to win Aurelia's heart with this gesture. But how is that possible? They clearly did nothing. Aurelia knew from a young age that her heart was a very precious thing that represents wealth, status, position, and land. Her mother always told her, "You have to choose a suitable husband. He has to protect you, take care of you, and love you for a lifetime." The mother herself seemed very successful because she married the most powerful person in the 13 Islands Federation. But so what? She still died on the bed where she had given birth to his second child. The father quickly buried his mother and then married his fourth queen. As she was thinking about these things, a commotion suddenly broke out behind her. "Get out of the way." "Oops. Why again?" "Shoo. Keep your voice down. You must have a death wish." "That's..." Some of the ministers glanced at Aurelia with apprehension, then lowered their heads again. Aurelia's expression was indifferent. She knew what had happened without even turning around. A tall, powerful horse suddenly sped out from behind at incredible speed. Even upon seeing the crowd, the rider showed no intention of slowing down, instead cracking his whip and shouting, "Giddy up!" He was a rebellious-looking young man. He had short, cobalt blue hair and a pair of light green eyes filled with madness. Gaius Fernandez, her half-brother, is the crown prince of the country. A 13-year-old boy who was arrogant, domineering, and dissolute. He was constantly getting into trouble. The last time he was investigated by the police was because he spent the night at a bathhouse, which is a brothel, and used some cruel method to torture and kill 3 young girls. When the sheriffs came to his door, they were surprised to find that 6 of them had been beaten by his servants, 3 of whom were seriously injured. This incident caused a sensation in the capital, but everyone's focus was on the fact that he should not have allowed his servant to beat the sheriff, as that was an act of insubordination by a lowly person. No one cared about the 3 girls who were tortured to death. His Majesty's crown prince was very dissatisfied, but he did not have many male heirs. Apart from Gaius, there was only one eldest prince with a leg disability. Therefore, His Majesty the King had no other choice, which is why he continued to work hard even when he was on the verge of death. The king was not a fool. He did not want to leave the kingdom an heir who would bring about its downfall and extinction. Gaius rode past, but soon turned back. "Aurelia," he shouted loudly and wantonly. "What? Playing the good girl again. Now you won't even ride in a carriage." The courtiers remained silent. Miss Blue Butterfly looked up, but didn't say anything. "Why look at me like that? I'm just telling the truth." Gaius grinned maliciously. His mother, the queen who succeeded Aurelia's mother, was a mistress who rose to power, which is why she and Aurelia have been at odds for so many years. This also led to Gaius's extremely hostile attitude towards Aurelia. He always felt the need to stand up for his mother in front of Aurelia, like now. Looking at it this way, you really are similar to your mother. You have a bitch-like quality about you, which makes it easy for you to attract men's pity. He spoke viciously with a grin, without restraint whatsoever. Why should he restrain himself? He is the future master of this kingdom. Aurelia's face paled slightly, but she only sneered inwardly. Her mother was a dancer before becoming queen, and thanks to Gaius, after countless mentions of this, Aurelia has become completely desensitized to it. The nobles in the capital would only feel sorry for the princess because of this. But Aurelia still pretended to be very vulnerable. It was her protective shell. Gaius quickly lost interest in humiliating a defeated opponent. He rode away quickly, leaving behind only some gossip. He actually became the last king. The fate of our nation is unfortunate. The fate of our nation is truly unfortunate. Shoo, keep your voice down. I hope His Majesty is in good health. Or perhaps we should rent a carriage and leave here as soon as possible. Princess Aurelia is so pitiful. Why not make Prince Métis the crown prince? That won't do, he's a cripple. A cripple is better than a madman. Unsightly. They continued their discussion, while Aurelia simply and delicately continued walking forward. She was thinking about something. Delon should bring a portrait of her. Legend has it that Lord Chang Lu is a deity who likes young and beautiful girls. To gain the favor of a deity, gain an advantage in the struggle for power, and smoothly inherit the land that is rightfully yours, you must pay at least some price besides money. She should send a portrait over. My mother said that beauty is also a weapon. So, Aurelia's weapon. She slightly raised her head, letting the sea breeze and sunlight fall on her bright and beautiful face, which was tinged with a hint of desire. It can still be considered quite sharp. Chapter 67 New Version P. Lu, are you really going to be the second person in your dorm to get a boyfriend? Lu, are you really going to get rid of the title of Little Chu Nan for all eternity? Lu, you won't find out I stole a roll of toilet paper from him, will you? Click. The roommates were lost in their own thoughts when Chang Lu suddenly walked in. Who stole my roll of toilet paper? He closed the door, clutching his phone. Who just said that? Xiao Yaojia looked at him blankly. Why are you back? Install. Chang Lu scratched his head. Why wouldn't I come back after my doctor's appointment? Didn't they say they'd treat you to dinner? Do you really think I'd have the nerve to open my mouth? Why? If it were me, I would eat it. Not very familiar with each other. Chang Lu sat back down in his seat. To be honest, I don't quite understand why she and I had some one-sided karmic entanglement. But that was all several years ago. In the last 2 years, we've mostly just chatted online. He didn't quite understand what Zhanya meant either. It's perfectly acceptable for classmates to help each other out if they happen to meet. But why say things that could lead to speculation? Is this the Amelia style? Chang Lu didn't know how to deal with it. He can still howl like a wolf even when his wife flirts with him through the screen. But what would he do if she were actually in front of him? Would he howl like a wolf then? The other party will probably call the police. And the game even popped up an announcement for me. He held up his phone. While he was still in the hospital, the game sent him several message notifications. Considering how many video clips are shown in this game, yet how little traffic it receives. After weighing the pros and cons, Chang Lu accompanied Zhanya through the examination, took her upstairs to see the doctor, and then left alone. Xiao Yaojia was even more confused. What do you mean? You said goodbye to that girl because you wanted to play a game? You guys don't understand. This is the first time the game has sent me an announcement. Chang Lu put down his bag, stripped down to only his long underwear, and shivered as he crawled into bed. My roommate was speechless. He just kept giving me a thumbs up. Chang Lu wasn't lying. Aside from the time the server opened, this was indeed the first time the game had displayed an announcement. And it turned out to be a version update announcement. The Chang Lu Church's reach in the 13 Islands Federation has reached 30%. Condition met. The new game version will be updated in 3 days. Version 1.1p. Scarlet Coronation is now released. Aurelia P. The blue butterfly's wings are now available. Wow. Chang Li's eyes lit up immediately. He felt that the game had been quite uninteresting ever since the final chapter of the Little Nun's main story ended. Unexpectedly, they quietly pulled off a major event for the players. Although the new version of the game will not be released for another 3 days, Chang Lu can enjoy a wave of P to replenish his combat power in the meantime. The new major update is titled Crimson Coronation. He touched his chin. It feels much more engaging than some games with storylines designed for children aged 6 to 12. TSK, I can't say any more. If he continued, his voice would become shrill. He moved his thumb and first tapped the P for Crimson Coronation. The continent of Dekasambi, the dwelling place of the gods. It seems the game development team really likes to use this phrase as the opening of each main story chapter. However, the deep and melancholic voiceover, coupled with the aerial camera shots, does create a truly magnificent and epic feel. The 13 Islands Federation, a nation heading towards its death. The view sweeps across the ocean to a peninsula surrounded by archipelagos. Here stands a nation, forever accompanied by the waves. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound, like a bellows, rang out in the background. The king of this country, Franz III, was suffering from illness and nearing the end of his life. But he has not yet left the country a worthy heir. The background noise increased. It appears to be a palace eunuch speaking. Not pregnant. Not pregnant. Not pregnant. Madam, you should suspect that you've gained weight. Well, then came a deep sigh. A valiant king, at the end of his life, is forced to become a promiscuous stallion, hoping to sow withered seeds in a fertile land. All the ministers wore expressions of anticipation. Some even replaced the sea god statues they kept in their homes with statues of the god who gave birth to life. No one was hoping for the crown prince to ascend the throne. Snap! A luxurious and ornate door was kicked open, and a young-looking man stormed out angrily. He grabbed two noble girls by the hair, forcibly dragged them out of the house, and threw them to the ground. The scalps of both noble girls were ripped off, and tears streamed down their faces from the pain. They could only desperately cover their mouths to prevent themselves from letting out even the slightest, outrageous scream. Two filthy whores. One dared to shave her body hair without permission. The other dared not even remove a single hair. Who gave you the audacity? The boy screamed, "Help!" Drag them both out. Throw them into the street. Strip them naked. The guards in the mansion lowered their heads, and one of them mustered his courage to say, "Your Highness, these two noble ladies are daughters sent by the York and Ramirez families. This behavior is probably—" Everything fell silent. Cold sweat broke out on the guard's forehead. He slightly raised his head. His whole body trembled, and the boy's expressionless face was only 2 centimeters away from him. "You are a valiant knight, aren't you?" "I wouldn't dare," said the subordinate. The guard trembled like a sieve. "What a valiant knight you are, speaking out for the sake of a beautiful woman." Gaius straightened up. "The York family and the Ramirez family? In that case, call their father over, strip them naked, and throw them into the street. And you, valiant knight, your bravery deserves a reward." A sinister grin spread across the boy's face. "I will grant you the right to rape them in front of their father." Cold sweat pooled on the bluestone floor. Gaius moved his lips and uttered extremely cold words. 3 days and 3 nights. You are not allowed to stop. Otherwise, I will cut off your arms first, and then your feet. Even if you become a human pig, you cannot disobey my orders. The mansion was filled with wails and cries. Unfortunately, this is the future master of this country, Gaius Fernandez. But even a giant dragon can die silently in the mountains. Especially someone who has made many enemies? Chapter 68 Mom. New supplicants yearn for your favor. Everywhere you look, there is a magnificent blue. That was her long, tangled hair. A tall woman with long, royal blue hair emerged from the mist, her high heels tapping out a heartbeat like rhythm on the ground. Clapping, clapping, clapping. She wore a long dress that extensively exposed her back and chest, revealing stunning views. Her supple waist was accentuated by the dress's design, making her appear incredibly slender, and the lines flowed downwards, highlighting the curves of her full hips. She raised her eyes, gently adjusted the crystal glasses on the bridge of her nose with her middle finger, and her gaze moved up and down like silk. Aurelia Fernandez, the princess, coveted by the noble gentlemen of the entire 13 Islands Federation, extended her hand toward the screen. The voice was seductive, with a drawn-out ending, and carried an undisguised desire for power. "Would you like to join my side?" Chang leaned back to show respect. He suddenly felt very thirsty and asked his second brother to bring him a bottle of Coke. He gulped down half the bottle before letting out a long burp. Really, he was so thirsty from watching the short video featuring a new operator. New gameplay introduced. The gift pool gameplay is now open. You can randomly obtain prizes from the gift pool by consuming faith points or divine light points. Changla sensed that something was wrong. Although he didn't know what this so-called grace pool was, he did know what the spot of divine light was. It's a voucher redeemed through top-up. In other words, the pools that require real money to enter seem to have good items. Changla clicked on the emerging, magnificent pool and immediately spotted the most precious thing inside. SSR limited skin, Lunette, purifying white iris. Huh, it's the little nun's new skin. It's still limited. Sorry, Alipay guy, I'm really easily emptied by women. The city renovation project has begun. As a holy city of a god, Changlu's city still falls short. Fortunately, Melina has boarded a fast track to the royal capital, and now she can purchase fashionable items from the royal capital or other countries to decorate the city. The artisans from the royal capital can also bring new decorative styles to your city. So what is the price to pay? Feel your pocket and listen to the crisp clinking of the gold coins inside. This is great. He loves decorating games, and this one seems to only require spending coins. After a long string of new events flashed by, we finally arrived at the highlight of this update. Miss Blue Butterfly's exclusive P. This is another video used by the game development team to showcase their technical prowess. Changlu took a deep breath, slightly suppressing the restlessness in his heart, and clicked on the video. A face appeared on a completely black screen. Aurelia. But she doesn't look as mature as she does in the gacha anime. That was a young Aurelia, sitting in a garden, her ponytail tied to the side of her head, wearing a light pink princess dress, dressed up like a doll. Her face was full of youthful innocence and confusion. But endless criticism hit her hard. TSK. A dancer's daughter dares to stand in the Wang family's garden. I don't know how her lowly mother won the king's heart, making him defy ancestral rules and marry her as his principal wife. So what? Dying young means no happiness to enjoy. She was struck by lightning and died in the palace. This is divine punishment. Divine retribution. Punishment for her transgression. Poor little girl. Has she gone through puberty? Look at her face and her figure. She's a good candidate for a marriage alliance. Isn't this the fate of girls born into royalty? At least she can enjoy her childhood to the fullest. The voice then changed to the sharp voice of a little boy. It's Gaius. You dare hit me? You dare lay a hand on me? I'm going to tell my mother. She'll punish you by making you kneel in the front courtyard and wash my feet in front of everyone. She transformed into a sharp-tongued young woman. Just like your mother. Don't come near my son. He is the future king. Then, young Aurelia was placed under the spotlight, attracting countless malicious mosquitoes. She retreated in panic, but in this royal garden, even a harmless little white flower could turn into a man-eating plant that tears flesh apart. The petals rushed forward to wrap around her young body, layer upon layer, like a cocoon forming among layers of petals. That head of blue hair was withered and curled, as if it were dead. Click, click. It's the sound of fingernails scratching something. The cocoon is being cut open. It moves, it moves. The cocoon split open, revealing not the little girl's face, but a sapphire blue butterfly. The butterfly was incredibly beautiful. Its spots resembled inlaid gems, shimmering in the flowing, soft light. It landed on a patch of pure white, its wings fluttering slightly, shimmering with a beauty rich in mystery. If you think this is Illyria, you're sorely mistaken. Aurelia disdained to compare her beauty with that of a butterfly. In an instant, the camera panned back. That shimmering white also revealed its true form. It was a soft, white bosom, a captivating sight. The butterfly landed on Aurelia's chest, and at that moment, Aurelia was no longer the bewildered and weak little girl. She sat on a chair adorned with jewels and precious metals, upholstered in velvet, her legs, smooth as cream, crossed. Her toes were upturned, holding an elegant and beautiful pointed high heel. The high heels hung loosely on her toes, swaying lightly in a captivating arc. The camera pans up, passing over the princess's fair hand, which is holding a scepter. Moving up further, you see her slightly raised face. A pair of crystal glasses covered her half-closed, yellowish-green eyes, making her appear even more mature and charming. And she made no attempt to conceal the desire for power revealed in her diamond-like eyes. This is not a young girl, not a girl. This is a vibrant and charming woman. Her slightly clenched palms told Chong Lu in front of the screen. She tried to control more. Chong Lu was taken aback. Chong Lu was deep in thought. Chong Lu screamed silently. Mother. He didn't know what his mother looked like, but this must be what she looked like. Now, only one image remains in Chong Li's mind. He took out his card and slammed it on the table. Take it. Take my card. As expected, this second-time gamer is already set in stone. My wallet is destined to be emptied by one wife after another. Teeth white. Can't. You can't do that. I can't let a two-dimensional anime girl treat me like a dog and play with my teeth. Chapter 69: A Wave of Divine Gifts. Chong Li glanced at his gacha resources and decided to go play the big game, a card game. Regardless of the intensity, she was dancing ballet on Chong Li's XP. Chong Li could only express his respect for Miss Blue Butterfly by saying he was giving her his all. He has now cleared out most of the cities in the southeastern part of the 13 Islands Federation. It was all thanks to him. I didn't look at any guides. The problem is he doesn't know where to find a guide. Damn it. This game is terrible. The walkthrough is hidden so deep. It caused him to take many detours. After diligently working for 3 days, Chong Li's gacha resources reached 180 draws. It's enough to guarantee getting Miss Blue Butterfly, but getting her to full constellations seems like a long way off. So he was ready to launch the blue-green editor. Mid-January is the coldest time of year in Qingzhou. Qingzhou University has ushered in the final exams for this academic year. After the advanced mathematics exam was over, the classroom was filled with groans and lamentations. What's going on? How did you get such a high score? I'm paying my retake fee in advance. When is the next retake? Calculate for me. if I get 90 points in my participation grade. Hey, here I am. Old Sheen had a bag tucked under his arm and waved at him like a foreman. The 4 roommates were assigned to 3 different test centers, while Chong Lu was fighting alone at one test center. They agreed to have a meal at a roadside food stall near the school after the exam, which would be a fitting end to their sophomore year. How did the exam go? The second student asked anxiously. I'm afraid I'm doomed. I didn't do much of the big questions at the end, and I'm sure I'll fail. I'm just hoping our calculus teacher can be lenient and let me off the hook. Wait, what's our calculus teacher's name again? The 4 people looked at each other in bewilderment. I did finish answering, but much of it was nonsense, and it was obviously wrong. Xiao Yaojia sighed, his mind preoccupied with his scholarship. I hope it won't affect my scholarship. Is it that difficult? Chong Lu looked at the 3 men's faces suspiciously, trying to find some clues that they were deceiving him. He wrote with divine inspiration today. He wrote everything except for the last question, which he didn't understand at all. But not today. He's been in good form these past few days during his exams. I feel I did quite well on all the exams, including the professional courses. Could it be his imagination? It was already 9 o'clock when I got back to the dorm after dinner. Only 3 people returned to the dormitory. Xiao Yaojia went with his girlfriend. By the day after tomorrow, Chong Lu will be the only one left here. Are you really going to Sanya? Old Sheen asked him. Are plane tickets easy to buy? They're hard to buy. There are still quite a few wealthy people in our country. Chong Lu shook his head. We'll talk about it later. His mind was completely filled with the upcoming new version and main storyline of the garbled game, and he felt that even if he went to Sanya, he would just lie on the beach chair in the hotel, sunbathe, and play the game. It would be better to stay in Qingzhou. He didn't say that, but if he did, my 3 roommates would be giving me a hard time. Seriously, who brings a roommate home for Chinese New Year? It just sounds weird. After finishing his chores, he curled up on the bed and opened a game with random characters. The game has been updated. Please restart. The screen flickered and automatically restarted. To Chong Li's surprise, the game now had an additional loading screen. It was a huge chessboard. The chessboard is intricately divided, and flames of war ignite all around. Miss Blue Butterfly's magnificent character design stands right in the center, holding a chess piece in her hand, her gaze serious as she stares ahead. A golden crown was held by a stone hand and suspended above her head. Behind her throne stood the power of Chong Lu City. The little nun was praying, the lady in leather pants was playing chess, and the little bird knight was wiping his gleaming long sword with an oilcloth. A powerful, imposing aura was palpable. Deeper in the background, however, lie some obscure figures. A rebellious young man wearing a crown galloping on horseback. A gentle-looking, bow-legged young man. The queen with a sinister face. The king, bedridden. Various factions appear on the chessboard, while pieces of land are blurred in the background. It seems that the main storyline of this chapter may involve more power struggles. It inexplicably got me fired up. Chong Lu took a sip of cola and licked his dry lips. He's ready. Go straight for it. Draw a card. I'll do 70 draws first. That night, the light and shadow flickered. Lunette suddenly opened her eyes. She seemed to sense something, stood up, and walked to the window. It was a clear night, and she looked up at the moon. This was a muscle memory that Lunette had developed over the years, and it couldn't be corrected in a short time. The moon hung distantly in the sky, unable to bring her warmth or give her strength. But power exists. Lunette felt the surge of power. Where did it come from? She listened quietly, hoping to hear that young yet dignified male voice. There was a sound of the door opening. It was Avis, and she was talking to Ryan. Why did you come out? There is a restless force. You too. Lunette pushed open the door, and there were many people standing in the courtyard of the church's temporary accommodations. Most of them had an indescribable excitement and restlessness on their faces, for reasons unknown, but they subconsciously looked up at the sky. A large, dark golden cloud appeared on the horizon at some unknown time. God! Ryan opened his mouth with fervor and difficulty. What is His Majesty's decree? Even if it meant giving up my life, I would be willing. Knight Varric also came out, looking at everyone with a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Somewhat similar, he said. Like what? It's like how I looked when I received the blessing. This made everyone even more excited. About 5 minutes later, a beam of dark golden light drifted down from the cloud and gently landed on Ryan. He trembled and clenched his fists. It's a gift from God. It's a gift from God. With God's help, he will break through the physical and mental constraints that bind him, pushing his abilities to new heights. My God, can such a noble divine gift be bestowed upon people like us? Beams of light illuminated rosy cheeks. Lord Chang Lu has gone mad for some reason. Cough, cough, cough. I don't know what good thing happened, but he actually sent down hundreds of divine gifts in one go. Ryan won 5 times, and he felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life's value. Avis received 3 strikes, and the sword light in the little bird knight's eyes grew even fiercer. The Saintess looked up, feeling drawn in. Above the clouds, a dark golden light was rushing towards him. Was that a blessing? That is new life. But it seems that Lord Chang Lu is somewhat dead. Hee. Can anyone tell him why going down into the new pool drained the little nun's life force? He did 420 pulls, including grinding and spending money, and even maxed out the little nun's lifespan. Do you guys only have 2 characters in your gacha pool? Look into my eyes. Hey, La, where are you going? I'll jump off a building. Oh, what? You can't jump from the 2nd floor either. Volume 2, The Bloody Coronation. Chapter 1, The Crown Prince. Summer is here. Construction of Chang Lu City accelerated. Broken stones were removed from the city wall by craftsmen and laborers and replaced with beautiful, fired, milky yellow bricks, which were then piled up from bottom to top. The stones that were replaced were not wasted. They were bought by the city's residents at very low prices and eventually used to reinforce their own courtyard walls, build new livestock pens, or level the ground. Hardworking people will not give up any opportunity to improve their lives. Ryan's mother ran a bakery in the city. Although the bread she baked didn't look very good, it attracted many housewives who were tired of kneading, fermenting, and baking bread because of its affordable price. One summer morning, he hurriedly walked into the church with 2 pieces of toast that looked so bad they were unrecognizable. He thought they were 2 pieces of black bread with some vegetables and a pitiful amount of ham slices. That was his brunch. This place was originally the Lunette church. Lunette even asked the adult about it during her prayers, and the adult said he didn't mind. So dozens of craftsmen worked day and night, transforming the moon goddess-themed church into the eternal bliss goddess-themed church at an extremely fast pace. Yes, I put in quite a few figurines and paintings themed around Chang Lu. Your Holiness. When he found Lunette, the little nun was playing chess with Melina. The game is nearing its end. The Black King is trapped in a corner by the White Queen's cross-shaped blockade and has no chance of turning the tide. Seeing someone enter, Melina threw down the chess piece she was holding, pushed the chessboard forward, and said in a spoiled manner, "It's over. It's over. Someone's looking for you." The little nun smiled slightly. She put down the black piece she had just captured and took the initiative to tidy up the chessboard. Ryan. Oh, I have some news, and it might be big news. Ryan tucked the bread in his arms further inside. That Delon went back. Princess Delangen's envoy has been staying in Chang Lu City since he arrived 3 months ago. He didn't form cliques. He simply visited Lunette and Melina regularly to inquire about the city and matters concerning the god. He even bought a small house in Changle City, which, although not luxurious, was elegant and comfortable. How could someone like that go back so quietly? Miss Leatherpants frowned. Have you heard anything? Delon was summoned back by a fast letter. When the messenger delivered the letter, he saw that the sealing wax on the envelope was branded with a butterfly. The two exchanged a glance, both remembering that gift. Is it Aurelia? Why are you in such a hurry? Ryan, could you please check if Lao Ben is in the city? If you want to find out news from afar, you'll probably have to ask the caravan members. Before Lunette could say anything, Melina frowned first. An intelligence system needs to be established as soon as possible. If we don't want to remain blind to the truth, we still need to extend the tentacles of the Chang Lu Church further outwards. A major event has occurred in the capital. A momentous event that could shake the very foundations of the nation. Miss Blue Butterfly stood outside the king's bedchamber, fulfilling her duties as the eldest daughter. Which lady is it? Her tone was gentle, and she appeared warm and kind. A court physician whispered in her ear, "It's Lady Camilla. She slept with His Majesty 3 times 2 months ago, and she hasn't visited him since." Aurelia remained expressionless, but inwardly uttered a complaint. Oh, Camilla. That woman who loved to show off and became arrogant because of the obvious favoritism shown by her father, the king. He's a tough guy. Has it been checked? Yes. Are you sure it's father's? We are investigating closely. You know, the queen arrived first, and she caused quite a commotion. I understand. Let's hurry. I think the whole country wants to welcome a new heir, not an unknown child born from adultery or debauchery. Yes, Your Majesty understands. Aurelia nodded. For some reason, seeing the queen in front of her, her face contorted with anger and jealousy, gave her a sense of satisfaction. Lady Camilla, one of the king's favorite wives. a young woman with a perky bottom, who was fertile. This morning, because her period was late, the royal physician came to her door to diagnose her. The diagnosis was pregnant. This news shocked both inside and outside the palace. Everyone knows that Gaius is arrogant, domineering, and dissolute, and His Majesty the King is not satisfied with the current crown prince. But he had no other choice. Are we going to hand the country over to that lame, bull-legged boss? So that every subsequent court appearance and meeting with the court officials would be a humiliation for the Fernandez family? Or perhaps, the power of the state should be handed over to Aurelia? No, that child was not only a girl, but also weak-willed. Her mother was a dancer from a lowly background, which may be why she often felt inferior and sensitive. She cannot bear the burden of a nation. Although Camilla is a concubine, she comes from a good family. With proper guidance, she should be able to become a qualified mother to the crown prince. Because of this thought, His Majesty even felt better and sat up, something he hadn't done in a long time. Impossible. That woman must have cheated on him. That can't be His Majesty's child. Where are the guards? Couldn't the guards be the ones? The physicians also frequently travel to and from the palace. The queen made a fuss unreasonably. The imperial physician's expression darkened. Madam, please don't speak recklessly. His tone became more serious. His Majesty is still inside listening. Sure enough, without anyone reminding him, Franz III roared. Shut your stupid mouth and get in here now. The queen shuddered and instantly fell silent. The sound of horses' hooves rang out, and then the horses abruptly stopped outside. There was only one person who dared to ride wildly within the palace grounds. Sure enough, Gaius burst in, his face covered in sweat. He looked like he had just gotten out of someone's bed. His collar was askew and his hair was a mess. He shouted as soon as he entered. Impossible. Camilla, impossible. It really was a mother and son. They're just as loud and boisterous. Gaius's remaining words were choked back by a look from someone. Matthew Madison, one of the cardinals of the Church of Neptune. Your Highness. He spoke in a deep voice. You should call her Mrs. Camilla. He was a childhood friend of His Majesty the King, Gaius's godfather, Baptist, and someone who watched him grow up. His presence here today naturally represents the position of the Church of the Sea God. But what is his personal stance? Aurelia lowered her head, a smile playing on her lips. Interesting, really interesting. For her, the messier the chessboard, the better. Amidst the entanglement, struggle, and chaos of power struggles, no one will notice the hand hidden beneath the surface, stirring up the waves. Yeah? Right? As she thought this, she exchanged a glance with the lame eldest prince, who was watching the farce with a gentle expression, and they both lowered their heads. Chapter 2 We Unite. The fallen leaves bring a message. Deep within the kingdom of the sea lies our royal capital, Canterwell. Order is about to be disrupted. Hey, if you keep going like this isn't homage anymore. It's blatant plagiarism. The Japanese will send you a lawyer's letter. The impending birth of a new heir may well be the source of chaos and upheaval in destiny. The black text on the screen was solemn and dignified. The 13 Islands Federation, a nation situated on the edge of the continent of Decachambi, is entangled in too many tragic entanglements. A princess who keeps a low profile, but whose eyes harbor a deep desire for power. A golden bloodline descendant, exiled but possessing 1/6 of a glorious past. A newly born god, destined to become the protagonist. They will surely unite. Yo-ho-ho. It's going to start motorcycle-style tongue flick. The quest, Past the Flame, has been automatically accepted. Past the Flame. You need to send a messenger carrying a torch to the capital city of Canterwell. Please place the flame in the chapel chalice prepared for you by your supplicant, Illyria, to ignite the prologue to Chapter 2 of the main quest. Currently, the importance of passing the fire. Passing the fire completely surpasses all other tasks in the to-do list. Changlu opened the task, and an option box popped up in front of him. It seems he has to choose who should take on this important task. Melina has something to say? He searched the main city area and finally found Miss Leatherpants by a well. She was discussing something with the craftsman. What does this hole lead to at its deepest point? Could it point to Golden Valley City? Ideally, it should lead to under that idiot city lord's chair. I'll stab his ass with a knife every night. The craftsman was startled. Changlu clapped and cheered. After they finished talking, Changlu poked the girl in leather pants on the head. Then the character portrait unfolds. My lord. She smiled, sensing God's touch, and seemed to be in a good mood. Since you need to travel far, I will take care of it for you. Lunette needs to stay in the holy city, so she naturally cannot go to the capital. Currently, the construction of Changlu City is in a crucial stage. Although I would like to go to the capital to broaden my horizons and see the world, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so. However, if you insist that I go, it's not impossible. She blinked. I heard that the supplicant you contacted, Miss Blue Butterfly, is a great beauty that the entire capital desires. I'd like to see what kind of appearance she has to be worthy of such a reputation. She leaned closer and looked closely at her expression. And you have bestowed such a favor upon me. Logically speaking, this is an overstepping of boundaries. But her god did not intend to punish her. Humph, you're so close. I wouldn't even have time to give you a kiss. Changla said this, but he only reached out and wiped the screen. He didn't draw the curtains. If his roommate saw him lecherously kissing his phone screen, the title of perverted anime fan would be firmly on his head. Therefore, I think that to meet the conditions of being devout to you, having a reliable character, and having the ability to protect oneself, there is only one person. Melina blinked. Let Avis go. Please don't misunderstand. This is the result of my earnest consideration without any personal bias. Chang Lele, is this a case of trying to hide something obvious? I haven't even asked you anything, and you've already confessed? It's obvious you wanted to send Avis away so you could come here and whisper sweet nothings in my ear. Is it pillow talk? Never mind. But Changla thought about it and realized it was true. The little bird rider does indeed meet all the conditions listed by Melina. Most importantly, the capital is far away, and battles may break out along the way. He can only send one person. He can't just send a wet nurse, can he? Or should we send a butler? It doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. Moreover, now is the perfect time for Melina to give the city a boost. The higher her intelligence and strategy, the faster the city will be built. The presence of the little bird knight will weaken Melina's strength. In other words, it will slow down the development of Changle City. Separating the two of them at this time would indeed be beneficial to the construction of Changle City. After confirming the answer, Changla didn't think about it any further and dragged Avis into the empty space. Hiss. Should we determine the actors first and then render the visuals? In pursuit of freedom, you've sacrificed far too much. Avis accepted the mission. Avis retrieved the fire. Avis was told not to drink alcohol. Avis teleported to the front gate of Cantwell City using a teleportation array. Avis paid a fee of 4 gold coins and 13 silver coins. Avis can't afford to eat anymore. Why is it so expensive? The little bird knight carefully protected the wide box behind him, and after stepping out of the transmission magic circle, tilted his head and muttered a complaint. Those damn dwarf goblins are really money hungry. Also, why is it always her delivering the goods? Although it wasn't a gift that was delivered, but the little bird rider always felt something was wrong. Someone set her up. But it's still good to get the attention of adults. At least in this respect, she didn't lose to Melina. Canterwell is a city at least 6 times larger than Changle City. Avis stood below the city walls, looking up at them, thinking, if such magnificent walls were moved to our city, we probably wouldn't have to worry about being attacked at night. She wondered again, was Melina actually doing anything? When will our city be able to expand to this size? Before long, she spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Delon. The palace eunuch stood in the crowd and gave the little bird knight a subtle wink. She didn't understand because of her IQ of 1, but she's not stupid. The girl carrying the velvet box quickly left the crowd. Although the capital city is bustling, there are always some hidden corners and alleys that only cockroaches can find. It was here that Delon met Avis. Is this the spark that Lord Chang Lu ignited? Delon asked curiously. Would it be convenient for me to give it to you? Inconvenient. Avis refused outright. I must see it with my own eyes, hold it in my own hands, and place it in the altar you have prepared. Of course. The eunuch nodded, but now is not a good time. How so? Something has happened in the palace. I've heard that our king, though old, is still vigorous and has given Princess Aurelia a younger brother or sister. That happened a few days ago. Delon shook his head. What I want to talk about is what happened an hour ago. He lowered his voice. Gaius was attacked, wounded in the left chest, and nearly died. The killer might be a gang in the city. Gaius? The little bird rider asked in confusion. Who is that? A rogue, a robber, a shameless lecher. Delon said, that's not important. What's important is, that gang is connected to Princess Aurelia. Chapter 3 The Night Owl Conspiracy. Delon quickly explained what had happened. That night, Gaius, as usual, stayed overnight in a confessional. Wait, a confessional? The little bird rider interrupted him. What happened at church? He's praying. Cough, cough. Delon coughed awkwardly twice. Confession house. A confession house is something like a bathhouse. In the continent of Dekasambi, where learning is so flourishing, monasteries and prayer rooms are almost everywhere. You can see priests from various churches just a few steps away. As a result, a new type of business that seeks excitement and satisfies desires was born. Confession house, a new type of brothel. Some were secretly run by monasteries, while others simply used an unknown deity as a front, with prostitutes wearing priestly headscarves to appear holy and pure, thus satisfying the strange fetishes of some customers. It is probably similar to some nunneries in ancient China. On the surface, it appears to be a place of Buddhist solitude and meditation, but in reality, it is a hunting ground for some wealthy young men seeking romantic encounters. Delon didn't explain much, but when he said bathhouse, Avis roughly understood what he meant. She frowned and simply said, absurd. The confessional is absurd, and Gaius, who stayed overnight there, is naturally absurd as well. The double absurdity drew the righteous men to punish. In the morning, the slaves in the confessional noticed something was wrong. They called the priest. At that time, Gaius had lost too much blood and almost died. Wrong. What's wrong? Was he attacked inside the house? I'm afraid so. And what about the people who serve him? Avis turned her IQ-1 brain and tried hard to think. The palace eunuch glanced at her, opened his mouth, and said, she's fainted. Attacked. He was tormented by Gaius. He had this fetish. Avis was stunned. She slowly clenched her back teeth, and her palm, which was touching the knight's long sword at her waist, felt a little itchy. Gaius was quickly taken back to the palace for emergency treatment. The priests removed a dagger from his chest, which was preserved as important evidence. They found a stamp on the end of the dagger, an owl. Then what? Princess Aurelia recognized it at a glance. This owl was the mark of the Night Owl Conspiracy, a gang in the city that she had personally supported. Avis raised her hand and scratched her brow. Then why not just hand over the guy who injured people? Things are not that simple. Delon shook his head. It is only natural that the queen values Gaius very much. Gaius is her only son and the current crown prince of this kingdom. She has gone mad. If she finds out that this mark points to the Night Owl conspirators, she will surely uproot the entire Night Owl conspirators and destroy them completely. The Night Owl Conspiracy is an underground force that Princess Aurelia has cultivated over 7 years, spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins on them. If it's really destroyed, not only will all the hard work and effort put in be wasted, but it might also lead to further accusations and attacks. To plot against the crown prince while being a princess is a serious matter of vying for the throne. Avis understood roughly. In other words, if the assassination is indeed orchestrated by the Naito conspiracy, then Aurelia will definitely be implicated. This is not good. Maybe I should go home, Avis thought. But that's obviously not going to work. Aurelia has become Lord Chang Li's supplicant. She has boarded Chang Li's ship. Therefore, Avis naturally cannot ignore her affairs. But Avis had some doubts in her heart. She knew where her weaknesses lay. Are they plotting something? It would be better to replace her with Melina. At that moment, she felt a great, calming light fall upon her. It is the focus of adults' attention. The adult stroked her head, just as she was stroking Chiu Chiu. I am here, God said. Avis was relieved. She raised her head, pretending to have an intelligence level of 15. Then let me go meet the people from the Night Owl Conspiracy. New gameplay rules. You can use the story drawing tool to highlight the key points in the plot that you think are worth noting, turning them into a clue. As the story unfolds, you will obtain various clues. Piece together the clues in the clue box to form new questions or conclusions, thereby deducing the truth of the matter. Changla suddenly realized. He tried using this story drawing tool to highlight what he considered to be the key points on the story recap text page. A clue has been obtained to assassinate Gaius. Assassination of Gaius. A murder that occurred in the confessional, in which Crown Prince Gaius of the kingdom was seriously injured. Obtain the clue Naito's blade. Naito's blade. The dagger left at the scene bore the mark of the Naito Conspiracy Society. Clue obtained. Night Owl Conspirators. The Night Owl Conspiracy. This underground organization's members are mostly homeless women who make a living by eavesdropping on and stealing private information from officials, then selling and exchanging that information. Their mastermind is none other than the seemingly innocent and kind Princess Aurelia Fernandez. 3 clues were placed into Chang Li's clue box. Chang Li tried to combine Night Owl Blade and Assassination of Gaius, and obtained a new clue. The murder weapon has been obtained. Weapon. Comparison of the knife wounds found on the victim's body revealed that this dagger was the murder weapon that caused Gaius's serious injuries. When he tried to combine Night Owl's blade and Night Owl Conspiracy. The result was unexpected. Has the truth been revealed through clues? The truth revealed? Did the dagger really come from the Night Owl Conspiracy? If so, your next task might no longer be solving the case, but rather how to escape punishment. But the premise is, whose knife was it? There seem to be some doubts. Another function in the clue box is send a message to Melina. It's probably a kind of hint that allows Melina to find new directions for thinking based on known clues. Chang glanced at it. It refreshes 3 times a day. So why not use it? Bite. You have received a reply from Melina. Oh, you've run into trouble? Huh, it's about solving a case? I should have gone with you, but it's okay. I believe you can do it, Avis. Let's look at the clues. If there are very few, let me think about it. I need to go to the Night Owl Conspiracy, and I need to find a way to check on Gaius's injuries, and that confessional too. City folks really know how to have fun. In short, go and look around first, then send me a message to ask me. After all, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice, can he? Chapter 4 Unequal Intelligence. Instead of resting, the little bird rider shouldered the velvet box and headed to the inn where the Night Owl Conspiracy's lair was located. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the closed door of room 107, 3 times lightly, 3 times heavily, and then twice lightly again. A few seconds later, a small head peeked out. It was a little girl, probably in her teens, with a still childish face. Who are you looking for? She said softly. The master is not home. I'm looking for Sophia. I heard she went out to find something to eat and will be home tonight. Has she come back yet? They're not back yet. Would you like to come in and wait? Good. After exchanging a few coded words, the little girl opened the door and let the bird rider in. As soon as the door closed, the girl's expression changed, becoming highly wary. Who sent you? Didn't you say we should lay low for a while? Little girl, isn't it a mistake to let people in first and then be on guard? Avis chuckled inwardly and replied, Delon sent me. Delon. A hint of doubt flashed across the little girl's eyes. Before she could say anything, a low female voice came from inside the room. Let her in. Para, she's a distinguished guest. This seemingly small room actually holds a hidden secret. Several rooms were combined into one, and the pathways between floors were complicated. Avis followed the little girl named Para around several corners, and suddenly the view opened up before her. Several people dressed in short-sleeved outfits stood inside the house, waiting for the arrival of the little bird rider. 5 women and 1 man. It seems Delon was right. The Night Owl Conspiracy does indeed have a majority of female members. Moreover, most of these members are good-looking. Even the male member has a face that the noble ladies of the capital would find attractive. After all, bed acquaintances are one way to steal intelligence. Please sit down, one of the female members said. She looked older than her age. Even with makeup on, her slightly pronounced nasolabial folds and wrinkles around her eyes were still visible. I am Avis. The little bird rider introduces himself. Sorry, we can't exchange names. The woman shook her head. Perhaps the next time we meet, it won't be me. Avis showed no displeasure. Instead, she asked curiously, who is Sophia? Why is she included in the meeting code? It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's Sophia, Susan, or Alice. The point isn't the name, but the time. Night. Night owls are only active at night. This code word is really random. Avis quipped, who did it? Vicky, a veteran. Did you really do this? Although I want to deny it, unfortunately, it was Vicky who did it. Could you call her over? She's on her way. Avis frowned. Her CPU, with an intelligence level of 1, was struggling to keep up. She placed her hopes on Lord Chang Lo. She received a response very quickly. Ahem, if things go wrong, how much will you reveal? The woman suddenly curled her lips into an elegant smile. My lady, she said in a low voice, human nature cannot withstand the test. Besides, the church doesn't need to go through you to uncover any secrets it wants. The spell, hotter than a scalding iron rod, will pour into your head through your mouth, either cooking your brains in agony or piercing your throat while you scream. That's the mildest form of torture. The night owl doesn't test human nature. If things are exposed, we will leave this place immediately, and that person should also be prepared to be exposed at any time. Avis thought to herself, looks like Aurelia's money was wasted. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins for a bunch of traitors who might betray you at any time? What a waste. We should use the money to build Changlu City instead. At least the people of Changlu City truly idolize Lunette. So you're here waiting for your fate? Her words carried a hint of sarcasm. Sir, we are just a bunch of lowly people, and we have no other choice. The woman smiled and said, or rather, You have given us a chance for a new life? Your opponent rejected your taunt and used a flip card. Avis puffed out her cheeks, clearly quite angry. Just then, she heard Paris speaking. Who are you looking for? The adults aren't home. A soft-spoken female voice said. I looked for Dobby, and he said he would bring me a roast duck tonight. Has he come back yet? Roast duck? Avis wants to eat roast duck. So how could you make such a basic mistake? Your veteran, after stabbing someone, actually left his dagger behind? Was he worried that the victim wouldn't be able to testify against him? She rubbed her stomach nonchalantly. Your professional skills are really too low, aren't they? A dagger? The woman asked, puzzled. Dagger? The soft-spoken voice rose to ask, what dagger? A short but imposing girl strode in. My dagger is tucked into my belt. She had long, frizzy, orange-red hair, tied into 2 pigtails that stood upright on her head, and some small freckles on her face. You're Vicky. Avis looked down at the belt around the other person's waist, and sure enough, there was a dagger stuck in it. It's me. What did you just say about a dagger? The murder weapon remained where it was, embedded in Gaius's chest. Impossible. I stabbed him right in the heart. He's not going to make it. Then I took the knife with me. How could I leave it behind? I'm not a novice. You killed him. There's a 99% chance, but there's still a 1% chance his God will see him immediately and bestow blessings, saving his life. What God would do that? My God will do that. Avis thought to herself. Taking advantage of the adult's attention being on her, Avis decided to say a few nice things. That would be strange. Currently, there is an imbalance in intelligence between the two sides. So why did you stab him? This is an accident. Vicky said dryly. I didn't intend to do this. It's better to avoid trouble. I didn't even know who he was at the time. If I had known, I would have definitely avoided him. Although many people hate him to the point of wishing him dead, he is, after all, the crown prince. Explain in more detail. Vicky sighed. Yesterday, I received a mission. It said the city's circus might be connected to the faceless web weavers. You might not know this, but the faceless web weavers are our mortal enemies. Chapter 5 Hysteria. The so-called faceless web weavers are an underground organization similar to the Night Owl conspiracy. But compared to the Night Owl conspiracy, their methods are far more cruel and evil. Night Owls adopt homeless children and train them to become assassins like Vicky, using them for personal gain. Those who weave nets without faces use even more vicious methods to make money. They would also search the streets or surrounding towns for children who either couldn't make a living or wanted to go out and learn a way to earn a living, or simply steal, lure, or rob them, using such methods to plunder large numbers of young children and keep them in their hands. Do you think they would carefully feed them and teach them how to survive? Of course, but it has to go through a test first. That was a terrifying pain. They would first heat a pot of boiling oil, then press the selected faceless individuals in front of the oil, making sure their faces were in full contact with it. The older woman spoke calmly. The little bird rider couldn't control his facial expressions, baring his teeth and making faces. Put your whole face in and fry it. This is their ritual. What a perverted ritual. The founder of the faceless web weavers, the guy known underground as the faceless spider, was a servant in a noble family when he was young. The young lady from that noble family was vicious by nature and used all sorts of methods to torture the servants around her. The faceless spider was one of those servants who was pinned down in a hot iron pot and had his face branded off. Later, the first thing the faceless spider did when it became a supplicant was to drag its married mistress from her luxurious bed, strip her naked and throw her into the slums, and then throw her newborn child into a vat of boiling oil in front of her. The little bird rider frowned. She didn't know who to call evil, so she could only say, each one is more evil than the last. Do you think the faceless spider shouldn't have done that? The little bird rider couldn't speak. The faceless web weavers are a group of monsters who have lost their faces. They embrace each other and vent their twisted malice on the world. Why? If I were harmed like this, I would have already swung my knife at that so-called faceless spider. My Lord Knight, please put yourself in their shoes. If you were one of these monsters, when things were beyond repair, would you choose to embrace your fellow monsters or go to those who call you freaks? The woman let out a laugh that contained no real laughter. Avis decided to shut up and let Vicky continue. It was a circus, and wherever the circus went, inexplicable murders would occur. Vicky said, but this matter originally had nothing to do with the Night Owl Conspiracy Society. They were a criminal organization, not some civilian champions of justice. That is, until 2 members of the Night Owl Conspiracy died in a murder case related to the circus. Only then did the Night Owl Conspiracy begin investigating the circus. The circus ringmaster is a fat man named Bick, but according to our investigation, he shouldn't be the mastermind. The treasurer called One-Eyed is probably the mastermind behind the whole thing. He's called One-Eyed because his entire face is flat, with only one eye sticking out. Sometimes he'll suddenly appear in place of the clown, startling the audience. Vicky explained in detail. Yesterday, we were chasing One-Eyed. But halfway through the chase, we suddenly encountered a puppet. A puppet? Avis asked, puzzled. A puppet? Changlu asked, puzzled. He immediately remembered that when the game started and he was asked to choose his initial 6-star character, there was indeed a puppet displayed in the corner of the screen. It seemed like a viable character, but the succubus and the bespectacled older woman were so captivating that he somewhat overlooked them at the time. This game probably won't release 2 different puppets in a short period of time. Changlu secretly kept it in mind. That seems to be a combat-type puppet, with terrifying combat power. Vicky, hands on her hips, said, Anda and I were led away by this puppet. Sometimes it went in the right direction, and sometimes it just ran around wildly. I guess it probably doesn't have any consciousness of its own, and is controlled entirely by one eye. Following it, we broke into the confessional. I didn't know who was in the confessional, only that he was a nobleman. He looked like any other nobleman who came out looking for fun. He was angry about our intrusion and yelled at us to leave. Anda and I didn't intend to cause trouble, so we drew our knives to quiet him down. It worked at first. Gaius was speechless when he saw the knife. This young nobleman, who was good at using his power to oppress and exploit others, could whip 3 prostitutes dressed as priests until they passed out. But when faced with a knife that could actually kill him, he showed great understanding. He quieted down, let the 2 leave, and said he hadn't seen anything. Then what? Then? Vicky became furious. Just as we were about to leave, he suddenly lunged at Anda from behind. He started tearing at Anda's clothes. It was like he suddenly lost his mind. You mean he suddenly had a sex addiction relapse? That's what I was thinking, but isn't this just too weird? Yes, indeed. I hissed at him to get up and tried to pull him up, but he was like a hysterical animal, as if he had become some kind of animal that only knew how to mate. I could only grab him by the neck and throw him to the ground. Even then, he still struggled to get up and do that. Vicky frowned, puzzled. Then I pinned him to the ground and stabbed him. Even if some nobleman died, we could just pin it on the circus. Who knew? Who knew that you would stab the future ruler of this kingdom and leave behind crucial evidence? The answer seems obvious. Avis stroked her chin. Did someone set you up? But what's the point? I'm just an ordinary gang member. Indeed, there are many doubts surrounding this matter. Even if someone knows that the financial backer behind the Night Owl conspiracy is Aurelia, she's only the 3rd heir and might become the 4th now. What reason would she have to target her? Faceless web weaver, faceless spider. The crown prince, a puppet suddenly aroused. This matter remains shrouded in mystery. But Avis and Changlu, who were in front of the camera, already understood that the main goal now was not to solve the case, but to clear the name of the Night Owl Conspiracy Society. Pull Aurelia out of the vortex that this matter is bound to create. Chapter 6 Manhwa, the little wooden puppet. The little bird rider was so upset he wanted to drink. But right now, Changlu has something more important to do. That is, shovel the earth. Having finally unlocked the map of the capital, of course I should take advantage of the story progressing to this point and open the treasure chests here. Wangdui. It should be much richer than those rural places like Changlu City and Jingu City. Changlu thought this before he found a basket of rotten apples in the capital. Unexpectedly, the map of this place was much harder to navigate than that of Changlu City. Sea God's Gaze. You are within the Sea God's faith range. Faith points gained are reduced by 30%. What the heck? What? You gave me a 30% discount? Why don't you just tell me this is their territory and they won't let me search it? Changlu angrily put down his hoe and decided to take a stroll around the city first, hoping to find out some information that might be useful for solving the case and clearing his name. A clue has been obtained regarding the Crown Prince, whose reputation is extremely poor. The Crown Prince has a terrible reputation. From young girls of marriageable age to mature and charming wives, no one dares to go out after 6 p.m. unless they have an extremely powerful background, because that's when the Crown Prince goes out hunting. Because of this, at least a third of the city's residents hate Gaius. There's a saying that after 6 p.m., even sows in the pigsty have to cover their rear ends. A clue was found. A whole wall of missing person posters. A whole wall covered with missing person posters. Child disappearances seem to be commonplace in Cantwell, leaving the sheriffs at their wits' end, but the culprit appears to have adults backing them up. Parents who have lost their children cry themselves hoarse. leading to rumors that ghostly weeping echoes through the capital city of Cantwell at night, a sign of the king's incompetence. The king, having received a clue, is recovering. The king's improved condition. A breath of fresh air brought spring to the palace of Franz III, who had been plagued by illness. Franz III's condition had unexpectedly improved. He was now able to walk, which put some people on edge. After all, for some, a king who is drowsy and bedridden is a good king. Were the clues obtained from human footprints? Are they human footprints? Some strange footprints have been left on the muddy ground on the outskirts of the city. They appear to be human footprints, yet they are too orderly. Something ran quickly past them. Follow them and see. Perhaps you'll find something new. While wandering around to a certain place on the outskirts of the city, Chang Lu suddenly obtained such a clue. The footprints on the ground looked small and round, and the person seemed to be running unsteadily. Chang Lu was curious, so he followed the footprints forward. This chase lasted for more than 20 minutes. The footprints were unsteady, yet seemed to have explored the entire outskirts of Cantwell. Moreover, the more you search for the footprints, the blurrier they become, making them increasingly difficult to find. Just as Chang Lu was getting impatient and was about to give up on this seemingly side quest that offered no hints or rewards, he suddenly realized something important. How do you determine which direction a small, round footprint faces? Or perhaps, he was trying to find the path the owner of the footprints had taken, but in the opposite direction. Realizing this, Chang Lu returned to the outskirts of the city where he first discovered the footprints. Then he saw a large tent not far from the footprints. Circus. Chang Lu felt a sudden jolt of realization as he thought. I have suddenly discovered an important clue that I had overlooked, and in fact, the clue has always been right in front of me. The circus does not perform during the day. All the performers and animals were resting in the tents, including the owner of the footprints. Was it a woodshed, or a pigsty, or somewhere that wasn't a place for people to rest? It was next to the monkey enclosure and looked dark and dirty. In such a small and cramped place, a dark red color quietly spread out. Chang Lu zoomed in on the image with 2 fingers, trying to increase the screen brightness to see what it was. It was a tangled mess of long, fiery red hair, now stained with filth, looking terribly dirty. And beneath the long hair was a puppet. Puppet? Is that really it? Chang Lu remembered the red-haired puppet that had appeared on his initial selection screen. But it seems different. The red-haired puppet on the initial selection screen was severely damaged, with only its upper body and face remaining. The puppet in front of us had round feet covered in mud, and its limbs looked perfectly intact, though it was filthy. That's strange. Then what? He seems to have found the owner of the footprints. And then what? Side quests should have follow-ups, right? Just as he was swiping left and right, trying to find some clues in this simple, woodshed-like room, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It sounded like several people were talking, but no one was willing to stop and let someone else speak first, so several audio clips were mixed together, making it impossible to understand what they meant. Chang Lu couldn't find the source of the sound. He took off his headphones, thinking it was a prank by his roommate. But the sound disappeared when I took off my headphones, so I was certain that the sound was coming from the game. Is it some kind of hidden quest? Chang Lu couldn't figure it out, but he had a good habit he developed while playing puzzle games. When he encountered a problem he couldn't solve, he would record the screen first, and then watch it back later. However, a loud crack of a whip interrupted the strange audio. Snap! The door to the woodshed was kicked open. A chubby figure squeezed in, startling the monkey next door, which huddled into a ball. It was probably Vicky who said that Fat Bick was the nominal owner of this circus. The fat man, holding a riding whip, barged in and, without saying a word, lashed the puppet across the head with the whip. Smack! The puppet trembled, but no sound came out. What a piece of trash. Fat Bick muttered. You've caused us trouble with that little prince. He's not dead. The puppet's red hair, which had been protecting its face, was torn open by the whip, revealing a lifeless eye. It lay there quietly, only twitching involuntarily when it was hit. Otherwise, it was as if it were dead. Bite. Chang Li's heart skipped a beat. What is the true nature of deities? Please select. 1. The essence of the divine is cruelty. Only through cruelty can all things be treated equally. 2. The fundamental nature of God is mercy. Only a merciful God can love and protect believers. 3. I have my answer. Chang Lu lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. Press and hold the microphone button next to the third option. The essence of the deity is me. I am the deity. Whatever I do determines the essence of the deity. He didn't know if his answer would be recorded, but new options popped up. A puppet. Oh, a poor puppet. A puppet controlled by humans, its life is coming to an end. It has already resolved to die. So, Your Excellency, esteemed deity, witnessing this situation, what choice would you make? Please select. 1. 2. He took the whip. Summer in Canterwell is no different from summer in any other city. This place is filled with gloom and pain. Lunette thought to himself. Each lash of the whip onto her already wooden body still brought her excruciating pain. Lunette convulsed, staring silently at the fat man. Bick. Died just like that. It's not impossible to die like this. As she thought this, she let out a weary breath. Then, she saw a glimmer of dark golden light. The beam of light tore through the dark clouds and stretched out a hand. He snatched the whip from Fatty Bick's hand and turned to lash him out. Snap! Bick is screaming. The monkeys are dancing. A flicker of emotion appeared in the eyes of the little wooden puppet Lunette. Chapter 7 Lunette, Pain. The quest, a puppet named Lunette has decided to die, has been automatically accepted. A puppet? Oh, poor puppet. It is covered in wounds. Her wooden limbs bore scars that were difficult to heal, piercing her nerves day and night. How was she created? Why is she confined to the circus and forced to be used by others? No one will give Lunette an answer. Her hands were stained with blood. She was nothing but a killing machine. No one would talk to a killing machine, just as no one would confide in a circus monkey. She was prepared to die. Dear God, will you extend a helping hand to this poor puppet? When Lunette's death progress reaches 100%, the character will be permanently removed from the game and will not be available again in the gacha pool. When Lunette's death wish progress drops to 30%, the character will be added to the gacha pool and become an obtainable invoker. Lunette's current progress in seeking death is 97%. Chang Lu is about to start swearing. No way, not this again. Not this again. How long has the server been open? How long have I had my account? He snapped, slightly annoyed. Has this happened twice already? He could understand the last time the game developers urged him to choose a nun as the game's official decision to make the nun's storyline the main storyline. So he had to follow her story. Why now? Is it really that difficult for a complete collector like him? It's been permanently taken offline. TSK tisk TSK, and it won't be re-released in the gacha pool. TSK tisk TSK, who are they threatening? Besides, this little wooden puppet doesn't really appeal to his sensibilities. Chang Lu felt awkward and shoved the tablet under her pillow. Peeking down, I saw that old Chin was still there. What are you doing? He asked curiously. What practical assignment should we make up? Old Chin had packed everything up and was now sitting on a stool, looking furious, struggling to pull his laptop out of his packed bag. Which one? That old man's song. You're not finished yet. Just a little bit more? The background music isn't quite right. Wow, that's far from perfect. What can we do? He just said in the group chat that if he doesn't hand in all his homework, he'll get a failing grade for participation. That's ruthless. Chang Lu sat up. Aren't you on today's high-speed train? Let me see if I can change my ticket later. Damn it. I finally managed to snag one. Chang Lu took out his phone and glanced at the time. Never mind. Your homework is on the USB drive? Yes. Give me the USB drive. I'll do it for you. You'd better hurry up and catch your train. Don't be late. He yawned, put on his down pants over his long underwear, and got out of bed shivering. Old Chin's eyes widened. Really? Why would I lie to you? Just for fun? Chang Lu rubbed the remaining secretions from his eyes, and seeing that the other person still hadn't moved, he raised his voice. Seriously. Since he said that, Lao Chin stopped being coy, closed the project file, unplugged the USB drive containing the materials and assignments, and placed it on the table. I won't say anything else, Dad. He offered the highest thanks in the boys' dormitory. Don't order takeout tonight. I'll order you a KFC family bucket. Chang Lu waved his hand dismissively. Once Lao Chin pushed his suitcase and disappeared down the corridor, the entire dormitory quieted down, and the four-person dormitory became a single dormitory again. As usual, Chang Lu took a stroll around the dormitory, stretched, loosened his lumbar discs, then turned on his computer and plugged in the USB drive. Old Chin wasn't lying. There really were only some finishing touches left. He originally planned to do it at home and hand it in later, but Professor Song, who taught his major course, said that it had to be submitted by 6 p.m. today because he needed to calculate his participation grade. That's why they were in such a hurry. Chang Lu poured himself a cup of hot tea and started cooking while drinking it. He finished in less than half an hour. After renaming it to Lao Chin's name and submitting it, he remembered the strange audio clip from the garbled game he had just recorded. Since he had nothing else to do, he took the tablet off the computer and plugged it in, wanting to analyze the audio clip he had just heard. While digital media students may not be as proficient as professional music students in analyzing audio, they can still perform some simple operations without any problems. If all else fails, there's always AI to help. People in this new era must learn to make good use of AI. He fiddled with the computer for a while and successfully extracted 3 audio tracks from the audio file. The first paragraph is a voice cursing angrily. Waste. Rubbish. Useless bastard. We'll dismantle you tomorrow and use you as fuel for the boiler. Judging from the tone of his voice, it sounds a lot like that fat guy, Bick. Is this the kind of insults and reprimands that Fat Piccolo usually gives to the little wooden puppet? The second audio track is light and airy, seemingly devoid of emotion. It wouldn't be bad to just kill him like this. It's okay to fall into the pond and die. The neighbor's house is on fire? Oh, I'm a puppet, so it seems only natural that I'd be burned to death. Or be killed by the church priests. I have so many lives on my hands, so it doesn't seem like a bad end. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Then came the repeated phrase, kill me. The speaker seemed to gradually lose his own consciousness, truly becoming a puppet to be manipulated. Chang Lu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was just trying it out, but unexpectedly, he actually managed to extract some information. What is this? An Easter egg? As for the last audio track, its volume was a bit low, and it was the only one he couldn't separate, so he ended up putting it into the AI for help. He turned up the volume and put on his headphones. It was a thin, small voice, the voice of a little girl. She said, "Help me." The voice was like the whisper of an insect dying in late autumn, filled with pleading, struggle, and a vulnerability that evoked pity in one's heart. Chang Lu stood there, stunned. He couldn't tell whose voice it was for a moment. Is it that puppet? Or is it just an insect? Her plea was soft, a humble plea that seemed not to disturb anyone. Please help me. Please help me, I beg you. It's okay if no one's around. Stop hitting me. I'd rather die quietly like this. The voice ended with a faint sigh. Manhwa, I don't want to kill anyone. Manhwa, it hurts. Chang Lu froze. He sat there, somewhat at a loss for what to do. If he were a god, would his thought just now be that he should give up on saving a child who had nowhere else to go? Is that what he was thinking? A true god would not think that way. Compared to the people in the game, isn't he a true god? In this chaotic continent, should we abandon a poor child for the sake of XP? Chang Lu picked up the tablet. So what is the true nature of the gods? A hand reached out from the dark golden clouds and gently stroked Manette's long, messy hair. It brought a long-lost warmth to this child who had suffered in the cold for so long. The underlying nature of God. It's me. Chapter 8. He cares. The little bird rider is undergoing the greatest test of her life. Bend over. Vicky tapped her back, which was as stiff as if it had been hit with a steel plate. She shouted angrily. How can a noble knight stoop down like that? Lower your head. How can a noble knight lower his head? Hunched over. How could a noble knight? Damn it. You're not playing the role of a noble knight. You're an old woman, an old woman. Do you know what that means? Old lady. Vicky finally snapped. You can't bend your back. You can't lower your head. You can't hunch over. Look at yourself now. The little bird knight with the makeup of an old woman stands tall and firm. Who would believe you're an old woman? So why pretend to be an old woman? I really like my original skin. Intelligence level 1 doesn't understand, and intelligence level 1 doesn't like this. Vicky sighed. You really don't understand? What? You must go to the palace to check if there's anything suspicious about that damned Gaius. Yes. Avis nodded. Only by seeing it with our own eyes can we be sure what exactly happened to Gaius. This is what Melina taught her in her reply. It seems you truly have no self-awareness. Vicky crossed her arms and sniffed. Don't you know? You're a beautiful girl. Avis, hands on her hips, declared confidently. I know. So what? That Gaius is a lecherous monster. He dares to go crazy in front of everyone. Why wouldn't you dare? Vicky retorted. It's not a big deal for the heir to a kingdom to be a bit licentious. At least if he's healthy, he'll leave behind many offspring. But why does the king dislike him so much? Why does he insist on having sex with his concubines even when he's seriously ill, until they get pregnant? Because Gaius's debauchery has reached the point of absurdity. He dared to pounce on and humiliate a subject in front of the king, dared to forcibly rape innocent women in the street, and dared to plan a lewd banquet for hundreds of people. His behavior is so outrageous that it is unheard of. Do you think he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? I have a sword. Avis lowered her voice and said, it can sever his tendons and pierce his chest. Then no one can protect you, not even if you are Princess Aurelia's person. The little bird rider shook his finger. You're wrong. I am not one of Aurelia's people. Rather, Aurelia is one of us. We are both Lord Chang Li's people. Vicky was taken aback. How can the people of Cantwell tolerate such a despicable scoundrel as the Crown Prince? As Avis wiped her longsword, she had already envisioned various ways Gaius would die in her mind. I can't stand it. If Franz III dies and Gaius inherits the 13 Islands Federation, then a wave of rebellion will inevitably sweep across the entire 13 Islands Federation, starting from Cantwell City. Vicky lowered her eyes. Franz III will not accept this outcome. He will not accept the destruction of the entire country by himself and his son. So there are only two paths waiting for Gaius. Either die here, or lose his position as crown prince and become a duke with no job, and be sent to some unimportant fiefdom to stay there for the rest of his life. So what if it harms the people of that fiefdom? Avis sneered. What's the difference between that and sacrificing your fellow Taoists to save yourself? Who cares? Vicky said expressionlessly. We are just a bunch of lowly people. Who cares about our fate? Some people care, whether they are commoners or noblemen. Is he a knight or a craftsman striking stones? Are they wealthy merchants or laborers and farmers whose eyes are stinging with sweat? She cares. Avis pointed to herself, then to the top of her head. He cares too. Vicky grinned, giving a nonchalant smile. Whatever makes you happy, Sir Knight. An old woman with a hunched back appeared in the palace and was led by a palace attendant to the palace where Gaius was temporarily staying. She heard people whispering. That was a priest invited by Princess Aurelia. He looks very experienced. Princess Aurelia is so kind. I really hope to become her disciple. Since it's a dream, why not dream boldly? I really wish I could be the stone Princess Aurelia steps on. You? I've always thought Princess Aurelia is perfect for wielding a whip. If I could be whipped by Princess Aurelia, it would be worth it even if I had to eat roasted pork hot pot tonight. How dare you eat and beg? You're never going to stop. When you're dreaming, you have to be bold. Avis pursed her lips. She had never met Princess Aurelia, but she knew that this princess was someone Lord Chang Lu desired and had already obtained. Avis was curious. What kind of supplicant could win such favor from the adults? Gaius did not originally live in the palace. He had his own castle in the city center of Cantwell. Although he was only 13 years old, he was driven out of the palace by Emperor Franz III when he was 11 years old because he frequented the marketplace and was difficult to discipline. This time, he was assigned to the northeastern palace, a place the concubines rarely visited, because the old king was worried that his son would cause trouble and embarrass him in the palace. Because of the recent assassination attempt, the northeast palace was heavily guarded. Fortunately, Avis was introduced by Princess Aurelia, so she bypassed the body search and other procedures and entered the huge side hall. Before she even went inside, she heard the woman shouting and cursing. He still has a fever. Damn it. Isn't there a better doctor? Useless trash. My prestigious Fernandez family has raised such good-for-nothings who just eat rice. Dr. Frank, weren't you quick to diagnose that bitch Camilla's pregnancy? Why couldn't you even cure a fever? Do you perhaps think Camilla's unborn child is already Fernandez's future master, and you no longer want to deal with my poor Gaius? Queen. It's the queen. She always argues so illogically. That's what the palace attendant said. Madam, the physician has arrived. It's Aurelia. Don't mention that bitch's name. She's just like her mother, a smooth-talking whore. What? A doctor? Let her in and take a look. If she can't cure the illness, cut off her head. Avis was so angry her teeth itched. Your Excellency, please do not grant her wish. You absolutely must not cure him. Chapter 9 Red Blood Vessels. To be honest, Gaius was actually a rather handsome young man. He has short cobalt blue hair, a color rarely seen in either the 2D or 3D worlds, which makes him stand out in a crowd. However, his hair color was also one of the reasons why he was not liked by Franz III. The Fernandez family has historically used bright blue hair as a symbol of their pure bloodline. For example, the bright blue of Franz III and the sapphire blue of the eldest prince and Aurelia all represent the pure Fernandez bloodline. Cobalt blue. Gaius always used this to complain about his mother. Unable to defend herself, the queen could only resort to insulting words to slander the eldest prince and Aurelia. A cripple. A despicable woman. Avis lowered her eyes, trying to make herself look more like a frail old woman. I need to check on His Highness the Crown Prince, she said. Go quickly, but be careful not to hurt him. The queen glanced at her. Gaius lay on the bed, his chest wrapped in thick gauze, as if he were seriously injured. But he seemed completely unconcerned, sitting with his legs crossed, eating the cherries that the young girl fed him. It seemed to him that apart from having a fever, He was actually not feeling unwell anywhere else. Avis stepped forward, and Gaius's gaze immediately fell upon her. The little bird rider immediately frowned. That doesn't look like a person's gaze. Sticky, wet, highly aggressive, and with an unsettlingly unrestrained quality. The little bird knight instinctively reached for the long sword at her waist, which had already aroused her self-preservation instincts as a knight. Something strange. Don't worry, God said. At the same time, a gentle force draped over her like a veil, shielding her from that disgusting gaze. Call. Avis let out a sigh of relief. She lowered her head, a cool breath covering her eyes. When she raised her head again, Gaius's body had become more quantifiable. This is part of the ability that Lord Chang Lu bestowed upon her, allowing her to better fulfill the role of an excellent priest. Gaius squinted and scanned her up and down. Something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. How could an old woman have such a thin waist? Your fever does not originate from a wound infection, so taking more anti-infective medication will be of no use. An aged voice emerged from Avis's throat. The queen panicked. What happened? It's not an infected wound. That damned Frank was just trying to fool me. I'll cut off his head. It's a vengeful spirit. His Highness the Crown Prince is haunted by some vengeful spirits. Avis was also trying to fool her. Those vengeful spirits are tearing at His Highness the Crown Prince's soul, causing his spirit to wander off at all times, like a person trapped in a shell, unable to feel the beauty of this world except for certain pleasures. Suddenly, the queen fell silent. She looked at the old woman in front of her with suspicion and uncertainty. Even Gaius looked up and stared at him with a very peculiar expression. To be honest, I often hear things about you outside. They say you're a bad kid. Nonsense, the queen exclaimed, her eyes wide. Who said this? How dare they speak ill of the crown prince? I'll have their head chopped off. That's nonsense. From what I see now, your character isn't bad. He's just a child who made a mistake that every child makes. The little bird knight gritted her teeth and read aloud the words that Lord Chang Lu had given her. Those things were merely his exercise of the power of the crown prince. It's just that your excellency was influenced by something, which aroused suspicion. The queen blinked. You mean? A vengeful spirit is a curse. Someone dares to curse my poor Gaius? I know, it must be that damned Métis. Métis is the name of the eldest prince. He's jealous of my son's healthy body. He's jealous. I knew it. You're right, Gaius is the crown prince. Even if he did some outrageous things, it was within the scope of his authority as the crown prince. Besides, he's just a child. How could he attract such a massive attack? Wow, she actually believed it. Or perhaps Aurelia? The queen gave Avis a wary look. You were sent by Aurelia. Are you saying this to deliberately stir up trouble between the brothers? Different people have different interpretations, Your Majesty. You may interpret my words as you see fit. Avis coughed a few times in a mock manner. I'm just a pastor, not a politician. I know nothing about politics. Not bad. The queen isn't completely stupid. However, given the personalities of this mother and son, how have they managed to survive to this day? Even someone with an intelligence level of 1 finds it very puzzling. Please let me examine it more thoroughly. She stepped forward, indicating that she wanted to examine Gaius's eyes. After being praised, the boy's impatience lessened slightly. Hurry up. At Lord Chang Li's prompting, Avis opened Gaius's eyelids. Gaius had noticeable dark circles under his lower eyelids, and his eyes were dry and red, which were signs of kidney deficiency. Blood vessels were visible around his eyes, etc. Avis noticed that the blood vessels seemed to move slightly. She subtly extended her finger, pretending to touch the red veins. Swoosh. Something terrifying happened to her. The blood vessels seemed to come alive, instantly disappearing beneath Gaius's eyelids. At the same time, Gaius blinked and raised his hand to rub his eyes. He could feel the blood vessels disappear but didn't voice any accusations, which shows that he was used to it. It seems these red, blood-like things have been parasitizing his body for a long time. But what are its effects? Is this the cause of sex addiction? Or is it a trigger for schizophrenia? Or perhaps it's a trace left on him by the reversal of time. Avis couldn't figure it out, so she wrote down these details and sent them to Melina later through a letter asking for her help. Avis bid farewell to the queen and the crown prince without making a sound, saying that she was going back to prepare a potion to dispel the vengeful spirits, which she would then deliver through Princess Aurelia. Then he took his leave. Gaius stared intently at her figure until his mother called him, bringing him back to his senses. Mom, do you think old women can have such thin waists? And her fingers seemed very soft. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't embarrass me any further. The queen was furious. Can't you control your brain? Gaius snorted. Blood vessels reappeared in his eyes. Mom, where's the Madison godfather? Matthew went to investigate the dagger and the redhead who appeared in the confessional that night. He's been running around for you all this time. Mother. You should call him His Excellency Madison, just like I do. The crown prince looked at her coldly. Isn't it a bit too intimate to address a clergyman by his first name, Your Majesty? The queen's throat suddenly felt as if something was choking her. Chapter 10 The Princess's Mask. The little bird knight emerged from the northeast palace, grumbling and cursing. Nausea. Disgusting. Gouge his eyes out. Sir, what did you see? Lord Chang Lun naturally remained silent. So Avis sullenly crossed her arms. Of course, she wasn't angry at Lord Changlu, but at that dog with tentacles in his eyes. Changlu didn't speak because he was processing the newly acquired clues. A clue has been obtained. Is the bloodline pure? Pure bloodline. Can hair color indicate the purity of bloodlines? Perhaps. A mother and son, somewhat foolishly obtaining a clue. The somewhat foolish mother and son. A brief exchange reveals that this mother and son, who stir up trouble in the capital, don't seem so difficult to deal with. Are they purely foolish villains? That remains to be seen. Clues obtained. Prince Métis 1. Prince Métis 1. Why has this disabled, well-known, gentle heir become the queen's primary suspect? Perhaps there are some unknown secrets waiting for you to uncover. Have you obtained clues about the parasite? Parasitic? Ugh. How disgusting. What on earth is that? Changlu examined these clues and tried to combine some seemingly related terms, which led to some new clues. A clue has been obtained regarding the hidden strategist. Hidden strategist. You've noticed that given the intelligence displayed by this mother and son, they'd have a hard time surviving in this seemingly peaceful palace. Therefore, someone must be responsible for providing wisdom and solving their problems. Is it related to the time it took to obtain the clues? Related to time? Those red, blood-like streaks might be related to a parasite called time eclipse coral. Specific information about this parasite will need to be discovered through exploration within the game. Time-eroded coral? I've never even heard of it. I'll ask Miss Leatherpants later and have her look for some information. Changlu closed the clue box, switched back to the story page, and suddenly heard a bird's inner monologue. Is that Aurelia? Where? When Avis first saw Aurelia, she was standing gently and humbly by the roadside, talking to the eunuch who had led Avis into the palace. I understand. It's okay, don't worry about it. She seemed to sense someone approaching from the end of the road, so she turned slightly to look at them. Her dazzling, jewel blue hair rippled like ocean waves. Avis could almost smell the abundant moisture and feel the coolness of the sea breeze on her body. How should I describe it? She was a woman so beautiful that even the sun beside her paled in comparison. She had slightly arched eyebrows, which made her yellow-green eyes appear very deep. And that yellowish-green color was not an ordinary yellowish-green. It is a kind of interwoven, kaleidoscope-like slow rotation, changing patterns and colors in a dazzling display. She wore a fluffy princess dress, and the way she lifted the hem of her dress made her look both noble and dignified. Aurelia walked over and smiled at her, saying, "Nice to meet you. I'm Aurelia Fernandez." Avis. The little bird rider nodded, but didn't hear what she was saying at all. Her eyes didn't know where to look. She could feel the gaze of God sweeping over Aurelia's lips, which were painted with a light pink lip gloss, as they opened and closed, and landing on the string of azure jeweled earrings that swayed gently as she spoke near her fair ear. Dingling, dingling. She could almost hear the jingling of the jeweled beads colliding with each other. I'm sorry to trouble you to come all this way and meet my good-for-nothing brother. Oh, you're welcome. Your faith has taken good care of you. Ah, yes. Will I also receive such proper care? Avis gradually regained her senses. Of course. That's the doctrine of Changlu, that all beings are equal. Those bright yellow-green eyes were staring at her and smiling. Aurelia raised her hand, gently removed the pair of jeweled earrings from her ear, and placed Avis's slightly rough hand in her palm. Do you like this? Oh no. Grown-ups. You've made me misunderstand. I'm not the kind of person who would drool over jewelry just because someone else is wearing it. The little bird rider's hand reacted as if it had been burned, and he quickly refused, saying, That's not what I meant. Let's not argue here. Aurelia smiled and said, You'll have to slow down, madam. Oh. She almost forgot that she was now a frail old woman. I think blue suits you very well. Aurelia said softly. Avis felt inexplicably hot. She glanced at Miss Blue Butterfly, sensing Lord Chang Li's will in her heart. Although the adult didn't speak, he seemed vaguely puzzled. What is he wondering about? The little bird rider tries his best to perceive. What does goods not matching description mean? Can someone explain this to her? Damn it. Right now I really need a Melina mouth and teether to carry around with me. At least she really understands what adults are thinking. Hateful. Thinking about it this way makes me feel even more like I've lost. A few thoughts flashed in Avis's eyes. She thought that as the torchbearer and as the person in charge of Lord Changlu in Canterwell City, it was necessary for her to convey the Lord's wishes. God said. She said in a serious tone, "Are you hiding something from God?" Aurelia's gaze gently swept across her face. Snort. This sound is probably something adults like too. Avis tried to imitate it, but uttered a syllable that made even herself laugh. This is his will. Aurelia knew that she could not get any more information from the young knight. She reflected on how elegant and polite she had been, and how generous she had been to these people from the Changlu church. Did she do something wrong? Why did it receive such a somewhat serious evaluation? Aurelia didn't want to tarnish her image in the eyes of the new faith, so she said, "I will go to the prayer room to confess and repent for all the mistakes I have made." Avis nodded seriously. As for matters related to the Night Owl conspiracy, she didn't intend to discuss them with Aurelia here, lest someone overhear. Changlu was still wondering. Some of the goods don't match the description, right? It's not that their appearances don't match. Of course, the current model of Aurelia is good enough that the game's artists and models could easily make a living by writing a PR stunt to work, but are you schizophrenic with this personality? Or is it a princess wearing a mask? Chapter 11, Don't You Want to Be Queen? There are people in the prayer room. Your supplicant is praying for you. About half an hour later, someone pushed open the door to the prayer room with a creak. It's Aurelia. Come on in. Kill him, hurry up. Chang Liku tapped the screen, responding to her prayer. The door to the prayer room opened wide, and Miss Blue Butterfly appeared in the center of the screen. She changed her clothes and, as expected of a princess, looked very wealthy, unlike the others from Changlu City, whose new clothes had to be retrieved from the pond by Changlu. Aurelia doesn't need it. She changes her clothes very frequently. The prayer room in Canterwell is different from the one in Changlu City. The lighting here is also predominantly dark gold, but compared to the Changlu City prayer room, which is filled with candlelight, this room features more lamps hanging around the walls. These expensive-looking lamps, perhaps even made of crystal, give the entire prayer room a pearly glow. They look very wealthy. Remembering that the entire infrastructure of the Changlu cult in Canterwell was prepared by this princess, Changlu broke out in a cold sweat. It truly lives up to its reputation as the largest and most beautiful pearl in the 13 Islands Federation. It feels like I'm being kept by a rich woman. Aurelia stood bathed in the opulent light, slightly raising her eyes to calmly look at the outstretched hand. "Grown-ups," she said, "what do you expect me to show you?" Figure. Although that wouldn't pass censorship. Whip. Although getting approved is quite difficult. Cough cough. He meant momentum. Hateful. That's what he wants. Although the innocent and pure princess is quite nice, he wants that one. That's driven by ambition and desire, a thirst for power, and a disdain for everyone. Your petitioner is puzzled by your harsh criticism. Please select. 1. Can I call you mom? 2. You idiot. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Please insult me. 3. Where is your whip? 4. I admired your ambition, but where has it gone now? Chong Lele. Is this a serious game? Is this really a legitimate game? No wonder it doesn't have a license number. It probably didn't pass the review. He really wants to choose 1, 2, 3, and 4. But apart from number 4, any of them would probably scare Miss Blue Butterfly to death. God said, I liked your ambition, but now, where has it gone? Aurelia paused for a moment. She almost doubted that she had heard correctly. But that overwhelming aura, that almost suffocating pressure, controlled her, suppressed her, and enveloped her. He brought Aurelia a long-lost sense of security, and also stirred Aurelia's heart. Her ambition. That was a word that the courtiers would probably never use to describe Princess Aurelia, representing her true self that she had never revealed to outsiders. Miss Blue Butterfly lost her composure for only a moment before quickly shifting her gaze away from the hand that concealed divine power and lowering it. Her reason for joining Changlu Church was simple. She needed a church that could unite more people. She wants to be able to successfully inherit the land she currently owns. But the land Aurelia now possesses is too rich. The Roseshire, flowing with gold and silver, is a land of wealth that everyone envies. That was a county that Franz III entrusted to her administration to demonstrate his benevolence. Every year, this land blooming with roses brings her nearly 1/5 of the country's tax revenue. No one is willing to let go. Once Franz III dies, whoever ascends the throne will certainly try to seize Roshire by any means necessary. Aurelia, of course, would not accept it. However, the Church of the Sea God, the most powerful force in the kingdom, has clearly sided with Gaius. Unless Gaius dies, she has no way to change the power of the church behind her. Therefore, she needs a change of power. She needs a disruptor to emerge. Thus, the Changlu Church came into being. This is not a very powerful church, but Aurelia was drawn to its doctrine, equality for all beings. This doctrine will be accepted by the merchants who make up the largest proportion of Roshire, becoming a hand that unites them behind the scenes. These were her original thoughts. She frankly revealed these thoughts to the God of eternal joy, believing that this great man would not miss the opportunity to unite with her. Yes, united. The contact between politics and religion is a form of cooperation. Aurelia expects to get what she wants, and the gods can naturally gain more from this alliance. For example, followers and faith. But now, she has developed a genuine interest in this deity. She said softly, "Can a dancer's child talk about ambition?" Eli God said, "My lord, what do you desire?" Aurelia countered, "A helpless woman." She didn't realize that her shoulders were shifting from a reserved posture to a slightly outward opening one, which made her appear more confident. "What I want is your true nature. Grown-ups." Aurelia lowered her gaze slightly as she looked at her hands, which were a pair of pure white lace gloves. The gloves now seemed to be slowly melting, turning into a hand full of blood that drips down. "My nature may not be as beautiful as you think." A faint, indifferent smile played on her lips. "Do you want me to cower under your wing after I've dissected myself?" "No," God said. Aurelia's eyelids twitched. "Ambition makes you more delicious." When did that young, solemn male voice begin to carry a hint of danger? The hand reaching out from the clouds originally represented salvation. But in her eyes at this moment, it actually seemed a little tempting. Come on. Go deeper. This is not a wasteland full of thorns. It is an Eden of ambition, a utopia of identity. Oh. The princess's eyes seemed slightly unfocused. She let out a soft breath, then seemed to gasp uncontrollably. What does that mean? God loves everyone, and God loves you too. Hidden within that powerful male voice was the serpent from the Garden of Eden that tempted Adam and Eve. God loves you more when you wear the cloak of status and hold the scepter of power. He said, "Aurelia, I am here. Don't you want to be queen?" Aurelia's eyes fluttered like a butterfly's wings, slowly brightening. She raised her head and stared intently at the hand. Her shoulders relaxed, and she slowly transformed from a reserved and humble princess into a politician with ambitious eyes. She smiled as she faced the lamplight. He leaned in and gently kissed the hand. "I dream about it, my lord." Chapter 12, A Whip Cracks at Dawn. When the lights of the Church of Christ in Canterville were lit. When the firebringer Avis took the box off her back. When the sacred flame is lit in the Holy Grail. When someone decides to recite the slogan, "All beings are equal." Aurelia Fernandez made her decision. At the time, no one knew that this decision would affect the 13 Islands Federation for the next few years, as well as the continent of Caxonby, which will last for thousands of years. At present, Changlu naturally has no way of knowing these things. He had no idea, nor could he predict, what would happen to him afterward. He felt like he was doing a thankless and exhausting task. Unlocked Chapter 2 of the main storyline, The Crimson Coronation. The quest the puppet named Manhwa decides to die has been automatically accepted. A whip cracks at dawn. The crack of a whip at dawn roused Manhwa. She often woke up in pain. She emerged from the woodshed, accompanied by a series of reprimands. As some people already know, Fat Bick was believed to have suffered a sudden epileptic seizure and was thoroughly mocked. Manhwa's treatment didn't improve in the slightest. She remained the circus's scapegoat. Just a puppet. Some people say that. Nobody cares if she's in pain. Just a puppet. An aged narrator's voice rang in Chong Li's ears. Would you care if a chair felt uncomfortable when you sat down? Or would you be afraid to put a metal spoon into boiling soup? No, nobody cares. Because chairs are meant to support weight, while the function of a spoon is to scoop food. The voice was sneer. So, a puppet, a poor puppet. She was born to be thrown to the ground and beaten. When she dies, she will be torn into pieces and thrown into the fire, burning being her final purpose. Why are you unhappy? Chong Lu was indeed unhappy. Before he heard that voice message, he would only feel uncomfortable because of that sentence. After the faint, insect-like voice murmured in his ear, he became inexplicably angry because of those words. Because the child was calling for help. There are so many pitiful people in the world, why choose a puppet? My dear sir, spreading compassion everywhere will not make you a true god. You should be tough, you should be ruthless, and when appropriate, you should be cruel. Who are you? Why are you telling me what to do? Chang chuckled, not finding it absurd that the game development team could guess the player's inner thoughts. They've always been very good at this kind of thing, especially when it comes to Otome games. But he has no intention of being played by the game. Therefore, he naturally intended to reject all the admonitions in the game. At the crack of the whip in the early morning, Lunette shrank his neck. But she was a puppet, and the only form she displayed was tilting her chin back. If there's no Fat Bick, there's Skinny Peter, or Short Robert, or something like that. Even a monkey, the kind kept in a cage for people to play with, has the audacity to jump onto Lunette's neck and tear her messy red hair to shreds after being whipped by the circus for making a mistake during a performance. She just kept her head down and listened as One Eye said, "This is what needs to be done today." He handed over a parchment scroll. Lunette was illiterate, so there was only one portrait on the parchment scroll. She knew this was the person she was going to kill today. Lunette didn't want to kill anyone. The little wooden puppet spoke silently, but no one could hear her inner monologue. She looked at her hands. She meant they used to be a pair of hands. When Kalodi was sculpting her, he spent 10 days making her hands with movable joints. Lunette originally loved her hands, which allowed her to grasp things like a real person and express her inner thoughts. After all, she was just a puppet, and puppets can't speak. Kalodian didn't carve a throat for her. Later, Kalodi died, and she was sold as an artifact to a collector. Collectors are deeply influenced by Venus, the goddess of beauty, and believe that imperfection is the most beautiful. So one day, they chopped off her arms with an axe. Lunette was in pain, but she couldn't make a sound. Then the collector died. She was then transported to a museum in a small principality. Later, the small principality was conquered, and the precious metals and gems in the museum were looted. The puppet, a broken puppet, was like those self-admiring paintings, and was piled up as garbage in the dust of history. Then Lunette jumped out. She stumbled along the country road. Oh, she heard someone say that. It is a strange creature. Before she could figure out what the strange creature was, a lasso was swung at her from behind. Lunette has changed hands again. This time, she was sold to One Eye. It was One Eye that taught her to kill. It was also One Eye that fitted 2 iron rods into her arms. A sharp, ugly, and highly efficient iron rod. Lunette went from being a majestic Lunette to a crippled Lunette, and then to an ugly Lunette. Lunette began killing people. She did a great job. She didn't know what killing meant. She just wanted praise. But the crack of the whip at dawn signaled that Lunette needed to get to work. Her red hair was covered in grime, which made her look even more like a deranged serial killer. Why did you kill him, Lunette? A voice asked her. Lunette remained silent. At first it was to get praise, now it's to avoid being beaten. Can we not kill anyone today, Lunette? If you don't kill someone, you'll get beaten up. No, it won't. Lunette was skeptical. Lunette returned to the circus. She didn't kill anyone today either. She couldn't find where that person was. He didn't say anything, and took the parchment back. Then Lunette was ordered to return to the woodshed. The little wooden puppet did as she was told, knowing that another beating awaited her. Skinny Peter walked in carrying a wooden stick. You've been slacking off, Lunette. I'll teach you a lesson. Skinny Peter swung his stick, and Lunette closed his eyes. But the pain did not fall on the little wooden puppet. She opened her eyes. Peter, who is thin, suddenly had an epileptic seizure. Everyone left the woodshed in a noisy commotion. Lunette huddled in the corner, his arm holding the iron rod dangling on the ground. The voice appeared again. Am I right? Lunette won't get beaten up. Lunette did as I said, and deserves a reward. A hand reached out from the dark golden clouds, touched her motionless red hair, and then opened its palm. In the dry, warm palm of my hand lay a small, wooden, white dog. Lunette gained her first friend in her life. Chapter 13, The Dead Evil God Can Still Do Many Things. Lunette's current progress in seeking death is 92%. Chang let out a long, long breath. Finally, it's finally come down a little. This Guba quest is really difficult. God knows how bewildered he was when he saw the message. Lunette didn't kill anyone today, even though it wasn't her intention, but she still kept her promise to you, so you should give her a reward. What should I give her? Is there a reward? Can she spend the gold coins? Can I give her the money and let her buy it herself? Girls' thoughts are hard enough to guess. How am I supposed to guess a puppet's thoughts too? He'd flip the table if the game developers forced him to do any of these tasks. But unfortunately, it was his own choice. The game says it's up to him whether he does it or not. If you don't do it, the worst that will happen is that you won't be able to get this character. Damn it. Isn't this torture for players who have completed the entire collection? Chang Lu gritted his teeth and endured it. God knows how disheveled he looked when he rummaged through his backpack. Soul Symbiosis Scroll? It's probably not needed. Bread? She doesn't seem to be able to eat. A basket of rotten apples. What the hell is this? After searching for a long time, he finally found a small wooden carving at the bottom of his backpack, which he had gotten while hoeing the ground somewhere. After thinking for a long time, he gave the wood carving to the little wooden puppet. Since you two are from the same family, take it and play with it. The little wooden puppet indeed accepted the little wooden carving. Although my suicidal thoughts haven't decreased much, at least they have. This also gave Chang Lu hope of completing this series of tasks. Aurelia closed the newspaper in her hand. Her eyes flickered, and the next second, a figure appeared where she was looking. Grown-ups. The newcomer was a woman completely wrapped in a cloak. She clearly hadn't expected to make eye contact with Aurelia the moment she landed. A sneer flashed through Aurelia's mind. She naturally wouldn't tell anyone that on that night of prayer, she received a divine gift. That divine gift elevated her from a second-tier supplicant to the maximum level of a third-tier supplicant. Once she collects the upgrade materials, Lord Chang Lu will protect her as she advances to the fourth tier, becoming a truly powerful supplicant. Explain. At this moment, Aurelia merely raised her eyelids slightly and uttered a detached judgment. They've withdrawn. Yes, just as you thought. The princess's gaze made the woman, who held a high position in the Night Owl conspiracy, skip a beat, and she immediately lowered her head. How can you be so arrogant? Or in front of Princess Aurelia? The Church of Poseidon attacked 3 of our strongholds. 2 of them had already been evacuated, and the third one staged a good show. For example, their hasty evacuation left behind some incriminating evidence. A single evil god could keep them investigating for a long time. Aurelia nodded slightly. The Church of Poseidon acted faster than she had imagined. Or rather, Gaius was more important to Bishop Madison than she imagined. This left Aurelia slightly puzzled. She has always believed that supporting Gaius was the stupidest decision Bishop Madison ever made. But Madison did it anyway. He and the Church of the Sea God stood firmly behind Gaius, and even though there was deep resentment within the church, Madison did not waver in the slightest. Aurelia was curious about his motives. But what intrigues Aurelia even more right now is that the knight is far more intelligent than she appears. Although Avis always seemed a bit clueless, she provided Aurelia with a solution to the problem. A wicked god named Segudos once operated in the territory of the 13 Islands Federation, and it is not impossible that he fled to the capital. Avis said, "This is Melina's solution. Although Segudos is dead, he is not entirely without value." Some evidence was quickly sent over, most of which still bore the scent of Segudos. This was Hu Fu's legacy. The names and information provided are all well-founded and verifiable. It's as if an organization that worshipped Sargudos really existed. Aurelia said to Avis. Avis gave her a strange look, but didn't say anything more. Because it really does exist. Moreover, the person who compiled and delivered the data was the smartest guy in the organization. Thus, the Night Owl Conspiracy Society transformed into an evil god organization. The Night Owls, on the other hand, transformed into owls. A new underground organization was soon established, the Owl Club. The vast majority of people do not need to evacuate because they have nothing to do with this matter. But Vicky and Anda were ordered to leave immediately and never set foot in Cantwell again for the rest of their lives. By now, the 2 of them should have already arrived in Changla City. Avis found them a new job there, disguised teachers for Melina's Beggars Eyeliner group, a perfect match for their major. The perfect solution. Aurelia was surprised. Sargudos is an evil god, and evil gods are bound to stir up trouble. Therefore, it becomes reasonable for an organization that worships an evil god to assassinate the crown prince in order to shake the foundations of the kingdom and stir up trouble. It's perfectly normal that the evil organization that caught the church's attention after the assassination failed would be deserted. Even if they investigate and trace anyone mentioned in the information, they will find clues, but they are most likely dead by now. It's normal for an evil god to execute some believers who have ruined his plans. So what if the timing doesn't quite match up? When applied to an evil god, it becomes normal again. Moreover, time, as Avis also mentioned in her solution. The Church of the Sea God, which controls the crown prince who is parasitized by the time erosion coral, is probably the one most sensitive to time. Aurelia thought to herself, this is yet another group of cunning schemers. I want to get my hands on it. Sir, may we continue our activities? The cloaked woman asked. Aurelia frowned. Stop thinking about your handsome and wealthy old flame. She sneered. He didn't bring you any useful information, yet you still maintained a weekly routine to see him. A man who manipulates information, and it became a habit. I guess I would interpret that as love. The cloaked woman trembled. I will arrange for someone else to take over your job, your identity, and your lover. Grown-ups. You can go now. Sir, you can't do this. The cloaked woman wanted to say something more, but a cold sensation crept up her chin. It's a horsewhip. It coiled around her neck like a snake. Well, Aurelia turned around. Her gaze was like silk, but she wasn't looking at the cloaked woman. I can't. She curled her lips into a bright smile. But he said Aurelia could do whatever she wanted. The cloak fell down, revealing the woman's bluish-purple face. She was almost hanged. Aurelia curled her fingertips and flicked the whip, which returned to her palm like a serpent. The woman fell to the ground, coughing violently. From today onwards, I will not repeat myself. Chapter 14, Expanding Outwards. Changlu ultimately did not go to Sanya. Mentioning Sanya was just to stop my roommate from feeling sorry for me, even though he genuinely couldn't understand what was so pitiful about me. If every person without parents is pitiful, then wouldn't the vast majority of elderly people in the world be pitied? However, his roommate was ultimately thinking of him, so Changlu gave up on explaining. He found a hotel and booked a long-term room for more than a month, intending to spend the entire spring festival lying around in the hotel. I've been playing games all night lately, and I often play this garbled game until 4 or 5 in the morning. Then he got up and went to work at 8 a.m. He always felt like he was going to die, but unexpectedly, his body responded quite well. Could this be a final burst of energy before death? He was so frightened that he quickly took a deep nap. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, fireworks and firecrackers were set off in Qingzhou for half the night. The hotel's lobby manager also set off a string of firecrackers at the hotel entrance, which crackled and popped enthusiastically. Changlu glanced at it a few times and went back to her room, finding it noisy. The fervor-making process at the front lines of the Changlu Church is progressing steadily, while the construction of Changlu City in the rear is also in full swing. A brand new holy city rose up in place of the weak seaside town. Molina's development plan, specifically designed for the doctrine of equality of all beings, is being implemented step by step. First, the Blacksmiths Guild saw the city. Molina gave them ample preferential treatment, prompting the Blacksmiths Guild to deliberate for over a month before finally deciding to relocate its headquarters from the 13 Islands Federation to Changlu City. Next came the Stonemasons Guild and the Carpenters Guild. In the third month, the Craftsmen's Association arrived. As a result, the vast majority of artisans in this kingdom who wanted to adjust their merchant status had to come to Changlu City. Then came the timber merchants, the stone merchants, and the iron or suppliers. They arrived in the city with a sense of bewilderment, not understanding why this brand new city had won the favor of the Craftsmen's Association. Then they saw the teleportation array surrounded by 12 teleportation crystals standing in the center of the city. Good heavens! Does this mean that this obscure city can travel through this teleportation array to any city or region in the eastern continent that has a teleportation array? Is this the kind of treatment the royal capital, Canterwell, will receive? Convenient transportation is the primary factor attracting business people. So, shockingly low taxes and outrageously cheap rents were the key to retaining merchants. These businessmen, whose shoulders are usually bent by taxes, rents, and various other derivative payments, linger in this city. This city doesn't have a poll tax. Where's the land tax? Where's the land tax? The beautiful Lady Molina said that one can earn a lot of money farming by the sea. Free farmers don't need to pay land tax, but they need to buy fertilizer from specialized stores. The taxes for growing cash crops are different. In other words, we can locate our store here to avoid the high taxes in other cities. The market tax here is implemented on a phased basis. What is a phased system? Small transactions are exempt from taxation. In the second phase, taxation on transactions with a certain credit limit is reduced by 40%, and in the third phase, taxation on transactions with a certain credit limit increases. Does that mean the more you earn, the more taxes you pay, and the less you earn, the less taxes you pay? Then this. I'd rather do business here. I hardly ever get any big deals in a year anyway. Once the port over there is built, our goods can be transported by sea. I might stay here. I visited a church school where businessmen's children can study, and the tuition fees can offset family taxes. Ha ha ha, guess what? That guy just called me master. I said I'm a merchant, not some kind of master. They said, merchants can act like masters here too. They were just a bunch of little beggars. I gave them some copper coins to buy bread. 4 out of 10 merchants stayed. As a result, all sorts of tents were erected outside Changlu City. These tents gradually turned into sheds, and then into small houses built of bricks and tiles. This illegal partnership initially caused great concern among the merchants. Later, a patrol team from Changlu City passed through this area. Soon enough, this land naturally became the outer city of Changlu City. This encroachment developed silently and rapidly. So much so that one morning, when the city lord of Jingu City suddenly had the idea to climb the city wall to see the beautiful scenery of his own territory, he unexpectedly saw some black dots at the edge of his line of sight. He rubbed his eyes and asked his subordinate curiously, "What's that?" "That's Changlu City." ? If he remembered correctly, Changlu City shouldn't be that close to him, right? "Sir, you should do something about this." His subordinates complained. Recently, there have been frequent cases of farmers and fishermen moving away with their entire families. The people of Changlu City have no boundaries. That place was originally wasteland. What's the meaning of them occupying it? The city lord glared at him. "Why should I care? Who do I think I am? Even the Church of the Moon's punitive army and the Allen family's army are gone and never to return. So what about him? What are you going to do? Should we add another brick to the city wall of Changlu City?" He had heard that Godfrey had been sealed in the city walls with mud by that unbelievably beautiful Melina, and had wailed for 3 days and 3 nights before finally dying. He quickly waved his hand, and after descending the city wall, he yawned. "Call me some dancers. Then play the music, then dance. What's there to be afraid of? Can they still manage to invade all the way to the foot of Jingu City? My plan is to invade all the way to the foot of Jingu City." Miss Leatherpants sighed, placed her hands on the sand map of the newly built mansion, and said seriously. Lunette looked at the sand map, a sand map of the 13 Islands Federation. The cities that have planted red flags are those that have already completed the torch relay. The cities that haven't planted flags are those that haven't yet attempted to pass on the flame. The one with the green flag is, missionary efforts have failed in 3 more cities. She said softly, "Have our people returned safely?" 16 returned, 2 were dead, 7 were seriously injured, and 3 are missing. Melina rubbed her temples. "I've already arranged the compensation. This is outrageous. As the dwelling place of the gods, the vast majority of human settlements on the continent of Dekashambi do not reject the missionary work of the church. Any legitimate church and deity is qualified to preach between cities. Even some evil gods dare to openly preach and amass wealth. But rules are rules, and whether or not they are followed is another matter entirely. The Changlu Church has been promoting that slogan. All beings are equal. This has made some people unhappy. Chapter 15. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Ryan and Big Head, or rather Adams now, fled in disarray from Ravenhill and Rusty River respectively. Both of them sustained serious injuries and are currently receiving treatment at the church's treatment center along with all the other injured people. When Melina visited them, the two were standing by the window eating apples, watching the children at the church school not far away playing on what was actually just a flat piece of land. Boys and girls were mixed together. Half of the children were playing a game of slingshot hunting, while the other half, who were older, were practicing with wooden swords. "I bet the tall boy, the one who's not wearing shoes, will win." Ryan, with an apple in his mouth, nudged Adams with his elbow. "Shall we make a bet?" "What are we betting on?" "I'll bet on the shoes Kathy made. That was originally mine. If I win, it's mine." "What if I win?" What do you think of the belt my mom made for me? It's pure calfskin." Adams thought for a moment. "Okay, I think the girl will win, the one with the brown hair and ponytail." "You need to be clearer. There are 2 or 3 brown-haired girls down there." The one in the linen shirt." Ching-io." Ryan, however, had sharp eyes and turned to see the woman behind him, so he quickly stood up. "What are you talking about?" Melina was curious, so she peeked out. "Hee, it's nothing." "Sir, what brings you here?" Both Ryan and Adams were pillars of the young people in the Changlu Church. Ryan had distinguished himself in battle and was also quick-witted and intelligent. Adams was one of the leaders of Melina's Beggar Intelligence Network. The two are 7 or 8 years apart in age, but they can still chat for a while and have a good relationship. "Of course I have to come and see the heroes who sacrificed their blood for Changla," Melina said. "Lunette knows about it and is very concerned. Saintess Lunette holds a position in the hearts of all the people of Changlu City, especially those who survived the siege of the inner city, that is no less than that of Lord Changlo. The two young men's faces turned serious. How dare we disturb Her Majesty the Holy Maiden? Melina patted them on the shoulder. What exactly happened? The two exchanged a glance, and Adam spoke first. I had already entered Rusty River City. I paid the entry tax, the toll, gave gifts to the local sheriff, and made friends with a few kids. The children he was referring to were the little beggars who had been in the same situation as him before. I stayed in a hotel for 3 days, and in the middle of that time I went to the church registration office to fill out a form. When I got back that day, a child came to my door and told me that I had to leave within 3 hours. Melina listened intently, her brow furrowed. He said that Lord Phaser had taken notice of me, and this was his ultimatum. I didn't understand what happened, but children wouldn't hurt anyone. So after talking to Pal, I packed my things and prepared to leave. Melina nodded. She wouldn't blame Adams for being cowardly because of his decision. These are the safety precautions a firebringer should take when encountering danger in an unfamiliar area. But Adams hesitated for a moment. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, sir. I'm just stating the facts. Pal didn't pack his things and get ready to leave as I told him. I know he has always been an arrogant person, judging the importance of words based on his status. Melina nodded heavily. This time, he paid the price with his life. When 2 hours and 10 minutes had passed, Pal said he was going out to check things out, and I told him he had to be back within half an hour. Adams took a deep breath. The children brought his body back to me. They found him in an alley. He was already dead when they found him. I was powerless to do anything about it, and I couldn't leave his body alone in a foreign city. So I put down what I had packed and went to buy him a coffin. I then used a teleportation array to send him back. When I went back to get my things, 3 hours had passed, and I was stuck in the hotel. Who were those people blocking your way? I didn't know at the time. I only saw that some people had scorpion tattoos on their arms. It's the Hook Gang, Melina said, well versed in the city's intelligence. They're backed by the powerful local Lake family. Faisal Lake is one of them. I got beaten up and lost my spark. Adams was dejected. He had 2 broken ribs and his face was covered in blood when he crawled out of the teleportation array, which terrified the dwarf goblin who was running the array. It's all right. The altar extinguished the flame you lost immediately, so it didn't cause any loss to the church. It's just that Pal died, which is a pity. A prominent and influential family. Melina made a mental note of it. And what about you, Lake? What's wrong with you? Lake curled his lip. I don't have kids to help me avoid risks. He pointed to the knife wounds and scars left by magical ammunition on his body. I fought my way out of the crowd. Raven's Nest was a trap from beginning to end. This city is not actually a territory of the 13 Islands Federation, but rather an exclave of the Ironhoof Duchy within the 13 Islands Federation. The Chang Lu Church was invited by the Lord of Yaki Fort to go to the city to prepare for missionary work. But the very night Ryan stepped inside, his room was surrounded. They forced me to renounce my faith and convert to the Crimson Lord, the state religion of the Iron-Heeled Principality. They also demanded that I return with my new faith to preach. Melina frowned. I should have known sooner that the entire country is filled with fanatical followers of the Crimson Lord. This was due to a lack of information, and Melina believes she should be held responsible for the accident. Ryan grinned. Luckily, it was just me. I killed 7 fanatics and wounded countless others. When I jumped out of the crowd on Andy, I was covered in blood. So, who was more like the spokesperson for the Crimson Lord back then? He was so smug that Adams hung his head in dejection. If he could fight as well as Ryan, would the flame not have been lost? Does that mean Pal won't die? Although he disliked Pal, he never intended to kill him. Melina comforted them. When she returned to see Lunette with this information, she uttered a single, resounding sentence. This is a declaration of war, Lunette. Lunette raised her head, her eyes as still as water. The powerful families and the church. This is their declaration of war against Changlo. Melina said, these kinds of problems will only increase. The faster Changle develops, the more problems will be exposed. I'm afraid. The young nun nodded and said in a very quiet and elegant manner, I went to ask the master for advice. What did the master say? The master has given me wise words. Melina listened attentively. God said, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Rune White, a descendant of the king of war, whose blood flows with gold. I tapped the sand table. It was perfectly calm. So what I mean is, expand the army. Chapter 16 1I. Melina walked out with a complicated expression. She certainly wouldn't oppose the decision to expand the army. Religions have many ways to attract followers, but the most important way to gain a foothold is to have their own power. Church army. Almost all churches with widespread influence have their own church armies, And because the continent of Dekashambi has too many gods, the most frequent military clashes are not between secular royal powers, but between church armies. The Changlu Church naturally also has its own church army. In total, there were more than 1,000 people, most of whom were recruited by Melina using the gold coins bestowed by Lord Changlu during the Allen family siege. More than 1,000 people is actually a lot, but 600 or 700 of them were no longer in Changlu City. They escorted the Firebringers out of the Holy City and were heading towards, or had already arrived at, the Firebringing region to begin building a new Eternal Bliss monastery from scratch. Therefore, the army that remains in Changlu City year-round is only about 400 people. Patrolling around the Holy City, handling disputes, and driving away wandering bandits were all relatively easy tasks for him on a regular basis. However, it falls short when it comes to carrying out military mobilizations, such as raids, responding to provocations in a certain area, or dealing with the threat of a large-scale military buildup. Although the schools of the Holy City Church also train devout warriors, training them from a young age not only requires a lot of resources, but also a long period of time. Therefore, spending money to expand the army is a time-saving and labor-saving option. With the money issue left to Melina to handle, it's natural not to bother Lord Changlu any further. He is a god. It's already a miracle that the gods don't ask believers for offerings every day. What believer would ask a god for gold coins every day? Fortunately, Changlu City now has its own source of income. People who live near mountains live off the mountains. People who live near the sea live off the sea. Although Changlu City is located in a somewhat remote area, it is rich in marine resources due to its proximity to the sea. A large number of merchants came here. They discovered business opportunities and began to train and hire freelance farmers to go out to sea to fish and salvage rare resources. Melina is ready to get a piece of the pie, and presumably the businessmen won't mind the Changlu City government getting involved in their money-making endeavors. She was just a little surprised. Unexpected. It was actually Lunette who first proposed the idea of expanding the army. Forgive Melina, she didn't experience that protracted siege. Naturally, no one knew that the Holy Maiden of Changlu possessed an unwavering heart and a perpetually pulsating, burning passion. Chapter 2, The Crimson Coronation, Act 1. Substitution is completed. Received 2 Invoker Charms, 20 medium experience scrolls, for 1,000 island gold, 10 medium upgrade material selection chests. The favorability rating of the supplicant Illyria has increased by 10%. Manette's current progress in seeking death is 85%. An aged narrator chanted in a strange tone in Chong Li's ear. A puppet. A puppet. Is a puppet worth wasting so much of your time? Even if she were a puppet, a wondrous being without a human heart, yet possessing a humanoid soul, could she sense kindness? Manette? The good news is that your efforts have paid off. She's no longer motionless like a still life. At least, when a hand reaches out from somewhere and touches her head, she'll turn her eyes to show that she's looking at you, and that she's not mentally challenged. So now, let's take it a step further, shall we? I have automatically accepted the quest line, Manette, the puppet, decides to die, which tells me more. Manette went into Mr. One-Eye's house. No matter how the circus moves, this room will always be Mr. One-Eye's private space. There are many paintings hanging here, some of which are even older than Manette. Expensive, beautiful, and a status symbol. Mr. One-Eyed sat among the artworks, his missing eye hidden by a wisp of hair on his forehead. Manette heard Fatty Bick explain how he lost his eye. I doubt you'll believe it. Bick lowered his voice, and no one noticed the little wooden puppet in the corner. His eyes were stolen. Huh. Several gasps of surprise rang out from the surrounding area. Stolen? How could your eyes be stolen? Are you lying? Mr. One-Eyed is so amazing. His magician's hat could fit an entire circus. Yes, I don't believe it. Fat Bick lay lazily in his chair, stuffing a giant hamburger into his mouth. I told you. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. That was 40 years ago, when the circus was still touring the Kingdom of Hardin, and Mr. One-Eyed was performing his signature act, the disappearing eyeball trick. Cover your left eye with your hand, and when you take your hand down, the skin on the left eye side is flat, and there is no trace of the eye. This magic trick is very popular among the people, especially children. Back then, Mr. One-Eyed would also tease children, telling them that if they played the game of throwing stones under the oil lamp for a long time at night, they would lose an eye like him. I know. The master must have hidden his eyes inside his magician's hat. His magician's hat can hold anything. It's not that he can't take away everything, at least not the castle that King Jinshi built entirely from finance. Otherwise, Mr. One-Eyed wouldn't be so furious. You're all right. After devouring 3 hamburgers, Fatty Bick patted his belly and said, his hat can indeed hold a lot of things that's related to his ability in space, but the capacity is limited. As for how limited, I don't know. He did hide his eyes in his hat, intending to retrieve them after the performance, but the hat was lost. Lost. That's right. He couldn't find his hat anywhere, so he called over Little Paintbrush. Do you recognize him? You mean that cool pen that's kept in the storage room? That's right. It was still moving about 20 years ago. It probably used up its lifespan by painting too many times, and one day it lay there motionless. Mr. One-Eyed told me to keep it. Maybe one day he could find ink that could prolong its life. Fat Pick said, the little paintbrush has a function that can draw where that thing is now, and it usually doesn't make a mistake. But that day it really messed up. Not only did it fail to draw where that thing was, it almost got itself killed. Mr. One-Eyed saved it. After they went somewhere and got into a fight with someone, Mr. One-Eyed got his hat back, but lost his eye forever. He was angry for a long time. During that period, he would stay in the house every day, cursing and swearing that he would kill the other person. Who was it? Who stole his eyes? Someone asked curiously. Fatpick thought for a long time. Well, I was a chef in the circus at the time, so I wasn't that close. I only vaguely heard a few words. What? I think it's time, and brother. Chapter 17. Manette likes this. But a little wooden puppet can't understand what that means. She simply listened quietly, like a stream, the words being the flowing water, and she being the grass by the stream. No, that's not right. She lacks the vigorous vitality of grass. If she really had to use a metaphor, she felt that she was more like a stone at the bottom of a stream. Or perhaps it's just her, like that cool pin in the storage room, lying dead somewhere in the world. So, did you hear me? That's what the one-eyed man in front of me said. The little wooden puppet's eyes flickered. She didn't hear, she was lost in thought. This is a very rare occurrence. How could a tool not hear commands unless it is in a broken state? The only remaining, I narrowed slightly. Have you been experiencing any technical difficulties lately? He said slowly and deliberately. I don't mind having someone check and fix it for you. The puppet in front of him paused for a moment, then began to tremble almost imperceptibly. One-eyed curled the corner of his mouth. He was quite satisfied. Machines need repair, and so do fantastical creatures. He needed to demonstrate his authority appropriately to intimidate this unexpectedly acquired killing machine. Manette was bought by him from a group of elven slave hunters for 40 gold coins when One-Eye spotted her being dragged along by a lasso. She didn't speak, and later One-Eye realized that she simply didn't have the ability to speak. One-Eye bought this exquisitely crafted magical creature for 40 gold coins. She also brought a surprise to One-Eye. She is very good at killing. Perhaps because I am a humanoid, I have a good understanding of humanoid beings. Manette always manages to kill with a single blow. A perfect killing machine. Manette helped the circus establish itself in the underground world. They consistently accomplished challenging kill missions, which satisfied their employers and enhanced the circus's reputation. One-Eye thought that unlike the calligraphy brush, which was something that could be used or not, if Manette broke, he would do everything he could to fix her. For example, right now, Manette was trembling. She recalled her previous repair experience, the pain of the pliers clamping down on her and forcibly removing her arm, and the look in the eyes of the one-eyed man standing to the side, looking down at her. That wasn't a repair. That was a repair. She was punished for letting the daughter of the person she had killed go free. She was a 6-year-old girl wearing a sunflower hat. The little girl was rescued by a local gang, so the circus had to leave the country. One-Eyed really likes that country and just bought a house there outright. He's definitely not human. I wonder what's going on in his head. This is how One-Eyed Person described her. Manette twisted her body high in pain, and the chains binding her other limbs almost snapped. But that's not the end. Next came the other arm, and finally the leg. She really did turn into a piece of wood, a piece of log, a worthless, ugly thing, and was thrown into the woodshed. She stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights, and suffered for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, One-Eye reassembled her. But the woodshed became her room, and being bullied by everyone in the circus became her destiny. Manette has started killing again. When she was being chased, she kept thinking, why not just throw an axe at her and chop off her head? Or throw a Molotov cocktail at her and burn her to ashes. It's not impossible for me to just die like that. But she was very familiar with the way those people looked at her. Like One-Eye? I think she's a treasure. This is not a good word for Manette. Her joints started hurting again. Manette came out with a piece of parchment. This was her goal for the day. She returned to the woodshed and found her things behind a haystack. A small white wooden dog. She bit it in her mouth and walked outside. But why is it being carried around in one's mouth? What is she expecting? She couldn't explain it herself. That's strange. Manhwa completed the mission. Today she killed a small gang leader hiding in a village near Cantwell. A tyrant who seized free farmland. A villain who took the wives and daughters of farmers. And a scoundrel who threw babies into a soup pot. Before he died, he was still riding on a woman who was suffering. Manhwa approached him from behind and easily plunged an iron rod into his throat. The woman screamed as the blood from the iron rod being pulled out sprayed onto her face, causing her to scream in pain and confusion. The shouts attracted the leader's men who were stationed outside. They raced after her, and whoever could kill this assassin might become the next leader. Manhwa ran ahead very fast, carrying the wooden carving in his mouth. Her mind was a mess. Axe, Molotov cocktail, death. The little white dog, the hand, is alive. Strangeness. What came to mind? Oops. She suddenly heard a gasp from behind her. Then it happened one after another. At the same time, Manhwa felt a consciousness descend upon him. She stumbled, but quickly regained her balance. Is that one? One by one, the pursuers behind them fell down or were thrown off by an invisible force. Manhwa made 3 turns and jumped over several windows, finally shaking off his pursuers. The sun hadn't set yet, and she was able to complete the task faster than usual. You are safe. Sure enough, the voice followed. Manhwa held the little white dog in her mouth, obediently feeling the hand stroking her head. Is the wood carving a dog? Or is the puppet a dog? In short, they all enjoy being touched. She walked along the country lanes, leaving round footprints in the semi-dry soil. May I have your name? He asked. Manhwa's eyes flickered, and she stopped and sat down on the edge of the field. If you can't speak, can you write? The weeds in front of the field ridge were cleared away, revealing a flat patch of soil. Someone is writing on the soil, Chonglu. Chengeldot. This is my name. Manhwa stared at the 2 words, tracing them out with his eyes. She squatted on the ground, holding the white dog in her mouth, and planted the iron rod on the ground. It's no longer used to kill people. Manhwa. She wrote stroke by stroke, her handwriting large and neat, almost like a child's. Is that your name? This is really well written. The little wooden puppet's lips curved into a smile. Then she looked up at the sky. Is this someone asking for a reward? Chonglu almost burst out laughing. Fortunately, he made some progress today. Manhwa had his hair patted again, and then a small yellow wooden dog was handed out from the clouds. Manhwa's current progress in seeking death is 81%. To be honest, you're actually a kindergarten teacher, right? Or perhaps a dog trainer. In short, Manhwa likes it this way. Keep it up. Chapter 18: The King's Child. While Lord Chonglu was diligently fulfilling her duties as a kindergarten teacher, Avis prepared to return to Chonglu City. She had been in the city for several months. Since the fire was lit, she spent her days either eating and drinking or wandering around, becoming quite idle. This is a bad habit. In her view, the work in Canterwell City was over. The work of passing on the fire was completed, and Aurelia was temporarily out of trouble. Her mission was over. She should go back to Chonglu City and continue her life of riding horses, playing with birds, and poking Melina whenever she felt like it. Thinking this, the little bird knight prepared to say goodbye to Aurelia the next day. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Delon smiled and said to her, the Whale Fall Festival is in a few days. The whole capital will be holding boat shows, and the merchants will be crowding the entire alley with free wine. The most famous restaurant, the one that grills seafood, will also have all kinds of fish at half price that day. Why don't you watch it before you leave? Whale Fall Ceremony. Avis knew that the kingdom had 2 major events. One was called the Masquerade, which was similar to a masquerade ball for the entire kingdom. The other was the Whale Fall Festival. The Whale Fall Festival, also known as the Night of the Tide Whisperers, is said to be the place where the ancestors of the entire 13 Islands Federation arrived in a single ship. However, while battling the waves, they were accidentally swallowed by a giant whale. They fought inside the whale's belly, drifted on the sea for a long time, and finally killed the whale from the inside. When the ancestors emerged from the belly of the whale, they were surprised to find that they had been stranded on a beautiful beach along with the whale. Before me lay a string of islands, like pearls scattered across the ocean. So the ancestors parted ways and went to different islands to explore survival, which gradually formed the 13 Islands Federation. This is an old story, a kingdom origin known to everyone from 80-year-old seniors to 3-year-old children. During this time of year, the kingdom plans to gather its bravest warriors to search for and kill the whale. In return, they will receive the king's promise and the title of Whale Slayer Warrior. Those who were not chosen as warriors celebrated wildly on the shore, celebrating the national anniversary and the birth of the nation. Avis touched her chin. Changla City must also have a whale fall ceremony, but the liveliness of a newly built city is definitely far less than that of the capital. Besides, he's a whale-slaying warrior. The little bird rider's eyes lit up. So cool. If we go back with such a reputation, won't those guys in Ryan be drooling with envy? She pondered for a moment, then readily nodded. Okay. Aurelia stood below the steps. Above her sat Franz III, straddling the throne, holding and playing with his child. A week ago, Mrs. Camilla went into labor in her 9th month of pregnancy and gave birth to a baby boy. Although the baby was still a few months along, the boy was developing very well, which pleased Franz III greatly. His health has improved significantly. He was originally bedridden, but after a period of recuperation, he even had the energy to get up and remembered his identity as the king of his kingdom. Gaius was not present today. He never liked participating in such serious discussions of state affairs, and this time he took the opportunity of being assassinated to stay home and relax. Of course, his behavior greatly angered the queen. The queen stood to the left of Franz III, a barely suppressed smile on her face. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she stared at Camilla, who stood opposite her with a smug look on her face. One concubine. How can we be allowed to stand in the National Council chamber? He even stood to His Majesty's right. That prestigious position should have been hers. It should have been hers. And now, Camilla stands there swaggering, her excuse being simply to help take care of the little prince when His Majesty is tired. Damn it. Forget about little princes and big princes. The most precious person in the entire kingdom is only one person, and that is her son, Crown Prince Gaius. However, Franz III did not accuse Mrs. Camilla of overstepping her bounds. His mind was not on the fight between the two women at all. He embraced his newborn child, his new offspring, a blank canvas for him to paint on, and now felt utterly at peace. Métis and Aurelia arrived below. Aurelia stood gracefully on the left side of the steps, exuding nobility, elegance, and captivating tranquility. When Franz III looked at her, she would raise her head at the opportune moment and give her father a clear look filled with admiration. That same gaze, just like when he was a child, warmed Franz III's heart even more. Aurelia is good. The good thing about her is that she doesn't fight for what doesn't belong to her, and the good thing about her is that she has remained gentle and pure for 20 years. That's why Franz III entrusted Roseshire to her management. Not only was she good at managing things, but she also earned Franz III a reputation for loving his daughter. As for the wealth that ended up in her hands, that was of no importance. After some time, Franz III will select a young man of marriageable age from among his most loyal supporters and arrange a marriage for Aurelia. Then, the wealth returned to his hands. As for Métis, the king's gaze swept over the eldest prince subtly, his eyes darkening. Métis, the child on whom he had placed such high hopes, his eldest son, the source of his shame. Unlike the sharp Gaius and the extremely reserved yet still radiant Aurelia, Métis had a round face and an ordinary appearance. When he was born, Franz III was overjoyed, and the whole city was draped in blue curtains to celebrate the future heir to the kingdom. He grew up smoothly to the age of 13. Métis, who grew up pampered, has his own preferences. The Prince of the Ocean Kingdom disliked sailing and preferred riding horses. His horsemanship was superb, and because of this, even though his appearance was not outstanding, he still became the subject of much discussion among the young noblewomen of the capital because of his status and horsemanship. But the accident happened in the summer when I was 13. He still rode his horse to hunt, but because of his superb riding skills, he shook off his many guards, which resulted in an accident. A group of monkeys attacked him and his horse. The horse was stoned to death, and he fell off, breaking his leg. But that's not the whole story. When the guards arrived, only a dead horse remained at the accident scene. Métis was abducted by a troop of monkeys. Franz III mobilized his entire army and searched the entire mountain. Finally, a month and a half later, they found Métis, barely breathing, in a monkey's den. He was covered in wounds and suffered inhuman torture. The king went to see him, and upon returning, executed the soldiers who had discovered him. But the rumors still spread throughout the capital. The term common wife among monkeys was quite popular at the time. The king killed many people, but the seeds of shame had already been sown, and even the king was powerless to undo them. 6 months later, Métis recovered. But because too much time had passed, his broken leg could not fully recover, and he became a cripple. He lost part of his memory and became taciturn. At the same time, he also lost his father's love and his status as the heir to the kingdom. Chapter 19 Test. Meanwhile, Métis sat below, politely draped a blanket over himself to cover his unsightly legs. He sat there gently, neither arguing nor fighting. Not competing or fighting, huh? The king's gaze was obscure and difficult to understand. Would a child raised as an heir, a child who has waited decades for the throne, simply give up what is rightfully his and be content to be a duke with nothing to do? The king almost thought that was the case. Métis had already accepted his fate. But the recent assassination of Gaius brought him back to his senses. Yes, he poured so much effort into this child. He should have learned to disguise himself long ago, and he should have learned those underhanded tactics. Franz III and Métis exchanged an unexpected glance. The former squinted his eyes, while the latter humbly lowered his head. My son, what role did you play in this? This year's Whale Fall celebration. Franz III looked at all his ministers below the stage. Very important. Yes. This year marks the 200th anniversary of the founding of the 13 Islands Federation, and it is fitting to celebrate it grandly. I've been sick for too long. Who planned this event in previous years? The king asked a question he already knew the answer to. It is I, your majesty. Aurelia said, when you were unwell a while ago, it was I who overstepped my bounds and organized 2 Whale Fall ceremonies in your place. It should definitely be her. The Whale Fall Festival is not only a grand event, but also a grand event that costs money. It's a job that involves paying money to gain attention. Few people can afford the cost of organizing such a grand event, but Aurelia can. Oh, I see. You've worked so hard all these years. It's my daughter's duty. Aurelia lowered her head slightly. I think we should let Métis do this year. Franz III said, looking at Aurelia. Keep your money safe. It's your father's money. Don't use it to subsidize the country. Yes. Aurelia's eyes flickered as she looked down. Then she looked up and gave a sweet smile. Thank you, father. After all, it's time for you to settle down and start a family. Do you have a young man you like? My daughter is still young and hasn't thought about this yet. You're not young anymore. How old are you? 23. We're about the same age now. I already had a son at your age. Yes. Aurelia, your father is also reluctant to part with you and wants to keep you by his side forever. But children must eventually leave their parents. I will help you find a suitable husband. Yes. Aurelia's expression remained unchanged. She just pinched her thigh hard under her long skirt to avoid showing any expression that didn't fit her persona. Métis, on the other hand, looked flattered and flustered. Father, I am physically disabled. I'm afraid I can't handle such a serious matter. He didn't finish his sentence, but instead showed a self-pitying and pathetic expression. The queen's eyes darted around. Yes, your majesty, the eldest prince is unwell. Even if Aurelia isn't involved, you still have another son. Gaius is old enough to help you. Wasn't he assassinated? He can't even attend court. Let him stay at home. Franz III interrupted her. It'll be a while longer. It'll definitely get better. I'll go back and see the doctor now. I said that's enough. The king glanced at the queen and said, you and I both know what kind of person this son is. The courtiers remained silent. This is both a national matter and a family matter. Why are these outsiders interfering? Besides, speaking up for His Majesty, the queen is not known for her kind and gentle nature. Speak up for the queen? Good heavens. They didn't intend for the Whale Fall Festival to turn into a lewd festival. The king didn't waste any more words with her, and the matter was settled. After the court session, the officials discussed the matter extensively. Aurelia clenched her fists and walked outside, still dignified and beautiful. Aurelia! Aurelia! Someone called him from behind. A servant was pushing a light wooden cart, and the one who called him was Métis, who was sitting in the cart. He was covered in sweat, looking ashamed for accepting this assignment. This really has nothing to do with me. You know I never. Brother Wang. Aurelia smiled gently, stopping him from saying anything more. This is what father expects of you, brother. But I've never handled anything like this before. I have a steward in my household who has handled this matter before. If you need him, just ask me. Oh dear, your majesty. How could you possibly choose someone like me to handle such a momentous matter? You must not say that about yourself, brother. His Majesty has always been good to you. And you? Aurelia smiled. Now that His Majesty is in good health, it is time for me to leave the capital and return to my own territory. Sigh. Yes, it's been a long time since I've been back. The brother and sister chatted absent-mindedly for a while before waving goodbye. Aurelia rode the train back, and in the swaying carriage, she thought about many things. Aurelia, Avis walked into the royal capital branch of the Chang Lu Church with practiced ease and saw Aurelia sitting under the glass dome. Sunlight streamed through the glass, bathing the princess in a golden glow. Hearing the sound, she looked up, her expression indifferent. Avis wasn't annoyed. She didn't care about Aurelia's attitude towards her. As long as Aurelia was loyal to Lord Chang Lu, that was enough. Besides, indifference was Aurelia's true emotion. What's up? I want to sign up. What? I want to become a whale-slaying warrior. Avis brandished her long sword at her and patted her chest. I'm at the peak of the 3rd tier now. Ordinary fighting tournaments won't let me participate anymore. I'm going to slay the whale. Aurelia stared at her blankly for a moment, then rubbed her temples. Why did you come to find me? They said you've been the one organizing it in previous years. It's not me this year. Oh. Avis, her IQ 1 level little head spinning, pulled out a chair. What's wrong? Did you get masturbated? That's one way to put it, but I'd rather define it as a test. Testing you. Aurelia shook her head. In Franz III's eyes, her fate as his daughter was already sealed. She should be getting married soon. After all, this father doesn't even remember that she's 25 years old this year. So this test wasn't meant for her. Franz III is playing the role of someone standing on a pedestrian bridge, throwing stones down. Whoever shouts the loudest is the one who gets hit by the stone. Chapter 20 Level 3 Commercial City. A turbulent undercurrent was brewing in Cantwell, and everyone was waiting for that person to jump out impatiently. The covert situation has already unsettled some people. Chang Lu rubbed his temples. Wow. Compared to the linear narrative of the first chapter, the story in the second chapter is much more complex. Besides the little wooden puppet's personal story, stories such as Aurelia's power struggle, the whale fall ceremony, and the passing on of the torch in Changlu City were also presented. Although the clues are numerous and complex, he still prefers this more brutal and mature story to those games that appear to be 12+, but are actually 8+. Furthermore, the game's review system is quite confusing. He read many taboo scenes in the game's text that, in principle, should never appear in a game, but which would very likely occur in real life. Did you guys even submit this game for review? If your game gets submitted for review, just how powerful is your backing? I like. Chang Lu rolled over, completing her daily exercise quota. As he was pondering whether to continue triggering the little wooden puppet's quest or to find out what the Whale Fall Festival was all about, a message popped up in the lower left corner. Changlu City experience points are full. Are you ready to upgrade? Oh. His mascot and leather pants lady secretly filled up the city's ranking? He clicked to switch maps, and amidst the swirling clouds and mist, he returned to Changlu City, etc. Changlu frowned in confusion. Where's this? Changlu City? Seriously? Is this what Changlu City looks like? Is the productivity of the new city renovation project really that high? He has been spending the last few days on the map of Cantwell, exploring the city and the surrounding villages. He remembered that Changlu City wasn't this big before he switched over. Okay. He knows that several months of game time have passed. So much so that even the king is holding a baby. But even though several months have passed, isn't this progress a bit too fast? Back then, the city walls were made of bluestone and mud. The urban area covers approximately 88 squares, and there are some farmhouses around it. Although craftsmen have been repairing it, he hadn't looked around for only a few days. How come Changlu City had changed so much? The city walls, originally built of bluestone and mud, have been mostly replaced by milky yellow stones. The city wall was reinforced and heightened, and now it truly looks like a high city with a deep moat. The main urban area has also changed. The streets look much neater, as if they have been replanned. The residents who used to live scattered throughout the city have been moved to the same area, and the new houses have been built neatly and tidy. And the city looks more like a holy city. A large cathedral stands in the city center, but it is not so grand as to be astonishing. It looks like a regular, standard church. Perhaps compared to those gods with vast spheres of influence, such as the god of war, the goddess of wisdom, the god of the sea, and some primordial gods, this holy city and this church do not appear so magnificent and imposing. Perhaps it's just normal. But this was all the people of Changlu could give him during this period of time. Every brick and tile here is engraved with the surname of a believer, a testament to their collective love and reverence. My lord, you now have a group of loyal followers. They surrounded you, cherished you, and embraced you. Of course, this isn't free. They too hope to receive the seeds you sow, the bread you protect, and the fish that leap from your nets. However, at this moment, this is a testament to love. The game's text scrolled by. Changlu blinked. This sentence made him feel somewhat tempted. He is needed. He is needed. He is needed. Is this the charm of this game? Perhaps. Or perhaps it was his unique life experience that allowed him to derive great satisfaction from this statement. It seems that the feeling of being needed makes him feel happier, both physically and mentally, than the fact that he is enjoying the sacrifices others make for him. Chang Lu took a deep breath and continued reading. Near the city wall of Changle City are some bustling shops. Chang Lu can see basic or merchants, sand and gravel merchants, and grain merchants, as well as buyers and sellers of processed goods. They engaged in heated discussions without being driven away or subjected to extortionate management fees from city officials who occasionally lingered by. They formed a unique moat around the city. Beyond that, the earth is dotted with workers. Farmland, rivers flowing into the sea, mines. Workers move around the city, constantly injecting vitality into this newly born city. Further away, there were some factories and workshops. They lived next to a makeshift port where ships constantly entered, and the sounds of carrying and unloading cargo were ever present. Da-da-da. This is the church army on horseback patrolling the land. From ports to farmlands, from cities to villages. The area they patrolled was within the territory of Changlu City. To be honest, Changlu was a little confused. How did this city develop to this point? No wonder it's already been upgraded. Its scale far surpasses that of the neighboring Golden Valley City, which was originally of the same standard. Changlu City's city experience points are full. Are you ready to upgrade? Oh yes. Changlu clicked the button. Changlu City has been upgraded to a level 3 town and is currently positioned as a commercial city/holy city. The population of Changlu City has increased to 10,000. The current population is 8,936. The garrison capacity of Changlu City has been increased to 500, currently standing at 425 troops. Unlocked buildings, city sheriff, infant home, church high school, intermediate training ground, breeding ranch, cannery. Unlock event. Expand the army. Expand the army. Unlock event. Our counterattack. Unlocking event. Some matters need to be handled privately. A whole bunch of notifications popped up. Changlu took a quick look. The city sheriff is a political organization, and the unlocking of this authority, which represents both religious and political power in the city, has been handed over to Lunette and Melina. Infant care homes can reduce the birth mortality rate. Church-run secondary schools are of greater significance, as they can improve the literacy rate of urban residents. The intermediate training ground can increase the stat boosts after unit training. Breeding ranches can provide a large number of jobs, provide fertilizer for farmland and fresh meat for workshops. The canning workshop is also a high economic output building. However, none of this mattered to him, because the operation of the entire city was entrusted to Melina and the city management organization she was forming. They will naturally decide where and what kind of buildings to place to maximize benefits. It's so convenient. What he needs to decide are the few events that will unlock. Chapter 21, The Most Loyal. Expand the army. Expand the army. Smiley face. It was a seductive character, a syllable representing rebellion and freedom, a waltz that leaped forth, a dance of your own power. The seemingly calm and gentle nun perfectly inherited her ancestors' fighting talent. She clearly understood that instead of avoiding the rock that had tripped her up and turning back, she should make her fists even harder, hard enough to crush the rock into dust with a single punch. You should have seen the look on his face when he said that. My lord, even I'm starting to fall in love with him. Disgusting. That's our mascot. A synonym for authority. My eternal first wife. Falling in love with her is only natural. Changlu felt honored and proud. But expanding the military isn't something that can be accomplished simply by talking. The Holy Maiden has made a decision, and our city administrators are trying every means to raise gold coins. They didn't mean to bother you with this matter, but you, my dear sir, perhaps you're already prepared to pay a price for this strengthening of your own forces. Preparing 200,000 gold coins 0 firsts. 200,000? Changlu checked his bank balance. He had spent most of his money on the last conscription, and since he hadn't done much farming in the capital, he hadn't saved up many gold coins. But don't worry, the divine light points, obtained through top-ups, can be exchanged for gold coins at a very favorable exchange rate. If you don't have enough money, you can always make up the difference by spending real money. Changlu is very generous with this game now. As long as the game can maintain its consistently high-quality graphics and storyline, he is willing to spend gold coins for his hobby. Some matters need to be handled privately. Melina is troubled. As a city administrator, she can use her authority to make some overt decisions, but not everything can be done openly. She wanted a knight's lance and a wooden club. I mean, she already had the city sheriff and the church army. Now she wanted a hidden army as well. She was struggling to choose the leader of this large wooden club. Perhaps you can help her solve this problem. Please select 45 people from your team to help Melina resolve her problem. Changla suddenly realized. Is Miss Leatherpants trying to have her cake and eat it too, operating in both the legal and illegal worlds? Although it's against the rules, it's a good idea. A laissez-faire gang atmosphere can breed violence and murder, and if these gangs are sponsored by wealthy families, they are more likely to cause class conflict. However, if a gang supported by the government becomes a dominant force, it will influence the situation and greatly benefit centralized power. Since this topic came up, Changlu realized that he did indeed have some 4- or 5-star characters in his box superscript 1 that were not available. These characters are mostly left unused because, firstly, they are male cards, and their card art is not so stunning that one would ignore gender and go all in to develop them. Secondly, when Changlu drew them, he didn't have enough resources and didn't know if these characters were powerful, so he just left them idle. Now, after browsing through his box, he did find some character cards that could be assigned to the gang. For example, there's a guy nicknamed Dark Circles, who looks like he's been smoking too much, is skinny, and carries a big bone hammer. Another example is the woman nicknamed the Cannibalistic Succubus, who always wears a sinister smile, carries a rusty kitchen knife, and occasionally sticks out her sharp tongue to lick the rust off the knife. Sister, stop licking it. That's not how you get iron. I'm scared. But these characters' attribute panels are indeed quite good, so they're just sitting idle in the box anyway. He packed everything up and dumped it on Melina. The organization Dark Green Hand has been established. The Dark Green Hand will be involved in dealing with some clandestine matters. Our counterattack. Smiley face. The failure to pass on the torch made the two girls realize that it was a premeditated attack, a declaration of war they had no choice but to confront. That might be the first time, but it certainly won't be the last. Behind Melina are the people of Changla City, and behind Lunette is you. So you're going to back down? Absolutely not. The girls gritted their teeth, feeling angry. You don't need to do anything. They've already prepared everything. Waiting. After the progress bar finishes, the event, the gaze of the deep green hand on the enclave, will be triggered. That's the enclave I'm fighting. Call. Changlu slowly exhaled. He knew why. The setbacks suffered by the firelinkers at Ravenhill and Rusty River ignited the anger in Lunette and Melina's hearts. How could the members of the Changlu sect just die like that? Those who orchestrated these two events will inevitably face retaliation from the Changlu Church. I don't know when it will trigger, but Changlu is happy to visit. The election for the whale-slaying hero will be held tomorrow. Delan brought this news to the Little Bird Knight. The location is the central square of the royal capital, where all warriors will be inspected and selected. The eldest prince will also be present at that time. What are the selection criteria? Avis asked with great interest. One match? Or several matches in a row? Her fists were already itching. Most likely not. You should test your petitioner level and select from high to low. TCH. What a stupid idea. What if someone has a low level but excellent fighting skills? After the selection, there should be a period of public announcement. If anyone is dissatisfied, they have one and only one chance to challenge the contestant during the public announcement period. If they win, they will switch places. We still have to fight. Avis was delighted. That's more like it. Warriors should be active in battle. Delon looked at her curiously. Are you really going to slaughter whales? Why not go? Why? To be the most powerful whale-slaying warrior. How dazzling that moment would be, wouldn't it? The little bird rider squinted and smiled. Perhaps this will make his gaze fall more on me. Delon didn't quite understand her obsession. Will His Majesty really see it? This middle-aged palace eunuch knew nothing of the gods. He simply followed Princess Aurelia in embracing the faith of Changlu. Certainly. The little bird rider's answer was crisp and certain. Of course he will see. You're way too confident. Because I am the most faithful believer of adults. Avis patted her chest. The girl's shoulder-length hair swayed slightly with her movements, and her eyes were clear and bright, filled with absolute certainty. The most loyal. Chapter 22 Rose Plain. On the day of the warrior selection, the entire capital was packed with people. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on Avis's door. Who? Avis adjusted the clothes that Aurelia Tadron had given her. It was a dark blue women's fitted outfit, adorned with shimmering silver sequins and gold buttons. The little bird knight didn't know if the precious metals were real, but since they were sent by the kingdom's wealthiest princess, they must be very good things. The back of the garment features a stylish detail, with a finely crafted pure white silk half-length cape sewn on. The soft fabric draped down Avis's back, softening the dress's strong lines and accentuating her feminine waistline. Avis actually quite likes this dress. She combed her hair again, and the tuft of bird feathers tied in her hair bun added a touch of liveliness. Someone mumbled a few words. Chirp flew in through the window and landed on her shoulder. What? Avis patted the little guy's head, receiving some information. Ah, you mean the people standing outside are the hotel's cleaning staff? Please come in. She raised her voice and walked toward the door. A stout middle-aged woman walked in and asked in the official language of the 13 Islands Federation, which had a heavy local accent. Can you clean it? Please. Avis turned and walked out, then paused and said, Thank you for your trouble. The men sent by Delon were already waiting downstairs. As a member of the princess's household, Delon's identity is too special, and there are quite a few people in Cantwell who know him. To avoid trouble, except for some important matters that Delon would relay to Avis, everything else was told to her by this boy, who had short black hair and light blue eyes, around 10 years old. Hick, the little bird rider greeted him happily. She took a liking to the bright and lively boy, partly because he shared the same name as her own horse, Sick. Miss Burroughs. The little boy greeted her just as cheerfully. You can just call me Avis. Yes, Miss Avis. He was being too polite. Although the little bird knight wasn't used to it, he didn't force him to correct him. Hick is Delon's adopted son, or rather, one of his adopted sons. As a court eunuch, Delon was not allowed to marry and have children before retirement, but he was permitted to win people's hearts and raise the next generation through adoption. As a favorite of Princess Aurelia, he had many adopted sons. Hick was the one he favored the most. The two huddled together, pushed aside the blue flags in front of them, and headed toward the city's central square. As expected of one of the kingdom's grandest festivals, the streets of the entire capital were almost entirely covered with blue kingdom flags. The streets were filled with a unique fragrance, which Hick said was the scent of 13 Crescent Moon Princess. That's the kingdom's national flower, and it's in bloom right now. Am I a little late? The little bird rider weaves through the crowded streets. The city's central square was already packed with people, and it was no easy task to squeeze through without causing any dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Hick was young and small, while Avis was as agile as a fish, and the two quickly squeezed to the front. Hick, someone called out softly, and then stuffed something into his hand. It's not too late. Look, the registration board. He grinned and held up the wooden sign in his hand. This is all I need. Today, 3,000 registration badges will be distributed, and the levels will be checked in order. He handed the wooden plaque to Avis. The plaque was carved with simple patterns and stamped with a seal depicting the 13 Crescent Moon Princess. It read, Whalefall Festival Challenge Plaque, 023. A challenge card. This was prepared for you by that, sir. I imagine you wouldn't want to expose your true strength in public, would you? The challenge card doesn't require testing. Avis knew he was referring to Aurelia. From this perspective, Aurelia has indeed considered everything very thoroughly. Even in Canterwell City, a level 3 maxed out level is considered a rare high-level strength. Once exposed, it will inevitably attract a lot of unnecessary attention. Being squeezed together with so many people, the little bird rider felt a surge of excitement. She sensed a lot of danger, which ignited her inner desire for battle. She yearns for battle, just as a bird yearns for the sky. She thought, how wonderful it would be if at some point in the future she could be constantly engaged in battle, endlessly exhausting her body, and then squeezing out new energy from the very marrow of her bones. The battle was exhilarating. Is that Métis? On the stage, she saw a man with a thick blanket covering his legs, a round face, and a gentle smile. He looked to be in his 30s. It was clear that he didn't attend such grand occasions often. He tried to straighten his back, but because his back muscles weren't strong enough, he couldn't support it for long. He had to relax his back muscles every now and then and quietly exhale. Yes, that is the eldest prince. His mother must not have been as beautiful as Aurelia's mother. They clearly have the same father, yet Aurelia and the eldest prince look so different. Huh. Hick smiled. I haven't met those two queens, but I suppose that's how it is. Even now, literary magazines are saying, Queen Anita is the most beautiful queen in history, and she's Princess Aurelia's mother. Perhaps it's because of jealousy of her appearance that the current queen repeatedly speaks ill of Princess Aurelia. You seem to have no fear of these people in the court at all. Avis asked with some curiosity. He is Delon's adopted son, so he should be more careful with his words. My father said I don't need to stay in the capital. I'm definitely going to go back to Rose County with His Highness. That's where my main battlefield is. Roseshire. There is a large area of fertile soil called the Rose Plain. Some say that even cows can grow from soil where cow dung has fallen. Although this is an exaggeration, it is enough to illustrate the Rose Plain's ability to generate gold coins. Hick explained, Princess Aurelia is destined to return to Roseshire to be her Grand Duchess of Rose. Avis blinked but didn't say anything. She muttered to herself, then all my efforts in passing on the fire were for nothing? Carrying a suitcase around the streets must be tiring, okay? As she was thinking this, she suddenly noticed a gaze fixed on her. The astute soldiers immediately pinpointed the source of the gaze. She looked up and saw that the eldest prince was calmly withdrawing his gaze. What's going on? The little bird rider found it strange. Does she know the other person? Why do I attract the attention of irrelevant people all day long? That's not what she wants. Chapter 23, This is a Trap. 0001. The higher-ups have started calling out the numbers. Everyone craned their necks, eager to see who the first person to receive the testing pass was. They must be either very rich or very powerful. Definitely. After all, it's such a big event. I feel like the top 50 spots are all taken by those rich young men. As they were talking, a young man dressed as a handsome magician, wearing a long robe, walked onto the stage. He first nodded regally to the eldest prince, cousin. This statement established his status as a member of the royal family. Ah, it's Joseph. Isn't Joseph Fernandez studying magic at the Tower of Wisdom? Fernandez. He is one of the king's nephews, the eldest prince's younger brother, and I've heard he's quite skilled in magic. Wow, no wonder they got the first testing pass. Their connections are really strong. This guy didn't have a good reputation in the capital a few years ago. He had a dissolute, an unruly personality. Shaw, what do you mean by unrestrained? He and Gaius are brothers. They play around with women together. Is that unrestrained? That's fucking debauchery. Stop talking. Are you out of your mind? Why are you still talking? Avis heard it once, and just hearing Gaius's name made the person in front of her feel dirty and smelly. His strength was not bad. He walked to the crystal for testing, placed his palm on it to perform a magical testing ritual that had been written to death in countless fantasy novels, and his level was displayed on the crystal above. Level 2, rank 9, a chorus of nods of agreement. Wasn't he only around level 5 of tier 1 before he went to the Tower of Wisdom? This leveling up is too fast. That's right. After all, that's the dragon priestess's territory. It's normal for such a powerful witch to have unique ways to enhance her strength. Yes, dragon priestess. After the examination, the guy named Joseph performed a rather flamboyant aristocratic bow and calmly left. Then another one jumped up. Another gasp rippled through the crowd. He's another guy with a very impressive background. They are quite capable. Avis yawned. How long was this tedious testing process going to last? Just looking at the ceremony and the guys smugly showing off their muscles, faces, bodies, and chests makes her sleepy. She needs a fight. Instead of a bunch of rich kids using this place as a stage. After testing more than 10 people, even the most enthusiastic comedians fell silent. Seemingly sensing the awkward silence, the eldest prince coughed and looked at number 11 with admiration. As expected of a descendant of the Morrison family, he still retains his former elegance. Not the boss. You took the money, didn't you? Where has her former glory gone? This guy didn't do anything. Is this something to be praised for? This world is so unfair. Everyone knows Hick, and he can talk about everyone's background. He served as the commentator for the entire event, which is why he is a truly commendable talent. Avis yawned again. She's really about to fall asleep. Did it drag on for just as long last year? She asked Hick in a low voice. No, that wasn't the case at all last year. Hick replied in a low voice. Princess Aurelia felt that testing everyone was too slow, so she requisitioned an arena and threw everyone in for a free-for-all. The 7 who stood at the end were this year's whale slayers. That's right. That's more like it. Why all the politeness? Let's fight first. Avis wholeheartedly agreed. Whales don't care whether your surname is Fernandez or Palacios. When a whale takes a bite, all it knows is that you're crunchy. Hick leaned closer and said in a lower voice, This is breaking even. What's the meaning? Although planning the Whale Fall Festival isn't exactly thankless work, it certainly costs a lot of money. The eldest prince hasn't had any official income in recent years, so he'll probably try to earn it back in the same way he spends it. Huh. He must have sold these spots, which is why he's going to all this trouble to give these guys who paid for them exposure. Hee. Avis smirked. How treacherous people can be. As it turned out, Hick was absolutely right. After the 40th contestant had fully showcased her family background, skills, and appearance, The ceremony finally sped up. The contestants lined up in a long queue to leave their handprints, moving so fast it was like an assembly line. In the short time it took the little bird rider to take a nap, a whole bunch of people had already finished their tests. In the end, 17 people remained on the stage. They were the highest ranking among the 3,000 people. Now it was the challengers' turn to take the stage. The atmosphere among the crowd became lively again. Who wants to see these rich young men showing off how rich they are? Their original intention was to watch the spectacle unfold with fists and kicks, leaving flesh and blood everywhere. Time to go on stage. The little bird rider stretched his limbs, put his finger to his lips, and whistled loudly. Strangeness? Where's Chirp? Even if this little one has run off to play, she should have come back when she heard her whistle. Avis's eyelids twitched, which made her feel uneasy. But soon, she felt a little more at ease. Chirp flew in a strange trajectory from a distance and landed on her shoulder. Where did you go? Did you see anything fun? Avis scolded playfully. What do you mean by looking alike? How could someone as pretty as me look like me? The shoulder-length-haired girl pursed her lips, her little brain with an IQ of 1 not yet coming to any conclusion, when she heard a shout from the stage. Challenger number 23. Here it is. The girl braced herself against the table and nimbly flipped onto the high platform. Saintess's gaze fell on her again. That look was very strange. It didn't seem like the look one would give a stranger who was challenging them. Have they seen it before? Never before. Why? Please select the person you wish to challenge. The priest's voice brought her back to her senses. Well, then it's number 1. Etc. The priest suddenly raised his hand to stop her from speaking and said sternly to the crowd below, Don't crowd. Avis looked down blankly. Do you have an eye problem? Who pushed? And after that sentence, the crowd below the stage really started to push. Everyone was pushing and shoving, their faces filled with panic. So you're a bluffing prophet, huh? Hick felt as if the crowd had truly become a tide, wave after wave, lifting his thin body up. He began to feel suffocated. How so? He looked helplessly at the stage, hoping that Avis would notice his predicament and lend a helping hand. But, did he get squeezed so badly that his brain was damaged? Why are there 2 Avis on stage? One of them was frowning and staring at him, looking for an opening to come down and rescue him. And another. He stared intently at the eldest prince on the stage, then thrust his short sword at him. Broken. Hick realized. This is a trap. Chapter 24, A Conspiracy. It seemed like a long process, yet it also seemed like a fleeting moment. Hick was pulled out of the crowd by Avis, and by then his face had turned somewhat pale. A cacophony of noises came from behind and in front of them. Remembering what he had just witnessed, Hick, catching his breath, shouted in a rough voice, Run. He could guess who this was aimed at even with his toes. It's not aimed at Hick, nor at Avis, but at Her Highness Aurelia. He didn't have time to check on the eldest prince's condition. All he knew was that Gaius had been assassinated months earlier, followed by Saintess. So now there are only 2 groups of suspects. One is the young prince who was born not long ago, and whose succession is not yet clear, and his wife Camilla. The other group consists of Princess Aurelia, who has grown into an adult, holds money, and may harbor resentment towards Prince Saintess because she was stripped of her identity as the organizer of the Whale Fall Festival. Avis frowned slightly. She looked back, following the noise. She saw blood, and she also saw people lying on the ground covered in blood. The eldest prince, Saintess, lay in a pool of blood, dark red blood continuously oozing from the wound on his chest, staining his light blue robe. Everyone crowded around, shouting and yelling. Some people started conjuring green healing orbs, some pulled out spell scrolls and potions, and some screamed loudly. Catch the assassin! Catch the assassin! Where's the assassin? The little bird rider turned her head and was surprised to find that everyone's eyes were focused on her. Don't let the assassin get away. She heard someone shouting. Then they pounced on them. Forbidden law chains. With a trembling body, Hick plunged back into the surging crowd. He has to go back. He has to go back. He had to find his father. He had to find Princess Aurelia. His testimony is extremely important. It may have determined the life and death of many people. Manette's current progress in seeking death is 70%. Call. Under the bright sunlight, the little wooden puppet tilted its head back, looking at the non-existent god. Changla couldn't see her face. It was still hidden by her messy long hair. Why don't you go check if the general store sells combs? However, this kind of hair must be very difficult to comb. Although he has never had a girlfriend, he has seen videos of people combing the tangles out of cats' and dogs' fur, and it seems very difficult and takes a long time. Just as he was thinking this, a series of messages suddenly popped up in the notification bar in the lower left corner. You have temporarily lost control of the supplicant Avis. Triggering event. Give her back to me. You have temporarily lost control of the supplicant Illyria. Trigger event. Thunderous 72 hours. Trigger event. Thomas here. Question mark. What's going on? What happens? He immediately moved the map and looked toward the area where the city's central square was located. He remembered that today was the selection for the Whale Fall ceremony, the Whale Slayer Warrior. He placed the Little Bird Rider into the Whale Slayer Warrior selection event. The system prompted him to check the results again after a while, and he took the opportunity to touch the little wooden puppet's head. So did something unexpected happen? I have to go now? The little wooden puppet lost its warmth. She looked up at the sky, puzzled. Some unexpected events may occur. The voice explained. The little wooden puppet nodded and picked up a few wooden carvings from the ground. But Manette doesn't want to go back today. Manette hadn't enjoyed such tranquil moments in a long time. It wasn't anything earth-shattering. She simply watched the rippling blue waves of the river flowing into the sea with that gentle voice, and played with a small wooden carving for a while. This kind of life was enough to make Manette very content. She stood up, and the gentle gaze that had been fixed on her vanished. She looked thoughtfully at her feet. He repeated the sentence to himself. Manette didn't want to go back. She took a step, leaving a trail of round footprints, and staggered towards a wood carving shop in the city. She knew that the wood carvings he gave her were all purchased from this shop. Manette wanted to see if there were any other styles. As she ran, she heard some loud noise. Chang Lu heard some loud noise. My God, that was terrifying. I was right there in the audience. That crazy woman stabbed the eldest prince with a sword. Didn't I see there was a crowd at the time? I looked up at that moment. Yeah. In short, the eldest prince's fate is unknown, but the murderer has been caught. That female knight was just standing there dumbfounded. Why didn't you run away? What? Since she carried out the assassination, why didn't she escape after succeeding? Hey, are you in cahoots with that assassin? Why do you always contradict me? I'm just curious. This doesn't make any sense at all. What's so hard to explain? He was just a greenhorn thief who was so scared after the heist that he forgot to run away. Plus, there were so many onlookers, and there were many warrior candidates on the stage. They must have stopped the assassin from escaping. I heard that Joseph Fernandez screamed on stage, louder than the male prostitutes in the Convent of Angels. Ha ha ha. Ahem, keep your voice down. After hearing these rumors, Chang Lu roughly understood what had happened. Avis assassinated the eldest prince. He was arrested on the spot? What an idiot. He turned over in frustration and casually tugged at the charging cable plugged into the bedside socket. It's impossible. The little bird knight is extremely loyal. She's just a little dim-witted, but she's not stupid, and neither are Delon and Hick by her side. Who doesn't know what kind of uproar the assassination of the prince will cause? I'm so angry. This tiny, rundown city is really something else. In a country the size of a booger, assassinations happen every single day. Now his people are involved too. He's really a handful. What happened to Illyria? After thinking for a moment, he used the game's search NPC function to find him in a secret underground room in Canterwell. At this moment, he was meeting with the leader of what was formerly the Night Owl Conspiracy, now renamed the Owl Club. A big problem. It was also a conspiracy, a plunder, and a targeted attack. He said, Princess Aurelia has been summoned to the palace by His Majesty the King's decree. Chapter 25 I'm here, Tamagotchi. The assassination of the prince, especially in front of so many people, quickly spread throughout Cantwell and to the surrounding towns in a very short time. Franz III soon learned of this news. He held the little prince, Theodore, who was named Theodore, meaning gift from God, representing Franz III's deep expectations. Meanwhile, Mrs. Camilla had no right to remain in the council chamber where important state affairs were discussed. Only one white-haired court eunuch stood in the entire council chamber. He was a man of Franz III's father and an elder who had watched him grow up. Someone has jumped out. That's what the king said. The eunuch frowned, looked at him, but did not speak. Mr. Ethan, just say what you have to say. The king pinched his youngest son's cheek, which made the baby wrinkle his face in dissatisfaction. Ahem, I'm getting old, and my mind isn't as sharp as it used to be. Ethan said, I don't really understand what you young people are doing. You're too modest. You've helped me so much. You must have seen through the conspiracy involved in this matter at a glance. Well, the old man sighed. You are a warrior who has emerged from intrigue and treachery. You can see through it all. I know you are giving this old man a chance. I'm over 70, and I'm already content that he has allowed me to live this long. Since you wish to hear my humble opinion, then I shall say a few more words. The person who is hit by a stone is not necessarily the victim, and the person who is splattered with blood is not necessarily the perpetrator. You have several bright children, but they are getting old. Yes, the king sighed. I'm getting old. Franz III lowered his brows, his gaze falling on his youngest son's face, softening with tenderness. But when he looked up again, all that remained in his eyes was a chilling resolve. Some want to get ahead, some want to avenge their humiliation, and some want to live a dissolute life, but they forget that I'm not dead yet. Ethan remained silent. Mr. Ethan, what do you think of my children? Ahem, Your Majesty, I dare not make any rash judgments. It's just a joke, why be so formal? Cough, cough. The old man was not in good health. He coughed violently a few times before he could speak. Gaius, you shall not be king. Franz III remained noncommittal. Not only is he promiscuous, but his maternal family is also despicable and addicted to jealousy. If he were to inherit the kingdom, your other children would likely either be exiled to the frontier, or... Franz III's hand paused on his youngest son's face. He said, 15 years ago, when I married the queen, her family helped me a lot. So, to repay her, I indulged her a lot. Now that's enough. Métis is not fit to be king. He won't say anything more. Franz III waved his hand, thinking of the son on whom he had once placed so much hope. I've already prepared a place for him. The island of Sea Sands is short of a governor. That's the best outcome for him. Mr. Ethan lowered his eyes. Sea Sand Island is the weakest, worst performing, and worst climate island among the 13 Islands Federation. Going there to take up a post is tantamount to exile. It seems the king still harbors resentment over Métis's past. Then the last heir will be chosen. Aurelia. It was the king who first mentioned his daughter. Aurelia has done a lot for the kingdom. Roseshire is rich, but not easy to govern. There are many powerful and influential families in the area, and Aurelia has made many sacrifices to balance the relationships between them. But, how can a dancer's child be king? The king coldly replied, I married her because I love her beauty, and that is all the love I have for her. But for a dancer's child to sit on the throne, is that not a betrayal of my ancestors and the Fernandez family? Ethan remained silent. He could only sigh inwardly. I know this assassination attempt was definitely not her doing. Aurelia is a well-behaved child. She wouldn't do such a thing. But I will still summon her to the palace and reprimand her harshly. Do you know what I mean? Ethan's Adam's apple bobbed. He said with difficulty, Rose Plains. Franz III's voice was as cold as ice. I have heard that on the Rose Plains today, people only know Her Highness Aurelia and not His Majesty the King. Is this not a transgression? It is already a blessing for a daughter to be able to manage the most fertile land in her father's hands. How could she, and how dare she, covet what does not belong to her? Ethan was speechless. If a king is still preoccupied with what he has given away, how can that not be considered shameless? But Franz III felt good. Or rather, he no longer cares about what others think. He was over 50 years old, and now he had obtained what he wanted most. A blank sheet of paper, a royal heir to whom he could freely express his thoughts. His health is gradually recovering, so what needs to be done now is to clear the obstacles in the way of his new offspring. Controlling Aurelia in Roseshire is currently an obstacle. Ethan saw through the Fernandez family's inscrutable cruelty towards their own blood relatives once again, and he remained silent. As a result, Chang Lu lost control of Aurelia. Give her back to me. Smiley face. Your supplicant, Avis, is currently being held in the Canterwell City prison. She will be prosecuted by the capital's security authorities on 16 charges, including treason. You must rescue her using various methods before the verdict is handed down. Note, due to the current absolute faith in the sea god in the capital city of Canterwell, most of your autonomous attack capabilities have been rendered ineffective. Please weaken the sea god's control over the events, or delegate the task of handling them to your supplicants. Thunder in 72 hours. Smiley face. Your supplicant, Illyria, answered the call to the palace and never returned. You have received information that she is being imprisoned by Francis III in a side chamber within the palace. You may have some means to meet with her. Franz III's intentions were clear. He wanted to force Aurelia to relinquish control of the Roseshire through harsh measures. He gave her 3 days. If Aurelia was unable to resist the royal authority within those 3 days, then he would lose Aurelia the prayer. Note, due to the current absolute faith in the sea god in the capital city of Canterwell, most of your autonomous attack capabilities have been rendered ineffective. Please weaken the sea god's control over the events or delegate the task of handling them to your supplicants. Changla scratched his head. The gap in level between him and the sea god is too great, and it is obviously impossible to take over Cantwell City in a short time through a victory of faith. So, there's only one option left. He has to resort to some tricks to rescue the two imprisoned supplicants. Coincidentally, he had a character card that was very good at doing these things. I'm Tamagotchi here. The Holy City has received this news. Melina is furious and on her way. Melina is furious. Are you guys bullying an idiot? Don't tell me that someone with an IQ of 1 isn't stupid. Is that any different from being an idiot? Chapter 26 Melina's angry. When the Holy City received this news, Melina was playing chess with Lunette. The game has progressed to the middle game, with black setting up an impenetrable defensive formation on the board, forcing the white king into a corner. The two rooks have locked down the second line, and the elephants are facing each other. The killing formation is complete. You're going to lose. Melina held a captured white piece in her hand, a smile on her face. Lunette asked, how is the training of the deep green hand going? After praying for a wave of divine blessings, both Dark Circles and Unier have reached the second tier maximum level, while Sutton has reached the second tier level 5. So, Rusty River City? Melina smiled and tapped the chessboard. I am dying. It's unclear whether she was referring to the white pieces on the chessboard or the local tyrant of Rusty River City who dared to kill a firelinker. The room was extremely quiet. Then the sound of footsteps outside became clearer. Boss, it's Adam's voice. Enter. Melina looked away from the chessboard, and Adams pushed open the door and entered, his face grave. The children from the capital have sent back a message, he said. Aurelia ordered the assassins to kill her brother and has now been detained in the palace by the king. Melina frowned. She stared intently at Adams, knowing he probably hadn't finished speaking. Where's Avis? Avis has maintained contact with them, and at the very least, she can send messages through the adult soul contracts. Why hasn't she sent a message back yet? Adams spoke with difficulty. The assassin, Avis Burrow, is currently in the custody of the police. Melina took a deep breath. I knew this would happen. She gritted her teeth. It's always like this. We'll always get dragged into trouble. Calm down, Lunette said calmly, her gaze still fixed on the chessboard. Avis may be a little reckless, but she would never do something like this. I know about the capital. I thought of it a long time ago. The capital is not so easy to go to. I have always wanted to call her back. Melina dropped the chess piece and stood up abruptly. I have to go there. We have to get our people out of there no matter what. Our people. Our people. Isn't that princess trapped inside too? Miss Leatherpants reached up to touch her hair, only to find nothing. She wasn't wearing that beautiful, expensive, and enviable blue butterfly hair clip today. I will keep in touch with you, she said, then strode outside. Adams. Follow me. Yes, boss. Tell me the details. Yes, boss. Lunette lowered her eyes. Melina disliked discussing schemes and plots in front of her. Perhaps she truly believed herself to be the embodiment of purity, and Lord Chang Lu probably felt the same way. He bestowed a reward upon her, giving her gowns of unparalleled splendor that even the most noble woman in the kingdom could not possess, and showered her with affection that bordered on spoiling. They regarded her as the most sacred embodiment of the church, a mascot, a symbol. No, that's not how it works. She looked at the chessboard, feeling sorry. 2 more steps, and she could use the abandoned white queen to lure and kill the black car. Once Melina crushes the white queen, she will find herself trapped, with all the escape squares around her occupied by white pieces. At that point, the board will undergo a dramatic reversal. The young nun put down the chess piece, stood up, and walked to the window. The view from the window is of the Holy City streets. Today, the Holy City, like a field where seeds have been sown, is flourishing under the influence of various factors. This will attract birds and small animals that inhabit this area. It will also attract wild boars that destroy fields. Melina arrived in the capital 2 hours after the incident. After paying the fee of 12 gold coins and 52 silver coins, she cursed the unscrupulous merchant under her breath. They didn't even give her a discount of a single silver coin. This amount of money is enough for an average family of 4 in the Holy City to live on for 2 years. Now it's been handed over to the goblins, and I wonder if they'll pay any taxes. Melina narrowed her eyes. She no longer had time to survey the kingdom's capital. Adams. Yes, boss. What do you think we should do now? Well, this was the first time Adams had gone out with his boss to handle such a big matter, and he was a little nervous. We must go and save Lady Avis. That's certainly important. So we need to find out when that little bird will be convicted, which prison it's currently in, how it's being treated, and whether it's been tortured. Can you find out any of these things? Sure, boss. I have some children in the capital. Huh? You're so young, but you have quite a few kids. Hey. But what else? Besides, Adams was a little confused. He blinked, revealing a naive innocence befitting his age. You can take a longer-term view and think about the essence of this matter. Nature. If it's a false accusation, why would someone make a false accusation? Because Lady Avis and Princess Aurelia are close? 50%. Because Lady Avis is from Changla? Very good, you're at least a bit smarter than Ryan. Adams grinned. So what should we do now? Well, he's not exactly smart either. Melina rubbed her temples. I need to see Aurelia now. But she's in the palace. That's why I brought you here. Miss Leatherpants waved her hand. If I could handle everything myself, I wouldn't have spent those 4 gold coins and 13 silver coins to bring you all the way from the holy city. Do you want to go home? No, I don't want to. Adams jumped up almost in shock. I'll go think of something right away. He complained bitterly. He was born a beggar. Even though they have recently been liberated from their serfdom and are now singing songs of praise, they are still, in the end, born as beggars. His children were also a bunch of beggars. How could they possibly find the way to the palace? Wait a minute, it seems there's still a way. He remembered a beggar telling him that Lady Avis was heading to the palace, guided by the eunuch Delon. He had to find this eunuch. Then try every possible way to make yourself more valuable. Adams didn't want to go home. Just like he didn't want to be called Big Head anymore. Chapter 27, Moisturizing Those Parched Lips. Aurelia knelt on the hard marble floor tiles, never having felt the stones so cold. She silently accepted it all. The father's harsh criticism, the mother's disappointment in heaven, the brotherly affection among those brothers who were not born of the same mother, the mocking laughter lurking outside the window. She could almost hear people laughing at her. So what if you rule Roshire? So what if you're rich? Exactly. In the end, he's just a dancer's child. Impure bloodline, impure thoughts. It's a pity. She'll probably never be able to go back to that plane. I heard that His Majesty has already started looking for a husband for her. Leonon of the Weiss family. I heard that too. A decent-looking man, neither handsome nor ugly, not outstanding, but not backward either. His family isn't that rich, but he's just average. What a pity. A woman like Princess Aurelia deserves a more dazzling husband. TCH. Leon Weiss is more than enough. What's wrong with that? Does she want to be paired with a god or something? You know what? She's so beautiful. If she really gave herself to those lustful gods. Cough, cough. Aurelia closed her eyes. She tried hard to remember the sounds of those people so that after she left, they would regret speaking ill of her behind her back that day. How petty Aurelia is. Poor Aurelia. Poor Aurelia. She heard the voice say that. A solemn light shone before her eyes, illuminating her lips, which were dry and pale from lack of water and prolonged kneeling. Aurelia looked up and saw a downward-pressing palm reaching out to her from the clouds. Grown-ups. She struggled to raise her hand, wanting to grasp that dry yet warm hand. You must pray to me. The God of eternal joy said so. So Aurelia clasped her hands together in front of her chest. My God. Her lips parted slightly, and she uttered a soft murmur. Please allow me to pronounce your honorable name. Thank you, God of eternal joy from a distant land, for bestowing your grace and mercy upon the believers. Finally, the hand pierced through the layers of barriers of the sea god's faith and landed in front of Aurelia. Aurelia stared blankly at the hand. I will always appear before you when you are in pain. Yes, that was Lord Chong-Li's promise, and he kept it. Aurelia thought to herself. Promises are always hard to come by. She heard many promises throughout her life. Her mother promised to spend her 10th birthday with her. My father promised that her plane was a gift to my beloved daughter. The nobles of the plains promised her that Roshire would be her strongest support. And all of these have already broken their promises. Aurelia, oh poor Aurelia, what have you gained from this life? You've been bombarded with betrayal and lies. Therefore, among these broken promises, keeping promises stands out. Aurelia looked at the hand and suddenly smiled. That wasn't a princess's laugh, but a standard Aurelia's laugh. She curled the corners of her lips into a smile, her eyes crinkling with a seductive allure that climbed her graceful figure and captivated her senses. She slightly opened her mouth, and her tender, delicious tongue darted out from her mouth, licking and softening the dry skin on her thin lips. Her red tongue curled, and after performing the proper kissing etiquette, she lowered her head slightly and placed a kiss on that hand. When Aurelia looked up again, she was surprised to find that the dark golden cloud had a blush of rosy blush from the beginning. Tap, 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 tap. Before she could even think about the blush forming on her face, Aurelia's ears twitched as she heard a series of footsteps outside. Footsteps? She raised some concerns. One of them should be Julian, the eunuch who brought her into this side hall, and the other woman? She appears to be wearing boots made of a sturdy material, possibly high heels. Her aura was very strong because her footsteps were resounding, without the slightest trace of the cautiousness of a woman in the palace who needs to watch other people's faces to make a living. What gives her such confidence? Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. She heard Julian say, 10 minutes, that's the longest I can give. I need half an hour, do whatever you want with me. Don't be ungrateful. Calm down, my friend. Nobody turns down gold coins. The king isn't in the palace today, is he? Ding-ling-dang-lang. Aurelia heard the sound of gold coins clinking together. 20 minutes, not a minute more. Snort. She heard a woman's soft groan, and then the door was pushed open. Julian glanced into the hall and saw that Aurelia was still kneeling there obediently and breathed a sigh of relief. Remember, 20 minutes. No. A pair of high-heeled boots encased in leather pants stepped in, accompanied by a long, gracefully curved leg. Please close the door and stay away. I'm right at the door. You don't want to hear what we're talking about, believe me. The beautiful woman in leather pants entered the hall completely. Her expression was not friendly. She seemed somewhat impatient. All right. Julian closed the door. His shadow lingered at the doorway for a moment, then slowly walked away. Tap, tap, tap. A woman with beautiful legs walked to Aurelia's left. Why don't you sit down? She asked. This is punishment. It's a punishment I'm giving myself, a punishment for my excessive trust in family ties. Oh. The woman turned around, and Aurelia saw her stunning figure. Sure enough, the saying circulating in the capital was true. Lord Changlu does indeed have a fondness for beautiful women. Thump. As she was thinking this, she felt a force tap her head. It's like some kind of punishment. Huh. The woman's eyes lit up. I sensed the presence of the adult. Did you pray to him? If offering one's own kiss and lips is considered a prayer, at least in this respect, you are smart. The woman straightened up and exhaled. The master likes you very much, so I thought you were probably smart. But getting involved in this kind of mess can't be considered smart. I'm a little disappointed in you. Aurelia looked at her. Her intuition told her that this woman in the leather jacket might be working with her for a long time. So even while kneeling, Aurelia still bowed very politely. Aurelia Fernandez, the country's unremarkable princess. Melina Jeffries, the administrator of the Holy City. The two believers' eyes met. Neither of them realized the profound significance of their first meeting. The queen, who came from the sea and swept across the entire continent, met her prime minister for the first time in this small and cramped palace. The theocratic empire will begin with these two men, etching the symbol of eternal happiness across the entire continent. Chapter 28. The Changlu sect never proves itself. Melina was sizing her up. What a beautiful woman. No wonder Lord Changlu favors her. Thump. Did Lord Changlu poke her head just now? Melina chuckled inwardly and shook her head, dismissing those blasphemous thoughts from her mind. She was beautiful enough, but she thought she was smart enough. It's a pity. You made a few mistakes. The woman in leather pants narrowed her eyes. When the king's health improved, why didn't you leave immediately? What were you waiting for? Aurelia stared at the painting on the wall in front of her. It was an oil painting called The Death of Angel Boda, in which flames were burning and Prince Angel Boda stood with a sharp knife under his feet, his back to the flood, and flames in front of him. Doesn't this also foreshadow Aurelia's current predicament? I have served this kingdom for 2 years, and I have not even received a word of praise. How can I be willing to go back like this? Greedy. Melina commented. How can you expect the king's pity? What do you expect him to promise you? Complete power over Roshar. Aurelia fell silent. Secondly, why didn't you leave after Gaius was assassinated? Aurelia opened her mouth, instinctively trying to hide her thoughts. But what good would it do for her to hide it from Melina? She's probably here to solve a problem. I hate Gaius. I hate his mother, and I want to see if I can take advantage of his misfortune. Honest, but foolish. Melina retorted bluntly. After Gaius is attacked, his security will be so tight that not even a fly can get in. What are you going to do to trip him up? Rely on your mistress agency network that you had to change its name for? Aurelia frowned deeply. This manager's words are far too sharp. Third, why didn't you leave after Saintess was assassinated? Why did we come like this? You're not an idiot, so why did you come? If it were me, I would immediately use every means possible to leave the capital and return to Rose County. Why don't you do that? You have plenty of time. Aurelia stared at her blankly for a moment, then slowly sighed. I thought he loved me. The princess smiled, her long, sapphire blue hair looking absolutely perfect. He loved my mother. So even though the whole country opposed him, he still married a dancer and made her queen. So I thought he would at least love me as well. I thought I would be different. I held on to that last tiny bit of hope that he would listen to my explanation. But Franz III did not. Franz III simply made her kneel there. He neither saw her nor said a word to her. However, as everyone says, Aurelia is not a fool. She knew what Franz III wanted to do. He wants to raise his son. He wants money. He wants to break his promise and take back what he had so lavishly given away. It's really a pity, Melina said, but your dad obviously doesn't like you that much. What a vicious statement. When you lick your lips, don't you poison yourself? Aurelia said. What are you saying in your gibberish? Melina waved her hand. Let's talk about something more practical next. Avis is in jail. She was extremely depressed. This was the first time she had ever been to jail. Hey, tell me when you're going to execute me. She tried to squeeze her head through a gap in the fence, so I can decide when to run away. But in the empty cells of the police station for hardened criminals, only her echo remained. There was no other sound. Oh, and there were also some rustling sounds of mice scurrying by. Oh, the mouse. Bird Rider hates mice the most. She stood in the cell, bent her left arm, and touched a protruding spot between her left buttock and thigh with her right hand. That was her sword, the sword bestowed upon her by Lord Changlo. She hid it inside her body. As for the sword confiscated by the sheriff, it was an ordinary knight's longsword that Delan had prepared for her. She pressed the raised point, but the whispering sparrow did not appear in her hand as usual. Ugh, so frustrating. Damn forbidden chains. The spell forbade her from using any spells that consumed energy, even if it's just summoning weapons. Pat, pat. A series of somewhat eerie footsteps suddenly echoed from deep within the prison cell. Avis shut her mouth and listened attentively with a serious expression. Snap, patter, 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 snap. It looked like someone was walking, or like a toddler learning to walk, stumbling and running. Moreover, the sound of the impact on the floor was too strange. It didn't sound like the sole of a boot, a cloth shoe, a high heel, or any other sound. It sounds more like the sound of wooden stilts. Soon, a strange and terrifying figure stumbled and darted over. Avis got goosebumps. She pressed hard on the protruding points on her buttocks and thighs. Hurry up. Press harder. What is this? What's going on with hair that looks like it's been stained with blood? What's with this bizarre, puppet-like body? What's with that zombie-like, staggering walking posture? What's with that arm that looks like a steel rod gleaming with a cold light? She's getting closer and closer. She leaned her head closer. She's going to bite Avis. Ah! The little wooden puppet opened its mouth and spat out several wooden puppy carvings. Beneath its messy red hair, a hint of anticipation flickered in its calm, still eyes. This person carries his scent. She and he are in cahoots. So the little wooden puppet carefully wrote words on the ground. Avis also tried hard to recognize the words. Accompany. Manhwa. This is written fluently. Play. Play with Manhwa. The little wooden puppet nodded silently and pushed the wooden puppy towards her. Is this some kind of prison relaxation activity? Yeah? If you are capable of leaving this palace on your own, then I need you to help me rescue Avis. Melina said, that's what you should do. The events surrounding Aurelia have drawn the people of Changlu into a conspiracy, something that should have been her responsibility. If you are no longer able to extricate yourself, she said with a confident chin lift, I, Melina, will take over and get you out of this damned palace. You must leave the capital immediately and head to Rose County. Aurelia looked at her, a thoughtful glint in her eyes behind her frameless crystal glasses. Where is Avis? She asked. I have my own way. Her charges are hard to clear, I asked. Clear the charges? Melina smiled, but the smile was tinged with mockery. You probably don't understand the way the Changlu Church operates. She said it with absolute certainty. The Changlu sect never proves itself. Guilty? Oh, so what? Chapter 29A Grand Show. The noble Miss Blue Butterfly knelt there, and at this moment, she was stunned once again, unlike anything she had ever done before. Never proves itself? Where does this confidence come from? Aurelia knew many people. Some were followers of the god of war, some were followers of the sea god, and some were followers of the primordial gods. But I have never heard of such an arrogant and domineering statement as Melina's. Why? Who's behind her? Is it just because of a newly emerging city? You'll find out. Melina smiled. When a deity responds to your suffering immediately, it surpasses countless gods and Buddhas in the world. Melina stood up straight, not because they owned a holy city. Rather, it is because of he worshipped in the holy city. Now, tell me, what was the name of the child who witnessed the whole thing? Hick. Oh, Hick, where is he? When Melina emerged from the secret passage hidden by weeds in the palace, Adams had already run back, covered in sweat. Two more petitioners with deep green hands who had followed also stood there, waiting vigilantly. Hey, give me a hand. Melina took a breath and extended her hand to Uniel, who was nicknamed the cannibalistic woman. Uniel took her hand and peeled the weeds off Melina's clothes. He looked so tough, but I didn't expect him to be such a fool. Melina snorted. Adams. I am here. Sweat streamed down Adams' forehead and down his temples. I found out. Explain. Lady Avis is being held in the capital's prison for serious offenders in the First Security Bureau. She shouldn't have been interrogated or tortured. This case is complicated and a bit strange. I heard that it was handed over to the most famous sheriff in the capital. Oh right. The weapons don't match. Melina took a deep breath. Boy, if you still can't even organize a complete sentence with clear cause and effect, I don't mind spending another 4 gold coins to send you home. Adam's lips trembled. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I've heard that Saintess's injuries are serious, but not fatal. The assassin's blade grazed his heart. Although he bled a lot, fortunately, no major blood vessels or internal organs were damaged. He should be able to save his life. Melina nodded and commented, Oh, a rather low-level self-inflicted injury ploy, but it works. The sheriff Archer accompanied the physician to examine the eldest prince's injuries and came back to the conclusion that the wounds were different from those on the weapon Avis carried. The weapon they confiscated from Avis was a knight's long sword with a slender blade, while the one that injured the eldest prince was a short sword, or rather a dagger. The wounds caused by the two were very different. Very good, very clear evidence. And then what? Then they now suspect that Lady Avis has some way of hiding weapons. Ugh, a pile of dog poop. Miss Leatherpants waved her hand dismissively. Since there was no torture, then the urgency wasn't that great. Melina thought for a few seconds and said to him, There's something else. I need to meet with Delon and a boy named Hick. Go and arrange it now. Yes, boss. Clue obtained. Suspicious murder weapon. Suspicious murder weapon. First, no one knows better than a sheriff's doctor what kinds of wounds different weapons will leave on the human body, unless they are more focused on studying corpses, such as a necromancer. After a thorough medical examination, it was discovered that the killer had left 2 scars on Saintess's body. A long, irregularly shaped laceration on the left shoulder, initially identified as a slash wound. A shallow, slit-like wound, approximately 5 centimeters long, located on the left chest. The blade pattern is not discernible. From this, we can infer that the murder weapon was likely a short sword with a blade approximately 5 centimeters wide, thus ruling out the possibility that Avis was carrying a rapier at the time. Clue obtained. Hick's testimony. Hick's testimony. The young courtier was terrified and stammered out what he had seen. Based on the testimony, you know that the assailant was someone who looked almost exactly like Avis. Now you can hardly deny the fact that Bird Rider has a twin sister or younger sister. But is that really the identity of the killer? Melina might be able to offer another perspective. Clue obtained. Horrifying but not deadly. Horrifying but not fatal. After many years, Saintess once again captured the attention of the entire city. They talked about him again. The heartbroken Saintess, the bleeding Saintess, the pitiful Saintess. He received pity, but the injury, though severe, was not fatal. Perhaps this incident offers a glimpse into the ambition of a crippled prince. Having endured prolonged humiliation, was he willing to lose everything? Some new clues have been added to the clue board. Chang Lu can probably glean the truth about this assassination case from some of the system's obvious hints. It seems that this lame eldest prince has had some ideas after the ownership of the Whale Fall ceremony. Or perhaps he has never given up the idea of becoming the future king of this kingdom. He used a self-inflicted injury to frame Aurelia in order to get rid of her. As for Gaius, he has many enemies, and there are plenty of opportunities to get rid of him. As for that little baby, even if he is favored by the king, so what? How many more years can the king live? After thinking it over in his mind, Chang Lu felt that he had figured out the cause and effect of the entire main storyline of the second chapter. He looked at the center of the screen. Next up was Melina, the brains of the holy city, on the battlefield. What a spectacular show. After listening to Hick's testimony, Melina smiled expressionlessly. I should have known that Aurelia was a problem, Or rather, no one involved in the struggle for the throne is easy to deal with. She pinched the bridge of her nose. However, the decision to send the fire to the capital city, the holy city, was Lord Chang Li's wish. Moreover, controlling a country seems to achieve that great goal, equality for all people, better than controlling a city. That was Melina's motivation for plotting and scheming. Delon looked at the uninvited guest with a hint of nervousness on his face. Will you rescue Princess Aurelia? Oh, of course, of course. It's not a difficult task to get someone out of the palace without anyone noticing. At least some of the people I brought today can handle it. She nodded. Similarly, I could also get Avis out without anyone noticing, but then what? Your Highness, you've simply abandoned the city and fled? Delon opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He was just loyal. He didn't have Melina's sharp mind. The torchbearer of the Chang Lu sect has escaped just like that? He might even be put on a wanted poster and become a notorious fugitive in the 13 Islands Federation. Melina raised the corners of her lips, looked in a certain direction of the sky, and suddenly smiled brightly. My lord, I have no intention of going back just like that. Chapter 30, Another Circus. Buzzing. A line of text popped up on the chat software page. How about the mint-flavored sparkling water? What's up? Chang Lu was a little confused. He briefly pulled his thoughts away from the story of the Dekasambi continent, relaxing his mind which had been tense from the series of assassinations. Call. What other second trip could make you so nervous? It's practically a spin-off anime, but still a classic anime. Changle, what do you mean? Chang Lu typed on the screen in reply. Mint bubbles. Oh, didn't you check the class group chat? Changle. Oh, it's annoying when they argue, so I'll leave it alone. Mint bubbles. They were talking about the class reunion, repeating it over and over again. Minty bubbles. Maybe I'm going to KT? Changle. Please, what era are we living in? Going to karaoke? Even in novels about pure love, people don't go to karaoke anymore, okay? Singing karaoke is something people from the last era would do, isn't it? Don't like the minty sparkling water? Changle. A dozen or so people sat in a private room. 3 or 4 holding microphones, singing old songs or cheesy songs they'd heard countless times, sharing their musical taste with others. Isn't Changle just another form of bullying? Mint bubbles. Oh. Chang Lu paused, then noticed something else. Changle. You like it? The mint bubbles were actually my suggestion. Mint bubbles, because some people recommend outdoor exercise. Changle. Face turning red. JPG. Mint bubbles. I never expected this. Mint bubbles. The judge declared him a person from the last century. Mint bubbles were even labeled as bullies. Changle. I mean, that would be good too. Where's the voting channel for Changle? I'll go and help you. Mint bubbles. No need for that. They seem to accept the suggestion very easily. TCH, showing off. Changle. In that case, everyone has excellent judgment. Mint bubbles, always happy. Changela. Mint bubbles. When that day comes, will you come to pick me up? Changela, but I only have one electric scooter. Mint bubbles. In that case, I'll hold on tight to your back seat. Changla scratched his head. He subconsciously began to guess Janaya's intentions again. Something happened in my family, and I want to talk to someone and confide in them. This is not impossible. Judging from the last time we met at the hospital, she went to the doctor alone, which suggests that something must have happened at home. But, having had countless suitors throughout her life, why did she choose him? Changlu paused for a moment, then typed a reply. Changle good. First, let's do some profiling. Miss Leatherpants had naturally taken the main seat, and below her, Deep Green Hand, Adams, Delon, and the 2 owls were all watching her intently. Melina was very satisfied. She enjoyed the status that intelligence had brought her. That was someone who looked almost exactly like Avis, Mr. Delon. Yes, I am here. You're saying the clothes Avis wore that day were delivered by you the day before? Yes, that's one of the designs by Princess Aurelia's fashion designer in Rose County. It's a style that hasn't yet been released in the capital. Since it's an unreleased model, how did the murderer come to possess it? There is only one explanation. The only way to dress exactly like Avis is to copy her. Copy. From head to toe, from appearance to clothing, the claim that they are twin sisters can be dismissed. This is a man-made conspiracy, perhaps achieved through some kind of ability or tool. Melina tapped the table gently. Hick. Ah yes. I'm here. Relax. This isn't an interrogation. Melina was much more polite to the boy who wasn't her subordinate than she was to Adams. Can you recall the expression and movements on the killer's face when he murdered Métis? She used so much force that her face was contorted, as if she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Métis. After completing the assassination, she even looked at the audience. Well, at us. and gave them a satisfied smile. A strong desire to perform. Melina said, "It's such a delightful bunch of holes." "What does this point to?" Adams asked. He looked at Melina with a thirst for knowledge, his thoughtful eyes revealing that he too was beginning to put his still largely undeveloped mind to work. Would someone with special abilities and a strong desire to perform never use their abilities in their daily life? Melina glanced at them, seemingly not expecting any positive feedback. Of course not. How could she possibly resist? She not only wants to use it, but she also wants to use it in front of many people to show her uniqueness. "But I have never heard of a criminal in the capital who is proficient in shape-shifting or illusion magic," Delon said. What if she wasn't a criminal? Well, she needs a legitimate and proper identity to ensure her strong desire to perform can be satisfied. Perhaps a court astrologer. There is no such person in the palace. All right, how about a druid beast tamer? Or a magician? Where should we look for such a person? Melina tapped her temple. I think we can start by looking at the circuses around the capital. Melina felt the surprised and uncertain looks from the two leaders of the Owl Club. What are you all looking at me for? Circus. Circus members were involved in Gaius's murder. Oh, Miss Leatherpants raised an eyebrow with interest. It seems we'll soon be getting closer to the truth. In a boring prison cell for hardened criminals, the Little Bird Rider is playing a children's game of Guess Who I Am, with members of the circus, or perhaps the core members. If I had white patches on my body and white gloves, guess who I am? The little wooden puppet glanced at Avis, then looked down and wrote Pippi on the soil. Yes, Pippi is the name she gave to a white-gloved cow-cat with carving. Correct. Manette gets a perfect score. It's Manette's turn. Avis sighed inwardly. Just treat it as a game to amuse a child. Anyway, it's boring to stay inside. Manette lowered his head and began to draw patterns on the ground with great care. A person. Avis tried hard to identify a stick figure. He was wearing a tall magician's hat. It has only one eye. Wait, why does this description look familiar? Avis's heart skipped a beat. One eye. The little wooden puppet looked at her and nodded expressionlessly. Avis was shocked. Chapter 31. Are you crazy? The one-eyed circus doesn't have a good reputation. The circus puppets played a less than honorable role in Gaius's assassination. After Chang Li's people devised a plan to pin the assassination charge on Segudos, it did attract the vast majority of the Sea God Church's investigative resources. However, Avis was not so complacent as to forget the various doubts surrounding the matter. She glanced at the little wooden puppet, thinking she had remained calm, and then it was her turn to ask the question. If I had a face like mine, then who am I? She pointed to her face and looked at the little wooden puppet with anticipation. Little wooden puppet, are you crazy? Why don't you take a good look at what you're saying? The little wooden puppet stared at her blankly. Little Bird Rider. Say it, just say it. Manette turned around, facing away from Avis, and earnestly poked at his wooden toy. The Little Bird Rider was a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, she decided to slow down for now. Her crimes are probably very serious, and she likely won't be released anytime soon. Why rush things? So she changed her strategy and asked again. If I were a young man with cobalt blue hair, a somewhat nasty and wicked personality, and light green eyes, then what would I be? Manette turned back around, thought seriously for a moment, smoothed out the soil, and wrote. Task. Young people with cobalt blue hair are rare, and with his light green eyes, Gaius is practically the only one in the entire capital. She said Gaius was her mission? The little bird knight strives to develop her intelligence. She has only 1 point of intelligence and attempts to make the most of it. In other words, the circus really did want to target Gaius, and they weren't just passing by. Indeed, the confessional room that Gaius rented wouldn't be a place that ordinary passers-by would turn to. Why wasn't it finished? Avis pressed. But the little wooden puppet did not answer her question. In Manette's eyes, she had already answered all the questions in the turn-based questioning, and it was her turn next. So Manette started writing and drawing on the ground. A fat man, holding a whip. Avis looked at it carefully for a while, then shook her head. I'm sorry, I don't know him. The little wooden puppet paused. Vic, she wrote. Then, she erased the name and wrote a new line. Sorry. Yes. What's the meaning? Avis opened her mouth. Has no one ever told you this word? The little wooden puppet shook its head. Your life must be so perfect. No one has ever wronged you. Before Avis could finish speaking, her gaze fell on the little wooden puppet's messy, dirty long hair, and she suddenly realized that things might not be as she thought. It's not that no one has ever wronged her. Perhaps no one has ever felt sorry for her. Thus, the phrase, how perfect your life must be, has become a kind of linguistic curse and bullying. Avis looked a little embarrassed and said again, I'm sorry, this is to express my apology. Why apologize? Manhwa asked, gesturing carefully. The first reason is because I couldn't answer your question. It's a humble way of putting it. The second reason is that I said something inappropriate, and I have to apologize. Manhwa was puzzled. Do you need to apologize if you say or do something wrong? Certainly. Manhwa had nothing more to say. The little wooden puppet fell into one of the few moments of reflection in his life. Mobile circus performances have always been popular among ordinary people because of their low prices, bold performance style, and the fact that they often include some erotic elements. One-Eyed Circus stayed in the villages and towns near Cantwell for about a year, and the circus became known to almost every town in the surrounding area. This circus has monkeys jumping through hoops of fire. And there are also decorative women. There were even fat and thin people hurling insults at each other. And hey, miss, are you sure you want to go see that? It might not be suitable for young ladies. Wow, man, your dark circles are terrifying. You look like you could be a character in a circus. People kept walking past Melina, lifting the curtain and going into the circus, which was shaped like a hat. They teased Melina, a new face who was still a pretty young girl, their winks carrying a knowing undertone. But when they saw Melina's dark circles and the cannibalistic woman behind her, they suddenly shut up, chuckled, and crawled into the large tent. Snort. Melina snorted coldly. The monkey jumping through the fire hoop is likely an act of animal cruelty. The vase woman? The kind of show where women's hands and feet are cut off and they are kept in a vase for a long time? Okay, another charge added. A fat person and a thin person arguing? What kind of boring show is this? As for their winking and gesturing, I can tell with my own eyes that it's nothing more than some kind of striptease performance. But how can a circus like this attract so many customers? Hick wore a small hat and an expensive-looking outfit, playing the role of a cynical young master with the same underlying traits as Gaius. However, his performance was clearly not up to par, and he spoke somewhat reservedly. Because it's cheap here, young master. Someone chimed in. Watching a show here only costs 10 copper coins. You also get a free bucket of popcorn, which costs 3 copper coins, and a beer, which costs 2 copper coins. Although the quality isn't great, you can eat popcorn and drink beer while watching the dancers sway and dance on stage. The people around burst into laughter. My God, after a long day's work, is there a more cost-effective way to pass the time? 10 copper coins? And they even give away beer and popcorn. Hick was surprised. How does this circus make money? Who knows? Maybe that one eye is from a charity. The guests didn't care about that at all. They walked in groups, taking the shoddy snacks and drinks from the chefs, and strolling in nonchalantly. Yes, what more can one expect from 10 copper coins? Melina paid the money and received a can of popcorn and a bottle of beer full of hops. Let's go. She straightened her back. Let's go and meet this circus that has hidden secrets. Chapter 32. My lord, you're very strong. In fact, Melina caught the attention of One Eye as soon as she walked in. Of course, she did it on purpose. She had no intention of hiding her beautiful face, nor did she intend to make her dark circles and Eunice act more like a good person. She just walked in so casually, as if she wanted the circus's informant to immediately report to One Eye that a few troublesome guys had arrived. One Eye did indeed know. He opened a small window in the room, and the window, which clearly did not lead to the audience, directly projected the figures of Melina and the others. His severely damaged face was expressionless, and he probably couldn't make any expressions anymore. Where is Manhwa? He asked in a deep voice. Well, Fat Big's forehead was covered in sweat. Not yet. Not yet. Not back yet. Yes. I heard the target has been eliminated. Yes. Hee. One Eye chuckled a few times, but there was no laughter in that single eye. What a child. He's already learned to go out and play for a while after finishing his chores. One Eye's voice was calm. Also, don't put Henrik on the stage. Tell him to get back to the woodshed. He not only exposed us, but also caused us trouble. Fat Big was just sweating profusely. He had been following One Eye for a long time, and although he couldn't say he knew it perfectly, he could see about 4 or 5 parts of it clearly. If Manhwa comes back, Manhwa will definitely be the one who suffers. If she doesn't come back, he'll be the one who suffers. For example, the so-called hysteria last time. Big actually remembered what had happened. A strange force had snatched his whip and lashed it hard across his body. This was a bizarre incident, but he dared not tell One Eye at all. One Eye cannot hear any strange events happening in the circus. He is a complete dictator. At this point, all he hoped for was that either that damned puppet would come back quickly, or those damned uninvited guests would get out of here. Melina didn't hear what he really wanted to say. Yeah, Even if I heard it, I wouldn't care. She watched carefully as the monkey jumped through the fire hoop. She realized that the vase girl was just a magic trick and not a real person living in a vase, which relieved her. But the animal abuse is real. The charges will not be deducted. She also drank beer, which was actually alright, but it always had a bitter aftertaste. Some people like this taste, but Melina had suffered enough in the first half of her life and only wanted something sweet in this one. After she finished the can of popcorn, the strippers that the audience had been eagerly awaiting finally came up one by one. They weren't actually that young. Melina deduced from the looseness of their skin that the youngest dancers here must be over 30. But they are still hot and still incredibly charming. Shaking her soft belly, she used an extremely alluring expression and bold, sexy movements to push the atmosphere of the entire venue to a climax. They shouted loudly, and loose coins were thrown onto the stage, clattering as they landed at the dancers' feet. Some of those who were nearby shouted loudly for the dancers to come over. As they approached with seductive smiles, he waved banknotes in one hand and swiftly ripped open their bras with the other, stuffing the money inside. Whether or not he took the opportunity to pinch or knead her a few times, we have no way of knowing. Melina kept her eyes straight ahead. What's so interesting about a bunch of crudely made puppets? The exposed, white flesh, visible through the bra, was also carved from wood, and the craftsmanship was quite poor. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell the difference and would think it's a real person. I bet some people dream of having a secret rendezvous with these puppets at night. Now, the performance is coming to an end. A man completely wrapped in a cloak and wearing a magician's hat walked onto the stage. The light shone down from above, but his face was completely obscured by the shadow cast by the magician's hat. It seemed that only a cold gaze pierced through the shadows. Friends, this show is coming to an end. He waved his cloak, removed his magician's hat, and bowed. This action revealed his face, which had been scorched flat. Scare. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. What kind of monster is this? My God, how could his face look like that? Oh, I remember him. He's the treasurer of this circus. Isn't it Henrik's show now? I'd really like to see him perform Transfiguration. Yeah, last time Henrik became the dream girl of that customer who was invited on stage, and then he even let him touch his breasts. My God, that was so exciting. Henrik is a woman? No, the Transfiguration master is a man. The customer is a woman? Oh no, the lucky guest that night was also a man. So his dream girl became. She's got big breasts. Dark circles under her eyes widened. Is this for real? Holy crap, that's so tacky. But the audience's testimonies indirectly prove that the circus did indeed have a guy who was very good at shape-shifting, especially shape-shifting into human form. I'm going to perform a spectacular spatial magic trick for everyone. What? A magic trick that makes people disappear. The magician mysteriously shook his finger, low level. If you're going to do something high level, real magic. Next, I would like to ask a lucky audience member to be my assistant. Would you be so kind as to ask that elegant and beautiful lady? Our circus rarely sees such an outstanding audience member as you. He pointed at Melina, which was exactly what Melina expected. One I will always need to communicate with her face to face. If he's unwilling, the two thugs Melina brought aren't just there for show. Melina nodded slightly. She ignored the hand that One-Eyed was offering to pull her onto the stage, and with a light push, landed gracefully in the center of the stage. How to cooperate? The young woman in front of me had the naivety of a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. One-Eye really likes it. Many of the puppets in his hands were originally so sharp and spirited. After being sent to a puppeteer for a few days of training, it became very obedient. One-Eye was sizing her up. She has a pretty face, a beautiful figure, and is young and charming. That's a great goal. He expressionlessly flipped the magician's hat, turning it back and forth. With just a gentle touch, it would cover the girl. One-Eye twitched. Why was the door to the puppeteer inside that space cap closed? He immediately switched to another route, leading to the water prison. Is it also locked? Why is that? Leading to the Bronze Man Alley? Leading to the forest of white bones. One by one, the doors were locked by a force with a slightly cold touch. The audience was puzzled, but Melina simply smiled. Her eyes gleamed with a dark golden light. Go ahead and try. The more you try, the more your escape routes will be blocked. It's also fortunate that you moved the circus outside the capital to avoid being pursued by the Royal Capitol Police. This place wasn't sealed off by the sea god's faith, so. The woman in leather pants had a cunning glint in her dark, grape-like eyes. My lord, you are very strong. Chapter 33 Real Gold and Gravel. My lord, I'm actually sweating a little. What's with this whack-a-mole minigame that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Please stop the one-eyed creature from reaching the escape route. Block his path. If One-Eye escapes, you will lose all quest progress. A puppet named Manhwa has decided to die? What did you say? I worked so hard. I went through so much trouble to complete the little wooden puppet task, and you're just going to wipe it all away? Chang Lu is about to explode layer by layer. He displayed the fastest hand speed he'd ever had since he started playing games. Wherever a faint light flashed, he immediately went to block that door. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap. A few frantic taps left One-Eye completely stunned. Where did you give me this to? Why can't I go anywhere? Are there any traffic restrictions today? His flat face showed no emotion as he gazed at the audience. The audience members were whispering among themselves. What happened? The performance was a failure? Why is she still standing there? Well, I want to see Henrik. I want to see transfiguration magic. The one-eyed creature spun rapidly a few times. He suddenly shed all his thorns, and with a forced, ugly smile, he forced a smile to his lips. Mississippi, he said in a voice only Melina could hear. He's just a shapeshifter. I think everything is negotiable. Oh, is that so? Melina's lips curved into a smile. Discuss. Of course we can discuss it. That. Please ask the being behind you to be lenient. I am about to open a closed room where we can have a good chat. Let. Melina blinked noncommittally. I have no right to tell him what to do or not to do. Smack. With a snap of the fingers, the lights on the stage went out. When the lights came on again, a man wearing only trousers and a hastily wrapped undershirt, with messy hair, appeared on the stage looking bewildered. It's Henrik. Transfiguration. I want to see transfiguration. Oh. The man quickly composed himself, a radiant smile spreading across his face. That's right. It's time for Henrik, the circus's finest transfiguration magician, to perform. Who wants to meet his dream girl today? That's strange. Weren't we supposed to keep him in the woodshed? How did they just teleport him onto the stage? Please sit down. With a casual gesture, he pulled out a leather chair and gestured to Melina. He then fell backward and landed on another leather chair. No need to be so polite. Melina waved her hand. Since we're talking business, why not be open about it? Miss Jeffries, I'm actually quite interested in you. With a raised hand, a teapot appeared in his palm, from which billowing hot tea poured out. Below the tea pitcher, a teacup gradually appears. The dark tea produced in the Mangrove Bay area has a rich flavor with hints of chocolate and caramel, which young girls usually like. One-Eyed said, please don't let my good intentions go to waste. This tea costs 30 gold coins per 100 grams. Please don't let my good intentions go to waste. How much of these 30 gold coins actually came from those puppet ladies? A considerable portion of it comes from puppets. Miss. You mean, interest? I noticed her as soon as the Firelinker arrived in the capital. One-Eyed pushed the cup forward, but Melina ignored it. Young in age, outstanding in ability, full of ambition, and working for Aurelia. It was Aurelia who did things for us. Melina corrected him. Snort. And what about you? Whom do you, your circus, work for? Métis, right? Melina squinted at him, remaining silent with one eye. Your methods are not very sophisticated. Melina finally sat down, but still didn't touch the tea. I've reviewed most of the murder cases related to the circus over the past year. Although the relationships are complex, I won't overlook the important clues. You've severed many connections between the Church of the Sea God and the royal family. There are bastards abusing their power, officials serving the Church of the Sea God, and farmers using royal power to expand the church's plantations. Among these people, some are scoundrels, while others are genuinely trying to benefit the people. Melina looked up and tapped the teacup. So, can you squeeze their blood and tears out of these 30 gold coins? One Eye lifted its gaze, its expressionless eyes sweeping across her face. Why bother? He said, drink this cup of tea, and I can help get that firebringer out of prison. So why bother saying all this? Can you help? Melina smiled. I'm not asking for your help. Miss Leatherpants stood up. The leather jacket, which Chang Lu saw as having a flirtatious and charming quality, now appeared dark and imposing, fully conveying the pressure its owner exuded. This is not a request, not a transaction. It's a demand. I want you to get her out of prison right now. She didn't add the phrase, otherwise. The idea that you can make others pay a price when you have a significant advantage is simply naive. One-Eyed is currently in a state of utter confusion. He just stared at Melina with an incomprehensible look in his eyes. The same question that Aurelia had was echoing in his mind. What gives her the right? A woman, A woman from the countryside. A woman from the countryside who is weak and helpless, yet she can order them around with just her silver tongue. Where does she get her confidence? Good. He replied. It sounds like he's a bit spineless. But give me some time. You know, it's not easy to get a serious criminal who tried to assassinate a prince out of prison. You know better than I whether she's a suspect or not. Melina stood up. I should go. Please. With a snap of his fingers, one-eyed Miss Leatherpants vanished from the leather chair. The mutilated schemer stared at the chair that was gradually springing back, his furrowed brows relaxing slightly. Vic! He shouted. Boss! The fat man's figure stumbled in. Use the key to call Manhwa back. Yes. Also, please arrange a meeting with that Fernandez for me. Yes. You heard everything? Boss, that woman is really arrogant. He glanced at him expressionlessly with one eye, and after a long while, he spoke with a hint of deeper meaning. Yeah, they're really arrogant. Why is that? He snapped his fingers, and Fat Bick disappeared before his eyes. As it happens, that Fernandez is currently enjoying a period of great success. Let him have a go at the Changlu sect. Let's see who is the real gold and who is just pebbles. Quickly, get ready. Melina clasped her hands together joyfully. I feel it. I feel it. Dark circles under the eyes and the cannibalistic woman stared at each other in bewilderment. An opportunity. It's an opportunity. Miss Leatherpants cheerfully spreads her arms towards the sunset, revealing her Chinibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, nature. An opportunity for the Changlu Church to spread throughout the 13 Islands Federation. Chapter 34 Goodbye, friend. Despite his triumphant demeanor, Fernandez couldn't show much joy. He lay weakly in his sickbed, offering his condolences to each of the cunning informants, each with their own hidden agendas. Thankfully, His Highness the Crown Prince is unharmed. What do you mean nothing happened? This means nothing major happened. What a blessing for the nation. Ahem, I heard the criminal has been caught. Shoo, I heard it's related. Métis lay on the bed, a gentle smile on his lips, listening to the discussions outside the window gradually subside. He was pale, but in good spirits. If there hadn't been people outside, he would have even pouted and played a tune he'd been good at since childhood, The King Returns. But he remained very gentle and humble. Métis even beckoned to his personal servant and told him to tell those outside not to discuss these things that would harm the relationship between the siblings. This time it's worth it. Not only did they not lose money, they actually made a fortune. The king sent someone to visit him, his personal eunuch, who brought generous gifts and the king's promises. Child, you did nothing wrong. The one who laid the hand on you will get what he deserves. Just focus on recovering. I will send the most skilled physicians, and they will do everything they can to heal you as quickly as possible. You will still host the Whale Fall Festival, blah blah blah. Although the king did not come in person, considering his health, this was already the greatest show of sincerity he could offer. After many years, Métis finally received some of the fatherly love he had longed for from the king. It's delicious. Those brothers and sisters, humph, brothers and sisters, after taking away the fatherly love that was rightfully his, finally paid the price. Snap. Just as he was savoring the assassination attempt, a letter fell out of a hidden compartment in the room. Métis casually waved his hand, and the letter danced in the wind, leaping into his hand. The sealing wax on the envelope hadn't fully hardened, leaving a stamp resembling a magic hat. Métis frowned, tore open the letter, and read it word by word. After reading it, his brows furrowed even more. But he still found paper and pen, and wrote on the paper with the quill pen. Okay, I will keep my appointment on time. In addition, I will fully support Mr. Magic Hat's decision. This is the promise of the future master of the 13 Islands Federation. One Eye burned out the reply, which contained only one sentence. Madness. The little bird knight, who didn't think he was stupid, was still trying to get information out of the little wooden puppet. She used every means at her disposal to finally find out the information that Melina already knew. There is indeed a shapeshifter in the circus, and his name is Henrik. Just as she decided to go a step further and ask the little wooden puppet if there were any deeper secrets, the little wooden puppet suddenly clutched his neck, leaned back, and fell to the ground. Scare. Avis was startled. What kind of sudden and serious illness is this? She was flustered and stammered. Hey, are you sick? Oh, you're a puppet. Your joints are lacking oil? Avis grabbed the little wooden puppet's shoulders and shook it. Is the energy gone? What do you need? Some diesel? Or some other energy source? The little wooden puppet couldn't answer her. The little wooden puppet just clung tightly to its own neck, fiddling with the invisible noose that was tightening around it. It is a key. Lunette knew very well. That was the only controller left by her creator, Clody. A pin that was originally inserted behind her neck can ignore the little wooden puppet's wishes and forcibly recall her. The pin was kept by One Eye as a last resort to control her. The little wooden puppet looked at his new friend's panicked face, but felt very calm. Yes, even though we've become friends, we're still different. One is a human, the other is just a puppet. With so many puppets in her hands, she's just the one who's better at fighting. She is an object, a pet, a thing that can be repaired and scrapped. Lunette was being dragged along, moving slowly, with the circus probably as the final destination. This is bad, Lunette thought to himself. One Eye has been used as a key, so it's going to get fixed when it gets back. As she was thinking this, she saw her newly acquainted friend pounce on her. What on earth is this thing? Avis followed the little wooden puppet's hand and touched a transparent power. That force is slowly tightening, like a criminal being hanged. What did you do to deserve this treatment? Avis strained her arm muscles, tearing at the knotted rope. It was just playing around for a little while. Is it really worth dying for? She was so angry that her face turned bright red, and her cheeks almost bled. Lunette was somewhat bewildered. That was Lunette's destiny. She said it silently. Why do we feel angry? Why should we put in the effort? She is a puppet. It was just a puppet. Why should I do anything for her? The little wooden puppet thought of the hand that had been lowered down from the clouds. What do you seek? She suddenly mustered her strength and crawled towards the prison cell. 1, 2, 3. She put the wooden figurines in her mouth, then completely gave up resisting and was pulled away from the prison at a fast pace. Goodbye, gentle friend. The little bird rider lay on the prison fence, watching her fly away with longing. Goodbye, she waved, to my friend who looks a little sad. About 20 minutes later, an argument broke out outside the area where serious offenders were being held. There are indeed suspicious points in this case, but it's still under investigation. How can we take the suspect away now? Mr. Archer, if the case is questionable, then it cannot be classified. It is reasonable for us to take our client away now. What do you mean by reasonable? Is Cantwell still a city governed by the rule of law? Mr. Archer, watch your words. Be careful what you say. I'm going crazy. Yeah, is there no law in Cantwell anymore? Avis peered in. Who on earth is going crazy? About half an hour later, a man she didn't recognize, dressed as a lawyer, walked in looking disheveled. He was covered in sweat, and even his collar had been ripped open. Her meticulously combed hair looked as if someone had ripped it off, standing up in sharp points on her head. The lawyer took a deep breath. Miss Burroughs, your bail process is complete, and you may leave now. The little bird knight drawled, her focus quite peculiar. Why is your head so pointy? Aren't you leaving? Let's go. Chapter 35, A Touch of Blush. One-Eyed and the eldest prince arranged to meet on a fishing boat during curfew that night. Fishing boats are moored on the canal that flows through Cantwell and empties into the sea, while beautiful tourist boats filled with visitors shuttle back and forth. The place was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Everyone was celebrating the upcoming Whale Fall celebration and discussing this ill-timed assassination. I think this is a warning. That's what a drunk man said. He looked like someone of some status. After all, not everyone can get on this beautiful, endless cruise ship. Not everyone can host guests from the Fernandez family. Don't you think so, Joseph? Joseph was a witness present at the scene, and I heard he was even invited in for tea by that sheriff, Archer. Hey, just who is that guy? He interrogated the eldest prince, and now he's interrogating Joseph? He's probably going to question everyone who was there. It's not much different. Joseph, tell me, what happened back then? The young nobleman had to lift his face from the plump, fleshy body of the girl in his arms, and frowned slightly in displeasure. What was the situation at the time? How did he know? The assassin arrived too suddenly, appearing on the stage almost silently. As she thrust her short sword at Saintess, Joseph was still marveling at how, despite the 13 Islands Federation being a small country, Cantwell City was still its capital, teeming with beautiful girls. You could find beauties just by walking a few steps. Then the woman pounced on him and stabbed Saintess in the heart. Joseph had only one thought in his mind at that moment. I'm going to die. No matter how much the king dislikes Saintess, he is still the eldest prince of the kingdom. And what about Joseph? He used to hang out with Gaius all the time and was a sure thing for the crown prince. Now that the eldest prince has been involved in such a serious incident in front of him, surely no one will suspect that he was the one who did it? It's best not to. He wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken normally. As for the rumor that he screamed like a male prostitute on stage, that's absolutely a rumor. He just had a slight bladder tightness. Whether even 2 drops were squeezed out is unknown. Thinking of this, Joseph's eyes darted around, and he subconsciously wanted to change the subject. Archer? He doesn't have the means to invite me for tea. It's just that my father told me to respect public officials, so I went to the police station on my own initiative. His Excellency the Duke is so thoughtful. Yes. Joseph, did you see that dragon witch when you went to the Tower of Wisdom to study? Joseph was about to burst out cursing. Why did you have to bring up such a sore subject? Who is the dragon priestess? And who is he? A cousin of a small royal family. Being able to study at the Tower of Wisdom is already a great honor. He can also meet any person on the Dragon Witch Continent's Hall of Fame whenever he wants. But you should never say this when you're drinking and bragging. Especially with a pretty young girl lying in his arms, looking at him with soft, adoring eyes. Joseph's desire, which had been suppressed for a long time, began to stir again. Yes, I've seen it. He was talking nonsense. She's just an old shrine maiden. She does have some strength, but I don't really care. Ha 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 ha. Those around him smiled knowingly. After all, young Master Joseph is more concerned with the beauty he can hold in his arms. Ha ha, you guys really know me. Joseph just laughed, but his laughter sounded rather dry. He glanced out the window occasionally and saw a figure shrouded in a black cloak, completely hidden in shadow, flash by and disappear into a fishing boat not far away. Cut. As expected of the capital, conspiracies are brewing everywhere. One Eye entered the fishing boat, where Métis sat pale-faced in the cabin, wearing his signature smile. Gentlemen. Métis nodded to him. Excuse me, I cannot stand up to bow. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he hasn't been feeling well lately. One-Eyed nodded indifferently and placed a medicine bottle on the table in the cabin. Healing medicine. A concise and to-the-point statement. Thank you, sir. Métis's face flushed slightly. Thank you for remembering me. You are my student, so of course I will care about you. When One-Eyed said this, there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes, but Métis still looked very moved. This student will remember it. Let's skip the formalities. I called you here to ask you what to do next. I also want to ask the teacher why he made me release that woman. With her in hand, dealing with Aurelia shouldn't be a problem. She stared at him for a moment, then slowly said, her accomplices have come knocking, and I don't want to alert them. So that's how it is? Just do what you need to do. Aurelia is currently confined to the palace, so her reach is limited. Although the assassination attempt on Gaius was covered up with a fabricated story about an evil god, if it is revealed at this critical juncture that she was the mastermind behind Gaius's assassination, I'm afraid His Majesty the King will not allow her to leave the capital. If I were your sister, I would leave the capital tonight. Why? They have a way. You? My spatial abilities probably won't be of much use in this matter. One Eye narrowed. His abilities, if used within the capital, would attract the attention of the sea god. If used outside the capital, he would be unable to escape the control of the gods behind the Changlu Church. This was the first time in all these years that he had felt so frustrated. We can try to do it tonight. You don't trust me? Of course not, teacher. She's just a country bumpkin, a woman who can't even kill a chicken. She only relies on the strength of that Burroughs guy with a few helpers, so what? Aurelia arranged for her to be the challenger, without verifying or measuring her strength on the spot. Okay, make sure you have enough people with you. I know. He looked at him with one eye, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, child. But the words that came out of his mouth were full of concern. Trust me, I will open the door for you. Métis blushed again. He looked at his teacher, who was about the same age as his father, with respect and longing, and said sincerely, I will follow in your footsteps, step by step. Chapter 36 Midnight Horror. Some people have reached certain agreements in secret. Main Quest Chapter 2, Crimson Coronation, Act 2, Midnight Horror has been unlocked. We often say that this country is always worse than it appears. The gangs that roam the streets and exploit the people may have the support of the country's royal family and relatives. The series of assassinations, one after another, may have been a grand show from the very beginning. The crown prince's wickedness and the prince's scheming conceal a powerful force seeking to usurp the kingdom's foundation. And as the spokesperson for Changlo, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed and to protect world peace, she embodies evil with love and truth, making her a lovable and charming villain. Hey, if you keep going, it won't be a joke anymore. It'll be blatant plagiarism. Ahem, as the adorable and charming villain, Princess Aurelia will step forward to take responsibility for all of this. But first, Someone has to rescue her from prison. Your supplicants are ready. Of course, your opponents are also prepared. We hope to reach the most thrilling moment at midnight. Is this chapter title interesting? Midnight horror? Who's midnight terror? Could this scene be part of a task to cool off in the summer? Chang Lu doesn't mind horror themes. He's seen most of the most famous horror movies, both domestic and international. Although he gets scared while watching them, he's always eager to try the next one. He opened the task list and saw that there were a few more small tasks in addition to the original tasks. Triggering the mission, Return of Glory. The little bird rider has been released from prison, and she is completely bewildered by this inexplicable journey. But this didn't stop Melina from giving her a welcome dinner and then offering her characteristically sharp but caring words of comfort. In short, after a brief period of slump, the little bird rider has stood up again. She feels an immense abundance of energy right now. Place the supplicant Avis in the inn where she's staying. Perhaps she'll run into her twin sister. Arrange Avis 0 to 1, required. Promote Avis to Tier 4, optional. Trigger quest, the first battle of the Deep Green Hand. Melina had always wanted to test the power of the Green Hand, the organization she had founded. Could these supplicants, who don't seem like good people, become the tentacles of your dark forces underground? Right now, you seem to have an opportunity, but they could probably do even better. Deploy a cannibalistic woman with dark circles under her eyes 0 to 1, required. Upgrade the Dark Circle Cannibal to Tier 30/1, optional. Human weaknesses. Melina, a master of intrigue, enjoys poking at people's sore spots. But this isn't a bad thing, especially when it hits the enemy's sore spot. After hearing the rumors circulating in the market, she decided to buy some clever and cute little animals. As for whose room these small primates will be put in, my lord, you'd better not hear it. But believe me, your lady in leather pants is still that bold supplicant who will seduce you in the prayer room with her black stockings and beautiful legs. After reading these task descriptions, especially the last one, Chang Lu threw away the kiln-roasted chicken bone in his hand and observed 3 seconds of silence for Saintess. He then began to wonder, could such game text really pass the review smoothly? Even if it's borderline and not explicitly stated, can it really pass censorship? This time, he became genuinely curious about the company that made the game. The main reason for my curiosity is that I'm curious whether this company has any previous works. Chang Lu searched through her contact list. Ah, here it is. The profile picture of a cute, anime-style girl is actually probably an IT professional. My brother is a fan of Chang Li's books, and in reality, he probably works on AI large-scale models. Changle, little black brother? About 10 minutes later, the other party replied. Black B, hey, what a rare guest. Black B, what's up? Are you interested in my previous suggestion? Black B, oh my god, it's been over a year since we last chatted. Black B, is your book finished? Both being keyboard users, Black B's typing speed is much faster than his, who struggles to type 1,500 words per hour. Chang Lu has been finished for a while now, so it's obvious you haven't been following me. Black B, you wouldn't know you've ended if you didn't follow me. Black B, how about it? Like I said last time, how about adding your female protagonist to our large model training and running a complete multi-female protagonist world? What was that saying again, Black B? Black B, I want to give her a complete life. Is that how you use a Chang Lu? Black B, never mind, I'll just use it like this. Changle, that has nothing to do with that. I want to ask if your company's big data model can cover global information. Black B, are they going this far? Changle is just a search term. Black B, oh, playing so small. Black B, why don't you just use the encyclopedia to search? I can't find Changle. What do you search for, Black B? Changle, a game, that's a bit strange. Chang Lu stared at the screen, but the message he sent just kept spinning. What's wrong? The hotel's Wi-Fi signal is bad. He switched to flow mode with some confusion, and then the signal meter changed to E. Damn movement. While he was checking his network, he returned to the chat software and found that all the words in the chat box had been deleted. Even Chang Lu, who was usually oblivious, realized something was wrong. There seemed to be something he didn't want to say, but there was definitely a force preventing him from spreading the game's deeper information. The hot air from the air conditioner blew onto his face, but instead of bringing warmth, it made him feel a little irritable. Did he overlook something? Have some recent events happened to him because he overlooked the importance of certain things? Black B, what? Tell me. The signal is back to normal. Chang Lu frowned. I tried typing in some keywords. Keywords such as Decachambi Continent, 13 Islands Federation, and Aurelia were used. These can be sent out. Black B, what is this? Black B, I do know what Derby is. Changle. Anyway, help me find it, and I'll charge you later. Black Bee, you're not working for nothing. That's great. Changle, let's chat again. Black Bee, let's chat again. Changla looked at her phone, feeling uneasy. Strange, why do I have this feeling? It's clearly just a game. He leaned back and reopened the garbled game, waiting for the midnight terror to arrive. Chapter 37. Time and Space. Métis came to see one-eyed by carriage. After the matter was settled, he struggled to maintain his balance and slowly walked out of the fishing boat, one bite at a time. A person standing at the pier, completely shrouded in a black cloak, reached out and helped him up. Thank you for your trouble. The eldest prince still wore a gentle smile as he looked at the outstretched hand. It was a hand covered in scars. It looks like he accidentally pressed his entire hand into the flames or onto a hot iron plate, resulting in burns of varying degrees all over his hand. Especially his little finger, where the skin and flesh that had already healed were taut, giving his little finger an unnatural bend. Next time, wear gloves. The eldest prince uttered the most vicious words in the gentlest of tones. You really frightened me. The hand trembled slightly, but the face hidden behind the mask uttered only a low yes. Métis climbed into the carriage, feeling quite pleased. He took a blank roll of parchment from a shelf he could reach without having to stand up, dipped it in ink, quickly wrote some words, then casually rolled the parchment up and tossed it out of the carriage window. The carriage, which was speeding toward the prince's residence, did not stop. About a minute later, a spider crawled out of the darkness. It swiftly hooked the parchment roll with its silk net and quickly carried it away. The night is quiet. Everyone seemed to have gone to rest. The hotel where the members of the Changla church were staying was extremely quiet. Only the hotel staff were knocking on each room door, asking, "Would you like hot water?" Someone was yelling, "Why do you need hot water at this hour?" "Feel sorry," the waiter said. "We rarely provide hot water, but you can enjoy a pleasant hot shower. Will there be another one tomorrow?" "Maybe. Let's talk about it tomorrow." The waiter nodded and knocked on the next room door. "Hello, would you like some hot water?" His voice paused, because the person who opened the door was a man with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost up to his lips. He looked intently at the young waiter. "How much do you want?" "Sir, it's provided free of charge." "Would you like to come in?" "Should I go in?" "Okay, come in." As he said this, the man with dark circles under his eyes grabbed the waiter by the collar. The latter's eyes darkened, and he bent down, ready to run. Who knew that the outstretched hand was faster than lightning and harder than steel, clamping down on the waiter's neck like a pair of tongs for charcoal. "Come here." He was dragged into the room like a little chick. The door behind him slammed shut, and the hand on his neck was cold and strong. He struggled several times, but to no avail. Henrik panicked. He tried to look up, but his vision only encompassed a small part of the room. He could see a pair of leather boots overlapping and dangling in front of him, looking quite attractive. The boots weren't smooth. Instead, they were printed with a snakeskin pattern, subtly shimmering with a ghostly green light, making them look like a venomous snake. But before he could see anything more, the hand gripping his neck pressed down hard, head down. The man spoke for the first time, and his voice was hoarse and mocking. "It sounds like a villain. What are you trying to do?" Henrik called out in a high-pitched voice. "I'm just a waiter. I have no money. And I'm not good-looking either." "Mr. Henrik, there's no need for that." The owner of the boots immediately saw through his disguise. Henrik was speechless for a moment, then asked, "How did you find out?" "Oh, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Why are you admitting it already?" Melina's voice carried a mocking laugh. "What? Didn't the person who sent you tell you that I'm a difficult person to deal with? It was just a trick, and you admitted it so quickly. It's not challenging enough." Henrik was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. "I should have known better than to admit it." Melina said with a sneer, "I just wanted to know how Avis fell for it, but I never expected it to be like this. You disguised yourself as a cleaning worker, went to her house while she was away, took her shaved hair, and then used it to look like her? Judging from your expression, I guessed right. It was no challenge at all." Miss Leatherpants shook her head somewhat boredly. "You're in charge of those dark circles." "Yes, boss." "Avis, foolish Avis. How could she fall for the trap so easily?" Melina simply shook her head. The pinching on his neck became increasingly forceful, and Henrik could even hear the cracking sounds coming from his neck as it struggled under the strain. Mr. Transfiguration is no tough guy. While having one eye is terrifying, the risk of losing his life right now is also very real. Wait. Henrik quickly said, "No, I have information to share. Spare my life." Dark circles under the eyes didn't say anything, but just glanced at Miss Leatherpants. Melina couldn't even be bothered to give him a glance. So the restraints continued to intensify. Henrik's face flushed red, then gradually turned bluish-purple. That puppet is very fierce. It has one eye and a brother. Melina finally looked up at him and asked, "Oh." Henrik finally got a chance to catch his breath. "One eye, panting, and an older brother," he said in a hoarse voice. Perhaps One-Eyed came to the capital for his brother. Oh, Melina didn't seem very interested. His brother might be connected to Gaius. Henrik quickly said, "Time erosion coral. Have you ever heard of that? If One-Eye's ability is related to space, then his half-brother's ability is related to time. Both brothers are chosen ones." "What a chosen one. I'm a lucky charm." However, eroded corals. Melina had indeed heard of it. "Oh." She raised an eyebrow at the end of her sentence. "Go on." Avis yawned. "Keep watch." She, the future whale-slaying warrior, Lady Avis the Bird Knight. "Yes, the Bird Knight. How did I end up doing a job like night watch?" Melina said, "Keeping watch is very important." She knows. But keeping watch at night is just too boring, isn't it? There wasn't a single acquaintance I could chat with. Huh. Chirp chirp. Chiu needs to sleep at night too, okay? She doesn't need to sleep at night now. She's all alone. It's not allowed to sleep. As the little bird knight thought this, he yawned. Then, she saw a flash of light, a blade, in the moonlight, in the darkness. It wasn't a flash of a knife. That silver glint was finer and sharper than the glint of a knife. A wooden puppet with only iron rods remaining for its arms appeared silently on the road outside the hotel. It glanced calmly upwards, its gaze landing on Avis. It's that little wooden puppet from that day. Etc. Avis narrowed her eyes. It is a little wooden puppet, but not entirely a little wooden puppet. The little wooden puppet crouches down, gathers strength, and then stands up. Wow. The sharp iron rod is right in front of us. Chapter 38: Shattering and Destruction. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the night sky. What a sharp chisel. What a sturdy chisel. How can these two contradictory properties appear on the same material surface? Avis hurriedly threw down the dagger in her hand, which she didn't know if it had been broken or chopped off. She had bought it to imitate the tavern mercenaries' games of dagger throwing and finger jamming, and it cost her 10 silver coins. It was very cool. Now, with just one blow, it has turned into 2 crumbling pieces. She needs to go back to the shop owner who sold her the dagger and get her money back. That vixen, she really boasted so loudly when she sold her things. These thoughts raced through her mind, but what welled up inside her was excitement. An indescribable excitement. Cantwell is a place of intrigue and scheming, but how can a bird that yearns for the sky be confined by a web of plots? What she longs for is either a joyful flight through the sky or a thrilling battle. So Avis didn't hesitate for long. She placed her hands on the middle of her hips and thighs. This was the first time Chang Lu had ever seen the Bird Rider's attack animation. This game showcases technical skill in many ways, including, but not limited to, creating a combat animation for each Invoker without sparing any effort. Characters with exclusive weapons also have a separate, visually stunning animation. In the video, Avis's eyes burn with fighting spirit. It wasn't some low-tech trick where they just added some fire effects to the eyes. Rather, there seemed to be a genuine, chilling desire and longing emanating from those dark eyes. It was burning Chang Li's skin. Let's get this party started. Her hand rested lightly on her leg. She was still wearing that light blue outfit. Her hand seemed to be holding something, pulling it outwards along the side of her leg. Sizzle. Chang Lu saw a blue light and heard the wind blowing through his headphones. The wind whistled and tossed her long, black hair. A long sword, whispered by the wind and shimmering with light, was drawn from her body. The flying bird knight's expression was solemn as he held his sword upright before him. Yo. Although it looks somewhat familiar, thankfully it's not that familiar. Otherwise, Mihai, Kuro, and even Guo Jingming would be vying for his attention. But this kind of setting, where the bones extracted from my body become my weapons, or my weapons become part of my body, is just so cool. Avis, I'm so incredibly cool. She glanced at the air, trying to see if the adult was still watching them. Then, with just that one glance, she almost got poked in the face by the little wooden puppet's iron rod. Can't. Compared to Melina, her only competitive advantage is her face. Clang. The long sword blocked the iron rod, and the force was so great that her palm went numb. What incredible strength. A hint of surprise flashed in Avis's eyes. Pure physical strength? Oh, perhaps it can't be called physical strength, because this puppet in front of me has no flesh on its entire body. Is it simply a matter of winning with strength and speed? Avis twisted her wrist, and her long sword pierced the opponent's neck with precision and ruthlessness. Even if they had met once in prison, they are now at each other's throats. Holding back would be irresponsible to herself and those behind her. Sizzle. The little wooden puppet's two hands held the long sword with their picks, the metal scraping together and sparks flying. Her long, messy red hair was blown about by the wind stirred up by the wind chimes, and in the nearest light, in the darkness, Avis finally saw the other person's face clearly. It was a face made entirely of wood. The facial features are beautiful, but unfortunately, the puppet has neither facial features nor skeletal curves. There are some dents on her cheeks. Those dents seem to have been there to hold something in place, but now they have been empty for a long time, and even the grooves are filled with dust. Was that supposed to be her face? Avis thought to herself, this is truly a promising fighter. A person without faith, an unchosen non-prayer, could possess such power and speed, and perhaps even superhuman combat acumen. Avis thought that Lord Changle might really like this kind of child. Well, if she could really see Chong Lo, she might also see Chong Li's longing eyes right now. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. A rustling sound came from the alley. Avis's ears twitched, and she could tell that the noise was probably coming from a small team of about 20 people. Melina guessed correctly. She needs to act quickly. Avis glanced again at the little wooden puppet, who seemed to lack its own consciousness and was vastly different from the one she had seen in prison last time, her bright eyes sparkling. After frowning slightly, she made her decision. Thus, the sword, which had been gathering its strength and was ready to pierce the puppet's chest with a single strike, deviated slightly from its intended trajectory. Bang! The wood shattered into pieces, and Wind Whisper Sparrow pierced Manette's shoulder with a single sword strike, then twisted it without any mercy. Manette lost his balance and flew backward, crashing into a wall. Following her fighting instincts, she tried to use the iron bars on her arms to support herself as she stood up, only to feel herself stumble. Where's her iron rod? The iron rod on one of her arms was severed at the shoulder and cut off at the base. Where did they go? His blank, dazed mind couldn't quite process it. But soon, she got her iron rod back. Avis fully extended her body, twisted her hips, and delivered a spinning kick. The iron rod shot out from afar, piercing her other shoulder and pinning her heavily to the wall. The little wooden puppet thrashed about, but the iron rod driven into the wall kept her completely still. Avis gave her one last look, then, sword in hand, she leaped away like a nimble bird and disappeared into the night to aid Melina and the others inside the house. As for puppets, if an adult saw it, they would probably take it home. Manette's current progress in seeking death is 99%. Etc. Emergency. Emergency. What's going on? Chong Lu is about to ship. He wants to specifically name a game as a big-ticket item. He's really going to ship the goods. What's going on with you guys? He wants to cyberbully this game. He spent so much time working on this game, finally managing to reduce her suicide attempt to 70%, and now it's back to 99%. Are you kidding me? My dear sir, as the saying goes, it's better to save someone than to keep them company day and night. In the midst of shattering and destruction, how delicious it would be to receive divine light and soothe a soul on the verge of despair. The questline, The Puppet Named Manette Decides to Die, has been automatically accepted to retrieve the key. Completing this task will reduce Manette's suicide progress back to 60%. But before that, please bestow your divine mercy, my dear sir. Chapter 39, Granting You Complete Freedom. Is it divine mercy? Chong Lu once again focused his gaze on the face of the little wooden puppet, which was hidden by long red hair. She lowered her head, as if life had stopped, silently impaled on the wall. Although Avis changed her target at the moment of execution, she did not show any mercy. The little bird rider did his duty and should not be criticized. Chong Lu reached out, touched the screen, and patted the little wooden puppet's head. Admittedly, she was not beautiful at that moment. She was disheveled, broken, and even somewhat shocking. But in any case, a child who wants to ask for help deserves a soft pat on the head. Chong Lu patted her head. There seems to be a sparkling spot on the back of the little wooden puppet's neck. He brushed aside his red hair and saw the thing clearly. That was a strange groove. It should be made using the same technique as the one on the face of the little wooden puppet. But the grooves on her face seemed to be just a kind of clasp, while the back of her neck looked more like a mechanism. A sophisticated mechanism. Something should be incorporated into it, to make it whole and perfect. Key. Sir, you need a key. Puppet, oh poor puppet. Like children, even if all the children in the world were created without anyone asking about their will, At least they would have the opportunity to leave when they grow up. But how did a puppet born of anticipation, end up in such a pitiful state? She lost her hands, she lost her face, and now even her most vulnerable possession is in someone else's hands. What she needs is obedience, focus, and strict adherence to the instructions given by the person holding the keys. What's the difference between this puppet and a walking corpse? That awful narrator's voice popped up again. Now even Chang Lu can imitate its voice, saying in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, puppet, poor puppet." Although his imitation was completely off. I have no idea where the game found such an annoying voice actor. If we're talking about the Japanese version with Japanese voice acting, Takahito Koyasu would be a perfect fit for this role. Slap, what a stereotype. So go and get that key back. Retrieving that key, which grants the ability to control a primal fighter, is already incredibly powerful. If it were to join your ranks, it would surpass the Little Bird Knight and become the strongest fighter in your team. At that time, you can choose whether to return the key or, like the Eye of Suicide, fundamentally control a 6-star suicide. What are you mumbling about? Give me 20,000 yuan. Chang Lu glanced at it briefly, ignoring the narration. Anyway, as long as we know the key is in One-Eye's hands, isn't that enough? What about surpassing Avis? What about manipulating little puppets? Surely I'm not some kind of evil god. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Manhwa was somewhat dazed. She's a bit disconnected. Some images flashed through her mind. Bairu leaving the circus under the cover of night. Bairu seeing Avis, and Bairu and Avis colliding. Also, how did it turn out like this? Manhwa felt an excruciating pain. She was numb with pain, and when she leaned against the wall, she had to use the slightest bit of strength from her legs to prevent the iron rod that had pierced through her shoulder and embedded itself in the stone wall from cutting upwards and piercing her shoulder. Oh, so this is how much it hurts. Being pierced by an iron rod. That's what it feels like to be in so much pain. The pain left her mind blank. She stared blankly as Avis disappeared over the roof, then suddenly realized she should say hello to her. Hello, friend, goodbye. Even if she couldn't say it, she should still make that gesture. Oh, there's one more thing. It's something she just learned. Sorry. Such as these. Attacking you is not my intention. I was merely following orders, or perhaps I couldn't fully control myself. Thinking about this, she felt a bit of pain again. However, it wasn't shoulder pain, but rather a throbbing pain that started from the heart, connected to the lower abdomen, went up to the fingertips, and down to the tailbone, all of which caused a throbbing pain that made one's teeth ache and legs feel weak. Manhwa didn't know what it was. Although her life was not short, she was still a novice in perception. That's terrible. Manhwa thought so. They were very kind to me, but I attacked them. She was certainly referring to more than just Bird Rider. She could already sense his presence in the hotel. The ones who led the attack were his people. That's really embarrassing. Why not just die? Why did Avis hold back when she could have stabbed her in the neck with one sword? If a puppet's life has come to this, it would be far too dull. Manhwa moved her neck, which aggravated her wound. But she still stubbornly raised her head and gazed at the dark golden cloud. Sorry. She said this without expecting anyone to hear it. Once she figures out how to pull herself off the wall, she should just die. Manhwa, think of something. Then, a miracle occurred. Perhaps it was a miracle. She felt a force brush her hair aside and touch the back of her neck. Then, he touched her face with a hint of pity. Do you pity them? This was the second time Manhwa had felt this emotion. The first time was from that collector. He looked at her hands with great pity and said, "This is such a pity." Before Manhwa could even look up in hope, her arms were severed. Therefore, the little wooden puppet is afraid of feelings of pity. She cowered and trembled, so what was going to happen this time? She waited for it, and then she stroked it forcefully, like petting a puppy, a kitten, or some other furry thing. To dispel her fear, a gentle, reassuring force covered her head, stroking it repeatedly. 3 times, 4 times, 5 or 6 times. The stroking lasted for a long time. About 5 or 6 minutes. 5 or 6 minutes of kindness was something Manhwa had never received before. From trembling with her head down, to raising her head slightly in hopeful longing, to even as the iron skewer cut into her flesh, Manhwa would raise her head and eagerly nuzzle the hand, hoping the gentle caress would last longer. Even if, it was just a moment of mercy from the gods. Manhwa was willing to give up everything for this kindness. Please help me. Even if it's just to grant a gentle, beautiful dream. But God said it was not a dream. He used his strength to envelop the iron rod and slowly pulled it outwards. Manhwa felt no pain. She was enveloped in a soft, warm, divine mercy, and the entire puppet seemed to float away. Poor child. God said, I will find your key. I grant you complete freedom. Manhwa raised his head. Manhwa raised his head. Chapter 40 Chirp, chirp, chirp. Clang. In the cramped space, the cannibal Unier's rusty kitchen knife collided with a cross-shaped spike. The dim candlelight illuminated Unier's cold and terrifying face and the attacker's distorted, featureless face. Then both of them were startled by each other's ghostly appearance. What the hell? What the hell? Yunil was furious. You have the nerve to call me a ghost when you look like that? Her face turned even paler with anger. At least I look like a human being. She swung the kitchen knife with ferocious force. Go to hell. Lord Chang Lu bestowed a divine gift upon her, allowing her to advance from the corresponding second-tier profession, the weeper, to the third tier, the throat-bone thief. The attacking faceless ones were mostly second-tier assassins, and these were high-caliber killers brought in by the faceless spider. You must understand that the gods here are not like Lord Chang Lu, who can bestow divine gifts at will. Even though the classes are different and their combat strength may differ slightly, Unier cuts them down like cutting melons and vegetables. In particular, the throat-bone thief class skill allows for precise strikes to the enemy's throat bone, with the back of a blade being the best weapon for this purpose. Dark circles under the eyes are even more striking. He released the limp, fallen faceless man from his grasp and stared expressionlessly at the figures moving about in the corridor outside. It seems there are still quite a few people eager to die. Yes. Unier licked the bloodstains from the rusty blade, a sinister smile on her face. Delicious blood, best enjoyed hot. The two of them recited their character lines as if they were reciting a menu. Brother and sister, who looks more like the villain? Where's the boss? You don't need to worry about the eldest sister. She has her own things to do. She is physically powerless. She is a petitioner highly regarded by the adults. The rest is self-evident. Chang Lun naturally knew where Melina had gone. She went to work as a primate trainer. The eldest prince, Saintess, lived in a secluded and quiet place in the city of Cantwell. His residence was deliberately far from the palace, which he did to avoid the taboo. To avoid reminding His Majesty that he had such a son when he passed by his residence during his travels. But Gaius disapproved of his nearly 30-year-old brother's behavior. Like a bitch. He spat. He just wants everyone to think his father is bullying him, wants everyone in the capital to feel sorry for him, to satisfy his perverted, twisted, disgusting, and bizarre psychology. Gaius had said something like that at the dinner table, but his companions just laughed and said, Your Highness, isn't that overthinking it? The eldest prince is so kind and approachable. Compared to you, you little devil. Cut. Gaius waved his hand dismissively. I knew nobody would believe me. What he said wasn't wrong, but if someone pretends for too long, it becomes real. Saintess had been feigning gentleness and humility for so long that he had forgotten that he was originally a fellow as arrogant as Gaius. He leaned against the bed, unable to resist recalling the glory days of his youth once again. At the time, Aurelia was just a little girl. Although her mother was favored, the whole country opposed this queen dancer. So even though her mother was very favored, the two of them still had a hard time in the palace. Saintess, on the other hand, truly enjoyed the education he received as a crown prince. He had hundreds of servants around him, and even when he got up in the morning to put on his boots, he had a special boot-putting attendant to help him. Not to mention the sword-wielding attendants and bag-carrying servants. Previously, whenever he went out, he was surrounded by at least dozens of servants. People who wanted to meet him or invite him to dinner had already made appointments for 3 years later. Unlike now. Now, his mansion is completely empty. Apart from the necessary servants, even the guests were only a few merchants who requested to come after he took over the whale fall ceremony. Some businessmen. Who? These lowly merchants now dare to step into his mansion. As Saintess thought this, he clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. If it weren't for desperation, who would be willing to make a deal with a villain like the faceless spider? He helped him seize the throne, and he secured a position for him in return. Although it was a fair deal, Saintess grew angrier the more he thought about it. The throne, which rightfully belonged to him, now he had to scheme for it. Not only do we have to defeat Gaius, but we also have to make things difficult for that little girl, Aurelia. Now another bastard in swaddling clothes has appeared. Saintess pondered for a moment, then found paper and pen and wrote on the paper. 3 things should not be kept, and 1 should not allow it to return to the garden. He thought for a moment, then put pen to paper again. She lost her mother 4 times before she was 3 years old, and was taken in as a childless child. Snort. He put away his pen and was just about to roll up the paper. A strange sound rang out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The quiet room suddenly seemed to freeze. Métis slowly turned his head toward the window, as if forcing himself to meet the gaze of something unusually terrifying. But there was nothing at the window. Did he mishear? Métis's heart was pounding. I'm afraid that even after I ascend to the throne, my heart will never beat this fast again. Is that the sound of a monkey? Impossible, impossible. Since falling out of favor, out of resentment and fear, he had ordered the secret killing of monkeys. There were 13 waves in total, and now monkeys can no longer be seen in most animal markets. Even in circuses, there are very few monkeys. Not to mention the area where he lives, there isn't a single primate besides humans, let alone monkeys. But, chirp, chirp, chirp. Métis trembled all over. Guards, guards. He sat there stiffly, his whole body numb. Several servants knocked on the door. Your Highness? Yes, yes. Before Métis could finish a sentence, the men hurriedly pushed open the door and entered. Your Highness? There are monkeys. He finally managed to squeeze out that sentence. Strange looks flashed in the eyes of the servants, but Métis didn't care, and he couldn't care anymore. The group quickly searched the room thoroughly, from front to back and left to right. Your Highness, there's nothing there. How could that be? He clearly heard the cries of those beasts. At this moment, Métis's mind seemed to have split into two people. One of them whispered in his ear, how could that be? If there were monkeys here, the servants would have found them long ago. Another whispered, will you forget that voice? Shouldn't you remember it for the rest of your life? Métis moved his lips, but didn't utter a single word. The servants' gazes became even stranger. Where can you find monkeys in the capital? Your Highness, are you having a nightmare? On the night of the circus performance, Fat Bikra opened the monkey cage next to the woodshed. Huh. He looked at the empty cage, puzzled, and scratched his head. Chapter 41 Above and Below Ground. One person believes he was likely set up by capital. In the royal capital, some people have always thought that he and the faceless spider are the same person, but that is not the case. One-eyed and faceless spider are simply birds of a feather, or to put it more politely, they are just business partners. The faceless spider is also responsible for doing some shady things, such as remodeling or reshaping the abducted children or brainwashing education. The faceless spider enjoys doing those things. He revels in the pleasure of dominating other people's lives. But One-Eye isn't so idle. His focus in life isn't on messing with people he doesn't know, although that happens occasionally. His goal was clear, to take his eyes back from his brother. If he loses it, he'll pay for it with his own eyes. He met the faceless spider more than a year ago. Both of them were monsters, so they could chat for a while. Later, One-Eyed would regularly deliver business orders to him near the capital, which was one of the ways the circus made a profit. He stayed around the capital in this way, with the faceless spiders helping him find work and keeping an eye on the city's security department, while he single-mindedly searched for traces of his brother. Everything went smoothly, until he assigned the task of faking the assassination of Métis to Henrik. Or perhaps, things had already started to go wrong when Manhwa was sent to assassinate Gaius, which implicated Aurelia. One-Eye lost contact with Henrik just as it got dark. He waited a few minutes. After all, Henrik had never been a reliable person. It was only because of his good abilities and work attitude that he had been willing to let this somewhat eccentric guy stay in the circus. About 5 minutes later, he still hadn't re-established contact with Henrik. With one eye unchanged, he put on the magician's hat and arrived at the circus. Then he learned that the monkeys kept by the circus have gone missing. Oh, looks like someone's going to be in trouble. Let Manhwa go. He told Fat Bick. Use the key, and get this over with quickly. Métis was one of his patrons, and he didn't really want anything to happen to the lame prince. Manhwa is the circus's secret weapon, and the Manhwa controlled by the key is his dagger. Manhwa left the circus in silence. Then it never appeared again. It wasn't until the little spider from the Faceless Spiders faction sent a message that One-Eyed finally realized something was wrong. He put on the magician's hat, touched the brim, and appeared in the dark, sunless spider cave. Bayek 3 is the entrance. The Faceless Spider dug many burrows underground, and all the faceless web weavers huddled inside these burrows like cave-dwelling animals. Since they're already considered monsters, it doesn't matter if they get any weirder. The one-eyed silent child, and some children whose human forms are indistinct, may simply be dwarfs passing by. Sometimes when he passed by, the door to the cosmetic surgery room was open, and he could hear painful groans that seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his soul. Are monsters monsters from the very beginning? It's probably more about assimilation. The faceless spider usually keeps itself locked in the deepest part of the spider cave. When the one-eyed creature knocked on the door, it heard an old voice. Come in. So the two monsters stood face to face. 20 skilled men were killed. The faceless spider slowly sat up, his face covered with a layer of black gauze. How could that be? One Eye frowned. Did your people go? The faceless spider asked. Certainly. I remained skeptical. I have no reason to lie. It was just a puppet. Snort. If it's broken, it can be fixed. She didn't even go into the hotel. Now it was One Eye's turn to be caught off guard. How could that be? Manette's strength is evident to all. Even though it was just a puppet without faith or magic, the power of the magical creature still excited him. Does that mean they have third-tier supplicants? Perhaps there's more. One Eye's gaze deepened. Changlo, what kind of power does a newly risen god possess to cultivate so many powerful supplicants? Was he reckless this time? In a short time, he had arranged the rest of the arrangements. 20 people are gone, but we can train more spiders. There's no rush. Huh, you make it sound so easy. I'll go find the puppet, but you'll have to find someone to check on Métis. Oh, my monkey is lost. That's your problem. I also lost a spineless employee who had been with me for a long time and was very capable. The faceless spider's expression changed. You're not talking about that shape-shifting kid, are you? Unfortunately, it's him. Hold. The faceless spider jumped up. Gauss. He shouted outside, his voice booming. Gauss. Gauss. A short man, whose face was obscured but whose voice revealed him to be male, asked, Boss. 3 minutes to plan the evacuation. Yes, we've caught some new spiders. Forget about them. Throw them in the incinerator. Yes. One-Eyed frowned. Those perfectly healthy children just burned to death? Otherwise what? It's just some consumables. Consider it a product of a failed cosmetic surgery. One-Eye did not judge him. He simply raised his head and looked up with some surprise and uncertainty. Above his line of sight was nothing, only some dark soil and support plates preventing it from collapsing. So naturally, he was looking at the ceiling. What's that noise? 15 minutes ago, the famous sheriff, Mr. Archer, received a tip. He jumped out of bed like the wind and rushed into the police station, which was on standby, without even having time to put on his underwear. Gather your men. Bring your weapons. Mr. Archer, known in the sheriff's department for his mad justice, first stuffed a row of spell incendiary bombs into his pocket. Quick. Mr. Archer? What happened? Don't ask anything. Do you want to make a name for yourself? Archer stuffed some spell scrolls into his pocket, including the forbidden chains that had bound Avis. Those who want to make a name for themselves, be quiet and come with me. He didn't say much. His mind was just filled with that address. The faceless weave a net. The faceless weave a net. Those crawling insects in the shadows. This time, he finally got his chance. A group of sheriffs moved quickly through the alley, and the closer they got to Bayek Street, the more hesitant some of them became. Archer kept all of these people in his heart. Bayek Street, the third manhole cover. Several small spiders immediately tried to burrow into the ground, but Archer shook his staff and unleashed a deadly curse without holding back. These guys have all been assigned to guard the gate. They must be members who have spent enough time in the Faceless One's web. There's no point in showing mercy to someone like that. Several sheriffs lifted the manhole cover, looked down, and nodded to Archer. Archer pulled a spell incendiary bomb from his pocket and blew on it. Prepare to receive the flames from above, you reptiles in the shadows. Clang. A bundle of magical incendiary bombs was thrown into the deep cave. When the explosion, accompanied by billowing smoke, burst into the tunnel, One Eye was momentarily stunned. Oh no, he must have been set up by capitalists. Why is everything going wrong lately? Chapter 42, You Should Be Above the Throne. Chapter 2, The Bloody Coronation, Act 2, Midnight Horror, is complete. Received 2 Invoker Charms, 20 large experience scrolls, for 1,000 island gold, 10 medium upgrade material selection chests. A conspiracy unfolds as night falls. Enjoy the most beautiful notes of the night with a glass of wine. My dear Lord Changlo, have you heard? Tonight will be a win-win night for both Changlu and the Public Security Bureau. The Faceless One's web-woven lair may only be one of those destroyed. More than 20 children who were not thrown into the incinerator were successfully rescued. Some of the faceless individuals, who had lost their faces, names, and pasts, were arrested, and some committed suicide by drinking poison on the spot. Although they didn't capture the faceless spider and its partner on the spot, both were injured in the battle with the police. There is another news item. 20 faceless corpses were discovered at the Helen Hotel. The killers were members of the Changlu Church. This has made your name highly sought after in the capital. Some societies have learned of your church and doctrines and are laying the groundwork for future dissemination. Changlu read through these texts one by one, trying to find some explanation for the little wooden puppet's fate. But it failed. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the narrator focused most of his attention on the gang and royal power struggles, as if even the game development team had forgotten about a puppet. A small wooden puppet. There are people in the prayer room. He saw the system notification. He initially thought it was a little wooden puppet or Avis, but when he opened the prayer room, he was surprised to see Miss Leatherpants. She looked a little tired. After all, she had been involved in quite a few things tonight. Melina, in the prayer room. Changla couldn't help but think of the scene during her favorability task. Just thinking about it made her blush and her heart race. But today Melina didn't seem to be trying to seduce or throw hooks at all. She simply knelt devoutly in the prayer room, like Lunette, with something to say under the bright lights. We arrived too late. There should have been more than 40 children. She closed her eyes, and Changla couldn't see her dark, grape-like eyes, so he couldn't guess what she was thinking. The narrator says that more than 20 children were saved, but that's only half. Adams cried his heart out, and is probably still weeping in the house. He has always loved children, especially those who are helpless and have no way out. So when he was leading the sheriffs to the third manhole cover at Bayek 3, which is Bayek Street, and saw the children whose features were branded into a pancake shape, he broke down in tears. Melina raised the corners of her mouth slightly. But my lord, that is a sin. We are taking over sin. Changlu remained silent. The power of words can sometimes be deafening. Yes, that is a sin. The deep green hand will take in 12 faceless children. They need a good education, or they will die now, or in a few days, be exploited by others. These children, whose lives have been created with such severe defects, can no longer return to normal life if no one intervenes. She paused, then added, as for the other 24 normal children, Adams will be responsible for finding them homes. If they really can't find any, Changla City doesn't mind having too many children. Changla didn't know what she was trying to say. After Melina said these words, she was no longer kneeling so gracefully. She sat askew on the ground, lost in thought. Changla couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Oh, she looked up. You are here. Changlu answered. So, I've come to repent. Melina asked, did you pay attention to me today? She raised her face, her dark eyes seeming to be filled with fire. Although Melina and Avis have similar eye colors, the emotions they express through their eyes are quite different. Avis's eyes are slightly narrow and long, with some double eyelids. Whether she is happy or excited, her beautiful double eyelids always turn slightly red, making her look like she is easy to bully. Melina's eyes are round and large, resembling a pair of black grapes. If you open your eyes wide, you'll look a bit immature and childish. But she would always squint her eyes slightly in front of Changla, and when her eyelashes and upper eyelids covered a third of her eyes, she would reveal an active allure. So the fire in those eyes always makes people's hearts itch. Please select. 1. Of course, little beauty. 2. Excuse me, but Aurelia next door seems prettier. 3. What is your Douyin ID? I'd like to follow you right now. 4. Yes, I've been watching you. The copywriting is really good enough. He chose option 4. In that case, you must have seen me commit evil. Melina smiled and said, Saintess is terrified of me. I think he'll either hang himself from the rafters tonight or faint half the night and become mentally disabled. She lowered her eyes gently. Would you find me hateful like this? Changla hadn't expected that this was the question she wanted to ask. Is it awful? Using someone's darkest past to attack them is certainly a dark act. But, what is your purpose? Why do you present such a dark side of yourself? Are you doing this for fun? Melina blinked. No. Is it for the purpose of seizing power? It's neither yes nor no. What is the purpose? He said he would take whose life he wanted. Anything else? To show him that ordinary people are truly easy to bully. You belong above the throne, Melina. Melina was stunned. What? She looked at the hand that seemed very young. Should you be above royal power? This was the first time in her life she had ever heard such words. Are you trying to exonerate me? She smiled, her eyes narrowed. Perhaps you're unwilling to admit that there's a bastard among your followers, so you want to exonerate me? This time, she did not hear a response from Lord Changlo, but she heard a burst of laughter. A light, cheerful laugh. That was the first time she heard a god laugh, the first time she sensed a god's emotions. Melina, what an honor you are. Looking at those hands, she almost felt her heart flutter at the laughter. Perhaps what he said is true. Melina, you should be above the throne. Chapter 43 Fake Links. As the night faded and the first rays of dawn shone into Cantwell, Crowds had already gathered at the foot of the stone steps of the royal council chamber. The ministers exchanged glances, subtly conveying a variety of unreadable emotions. Why is that? A man, drenched in cold sweat, knelt on the hard stone steps. The emotion on his face was no longer as gentle as usual, but rather carried a sense of grief and anxiety. He knelt on the ground, and one of his legs, which was exposed from under his robe, showed obvious signs of twisting. Eldest Prince Métis, Melina, underestimated him. He is far from being that fragile. Yes, a person who has struggled for so long amidst the king's indifference and the coldness of the world, and who is full of cunning, would naturally not end his life so easily. Someone kindly brought him a blanket, hoping to salvage the prince's pride, but he refused. My sister is still starving and suffering. How can I enjoy such a thing? He cried out in anguish and kowtowed towards the council hall. Your Majesty. Those words were so poignant, every single one filled with tears. Every sound was like a lament. Your Majesty, Aurelia has absolutely nothing to do with the assassination of your son. Huh. The courtiers all turned their heads in surprise. Isn't it a good thing for you, Métis, that Aurelia has been imprisoned by Franz III? Are you singing and dancing here now? However, some simple-minded officials were also moved to tears. What a kind prince. Yes, his injuries haven't fully healed yet. He actually dragged his ailing body into the palace. The siblings have such a deep bond. With this brother, Aurelia, even though they're not from the same mother, has someone to rely on for the rest of her life. His Majesty, Métis is still dealing damage. Your Majesty must not listen to slander and allow it to sow discord between father and daughter. His face was pale and his back was hunched. He truly embodied the image of a loving brother who devoted himself to the love between father and daughter, and brother and sister. Before long, the king arrived. He wasn't holding the little prince today. The queen was now by his side again. At this moment, the queen was standing behind the king, glaring at the eldest prince with eyes that seemed to cut with daggers. They're more trouble than they're worth. When she heard that his Majesty had been furious and had imprisoned Aurelia, she was overjoyed. Yeah, this is how dancers' children should be treated. Why should she be in charge of the kingdom's most prosperous region? That kind of region should be managed by Gaius, by her and her maternal family. After all, she is the woman of the highest status in this kingdom. These past 2 days she's been jumping around excitedly, whispering sweet nothings in the king's ear, which annoyed Franz III so much that he went to sleep in the young concubine's room that night. The queen merely sneered. Huh? Did you think you could win the lottery and get pregnant again? We don't even know whose this is. Shall. Franz III took his seat on the throne. Oh. He raised his eyelids to look at the eldest prince. I only locked her up for a few days to make her realize her place, not to overstep her bounds, and not to disobey her father and brothers. How did you come to say that I listened to slander? She hired someone to assassinate you, weren't you angry? The eldest prince kowtowed deeply. Your Majesty, the assassination attempt has absolutely nothing to do with Aurelia. The aide to Aurelia who was accused of murder has been released on bail, and there are many suspicious points in this case. Released on bail? Franz III frowned. Who gave this permission? How come I didn't know about something this big? The eldest prince didn't speak, only showed a complicated expression, and continued. Your Majesty, these are not important matters. I heard that Aurelia has been detained in the palace, and the lords throughout Roseshire are in uproar and have already expressed their dissatisfaction with you. How dare you? This time, Franz III was truly enraged. They dare. Now that they're far from the capital, have they all forgotten who their lord is? The king was furious, and the courtiers below the stage naturally dared not utter a sound. However, those with a keen eye immediately discerned the meaning. This eldest prince is quite cunning, isn't he? These words are exactly what His Majesty wants to hear. His Majesty was already dissatisfied that so much of the tax revenue from Rose County did not fall into his hands. Now that he has said this, will Princess Aurelia still be able to return to Rose County? Go back. Let her amass a powerful army and stop paying tribute. That little cripple is really cunning. The king stood up. No need to say more. I've already made a decision about Aurelia's matter. A hush fell over the area as everyone awaited his next words. 3 days later, at the whale fall ceremony, I will choose a suitable husband for Aurelia. When the intelligence was slipped through the crack in the door, Aurelia had already been sitting idly in the palace for 3 days. She had stopped kneeling long ago. The woman lifted her skirt and gently rubbed her bruised knees. After 3 days without food or water, her face turned unusually pale. Her long, sapphire blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, but had lost some of its original luster. Fortunately, she was a supplicant and had some control over her body, so she wasn't forced into an embarrassing situation by someone else's urgency. She leaned against a low wooden cabinet and reached out to pick up the paper. Oh, is it really still the same? Aurelia threw the paper away, and as it fell, it was crumpled by an invisible force, turning into fluttering white butterflies. Who doesn't want power? Whether it's a lame prince, a gentle princess, or a monster barely surviving under a manhole cover, who wouldn't want power? She wouldn't accuse her brother of taking advantage of her misfortune under these circumstances. She will only do so someday, when she holds a sword in her hand, and use the cold blade to tell the other person that they made a decision that wasn't quite right. Thus, all the false kinship ties were severed at this moment. She should have realized long ago that after her mother's death, she could no longer expect any affection from this cold palace. Now, besides the administration rights of the distant Roseshire, what else does she have left? Aurelia looked up. An array of sunlight fell into her yellow-green eyes, like a beautiful halo refracted through a kaleidoscope. Grown-ups, she murmured, I only have you left. She raised her hand, like Adam in the creation of Adam, and reached out to Jesus who was floating in the air. Fortunately, her God answered her request. My icy fingertips felt a touch of warmth. She felt a force pull her hand, and then lift her slightly tilted face. It was so warm. She heard the gods whispering in her ear. The distance was so close that a warmth rose from her lower abdomen and climbed up to her ear. And so, the emerald green gemstone, which had not yet been removed, hung on the red, bleeding earlobe, gleaming with a dazzling light that made one want to chuckle. Certainly. God said, my little butterfly. Chapter 44. 2 Keys. Chang Lu wiped his nose, thankfully finding no blood residue. He was somewhat impulsive. It was difficult for him not to be. The tablet screen was frozen on a scene that greatly impacted Xiao Chuanan's thinking. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the side hall into the not-so-large palace, landing on the long, curly hair, as blue as the sea. Aurelia leaned against a pretty low cabinet, resting her head on it, and tilted her head to look at him. She had already taken off her high heels, which were now neatly stacked to one side. She stretched out her 2 straight legs, crossed them, revealing white stockings underneath her skirt. The stockings were also half pulled off, loosely piled on her calves, revealing her bluish knees. Aurelia lay there languidly, looking at him with a thoughtful gaze. Her dress was a standard princess dress, which, if she stood up straight, would show off a woman's beautiful figure. But if she leans back lazily like this, it's inevitable that one shoulder of her clothing will slip down, revealing half of her smooth, alabaster shoulder, and the mysterious area of her chest that allows the eye to slide in from her shoulder. Aurelia made no attempt to conceal it. She seemed unable to figure out how to conceal herself under the watchful eyes of the gods, or perhaps she did it on purpose. It was mixed with her own little desires. Chang Lu pinched his nose and felt a warm sensation inside his nasal cavity. That's great, that's great. The princess tastes really good. Melina has arranged everything. Avis rushed over excitedly. Melina. Her voice was a bit noisy, and the woman in leather pants rubbed her temples. Do what? Why are you so fierce? The little bird knight looked aggrieved. She stood upright at the door, leaning on her longsword, staring at Melina just like the chirping bird on her head. Melina, can I still become a whale-slaying warrior? Still thinking about that? Melina sighed. Are the whale-slaying warriors really that important? It's not the whale-slaying heroes that are important. She muttered something. On the day of the whale fall ceremony, I need you to do something important. Kill that bastard Métis? Avis exclaimed excitedly. It's Gaius again? Then I don't have to become a whale slayer. The chances of being seen by Lord Chang Lu after killing these 2 people are much greater than being a whale-slaying hero. Melina slowly shook her head. Although the 13 Islands Federation is not large, as the starting point for the growth of the Chang Lu Church, we have not yet grown to the point of ignoring the monarchy here. She frowned slightly. Lunette sent word that the first round of recruitment by the Chang Lu Church was nearing its end. This conscription has brought an additional 2,000 recruits to Changle City. These new recruits need to undergo training, wear armor, and receive baptism to join the church. They need time. Moreover, the expansion of the holy city has reached its limit. The rapid and significant expansion drew the ire of the Lord of Golden Valley City and several surrounding lords. Although Lunette ignored their discontent, the lords only dared to make small moves. However, the development space of Changlu City has been limited. If they want to continue to develop, they will no longer need to expand their army. The Chang Church wants more territory. Aurelia can help them. The prerequisite is that she can successfully return to Roseshire. The area of Rose County is not far from the Holy City. Its border is only a few cities away from the Holy City. If they could get Aurelia's help, they were confident they could quickly take over those cities and blend into that prosperous land like a drop of water. What? You asked what would happen if the king ordered that cities not annex each other. Huh. If the capital is in chaos, will cities far from it still obey orders from the capital region? By the time the capital had finished mobilizing its troops, the city lord of Jingu City was already locked up in some prison. The little bird rider looked at her. So I want it. Escort Aurelia out of the capital. Don't rush to refuse. Her identity is very important. Melina said seriously. She is a key that can open the door for the Changlu sect to the plains, and even the whole country. Okay, I was just venting. So what now? Are we just going to stand by and watch? There's something else I need you to find. What is that? Another key. Manhwa was dragged back to the circus by Skinny Peter. She was like she'd gone mad. Skinny Peter's shrill voice poked Manhwa's ear. But it's no different from being broken now. Look at her arm. Goodness. It'll be a real pain to fix it. And her upper body was damaged. Hey, fatty, do you think it's even worth repairing? Can't the boss just buy a new one? You think this puppet is like a fish in a net, something that just appears out of nowhere? This is a magical creature. And do you even know what a magical creature is? It's just a thing that can move without eating or drinking. Hey, this is a rare find. That, Skinny Peter rubbed his nose. You have the key? Fatbick looked at him warily. What are you doing? However, he added, yes, the boss was injured and gave this to me before he went into a deep sleep. He told me that if a powerful enemy attacked, I should use the key to wake Lunette. She has a self-destruct mode that can kill a 4th-tier invoker. Wow. Skinny Peter gasped. So fierce. This is a real gem. It's a pity we don't know a puppeteer, otherwise we could take it to get it repaired. The boss will definitely think I'm very capable when he wakes up. Hey, she's awake. Damn Lunette. What have you done? The two men, each holding a whip, pushed and shoved each other, neither daring to lash out with the whip as they had done before. They really didn't have hysteria after all. Lunette just looked at them, then sat up. Her wound was horrific, but strangely, it didn't hurt at all. She could still feel the warmth left by that hand, which relieved her pain. But Lunette's life is not in Lunette's own hands. Thinking of this, she felt pain spreading from her lower abdomen again, gradually tightening around her throat. What is that? Perhaps someone else would tell her. That's sadness, child. But in the circus, no one would try to communicate with her. The fat man and the thin man just stood far away, cursing her with vicious words. Lunette found it uninteresting. This life is utterly meaningless. She turned around, her back to them. Is it a self-destruct program? Well, at least he should die quickly. It's a pity. Unfortunately. She felt her eyes getting wet. Was there a leak? Chapter 45 Learning to Cry. As Avis jumped into the cluttered, cramped rooms of the circus, protests for refunds were erupting outside. Why isn't there a transfiguration performance? We want Henrik. Why are there no monkey shows anymore? Did some big shot order the culling of your monkeys? Ha ha ha. Which important person are you talking about? TCH. You know perfectly well what you're asking. With such a drastic reduction in the performance content and no magician's hat performance at all, how dare they still charge 10 copper coins per show? Give me my money back. Refund. Refund. Avis lightly hopped into the corridor, having changed into a pair of thin lambskin boots, making her walk silently. Who came up with this idea? To make a dignified, honorable, brave, and noble knight do something only a petty thief would do. This is outrageous. Is this the Lord's decree? Wow, adults are really good at judging people. Really? Avis is an indispensable talent for the Changlu Church. We'll move wherever it's needed. I can do anything, and I can do anything well. She looked around the circus, sniffed it, and frowned. There was a strong, unpleasant animal smell, and the environment looked very poor. Is the little wooden puppet an employee of this circus? I wonder how she is. She went a bit too far at the time, but it was the best decision she could make after weighing the pros and cons. Avis sighed and walked further down the narrow corridor. It's something like a wooden wedge, with magical runes engraved on its surface. It's either in the hands of One-Eyed or in the hands of the current circus manager, which should be that pig, Melina told her before she left. That pig. Avis guessed that she was referring to the very fat man, Fatty Bick. How do you attack someone based on their body shape? Even if someone has gained weight, you shouldn't call them a pig. Avis thought to herself. Melina seemed to see through her thoughts and simply nodded slightly. Oh, you'll understand. Cut. Always putting on an air of profound mystery. The little bird knight puckered its beak, but unfortunately, Lord Chang seemed to fall for it. Isn't it good to be like her? So short and unpredictable? Her thoughts are easy to guess. Bah. Fat Bick was trying to calm the audience on stage, but his performance seemed terrible. His back and forth with Skinny Peter not only failed to calm the audience down, but also made shouts of refund deafening. This gave the little bird rider an opportunity. One eye, one eye, one eye? Avis muttered the name as she walked around the circus. She couldn't find a place to rest and recover with one eye, but she found Manette in a woodshed. Manette and she were separated by a cell-like gate, but now Manette was inside and she was outside. Avis craned her neck. Hey, Manette. She couldn't see Manette's current condition clearly, only the little wooden puppet's broken arm, and she was anxiously trying to catch her breath. The little bird knight suddenly remembered something, reached into the small leather satchel hanging on his waist, and found a scroll of opening talismans. She pulled out one of the cards, shook it to splatter some magic onto it, and then stuck it to the lock on the woodshed door. The talisman was ignited by magic, and soon the lock on the woodshed door opened. Avis placed her hands on her legs and walked inside with a hint of wariness. She worried that the Manette she encountered would become the mindless puppet that only knew how to attack that night, instead of the little girl in the hardened criminal prison who would play the guess who I am game with her. Manette didn't turn around, but she shifted her body slightly. Avis approached. Hey. She gently placed her hand on the little wooden puppet's shoulder. Are you all right? Manette didn't turn around, so the little bird knight, wanting to apologize, insisted on turning her over so that they were face to face, eye to eye. Manette was trembling. There was a large hole in her shoulder, and her two severed hands were just lying carelessly in the haystack. A few cockroaches and rats crawled out from the corner of the woodshed and scurried all over the little wooden puppet, not treating her as a living creature that would frighten them. Avis touched her face. Are you leaking? She touched some water stains. Then he shook the little wooden puppet's long hair, and the cockroaches fell out as if startled, quickly crawling away. The little bird knight listened intently, but heard no strange sounds, so he took the battered and bruised Manette into his arms. Sorry. She whispered into the little wooden puppet's ear. That's where I need to protect. Manette finally opened his eyes. The puppet's eyes actually looked rather frightening, but at that moment they were filled with tears, so Avis belatedly exclaimed, Ah. Did you cry? The little bird knight didn't seem to know how to comfort people. She just awkwardly scratched her head, and then rummaged through her small leather handbag again. Ah, I brought you this. She took out a wooden puppy. I found it on that street the next day, she said, but we only found this one. The others may have been picked up by local children. Manette's gaze focused on the wooden puppy, and she opened her mouth. Avis remembered how she carried the small wooden carvings and quickly stuffed them into her mouth. Manette clenched her jaw, pressing the wooden carving tightly into her mouth. Avis said she cried. Manette was a little confused. Could she cry? A puppet probably wouldn't be able to, because as a puppet, she wasn't given the ability to shed tears by her creator, Clody. Just as she cannot speak or laugh, the puppet itself was not endowed with such functions. But One Eye said that magical creatures possess an extremely strong learning ability. She will gain more skills through feelings, just as she will force her brain to separate the pain after being beaten a lot, and she will become able to use her arm like an extension of her arm after carrying the iron rod for a long time. So, after sensing sadness, did she grow tear ducts and start crying like a fragile person? Manette chewed on the wooden puppy, her feelings surprisingly complicated. Manette couldn't handle such complex emotions, but she could distinguish the slightest movements in the air. Someone came down. She sat up abruptly, pressed her head against the bird rider's chest, and pushed him outwards. Avis cried out silently. I'm still developing. It will hurt. But the next second, her ears twitched, and she immediately stood up, quickly disappearing into the darkness. In the dim light of the corridor, a fat face covered with greasy sweat was revealed. Chapter 46. Should I go home? Fat Bick walked in, panting heavily. He was so fat that his neck and head were almost connected, so much so that even the slightest movement made his breathing extremely difficult, producing a snoring-like panting sound. He walked in, shaking his head, first glancing at the open door lock, then twitching his ears back. Avis calmly hid on a high shelf in the corner of the woodshed, a place filled with miscellaneous items and in a blind spot from the entrance. Since it was already dark, the only light in the circus was a dim yellow light coming from the corridors. Generally speaking, unless someone is very observant, they probably wouldn't notice her. Unless he has a nose more sensitive than a dog's. Fat Pick stretches his neck, suddenly raises his head, and sniffs. The next second, he locked eyes with the little bird rider in the darkness. Wow! Avis hadn't expected his sense of smell to be so sharp. In her astonishment, she didn't hesitate and drew her long sword to stab him. So, the moment Fat Piccolo saw Bird Rider, the tip of his sword was already in front of him. Huh! He let out a roar that sounded inhuman and raised his arms to block in front of him. Laugh! The sword tip didn't pierce his arms as Avis had expected. Instead, it struck a piece of hard leather, producing a teeth-grinding noise. The little bird rider frowned slightly. Such a hard outer shell. Is it inhuman? Using the force of the sword tip, she leaned forward and swept her foot towards Fatty Bick's head. Bang! That was a solid kick. Fat Piccolo swayed and fell to the ground with a thud. Avis felt a little regretful. If she were wearing her usual silver armor boots tonight, this kick would have smashed this guy's head like a watermelon. But she still underestimated the resilience of her opponent. Fat Pick shook his head and reached into his pocket. Then, Avis found what she wanted. A wooden wedge engraved with magical runes. Hello. Avis thrust her sword forward, but the fat man, Piccolo, managed to grab the blade with his bare hand. A trail of blood left on the blade, reaching the throat. But it also bought him some time. Bick drove the wooden wedge deep into his shoulder. Avis later realized that it probably didn't matter which part of the body was stabbed. What mattered was that the wooden wedge had to be stained with this person's blood. But when this happened, Avis initially thought that the guy was contemplating suicide. But she was clearly wrong. Dark red blood soaked the wooden wedge, and something came to life. A strange movement came from behind Avis. Before she could think about what it was, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Something sharp hit her. Well, Avis let out a muffled groan, and a cheerful smile appeared on the face of the fat man, Bick, in front of her. Avis was unhappy, and so Avis's sword was unhappy too. The Whispering Sparrow is a weapon perfectly suited to Avis, and thus, the Whispering Sparrow understands its master's thoughts. The blade was imbued with Cyan's sword energy, which became even more powerful and sharp. The era of cold weapons is over. Now it's a world of swords and magic. Avis stepped forward expressionlessly and stepped on the neck of the fat man, Bick. It was a shot from below, with the bird knight's long hair fluttering in the wind by the sword's energy. The pain made her face even colder, and she raised her sword high. Fat Piccolo felt the cool wind blowing into his heart. Oh, Avis said expressionlessly, so it really is a pig. The dead fat man, Bick, was gone. Only a pig weighing over 500 kilograms lay there. Pig farmers should be very happy to see this, as such a fat pig can fetch a good price. But the battle was not over. The sound of something cutting through the air came from beside her ear. Avis dodged an attack that could have killed her instantly, and frowned, looking somewhat annoyed. This little wooden puppet. The person who attacked her was Manette. Her shoulders slumped, as if she were suffering from a serious injury. Her movements were much slower and less fluid than before. Even so, she struggled to her feet and fought the little bird rider, wielding her two broken arms. The bird rider's back injury was caused by the cross-section of her broken arm. She was wincing in pain, and it would probably cost her 4 gold coins and 13 silver coins to use the teleportation array to go back and have Lunette feed her some milk. She meant to return the blood. Even in its healthy state, Manette was no match for Avis. The severely damaged Manette was even less able to complete the task assigned by the wooden wedge. But like a persistent leech, she was knocked down by the bird rider, only to get back up again. Knocked down, then got up again. She lowered her head, and Avis couldn't see her face. But Avis could feel her trembling. Her struggle. She is trying to defy the rules. The rules left for her by the person who created her. Manette didn't like this rule. She didn't like the rule that someone held that wooden wedge and told her what to do, and she had to do it. She clenched her teeth and bit down hard on the wooden puppy. She resisted the instincts of the magical creature, resisted the rules, and for this, she was driven almost mad by the pain and itching emanating from her wooden body. Avis was stunned. Should I cry? The little wooden puppet's body had hunched over into a rather bizarre posture. She trembled, leaving streaks of tears on the ground. Suddenly, snap. Avis was startled. She twisted her leg. Manette fell to the ground. But her instincts were still driving her to attack. Avis was furious. What is this? A puppet that can feel pain, cry, and think. Why did you have to make her like this? The wooden wedge on the ground gleamed. Avis jumped up as if electrocuted, grabbing the wooden wedge. What to do? What to do? Give it back to her, Avis, and set the child free. She heard God speaking. Ah, right. She should return what belongs to her. The little bird knight caught Manette's severed arm as it swung at him, slipped under her armpit, and brushed aside Manette's long hair from behind. I will find your key. I grant you complete freedom. Manette remembered the promise he had made to him. God kept his promise. When the key returned to Manette's hands, the rules disappeared. Or rather, she regained the power to command herself. Manette lost her strength and fell downwards, landing in Avis's arms. The little wooden puppet raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes and forming a small puddle on her face. He said, Do you want to go home? Where's Jejia? Yes, it's all my territory. Okay. Sorry. Manette is asleep. Chapter 47, A New Body. The puppet named Manette decides to die questline to retrieve the key. Completed. Manette's current progress in seeking death is 60%. Your appearance was like a clear spring extinguishing a raging fire, a life-saving straw, a life buoy thrown down from a ship. Now, the most important thing is in your hands. So, is there still a need for this lengthy and cumbersome task? Oh, my dear sir, I believe you will make the choice that is best for you. The item key to Manette has been acquired and is now in your collection. Chang Lu raised an eyebrow. The narrator gave him a very strong signal. He swiped the page and opened the collection room. As a deity, Chang Li's collection room actually contained an absurdly small amount of items. This is not a warehouse, so piles of gold coins cannot appear in the collection room. So on the various stacked shelves, there was only one lonely scroll. The Soul Symbiosis Scroll, Tier 4, was something he had seized from Colton of the White family. On the left side of the ornate desk lay a blood-stained wooden wedge. Chang Li's gaze darkened. Having been a seasoned gamer and possessing some knowledge of soul games and classic visual novels, he naturally understood the meaning behind the narration. Of course, he could continue with that quest, A Puppet Named Manette Decides to Die. A story quest with an incredibly long name and an unbearably long game length, and complete the Manette conquest in the orthodox way to get Manette into the gacha pool. But he had another option. If they even get their hands on the key to control Manette. A puppet, a faceless puppet, so his desires cannot be touched, a puppet covered in wounds. Chang Lu frowned. What kind of talk is that? Are you using such sharp words to test someone with a complete Pokédex collection obsession? Moreover, although Chang Lu is not a big shot, he will not shirk his responsibilities. I said I'd return it to her, and I meant it. Seeing that the item was nice, why would you secretly take it and use it as leverage against her? That's utterly despicable. Chang Lu reached out and clicked on the blood-stained wooden wedge, and several options popped up. Use. You can use this key to control Manette, issuing commands such as kill, steal records, flatter, charm, and self-destruct. Manette knows many things. Please explore at your leisure. Return. To fulfill a promise made by a man and a god, and return it to the little wooden puppet. But, shouldn't you reconsider? Destruction. Manette is free. Manette is free. She will become a free soul, no longer controlled by anything, perhaps a free spirit from her puppet life. But for a little puppet who has been controlled for hundreds of years, before making this choice, perhaps you should ask her opinion. Maybe she will have a different opinion. Chang Lu stared at the three options and carefully read the text. Then my gaze fell on that word. Charm. Allure. Allure? He went back out and looked at the little wooden puppet sleeping soundly on the hotel bed, his mind filled with question marks. Allure? Bushkaman? How did this word become associated with a little wooden puppet? No matter how he looks at it, from top to bottom, left to right, all he can see is the innocent childlike wonder of the little wooden puppet. Oh, the innocence of childhood. A person who can't speak or write much. Pure stupidity. What seduction? I'll stab you to death. You have chosen to return it. A new body has been automatically acquired for the Puppet Decides to Die questline. You have made a merciful decision. Oh, my dear sir, you are always so merciful. I am almost moved by you. Why am I an unsummonable supplicant, unable to descend to your side through the power of summoning and experience this longed-for mercy? Get out of here. As the saying goes, if a person is sick, they need treatment. If a puppet is broken, it needs fixing. Don't ask me where this saying comes from. I just made it up. In short, she's gotten so bad that she needs to be fixed up. Rune's magic can't regenerate a puppet's severed limbs. A puppeteer comes to your door, humbly offering to fix your Manette if you'd be kind enough to forget the bad things he and One-Eyed did together. Click here to enter the puppeteer's shop. A new icon appeared on the page, showing a middle-aged man with a fawning smile, bowing over and waiting for him. Melina and Avis accepted Lord Chang Li's will and went to the puppeteer's shop. The former was responsible for negotiation, while the latter was responsible for defense, guarding, fighting, and moving the puppets. Man-8, you should lose weight. Avis was covered in sweat. You must weigh 300 pounds. Manhwa closed his eyes and remained silent. The little wooden puppet, however, didn't seem annoyed. The wood and various metals inside the body combined don't weigh too much at 300 Gene. Melina glared at Avis, telling her to shut up. Don't say such superficial things. It makes their team seem very unprofessional. Welcome, welcome. The puppeteer frowned and said, Oh, I knew it was her. You know her? Avis placed Manhwa on a wooden bed, and the latter suddenly bit tightly onto the hem of her dress. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Do you need to use the restroom? Ha ha. Puppets don't have the need to excrete unless I install a whole urinary system on them. But what's the point of that? The puppeteer smiled, adopting a humble tone. She's nervous, or rather afraid? Because. His expression shifted. Because this place holds, bad memories for her. Melina stared at him. I'm in a hurry, so you'd better finish what you're saying. The puppeteer choked up. He didn't feel any pressure from the woman in front of him, but the knight with a bird on his head was very strong, so strong that he wasn't confident he could escape. Even more intimidating than the knight was the immense pressure from the gods that fell upon him. What's going on with your church? Whose religious followers are being watched by the gods above? Did he break a divine law? That was all done by One-Eyed. The puppeteer readily revealed the truth. One-Eyed said that the disobedient puppet needed to be punished, so he helped to dismember her limbs. I didn't do anything else. Melina's gaze was fixed on him. Being looked at by a beautiful woman should have been a pleasant thing, but at this moment the puppeteer felt a coldness that was completely different from the pressure brought by his strength. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on Melina's leather boots. It has a snake-like pattern, shimmering with a chilling light. She said, that would be best. Chapter 48 titles. Repair, manufacture, and install. Manhwa buried his head in a cushion, biting hard on the wooden dog carving. The wood carving had a strong odor. The fragrance of the soil, the dryness of the dust, the scent of the little bird rider's palm, the aroma of Melina, or perhaps the smell of a rusty knife. In short, all of these are his scents. She spent the day in the hotel, and she loved the smell there. Like clusters of flowers blooming before her, bringing her an unprecedented springtime brightness. Most people in the Changlu church are fragrant. Even the women who came and went, who were called owls, all smelled sweet. The woman called the banshee would comb Manhwa's hair. When a man with particularly dark circles under his eyes suggested, should we cut her hair? It seems easier to manage that way. The banshee would glare at him fiercely. You tasteless bastard. Do you know how beautiful and precious this head of red hair is? Dark circles under the eyes retorted. Why don't you ask her? All people are equal. Look, she clearly didn't argue. Yunier lowered her head and saw only a pair of bewildered eyes. Hey, you're awake? Get lost. Avis said she can't talk. Uniel slapped away the dark circles under the little wooden puppet's eyes, but the puppet was secretly delighted. That was another novel emotional experience. Whether or not she cuts her hair doesn't matter to her. What excites her is her dark circles, which she says she should ask her. Ask her. Ask her. What's so important about her opinion? She's just a puppet. Unier secretly stroked her red hair. Don't listen to his nonsense. This hair will look so beautiful after it's washed. Manhwa let her touch her head, just like a puppy lets someone pet its fur. At that moment, she buried her face in her red hair, waiting for the pain to begin. Repairs are always painful. She knew she was badly injured. According to the procedure, they would probably have to remove both arms, scrape off the material that had pierced her shoulders, and then fill the gaps with other materials. This will be a very painful process, Manhwa thought, but she was used to pain enough. Will she be in a lot of pain? Avis lowered her head, her feet clapping together, not daring to raise her head. I wish I hadn't hit him so hard. You're thinking that you shouldn't have hit so hard, aren't you? Melina glanced at her sideways. Hey, Melina, you really are a powerful supplicant after all. You can clearly read minds. Melina gave a wry smile. Don't yell, my head hurts. Is reading your mind really that hard? Your emotions are clearly written all over your face. You did nothing wrong. At least you stood on our side, so you did nothing wrong. Melina comforted her. There's nothing we can do about it. Your skills at comforting people are really terrible. Oh, are you just giving me the runaround? You're really noisy, my head hurts. Melina rubbed her temples, then suddenly looked at Avis. You. She hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped. What? Avis shoved her face right in front of her. Say it. I mean, don't you feel any sense of crisis? Clam. A more suitable and powerful blank canvas, waiting to be painted, has appeared, the supplicant favored by the master. Melina narrowed her eyes. Don't you feel the pressure of being replaced? The little bird rider paused for a moment, then flashed a big, bright smile. Yes. Why are you laughing so happily? As expected, IQ1. But so what? Chirp landed in Avis's hand. She frowned slightly. There will always be more people appearing, and there will always be more outstanding fighters. Melina looked at her with a complicated expression. If I become jealous and say hurtful things or do irrational things just because I'm worried about being replaced, then what right do I have to stand by Lord Chongli's side? Her beautiful double eyelids curved slightly, revealing a bright smile. Besides, Lord Chonglu and I are destined to be together. Huh. Melina smiled, her feelings a mix of emotions. She gradually lowered her arms, which she had been holding. Yes, there will always be more outstanding people who will appear by Lord Chongli's side, receiving his gaze, his gentleness, and his emotions that are not like those of a god. Today it's Aurelia, tomorrow it will be someone else. Even someone with an IQ of 1 can see through this, so why can't someone as shrewd and calculating as her see through it? She exhaled and let out a soft whoosh. What mischief are you up to now? Avis looked at her warily. Oh. Melina glanced at her, squinted at her, and smiled. By the way, have you ever heard an adult laugh? Question mark. Avis looked shocked. Oh, never heard of it. The woman in leather pants shrugged deliberately. That's a pity. The little bird rider has a lot of question marks. Some were for Lord Chonglu, some for Melina, and some were for herself. Laugh. Who's laughing? Lord Chonglu is laughing. She's about to start making a scene. She's really about to start making a scene. She wants to hear adults laugh too. The expected pain did not come. The little wooden puppet felt itself enveloped in a warm sensation, like water, like light, or like its mother's amniotic fluid. In short, she felt no pain at all. She only felt as if she were floating in midair, as if her soul was about to float away. She heard a voice. A young man's voice from a very far away place. What kind of wood? Bring the whole lot of this and that. A metal body? Well, the most expensive must be the best. Why are there so many options? Full capacity. My child deserves the best. Manette opened his eyes. She saw nothing, but the emptiness did not frighten her. She was immersed in that voice, feeling its kindness, gentleness, and generosity. Manette was getting a little anxious. Her sense of inadequacy was taking hold at this moment. So why should gold coins be spent on her? She was nothing but a puppet who had lost everything. No, can't. Immersed in love, her body grew wildly, and her throat felt a dull itch. No. She uttered a single syllable. The voice was soft and delicate. Exclamation point. Manette was terrified. He seemed to be frightened as well. Huh. The sound grew louder and more indistinct. You can talk. She can talk. She can't do that. She doesn't have vocal cords. Manette felt the tremor in his throat. That's not a simple matter. Fortunately, he was very patient. So Manette, following his own thoughts, uttered the second word of his puppet career. Owner. That's what she said. He was somewhat restless. This title, he said, although I like it very much, but... He seemed dissatisfied. Manette thought about it and felt that there was indeed another title that was more suitable for him. He who created her and gave her new life deserves that title. She said, Dad. Snap. Chonglu turned off the tablet and placed the screen face down on the bed. His face flushed red, and he realized that something was wrong with his mind. Chapter 49, Don't Send Me Away. Chonglu felt like his head was filled with garbage. No, it won't work. It won't work at all. He patted his head, trying to banish those strange thoughts from his mind. He picked up his phone and refocused his attention on the options provided by the system. 1. Dad? It sounds a bit strange, but I accept it. 2. Let's just call him Master. At least it sounds more open and less immoral. 3. Since it's about creation, then you have to call me Mom. No male mothers. Chonglu stretched out his hand and chose option 2. Yes, Master. That confused, delicate, and melodious voice rang out again, repeating the word Master in a tone that would give Chonglu goosebumps. Having finally gotten used to being addressed as my Lord, and Lord Chonglu, the word Master immediately brought Chonglu back to reality. Somewhat embarrassed, he opened the shopping page, swiped the screen, and looked at the various repair solutions he had purchased for Manette, spending tens of thousands of gold coins. Please select. 1. You can leave once the repairs are complete. 2. Once the repairs are finished, you can work for me. 3. Once the repairs are finished, be my wife. 4. Once the repairs are complete, it can be my sword. Changla stared at the 4 options, but this time none of them were so abstract as to be absurd. The copywriting suddenly turned normal. He hesitated for a moment, then clicked on option 1. Retreating to advance is a tactic of taming. His voice came from afar. You can leave once the repairs are complete. Manhwa raised his head. Leave? She used her voice somewhat awkwardly. Where to? Go where you should go, or go where you want to go. Manhwa has nowhere to go. The little wooden puppet thought that Manhwa had nowhere to go. Kalodi's house of puppet masters has long been abandoned, and the collector's collection of artifacts is too boring and probably no longer exists. Are we going to go back to the circus? No, I don't want to. Manhwa has nowhere to go. She made a sound as faint as an insect. She raised her head and asked the gods a question in an extremely innocent voice. Are you trying to send me away, master? He fell silent. Manhwa felt that emotion again. A sharp, unbearable ache emanated from her lower abdomen, gripping her heart like a hand. She felt her whole body trembling. Manhwa is a puppet. She cannot hide her emotions. What's wrong with me? She murmured. You're sad, my child. Sadness was a new emotion that Manhwa was unaware of. Emotions are so beautiful, and being able to experience them makes Manhwa happy, even though the emotion of sadness doesn't bring her any positive or uplifting benefits. But Manhwa still liked it. I like him. Don't send me away. I can do things for you. I can kill for you. My child, you don't need to do anything for anyone, not even murder. Are you disgusted by my sins? Manhwa innocently raised his head. I killed many people. All those sins were paid for by one eye. The suffering you have endured has paid off your debts. Now all the sins you have committed have been painlessly transferred to one-eyed, who will pay the price for his evil deeds. Is Manhwa clean now? Yes, Manhwa is free now too. Manhwa doesn't like freedom. The little wooden puppet shook his head. I like it here, she said, word by word. I like Avis. I like Melina. I like Unir who combs my hair. I like the fragrance. I like the wooden puppy. And I like not feeling pain. I like you. Please. Don't send me away. The new body for the A Puppet Named Manhwa Decides to Die questline is complete. Manhwa's current progress in seeking death is 50%. We've been waiting. The mission is about to be successfully completed. Your tactic is very effective, using retreat as a means of advance. How could such an innocent child resist your scheming? Although it sounds despicable, at least the result was good. Now, don't rush, my lord. 2 more tasks, the last 2 tasks, and you can welcome this 6-star war god with explosive combat power and an initial affinity of 50% in the gacha pool. Congratulations. Your combat type invokers seem to really like you. Changla moved his lips, wanting to utter a curse. Instead of spouting this nonsense, why don't you bring out the Bird Knight's favorability quest? He really does have a soft spot for some birds with full affection levels who don't have any affection-boosting quests. The quest, The Lost Treasure, has been automatically accepted, part of the Puppet Named Manhwa Decides to Die questline. The quest, The Shadow Behind the Puppet, has been automatically accepted, titled The Puppet Decides to Die. Lost. Avis looked at the puppeteer and frowned. What does that mean? It was One Eye that told me. The puppeteer repaired the little wooden puppet with his hands and replied. He said that when he bought Manhwa, her face was already ruined. He used his tools to tap along the grooves on the little wooden puppet's face, then dug out the accumulated dust. Perhaps it was lost on the way, perhaps it was left in that craft museum, or perhaps someone else knows. So you mean she didn't originally look like this? How could the creator not even carve a face for such an exquisitely crafted puppet? The puppeteer shook his head. If it were me, I would definitely create an extremely beautiful face for her, based on carving out even the texture of her skin. When was that? I first saw this puppet 7 years ago when One-Eyed brought her to see me for the first time. But the craftsmanship and materials used on the puppet can be traced back at least 100 years. Her homeland should be Caldelands, a small vassal state of the Donglan Empire. Caldelands is dead, Melina replied in a deep voice. If you know anything about this country, then you'll naturally know what I'm trying to say. The puppeteer gave a dry, forced smile. I've never told One Eye about this. First, using carving techniques to speculate about her homeland is an inaccurate way of judging. Second, this puppet has very poor expressive abilities, so I can't get more information from her. Thirdly, you dare not take the risk, fearing you might never return. Melina added coldly for him. The puppeteer just smiled. Now it was the little bird rider's turn to be puzzled. Melina, what does this mean? What kind of riddle are they speaking of? Melina turned around and gave her a complicated look. That involves a dispute over the inheritance, Avis. Chapter 50 Extravagance. In the present-day continent of Dcaxonby, there is only one heritage dispute that can be clearly identified without any prefix. That is the issue of dividing the legacy of the Eastern Lan Empire. This is the most exciting event in the entire continent of Dcaxonby. If you are not clear about the strength of the Donglan Empire, then you can imagine. It is a palace that is unique in the world. The gold leaf on the dome alone consumed millions of high-purity gold coins, which were affixed to the crystal windows at intervals, surrounding the dome statue of the god of war. Every time the rising sun shines through these crystal windows into the palace, the gold leaf scatters the light into a river of golden radiance, flowing, surging, and illuminating the face of every worshipper. Let them shine, let them be inspired, let them feel honored. You can think about it again. For over a century, countless rare gems from various countries, those gems that caused endless disputes and battles among the duchies, were presented to the Donglan Empire. After being stored in the warehouse for only a few months, they were all taken out and cast together with gold powder and glass ointment to form the steps of the palace. The coveted precious gems were nothing more than a building material in this palace. Or perhaps you're simply imagining a stage where the emperor of the Donglan Empire would watch plays. The entire area is covered with the tail feathers of a type of peacock native to Turquoise Island. They are soft, they have a mana restoration bonus, they shimmer with a beautiful luster, rare and luxurious. The emperor loved these peacocks so much that his love led to the extinction of the Turquoise Island peacocks within just 5 years, with all their tail feathers piling up in the treasury of the Eastern Lan Empire. That was the ultimate form of extravagance. The magnificent Donglan Empire was believed to be prosperous and enduring. Who could have predicted that this towering edifice would collapse in just a century? Those insane riches were buried in countless ruins. The stakeholders argued loudly, like vendors arguing incessantly in a market. Meanwhile, people who originally had no stake in the matter were desperately trying to get involved. This is not a cup of soup, it's a cake that covers the entire sea surface. It can feed countless people, but everyone hopes that others won't touch their chopsticks. And Caldillans is a small but crucial element. This small principality was originally the private property of Grand Duke Victor Butler. It was sandwiched between several kingdoms. It is said that the last emperor of Eastland had a very good personal relationship with Victor, and often teleported directly from the palace to Victor's grand ducal residence to talk with him all night long. Thus, the plunderers who were barred from entering the palace turned their attention to Caldillans. They attempted to find the Grand Duke's residence in this small country, enter through the legendary teleportation array, and teleport all the way to the Donglan Royal Palace. But like the Eastern Lan Empire, Caldillans had long since perished in the long river of war and time. Now that the puppeteer has mentioned Caldillans, Melina can't figure out his intentions. If Manette really did come from Caldillans, then she would most likely still remember the exact location of Caldillans. Melina narrowed her eyes slightly. I was originally planning to spare your life, she said slowly. The puppeteer felt a chill run through his body. No, I didn't mean anything by it. He inwardly groaned. I only meant to increase my chances of survival, miss. Nobody knows about this. From now on, you can shut your mouth. The puppeteer didn't dare say no at all. He was almost out of breath. Melina squinted at Manette, who was lying on the wooden bed. She meant if Manette can really find Caldillans, and Caldillans can really lead them to the Eastern Lan Palace. Her heart pounded, then cooled down very quickly. Then the Changlu Church will become the target of public criticism. Because they are indeed descendants of the emperor. Information regarding the nation that was forged in gold has been obtained. Once the intelligence gathering is complete, the epic continental quest, the kingdom forged in gold, will be unlocked. Without any explanation, the system gave a completely nonsensical notification. What epic? It looks very high-end. But apart from this notification, Changlu didn't see any useful information, which left him speechless. It feels like it's not finished yet, so you're revealing some information to whet the player's appetites, right? Fortunately, the Lost Treasure quest only required him to find the missing facial disassembly parts of Manette, instead of asking him to find Caldillans. After he issued the quest to his supplicants, Manette's quest came to a temporary end. The Whalefall Festival is here. The moment that would decide Aurelia's fate had arrived. A horse-drawn carriage sped through a puddle on the side of the street, splashing up a cloud of dirty rainwater that left passers-by scrambling to get out of the way. Hey! The passerby, whose shoes were drenched in dirty water, angrily raised his arm and shouted, "Are you blind?" The coachman on the carriage didn't even bother to look back, and whipped the reins and rode away. Where did this bastard come from? He angrily slapped the surface of his shoe. That's Saintess's chassis, someone said. How could that be? The passerby immediately denied. Saintess as always. You said it was before. Things are different now. He's risen to power. A cripple. Shoo. The passers-by were forced to shut their mouths. Are you out of your mind? He gritted his teeth indignantly. Gaius was already difficult to deal with, and now Saintess has appeared? Are there any normal people among these royals and nobles? How is Princess Aurelia? Who knows? Everyone rolled up their sleeves. They're probably waiting to get married. Aurelia, who was waiting to get married, was securing a sharp knife against her fair thigh. This was sent in by Delonin. Judging from how slick and oily the palace eunuchs looked while eating, Delonin had spent a lot of money on them. Is tonight the Whale Fall Festival? She asked a waitress. Yes, your highness. Whether out of kindness or sarcasm, the waitress added, Tonight, His Majesty will announce your husband's choice. Aurelia remained silent. She was neither angry nor panicked. Rather than dwelling on these emotions, conserving her energy is what she should be doing right now. It gradually got dark. Aurelia looked out the window. How lively it was. Brilliant fireworks lit up the sky, and she could almost hear the thunderous laughter of the citizens of the capital. At this time last year, she stood on the stage, once thinking that the laughter was the theme song of her life. A year later, she was trapped in a luxurious prison, looking out the window like a little bird with broken wings. Little bird. A little bird hopped to the windowsill and tilted its head to look at her. Aurelia recognized. This is a long-tailed tit. Chapter 51 No Longer Yearning. The Whale Fall Festival is one of the grandest festivals in the 13 Islands Kingdom. Almost the entire city's population gathered in the city's central square, waving stick-like handicrafts shaped like small blue whales, with blue ribbons tied to their heads or arms. Families came out to bid farewell to this year's whale-slaying heroes. Surrounded by the crowd, the 7 whale-hunting warriors selected this year rode on giant ray-tamed beasts, dressed in their most heroic, luxurious, and handsome clothes, bidding farewell to the people and triumphantly heading to the deep sea to hunt whales. The eldest prince, Saintess, presided over the entire event. He didn't seem to be too affected by the assassination attempt. That's more like it. There are so many excellent physicians in the palace. It's not difficult to heal puncture wounds. How could someone use the excuse of an assassination attempt to stay in bed for several months? Isn't that a good thing? At least he hasn't come out to harass young women. TCH. And he's the crown prince, huh? Say less. If only the crown prince were His Highness Saintess. Have you forgotten what the bride of a monkey troupe is called? That was many years ago. His Majesty the King will certainly not agree. You wouldn't agree to let him preside over instead of Princess Aurelia? Tisk. To be honest, am I the only one who thinks this way? I think Princess Aurelia did a better job. You are not alone. Hey, did all the whales hide this year? What does this mean? Below the stage, the common people, their hearts burning with the desire for gossip, started chatting. Aren't you locals from the capital? I'm from Yorkshire. I came to the capital this year specifically to join in the fun. Hey, this is really interesting. There's a set of unwritten rules about whale slaughter. The whale hunters must hunt at least one whale. It must be a narwhal, and then cut off its horn and bring it back to count as a successful hunt. But what if the hunt is unsuccessful? Well, of course, we can't say that the whale-slaying warriors were inferior in skill. We can only say that the whales were so frightened by the name of the whale-slaying warriors that they hid in the deep sea. Then why do you think we won't be able to catch whales this year? Snort. The out-of-towner who asked this question did not receive an explanation. The local people just snorted coldly. Ask away. They can't very well say that all 7 whale-slaying warriors were hired through connections. Because His Highness Saintess was assassinated on the day of the selection, the scene was chaotic and the subsequent challenge selection was cancelled. Thus, the top 7 contestants easily became this year's whale-slaying warriors, embarking on their journey with immense honor and glory. Really? Hilarious. Joseph Fernandez, relying solely on his surname, has become a warrior despite his filthy character. However, considering that the crown prince of this country is a person of filthy and foul character, like pig manure, it doesn't seem that strange anymore. Many people came to the Changlu church. Avis counted the people, multiplying one by 4 gold coins and 13 silver coins for each one she counted. Wow, so many people. There were several 4 gold coin and 13 silver coin sets. Melina really suffered a huge loss this time, and she'll probably mutter another curse about the dwarf goblin when she gets back. These people were sent by Lunette and belonged to the Green Hand, the faith assassins of the Holy City. These people were all struggling to make ends meet. Some were prisoners working in underground boxing rings, barely scraping by. Others were desperate individuals who had their entire families oppressed to death and had no way to resist. Some were prostitutes who were forced into prostitution and later killed their clients with a knife after resisting them. Still others were desperate criminals whose fishing boats and land had been seized, and who bought knives on the black market to stab their captors to death. These people were dug out from the nooks and crannies of Changla City and the surrounding cities by the grassroots priests of the Holy City, who exonerated them and avenged them. Humans are mostly grateful creatures, and besides, the Green Hand, referring to the government, is treating people quite well. As a result, the number of members of the Dark Green Hand grew. This naturally provoked discontent among some nobles, but not many. It's not that there aren't many dissatisfied people, but rather that there aren't many nobles. As Lunette said, our holy city has no nobles left, which is a very good starting point. The disgruntled nobles complained to the Lord of Golden Valley, but were dismissed by him. What do you want? The Lord of Jingu's city was furious, his face turning pale. They've already expanded their territory right up to my city gates. Do you think I dare say a word? Even if Princess Aurelia is no longer able to function, just look at the soldiers coming and going in Changlu City. He was genuinely afraid of being assassinated. Shadows flickered across the windows of the side hall, casting ominous shadows. As Aurelia looked at the shadows, she felt strangely calm. Avis stood to the side, observing her. How? Aurelia turned her head and looked at her with a slight smile. No, I was just curious. Rose Plain, Roseshire. How big is it that it's under Aurelia's jurisdiction? Will you be safe going back over there? The little bird knight hesitated for a moment, then asked, what if the king sends a message asking you to return? Or what if he declares you guilty of treason? No, it won't. Aurelia shook her head. His Majesty is very concerned about his reputation. Because of his pride, he did not dismiss Gaius from his position as crown prince, and because of his pride, he neglected Métis for decades. Also because of his desire to save face, he gave Roseshire to Aurelia. So how could someone as proud as him admit that the princess betrayed the kingdom? And Aurelia's lips curled into a smile. The national treasury is empty. If Franz III hadn't been so broke raising his children, why would he be so eager to reclaim control of Roseshire? War costs money. Aurelia was laughing happily, not at all like a child who had been tricked by her own father. Recruiting soldiers costs money. Armor for soldiers costs money. Setting out costs money. Rewarding soldiers costs money. Everything costs money. The reason he was in such a hurry to choose a husband for me was because once I went back, I would be passively replaced by Franz III. The word father disappeared from Aurelia's mouth. Is a king who stretches out his hand waiting to pay tribute still a king? If he is not considered the king, then who is the true king of this kingdom? The princess's eyes turned cold. She and Métis were actually no different. Both children, raised in the deep palace, yearned for love in their own lives. They long for fatherly love, and hope that the person in the world who is closer to them by blood will show them compassion. But Aurelia's heart had already died in this side hall. She knelt for several days until her legs ached so much that she couldn't even stand up straight. Aurelia is still waiting for salvation to descend, but they no longer crave family affection. Chapter 52, The Vengeful Princess. As cheers resounded throughout the capital, Avis made a gesture, and everyone began to move. Did the warrior ride the ray? Illyria asked. I guess so. Little Bird Knight was unaware that Chirp's gaze hadn't yet returned, and she had never participated in the whale slaughtering ceremony. The shadows emerged from the darkness of the moonlight and pounced on the unsuspecting palace servants. When Avis opened the door to the side hall for Aurelia, there were many unconscious eunuchs lying by the roadside. The people of the Green Hand did not kill them, but simply rendered them unconscious by strangling them. Although they all came from humble backgrounds, they did not have the demonic mentality to kill anyone they saw, especially these innocent palace eunuchs. Etc. Aurelia stopped in front of several maids whose mouths and noses were tightly covered. What? You know each other. Yunir looked at her expressionlessly, without urging her. These are people that Lord Changlu values, and they will also be their companions. The maids looked at Aurelia with fear and pleading, trying to get a chance to escape from her. They all assumed that those who had fainted were most likely dead. But Aurelia stared at them and uttered words that chilled the maids to the bone. They criticized me, humiliated me, and stirred up trouble. Aurelia said this. She remembered the voices and names of these people, so the princess's revenge came very quickly. Oh, Unir relaxed her brow. As long as no one says anything like, these people are close to me, so let's take them with us, she doesn't mind helping the princess vent her anger. What do you want to do? I'll disfigure their faces for you, making it impossible for them to stay in the palace. How about that? She suggested. Or we could throw them out in the chaos, making the people in the palace think they were trying to escape. The maid's eyes were filled with despair. Having witnessed the vengeful ways of high-ranking officials in the palace, they were utterly terrified. Aurelia shook her head and said, "Pull them up." The usually gentle princess rolled up her sleeves. Several maids, like little chicks, carried her to her. So the princess, like a shrew cursing in the street, slapped him one after another without expression. Snap! 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 The crisp sound echoed in the side hall, making the little bird knight shrink his shoulders uncomfortably. This woman. He must have a lot to talk about with that wicked woman, Melina. They're all in the same line. Does Lord Chang only like bad women? This is a bit difficult to learn. Having vented her pent-up frustration by slapping him, Aurelia rubbed her wrist, feeling refreshed. Let's go, Miss Knight. The maids were still strangled unconscious and thrown down, their faces flushed red. Unir chuckled to herself and shook her head. Like a kitten scratching you. In the central square of the capital city, Métis smiled and slightly tilted his head amidst the cheers of the crowd. How? His voice was barely audible. Just as you predicted. Humph. The palace guards are lax today, which is a perfect opportunity to escape. Has His Majesty made his move yet? No. This is giving my son a chance. His smile became even more joyful and meaningful. Franz III's heart had been thoroughly understood by his sons and daughters. Out of consideration for his pride, he will not lay a hand on Aurelia. But because of his pride, he would never let Aurelia escape, so the news leaked to him. Perhaps Gaius also received the intelligence. Send more people. We must stop them. Gaius, the lewd and ignorant man in the eyes of outsiders, was now sitting on the gilded throne in the mansion, deep in thought. Your Highness, should we inform the Queen about this? Why don't you tell her? It's good enough that she doesn't cause me any trouble. Why would you tell her? Gaius scoffed. If she finds out, I guarantee she'll be obsessed with getting rid of Aurelia. But the main point of this matter is not just her. The boy stood up, and his posture even carried a hint of the imposing presence of Franz III in his youth. Aurelia has left the stage, lost her father's favor. She is nothing. But isn't it a bit too absurd that sparks are now jumping up from the previously extinguished fire, trying to reignite it? You mean, my opponent is Métis, and perhaps that little brat in his swaddling clothes is half of it. Aurelia? She's no match for me. She's a beautiful woman, a princess, a valuable asset. The thought of women intensified the red light in his eyes. Something between his legs was stirring, and Gaius's throat grew increasingly dry. No need to kill her, just keep an eye on the movements of Métis's men. Yes. Give me 2 doses of the medicine brought by the Church of Poseidon. My eyes feel very itchy. Yes. Find me another woman. Now, keep a close eye on Gaius's men, and while you're at it, get rid of Aurelia. Métis's meaning was completely different from that of his half-brother. He had a bad feeling. The monkey's cries served as a reminder that his residence was not safe. The incident involving the faceless one weaving the net made him even more vigilant. He didn't know who was behind this, but if it was Aurelia, then this woman absolutely could not be allowed to live. He will seize every opportunity to eliminate her. As a result, Aurelia's escape team had a difficult time moving forward. Since they left the side hall, they have been pursued from an unknown source. Why can't I use the teleportation scroll? Avis turned to ask Aurelia, who was gripping the carriage frame tightly, managing to remain calm even after the carriage had overturned something. Of course, it's to prevent assassins from using teleportation scrolls to reach the palace directly. Unir replied breathlessly, as she tried to detach an arm from her rusty cleaver, making the little bird knight's face turn green. I'll teach you to sharpen your knife. It's all rusty. Rust is what makes defenses breached. What do you know? Rust is no good. The carriage shook violently, and someone jumped on from the back of the carriage. The little bird knight's longsword was difficult to wield, but she wasn't only good with long swords. The arrows that the assassins shot at the carriage's wooden frame became her weapons. Avis pulled out the arrows, stabbed one of the interceptors in the throat, and kicked another in the chest. The carriage hastily abandoned the two corpses and sped away through the deserted alley. Didn't Melina say there were reinforcements? It's not that difficult, but there are just too many people. It'll take a while to kill them all. If Melina were in her presence, she would definitely smile and say, "The best reinforcement is an attack." Chapter 53. Even when enjoying sweetness, one must remember bitterness. Sir, please make way. Excuse me, could you please move aside? Can I take a look too? Please, I'm just a kid, I won't get in your way. A child who looked to be about 10 years old squeezed through the gap in the crowd. He tugged at his oversized postman's hat, the brim obscuring most of his face, revealing only his slightly pursed lips. He squeezed through the crowd to the front and stayed there quietly for a while. He used the brim of his hat to scan the surroundings. At the same time, he exchanged a glance with one of the guards behind the lame eldest prince. Monsieur Pierre's dark circles were so severe that even the most skilled owl couldn't completely conceal them with makeup. What time is it now? Are the fireworks about to go off? Can he draw everyone's attention to him? Phew, Hick, keep it up, Hick. You can do it. After we finish this job, we'll go with Princess Aurelia to Rose County, a place even more expansive than the capital. Hick pinched his thighs. They were now trembling uncontrollably. But Monsieur Pierre looked very calm. He didn't look at anyone, like a truly loyal guard, but only stared at Saintess's neck. Hick exhaled a few breaths, no longer feeling the warmth of the temperature-sensing timer in his arms. He controlled his expression and continued to laugh and express his surprise along with the crowd. Then he saw Mr. Pierre with dark circles under his eyes wink at him on stage. The time has come, Hick. The boy turned around and looked at the sky behind him, where a cluster of red fireworks had just shot into the sky. So, with all his might, Hick let out a loud praise that he probably would never be able to utter again in his life. Wow, fireworks. Were these fireworks prepared by His Highness the Crown Prince? It's so beautiful. The child's sincere praise caught the attention of the adults around him. Everyone turned around in unison and exclaimed, "Wow." Rows of fireworks rose from the distant sky, turning the dark sky into an artist's canvas. It really is beautiful. So one after another, the people turned their heads away, in clusters, in rows, in patches. Everyone turned around and happily began to enjoy the fireworks display. The eldest prince is so romantic. He even remembered to prepare for the fireworks display. The eldest prince was somewhat puzzled. Who prepared these fireworks? It may not look expensive, but it definitely fits the atmosphere. If it was prepared by his subordinates, then they can be appropriately rewarded afterward. But if not, who will cheer him on for his grand appearance? Could it be? A thought flashed through his mind. It was His Majesty? Is this your Majesty's reward for your son's hard work? Saintess felt a slight tremor in his heart. That is. His aide Hadrian leaned closer, his tone full of seduction. Your Highness, perhaps His Majesty has indeed noticed your great contributions and has deliberately chosen this occasion. Yes. Aurelia is plotting her escape. How could she possibly have the time to set up fireworks? Gaius, however, probably sees this kid as his strongest enemy and is unlikely to add fuel to the fire for his rise to power. So, besides His Majesty, who else can remember his merits? Saintess's excitement increased from 1 point to 5 points. Everyone, please take a look. He glanced at his servants and followers and said, "This is a time for celebration. There's no need to be so formal. Go up and take a look," he said, his gentle smile almost bursting forth with unbridled joy and the thrill of a stolen treasure. "I'm not able to walk properly, so go up and take a look for me and tell me if these fireworks are beautiful." So the servants looked at each other, took a few steps forward, and gathered around the platform. Go see how much my father loves me. Go see how favored I am by the emperor. Come see my power and influence. Come see the favor that belongs to me. Go. Why aren't you going? He glanced behind him and saw a respectful attendant standing there. If your Highness is protecting Cantwell, then let me protect your Highness. The man lowered his head and mumbled something. Although his voice wasn't very loud, his words were beautifully spoken, which made Saintess feel very comfortable. While he prefers those who fear him, respect and loyalty are equally pleasing. Make a mental note of his face, and later give him a promotion and a raise. Saintess turned around with amusement, his eyes sweeping over the row in front of him. What about that child? It vanished just like a drop of water dissolving into the ocean. A sense of crisis crept into Saintess's heart, causing his sense of danger to scream incessantly. Something's not right. Something's not right. What exactly is wrong? His body stiffened. Oh right, the person behind me. Before Saintess could even think any further, A gentle caress appeared on his back. Something was stuck to his back. The eldest prince suddenly turned around and met a pair of empty, cold eyes. Shoo! Dark circles under the eyes are indicated. But Métis was not so obedient, so he covered Métis's mouth and nose with his calloused hands. The latter immediately channeled his magical power, attempting to kill this audacious fellow on the spot. Or, he only needed to make a little noise to bring the people he had sent to watch the fireworks back to their senses. But he only felt a sense of emptiness, loneliness, and coldness. His body was completely empty, without a trace of magical power that could be mobilized. Forbidden chains. The methods used on Avis were replicated on him. Métis weakly swung his arms forward, but could only be dragged little by little into the boundless abyss. Adrian, one of his staff members, exclaimed, "How beautiful!" The only problem is that the fireworks display was too short, which seemed a bit stingy. If it was indeed arranged by Franz III, then what exactly were His Majesty's thoughts about Prince Métis? Was his following the right thing to do? He praised him verbally, giving Métis ample face, and then turned around. Hadrian looked at the empty seat behind him and the blanket that had fallen to the floor to cover his legs, and fell into deep thought. Has he lost his memory? Did Métis actually not attend this grand event? Yeah? That's bullshit. Métis was a cripple. How could a cripple disappear without a trace? Did he fly? Hadrian screamed at the top of his lungs. His Highness has disappeared. His Highness has disappeared. Assassin. There's an assassin. The fireworks faded into the sky, the crowd surged, and an unexpected commotion began. In a high-rise building next to the central square, a woman wearing snakeskin boots is looking down from the building. She squinted, a slightly cold smile playing on her lips. The gift has been delivered, Melina said. Since he wants to reminisce about the sweetness of life, how can he not recall the bitterness of it? Hick emerged from beside her. He had been dragged up by a member of the dark green hand. He pushed up his postman's hat and looked at Melina with some concern. Sir, is there a possibility of a stampede? Melina shook her head. Don't worry, the sheriff is here. Chapter 54 God's Promise. Sheriff Archer and his colleagues evacuated the crowd in what could be described as rude methods, dispersing them in groups from the central square. I told you, the central square should be widened. A young colleague complained. Every major event is held here, and every time there's a risk of a stampede. Archer remained silent, while another, slightly more senior sheriff glared at him. Expand? Expand in which direction? Are you going to demolish the Cathedral of Poseidon in the east? Or the law school in the south? Or do you have the authority to shut down entire commercial districts in the west? Why don't you try relocating the nobles living in the north? The person who spoke shrank back. All four directions are blocked. Good to know. Quiet down. Get to work. What's all that noise over there? Look down. The sheriffs, with their keen sense of smell, instantly bent down and pressed down on the heads of some of the people around them. Whoosh. Some people dressed in black robes, who might not even be human, swiftly swept over the crowd. They seemed to be searching for something, showing no regard for the ordinary people who had no magical powers. During the collision, the spiritual energy they carried knocked the people off balance, and some fell to the ground, almost becoming the trigger for a stampede. Who are these people? The sheriffs, annoyed, pushed their way in and hurriedly pulled up the fallen people to prevent the bloodshed from escalating further. Are they Métis's men? Archer frowned, and soon the men in black robes noticed the sheriffs and rushed in front of them. The eldest prince has gone missing. Police officers, cooperate with us immediately in the search. The young sheriff looked at the chaotic scene. We have to get this under control, or someone will die. I'll say it again, the eldest prince is missing. You all must cooperate immediately in the search. The black-robed man's eyes were as cold as ice, and his words seemed to spring out one by one like ice cubes. Do you still truly pledge allegiance to the Fernandez family? Archer's face darkened. He looked at the people, then at Fernandez, and took a deep breath. I immediately requested reinforcements from the police department. Okay, you can come with us. I have to stay. When I took office, I was loyal to Cantwell City. Archer bowed to him, and then rushed into the crowded people. This is Cantwell. A vague, ethereal gaze fell upon Archer. He looked up at the sky in confusion, but only saw a few clouds. Melina felt the gentle touch on her head. Oh, she felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, most of the people around her had already disappeared by now. Otherwise, if the other believers of the Chang Lu sect saw her communicating with him in this manner, they would surely be shocked. Who have you taken a fancy to this time? That sheriff? Yes, I've heard he's a very energetic person, but also a good one. You really are, Melina smiled. That God sees, God likes, God receives, is that right? I understand. I will try my best to bring him back to you. However, a fair person is indeed very suitable to serve as the city security officer of Changlu City. However, he'll turn a blind eye to some of the things I do, right? After all, sometimes I'm not exactly a paragon of virtue either. Melina listened quietly for a while, then chuckled at something. You're joking. Her beautiful, dark eyes curved into a cheerful smile. What you're saying about me having the final say, or that the final say of the Changlu Church has always been your nun, hasn't it? Changlu was stunned. That makes sense. He answered honestly. That's Lunette. That's Lunette. His little nun, his signboard girl, his original aspiration. But, are you jealous? Melina's eyes trembled slightly. I misspoke. She lowered her head and apologized sincerely, while at the same time, a sense of annoyance with herself rose in her heart. Perhaps the adults were too lenient, which made you take advantage of their kindness? That was a deity who shone upon Changlu City, not some noble lord. She felt scared and panicked about it. Why did it come to this? God said, each deity has different needs. I don't need apologies or fear. You know what I want. Melina blinked, the building lights falling on her face, making her skin glow. In such a quiet atmosphere, Melina could feel her heart pounding nervously. That's too mild. Don't be so mild. This will plunge her into dreams and fantasies, into an inescapable addiction, into desire and an inexplicable itch. Why can't we be stricter with her to make her focus on herself and concentrate on her work? Melina gently raised her head and spoke in a dreamlike voice. Yes, sir. I will bring you authority, faith, and everything you desire. She suddenly stopped talking, as if realizing that what she was about to say was inappropriate. Melina pursed her lips, hiding her soft, pale pink lower lip behind her pearly white teeth. You say that. God said. God is not easily angered. Don't do that. Don't do this. She will become addicted. She will drown in the tenderness bestowed upon her by those in power. What will you reward me with? She spoke lightly, sensing emotions she had never felt before. Timidity, tension, and fear. Emotions are the most impartial form of perception. She is no different now than Manhwa, who had just learned to feel sadness. Melina, who was often teased by Avis for her quick wit, felt her lips were becoming somewhat out of control. I envy the divine gifts you bestowed. I envy Lunette's staff. I envy Avis's longsword. I envy the advancement. I envy everything. She murmured, I can only offer you this brain. It contains my wisdom, my malice, my loyalty, and my selfishness. Even with my meager strength, do I wish to obtain something from you that is not gold coins? God was silent for a moment. This silence caused Melina's face to gradually turn pale. It was my overstepping of my bounds. What do you want? The young voice was no longer solemn, but rather tinged with a lively spirit. What do you want? Can I hear it? Melina's lips trembled slightly. Haven't you thought about it yet? He asked. Yes, she hadn't thought it through, and she wasn't expecting a positive answer from him. Once you've made up your mind, you can come and ask me for something, or have a wish granted. God said, I will satisfy you unconditionally. This is a promise. She was probably going to die, Melina thought, having received a promise from God. Chapter 55 The Angry King. Aurelia left Canterwell. It was a grand and impressive affair. They left hundreds of corpses in the streets they fled through, and Gaius later saw that a third of them had died from sunken sternums. His men, Métis's men, and even his father's men. The corpses piled up in the alley were both a mockery and a declaration of war. But Gaius decided to quiet himself down. This guy could single-handedly kill more than 30 Tier 2 invokers without even drawing his weapon. He shook his head, trying to banish the bold idea from his mind. The 13 Islands Federation was just a kingdom far from the center of the continental conflict, a kingdom that was not very famous and had no treasures to plunder. How could it attract the attention of such a powerful figure? It should be a fourth-order supplicant. Although the 13 Islands Federation has more than 5 Tier 4 invokers, these invokers either spend most of their time in seclusion deep within the Sea God's Cathedral or travel between the 13 Islands Federation and the ruins of the Eastern Lan Empire. The woman wandering the streets was a young-looking woman. Gaius licked his teeth, a truly rare sight. Now that man is escorting Aurelia to Roshire. He could almost foresee the bloodshed that would rage across that plain. Gaius stood before the corpses and suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Métis has truly disappeared, vanished without a trace. Franz III was furious. He roared at the empty palace, but fortunately, All the eunuchs except Ethan had already left. This is a disgrace. He tossed the object in his hand away. It was a jade seal, a casually picked up piece of trash from the table. Ethan lowered his head slightly. He did not reply. He was very old, so old that his back was hunched and his shoulders were sunken. He was careful not to interrupt. In fact, if Franz III hadn't specifically asked him to stay, Ethan would already be sitting in the little carriage prepared for him by the sensible eunuch children, swaying and bumping towards the small gate of the palace. He had given so much to the country, so as a palace eunuch, he owned a beautiful and spacious courtyard outside the palace, married several young and beautiful concubines, and spent his old age picking grapes. It was only natural for him. But he was stopped by Franz III. "Mr. Ethan," the king said, "what do you think I should do now?" "Ahem, Your Majesty, this country is yours. You can do whatever you want with it." "Oh, is that so? But someone told my men that I am loyal to this city, not Fernandez. What do you think of this person? So audacious? He deserves to die." But the people liked him very much. That? Ethan fell silent. He gently shook his body and head, as if an old man had exhausted all his energy and was about to fall asleep even while standing. Franz III lowered his eyes. "Has she already conquered Roshire? How can she be so sure? And just like that, she's heading straight back?" The king stroked his quill pen, and before him lay a scroll of sea blue silk, on which the royal edict had only just begun to be written. "Aurelia, my most sensible and obedient child, how could you abandon your father, your brothers, the capital, and your country at such a critical moment, and go off to live a good life by yourself?" He gradually tightened his grip on the quill pen until it broke, then silently slammed it onto the table. Ethan glanced up discreetly, then lowered his eyelids again. He knew that the king was also getting old. Unlike his father, who died of old age, Franz III spent his life in constant warfare during his youth. As he aged, illness struck, and coupled with some sordid affairs in the court and the constant depletion of his vital energy in the hope of having an heir, Franz III was not as healthy as he thought. For Ethan, isn't this a good thing, an opportunity? He's had enough of being the royal family's dog. He could have lived happily with his family and children in a beautiful and spacious courtyard until he died, but now he can only stand bent over in the cold palace, like a decaying stone sculpture covered with moss. Ethan was getting annoyed. He looked at his toes. The 120-year-old man was indeed starting to feel sleepy. But Franz III had no intention of ending his long speech. "It is clear that nobles from Roshire have written to impeach Aurelia, saying that she levies too much tax and that she is not considerate of the people's plight. Some nobles also said that Aurelia was licentious and had countless male lovers, indulging in nightly revelry. Some also say that the rule of law is lax in Aurelia, and that bandits roam freely in Roshire." "Oh." Ethan looked up. "Have they started an uprising?" "No." "Don't they pay taxes?" "No, not at all." "Oh, it seems like Aurelia did a pretty good job." Ethan lowered his head again. Today, the one speechless is Franz III. How can a man who has no respect for the monarch, a woman, and a daughter be so arrogant and domineering? "What does your Majesty desire?" "It seems that you desire money. It would be better to demand more taxes from Roshire, and if she cannot pay them, there would be a legitimate opportunity to strip her of her fiefdom." Ethan sighed. If she can hand it over, the Roshire under heavy pressure will inevitably rebel, which is also a reasonable opportunity. If she can be handed over without causing a rebellion, Your Majesty, then let it be. The old eunuch said in a low voice. "You said it yourself, she's just a woman, all alone and helpless. What kind of trouble could she possibly cause? How could someone with no one to rely on escape from the palace? Everyone knows that it was because you were kind-hearted and couldn't bear to be harsh on your eldest daughter that you let Princess Aurelia return east." "Humph, who spread these rumors?" "The news has spread throughout the capital." Franz III remained silent, but it was clear to everyone that this prideful king was no longer so angry. Yes, what kind of trouble could a person with no one to rely on stir up in Roshire, surrounded by wolves? Just don't let those ruthless nobles devour you, and then you'll be crying out for every blade of grass and tree in the capital. Franz III rubbed his temples and sat down on the throne, seemingly tired. "I'll get you a glass of water," Ethan said respectfully. "Mr. Ethan, let's leave this kind of work to the children. The children are not very steady on their feet, so let me do it. I have served you for so many years, and I am skilled at it." The old eunuch quietly withdrew. He continued walking, recalling Princess Aurelia's gentle smile. "Your Highness, after completing this last task you entrusted to me," old Ethan left the capital, moved away from the 13 Islands Federation, and went to a place where there were no kings or princesses. Did Franz III forget something when he got so angry? Chapter 56: The Perfect Opportunity. Métis, forgotten by his beloved father, was groaning weakly. No one knows what happened that night, but he does. He knew it clearly. The man held his hands tightly, while his other hand covered his mouth and nose, as if he were a weak child. However, Métis was not particularly powerful, especially after all his magic was sealed by the chains of forbidden magic. He already had a disability and had lost interest in physical activity ever since. The injured foot has atrophied somewhat, and the healthy foot hasn't received enough training. So, after his mouth was stuffed with tattered rags, he was thrown onto a horse by the skinny but strong man. Mama. He heard no one speak, only the sound of rope rubbing against his wrist. He was bound tightly, and lay face down on the horse, bouncing for a long time. Métis vomited twice along the way, and the filth nearly went into his trachea. The stench of decay filled his nostrils, and he saw emotion in that person's eyes beyond indifference. Disgust. This guy looked at him with an expression of utter disgust. Blood rushed from his chest to his head, and Métis's vision was filled with noise. Disgusting. This was the expression on the eyes of the guard who discovered Métis in the deep mountains and brought him back many years ago. Métis trembled all over. That look stirred up all his bad memories. But this is not the end. That guy spoke. The voice was somewhat rough and dry, with an uncomfortable, grating sound from the vocal cords. How much do you remember? The man asked. Métis couldn't utter a word because his mouth was still stuffed with a rag soaked in vomit. Don't you remember? With a sinister smile, the man with dark circles under his eyes said, It's all right, we can recall it slowly. The horse stopped, and Métis looked around, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Here it is. Before he could even process what was happening, Dark Circles jumped off the horse. Something happened that made the eldest prince's hair stand on end. He put the stirrup on Métis's good foot. Métis sprang up like a shrimp jumping in a pond. No. He guessed what this guy was planning to do. Dark circles under his eyes held him firmly in place, securing the stirrups and Métis's feet with remarkable ease. In this way, no matter how much the horse jumps and runs, His Highness the Prince and the horse can stay safely together. After doing all this, Black Eyes drew a short knife from his waist, and, to Métis's utter horror, plunged it into the horse's rump. The yellow horse galloped off, taking Métis with it. How long can His Highness the Crown Prince hold out? Dark circles under the eyes are counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, they fell down. With dark circles under her eyes, she clicked her tongue and turned to leave. What a waste of a fine horse. Thanks to the gods, Métis did not die. He simply couldn't feel his healthy leg anymore. He lay in the thicket of thorns, groaning and praying. God, look at me. Your believers are praying for your mercy. God, please answer. The lives of your believers are being drained away. With so many believers, if everyone could attract his attention, would the God be the believer's servant or the believer's master? The gods of Métis did not show mercy. He lay there in the thicket of thorns, feeling feverish, his mind sometimes clear and sometimes muddled. It's all right. Father is showing concern for him again. He will definitely send someone to find him. There was a court priest in the palace who was very good at finding people. He could probably locate him in less than a day. No, less than 3 days. Be patient, Métis. Even if reptiles crawl into his collar, even if flies swarm around him, even if vultures circle overhead, it doesn't matter. He is the future king of this country. Wang will be discovered and then receive the best treatment. Métis relied on these fantasies to drift in and out of consciousness while suffering from a high fever. However, there is something more effective than fantasy. Chirp, 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 chirp. He heard a sound. That fear from the deepest recesses of his memory. That species that truly should exist in the forest. It's okay. It's just an auditory hallucination. Just like last time at the mansion, wasn't it? It was an auditory hallucination. In the end, no monkeys appeared in his house. Métis's lips trembled. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound grew closer and closer, almost reaching Métis's side. The light, agile sound of his feet rubbing against the tree trunk and landing on the ground seemed to come from his surroundings, and perhaps also from his nightmare. Auditory hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. The sound of fallen leaves being crushed echoed. Something warm landed on Métis's head. He kept his eyes tightly shut, and only then did he realize the true purpose of this disappearance. The eldest prince's eyelids trembled uncontrollably as he opened them. A monkey. He was standing right in front of him. Its hand rested on Saintess's head, and when it saw Saintess open its eyes, it revealed an ugly, excited smile. It gripped Saintess's hair tightly and pulled him out of the thorn bushes. Ah! The woodcutters chopping wood nearby shrank back, looked around warily, and then ran down the mountain. Soon, news of a monster on the mountain spread. The priests assigned to the Canterwell branch of the Chang Lu Church have arrived. Although Aurelia's protection was gone, the intricate network of relationships she left behind still held sway, so the sacred flame of the Chang Lu Church remained unaffected. Moreover, unlike when we first arrived, there are now more people coming to pray. Equality for all beings seems to have become the latest buzzword in the capital, frequently appearing in the mouths of ordinary people who have been abused by nobles. They went to Chang Lu, who would provide them with legal assistance. If it's a problem that even the law can't solve, some owls would be willing to help. Melina packed her things, preparing to spend another large sum of gold coins to bring the people of the Green Hand back. But before that, they still had a small wooden puppet to deal with. Of course, it's not about dealing with the little wooden puppet, but rather the shadow behind it. 3 days after Saintess disappeared, One Eye decided to infiltrate the church of Chang Lu and retrieve his belongings. This was not a risky decision, because he learned that the little bird knight had already left with Illyria. Now, only an unsuspecting woman and a puppet waiting for its master remained there. He thought, this is a perfect opportunity. Chapter 57 Villains. One Eye deeply understood that Saintess was finished. Putting aside his disappearance, what's more important is that he ruined the Whale Fall Festival. That evening, a large-scale riot and stampede occurred, resulting in multiple injuries and 3 deaths. The family of one of the victims who died in the stampede went to the police department, accusing Prince Saintess's servant of knocking the victim down, causing the victim, who could have escaped, to be trampled to death in the crowd. The police department is in a complete mess. What else can they do but wrestle with the deceased family? The eldest prince? The eldest prince has vanished. The royal fortune teller is staring at the crystal ball day and night. What's wrong with the secrets of heaven being shrouded in mystery? Poor technique is poor technique. It can't possibly be related to some deity, can it? In short, this matter has given the director of public security a real headache. What troubled him even more was that Archonamaros, the best sheriff in their police department, an incorruptible law enforcer, a believer in justice, famous among the common people and notorious among the nobles, was specifically ordered to be dismissed by his superiors. However, this has nothing to do with having only one eye. To be precise, he should be clapping. After all, it was this guy who chased the faceless spider out. At this moment, he was walking on the street in the drizzling night, his whole body wrapped up tightly. Every now and then, people would jog past him to escape the rain, bumping into his arms and then passing right behind him without him noticing, all the while cursing, "What the hell? Why is the weather so gloomy and chilly?" One Eye did not slow his pace. He was just a little annoyed, not expecting that Aurelia had so many valuable assets behind her. If Aurelia had been invested in instead of Saintess, would everything have been different? My leather shoes stepped over a small puddle, splashing up a spray of water. But now is not the time to be regretful. It wouldn't hurt to stop here, since he had already completed his mission in the capital. He already knew who the guy who took his eye was. All these years of pretense and scheming have ultimately led him to never abandon the childhood dream of ruling the world as regent. One Eye stood still in the rain. He has arrived at his destination. The location of Chang Lu Church is quite good. It's neither located in a remote mountain valley nor in a prominent location near the city's central square. Aurelia's arrangement was very suitable. It was close to the residential areas of ordinary citizens and had convenient transportation in all directions. He saw priests wearing black robes with dark gold trim distributing bread next to the church. Who would have thought that there would be hungry people in the capital of a country? He stared intently at them with one eye. The priests were not dressed extravagantly, but rather neatly and solemnly. The black robe had an embroidered pattern on the chest, roughly depicting a hand reaching out from among the clouds, representing salvation and mercy. A hungry young girl asked timidly, "Priest, I heard that if you take Lord Chang Li's bread, you have to offer something in return. Clam, is it true that young girls need to offer up their virginity in exchange for divine blessings?" The priest flew into a rage. Where did this rumor come from? Huh, the girl was startled. The priest then erupted in anger. It's so easy to receive divine blessings. Why didn't anyone share this channel with me? The girl stared at him blankly, not quite coming to her senses for a moment. Get out of the way, Karen. Your jokes are so unfunny that nobody can understand them anymore. Your Excellency. A short-haired, neatly dressed woman walked over, pushed past the priest, and took his place. Let me do it, Your Excellency, Bishop Dickinson. Miss Dickinson, who used to wear a white robe, is no longer the supplies manager of Chonglu City. She was promoted to bishop and sent to Canterwell. Lunette hoped that she could stabilize the situation in the capital and secure a place for Chonglu among the many faiths. This was obviously a difficult task, but it was nothing compared to the dire situation of more than 8,000 people sharing 3 boxes of potatoes. So Miss Dickinson took the job. She pulled a long loaf of bread from the alms bag. This hard thing was enough for a family of 3 to eat for 2 days. It was an opportunity for ordinary families to start a new life, given by the church. Take it back, kid. Those rumors are all nonsense. The girl stared wide-eyed as she listened to this seemingly dignified lady utter vulgar words like fart. The Chonglu Church is the people's church. No one will ask you for anything when you accept alms. If someone knocks on your door and tells you that the god of Chonglu needs your sacrifice, just kick them out. Then come and tell me. They are all liars. Oh. The girl timidly reached out and took the bread wrapped in oil paper. How about it? Miss Dickinson smiled, her eyes crinkling, and waved the stack of doctrines in her hand. Would you like to take a look? I don't have any money. What does it matter? Having faith is enough. I can't read. The girl became increasingly embarrassed as she spoke, wishing she could bury her head in her stomach. Oh, how did you know we were going to open a free school? Everyone can come to Chonglu Free School to learn literacy and basic arithmetic. Free school. This is something the Chonglu Church always does. Ordinary people who can read and write and do arithmetic can do more and bring more social benefits. Most importantly, the free school is free. Miss Dickinson swayed her doctrines like a tempting fox. The girl stared blankly at Miss Dickinson, murmured an "oh," and then took the doctrine. Even though she was a fox, the girl took the bait. The allure of free education is incredibly strong in any era. One Eye watched coldly from the sidelines. He reached out his gloved hand and gently touched his terrifying face beneath the mask, letting out a sigh that seemed to have no meaning. What a kind church. What tempting benefits. If this god and his authority had descended upon him 50 years ago, he would surely have been this god's most fervent and faithful believer. Pity. It's too late. This world was ultimately unfair to him. One-Eyed adjusted his hat, offering a perfunctory expression of his respect for the deity. Then the villain lifted his foot and stepped inside as if the wall in front of him did not exist. Chapter 58. So he made his move. One-Eye didn't know where the puppet was, so he had to search room by room, just like the bird rider did before. However, one of the simpler tasks compared to Avis's is that One-Eye doesn't need to unlock doors one by one. He strolled into each room, walking leisurely as if he were visiting his own circus. Speaking of the circus, One-Eyed thought that the guy who broke and killed one of his pigs, though it was just a pig, but one that had been with him for a long time. You can develop an attachment to a stone after playing with it for decades, let alone a talking pig that can do things for you. So One-Eye thought he had to take someone's life to show his anger. It's that woman who said, "My lord, you're very strong." He wanted to see what your gods could do under the shackles of the sea god's faith. Melina is talking to Manette. The little puppet has finished her repairs. She lay in bed, awkwardly adjusting to her limbs. Brand new limbs. It wasn't an iron rod, nor any other weapon, but rather long, beautiful limbs, just like the woman before him. Manette lay on the bed, and even though she was a puppet who would not feel the cold or have diarrhea, Melina still draped a blanket over her abdomen. "It makes you look more human," the woman in leather pants said succinctly. Manette then accepted. Being more human is a good thing for her. She cheerfully raised her hand to examine her novice under the overhead light. A pair of hands as beautiful as before. She meant before the collector chopped off her hands. That puppeteer is indeed quite skilled. Melina nodded in satisfaction. With such craftsmanship, you probably won't find another one like it anywhere else in the 13 Islands Federation. But Kalodi wasn't a very good woodcarver. Manette spoke in a soft voice, her red hair tied in a braid and hanging down in front of her, looking at Melina with innocent, childlike eyes. Kalodi. Melina raised an eyebrow. Unlike most of the time, when Melina was with people like Manette or Avis, who were particularly simple-minded, she always felt that even her heart became much simpler. Perhaps being with them would be like a clear spring, cleansing her impure soul. That's why, even though talking and interacting with Avis made her feel uncomfortable, she still didn't use her power to transfer Avis away. "Who is that?" Miss Leatherpants asked. "The one who created and manufactured me." The little wooden puppet replied. He took me out of a pile of wood. The little guy used a very childlike rhetorical device. Melina liked it very much. His skills must be excellent. He'll mold you very well. I have never heard such praise before. After Kalodi made me, he put me in a big velvet box and said, I am his creation. No exhibits? No, he has many such works. Later, after Kalodi died, I fell into the hands of a collector. After some adjustments, I was qualified to meet guests and was placed in a large crystal box. They complimented your beauty? They praised me so highly, saying I'm the most beautiful puppet they've ever seen. Melina smiled. The fact that the little guy in front of me, who doesn't even have a face, is praising me like this gives me a sense of innocent naivety. They also said, as expected of the Donglan Empire, even an unknown craftsman can carve such a simple and unpretentious work. The Eastern Lan Empire? At that time, it was called the Donglan Empire. Then who are you? Later I was transported to Calderans, a small, wealthy country where treasures were the least valuable things in the museums. The little wooden puppet spoke in a low, soft voice, simply recounting the ups and downs of his puppet career. Melina frowned. Do you know where Calderans is? You should know. That. Melina suddenly stopped talking, because the little wooden puppet sat up alertly. Someone's coming. She whispered in Melina's ear. I heard his footsteps. Intermittently. He has his own way of moving around. Melina reached for her waist, where a knife was hidden. It's one eye, the little wooden puppet said. At the same time, her whole body began to tremble. Don't be afraid. Even though Melina was the most vulnerable person, she calmly narrowed her eyes, patted the little wooden puppet's shoulder, and offered her care. Then she stretched out her leg and kicked in the shadows beside Manette's bed. Ring, ring, ring. The cacophony of bells echoed throughout the church. Oh, One Eye raised its head. We've been discovered. On that terrifying face, one eyeball rolled. And I also discovered you. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a magician's hat, and put it on his head. The next second, he disappeared from the spot. A hand reached out to grab Melina as she ran. Melina, who was running, suddenly turned around, her long hair swinging in the air, drawing a beautiful arc. There was no fear in those big, dark eyes, only a faint anger and contempt. One-Eye's interest was immediately piqued. He recalled his initial idea, to capture the woman and turn her into a puppet. In that brief moment of distraction, a massive bone hammer fell from the sky. Bang! The bone hammer slammed down on the spot where One Eye should have been, but there was no one there. A hole was chiseled into the brand new wooden floor. Dark circles under his eyes didn't dare to stop for a moment. He picked up a large bone hammer and swung it with a sharp wind. With one eye resting on his magician's hat, if it weren't for his rather unsightly appearance, such a handsome posture would surely earn him the title of gentleman. But now, he's like a pervert obsessed with following Miss Leatherpants. He admired Melina's panic, a panic that masked a semblance of composure, a forced calm. But beneath his calm demeanor lay a hint of panic. That was what he wanted to capture. The cunning fox cornered and bewildered. It's delicious. Melina stumbled along, pushing open door after door. Finally, she pushed open the door to a room filled with chandeliers. One Eye followed closely behind. He looked around and could tell that it was a prayer room. Oh, poor prey. How could she be so confident in her god? Even at the most urgent moment, the first person she thought of was still her god? It seems he has an extra task today. That would be to shatter the position of a god in the hearts of his believers. One Eye slightly raised its chin, looking up confidently. So he took action. Chapter 59 Playing with Puppets. The hurried footsteps faded into the prayer room. The woman gripped the narrow cabinet by the door, her expression of timidity and panic instantly changing. She turned around lightly, jumped up the low steps, and her snakeskin boots made a crisp sound as the heels clicked on the wooden floor. Aren't you scared? God asked. Melina raised her head and smiled. You really are here. What if I'm not there? That is my destiny. She replied nonchalantly. If even you don't care about the lives and deaths of believers, then? She paused suddenly, then raised her grape-like eyes and looked at the center of the prayer room with a somewhat ambiguous gaze, as if she were looking at Chong Lu on the other side of the camera. Then this world doesn't seem so interesting anymore. It's a basic attack, but extremely difficult to parry. Chong Lu felt a little embarrassed, so he turned that embarrassment into motivation to get things done. At that moment, the door to the prayer room was pushed open. The guy walked in with an expression that said, So, here I am. It makes people furious for no reason. Less than a minute later, an eye blocked the woman in leather pants in the prayer room. The young lady blushed slightly. Was she frightened? One Eye looked a little unhappy. He knows he's not good-looking, in an abstract sense, but surely he wouldn't frighten a beautiful young lady to the point of blushing? That's so rude. So he pressed down his magician's hat. Where are you going next? He had a strong sense of space, so he clearly knew that this prayer room was just a prayer room, without any underground passage or way to teleport to another space. Therefore, he remained calm and unhurried. Instead, he took the time to look around the prayer room. The decoration is nice. It has a kind of understated luxury. I heard that Aurelia specially chose this location and built it, and it only took a month. As expected of the Grand Duke of the Rose, he said. He threw down a hook, thinking the pretty lady would talk to him a little longer. But Melina just stared at him coldly through the lights, as if he were a freak. So One Eye gave up the idea of saying a few more words. Strangely, the guy carrying the big bone hammer didn't chase after them. He pushed up his magician's hat, and could see the skinny man carrying the large bone hammer squatting down in front of the big hole he had just made in the wooden floor, looking distressed. What should we do? People gathered around. Oh dear, you're doomed. These floors were prepared by Lady Aurelia. They're very expensive. Oh my god. One Eye felt something was wrong. What does this mean? Isn't he invading this church? Why did they appear so calm? One Eye twitched slightly, a warning from his body. But why? One Eye doesn't understand. During his not-so-short life, he also worshipped several gods. Initially, he was worshipped as the god of revelry by many people in his hometown. People spent countless sums of money to support the god of revelry, even throwing their food and clothing money into the god's wealth-gathering bowl, hoping that the god of revelry would be pleased and bring down a grand celebration. The church's doctrine records that millions of gold coins rained down on the heads of the people of the god of revelry, filling their pockets, their raised bowls, their shoes and socks, and flooding entire cities and villages. Countless silks and satins from the mysterious east fell like clouds, while porcelain, tea, and priceless incense balls, decorated with beautiful patterns, floated in bubbles within easy reach of people. The premise is that the believers can satisfy the god of revelry. The young one-eyed boy once asked his older brother, "But how much is that? How much exactly is satisfaction?" The older brother didn't say anything. Later, the one-eyed man gradually came to understand. Human desires are endless, let alone those of gods. The god of revelry devoured the wealth of cities, and believers were utterly defeated in one high-stakes gamble after another. Occasionally, a few lucky individuals receive a divine summons. When they came out, they were indeed covered in jewels, just as the doctrine had described, and their pockets were stuffed with gold and silver. But One Eye no longer believes in the gods, because he knew that those jewels were secretly purchased by the bishop of the god of revelry. Thus, the idea that faith is a hoax and God is a fraud took root in One-Eye's mind. Later, he became a follower of Chaos and a space priest. But Chaos also failed to obtain his pure faith, because his brother also became a follower of Chaos, and he was a priest of time. By then, he and his brother had become bitter enemies. One-Eyed Chaos did not believe that the gods would accept the faith of a shameful thief, a traitor, and a betrayer. Thus, in his eyes, Chaos represented misjudging people, foolishness, and old age. He kept repeating this to himself, and surprisingly, he didn't receive any divine punishment. Therefore, God does not watch over all believers, or rather, there are only supplicants in this world who are distinguished by faith, and there is no so-called source God. One-Eyed boasts that he has escaped the prison of faith and become a supplicant without faith. He viewed all the gods in the world with this detached attitude, even to this day. Now, he looked at the woman in leather pants, somewhat puzzled. Are you waiting for a god to come and save you? Mentioning the gods finally earned him the young lady's attention. She said, the gods did not come. That? He is right here. The certainty, conviction, and unwavering resolve in those words made One-Eyed frown. He was dissatisfied, not just somewhat, but very much so. It is a kind of hatred that the spiritually impoverished have for the spiritually rich. Then One-Eyed person raised their hand. For an ordinary person, there are 1,000 ways, each unique, to kill her or make her wish she were dead. Smack. A light in the distance went out. Clap, 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 clap. The extinguishing of the lights acted like a fuse, spreading outwards in layers. Finally, only one lamp remained, shining brightly beside Melina, making her look like an angel and One-Eye look like a rat in a sewer. That's not fair. A sharp malice arose and spread toward Melina. Smack. The last light went out. Melina was in the darkness. But she wasn't afraid, because a hand was stroking her hair. Gradually, A rustling sound came from the darkness. Click, click, click. The sounds of bones clashing resonated with muffled groans of pain suppressed to the extreme. Melina understands. This is the gods playing with puppetry. Chapter 60, The End of the Spring Festival. Chapter 2, The Crimson Coronation. Act 3, The Puppet Master is complete. Received 2 Invoker charms, 20 large experience scrolls for 1,000 island gold, 10 medium upgrade material selection chests. Aside from the church floor and the unpaid salary, it was a perfect ending. Residents near the circus discovered that it had collapsed overnight. Curious, they went to investigate. Someone said it had an old, dilapidated feel, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. How could that be? There was a performance there just yesterday. It looks like we've encountered a ghost. Someone said they saw a monkey hurriedly leave the scene. They also found some puppets, some paper figures, and piles of bones. So the police department got involved. What can the police department find without Archer? God only. However, the owls and the children of the capital gradually began to reveal some secrets. In short, to put it in popular fiction terms, from then on, the martial arts world lost a notorious villain and gained a story of divine blessing and salvation for all living beings. Archer the Invoker has temporarily joined your party upon returning to the Holy City. He will continue to monitor your city and its regulations. Once the observation period is complete, he will permanently join your team and provide services to your city. The honors you have won in the capital city of Canterwell have attracted the attention of the sea god. Poseidon has remembered your name. Completed the shadow behind the puppet questline. The puppet decides to die. Manette's current progress in seeking death is 40%. She has left behind the shadow of death and stepped into a new life. Call. Changla let out a long breath. Just one more task is needed. As long as you can find the little wooden puppet's missing face, you can add her to your collection and then add her to the gacha pool. Chang Lu rubbed her swollen eyes, gently pressed the shutter button on the tablet screen, and snuggled under the covers. He had a feeling that the main story of the second chapter should be coming to an end soon, with only one piece missing. Since the title is The Crimson Coronation, perhaps only the piece of the puzzle of Aurelia in Roseshire is missing. However, the secrets of the capital still remain largely unsolved. For example, the secrets surrounding Crown Prince Gaius, the mysterious one-eyed brother, the faceless spider whose death is not yet confirmed, and the hidden power struggles within the royal family. The game development team planted too many foreshadowing elements in the royal capital. He couldn't help but wonder what methods they would use to bring these stories to a close. What kind of story will unfold for the tiny, insignificant federation of 13 islands, which is barely even a name on this continent? The Spring Festival, which had been somewhat long for Chang Lu, has finally come to an end. He played games for so long that he never left the hotel, so much so that the hotel receptionist would call him twice a day to ask what he wanted for lunch and dinner. Chang Lu knew that the hotel was worried he would die in his room. Moreover, the hotel's kitchen staff is quite skilled, preparing a variety of dishes every day, which is much more convenient than ordering takeout every day. When the counselors sent the notice about the start of the semester, the dormitory group chat, which had been quiet for several days, became lively again. Chang Lu finally kicked himself into the bathroom, gave himself a good wash, and regained some semblance of normalcy. Have you lost weight? But you don't seem like it. He shaved in front of the mirror. The blades of the electric razor he had bought earlier were a bit dull. He shaved half of his face and tapped it against the sink. I always feel like I look a little different than before, but I can't quite put my finger on it. It's not that my facial features have changed. He carefully examined his facial features, but couldn't find anything different. The eyes are still the same eyes, and the nose is still the same nose. But her skin seems to be in better condition, and her facial features are more defined. He didn't care much about this before. As someone who hadn't socialized with women for a long time, he wasn't very concerned about his appearance. In addition, he often stayed up late writing. Well, mainly because of playing games, so he always looked like he had kidney deficiency. Now, wow, her lips are red and her teeth are white, and the dark circles under her eyes have disappeared. I pulled my hair back and saw that the pimples on my forehead were gone. She looks fresh and stylish. He bent his arm like the muscular men he occasionally saw on social media, and was horrified to find that he had a ring of thin muscle on his arm. Damn it. That evening, the hotel receptionist received a strange phone call. Hello. Do you put protein powder in your hotel's food? The receptionist looked at the room number of the caller and made a preliminary diagnosis that the person was staying in the room playing games and was going crazy. We need to get them out of here quickly. 2 days later, Chang Lu voluntarily checked out of the hotel. He took a 24-inch suitcase, which contained the first half of his life, and dragged it back to Qingzhou University. He changed into new clothes. Although it wasn't yet the end of the first month of the lunar calendar, he didn't have an uncle, so he simply got a haircut and dressed himself neatly before going to school. Unlike before the spring festival holiday, although the temperature is still cold, there is much less rain. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, making him squint and feel warm all over. Then, while buying a drink at a convenience store, he encountered his first ever conversation with a man. To be honest, this scene should have been recorded by a camera, stored in the cloud, exported using a QR code, and engraved on Chang Li's tombstone. Chang Li was trying to find the freshest milk with the most recent production date when he heard a soft, timid voice, though he couldn't remember if it was actually that voice, say, "Excuse me, could you get me the potato chip on top? I'm too short to reach it." Chang Li didn't initially think the other person was talking to her. After all, he would use this kind of pickup line in his novels, usually for cute girls who are actually cunning. With that thought in mind, Chang Li found a bottle of fresh milk with the latest expiration date and prepared to leave. The person spoke again. That. Hey, little girl, you should be glad this isn't the free world of America. Chang Li finally snapped out of his daze and realized that the other person was talking to him. He then casually picked up the bag of potato chips that was already covered in dust and seemed to remind the other person. Check the expiration date. It looks like it's about to expire. Thanks. The little girl said in a soft, sweet voice. Senior. Is it you, senior? Oh, I'm a sophomore. Huh? Really? I'm a sophomore too. We're in the same year. What's your major? Digital media. Haha, do you have strawberries? Chang Li shut his mouth. And then, old Qin shook his collar excitedly. And then what? Chang Li laughed in exasperation. She doesn't even know what digital media is, yet she talks about strawberries and blueberries. You're back already? Otherwise what? Old Qin closed his eyes and then placed the tablet face down on Chang Li's face. God, please give him a chance to travel to the world of the second game. It feels like only there can he successfully win over a girl. Say goodbye to love. Chapter 61 The Mature Lawyer. Chang Lu pursed her lips, stuffed her luggage into the closet, and just like that, another year passed. He was always oblivious to the passage of time. Just like when he was writing novels, he always felt like he was doing the same work day after day. It wasn't until I saw the year-end review of the word processing software that I belatedly realized. Another year has passed. Time seemed to stand still for Chang Lu. He doesn't need to remember all sorts of holidays, anniversaries, or whose birthday it is today, or whose birthday it is tomorrow. He's even too lazy to remember his own birthday. Whenever someone asks him, Chang Lu always says September 1st, because it's easy to remember. As for the specific month of September, or is it September? He really couldn't remember. In short, it's not very important. He sat in his chair fiddling with his phone. In the group chat, the counselor posted the class schedule for the semester, and he heard the second student wailing. 8 o'clock in the morning? Why is it 8 o'clock again? I'm already a sophomore. Why am I still in 8 a.m. class? Chang Lu opened the timetable, and, sure enough, 3 out of the 5 school days were at 8 a.m., with all the free time moved to the afternoon. Chang Lu thought it was all right, better than working 8 to 5, etc. He suddenly remembered something. Didn't he ask Xiaohei to help him find information about this game before? Why is there no movement? He thought for a moment, then opened the chat history. It had been 10 days since he last chatted with Xiaohei. During this period, the other party updated 2 statuses. Black B. Oh crap, this is terrible luck. The accompanying picture shows him looking scorched by the fire. Because it's QQ, Chang Lu can see the comments below. When someone asked what he had posted, he replied, private message. His latest post showed him going to the hospital to have his bandages removed, accompanied by several ouch 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 emojis. Chang Lu thought for a moment, then opened the chat window, typed in the message, and sent it. What happened in Chang Lu? Changle, your activity. About 2 minutes later, the other party replied with a message. Which one is Black Bee? Changle, the one with the smoky, fiery smell. Don't even mention Black Bee. The other person's typing speed slowed down significantly. Black Bee, by the way, did I promise you something? Black Bee. In short, I probably can't help you for the time being. What happened to Chang Lu? Black Bee, the server room caught fire. Changle? Chang Lu was stunned. A fire? Black Bee, you find it incredible too, right? Black Bee, the server room. The server room. How could there be a fire in the server room? Black Bee, okay, the risk of a fire in the server room is not small, but how can a fire be allowed to occur? Black Bee, it was a lot of work to set up this server room, and my buddy and I both invested a lot of money in it. Black Bee is now ruined. Black B sighed. He sent me a meme with a very somber tone. Chang Lu didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. Jingle, what about your hand? Black B, the computer case got so hot. Black B, at the time, I didn't think about anything. I thought that if I could save one baby by cuddling with them, I would do my best. I grabbed one baby and only realized that my hand was burned when I put it down. Jingle, are you using voice input? Black B, yes, my hands are completely covered. How long will it take to type? Jingle, don't use this next time. The recognition accuracy is too poor. Black B, middle finger, .jpg. They're quick to send out emojis, though. Chang Lu chatted with him for a few minutes, then slowly put down her phone. He felt something was wrong again. What a coincidence. Ironically, the server room caught fire precisely when he asked Xiao He to check the game. Something's really not right. Whether it's missing screenshots, entire lost chat logs, videos that couldn't be saved, or the burned-out server room. He cleared his mind, stared at the ceiling for a long time, and then smiled faintly. Why bother with all this trouble? Surely there aren't really any gods in this world? Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha. He gave a dry laugh, just to comfort himself. Chang Lu City has been upgraded to a level 4 town and is currently positioned as a core city/holy city. The population cap for Chang Lu City has been increased to 80,000. The current population is 12,475. The maximum garrison size for Chang Lu City has been increased to 2,000, currently totaling 2,478 troops. Note: troops exceeding this garrison size will be considered a threat by the kingdom. Please adjust the city's garrison size in relationship with the kingdom accordingly. Unlocked buildings, advanced training grounds, church university, kingdom-level library, multiple city walls, international trade hub, superport. Unlock event. Our journey is to the stars. Unlock event. Form the Chang Lu army. Unlocking the event. She was not alone and helpless. Unlock event. I protest. Compared to the god level, the city level increased without any stumbling. Chang Lu City is a rapidly growing behemoth that develops itself by relying on merchants and devouring the surrounding unclaimed land. Merchants, farmers, workers, and fishermen built shacks all around. Over time, these shacks would be expanded into mud brick houses, and then into brick houses. Then, the houses, along with the land they stand on, will be incorporated into the jurisdiction of Chang Lu City. This action left Archer, who had come to observe, dumbfounded. He stood atop the city wall, gazing at the endless array of buildings outside, speechless. It took him a while to climb down, trembling. How is this gentleman? Ryan, who accompanied the visit, puffed out his chest, looking quite proud. 18th and 19th. Archer counted in his mouth. Stop counting. I'll tell you, there are 32 settlements, accommodating approximately 3,600 refugees. 20, 21. What do you think I'm counting for? Archer wailed. I'm counting. Once the news reaches the capital, how many reasons will the capital have to send troops to raze this place to the ground? 22. You can count the number of illegal laws in this city with your own hands and feet. It's all right, we have an army. How many people? More than 2,400 people are on duty. Another 2,000 have been assigned to various branch churches, and 12 recruiting officers are still traveling around. Archer's vision went black again and again. 23, he shouted. That's the most serious. The fair and kind sheriff, the impartial law enforcer, erupted in fury. I'm leaving here. You'll all be sent to the guillotine sooner or later. You're like cramming 50 people, 12 cows, and 23 sheep into a carriage that's only meant for 5 people. What kind of metaphor is this? Ryan opened his mouth. But what? But we fed all the free farmers in the surrounding 6 cities. Ryan said seriously, including those refugees who are not recognized by their lords. The sheriff remained silent. How many people are there in total? More than 18,000 people. Archer squinted. Oh, I see. Sir, what do you think? Archer exhaled, imagining himself blowing out a cool smoke ring. Hey, what's your name, Ryan? Have you ever heard of that saying? I'm all ears. A qualified lawyer is well-versed in the law. Uh-huh. A mature lawyer is well-versed in the loopholes in the law. I need to see Miss Molina. There are just too many legal problems piling up in this city, and it will take some time to resolve them completely. Chapter 62 Public Teleportation Array. As city levels are unlocked, many new terms also emerge. Chang Lu quickly scanned the area, noting that besides some upgraded buildings based on previous levels, there were also some that deserved his special attention. Kingdom-level library requires a quiet and scenic location. Placing it near a church or university may yield exceptional talents, such as missionaries, sages, and artistic visionaries. The Sage of Missions can increase missionary speed by 200%. Artistic dreamers can generate literary and artistic works based on your own culture. Show off your skills and achieve a unique cultural victory. Multiple city walls. After visiting the walls of Cantwell, you have an idea. You want to build walls even more impregnable than those of the capital. Stone merchants flock to the holy city, promising that its walls will be stronger than those of the Eastern Lawn Empire. Cross-border trade hub. You can now bypass the government offices of the 13 Islands Federation and trade directly with foreign merchants. Make room for it next to the teleportation crystal. It will bring you unimaginable wealth. Super harbor. Your temporary harbor can now be upgraded. The super harbor signifies the arrival of an era of voyages. The kingdom's most legendary shipbuilder has visited your city, enjoying the scenery, and, even more so, the promise of a substantial annual pension from the city administrator. Place the super harbor on your longest coastline, and it will automatically upgrade and expand. These are all great things. Chang Li's eyes lit up. Anyone who has played a Paradox interactive game can glean ample textual information from these texts. Upgraded to a level 4 town, arriving at the core city, with a comprehensive upgrade of military, educational, economic, and defensive structures. Especially in terms of the economy, he can now directly bypass the layers of extortionate departments of the 13 Islands Federation and earn foreign exchange directly. Our journey is to the stars. The superport is ready. You will build your own invincible fleet. Of course, calling them invincible is a stretch, but compared to those sailboats powered by the wind, the magical fleet that spews magic stones is more than enough to dominate a sea area. This fleet can carry your supplicants or soldiers to distant lands, where they will explore the starry islands shrouded in mist and the songs of sirens, bringing back unexpected treasures. Assemble a fleet, set sail, and venture into the depths of the ocean. Form the Changlu army. You need a regular army, not the previous church guard. You need a proper military title, strict discipline, and a dignified appearance. That means you'll have to spend that much money. Pay 0.50 gold coins, and the city administrators will handle this for you. She wasn't alone. A message arrived from a fallen leaf. Aurelia's landing hadn't gone smoothly. But thankfully, she wasn't completely isolated. Please organize an elite squad of no fewer than 200 men to go to Roseshire. They need to be ready for battle at any time, and no one will mind shedding blood on Roseshire if necessary. I protest. The Lord of Golden Valley City has finally snapped. If he doesn't speak up, the refugees will tear down his city walls and use the proceeds to build houses. He angrily wrote a letter to the capital, and half an hour after sending it, the letter reached Melina through some covert means. Your city is now facing a crucial decision. Should we continue to conceal this, or simply devour the city like chewing on an apple? Your supplicants await your decision. Chang Lele was delighted. Why is the Lord of Golden Valley City complaining about petty matters? The funniest part is that the lawsuit failed, and the woman in leather pants even stole the prize. He carefully reviewed all the tasks and determined their priorities. When it comes to dispatching fleets, it's best to first check the number of Invoker cards he has, and then send them out once they've leveled up a bit. Forming an army is not difficult. Once the money is paid, things will proceed smoothly. The main priority should be to solve the problem with Aurelia first. Changla scratched his nose. It seemed that the final scene of the blood-red coronation might happen in this matter. Go to Polam City. Several passes were placed on the counter in front of the goblin. The short goblin sitting on the high stool didn't look up. He simply and ghostly took away a few cards. Within a minute, a card was returned. This passage has been blocked. The fairy replied from across the wooden counter. The remaining 4 are 7 gold coins each, for a total of 28 gold coins. Someone reached out and took the card back. It's your card. Avis looked at Aurelia. Your card has been blocked. Aurelia's eyes flickered slightly, but she said calmly, my hearing hasn't deteriorated yet. What happened? Have no idea. Let me ask you, ma'am, what happened? Avis tucked her head back behind the counter. The girl's smiling face was very endearing. The short goblin glanced at her and said, who are you calling big sister? I'm your big brother. Oh my, I didn't realize you had such flowing long hair. Your card has been frozen, so all directional transportation within the 13 Islands Federation is unusable. Ouch, what do we do now? What should we do? We'll have to go back and find someone to unlock it, otherwise we'll have to use the public teleportation array. Which one is better? It's more expensive, and it's a bit far from the destination, because public teleportation arrays can only be placed in level 1 or 2 towns. Hiss. Avis pulled her head back. What does this mean? She looked bewildered. Her intelligence level of 1 meant she couldn't comprehend what she was saying. It must have been Gaius, or Franz III, who gave the order. Aurelia said expressionlessly. Blocking my pass means either you don't want me to run away, or you don't want me to go back. In short, someone never wants to see me again. She was more inclined to believe that it was Franz III who did it. After all, Gaius's chaotic mind probably wouldn't have thought of such details. That, a shared magic circle it is. Aurelia raised her chin and wrapped herself even tighter in her cloak. Tell him that money is not the issue, safety is the main concern. Money is not a problem. Avis clicked her tongue in amazement. It's really hard for her to hear that from Melina. Melina, come quick. There's a rich tycoon here. The dwarf goblin put the card back in. What's so secure about a public teleportation array? It's good enough if it can even get you to your destination. Here, take the orange teleportation array. Chapter 63 Obstacles. Roseshire is not strictly a city, because in the culture of the 13 Islands Commonwealth, a county represents an administrative region that may include several cities or encompass certain geographical features. For example, Yorkshire has Lake York, Silvershire has about a dozen silver mines, and the entire Rose Plain is the administrative region of Roseshire. Rose County comprises 7 cities, boasts excellent transportation and a thriving economy, making it the wealthiest region in the entire 13 Islands Federation. And Polem is the most central city in Roseshire. However, Aurelia and the others could not directly set their destination to the city center, even though there was a teleportation array here constructed from 12 teleportation crystals, just like in Changlu City. Public teleportation arrays can only transport travelers to privately operated teleportation points outside the city. This means that operating costs are high and management is chaotic. As soon as she stepped out of the teleportation array, Avis frowned. The first thing she smelled was a mixture of various types of foul odors that made her unconsciously hold her breath. There seemed to be the smell of mercenary sweat that hadn't been washed in a long time, the smell of hot animal fur, or strange pepper or fennel, or simply the body odor of some kind of creature. The smell of grease from wiping swords, the hot air, and other odors mingled together, causing Aurelia to look bewildered the moment she stepped out, and then she sneezed. Excuse me. She followed the habits of a noblewoman, and it was unclear who she was apologizing to. Isn't this the place you came from? Avis said with some curiosity. It's so hot here. This public teleportation point near Polem City is located in a camp called Black Forest House. Unlike the atmosphere at the teleportation arrays in the city, the atmosphere here was extremely tense. Just a few steps outside the magic circle was a tavern, where some menacing-looking mercenaries occupied the tables and chairs, chewing on beef, drinking spicy liquor, and chatting about all sorts of gossip and secrets. Do you know what's going on? The capital is in complete chaos. Why is everything still in chaos? Didn't they say the eldest prince had been found? Even if we find him, what's the use? He's already ruined. What? Got swarmed by monkeys again? I don't know, but my buddy said he's terrified and is now completely hiding in the mansion, constantly yelling things like monkeys. There are monkeys. So undignified. Then this time it might be. It's probably true. This guy is really done for. Hey, tell me who did it. Isn't it obvious? Whoever benefited is the one who did it. I think it's Gaius. He can't escape it. Look, Aurelia's been kicked out, and now Métis is useless. Now he's all alone, along with his younger brother. I think the next one to suffer will be that little prince. They openly discussed state affairs. Unlike the people of the capital who were reluctant to discuss such matters, Rose County was far from the emperor's reach, and Aurelia had lost power. So these people had even fewer taboos when it came to talking about it. A group of people were laughing and talking enthusiastically about the story of the monkey and the prince, when someone raised a different opinion. I think it might have nothing to do with that Gaius. How so? His behavior since childhood has been that of a spoiled brat. I don't think it's fake. I think it was the old king who did it. You mean Franz III? Even tigers don't eat their cubs. Everyone knows he's extremely fond of his youngest son. He's just clearing obstacles to support him. Obstacle. Obstacle. Aurelia pondered. It turns out that her current identity is an obstacle. Yes, she should have thought of that sooner. Whether it's the bond between father and daughter or the bond between brother and sister, it's all too fragile. But royal power is too tempting. There's one thing these people didn't mention. Franz III's clearing obstacles was not entirely for the sake of the young prince. He was doing it mostly for himself. What if the emperor is not yet old, but his children are already grown up. To relinquish power? No, Franz III would never do that. He will hold power firmly in his grasp and crush all those who covet his throne with a heavy blow. Avis glanced at her. Her Highness remained as calm and composed as ever, as if she hadn't heard a word they were saying. But Avis suspected that this seemingly magnanimous but deeply vengeful woman had already memorized these guys' faces and was preparing to settle scores later. The group cautiously walked outside. The matter wasn't over until Aurelia returned to her steward's mansion, etc. At the entrance of the camp, someone stopped them. There was a group of people sitting lazily at the entrance, setting up a roadblock to stop everyone who passed by. 5 people, 50 gold coins. A rough hand reached out. Avis looked at him with a "are you kidding me" expression. What fee? We've already paid. Outing fee. What category is that? What category? The fact that you walked from that teleportation array here and crossed this door is worth 50 gold coins, understand? The person who set up the toll booth was very arrogant, and Avis couldn't stand it. She touched his thigh and was about to draw her sword. Calm down, Aurelia said softly. It's better to avoid trouble. Just give him the money. Question mark. Avis's eyes widened. 50 gold coins. You can't spend money like that. Avis whispered. I'm very strong. I'm really strong. I can cut down half the people in the village. I have a bad feeling. Aurelia raised her hand and gently rubbed her temples. Admittedly, she is not some submissive pushover. But Aurelia knew what was most important now, to return to the Grand Duchess's mansion and regain the title of Grand Duchess. She didn't know what Franz III would do. If suspending the pass was just a harmless little trick, then what would really hurt her was having her title of Grand Duke of the Rose revoked. If she loses her title of Duke, everything she does will be limited. No. If he had no value, would Lord Chang still favor him? Therefore, the petty-minded Miss Blue Butterfly did not want to spend too much time on setting up checkpoints. Yunier frowned, took a few steps forward, and stretched out her hand, with gold coins jingling as they fell through her fingers. The person at the checkpoint squinted, looked the group up and down, and then said, "Let them through." This gaze made Aurelia's eyes flicker. Good thing, he should have labeled us as easy targets. What's so good about this? Avis said angrily. Since I started following Lord Changlu, I've never suffered such a loss in silence. Labeling them means they'll come after us. Aurelia touched the riding crop hanging at her waist, a playful smile appearing on her noble face. As long as it doesn't cause any problems, I don't mind providing you with a life in Roseshire. Find some fun. Chapter 64, Sweeping Away the Enemy. I am going back to the Holy City. Avis said this. I'm definitely going back to the Holy City. The little bird knight glanced at the golden dome of the church not far away, where there would also be a branch of the Changlu Church. And Aurelia promised it would be the largest. I will establish Changlu as the most revered church in this land. If I ascend the throne, Changlu will replace the sea god and become the most revered state religion of the 13 Islands Federation, she said. And now she asks, why? Aurelia's expression remained unchanged, but her tone still carried a hint of doubt. Perlam City is the wealthiest city here, perhaps even the wealthiest city in the 13 Islands Federation. Why go back? Because the Holy City is the center. The Holy City is the center of the adults' attention. Avis said, you should also go to the Holy City. There are many good people there. For example, Melina? She's hardly a good person. Aurelia smiled noncommittally. Melina is a smart person, but she is far from being a good person. But she doesn't deny that she wants Melina to be her assistant or partner. Melina is not really a bad woman, but Lunette is very kind. She always secretly casts a paralysis spell on top of her healing spells, so everyone in the Holy City thinks that the healing process is actually as comfortable as a spring breeze. The little bird knight stuck out his tongue. Actually no. Bone healing is excruciatingly painful, muscle growth is insanely itchy, and skin connection is even more painful. It's both itchy and painful. But with Lunette, everything is a comfortable experience. Looney White. Why are you emphasizing white? Because when you haven't met the person, their surname and given name are always the first impression. Aurelia replied. The surname White is very prestigious. Oh. The little bird knight opened his mouth, then asked, what about Bulls? Who is that? It's me. Oh. Her Highness simply responded, and then remained silent. At least someone with intelligence level 1 has some self-awareness and a sense of shame, and muttered to themselves. How rude. Then, the group of 5 finally ran into trouble. Their carriage was stopped on the only road leading to the city of Perlam. Or rather, it was forced to stop. After all, Miss Haley, the owl driving the carriage, had no idea whether the dozens of crossbow bolts pointed at the carriage were a joke or already drawn. Enemy attack. Haley turned and threw a sentence into the car before yanking the reins. The horse, pulled on, reared up and nearly overturned the carriage. Fortunately, the people in the car were prepared and managed to keep their balance. Avis didn't ride in the car. She sat on the roof, braced herself with her left hand, flipped over, and her right hand was already touching her thigh. The group that stopped the car was a group of men in black who did not display any badges or markings. They disappeared into the woods on either side of the road, and if Miss Haley hadn't spotted the accessories on someone's body that were shimmering in the sunlight, they might have been caught even more off guard. The group of men in black were well equipped, and clearly not country bumpkins or the thugs from the Black Forest house. Aurelia, Avis called softly to her. And who is this friend of yours? The princess used her riding whip to lift the curtain of the carriage and saw through the disguise of these people at a glance. She jumped off the carriage, her long, sapphire blue hair cascading down. The men in black's gazes grew even more intense. Samuel Gonzalez, she said softly. Have you heard of his name? The little bird rider shook his head as a matter of course. All you need to know is that he is the youngest and most promising nobleman in Roseshire, handsome and wealthy, and one of the two hopes of the new generation of the Gonzalez family. Oh, Avis didn't seem interested. How did you recognize him? He was all bundled up. Aurelia's slight pursing of her lips was an action completely out of character for her, yet it appeared remarkably lively. It was as if, ever since leaving Cantwell, this beautiful blue butterfly had finally reclaimed her own soul. She stepped forward, her yellow-green, swirling kaleidoscope-like eyes gently lifting, instantly attracting the attention of most people opposite her. Mr. Gonzalez. She addressed him with a formal, distant form of address. You don't seem to be here to welcome me back. The opposing camp remained silent. After 3 breaths, a tall young man stood up from the commander's position. He lifted the black cloth covering his face, revealing a handsome and unruly face. Your Highness Aurelia, I have not received any news of your triumphant return. I have only heard that your Highness may be a suspect in the case of the eldest prince's disappearance. So, are you going to arrest me? What are you talking about? Now that we're in Roseshire, whether or not to punish them is up to the laws of Roseshire, isn't it? Samuel Gonzalez took a few steps forward and came to a spot about 20 meters away from the carriage. Your Highness Aurelia, Your Excellency Steward of Roseshire, on behalf of my father and the Gonzalez family, I welcome your return. But the direction these arrows are pointing makes me think. Haha, you're a smart person, you naturally know what this means. Young Master Gonzalez looked down behind him, then raised his head. Something good is going to happen today. Oh, Miss Blue Butterfly put on her airs again, transforming into that noble princess. Let me hear it. My brother, Pagonzales, lost his wife a few days ago. Aurelia remained outwardly calm, but secretly tightened her grip on Avis's arm. Hiss. What's going on? Her flesh isn't flesh. Let go. Oh, a country cannot be without a ruler for a day, haha. I mean, how can the position of the eldest son of the Gonzalez family remain vacant for long? Samuel smiled politely. My father intends to arrange a marriage between you and Pooh Gonzalez, so that the Gonzalez family will stand firmly and completely behind you, weathering the storms together. In an instant, Aurelia's eyes became unfathomable. To marry, wife, remarriage, marriage. What is her value? It seems that her value has once again been pinned on a marriage certificate, forcing her to sign a contract of mutual affection, so that she can generate some value in bed. In his mother's bed, Avis noticed that her shoulders were trembling slightly. Out of a sense of responsibility as a colleague, she patted Miss Blue Butterfly on the shoulder. Grown-ups, she said respectfully, I can draw my sword for you in the name of Changla. Yunier also drew 2 rusty kitchen knives from her waist. In the name of Changla, the 2 owl ladies exchanged a glance, and hesitantly picked up their weapons. In the name of Changla. At that moment, that sentence flashed through Aurelia's mind. Do you want to be queen? He said, your worth is above the throne. So, Aurelia raised her eyes, and a wanton, unrestrained evil crept up, tracing her eyes with the support of power. Please wipe out the enemy at the front for me. In the name of Changla. Chapter 65. You've been enhanced. Hurry up. The Gonzalez family is not the only wealthy family in Poland, but they are the most prestigious, in their own words. They control the city's grain business and share the grain market of Perlum with the governor's mansion. Furthermore, in recent years, They have been trying to gradually carve out more market share from the stewardship, which does not have Aurelia. Yes, and they succeeded. In a city, those who control the food supply control the power of discourse. Therefore, even if the offspring of this family are not actually that outstanding or handsome, they can still be called the best. For example, Samuel Gonzalez, at only 21 years old, returned in glory after 6 years of study at the Tower of Wisdom. Of course, unlike Joseph, who was just wasting time and getting his credentials, Samuel was a legitimate student who passed the entrance exams and studied under the Dragon Witch's personal disciple for several years. He is now a third-tier invoker. Thus, Samuel's name became famous throughout Roseshire. A day earlier, he had been summoned to the study by his father, Valin Gonzalez. Old Baron stood in front of his desk, in front of him hanging a painting that had been shipped from the distant east across the ocean. It was a landscape painting rendered in charcoal ink, which looked sophisticated and elegant, but was incomprehensible to him. Father, Samuel. Old Baron turned around and looked at him with a complex gaze that was regretful, cold, impatient, or perhaps even a little bit remorseful, and announced some bad news. Your sister-in-law, Darcy, passed away a few days ago due to illness. Samuel blinked. The handsome young nobleman hadn't quite grasped the meaning of those sudden words. He pondered for a few seconds before simply saying, "What a pity. Miss Darcy. Well, after marrying her brother, she should be called Mrs. Darcy, or Mrs. Gonzalez. She was a very gentle and quiet girl. Her background wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't bad either. After marrying into the family, she always kept to herself and didn't talk much. She wasn't particularly beautiful, so she didn't win the heart of her brother Bio. So, after 2 years of marriage, she still couldn't give birth to a new member for the Gonzalez family. They came silently, and they died without a sound. Samuel didn't have any particular feelings, just a sense of unease. I had never heard of this sister-in-law having any serious illness before. How could she suddenly be dying? Boo is back, and I need you to do something for me tomorrow. Please speak." Aurelia's attempt to seize power has failed. The young nobleman's eyes darted around. Yes. News from the royal capital could not escape their notice, and even though they were far away, keeping a close eye on royal news was still one of their daily tasks. Although the events of the Whale Fall ceremony that night had been ordered to be kept secret by Emperor Franz III, these people still managed to find out about the news through their own means. However, the messages that were sent back were still of questionable veracity. For example, the news that Baron received was that Franz III had regained power and Aurelia had been deposed. So, Her Highness, once the esteemed steward of Roseshire, became a little girl who had run away from home. She was no longer surrounded by golden light, but looked like a stray dog wandering miserably in the rain. We should continue to help her," Old Baron said casually. Father, I don't understand," Samuel said. "I think we should arrest her and send her back to the capital." "Child, your perspective is too narrow." "Yes. You surely don't understand what I mean. Franz III is a man of pride. He certainly won't order the arrest of this princess. But the rift has already formed, and even if Aurelia returns to Roseshire, how much power will she still have? Perhaps a new steward will be assigned here soon to take over Aurelia's work." Old Baron raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then what has become of Her Highness the Princess?" The young nobleman gradually understood. A symbol. She became a symbol of royal power, a ticket to participate in the power struggle, and a mascot to give birth to a mother with Fernanda's blood. Old Baron said slowly, "This is an opportunity for Boo, child, but a prison for you. Your goal should be the Tower of Wisdom, and that Dragon Witch." Samuel's eyes flickered. Yes. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was conflicted. "Have you seen her?" "No." "How many 6-year periods does one have in a lifetime?" "The Dragon Witch always stays in the tallest of the 3 Towers of Wisdom. She doesn't receive guests, attend balls, or welcome new students. I have no chance to see her." "Doesn't she go out?" "There is a small, private teleportation array on the spire, which allows her to go wherever she wants, anytime." Old Baron frowned as well. "Doesn't she have any desires?" "A powerful witch like her should have stronger desires as she gets older." Samuel simply couldn't bring himself to discuss the desires of a strange woman with his father. The young nobleman was silent for a moment, then said, "I will try again." "Yes, the family will provide you with financial support." "Yes." "Then tomorrow, go pick up Aurelia, and don't forget to bring some thugs. If necessary, just bring back Aurelia's personal belongings. As for whether she is alive or dead, I don't think Franz III will care." Remembering his father's words, the young nobleman glanced sideways at the men in black beside him. "Kill them. Not a single one may escape. The Gonzalez family's private soldiers raised their crossbows and began firing in rapid succession. Avis suddenly shoved Aurelia behind her, and in the whistling wind, she drew her sword. Iron Beak Barrier. A pale blue wind domain unfolded in front of her, absorbing the crossbow bolts fired at them, and then rapidly expanded counterclockwise a few seconds later, twisting the bolts and scattering them out again. Wow! Under the barrage of spinning crossbow bolts, some of the men in black fell asleep immediately. Samuel flicked his fingertips, deflecting a crossbow bolt aimed at him with a fluctuation of elemental energy, and raised an eyebrow slightly. After several bursts of fire, the men in black drew their knives and leaped toward the 5-man makeshift squad. Avis took a deep breath, sensing that a fierce battle was about to begin. Etc. Wait a minute. Aurelia is also a Tier 3 Invoker. Why isn't she going up? Just as she was wondering, Miss Blue Butterfly reached out from behind her and gently patted her shoulder armor. A shimmering phosphorescent powder, like dancing snowflakes, landed on the bird knight's armor and hair. Want to dance with me? The person with the most graceful dance moves will receive a solo dancer's prize. Huh. As the phosphorescent powder shimmered, a mysterious power surged into Avis's body. Avis seemed to have heard a sentence. You've been enhanced. Go for it. Chapter 66. Breach this place. The team has entered battle. Their god was still squinting as he read the skill description of Aurelia. Do you guys who write skills-based articles need to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Not only are there so many technical terms, but who is this convoluted skill description even meant to be understood? Is there any expert who can guide me through this? Is there a way to play using a wheelchair? Fortunately, the game's combat mechanics are relatively simple, and the auto chess attributes of the characters can prevent players from accidentally clicking on whatever lights up because they don't understand the skills. So why make it so complicated? It's very difficult to read. Chang Lu watched the entire battle from beginning to end and finally understood Aurelia's core combat mechanics. This princess, like her nickname, Miss Blue Butterfly, is fundamentally defined by elegance and blue butterfly phosphorus powder. Elegance is reflected in her basic attacks and the way she performs her character attacks. Even in her chibi form, Aurelia maintained an elegant posture, walking with the gait of a noble lady from the capital, and tugged at the riding crop in her hand. Exemplary ladylike conduct. She flicked her whip lightly, and the tip of the whip shot towards the enemy like a nimble snake. Despite its seemingly light and unsharp appearance, it can pierce through the enemy's limbs under the black cloth at medium distance with the tip of the whip, causing some damage. The mechanism of phosphorus powder is more extensive. In terms of role, Illyria is an excellent support character. Her damage output is not low, and unlike the Bird Knight's physical attack, her damage output relies more on the mental poison attack brought by the butterfly phosphorus powder. Each time a mental poison attack is triggered, it will stack a critical hit enhancement buff on her teammates. The more attacks you trigger, the stronger the buffs you give to your teammates. Therefore, she is a very strong mid-range support character, provided that she is trained. I need to get the exclusive weapon. Thinking of this, Chang Lu scratched his eyebrows. Although he had maxed out Miss Blue Butterfly's life, he was preoccupied with Little Puppet at the time and didn't use her in Aurelia's exclusive weapon pool. It seems we still have to smoke. He swiped the screen and came to the version pool that was still open. Butterflies kissed the garden and the eternal dance floor. He had already licked and admired this pool countless times when he was pulling for Illyria, but opening it again still left him breathless with its incredibly high-quality live 2D. This is a dance floor. Under the psychedelic light that intertwines with deep blue and pinkish purple, pairs of men and women, their faces obscured, dance together. They seem to be laughing and indulging in happiness. In the very center of them, under the spotlight of the dance floor, stood a woman who appeared pure and innocent. A hint of melancholy crept into her dignified demeanor as she gazed at the sunlight streaming down from the dome. A butterfly, a shimmering blue butterfly, fluttered down and landed on her outstretched fingertip. What a beautiful scene. It was like a bizarre and fantastical dream. But the next second, Aurelia grabbed the butterfly. Then, amidst the unsettling music, a pinkish-purple whip, shimmering with a psychedelic metallic sheen, appeared in her palm. She pulled on the ends of the whip with both hands and fell backward. A dark gold throne appeared behind her. Just right. Aurelia crossed her legs, and the camera clearly panned across her voluptuous, long legs and breasts before landing on her flawless face. Her aloof, cold, and pure expression melted away in an instant. She gently raised her right eyebrow, blinked her eyes which were like those inlaid with various jewels, and gave the camera a captivating wink through the crystal lenses. Okay. Good. This game is really well made. A mere self-proclaimed martial arts expert. A mere 40 draws from the north. Blue-green editor. Launch. This was an unexpected and arduous battle. Samuel, the young nobleman, thought so. These 5 people were more troublesome than he had imagined, but fortunately, he had brought enough men. After leaving behind a dozen or so corpses and 20 or 30 men in black whose fates were unknown, Aurelia and the others' living space was squeezed to a dangerous level. Both owl ladies were injured, with Yunel being more seriously injured. She had taken a huge fireball to the shoulder, and her severely burned skin was visible beneath her torn clothing. Avis is not injured yet, but because she is not a professional mage, her mana is not high. After repeatedly casting barriers to intercept the arrows, her magical power was nearly exhausted. She was confident she could escape if another barrage of fire came, but what about the people around her? Are we just waiting to die? She frowned. They need support. Support is on its way. After receiving instructions from Lord Changlu, the newly established Changlu army began their first operation. 200 elite soldiers were assembled. Most of them had the strength of a first-level 9th-grade soldier. Although their level was not high, they had the advantage of numbers and strict discipline. However, because there were too many people, they needed to be divided into 20 teams of 10 people each and pass through the teleportation array in turn. Leading the group was Ryan, the currently most sought-after young knight captain in Changlu City. He and the first support team frowned as they passed through the orange magic circle. Even the poorest family's outhouse in the holy city wouldn't smell like this anymore. He thought to himself. Then, they encountered the same thing as Avis and the others. The man who set up the checkpoint immediately brightened up when he saw their numbers. Hey, outsider. A rough hand reached out to him. Exit fee. 10 gold coins per person. There are 10 of you here. That's a total of 100 gold coins. Ryan craned his neck. Huh? What fee? Exit fee. Everyone has to pay. So arrogant. What about what I gave to the dwarf goblin? You've got a lot of money. The team members exchanged glances and all looked at Ryan. You're the captain. What do you suggest we do? Ryan sat on his horse, resting his chin on his hand as he watched the checkpoint guards. If it were Knight Varric, he might have paid a portion in order to complete the mission on time. But who made Ryan the first person to lead the team? This was a ruthless man who infiltrated the mercenary and bandit groups, turned them against them, and led the charge. Ryan smiled and asked his teammates, Carter, what's the fastest way to get through the checkpoint? His teammate answered him loudly, break through the checkpoint. Very good. The checkpoint officer's face darkened. You think you can break through the checkpoint with just a few of you? He waved his hand, and the mercenaries who had been entrenched in the Black Forest house for years twisted their necks and stood up. There were about 20 or 30 of them, all strong and healthy. The checkpoint operator sneered. Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, what you'll lose won't just be 100 gold coins, but... Before he could finish speaking, another burst of light flashed within the magic circle. 10 more people passed through the magic circle and appeared at the Black Forest house. Embarrassingly, they were wearing the same armor as the people who stormed the checkpoint. The person setting up the checkpoint opened his mouth. Ryan and the second squad leader nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at him. And what? It seems he has nothing more to say. Ryan shook his head. You could have gotten 2,000 gold coins. But now, fellow believers, break this place down. Chapter 67. The situation, the world turns around. Old Baron looked at the upside-down hourglass, calmly waiting for each grain of sand to seep down. Master. The butler stood at the door and called to him softly. Someone from the Hutchinson family has arrived. The Hutchinsons were from Mrs. Darcy's maternal family, and they wanted to reclaim Mrs. Darcy's remains and, incidentally, demand some money as compensation. Actually, the valuables are the most important thing. Where will they put the poor girl's body when they get back? The family cemetery did not reserve a spot for her. Tell the young lady to go and greet them. Old Baron only said that, and before the butler could turn around, he asked again, where is Pooh? The eldest young master didn't come back last night. Went drinking. The butler's eyes flickered. You say? The servants at home reported that the eldest young master was drinking with the boys of the Garcia family last night, and during the conversation, he mentioned wanting to become the son-in-law of the kingdom. Old Baron frowned slightly. And then? The news has spread throughout several families now. I knew it would turn out like this. The old man stared at the oriental painting on the wall. I'm afraid it's not about mentioning it, but about showing off. It's not about him being the son-in-law of a kingdom, but about saying something even more unbearable. The butler remained silent. Young Master Boar was not a good-for-nothing playboy. Compared to his younger brother Samuel, he was just a little more prone to showing off. He has a good talent for managing his family and is well suited for business and as the head of the family. Under such circumstances, being fond of showing off is not a major fault. Many people in the family say that I sent Samuel to the Tower of Wisdom out of selfishness for my youngest son, that I wanted to give Samuel a brighter future, that it was Samuel's good fortune. But you know, as the head of the family, we need to divide the treasure in our arms into 3 parts. 1 share is placed on the eldest son who can inherit the throne, while the other 2 shares are all in on the person with more pioneering spirit who can lead the family to the top. Old Baron put down his pen and looked at the butler. Who wouldn't do something like this? The butler remained silent. Of course, I'm not saying Samuel is so outstanding, but he's more of a gentleman than Pooh. I need a boy like that to gamble a future for the Gonzalez family. So, what? What about Princess Aurelia? I will not let her enter the city with honor. I see. Give Samuel half of the authority to mobilize his private troops. Even if we have to kidnap her, we'll bring Aurelia back today. Yes, sir. Chang Lu twitched the corner of his mouth. You've narrowed the road, old man. That's quite a long-term vision. But remember, choice is more important than effort. He bit the dead skin off his lip and stared at the battlefield, where reinforcements had already arrived. This is no longer a brawl, a fight, or the beginnings of a conspiracy, but a war that is constantly expanding in the number of people involved. I can't see. He's vomiting. Drag him back quickly. Wait, watch out for phosphorus powder. Stay away from that bird. Samuel remained in the commanding position, but his face had turned pale. Young master. His attendant handed him a bottle of mana-restoring potion, which he took and drank the entire bottle, sip by sip, despite the unpleasant licorice flavor. Some of his spasmodic limbs began to regain their vitality, and surging magical power emerged from the veins of his limbs, soothing his body and nerves. The young master cast another dispelling spell, dispersing the small area of phosphorus toxins. Then, a nerve in his temple twitched. We can't wait any longer. It seems something bad is about to happen. There were only 5 people in front of them, yet they made it extremely difficult for them to move. Moreover, if the girl wielding the knight's longsword hadn't been trying to maintain her position, she might have already jumped on Samuel's face and given him a few stabs with her sword. After swallowing the last drop of the medicine, Samuel tossed the glass bottle aside and raised his hand to make a gesture. Then the messenger beside him blew the horn, and everyone shouted, "Push forward! Push forward! Suppressive firepower! Give us some magical shields! We need to get through this phosphorus dust! Squeeze in! Squeeze in! Ouch! I've been hit by a sword!" Avis, waving her sword in a disheveled manner, cried out, "Damn it! How many waves is this? Just how many private soldiers does this family keep?" The 4th wave. Aurelia looked at the long whip in her hand. The tip of the whip was broken. She let out a long sigh, but her beautiful eyes grew brighter and brighter. Interesting. Interesting. The feeling of sweating and exhaling phosphorus powder is actually like this. Compared to the intrigues and power struggles within the royal palace, the taste of fresh blood was surprisingly wonderful. She licked her lips, and the intoxicating feeling sent a chill down Avis's spine. What a bad woman. We can't hold them off any longer. The little bird rider said. She was stating the facts, so her expression was very calm. I might be able to take one person with me, but abandoning fellow believers is not the style of Chang Lu. Aren't you nervous? Aurelia raised an eyebrow slightly. Tension is useless except for stiffening the body. Avis said with a determined look, I believe in a backup plan. Whose backup plan is this? A moment of blankness appeared on her resolute expression. Surely there must be one. Melina, or Lunette, or Your Excellency, or... The little bird rider stammered. Anyway, there will definitely be some, but how would I know what kind? I'm not in this line of work. Regardless of whose backup plan it is, it's not something in intelligence one person should worry about. Don't be skeptical, our church's think tank is really reliable, etc. Suddenly, the little bird rider listened intently. Unir forcefully chopped off an arm that was reaching for her, the movement aggravating her injury and causing her to grimace in pain. I heard some sounds. There were some running sounds. The sound of armor clashing. The sound of spells flying around. That's right. Avis smiled broadly. That's absolutely right. Wrong. The young nobleman exclaimed in shock. Where did these reinforcements come from? They assumed that Aurelia had no backup. When she left Roseshire, She left most of the steward's private army at the steward's mansion. Over the past few years, these private militias have not been properly managed, leading to bullying incidents. Some soldiers were bullied to the point of leaving the governor's mansion, while others lined the pockets and became obese. But that's not the point. The point is, Aurelia's base is in Rose County. So where did she find reinforcements after being kicked out of the capital? Samuel turned around, his heart sinking. Behind him, he was already surrounded by a densely packed army of dark gold soldiers. The situation has been completely reversed. Chapter 68 is difficult to negotiate. It's Ryan, and Knight Varric and the others. Avis breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can take a break. If you keep slashing, her signature weapon will become dull. Ryan peered around curiously for a while, then stretched out his hand. Oi, he's not dead, she replied irritably. Learn. The young knight waved to the reinforcements behind him. Fellow believers, give me some healing spells. As a result, all sorts of healing spells slipped through the crowd in various cunning ways and landed on the 5 people as if they were free. Unir's wounds healed quickly, and Avis's magic was replenished. That is, it's the Holy City's army. The little bird knight answered her loudly. Oh, it seems they've reorganized and changed their name now. Changlu Army. What an excellent army that was. Miss Blue Butterfly's eyes were somewhat dazed. The lineup was well balanced, the strength was evenly distributed, the military discipline was impeccable, and surprisingly, they were all invokers. If the number of such teams were to increase to 2,000, Aurelia's heart skipped a beat, and a burning desire ignited within her. Samuel was caught in a dilemma. No one could have predicted such a situation. Even his shrewd and calculating father probably couldn't have foreseen that Gonzalez's private army would be surrounded by an army of nearly 200 supplicants. Although their numbers weren't much different, most of Gonzalez's group consisted of ordinary people. They may be skilled with crossbows and volley fire, but they have no chance against the supplicant. Young master. The attendant leaned closer and quietly slipped something into his palm. He looked down and saw a teleportation scroll. The target is likely the city of Perlum. The meaning is obvious. You mean, you want me to abandon the Gonzalez family and return to the city alone? Samuel said calmly. Simon, my father didn't teach me these things, and neither did the Tower of Wisdom. Simon Squire opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. This is what Lord Baron prepared for you. Adhering to his inner sense of morality, the noble young man sighed as he looked at the private soldiers who were facing off against the Dark Gold Army in a state of panic. This was an oversight. But the Gonzalez family will not be oversights every time. He stood up and raised his hand. The young man on horseback looked over. Who are you? Ryan asked, somewhat confused. He came to rescue people, or perhaps to kill them. He didn't come to negotiate. Samuel Gonzalez. The young nobleman spoke these words with absolute certainty, only to be met with an even more bewildered look. What is that? May the village be at peace. I know nothing. I can end this pointless war. Samuel said seriously. I can make that decision. I can end this war too, Ryan said just as seriously. With your head. It's very difficult to negotiate. Where are his entourage? He regrets it now. He thinks he can use that teleportation scroll. Mr. Ryan. Miss Blue Butterfly gripped the riding crop, a hint of weariness flashing across her face. Excuse me. I need this man to open the gates of Perlum. Ryan bowed respectfully to her. Of course, as you wish, my lady. Oh, by the way, my lady. Please speak. I brought you a gift. Oh, or perhaps two. Aurelia was somewhat puzzled. She saw the box on the man known as the Knight of Varric, the same box Avis had once had, which contained the sacred fire of the Church of Changlu. That was indeed a valuable gift. What about the other one? Ryan smiled and took a small velvet box from behind him. Even from a great distance and across the velvet box, she could feel the divine power fluctuations that resonated perfectly with her. Thump, thump, thump. The heart, covered in phosphorus powder, began to beat uncontrollably. The summoner Illyria's favorability has increased to 23%. The Blasphemy of the Butterfly Kiss event, which increases affection with the character, has been unlocked. Melina's favorability with the supplicant has increased to 55%. The safe words for the favorability event have been unlocked. You have a survey form to fill out. Huh. Unexpected, yet reasonable. Changlu has helped Aurelia so much. It's time to unlock the first favorability quest. He hadn't expected that Miss Leatherpants' second stage of favorability would be unlocked at this time. In his opinion, it should have reached 50% when he made the promise. And the survey form? The developers of this dead game actually have something like this? Chang Lu had a sudden thought and reached out to click on it. The war is on. Please do not let romantic feelings distract you. Our goal is the stars. I'll fuck you. Then don't pop up a window for me at this time. The city of Perlum became lively. Residents peered out of their windows and could see rows of private soldiers from different families running past in orderly formation. They whispered and murmured among themselves. Whose is that? The Helic family? Their family crest is a double-headed eagle. That's clearly a two-headed pigeon. What about that one? The Ramirez family. Oh, they have a deep-seated grudge against the royal family. I know that his daughter was humiliated in the street by that absurd crown prince. It's more than just humiliation. What day is it today? Why are there so many soldiers out here? I heard that the young master of the Baron family failed. Boo. No, it's Samuel. Wow, no wonder old Baron looked so pale. If it's Princess Aurelia and her people outside the city, are they planning a rebellion? Hey, you know, Roseshire is still the Fernandez family's Roseshire, right? Here, we have new laws. Oh, who cares? Whether the boss is in charge or the second-in-command is in charge, we won't starve. This is Rose County. Ordinary people are not interested in the power struggles among the upper class. Instead of wasting their time, they should be thinking about how to get involved in the war and make a fortune. Old Baron. An elderly man with white hair walked over, panting, holding a gentleman's cane with a snake's head in his hand. You'd better explain yourself clearly. What's the rush, Ophiuchus? He must have made preparations. Another clan patriarch, with a long beard, announced. My men have arrived. Is this really all right? An elderly woman asked with concern. She's a princess, after all. Doesn't this amount to treason? If you're scared, then get out of here, Rihanna. Make room for the young people in the market. The younger lady said coldly. Perlum City has been peaceful for the past few years, not waiting for a dictator. But alas, what good will it do to let a little maid like her stay in the steward's mansion? That won't do. Everyone. Old Baron raised his voice. Gentlemen, the division and seizure of Aurelia's property are all related to you. Now is not the time to play it safe. Does anyone still have the inventory of the steward's mansion's assets? Burn it as soon as possible. Don't let her in. Unless you want to spit out what you've swallowed. Chapter 69, This is a War. Where are your roots in this city? Avis asked. The princess, whose question was being asked, paused for a moment before gently turning her face away. That's a really embarrassing question. But Aurelia knew it wasn't out of malice. Avis was genuinely curious. Her remarks, processed by the special attribute of Intelligence 1, revealed an embarrassing bluntness. Aurelia instinctively wanted to use her usual smooth talk to brush it off, but the next second she remembered. Will that person be watching them all the time? If so, then Aurelia, you should be sincere. You have to give up some of the ingrained desires to protect yourself and be open and honest with these colleagues, these fellow believers, these partners who are currently on the same side as you. She chewed the word on her lips and unexpectedly tasted a mouthful of sour juice. My dear Princess Illyria, is it only now that you have acquired your first batch of companions? Avis saw Aurelia slowly exhale. This breath was long enough to change a person's demeanor. Aurelia's straight shoulders were slightly hunched inwards, which did not diminish her charm. On the contrary, it made the lines extending from her neck even more beautiful. She blinked, a light laugh in her voice. The word foundation belongs to the princess of the kingdom, to the governor of Rose County, and to Fernandez, who embodies both power and favor. But it never truly belonged to Aurelia. The little bird rider's sincere yet confused eyes told her, I didn't understand. Explain it simply. Well, what I mean is, if I am no longer the steward of Roseshire, no longer the princess favored by the king, then those foundations will crumble, and no one will stand on my side. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, do you think helping me is a losing proposition? I'm not a businessman. I don't understand buying and selling. Avis shook her head. But as a member of the Eternal Joy Church, you should have some confidence in yourself. Lord Changlu will not pay attention to you just because of your beautiful appearance. Yes, teacher. There must be something else about you that attracts him to bestow gifts upon you. A bird perched on Avis's head, her gaze fixed intently on the distant city gate. Moreover, your brothers and sisters in Changlu will stand by your side. Aurelia paused, taken aback. Unaware of the impact her words would have on others, Avis shrugged, allowing the Olympic flame to rest more steadily behind her. She said, We will be your foundation, supporting your knees and feet, and helping you move upwards. Aurelia clenched her back teeth. Her hands trembled almost imperceptibly, especially when she caressed the divine weapon hanging at her waist. She was destroyed. She was overwhelmed by this absolute sincerity. Then, a new Illyria was pieced together again. Oh, my dear sir. You might have also heard the sound of the frozen ice shell cracking. Yes, there will always be people like that, the most genuine, kind, and beautiful beings in the world, who can use pure and innocent words to touch a dead heart. That was originally your job, but it would be beneath a deity to personally touch the heart of a believer, so your torchbearer took on this responsibility. Perhaps, you will have such an opportunity in the future? To personally shake a heart, to personally warm a block of ice, to personally experience a battle, a revolution, and to witness the collapse and demise of a nation. Trust me, you'll love this feeling. To be honest, Chang Lu has already fallen in love. He doesn't even want to recommend this game to the people around him anymore. Looking into those eyes, those beautiful, alluring, and pure eyes, would you want to see others also infatuated with them? No way. The chess pieces were quickly placed on the chessboard, and the player slammed the mechanical clock beside him. The opponent then quickly placed his piece and slammed the mechanical clock as well. Back and forth, constantly intersecting. Lunette and Melina are playing a blitzkrieg. Move a piece, capture a piece, checkmate. These actions all occurred within 7 minutes. After Lunette picked up the white knight and knocked down the black king, Melina dropped her piece and said, "You've won again." She didn't look so frustrated, because winning and losing are common in war, let alone for chess players. Lunette wasn't particularly happy, but she was always so indifferent. Even her smile was very restrained. She bent her pinky finger, brushed aside a wisp of pale golden hair from her face, and tucked it behind her fair ear, causing the sunflower earring hanging from her earlobe to flutter. "What's the situation?" Lunette asked. "Not good." "Why?" "Probably due to conflicting interests, many nobles in Perlum City are now deploying troops. They want to rebel." The young nun frowned. "I remember the political situation in the 13 Islands Federation is relatively stable. They do not stir up trouble in the name of secular war." Melina looked at her intently. "Lunette, our heart. They're using the church's methods." Lunette wasn't stupid. She immediately understood what the other person meant. Most of the world's secular institutions, that is, all kinds of kingdoms, principalities, and regions, have an unwritten rule. Secular power must not interfere with divine authority. Therefore, secular armies must not interfere with religious armies. As the wealthiest and most prosperous city in Roseshire, Perlum naturally attracted many gods and their forces. This includes the most prestigious church of the sea god in the 13 Islands Federation. Those nobles instigated the church army to resist the entry of Chang Li's sacred fire into the city of Perlum. And those nobles, therefore, could legitimately send their private soldiers to join the battle, calling it the battle to defend the gods. So Avis is in a dilemma. Melina subconsciously tiptoed, her feet, clad in black stockings, dangling under the table, creating a close-up shot of the food with a clear purpose. Lunette lowered her eyes slightly. "What should we do?" Miss Leatherpants smiled. "Your Holiness," she said softly, "this concerns the interests of the church, so it's up to you to make the decision." Lunette paused, looking at the black king lying on the table. The girl's brows furrowed, then slowly relaxed. "I see. Please give your instructions. This is not a missionary effort, not a battle, not a conflict or contradiction." The descendant of the king of conquest raised his eyes, where golden blood light flowed. "This is a war, Melina. A religious war." "What do you mean?" "The time has come to use our troops." Chapter 70, The Greatest Foundation. Changlu City, the holy city, the city of all living beings. This city, on which countless people placed their hopes, finally began to rumble into operation at the command of the supreme ruler, with the busy priests acting as its backbone. War has broken out. The news spread, causing countless people to crane their necks out. Where are the enemies? Where? Perlum City? What kind of place is that? Many people are unaware of this magnificent city standing on the plain, but upon hearing that it is far away, they feel much more at ease. They said, "The holy city cannot withstand further devastation. Move the battlefield further away. Children, the holy city cannot afford to lose again." And the soldiers born in the holy city answered loudly, "Let us expand the battlefield even further to the horizon." The merchants knew of that city, and they were understandably apprehensive. Why are we going to fight that city? This is so profitable. Quickly go and gather some ironware. The prices are great right now. Grain. We're buying grain at a 20% price increase. With such huge profits at stake, who cares about a war that's far away? The merchants cheered. Hit them. Hit them hard. The lifeblood of the Chang Lu Church, those grassroots clergy, began to move around. They counted and recorded the baskets of gold coins, food, medicine, and other supplies, and piled them up box by box in front of the teleportation array in the holy city. As high as a mountain. The holy maiden said, once these are used up, new ones will be brought in, especially the supply of food and medicine. She has suffered hardships and knows how difficult the battle is. Of course, those merchants had other things to do besides making money. Melina said, to keep low taxes going, a caravan needs to clear a trade route. There were some criticisms, but no rebuttals. The merchants were very clear-headed. They were able to make their fortunes in this remote border region entirely thanks to this city. Is it going to break down now? The city administrator who spoke up was no kind or benevolent person. If you don't want to be held accountable later, you'd better obey. Not only must they be obedient, they must also be sensible. So another mountain of supplies was built next to the mountain of goods, mixed with the badges of various caravans and merchant guilds, representing the merchants' sincere hearts. Having the supplies and the starting point for teleportation, we still need a destination for teleportation. The teleportation array in Perlam City was out of the question, but Ryan already had a target in mind. So, the checkpoint guards who were just about to repair the Black Forest home, whose camp fence had been trampled through, looked shocked. Why are these outsiders back again? What grudge could they possibly have? Didn't we lose those 100 gold coins? At worst, I'll just return the 50 gold coins to you. The public teleportation array was temporarily requisitioned by the Changlu army. They set up a ring of tents around the perimeter, and Aurelia was standing in one of them. Your Highness, someone called to her. We have devised a series of siege plans, and you need to take a look at them. Someone else said, Lady Aurelia, we need to purchase some timber. We need to temporarily reinforce the camp. Your Highness, is it all right to put this food on the ground? Grown-ups. Your Highness. Aurelia. The little bird knight arrived just in time and rescued Miss Blue Butterfly from her confusion. How are you? She waved her hand at the group. Go away. Figure out the obvious things yourselves. Do we need to ask the princess for permission to buy timber to build a siege ladder? Don't you have a supplies officer? And the food. If you think it won't rain tonight, there won't be any bugs on the ground, and the food won't spoil, then leave it there. If not, find some tarpaulins and cover it up. These are questions that even someone with an IQ of 1 could answer. The officers of the Changlu army who had gathered around chuckled and walked away. Other people's problems are beyond the capabilities of Bird Rider. Fortunately, Aurelia woke up. Let me see it. She said softly. The making of a princess is not simply about wearing pretty dresses, choosing beautiful high heels, and pairing them with a few pieces of luxurious and dazzling jewelry. She grew up under the false, fatherly love of Franz III. She has the right to read books, sociology, military and war studies, and wealth economics. Aurelia also spent 6 years working alone in Roseshire, starting when she was sent there at the age of 6. She knew the city's strengths, and she was also keenly aware of its weaknesses. The most distinctive feature of this city is its division. She said, wealth creates disparity, and disparity breeds discontent. The nobles in the city are not of one mind. The emerging nobles hope to replace the old nobles and become the new voice, but the old nobles are not stagnant. I want to break the monopoly, break down the class barriers, and draw fresh blood from the lower classes to enrich myself. This is what I must do if I want to control and revitalize Roseshire. Aurelia blinked, recalling her past boastful words. Witnessed by Delon, how ambitious she was back then, relying on the king's favor? This ambition led her to see the rising new elite, Changlo. Ryan nodded, so? Before we besiege the city, we need to make some conversations with some people inside. An egg that has been cracked open is full of life. Ryan nodded. Please tell me some names, and I'll figure something out. First, Jaz Ramirez. Ramirez. Ryan looked up at her, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. I heard that the Ramirez family is on the side of those who oppose your entry into the city. I see. When talking about familiar areas, Aurelia gradually regained her confidence. I heard about that incident. The girl who was assaulted was named Blanche. She couldn't bear the humiliation and chose to commit suicide. She was Jaz Ramirez's niece, and her father, who witnessed Blanche's humiliation, was Jaz Ramirez's brother. The Ramirez family has sworn an oath to never share the same fate with your family. What does that mean? Miss Blue Butterfly had fully relaxed. Now everyone knows that Aurelia is just Aurelia. She can't represent Fernandez. She can only represent herself. And is Aurelia, who was driven away, Really on the same page as the crown prince who is now gleefully waiting to inherit the throne after all the trouble she has caused in the capital? Ryan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked up at Aurelia, then lowered his eyes again as if to avoid looking away. Oh my god. He saw the ambition of a princess. This is not a bad thing for Changlo. So the young knight lowered his head and gave a knightly salute. Then you'd better hold on to that treasure at your waist tightly. Aurelia paused for a moment, then took the divinely bestowed weapon into her palm. He said respectfully, that is your reliance and your greatest foundation. Chapter 71 The Art of War. Winning hearts and minds is paramount. Inside the sacred church, a glass cup was violently smashed out. The cup didn't shatter upon impact. Instead, it bounced onto the soft, comfortable plush carpet, rolled helplessly on the floor for a few weeks, and then cowered in a corner, avoiding the wrath of the nobleman. Outrageous. Shameless. The Archbishop of the Church of Pleam, dressed in a dark blue bishop's robe, slammed his fist on the table and stood up in a rage. How dare she? How dare she? Jeremiah. She dared to do it. Not only did she dare, she even brought her army to the city gates. His assistant, Father McGee, said, but what can you do? The Archbishop gritted his teeth and said, send troops. I will send troops to wipe them out. A bunch of heretics, a bunch of parasites who lie on the sea sucking the life of the sea god, and are thinking of overthrowing power. I will send troops to wipe them out. Huh. The priest, who had grown up with him, gave a cold laugh. Although McGee's position was not as high as that of the Archbishop, in terms of influence in the city of Perlim, he was no less influential than the Archbishop Jeremiah. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. He beckoned the messenger priest. Tell me carefully, what exactly happened? The messenger priest, panting heavily, reported. The city gates leading out of the city have been sealed off. Aren't there only 200 of them? This is news spread by Baron. 200 men is not a small number, but it is far from enough to besiege a city. That was in the morning. The priest hesitated for a moment. The Black Forest house has probably fallen. We received a plea for help. Useless, Jeremiah roared. I knew it. Handing over the important teleportation array to those mercenaries was a mistake. They took over the Black Forest house. And then what? At dusk, a steady stream of soldiers appeared on the outskirts of the city. So fast. Didn't this Changla church just appear recently? The priest frowned. When did the church's military strength develop to be so strong? It must have been Aurelia who funded it. That woman must have embezzled a lot of money from Roseshire. The Archbishop exclaimed, she must have hidden a lot of money somewhere, just like Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. There must be places in her mansion that we haven't searched yet. Shut up. Is this something to be proud of? The priest turned and scolded. Are you going to go out into the streets and shout? Tell everyone, all believers, we, the agents of the sea god, have participated in the plunder of worldly wealth. The Archbishop nearly bit his own tongue. The priest glared at the guy. If he didn't have some connections, how could such an idiot have become the Archbishop? Can you tell the number of people? He then asked the priest. I climbed up the city wall to take a look, and I estimate there were about 2,000 people. 2,000 people. Father McGee remained silent. 2,000 men. That was the only 2,000 troops stationed in the entire city of Perling. As a branch church, the Church of Pelim only had 400 church soldiers, most of whom were stationed in villages outside the city. Real. He opened his mouth. How enviable. What does an army of over 2,000 people represent? It represents power, wealth, abundant resources, and the complete trust that the rulers have in Aurelia. That's why they sent such a large team to support her. The priest rubbed his temples. Send a letter for help. Send it to the capital, to Matthew Madison. Yes. But even if they besiege the city, so what? Jeremiah said. We have teleportation arrays. People can go out, and food can come in. Our city walls are strong enough. What does it matter if they have 2,000 men? That's one way of putting it. The priest hesitated and nodded. However, let's ask for help first. It would be too shameful for one side to besiege a city in a religious war while the other side avoids fighting. The priest's gaze flickered, his expression somewhat complicated, but clearly no one present would care about the feelings of a messenger. He walked toward the street. People whispered among themselves in the streets and alleys. They won't let us leave? They won't let us in either. They don't kill people. But having your door blocked is worse than being murdered. Don't worry, someone will always take care of it. He lowered his head, avoiding the expectant gazes of the people. He was just a priest, not even a deacon, and he couldn't solve any problems. But how can those who grow up, mature, and grow old in the temple, living in luxury, understand that ordinary people cannot afford teleportation arrays. The grain collected and transported by merchants at their expense would be delivered to the church temples for free, but would these greedy people be able to resist robbing the copper coins from the people's pockets? A perfunctory siege may frighten the people, but the real gold and silver plundered will drive them mad. God said, the best way to wage war is to win hearts and minds. Aurelia said, that's my plan. The camp lights flickered, and the air was filled with the unsettling smells of mutton and cattle fat smeared on sword blades, horse and dung, campfire and burnt ashes, metal and leather, but at this moment Aurelia felt a strange sense of peace. She changed into a different set of clothes, which were delivered by Hick and a small team of eunuchs on behalf of Delonin. The little boy looked at her with excitement, piling the things his dad had asked him to bring on the ground. Those large trunks were filled with her dresses, jewelry, and beautiful shoes. But Aurelia only took out a set of smart clothes from inside, the ones she used to wear when riding horses, which looked dashing and neat. The other clothes were left untouched in the box, waiting for the day they would see the light of day again. At this moment, she was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, holding a magical weapon in her hand, with her long, beautiful sapphire blue hair flowing freely. She used her riding whip to push up her crystal glasses. She looks almost exactly the same as when Chang Lu first saw her on the character selection screen. In the flickering candlelight, Chang Lu could see her face clearly. Those yellow-green eyes were smiling. Chang Lu immediately realized that she liked it here, and she liked the present moment. The informant has already gone into the city, Ryan said. She went there with the determination to die, Your Highness. Everyone trusts your decision. The words became heavy again. Aurelia nodded. I understand. Did she take what I gave her? Yes, what is that? It's time to return a lost item to its rightful owner after so long. Aurelia sighed. She remembered that cruel afternoon when she knelt and prayed behind the wall. She thought that if she could become a well-established Aurelia, she could kill Gaius with a single sword strike. But she wasn't. Therefore, she cannot. But now, it seems she has obtained a sword of judgment. What's the name of the woman you're talking about? Beetle Sharp, Your Highness. Thank you. I will remember her name. Chapter 72 Jas Ramirez. Beatrice Sharp was not a beautiful young girl. In fact, she wasn't even a teenage girl. Beatrice, 38, is an NPC that Chang Lu obtained when he was trying to get Aurelia's exclusive weapon. She is called an NPC because, like Knight Varric, Ryan, and Miss Dickinson, she doesn't appear at first glance to be a main character or a strategy card. Her star rating is 4 stars, and her nickname on her character card is Truth Debater, which perfectly matches the requirements of this task. Chang Lu then put her into the task's card slot. Only after he was dispatched did he realize that perhaps he should raise her rank. If she encounters danger, how will she, with her limited strength, escape from the city of Perlum? Looks like I need to keep a closer eye on her. Beatrice Sharp was not a beautiful young girl. Therefore, after being lifted up by the soldiers of the Chang Lu army and climbing over a low section of the city wall, she entered the city of Perlum under the cover of night without attracting anyone's attention. This was her first time visiting such a wealthy city. She almost saw it wrong. Were the badges on the chests of those soldiers on night watch made of pure gold? At the very least, they were gold-plated. But they neither patrolled nor helped the people solve their problems. Some people leaned against the wall chatting and yawning, while others sat in 24-hour taverns drinking heartily and talking badly about the Chang Lu army outside the city to accompany their drinks. It's nothing like the Holy City. Beatrice watched all this with curiosity. Soldiers in the Holy City were forbidden from drinking alcohol while on duty. Of course, not everyone obeyed this rule, but those who did not were no longer in the Chang Lu army. Patrol diligently when patrolling, work diligently when working, and rest diligently when resting. The army in the Holy City is well treated, and nobody wants to be discharged. Beatrice thought to herself, and then carefully made her way through the soldiers. Surprisingly, no one stopped her. How strange. The soldiers of the Holy City would always stop and question any unfamiliar faces they saw. Although it was harsh, it was true that it was a holy city. What about here? How could the wealthiest city in the entire kingdom have such lax security? Beatrice felt a little proud. But she knew that her task was not just to comment on the city. The Ramirez family crest is a cluster of blooming lilacs, and the current head of the family, Jas Ramirez, resides on the most bustling street in the city of Perlum. She looked up, and, just as Princess Aurelia had said, a row of bells hung from the eaves. The woman picked up a stone from the ground, aimed at the third bell, and threw it. Bite! The melodious and clear sound of bells echoed nearby. Beatrice disappeared into the darkness. About 20 minutes later, a dark-skinned man walked out of the back door of the Ramirez family's house. He jumped up and struck the bell hard. Beatrice thought to herself, what a brute. This burly man was her contact. I'm here, she said. Get to the point, the burly man replied in a deep, muffled voice. I want to see Jas Ramirez. He's not home. Where is he? At Old Baron's banquet. When will he be back? How would I know? Princess Aurelia sent me to find you. Perfect timing. I was just looking for Princess Aurelia. She hasn't paid me my salary for 2 years. Then why are you still listening to the bell? Beatrice praised him earnestly. You're such a good person. The man slammed the door shut as if he had been deeply humiliated. Beatrice wasn't angry. She found a corner and sat down. The Gonzalez family's banquet hall was filled with the clinking of glasses and the presence of powerful and influential people. Old Baron calmly raised his glass to everyone, occasionally stopping to put his arm around someone's shoulder and whisper something to them. Jas Ramirez sat silently among the crowd, simply sipping his drink. Baron didn't clink glasses with him, because he was certain that Jas and the Ramirez family behind him would stand by him. What else? Should we go and help the royal family? Old Baron would look at him and say, You haven't forgotten how your niece died, have you? You haven't forgotten how your brother went mad, have you? If you can tolerate such humiliation, then Jas Ramirez is quite a character. Moreover, the Ramirez family's status in the city of Perlum is only average. This is why Gaius dared to make fun of his daughter just because he heard her name. Jas sat there, feeling the cold liquor being poured into his throat begin to burn. Old Baron doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. People were gossiping around. What's the rush? His precious youngest son is still in Aurelia's hands. What's there to be afraid of? Samuel is from the Tower of Wisdom. As long as Aurelia isn't insane, she wouldn't hurt him. That's true. The Dragon Priestess isn't someone you can offend just anyone. Hey, how old do you think the Dragon Priestess is? I think she must be 1,000 years old. Her stories were already circulating during my great-great-grandfather's time. How old is she? Old Baron actually wants to be her father-in-law. Heh. He's not my son. I don't care what he does. These trivial matters somehow manage to get these people talking about them so enthusiastically in groups of 3 or 5. Jas was very upset. He downed another full glass of strong liquor, but accidentally choked on it, coughing until his face turned bright red. This action finally caught the attention of Baron. The old man walked over with a wine glass in his hand, seemingly having just noticed him. Jas, are you about to faint from excitement at the thought of revenge? Laughter echoed from all around. Jas sat there, paused with his glass in hand, and asked, Mr. Baron, I've staked the Ramirez family on your side, so when can I finally take revenge on our enemies? Old Baron looked at him in surprise. You want to kill Aurelia? That's not a good idea. Not Aurelia. Jas raised his voice. My child did not die at Aurelia's hands. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Old Baron's gaze shifted from surprise to deep gloom. Oh, who are you talking about? You know perfectly well what we said before. Mr. Ramirez, I think you're drunk. The new wine from Gonzalez Winery is certainly potent, but we're not done with our business yet. This isn't the time to be drunk and disorderly. Under Old Baron's dangerous gaze, Jas sobered up considerably. The mild-looking middle-aged man stood up and waved wearily. It's too late. I'm going back now. If you could come and see me off. Old Baron interrupted him. I have so many guests to attend, Mr. Ramirez. The middle-aged man's chest slumped. He said nothing more, took the top hat from the servant, and stiffly walked into the night. Chapter 73 Player Survey Form. You have a survey form to fill out. When Chang Lu saw this pop up, he rubbed his eyes stiffly. Ah, my neck. His neck stiffened in pain as he slowly twisted it from side to side. He had been holding one position for too long during the scene, and his limbs were starting to feel numb. It was getting dark outside. He took off his headphones, and the sound of his second brother hitting the tiles came through. Where are they? He leaned over the edge of the bed and looked down, momentarily unsure whether it was afternoon or early morning. The second brother took off his headphones, revealing one ear. The eldest brother went on a date with his girlfriend, and it seems that Lao Qin went to participate in a club activity. Oh, when Lao Qin was a freshman, he joined a club. Was it a street dance club? Or a K-pop dance club? This guy's initial idea was to become a real-life person, to learn a couple of eye-catching moves, and to date a girl who could street dance. Of course, by the second semester of his sophomore year, he hadn't achieved either of these goals. Not only did I fail to achieve my dream of becoming a successful person, but I also had to skim money every week to go out for meals, which took up a significant portion of my living expenses. Chang Lu finally managed to let his neck recover, stretched, and tapped the pop-up. The Game of Gods, Player Survey. A Game of the Gods? Chang Lu raised an eyebrow. This garbled game finally had a name? No need to keep calling it a garbled game anymore. Has this project been approved? Or has it passed the review? He gave a non-committal smile and opened the survey form, which was similar in style to the letter. God's Game Qualification Confirmation and Projection Agreement. To the esteemed Lord Chang Lu. Greetings. This is the game operations team of God's Game, or rather, we prefer to be called the connectors between the world and the world. We love this continent called Dekashambi. We depict it, we serve it, and we continuously and diligently search for the souls that can save this world. The conflict between Dekashambi and others has been ongoing for a long time. We record the rise and fall of this continent. We love it, and so saving Dekashambi has been an enduring theme for thousands of years. We found you. Chang Lu, bold font. These are the footprints you left in this world. We sensed an astonishing level of compatibility between you and the soul of this world. That magnificent and dreamlike world, Dekashambi, is crossing the barriers of time and space, casting its expectant gaze upon you. We believe that love can transcend time and space. Bold font. Please believe me, my lord. The continent of Dekashambi is not a virtual image, a piece of fictional code, or some false text. This is a truly existing world, a beautiful and magnificent world brimming with life, flowing with magic and epic tales. Bold text. And at this moment, the Recorders Committee cordially extends an invitation to you. Please assist us in completing this crucial eligibility verification and screening agreement. Please confirm your dimensional coordinates, identity information, and contact details so that we can reach you. A lovely gift will be presented at the event. Bold font. Please complete the following table. 1. Please repeat your honorable name ______, your real name. 2. Your flexible projection frequency, ______, your contact information. 3. Your current world coordinates are ______, your mailing address. 4. Your spatio-temporal node code is ______, postal code. Friendly reminder. My dear adult, please make sure the information you provide is accurate and truthful, otherwise it may affect the delivery of the gift. Rest assured, the Recorders Committee will fully comply with the relevant laws and regulations in your location to protect your personal privacy and safety, so you don't need to worry about your information being leaked. After reading through the long string of text, Chang Lu had only one thought in his mind. This game company has gone mad with its game development. Oh, there's one more thing. Did I spend too much money on the game? Their company is even planning to give me a gift? He read the passage over and over again. Wow. What's wrong? The second brother turned around. The coupon has inflated by 6 yuan? You're being incredibly vicious. Could the price have gone up by 12 yuan? Get lost. I just ran into a second-generation game development team that's even more obsessed than me. Oh, the second son turned around, relieved. That's quite a rare sight. Cut. Chang Lu thought for a moment, then, without much hesitation, clicked to enter the information. Firstly, he didn't have any ill intentions towards the game. Although the Game of Gods has indeed had many strange aspects so far, it's just a game. What can it possibly do? Could we capture him and send him to another world to live as a homeless person? Secondly, he was very interested in the exquisite gift promised by the game development team. The hearts of second-generation gamers are so easily tempted. A huge bucket of spicy chicken wings? Ugh, junk food that makes you fat. A paper tube with a picture of my wife printed on it, used for spicy chicken wings? Wow, great stuff. Quickly wipe it clean and put it in that custom-made acrylic display case that costs several thousand yuan to preserve. Besides, the game's technology is so good that he'd be happy even if it were just a laser ticket set with a little nun printed on it. However, protecting personal privacy is fine, but what does protecting personal safety mean? That sounds a bit scary. Don't let your Chinibu, middle school syndrome, reach this point. With this in mind, Chang Lu entered his name, phone number, and address. The address of the Caigo station at Qingzhou University was left. Next page. Your dimensional coordinates have been received. The gift is being delivered. My dear sir, we would like to confirm with you once again whether you are ready to link to the continent of Dekashambi. Please select. 1. Ready. I'm so excited. 2. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Bring on all your dirty tricks. 3. I refuse. Don't casually sign a love contract with me. Note, this text is grayed out and cannot be selected. Why use this tactic in survey forms? Chang Lele. There's no turning back now. Bring on any dirty tricks you can think of. Your selection has been received. My dear sir, thank you for your patience and trust. Please trust us once again. This journey may exceed your expectations, change your life, and rewrite your trajectory. But don't worry, you will be with them. Shared experiences, joy, victory, sorrow, separation, and reunion, perceiving human desires and savoring the beauty of divinity and humanity. May God's glory shine upon the earth. The entire Recorders Committee awaits your arrival. Sincerely, respectfully submitted by the Recorders Committee. Chang Lu scratched the stubble that had sprouted from his lips and read those few sentences over and over again. Ha ha. He chuckled twice. What a seriously delusional production team. However, in a world of swords and magic. To be honest, he really had some aspirations. Chapter 74, The Truth Debater and the Diviner. But what about aspirations for life? Jas Ramirez lost it a long time ago. As the head of a noble family, a gentleman, and a manager, he did not travel by carriage when he returned from the Gonzalez family estate. He was carrying a metal flask, taking small sips of the strong liquor inside. The alcohol burned his esophagus and stomach, and also made him more delirious. He walked unsteadily down the street, drawing stares from the passers-by. That belongs to the Ramirez family. Mind your own business and don't bump into him. Although Ramirez is not exactly a pure and kind person, he has never done anything bad, nor has he ever exploited the farmers. The schemes of emperors are like a mountain when they fall on ordinary people. That guy isn't even an emperor. He's not even a king. So what? Métis has gone mad, and now Aurelius seems to have gone mad too. Apart from that baby in his arms, who else can stand in Gaius's way? This country is hopeless. It's rotten to the core. The more unsteady his steps became, the clearer his mind became. These words drifted past his ears, then were precisely caught by Jas and laid out before his eyes. Huh, how ridiculous. The once prominent family in Perlum City has collapsed to such an extent in just a few months. Phew, perhaps letting his sister, who had married far away, take charge of the family was the best choice back then. At least in this kind of situation, his sister would make a more decisive decision. Instead of numbing himself with alcohol and boundless cowardice like him, so timid that he wouldn't even dare to say a harsh word to old Baron. He defines himself as a defeated middle-aged man, a failed middle-aged man, and a timid middle-aged man. So the middle-aged man shuffled his leather shoes toward the back door of his house. Then, he was startled by Beatrice, who was lurking in the darkness. Hi. He almost kicked off his leather shoes. Who are you? Beatrice, who was almost dozing off, straightened her clothes and said, Your man is waiting for you, sir. Are you one of old Baron's men? I'm sorry, sir, I am not him. Are you waiting for him? Not really. You've had some wine, and you look quite melancholy, sir. Perhaps you'd like to calm down a bit? The woman in front of him, who wasn't particularly pretty, said this, and then magically pulled a crystal ball from her pocket, the kind of crystal ball that street witches use for divination. You've been squatting here all this time just so I can do your divination? Give it a try, sir. It only costs 20 silver coins. Jas raised his voice. You want more money? You are a businessman. You must understand one principle. Beatrice didn't finish her sentence, but Jas murmured, The free things are the most expensive. As intelligent as you are. Jas shook his head and smiled wryly. All right, now I owe you 20 silver coins. Beatrice wiped the crystal ball with the handkerchief in her hand, and the ball emitted a faint light. What would you like to have divined? Oh, is this a divination to tell me if I ate enough tonight? Jas said casually. An extremely simple question. Beatrice shrugged. Oh, the crystal ball shows you're empty. You haven't eaten anything. Of course, Jas couldn't eat anything. Maybe he ate a few pieces of fruit? But who remembers? Where is it displayed? He craned his neck to look, but saw nothing. Beatrice quickly wiped the crystal ball. And then? You spent 20 silver coins on such a problem? As expected of a merchant from Perlum City, so generous. Is 20 silver coins a question, or a divination? Beatrice stared at him with an obvious look in her eyes. Damn it. Jas waved his hand in annoyance. Next question. Figure out how I got home today? Another extremely simple question. Beatrice's gaze swept over the surface of his dusty leather shoes. Then she stared at the crystal ball with feigned interest. I guess you're using a very athletic method. That's not accurate at all. If it were accurate, it wouldn't be divination. Divination always leaves at least 3/10 of the space for the diviner. Phew, this problem isn't difficult either. After all, everyone in Perlum saw how I staggered back in such a sorry state. Jas' tone softened somewhat. Beatrice then noted down 2 characteristics in her character profile, easily trusting others, and weak. So, the third question, do you think I achieved my goal tonight? Jaws hesitated before speaking. He was taught from a young age to not show his emotions, and was also ordered to tell the truth to his elders. So when faced with this woman who looked older than him, Jaws subconsciously placed her in the position of elder. So, for the first time that night, he asked this strange woman an important question. Beatrice added another note to her mind, an incompetent person who is easily swayed by the words of others. What aspect of achieving your goal is reflected in? She said, it seems you've already achieved your goal by making some requests and saying them aloud. Whether the requests were successful or not is another matter. She said mysteriously, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. The middle-aged nobleman looked at her, a hint of annoyance on his face. What this woman said is absolutely right. The weak-willed Jaws actually felt that as long as he spoke out, the burden would be lifted. But was the goal achieved? The words he hadn't finished speaking were stuck in his throat by old Baron, like a fishbone pricking his lungs, driving him mad. Can I achieve my goal? Jaws asked, bewildered. The mysterious woman said, the divination results indicate that it will be difficult. It's difficult. Yes, he knew what old Baron was thinking, and what those nobles were thinking. For them, dividing up the wealth was the most important thing. But what did he want to do? He really wants to rebel. Go and kill the crown prince. Kill the crown prince at such a turbulent time. Who dares to go with him? Who would like to go with him? But the turning point in the story has arrived. Why not try a different direction? Beatrice said leisurely. If it's dark in the east, it's bright in the west. Jaws looked at her, his eyes gradually clearing. Are you one of Aurelia's people? The man's voice turned cold. Sir, that is indeed the key point. His Highness will be willing to help you fulfill your desire. Get out. Jaws roared now. Get out. I have an irreconcilable hatred for the Fernandez family. Beatrice remained calm. Sir, you still owe me 80 silver coins. Jaws quickly reached into his pocket, then pulled out a gold coin and threw it at him. The woman caught it easily. The back door slammed shut in front of her. She smiled, not annoyed, and sank back into darkness. 30 minutes later, the burly man pushed open the door, seemingly intending to ring the bell. I'm here, the truth debater said softly in the darkness. Like a witch. The burly man rolled his eyes. Jaws wants to see you. He says you didn't give him change, so he can ask one more question. Beatrice patted her bottom and stood up. It's an honor. Chapter 75 The Snail Chase Plan. A new grave has been erected on the outskirts of Canterwell. The grave mound was small and low, and looked quite inconspicuous. There were no tombstones, no flowers, no names, only two figures standing in the rain. Gaius was rarely this quiet. He usually projected an image of being irritable and impatient. But now, he stood quietly in the rain. Of course, he looked up and stared at the sky with great surprise. The raindrops that were supposed to fall on his head miraculously stopped there, and not a single drop fell on his fine clothes. The Godfather actually had this trick up his sleeve. He had thought that Cardinal Matthew Madison was not a man skilled in magic. Matthew stood there and placed a brand new magician's hat on the grave mound. Sir Madison, Gaius couldn't help but ask, whose grave is this? The bishop glanced at him and slowly replied, a snail. A snail? I once accepted a bet, the stake being a beautiful glass ball. The terms of the bet were that you could have the glass ball, but you would be chased by a snail that slowly moves with a knife for the rest of your life. Being chased by snails. What's the big deal? Gaius said nonchalantly, how fast can a snail go? Indeed, he's as slow as a snail, but no one knows where he'll appear in the next second. Perhaps on the distant horizon, perhaps at your mansion, or perhaps you'll suddenly wake up in the dead of night and see a flash of bright light by your bedside. The snail has already arrived with a knife in hand. Matthew shook his head. So you'll never be able to get a good night's sleep, take a nap, eat a proper meal, or focus on a woman for the rest of your life, because there's a snail chasing after you in your heart. Gaius wanted to laugh at the Godfather saying, do a woman, but Matthew's expression was too serious, so he couldn't laugh. So he thought about the scene and realized it was indeed troublesome. Then why not just stomp on that snail? Because that violates a church prohibition. Doesn't this violate church rules? The Church of Poseidon has many prohibitions, such as adultery, incest, extramarital sexual activity, worship of idols other than Poseidon, and blood feuds. Of course, rules are rules, but people are flexible. Some precepts can be followed, while others. Gaius's eyes darted around a few times. Matthew ignored him and looked at the magician's hat. Now, someone has killed the snail for me. Oh, then that can be considered a good deed. Maybe. Matthew said this. It took him some effort to find the complete body of the one-eyed man, and then he found the best mortician in the capital to sew up his brother's tattered body. Otherwise, if he went to hell in such a tattered state, even the demons wouldn't know where to throw him. Is this a good thing? Yes, Aurelia and her accomplices. Should I punish them for taking the lives of my blood relatives, or should I reward them for executing the snail that chased me? Sir Madison, Gaius hesitated for a while, observing the godfather's expression for a long time before speaking. I heard that Perlum City was besieged. Was it Aurelia who did it? That bitch. How could she be so bold? Matthew glanced at him. The bold are the first to enjoy the world. Well, however, it couldn't really be called a siege. It was more of a deterrent. I asked General Smith if we could send troops, and that coward actually said, that involves church disputes, secular power cannot get involved, and it will cause a conflict between the papacy and the monarchy. What utter nonsense. Everyone in the world knows what she's thinking. Now she's using religion as a fig leaf. That's reasonable and legal. Matthew's tone was indifferent, yet Gaius detected a hint of admiration in it. That won't do. This is his godfather, his Baptist. We should stand by him no matter what. How can you praise the bitch-born of that bitch? Godfather. He spoke urgently. Even a centipede that has 100 legs doesn't fall down when it's dead. You have indeed read a few books. Matthew looked at him with a complicated expression. The area in front of the grave was quiet, with all the eunuchs and servants standing 100 meters away. Matthew stretched out his finger and awkwardly drew a magic circle in the air. Listen here only. Thus, their voices were confined within the circle containing the magic array. Finally, I can say some truly important things. The bishop asked, Are you in a hurry? The young crown prince gritted his teeth. I just don't understand, godfather. Go ahead and ask. Why haven't you made a move yet? He said, Métis has gone mad this time, it's really true. Aurelia has fled far away and won't be back anytime soon. Now is the best time, why haven't we made our move yet? Matthew stared at the young man he had grown up under his nose, desire surging in his eyes. He was still young, so why had he already made the decision to kill his father? Are you also going to violate the church's prohibition? I broke the ban long ago, godfather. Gaius took another step forward. My illness is getting worse. It only gets a little better when I'm by your side, and with the help of Poseidon's potion. Godfather, I need an outlet for my desires. I don't want to. His voice grew increasingly shrill. I don't want to become a pile driver who only thinks about sex all day long. Matthew's eyes darkened. Is that what you think, child? Yes. Since we must satisfy a certain desire, why can't it be the desire for power? His Excellency the Bishop remained silent for a long time, so long that Gaius felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to apologize, realizing he might have said something wrong, he sighed. I see. I will get started on this. He said, Franz's condition will deteriorate within a week, so don't cause any trouble during this time. I see. Métis, don't worry about him. His neural connections are broken. He'll be a wandering ghost for the rest of his life. What about Aurelia? I have received a request for assistance from the Bishop of Perlum City, and I will send troops from other places to help. Very good. Besides, Gaius's smile froze. You haven't forgotten that you have a competitor, have you? The bishop patted him on the shoulder. Little Prince Theodore, you are the highest mountain in front of you right now. Chapter 76 The Road to New Life. A church deacon straightened up. He keenly observed that Mr. Matthew had opened his umbrella to protect Prince Gaius, and the two of them were walking this way. So, being very perceptive, he quickly took out his umbrella and ran over. Grown-ups. He quietly handed over the umbrella. Gaius stiffly took the umbrella and repeated, Godfather, don't forget what you promised me. Matthew nodded. Okay. He affectionately patted Gaius's head, stroking his cobalt blue hair. Don't worry, your godfather will always be there for you. The young crown prince walked out and followed the eunuchs into the carriage. The bishop stood there for a while, then looked down at a cobalt blue hair in his hand. Gaius's words still echoed in my ears. Godfather, if possible, could you spare Theodore's life? Why? His existence poses a threat to your throne. He is still a child who knows nothing. Gaius, over the years, you've killed at least 80 or 100 children. Gaius couldn't answer, but Matthew agreed anyway. I will find him a good place to go. At that moment, he handed his hair to the butler. Investigate, find out exactly what his relationship with Theodore is. Yes. Remember this, whatever the relationship, the kind-looking old man turned around, his eyes as venomous as a snake. Kill Theodore, and that Camilla. Yes. Let's go back to the night Jaws met Beatrice. The truth debater followed the burly man into the Ramirez mansion. The mansion wasn't small, but it was empty and looked rather desolate. Can I ask you some questions? She spoke to the burly man in front of her. Can you settle the wages that Aurelia owes me? How many? 385 gold coins. Unfortunately, I was not approved for this funding. Snort. Can I ask you some questions too? The truth debater was surprisingly shameless. May I have your name? After a moment of silence, the burly man said in a muffled voice, Ivan, but they all call me Ivan the Idiot. Why? Who knows? Maybe this is just a label that some self-proclaimed smart guys are throwing at us to distance themselves from us roughnecks. Oh, judging from that statement alone, you're definitely not an idiot. Who cares? They walked through the deserted Ramirez mansion. Beatrice then asked, where are the servants here? I'm here. I mean, as a nobleman, Ramirez should have some glamorous servants, such as 1 or 2 handsome children to relay messages between nobles, or maids to serve the master, mistress, young master and young lady, and at least a few old women. Oh, there are no young masters or young ladies here. Does Mr. Ramirez not have a wife? Mr. Jaws is not yet married. Can you tell me about that? We've arrived. Mr. Jaws is inside. Ivan stopped talking and stood in front of a building. Well, who dares to call you an idiot, Ivan? Beatrice nodded, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open and entered. There was indeed only Jaws Ramirez sitting in the room. Logically speaking, single men and women should avoid the situation of a lone man and a lone woman in a room. But everyone knows that this statement only applies to young and beautiful men and women, not to weak middle-aged men, and middle-aged women who are neither young nor beautiful. Jaws stared at her for a long time, then pointed to the chair. Please sit down. His mood calmed down considerably, thanks to the glass of wine he poured himself. I'm not being honest with Aurelia. I don't have much ill will towards her. Your Highness Aurelia understands. That's why an unarmed woman would cross the police line and come straight to you. I am just sad and indignant. Jaws took a sip of his drink, his face looking dejected. Just then, a scream that pierced the sky suddenly rang out from the mansion. Perhaps it was a roar, coming from an elderly man. I kill you. You bitch. I'll stab you 280 times. Beatrice nodded politely. And that is? My brother, Hugo Ramirez. Jaws became even more dejected. As you can see, he has become a madman under Fernandez's persecution. Beatrice waited quietly for him to pour out his heart. Blanche is the only child of the younger generation in the Ramirez family. The Ramirez family has not produced many descendants. The head of the family, Jaws, is the youngest child of this generation. He has an older sister and an older brother. My older sister, Sabina, is a decisive and straightforward woman. She married someone from the next city, took her husband's surname, and naturally, her children are also from that city. Growing up under such pressure to be quick-witted, the two brothers seem to have naturally developed timid personalities. My brother got married, and 4 years later, his precious daughter Blanche was born. This smart and beautiful girl, who inherited her aunt's straightforward personality, became the family's jewel. She grew up healthy and smoothly to the age of 14. Then, when she visited the Whale Fall Festival in the capital last year, she was abducted by the Crown Prince and taken to his private residence. The Ramirez family was terrified. Everyone knew what Gaius was. How could their precious child have survived in the hands of that devilish creature? Jaws spent a lot of gold coins, but the answer he got was always, that's the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has more than just your precious daughter. But his daughter was nothing more than a pastime for the Crown Prince. To the Ramirez family, she was half their life. The Hugos immediately packed their bags and headed to the capital. They found a place to stay and eagerly awaited the day they could bring their daughter back. But what awaited them was persecution more terrible than hell. As you can see, Jaws, sipping his strong liquor, calmly said, Blanche committed suicide, and 3 days later, my sister-in-law also committed suicide. Hugo went mad. Haha, and I'm almost mad too. Beatrice looked at him, her tone resolute. Someone should pay the price for this. Oh, who is it? The truth is, no one will pay the price for this, except for Ramirez. The cowardly man suddenly stood up. The one who deserves to pay the price is still dressed in fine clothes and living in a luxurious palace. He abuses women day and night. Countless women. He deserves to die, but he won't die. He will become the king of this country. How can a businessman, and not a very successful one at that, possibly stand against the king? Beatrice remembered what Aurelia had entrusted to her. She took the thing out and put it on the table. It was an earring. It's a bright, pale yellow, and looks very youthful. This is. Jaws stared at the earring and reflexively licked his lips. This is for Blanche. This is the new trend of the Gilded Merchant Guild. I bought it especially for Blanche. The man covered his face. Where did this come from? It was Princess Aurelia who found it in the grass. She was powerless to prevent the tragedy from happening, and guilt and self-blame led her to search that place at night. The man tilted his head back, his temples becoming damp. You mean back then? And now? Now, Princess Aurelia has found a new path, a path to correct mistakes and lead to a new life. You mean Changlo? Yes, Sir Changlo. This time, Jaws remained silent for a very long time. The dim, yellow light flickered a few times, he said. I would like to see Princess Aurelia. Chapter 77, I will practice asceticism. Main Quest Chapter 2, The Crimson Coronation, the final chapter, the Grand Duke of the Rose, has been unlocked. The war drums have sounded. The time to breach the city has arrived. As a territory of Aurelia, Roseshire seems to have forgotten its nominal master. Her property was divided, her troops were disbanded, and lies and deception surrounded this princess who had lost her honor. But she still has one thing, a desire boiling in her blood, stronger than ever before. Your supplicant makes a sincere request. Please bestow your grace, my lord. I will offer you all that I possess. That dazzling wealth, that mouth-watering power, that dreamlike status. Perhaps you'd like to gain something else? Your supplicant will sense your desire. But we say that Chang Lu needs victory, and Chang Lu will not fight unprepared battles. Therefore, before your supplicants step through blood into that palace, you need to complete some preparatory work. The mission has been automatically accepted, but the reinforcements that never arrived have not yet arrived. The task of opening the egg has been automatically accepted. Trust crisis after automatically accepting the task. The reinforcements we've been waiting for never arrived. News has come from the children of the capital that a support force from the Church of the Sea God is gathering in Canterwell. Their numbers are around 1,500. If they were to converge on Perlum City, it might have dire consequences. You can send your forces to intercept them. As for how to prevent them from reaching Perlum City directly through the teleportation array, the dwarf goblins who control the array might have a solution. Bribe the dwarf fairy 1,000 gold coins. Interception support force 0 to 1. An egg cracked open from the inside. The walls of Perlum are no paper. But as the saying goes, a city that cannot properly handle its internal conflicts is like a cracked egg. Who knows if inside the egg is a chick about to hatch or rotten egg liquid? You don't need to worry about where this saying comes from. In short, differences will lead to conflicts, and the conflicts caused by class differences are irreconcilable. The city of Perlum is facing this problem. Fortunately, you already have an egg beater in your hand. Now, all we need to do is turn up the temperature and let the evil ferment. Trust crisis. There's an old saying in your homeland. Even the poorest patriot in East London can't help but straighten his back when he thinks of Britain's wealth and industry. The common people of Perlum were once proud of the city's wealth. They genuinely believed that Perlum was their glory, and even if the nobles' gold coins didn't actually end up in their pockets, as long as they lived under the same roof as them, the dust on the nobles' shoes was like gold leaf stuck to their cheeks. However, the siege brought about a crisis of trust. Soaring grain prices, stay-at-home orders, aristocrats indulging in lavish lifestyles, and anxious commoners. The class divide has been on full display these past few days. Some quick-thinking individuals can't help but wonder, do we really own a part of wealth? Or rather, are we the very components of wealth? You don't need to do anything, just wait. Time will transform ingredients into delicious food. Chang Lu diligently hoed the earth. Once the map of Perlum City is lit up, the surrounding towns also light up and become available for exploration. He hadn't forgotten that there was a gacha pool for the little puppet character in this version. The system had already indicated that he was a top-tier DPS character. So how could he not get him to max constellation and get his signature weapon to live up to his top-tier DPS status? Moreover, war is the most expensive thing to do. If you complete the map exploration to the maximum extent, the system will give you a large sum of gold coins, which you can then invest in to help Aurelia manage the war. I wonder what the next version will have. He muttered something to himself. Of the 6 choices at the start, besides the 2 male characters, only the succubus hasn't appeared yet. Succubus. It feels like it might involve the dark side of things. After all, succubi are creatures that usually appear in the form of demons. Moreover, at the beginning of the game, the succubus named Scarlet had 2 ram horns on her head. In the continent of Dekasambi, sheep are often used as a metaphor for demons in most divine cultures. Let's have some 18+ content. Please. Although the current storyline is also very good, Changli still wants to call out to the production team. Hey, give me some Huang. Changli's city, the holy city, was bustling with activity as always. But the lively atmosphere did not affect the residence where the Saintess was located. Lunette was sitting at the long table, reading a letter. The letter was written in beautiful handwriting and appeared to be from a woman. My dearest niece, Lunette, I have heard about your story and I am proud of what you have achieved. Margaret's children were destined to live extraordinary and splendid lives. These days, all sorts of rumors are circulating about the City of Gold, and I've heard some of them myself. Quite a few involve Margaret, so I feel it's my duty to tell you something. Regarding the whereabouts of Margaret's legacy, the letter was long, and Lunette read it carefully, occasionally frowning. That's all I have to say. Please burn this after reading. Your aunt, Daphne. After she finished reading the letter, she folded the paper into a long strip with her slender fingers and held it to the candlelight in front of her. The flames that were gradually igniting danced in her pupils. In fact, she already knew most of the contents of the letter. As one of the heirs of the Donglan Empire, although she has not expressed any ambition to seize power, people involved in the event still hope that she will participate in this inheritance struggle. They wanted a share of the profits, in Lunette's name. Lunette did not want to do as they wished. The girl knew that her weakness was not that great. Her cultivation level stopped at the 3rd tier, 9th level, a level that was neither high nor low. It is dangerous for weak supplicants to participate in the inheritance dispute. According to Melina, Avis has already reached the 4th level, and that princess is about to become a 4th-tier supplicant. Melina's tone was somewhat sarcastic when she said this. Lunette remained calm and comforted her in a gentle tone. But does she really not care? In the stillness of the night, she prayed to the adults. It's not about praying for a divine blessing, but about hoping that that warm gaze will fall upon me again. So the day after receiving the letter, she spoke to the administrators of the holy city. I will practice asceticism. Melina was surprised. What? Where to? Visceral Forest. Going to do what? I must bring something to the Lord and the holy city. Lunette lowered her eyes. That is where my value lies. The woman in leather pants stared at her blankly, then reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair. You are anxious. I don't. You should talk to the adults, Lunette. Your mere existence is already of great value. Chapter 78, Some Wheat. The mornings in Polim have always begun with the ringing of church bells. Clang, clang, clang. One bell sound represents balanced order, while multiple bells mixed together always feel noisy. As the city awoke to the faint, unsettling tolling of the bells, a new day began with trepidation. In this city of the 13 Islands Federation, known for its wealth, there lives a group of people who are not so wealthy. They have no glittering, luxurious houses to live in, yet they bear the most arduous and dirty work in the city. They are busy all day long, running through the city's streets and alleys, trying to earn their daily food expenses amidst scorn and indifference. Such people are not uncommon in the magnificent city of Polim. Tina. The door was knocked on, and a girl with a round face and round, dark eyes moved the bolt blocking the door and looked out. Run! The person knocking on her door was a boy, about 10 years old, who waved at her as he ran. The Nixon family is selling grain today. He didn't linger, as if knocking on her door was just a casual gesture. Upon hearing this, the round-faced girl named Tina jumped up from the spot. She rushed into the house immediately. Wicker baskets, cloth bags, hand scales for weighing, and most importantly, the coins. Oh, before rushing out the door, Tina kissed her little sister, who was lying half asleep in bed. Wait for me to come back at home. Then, the girl, who was actually only 12 or 13 years old, picked up her wicker basket and rushed out of the house, joining the crowd to squeeze into the line to buy grain. She wasn't very tall in the crowd, so even when she stood on tiptoe, she couldn't see how many people were in front of her. Fortunately, an uncle who lived on the same street helped her. He grabbed her arms and lifted her up. Oh my God! Tina's round eyes widened like two bells. Is everyone in the entire city of Perlim out of flour? There might be 3,000 people in front of her. The uncle put her down and said in a gruff voice, grain is getting more expensive every day. The price of barley and oats has increased by 20% compared to a week ago, and the same goes for rye. Everyone is worried that it will get more and more expensive, so they want to buy some and stock up at home as soon as possible. Someone nearby said, even bran and soybean flour have gone up in price. The price of black bread has gone up by 30%. Those bastards. Who would believe it? Wheat prices haven't gone up at all. But wheat is for rich people. The prices of things owned by rich people don't go up. It's all the fault of those bastards besieging the city. What's their name? Changlu. Although the city is besieged, the teleportation array is still operational. The price increase is the merchant's decision. They're all bastards. Tina listened to the adults who were hurling insults and curses at her, her mind still hazy. What is Changlu? Why did the price of food rise even though the teleportation array was operating normally? Why don't the prices of things owned by wealthy people go up? Tina was illiterate and didn't understand the connection between these details. She kept standing on tiptoe and looking ahead, hoping the line of people buying grain would move and that she could buy a sack of rye. Her family is really running out of food. From morning till afternoon, Tina rubbed her feet together, keeping them parallel, vertical, head to head, and heel to heel, for a very long time. Suddenly, a noisy commotion broke out in the line in front of her. There's still some left. Son of a bitch. I waited in line for 4 hours. They're raising prices. You bastards. I'm going to the city hall to report you. Outrageous. Tina didn't know what had happened. She just looked up at the old man. Stop looking at Tina. The boy who was taking pictures of them emerged from among the adults like a fish, carrying a sack of bran and a sack of whole wheat on his back, so heavy that he could hardly straighten his back. You got it. Tina was happy for him, but the boy didn't smile much. The prices increased by 30%. What? These 2 bags of grain cost 25 copper coins. The adults chuckled and turned away anxiously. Tina was very disappointed. She walked towards home and talked to the boy. Food is getting more and more expensive. Yes, I heard them say that all this food was brought in through the teleportation array. The teleportation fee must be very expensive, right? No, not at all. The boy shook his head. I used to work at a bakery. The owner there said that grain merchants have contracts with goblins, so transporting grain isn't that expensive, much cheaper than transporting people. Then why did the price increase? The boy fell silent. He glanced at the merchants who were making a fortune and felt that there was no point in saying anything more. So the Changlu church is a bunch of bastards? Tina asked. The boy said, if we run out of food, maybe we can ask them. Ask those who are besieging the city? Why? A friend of mine told me this. Well, not really a friend, just a little beggar. Can you believe what a little beggar says? I have no idea. Tina went home with a heavy heart. Bad news keeps coming. Not only did she fail to bring back any food, but worse, her little sister developed a fever. Perhaps she caught a cold yesterday, or perhaps she was frightened while being home alone, because her 2-year-old sister's forehead was burning hot. Tina had no choice but to run out to buy medicine again. She was very anxious because she didn't have much money left. The devastating news arrived. The medicine is all sold out. The pharmacy clerk shook his head regretfully and showed her the empty shelves. They sold out 2 days ago, and the new potions haven't arrived yet. Even the cheapest treatment is gone. Well, there's nothing left. It might take at least 3 days to deliver, and we'll raise the price then. Prices are rising. Why is everything going up in price? But those noble lords clearly said that the siege would not have a significant impact on the lives of ordinary people. They clearly said that the sea god would protect this city and allow its people to live in peace and prosperity. They clearly stated that the Changlu Church's actions were minor and would not cause any real harm. But why are only those noble lords living in luxury, protected, and in peace? Tina went home dejectedly. She might also have another destination, a church or a monastery. But she is not a believer in any church. Her faith requires financial support. The little girl's face turned even redder, and Tina pressed her head close to her chest, where she could hear her heavy breathing. We can't wait any longer. The girl gritted her teeth, wrapped her little sister in the blanket, and put her in the wicker basket. She ran very fast and knocked on the boy's door in the middle of the night. How? Can you take me to them? Who? The boy asked, still half asleep. Changlu. Chapter 79. I think I scared someone to death. Who are you looking for? The boy was mostly awake. Changle? Right. Are you serious? Now everyone is awake. He stared blankly at Tina for a while, then pulled back the thin blanket, glanced at the little one whose face was flushed, and quickly put on his slightly faded coat. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Andre. 2 small children ran along the usually bustling street, which had been rather quiet these past few days. After all, resources were scarce. Although the church and nobles swore they would not mistreat the people, the increasingly tight supply eventually gave them away. So anyone with a brain started to get to work. They either went out to work at night, or stayed home to do handicrafts. In short, as long as the 13 Islands Federation didn't collapse, money would be useful no matter where it was. That's how it is in Andre's family. His father goes out to do manual labor at night, while his mother gathers in front of the bright light that's free for 1 hour each day to do some small handicrafts. I heard that the free hour of high brightness lighting is also going to be canceled. With that thought in mind, Andre secretly led Tina around the patrolling soldiers. Do you know where to find them? Tina's forehead was covered in a layer of glistening sweat. Her little sister was so heavy that she didn't even dare to stop and catch her breath. I don't know, but we have to get out of the city. Leaving the city. The city gates are closed, but the walls of Perlum aren't made of steel. I mean, we have to think of something. I know of a low wall, but you have to do me a favor. What? Lift me up. Ryan and his cavalry squad were on a routine patrol, or so they called it. It basically involves riding a horse around the city wall, paying special attention to low walls that allow people to pass through. In reality, if someone really wanted to force their way through, they wouldn't stop them much. Some of the older soldiers in the army had experienced the siege of the holy city and knew the plight of those besieged. Besides, Aurelia wasn't really going to let the city run out of supplies. Everyone is waiting for an opportunity. Therefore, even if someone secretly jumped over the low wall to escape to the outside of the city, the Changlub army not only did not stop them, but sometimes even helped them. After all, it's easy to get out, but difficult to get back in. The church army and noble private soldiers in the city don't care where you came from. They all label you as a spy for the Changlu army. So, what the Changlu army did every day was to eat their fill, then run around the city in full gear, trying to scare the guards on the city walls. The rookie knight in the team yawned and asked, "Captain, how long are we on patrol today?" "What's wrong?" Ryan glanced around intermittently, following the swaying of his horse. "Hee, I ate too much for dinner, and now I'm really sleepy." "They've never had a good life." Ryan cursed. "Has Lady Melina skimped on your food or drink?" "What nonsense." But as expected of a princess, Her Highness Aurelia is so generous, serving fresh beef and mutton to her heart's content. How could those commoners ever dream of such a good thing? Another knight stroked his beard, which had just grown to the corners of his mouth, and smeared the leftover grease from his meal evenly on it. "Don't talk nonsense when you get back, or Lady Melina will roll her eyes at you." "Hee, it'd be worth it if it even gets flipped." The bearded man had barely uttered a sentence when he saw Ryan throw a cold glare at him from ahead, and he quickly swallowed the rest of his words. Ryan stared at him, then suddenly let out a sneer. The blacksmith's son also grew a beard like his master, and began to criticize the commoners like a nobleman. The bearded knight paused, his face turning bright red in the moonlight and torchlight. The common people, who had eaten their fill thanks to the adults, also started to make jokes about Lady Melina. "I'm sorry. The bearded knight was sweating profusely under the watchful eyes of his colleagues. "How can you apologize to me? I'm just an ignorant commoner, as you say." Ryan grinned, but the smile didn't reach his eyes at all. He held a riding crop in one hand and a sword in the other, sitting upright on his horse. "The commoners don't like your beard. Go back and shave it off for them, or—" Ryan spurred his horse and left. "Go back and help your father hammer iron bars." As a rising star in the city who grew up alongside Changla City, the thing that Lion hated most was being called master by passing merchants. It's as if he works for the Holy Maiden just to become a master. His mom's still selling black bread on the street corner. How did he become a lord? But he still let it go. Firstly, it is a matter of discipline not to humiliate subordinates in front of others for an extended period of time. Secondly, this guy isn't a bad person at heart. He's just gotten a bit cocky because things have been going so smoothly for him lately. Thirdly, he saw something else. A small, dark head peeked out from behind a wall. Hey, that was a breathy sound. Ryan was too far away to hear it. Then, he saw the little head disappear rapidly. Ryan decided to let it go, no matter who it was. Then, that little head reappeared. This time he saw it clearly. It was probably a young girl. "Hey, anyone there?" "Who?" Before he could finish speaking, the little girl shrank her head again. Ryan decided to let her off the hook again. Then the third time, "Hey, Changlu." Many people in the group heard this and looked up. A little girl's timid eyes met the eyes of a group of knights. "Hey, someone come here." Ryan waved to someone behind him. "Could someone invite that little girl over as a guest?" "I'll do it." A druid confidently stepped forward. "I remember there's a type of even-toed ungulate in the Druid's Encyclopedia of Flora and Fauna." "Andre, stand up." "Ugh. Andre, stand up straight." "Ee-ha-ha." "Ouch, Ander." The straw bundles under the two little one's feet fell over haphazardly, tumbling them off the city wall. Fortunately, the straw bundle was soft enough that it did not hurt them. The little girl slipped out of the wicker basket, her red lips parched and dry, looking quite pitiful. Andre, please help me. Tina was sweating profusely with anxiety. They're almost there. My back is bad. Didn't you say before that a man shouldn't say I can't? I'm a boy. I'm not a man. Andre. Tina shoved Andre, but he froze. He fell backward to the ground, his eyes fixed on the air behind Tina, his eyes trembling, and he almost drooled. Andre, what's wrong? Tina noticed something was wrong. She slowly turned her head and saw that something was blocking the moonlight that should have fallen on her. It was a long neck, like a giraffe's. A human head was slung across its neck. The human head was staring at them with a strange expression. Huh. Holy crap. Captain. I think I scared the living daylights out of everyone. Chapter 80 Indulgence. Tina and Andre woke up at the Black Forest house. An awakening spell was cast on the two of them, waking them from a deep nightmare. Then, a sharp and piercing wail erupted from the camp. Aoawa. Wearer. There's a monster. The two little ones hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces, with a wicker basket between them, of course. When Tina discovered that the wicker basket was empty, she cried even more miserably. Emily was eaten by a monster. Ayaya. The priest who treated them. What on earth did these brutes do? Outside the tent, the druid's head drooped even lower. I just want to see. Shut up. No animal has a longer neck than a giraffe. Shut up. Ryan has completely lost face. How could he have such a genius under his command? This guy isn't the only one who made a fool of himself. He was also punished by Knight Varric, forced to squat outside the tent with his head in his hands. I'm receiving all the attention from my colleagues. This is a deeply humiliating experience for a young man in his early 20s. Ayaya. He wanted to scream too. Soon, Avis strolled over. She didn't make a sound, but Ryan knew she was laughing, probably laughing hysterically. He wanted to shove his head into his crotch. Avis was indeed laughing heartily. Aurelia came with her. The latter glanced at Ryan thoughtfully, thinking that Ryan had been taught very well. Young people of this age are rarely the type to suffer in silence. She didn't know if the parents in the capital were bad at teaching their children, or if the Fernandez family only produced good-for-nothings. If such a loser had fallen on one of the young people she knew, she would never have admitted her mistake. She might even have gone back to cause trouble for those two kids and punish them for making her lose face. Holy city, holy city. Aurelia repeated it to herself several times, and then she thought of Avis's words. You should also visit the holy city. There are many good people there. She really needs to find an opportunity to go to the holy city. There aren't many more chances for her to interact with normal people. The little girl Emily's fever had subsided, which didn't take the priest much effort at all. She is now sitting on the bed eating meat porridge, her big, dark eyes wide open. The meat porridge was more like a bowl of meat rice, with a wheat aroma, topped with some stewed, tender pieces of meat and some leafy greens. Emily clumsily used the wooden spoon to put food into her mouth, slurping and slurping. Tina was craving the food. Is this hell? This should be paradise. Meat rice is a rare treat even for the lower classes of Perlum City. The wealth belongs to them, while the class that Tina represents only enjoys the right to work. Would you like a bowl too? A pastor asked her. Tina didn't speak. She was powerless to refuse. As a result, Andre also received a bowl of wheat rice topped with meat. While the three little ones were devouring their food in the tent, Aurelia lifted the curtain and came in. Andre stared intently at her and her hair. Royal blue hair. Therefore, this person's identity becomes obvious. The boy mechanically stuffed food into his mouth, watching Aurelia casually inquire about Emily's condition, chat and laugh with Tina, and then look at him with gentle eyes. He remembered what his mother had said under the bright lights for the free hour. If Princess Aurelia were here, she would never let them do such a thing. The father also said, yes, if Princess Aurelia were here, they would give me 8 copper coins per hour, but now I only have 5. If Princess Aurelia were here, the high brightness lights would be hung in our house for free. If Princess Aurelia were here, Andre would at least have finished elementary school. If Princess Aurelia were here. They said these things many times, but everyone knew that it was just a projection of their inner unease. Now he saw the Princess Aurelia, who was described by his parents as having all sorts of magical powers. He swallowed the meaty scented wheat porridge and asked, why can't Princess Aurelia enter the city? Everyone quieted down and looked at the boy. Aurelia smiled. Because I don't have the authority to go in. Why? Isn't Roseshire yours? I was only temporarily in charge of Roseshire at the time, and now that power has been taken back. Andre gave an oh, and whether he understood or not, he repeated his parents' words, if Princess Aurelia were here. Miss Blue Butterfly smiled at him and asked, how was it? At least the church won't issue indulgences. Then Hakata's parents won't have to die. Aurelia's smile faded slightly. Indulgences? Avis looked at her curiously. What is that? It's a product of collusion between papal and royal power, Aurelia said calmly. The church distributes indulgences, and the government is responsible for reimbursement. These can be used to offset sins. When I was still in Roseshire, the priests of the Church of the Sea God tried to implement this, but I rejected it. The little bird knight nodded. It seems that while you were away, someone approved this proposal. It was Vice Governor Brendan Perez who said this was an opportunity for the pious to atone for their sins. Thick, a devout believer, the kind of devout believer whose money envelope is very thick. Oh, who is Hakata? Bodo was my friend. He was trampled to death by a noble knight on horseback in the street. Oh, sad news. The noble knight presented an indulgence, and then he was exonerated. But the noble knight's horse was injured when it trampled Bodo, and they sought compensation from Bodo's parents, demanding 500 gold coins. They couldn't afford it, so one was thrown into prison and died, and the other hanged himself. I was the one who handed Bodo's mother the white cloth to wrap her up when they took her down from the rafters. The boy's innocent words struck like thunder in the quiet tent. Avis licked her lips. Her back teeth were itchy, and she needed to bite on something to relieve the itch, or kill someone to relieve the itch in her heart. She patted Tina and her little sister on the head and quietly went out. Aurelia knew that the girl would definitely go find a wooden stake and swing her sword 800 times to vent her anger. They said that the Chonglu army were bastards who besieged the city. Now you know that the Chonglu army isn't a bunch of bastards. Yes, I'll go tell them. Tina nodded vigorously, holding the bowl. On the way back, Tina carried her little sister on her back, as usual. Andre also carried a wicker basket on his shoulder, filled with fresh meat and smoked sausages at the bottom, and several bags of wheat on top. They climbed over the low wall, and carefully avoided the crowd as they walked back. Oh right, Andre. The boy turned around. You clearly didn't witness Hakata's mother's death, so why did you lie about it? Tina looked at him. You're lying to them. Are the Chonglu army bastards? Andre asked. It seems that's not the case. Yeah, they probably aren't, but those guys in the city are definitely bastards. Andre's steps were very light. If only the Chonglu army could break through the city and replace them. Oh, so you made them angry? Uh-huh. Andre weighed the wicker basket on his back. It weighed about 30 pounds, quite heavy, but he didn't feel tired at all. Adults always say, it doesn't matter who you live with. How can life be the same no matter who you live with? Chapter 81, Our Helmet. Hey, whose stuff is this? Xiao Yaojia returned from the library carrying his laptop. As he opened the door, he touched a box by the dormitory entrance with his foot. The box was quite large, as if it contained some large item. Hey, you guys didn't buy these dolls for the dorm, did you? What doll? Old Sheen shuffled over in his slippers. Could it be those guys from the dorm next door who dumped their trash in front of our door? Hey, it really is a delivery guy. The box had a shipping label on it, and was sealed with tape on all 4 sides, making it look quite legitimate. The two looked down and read the information on the delivery slip. Huh? Lu. Huh? Xiao Yaojia's voice pulled Chong Lu out of the game. What's wrong? Your package? And it was shipped discreetly. Tell me honestly. What did you buy? Huh? Chong Lu rubbed his eyes, looking puzzled as he climbed down the stairs. I didn't buy anything. Has he ordered any packages during this period? It seems I bought a few pieces of clothing and 2 pairs of shoes, but there were no items shipped discreetly. Chong Lu scratched his neck and walked towards the door. Don't mess with me. Then he stopped talking. Because he saw the cardboard boxes covered with tape that read Game of Gods and Recorder's Committee. In-game gifts? So fast. His mind was a little foggy, but his first thought was of the merchandise he had purchased from the official website that was marked as in stock, but would take at least half a month to arrive. And this package was delivered so quickly? He must have filled out the form only 3 or 4 days ago, right? Are you game companies this proactive in giving away freebies? Chong Lu was filled with excitement and couldn't wait to bring the items in and open the box. At this moment, Xiao Yaojia asked a crucial question. Whose courier company is this? They even deliver to my door. He chuckled. Even though it's only on the 2nd floor, our teaching building and the vegetable dog station are miles apart. Luckily, I didn't make you go get it yourself. Otherwise, such a big box would have been a real hassle for you. Why do you look a little pale? Chong Lu no longer cared about whether her face looked bad or not. He was thinking about something. The address he filled in on the survey form. Wasn't it the Saigo station at Qingzhou University? A sense of crisis pierced his skin and brain like needles. Chang-Lu took a deep breath and grabbed his clothes. I'm not staying in the dorm today. Then he picked up the box and ran. As the group in the dormitory watched Chang-Li's disheveled escape, the second oldest confidently declared, "It must be the baby. It was sent to the wrong place." Whoosh. Chang-Lu carried the large box and ran all the way from the boys' dormitory to the nearest dongdaemun. Then I hailed a car and chose the nearest guest house as my destination. His heart pounded wildly, and the sense of absurdity rising from within him eroded his reason. That's right, he was 100% certain that he had filled in post station at the time. And this package actually managed to be delivered right to his dorm room door, without him even noticing. He didn't believe in any kind of helpful fairy godmother who would pick up a package for him. That's way too modern. To avoid the hassle of being questioned by the front desk, he specifically booked a guest house without a front desk and with self-check-in. When he finally carried the box into the house, Chang-Lu realized he was already drenched in sweat. Whether the sweat was from moving things or from the cold sweat that broke out when thinking about trivial details is impossible to verify. Chang-Lu calmed down a bit and began to wonder if he had overreacted. Perhaps it was a series of coincidences that caused the package to arrive at the door, or perhaps it was some other coincidence that caused Xiaohei's server room to catch fire, or perhaps it was some other coincidence that prevented him from promoting the game, or even from making any copies of information about the game. Finally, by sheer coincidence, an extra $100 was added to the water card for water bills. He lowered his head, his undershirt and thick coat soaked with sweat. There aren't that many coincidences. Chang-Lu stood there staring at the box for a long time, then gritted his teeth and started tearing off the tape. The waybill looks ordinary, but the sender's name is hidden. Moreover, the logistics company wasn't one that Chang-Lu knew, and he couldn't quite understand the text on the order. Upon opening the package, the contents appeared no different from those of normal goods. Some foam and layers of bubble wrap, neatly taped together, suggest that the person who packed this package must be a meticulous perfectionist. Is there a helmet in the box? It's called a helmet, but it doesn't look like a typical electric scooter helmet. It's more like the full-face helmets that some motorcyclists use. A round, full-face helmet that covers your head so much that you probably can't even see your chin. He didn't actually know what he was expecting to find in the box. Is it just ordinary game merchandise? Or is it a mysterious email hiding some earth-shattering secret? Chang-Lu couldn't explain it. He stared at the helmet for a while before his thoughts gradually returned to him. What on earth is he worried about? If there really is some mysterious force, would they contact him through a game? Will gods and ghosts use more sophisticated and lofty methods to connect with the new world? Using a second game? This is way too down to earth. Thinking this, Chang-Lu breathed a sigh of relief. The helmet looked like an electronic device, or perhaps a warrior's helmet from ancient Greece or Rome, with no obvious buttons or interface. If there's no need to use it, it looks nice as a decoration on the cabinet. He looked at it over and over for a long time, pressing and fiddling with it here and there, but he still didn't know how to use it. There wasn't even an instruction manual. The survey form is written in such detail, but the gift-giving is so vague. Do I really have to wear it? Chang-Lu muttered again. Could this be a flying guillotine? He meant the kind of guillotine used to rip off people's heads. But Chang-Lu was a naturally bold and naive child. He couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he tried, so he simply put it on his own head. The view was completely dark. It's not a massage device, is it? Just then, a ray of light appeared in front of his field of vision. Wow. It really is an R-grade helmet. This game company must be incredibly wealthy. They must be making a fortune. I definitely need to check how much this helmet is worth later. But soon, Chang-Lu will realize that this helmet has nothing to do with money. It seems to be another manifestation of this game company's abundant technical capabilities. Chapter 82 Cradle of Gods. What appeared before me was a vast galaxy. He floated in the Milky Way. Even his breathing became cautious. Vast and boundless, stretching as far as the eye can see. Darkness and light seem to be two antonyms, but at this moment they miraculously appear under the same sky. No, or rather, is that the sky? Chang-Lu slowly looked up and saw some strange floating objects. Unlike the universe constructed by humans using computer technology by combining imagination and examples in science fiction documentaries, there are no various stars, black holes, or nebulae here, but there are similar things. Those things float in the universe, like stars, constantly spreading their power outwards. Circle after circle, like neutron stars produced after a supernova explosion. With murderous intent and a malice that could devour everything, Saul's Chang-Les swam around him. So many neutron stars, he thought in shock. Those are the gods. A voice rang in Chang Li's mind. This helmet even has a built-in microphone? That's amazing skill. Moreover, Chang Li was very familiar with that voice. It was the narrator from the game, God's Game, that he often complained about. However, the narrator no longer has that cheeky tone and has become much more serious, which makes Chang Li feel a little uncomfortable. No one knows where the gods come from, but perhaps we can glean some secrets from your origins. They may have once been ordinary people from different times and spaces who became gods by chance. Oh, there's a massacre happening over there. Would you like to see it? Before Chang Li could speak, the camera zoomed in. He witnessed the death of a neutron star. It may have been struck by the power of the surrounding gods, causing it to disintegrate, shatter, and turn into a handful of shimmering dust. Then it was completely absorbed by the surrounding gods. In fact, death comes sooner than the attack. Before the attack even arrived, he had already crumbled from within. When a deity loses the trust of its believers, its divine authority cracks, leading to its collapse, disintegration, and eventual death. This kind of thing happens every minute of every day. Just as gods constantly die, new gods are constantly being born. The scene changed again. The camera focused on a point in the void, and Chang Li heard a familiar voice. I beg you to answer my prayer. We pray that God will accept the believer's heartfelt plea. Is that the little nun's voice? Please bestow your grace. Please save Crescent Moon City from its doom. This is my request as a saint at the end of my life. Yes, yes. It was the phone call he received. It was the first chapter of the game. It was Lunette's voice. The prayer appeared, and the deities who answered it appeared as well. Suddenly, a glimmer of dark golden light appeared in that empty space. Then the light gradually grew larger, and a new god was born. He answered Lunette's prayer. He granted Lunette's request, and Lunette granted his request in return. The newly born god and his followers hit it off immediately. They were perfectly in sync. But have you noticed? You're already surrounded by wolves. Chang Li turned his head to observe his surroundings. He first saw a blurry figure standing in the bright moonlight, and the moon goddess Selene cast a cold gaze at him. Yes, he swallowed a fragment of his divinity. Then, hidden behind Selene, in the shadow of the moon, is another dark moon. While he was hostile to Selene, he was also eyeing Chang Li. And then there's Poseidon, the god of the sea, surrounded by beautiful blue, whose gaze is sharper than the trident in his hand. And there's more and more. He felt all kinds of malice and prying. There was no safe place in this universe. You must become powerful. This is the dark jungle law of the gods. All deities are under your watchful eye. You have nowhere to hide. Chang Li was having trouble breathing. I don't know if it was because the helmet was unsuitable or because of the gaze of these gods. But don't worry, you are not without options. To restrain these gods, the heavenly way devised an idea, and thus we possessed a chessboard. The next second, a feeling of weightlessness came over Chang Li, who was falling rapidly. Damn it. This game can simulate weightlessness. Through a helmet. If you have this technology, why do you even make games? Let's go to a 5D movie theater. It's better than those who spray water in the faces of moviegoers to make it look like it's raining. The howling wind whipped against Chang Li's cheeks as he sped up, and the continent before him became clearer and clearer. Dekaxambi continent. He knew what the next sentence was. The dwelling place of the gods. A place where all living beings fight and kill. Hello. The gods use living beings as pawns, and the sky, oceans, mountains, and plains as their chessboard, demonstrating the extreme ruthlessness of those in power. You can also create your own game on this chessboard. How to proceed, and how to proceed gracefully, is what you need to think about. Is it about forging ahead with determination, becoming a strategist in the fierce winds, a helmsman in the raging waves, and marching towards victory? The faces of his supplicants flashed by one. First Lunette, then Avis, Melina, the little wooden puppet, and Aurelia. They all looked the same as when we first met. Except for the little wooden puppet, they were all radiant and beautiful enough to make your heart flutter. The holy city prospers, and believers live in peace and contentment. Or will it remain dazed and confused, swaying precariously in the raging winds, its form crumbling and withering away beneath the giant waves? The scene shifts, and flames and giant waves engulf the holy city. The city was cleaved in two by a giant sword as big as a mountain. Like Jesus in his crucifixion, Lunette was nailed to the city wall with her hands pierced. The little bird knight, carrying the fire-lighting box, gallops through blood and fire. Melina held a sharp knife to her neck. The blade was drawing blood. Aurelia was covered in blood and bloodshot eyes. Little wooden puppet, oh, poor little wooden puppet, What tone? The little wooden puppet was in an even worse situation than he is now. Chang Lu was dumbfounded. What is this? Forced spending? There's no need to force me. He's already willingly spent money on in-game purchases. Don't do this to his box. You can't treat his wives like that. Stop. How the story unfolds is entirely up to you. I'll smear your grandma's legs. Chang Lu cursed expressionlessly. I, Chang Lu, the second immortal, hate the card-tearing plot the most in my life. If you dare to write the plot like this, I will use my ultimate move. Did you know that Xianyu, a second-hand marketplace, offers refunds to minors? Chang Lu took off his helmet and placed it on the bed, letting out a long sigh. He didn't show weakness in the game, but in the real world, he was somewhat listless. Is this really a game? He meant that he really wasn't some kind of kami-sama who could save the world. Chapter 83, Making Princess Aurelia Never Go Home. This detachment, which had gathered in villages and towns near Cantwell, was traveling along dusty country roads. The detachment commander was named Wolf Holmes, a shield-bearer invoker. He was dressed in full heavy armor and carried a large shield on his back. When he walked in the ranks, he always made a heavy sound, like heavy metal striking the ground. Because of his name, people who know him often call him by his nickname. Brother Wolf, how much further? Wolf glanced at the map in his hand, then frowned as he looked at the valley not far away. It's about 8 kilometers away, just past that valley. Huh. A series of complaining sighs came from all around. It would have been better to wait until we could raise the horse-drawn carriages. Yes, knights have horses, and magic users can cast swiftness spells on themselves. What about us? We're all on our 2 legs. And there's still over 100 pounds of equipment. Say less. Once we get there, let's not talk about fighting. Let's start cooking first. Who knew those guys from Chang Lu were so cunning? Actually colluding with the goblins to shut down the mass transport option of the teleportation arrays in Polim City and several surrounding towns. Those dwarf goblins, will teach them a lesson sooner or later. TCH. All talk and no action. Dwarf goblins are the race with the most sensitive control over spatial magic besides the space-time dragons. What? You want to fire them all and then dig up all the space-time dragons from the ancient dragon tombs? I was just joking. Wolf felt sweat trickling down his forehead. He raised his hand, but the armor stopped him from wiping it, which annoyed him. In a country where a particular deity holds absolute dominance, religious wars are rarely triggered. Because of its proximity to the sea, the belief in the sea god quickly took root and flourished in the 13 Islands Federation. It has now become the faith of the 13 Islands Federation and is the state religion of the kingdom. Very rarely, there are those whose faith is so shallow that they dare to provoke us. Therefore, the Church of the Sea God did not respond so quickly when dealing with the war. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day after Lord Matthew Madison issued the order that the team was finally assembled. The conscription officer then took the number of soldiers and warhorses to the dwarf goblins, only to be told that due to technical reasons, the teleportation array within 20 kilometers of Polim City could not handle large-scale personnel transport. This was a complete shock. The conscription officer naturally didn't believe it. Why won't a perfectly good teleportation array be used to teleport soldiers? These sons of bitches must have taken bribes from the Chang Lu Church. But no matter how much they roared, the dwarf goblins remained unmoved. They simply poked their heads out from behind the glass window and asked, "Do you need me to arrange for batch delivery for you?" The conscription officer had a headache. What do you mean by in batches? We can deploy your army in batches of 10 to the city of Perlim and the surrounding towns at different times. How long will it take to complete this transaction? Well, there are over 1,500 of you, so it will take about 15 days. Oh, humans and livestock need to be released separately, which means it will take another 6 to 7 days to release the horses. More than 20 days? The daylily is already too cold. The recruiter pointed at the dwarf goblin's shop window and vented his anger, not knowing if the goblin heard him or not, before storming off. These crippled monsters. They only know how to treat people differently based on who they're dealing with. Today, he's all alone, so they look down on him. If Mr. Matthew Madison were to come, he would definitely change his tune. But for some reason, His Excellency Madison didn't seem to care much about the war. What he was busy with was of course none of a small conscription officer's business. It also had nothing to do with Wolf, the detachment commander who was drenched in sweat. He led an army of 600 men on a grand march, first landing in the town of Red Sand, 20 kilometers away, and then proceeding on foot to the city of Polim. He asked the legal professionals around him to help wipe away his sweat, But this was only a temporary solution. The shield guard looked up at the distant valley and asked, "Has the scout returned?" "Not yet. They're here." Several young men rode back on horseback, laughing, as if they were not at war, but on a group outing. Wolf frowned. He didn't like this attitude. "Commander, no abnormalities ahead." The young scouts shouted, "There's no one ahead. Let's ride over there. The deer are still drinking at the water." Another young man laughed and said, "There are some doe with fawns. They look so fresh and delicious. If we camp nearby tonight, we'll have dinner sorted." The group of men chuckled and rode their horses at a leisurely pace, a nonchalant attitude that drew angry glares from the soldiers around Wolf, who were sweating profusely from their long journey. Besides this, Wolf took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. The guy who casually remarked that the fawn was fresh and delicious was the nephew of a bishop at the Neptune Cathedral in Canterwell, so he had to hold back. And the guy seemed to sense something was off, and his smile faded. "We checked the surrounding moss and spider webs. They're perfectly preserved, no signs of damage. We also used some backlighting spells, but we didn't see any barriers within the detection area. It's a very academic testing method, but it's still pretty good." Wolf's expression softened slightly, and he said to the messenger behind him, "Continue forward. Keep going." The orders were passed down layer by layer, and the 600-strong team immediately set off again. When the messenger ran back, he was covered in sweat. He overheard the bishop's son chatting with Wolf Brother. A motley crew of unorthodox gods. Let alone 1,500 people. Even 500 would be enough to take them down. "Brother Wolf, do you think our goal is really to kill those soldiers guarding the city?" Wolf's expression shifted. His background wasn't particularly good. He was selected from the congregation through conventional means, so he naturally didn't have as many channels for obtaining information as this young master. Seeing his interest, the young master leaned close to his ear and whispered something. "Asshole." The messenger only heard this sentence, and then saw Wolf Brother walk away, gritting his teeth and suppressing his anger. The young master, sensing his gaze, simply shrugged and said, "Tisk, rigid mind." Wolf walked to the side, his anger fading, replaced by overwhelming shock. Their goal is to ensure Princess Aurelia can never return home. Is it his personal property, or the bishop's? Is it from the church, or from His Majesty the King? The shield guard could no longer feel the heat. He only felt absurdly cold all over. Chapter 84. The king is ill. The group entered the valley. This valley is called Gulf Stream Valley, from which a river meanders. The rare freshwater has given rise to life other than humans in this valley. The clatter of weapons from the troop movement startled the deer and goats, causing them to unleash their extraordinary leaping abilities and disappear from human sight in an instant. The young master felt it was a pity. He smacked his lips and didn't go far, just lingering around the group. He was an incompetent scout, but as a young nobleman raised in the capital, he was also quite dutiful. He was currently flirting with a young female priest in the party. "There's a dessert shop on East Street. I'll treat you to one when we win the war." The pastor gave a slight smile. "You're too kind. My salary can afford a dessert. It's very expensive. With your salaries, TSK, you can't afford it. Then I won't eat it. If you want to eat, I'll treat you." "I didn't say I wanted to eat it." "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The young master, still fuming, suddenly felt his horse's head bump into something. He bumped into a soldier in front of him. The group came to an odd stop. Just as the young nobleman was about to ask, "Why aren't you moving?" or "What are you standing there for?" he suddenly heard some strange noises. Swoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Is it raining? The young master subconsciously raised his head. Could it be an enemy attack? A black dot appeared in the center of his field of vision. Then came many more. The black dots rapidly approached him. He opened his mouth, but he, who usually prided himself on being bold and meticulous, couldn't utter a word at this moment. Enemy attack. He heard a sharp scream. It came from the seemingly gentle and frail little priest beside him. Unlike his usual gentle demeanor, yet it brought him an immense sense of security at that moment. He wants to marry this woman. A shield opened up above his head. But it's very likely that the young pastor was supporting herself, because half of the young master's shoulder was still exposed. Bite. Ding ding ding. Arrows rained down on the shield, smashing it to pieces in no time. Clang. Everything went black, and there stood Wolf, holding his shield high. The young master was moved to tears, wishing he could rush up and give the man a kiss. "Winsy," Wolf shouted to the young pastor. "Help." "Yes." So it turns out they weren't here to save him after all. Arrows, tinged with a deep blue, rained down, pinning some church soldiers who couldn't dodge in time to the ground. Even those soldiers who were only grazed by arrows covered their wounds, as sharp pain and excruciating itching surged up at the same time. The arrow is poisoned. It's too late to say that. Fortunately, although the military's practical skills were poor, their theoretical knowledge was solid. The shield guards hastily raised their shields and formed a protective barrier. A circular, sacred barrier gradually formed above their heads, and the arrows could no longer penetrate it. Fine. The young master breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no charging cavalry comes, we can make adjustments quickly. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly heard an extremely loud horn sound. His face turned green, and he turned around to see a troop of cavalry charging towards the scattered crowd. Holy shit! The leading knight looked quite young, and charged into the camp with his long sword raised high, as if he were in an empty field. Report. Lord Ryan's knights have defeated the first detachment of the sea god. Report. Our army has captured more than 400 enemy soldiers, and more than 50 others have escaped and are being pursued. Aurelia slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the sand table on the table and smiled at Avis. See, I knew I didn't need you. The little bird rider asked curiously, how do you know they would definitely fall into an ambush? You know this detachment so well. I don't just know this detachment, I know the entire church of the sea god. Aurelia stroked the divinely bestowed whip, her eyes somewhat clouded. This country is heading towards death. The army, the church's army, big shots, small shots, men, women, anyone with power wants to use it to the extreme. They will desperately try to take advantage of others, and thus, the originally excellent power institutions will be gradually devoured and destroyed by such people. The princess, her heart filled with despair, coldly curled the corners of her lips. Coming to attack me is naturally a profitable thing. Avis nodded thoughtfully. So they'll stuff dog poop into the ranks? Is that where your confidence comes from? Yeah, dog shit. I see. Avis said, Cronette and Melina won't stuff dog poop into the team, we'll throw it out. So, in that case, it's only a matter of time before Chang-Lu conquers the 13 Islands Federation. Aurelia looked at her and said, well, if you can take this approach to the extreme, then Chang-Lu will sooner or later be able to accomplish the great feat that the Emperor of Donglan could not achieve. She was just joking, but Avis took it seriously. Aurelia had no interest in guessing what intelligence one was thinking. She was more curious about, how will Matthew Madison respond after learning of the loss in the first game? Such a cunning and calculating fellow should have already prepared countermeasures, right? Unfortunately, Cardinal Matthew Madison did not take any action, because something more important than killing Aurelia stood before him. The city of Canterville was thrown into panic because King Franz III had fallen ill again. The illness came on suddenly and violently. He collapsed in the court without warning, and even the eunuch closest to him did not have time to catch him, causing His Majesty's head to make intimate contact with the ground. The courtiers were flustered, both because they were flustered and because they had something to hide. Was it done by members of the Crown Prince's party or the Little Prince's party? How dare they be so audacious? Or perhaps, this old king, who has been exploited as a stud for 2 or 3 years, is now showing the downsides of excessive mating? Opinions were divided for a time. Inside the palace, the queen and Camilla were wailing and pointing at each other, cursing each other as if they wanted to pin all the blame on the other. The most famous pastors and doctors in the country have all come to see him, but they can only sigh and shake their heads. It seems the king is indeed dying. It's time to choose sides. Is he standing behind the crown prince, who is already grown up, young but naturally absurd and fond of debauchery? Or should we stand in the group of the little prince, who is as pure as a blank sheet of paper, ready to be painted on, yet still in his swaddling clothes? Someone suggested, why don't we call Princess Aurelia back? She must have really wanted to see her father one last time. However, this sentence disappeared in an instant, like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Chapter 85 Honey Illusion. Early in the morning, Tina jumped out of bed and checked on her little sister's condition. Very good, her complexion is rosy, and she is fast asleep. She stretched, picked up her wicker basket, and prepared to go from street to street selling the fishing nets she had woven. But after hawking their wares all morning, they hadn't sold a single fish. The city gates were sealed off. Who would go fishing? In other words, how could someone who can leave using a teleportation array be a fisherman? Tina's face was flushed from the heat as she listened to the adults chatting while reading newspapers on the street. So we lost after all. The bearded man stroked his beard. I knew it all along. With 600 men as the advance team, it would be strange if they weren't eaten alive. This is terrible. Is the sea god's church army really that weak? Whispering. Chill. Keep your voice down. I heard that something happened in the capital, and everyone is in a complete mess. I don't think the city of Perlum can handle it. Doesn't that mean? This means grain prices will rise further. Stock up on grain now. What connection is there anymore? The adults folded their newspapers and walked away, grumbling. Tina didn't understand anything about the capital city or the church army, but she could understand that food prices are going to rise. Will prices rise further? She looked at the fishing nets that hadn't been sold yet with a worried expression. She had run out of food and could only rely on relief from the Chonglu army to survive. What if you finish eating? Why bother others? Tina, wouldn't that be a bit too shameless? The little girl walked home dejectedly. As she passed the magnificent Neptune Cathedral, she witnessed a rare sight. A mother in a disheveled state, drenched in sweat, her hair matted together and hanging in clumps on her forehead, showing no regard for her appearance. She wore a long linen dress, which highlighted her social class, commoner. A commoner, holding a dying baby in his arms, knelt before the Cathedral of Neptune, weeping bitterly under the gaze of countless people. Please, please God. Please save my child. 1 dose of healing potion will be enough. He's only 3 months old. He's only 3 months old. Lord God, Lord Bishop. Her voice was so piercing that it attracted the attention of many people. Tina naturally heard the woman's story from the crowd. Isn't that a woman from the Locke family? Oh, her husband died in a church incident. She wasn't doing badly before. Her husband was a capable man, running errands for the church at a young age. But one time, he was involved in some incident, and only his body returned. She was pregnant at the time. Now her son is 3 months old. Poor Locke family. Their maternal family is of no use, and Locke still has 2 elderly people left behind. Well, sighs rose and fell. What will the church do? Some hoped the church could help this poor woman. If they could lend a hand, it would only be a matter of a dose of medicine. I think it's unlikely. Some people poured cold water on the idea. The church is no different from those nobles. They're just using different methods to exploit the people. How could they possibly provide medicine for free? Croc died for Lord Sea God. Sigh, everyone knows that medicine is in short supply these days. If we were to give it to this woman, what would people think? Would they all go to the sea god to beg for a blessing? What god is that idol? Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd scratched their head and awkwardly turned their face away. The woman from the Locke family looked at the priest guarding the gate with almost pleading eyes. She kowtowed many times, so much so that her forehead became flushed. The priest avoided her gaze and only said, I need to ask my superiors. Whom should we consult? Could it be that we are consulting the gods? It wasn't until they consulted the high-ranking religious authority. About 10 minutes later, the priest came running back, his face ashen. If Father McGee were here, he might have been able to give the child a healing potion to relieve his pain. But Father McGee was already in a terrible predicament because of the defeat of the advance team sent by the capital. He also had to spend money, time and face to demand people from the Chonglu army. He had no time to sit in the church and drink tea. So Archbishop Jeremiah, who was now in the mood to sit in the church and drink tea, said, All right, that's fine. The priest was taken aback. Really? Of course. I have no objection if you're willing to be the good guy. By the way, how much does it cost to teach you a healing potion? 10 silver coins? But at this critical juncture, it's only right to charge you a little more, isn't it? How about 50 silver coins per potion? The priest was struck dumb and stammered. I pay? Otherwise what? Jeremiah sat up and threw the glass again. You're being so kind and playing the good guy? And you expect me to pay the bill? Get lost. The priest, his face ashen, refused to look the woman in the eye. I'm sorry, ma'am. The church is out of medicine and we're trying to get more. Or please, just cast a healing spell. Madam, the church army is currently in a state of mobilization, and everyone is very busy. What should we do then? The woman screamed. What will happen to my child? My man died for Lord Sea God. If it weren't for dealing with Lord Jeremiah. One of the priest's expressions changed. Cover her mouth. Immediately, someone pounced on it. They were fighting with the woman at the church entrance. The surrounding crowd erupted in uproar. A heretic. This is a heretic. The priests quickly explained, but this was a common tactic of the church. Judging from the looks in the eyes of those around them, there were very few believers. The woman was pinned to the ground, screaming desperately, and her child was taken away. She cried and screamed, shouting in the most undignified way, but where was God? Their family has been worshipping a deity for many years. The incarnation of a god is stepping on her chest. Use your arm to tighten around her throat. Tell her to shut up with a fierce look. Or die. With your child. The woman's reason finally returned to her mind. She flinched, then curled herself up. I see. I will shut up. Shut up obediently. Please give me back my child. The people of Perlum had never experienced anything so absurd. They were always enveloped in a sweet illusion, imagining that they could enjoy rights on an equal footing with those noble gentlemen. But reality is the best teacher. The priests returned to their places, still defending the precarious and crumbling edifice of their faith. Just then, a child's voice rang out. Why don't you go and find the Changlo army? Tina, hiding in the crowd, said timidly. They'll have medicine, and maybe even food. Many eyes swept over her. Having never seen such a scene before, she involuntarily took a step back, but then mustered her courage and spoke. Princess Aurelia's faith. It won't hurt us, will it? Chapter 86. See you again. Jas Ramirez went back. This spineless middle-aged man had a long, heart-to-heart talk with Aurelia and the others. In reality, it was his tears that were shed unilaterally, while Aurelia unilaterally played the role of a smiling saint, fulfilling her mother persona. The task of disdain was left to the little bird rider. Avis said in a completely incredulous tone, Huh? Is your personality made of cotton? It's so embarrassing for a clam to be interrupted at a banquet, isn't it? Huh? And then what? You actually walked back by yourself? How embarrassing. Aurelia. She winked at the little bird rider. If you keep making that noise, can you go to the doorway? Okay. Jas wiped away his tears and, with the help of the patrolling soldiers of Changlu City, climbed over the low wall. Oh right. He called out to Ryan, who was seeing him off, and hesitated, saying, The storm in Perlum is getting bigger and bigger. It's all right. Ryan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. My dad was a fisherman, and he used to say something like this. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Oh. Jas turned around and walked back, looking rather dazed. He still couldn't make up his mind. Standing with Aurelia, or rather, with the Church of Eternal Joy, was not an easy decision to make. If you can't make a decision no matter how hard you try, aside from making a casual decision like flipping a coin, Jas remained silent. Why not use the method we used when we were kids and let her make the decision? In the afternoon at Ramirez's mansion, Jas, after asking his brother who couldn't offer any advice, spread out a parchment and began to write rapidly. Dear sister, Sabina Ramirez Beckett. Hopefully you still remember the disappointing family that gave you your middle name. Ramirez hasn't been able to offer you much help or support since our marriage, and now, I'm even shamelessly writing to you, hoping to get your decisive advice. He folded the letter, attached a teleportation charm, and placed it on the candle. A burst of azure flame shot up and engulfed the letter. Call. As if he had handed over the responsibility, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep peacefully. The mission is complete, but reinforcements have not arrived. Having tasted defeat, the second battle group, numbering nearly 1,000, stationed themselves in Red Sand Town, awaiting further instructions, if any. The capital is in complete chaos. The old king really looks like he's about to die? Everyone's gambling, so what's the harm in forgetting a less important army? In other words, as long as the city of Perlum can pay its taxes and afford the extravagance and waste of the royal family in the capital, what does faith or rule have to do with anything? As for that army, don't worry, the crushing defeat of my dear lord's detachment has terrified these celestial dragons. Does it sound unbelievable that they didn't want to be captured, didn't want to be killed, didn't want to be routed by cavalry after marching 20 kilometers? It's true, my lord. Don't apply your era's warfare to the continent of Dekasambi. Aside from swords and magic, it is not much different from medieval village brawls. Just avoid anything involving battles between gods. A deity with closed eyes symbolizes peace and stability, while a deity with open eyes represents destruction and death. Oh, does this mean that the gods bring hope or despair to this world? Trust crisis completed. Warning, warning, your city is facing a crisis of trust. Oh, this isn't your city yet? That's good. The ever-rising prices have shaken the foundations of this bustling city. If people can't afford to eat, they're bound to rebel. But the concern shown by the enemy makes the hypocritical church principles a joke. Your followers have done a great deal, and they are indeed striving to implement your will, equality for all beings. Thus, a hungry and helpless girl receives a sack of wheat, a desperate mother receives a potion, and a fallen nobleman, whose family has been destroyed, receives a glimmer of hope. Thus, the flame was able to ignite in the hearts of the lower classes of Perlum. They cried out silently in the shadows, Changlo, Changlo, Changlo. Closer, closer. The The revolutionary uprising is drawing near. A crisis of trust? Great. That's your opportunity. So inspiring. So inspiring. So excited was Chang Lu that he couldn't sleep late at night watching the plot. So he got up and did 20 push-ups on the floor of the guest house. Effortlessly. The game's side-by-side conversations were already quite provocative, and with the helmet on, the voices seemed to emanate from the depths of Chang Li's heart, making his heart pound with seduction. This VR headset is also very feature-rich, with functions such as rotating the eyeball to swipe the screen, staring to open/zoom in, and so on. It is also very convenient to use, which makes him wonder if it is really a product of current technology. He knew that her technology had developed to an excellent level, but could it be applied to games perfectly smoothly? Buzzing. The phone, which was lying to the side, vibrated a few times. Chang Lu touched his phone, and the name Mint Bubbles appeared on the screen. How about the mint-flavored sparkling water? She seems to really like starting with that sentence. Quite cunning. For example, "Are you there?" immediately discourages people from replying. "Hello" is too distant. Stating a request directly might not elicit a response. While "How are you?" creates a sense of neither too close nor too distant, and can at least prompt the other person to reply. Chinglewat. Then the conversation flowed smoothly. Mint Bubbles, it's the same thing again. Class reunion. Chingle. Has a time been set? He didn't have time to check the group chat, which was filled with exaggerated images of children's faces, and both cute and ugly cat emojis. Mint Bubbles, yes. Mint Bubbles, you don't care at all. Chingle, Chingle, extracting useful information from a bunch of emojis is a very troublesome thing. Mint Bubbles, yes, you're a very busy person. Mint Bubbles, so let me, a free spirit, tell you? In the end, we arranged to have dinner first, and then go to KT together. Zhanya's opinions always get noticed, but Chang Lu is different. He's practically invisible. He didn't say anything in a negative way at all. What do you mean, invisible? But this girl, who always gets noticed, is now asking him a question. Mint Bubble, is it really convenient for you to pick me up then? Changle, it would be too lame to say it's inconvenient now. Mint Bubbles, then I'll take your convenience. See you again, Mint Bubbles. Chang Lu, see you later. Hiss. Chang Lu frowned as he stared at his phone screen. Asahi who will return to you. Chapter 87. The she-wolf returns to the nest. In Salt Ridge, a town hundreds of kilometers from Palime, Sabina Ramirez Beckett lay in her husband Taylor's arms. Savoring the new wine brought by the farmers, picking plump grapes from the gaps in the pavilion, and watching the 4 sons and 1 daughter playing by the stream in the distance, life was incredibly pleasant. She married a good man. Saltridge has a large salt deposit, so its mines and workshops supply the whole of Roseshire with salt and preserved foods. Taylor Beckett was the town's biggest mine owner. Similarly, Taylor Beckett also married a good woman. Before Sabina's arrival, the Beckett family was the second largest family in Saltridge, and was always overshadowed by another family. Later, the decisive and efficient Sabina married into the family. With her strategic advice, she helped the Beckett family overcome their powerful rivals in a very short time, making them the wealthiest and most powerful family in Saltridge town. Moreover, Sabina brought new life to the Beckett family, which also had few heirs. She has been married into the family for 17 years and has given birth to 4 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom have grown up healthy, making Taylor's parents extremely happy. But Taylor also heard that his wife's family seemed to be having a hard time. So he suggested, "Do you need help? Or could you just send some money back?" But Sabina rejected him. "My 2 younger brothers are both hopeless. They have always been indecisive and can only sleep peacefully after they have to put the responsibility on someone else. That is why I chose to marry someone from far away." The wolf-like woman said bluntly, "If they want to grow up and become real men, they must get used to leaving their mother, their sister, and everyone who can make decisions for them." Taylor asked thoughtfully, "What happened in your house?" "It's bad." The woman lowered her head, a deep sadness flashing in her eyes. "I hope they can find some courage from this. I'm already married and can no longer make decisions for them." She was naturally furious at her niece's humiliation and saddened by her death, but revenge required far more than just resentment. She has the courage to gamble with the rise and fall of her entire family, but she is no longer the head of the Ramirez family. Taylor hugged the precious date that was meant for him tightly. "Just tell me what you want." In the midst of their tender affection, a letter was placed on the low cabinet between them. "It's for the lady." The butler left after he finished speaking. "Give me." Sabina picked up the letter and saw the address it came from. Polam City. She had a vague feeling about it. The woman unfolded the letter with a trembling hand and read it carefully. The more I read, the darker my face became. Look, that good-for-nothing younger brother of hers. Her spineless son. They sent another letter asking, Mommy for milk. But as she read on, a strange feeling arose in her heart. Killing Gaius is my dream, and currently, it seems that only Illyria can help me achieve this dream. Dear sister, should I consider Aurelia and Gaius separately? Can people with the same bloodline develop different personalities? She stared at the last sentence and sighed, half with emotion and half with regret. Honey, what's wrong? Taylor leaned in and kissed her furrowed brow. This is an opportunity. Sabina murmured. This is an opportunity to shed the identity of a merchant, to shed the identity of an illegal mine operator, to move toward power, and to become a new elite. What? Sabina was thinking, and Taylor understood. His capable wife often finds herself in this situation, where the man remains silent and simply waits quietly. Sabina quickly weighed the pros and cons, including the gains and losses brought by information from various parties. Will it work? Perhaps it really can work. What if we lose? Perhaps I will die, or become a fugitive. Huh? Darling, how did this get involved with death and fugitives? I'm thinking about something important. Sabina took a deep breath and cradled her husband's head in her hands. Please tell me. I want a divorce. Leave, huh? Taylor's eyes widened suddenly. Divorce? Who's divorcing whom? Me and you. I will not agree. Hey, listen. The woman patted his face, as if checking a coconut for juice. I'm going to give you a divorce agreement in a bit, clearly stating that I'm leaving with nothing, and the children are with you. Wait. Why is that? Listen to me. I will sign and write down today's date. You find some connections to get it notarized, but don't sign it yet. She explained the situation to her husband in detail. Have I made myself clear enough? This is a matter of life and death, and a matter concerning our family. You mean treason? Bah, it's an uprising. The Ramirez family are the victims. Sabina held her husband's head in her arms, her eyes gleaming with cunning. If it works out, we'll share the glory. If it fails, you can just show me this divorce agreement and say you cut all ties with me long ago. It won't affect the Beckett family. Before Taylor could speak, his wife grabbed his head and started kissing him, leaving lipstick marks all over his face. If I die, you'll have to mourn for me for a year. Consider it for the 5 children I gave you. You don't have to stay, but you can't bring a new woman to my grave. I can't let her hit my child. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Children, come here quickly. Sabina called to the playing children, leaving a trail of mottled kisses on each of their faces. Then, while Taylor was still in a daze, the wolf-like woman ran away, shouting, Taylor, wait for my good news. The eldest son, still half asleep, looked at his mother's retreating figure and asked, Dad, what's the good news? Are you giving me another little brother? Wait, why did I say again? Taylor staggered to his feet and kicked his son. Stop talking nonsense. He struggled to get his feet into his boots. Jack! Damn Jack! The butler, who had just left, rushed back. Boss! I can't possibly ask my wife to risk her life to secure my future. Stop working in the mine. Damn it! Give them weapons. Call in the troops. Order troops. You lads, put on your armor. The time has come to avenge your cousin. After sending the letter, Jaws slept soundly for a long time, until the sun set, when he finally got up feeling lightheaded. As they walked into the courtyard, they saw their only maid, who was out buying food, enter through a small door. This maid was hired by him later. Although she was clumsy, she was very dedicated. Did you deliver the meal to the master? The maid replied, We're just about to go. Oh, sir. A hint of doubt flashed across her face. I heard people on the street say that the Ramirez family she-wolf has returned to her den, sir. What does that mean? Jaws. Good heavens. Hands on head. She's really back. Chapter 88. The unrest begins. The revolutionary wave that has accepted the mission has arrived. The main body of every revolution is like a powder keg ready to be ignited. My dear sir, it is time to raise your sacred flame high and bring the flickering flame close to the fuse. The tide of revolution is coming. Smiley face. This time, we're serious. Please confirm the following. Please decide the fate of Tina Kingston. Oh, a little girl, a defenseless little girl, what can she do? What can she accomplish? Perhaps it was just weaving a fishing net, feeding her little sister, struggling to carry a sack of wheat, or, in a moment of crisis, raising high the flag of the waves to become a symbol of this storm. 1. Those who carry the flag should not die on the front lines of the charge. By ensuring her survival, you will receive a 40% morale boost. Tina will be upgraded to a 5-star Invoker, pure white agitator, and added to your card pool. Andre will be upgraded to a 5-star Invoker, shadow infiltrator, and added to your card pool. After the war, you will receive the achievement. Save Girl Tina. 2. Let this girl sacrifice herself for the revolutionary cause. Confirming her death will grant you a 100% morale boost. Tina will be permanently removed from your gacha pool. Andre will be upgraded to a 3-star Invoker, Avenger, and added to your gacha pool. Alternatively, reducing morale by 100% will permanently remove Tina from your gacha pool. Andre will also be permanently removed from your gacha pool. You will receive the achievement. Sacrificing a little girl? What does this mean? Who is Tina? Changla thought for a while before remembering that she had just completed one of her side quests. She was a little girl with big, cat-like eyes. Will she be the starting point of everything? Changla carefully read the text and extracted the keywords. If I save her, I'll not only get a fighting spirit boost, but I'll also get 2 5-star cards. Although 5-star cards don't have as high stats as 6-star cards, they can basically fill any gaps as countermeasure cards. Look at Avis. It's so useful. The pathetic middle-aged man was slapped by his sister. It was completely different from the image of being slapped by a woman that I had imagined. The first thing that wafted over wasn't the fragrance of the woman's hands, but the sharp howl of the mother wolf. Jaz Ramirez. Then comes the slap that makes your cheek go numb. You don't feel anything at the moment of being slapped. You can only feel something pulling at your cheek. After about 3 to 4 seconds, numbness and pain emerge from the slapped area, burning like you've been whipped with spicy green beans. But Jaz wasn't upset at all. He let out a long sigh of relief, and tears streamed down his face, just like when he used to wipe his snot on his sister's skirt after being beaten. Sabina tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and pouted. Don't misunderstand. She wasn't moved to tears by reminiscing about the past. She was simply forcibly holding back from slapping him a second time. What about Hugo? Brother is here. Sabina went to see her younger brother. The siblings, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, met again in this unexpected scene. Hugo huddled in a corner of a dark room, hugging his knees, staring blankly into the void. The food was placed on the ground, but he didn't move it. He just stared at it blankly. Hugo, Hugo. Sabina called his name, but received only an empty stare in return. The mother wolf took a deep breath and closed the door. After retreating into the yard, she stood with her hands on her hips for a while, then slapped him again with her backhand. Jaz felt wronged. Why did you hit me this time? I really want to slap that piece of shit like I slapped you. Then I'd strangle you, chop you up, and throw you to the dogs, and that wouldn't count as the Ramirez family raising you. Sabina was furious. A father. Not only does he lack the ability to protect his daughter, he also lacks the ambition to avenge her. And you too. The head of the Ramirez family. Blanche's uncle. A man. Doesn't it make you feel very gratified to have this burden dumped on me? A piece of trash, a coward. If you can't be the head of this family, you might as well bury your head in the blankets and marry a few women to be your breeding pigs. The mother wolf sister's torrent of curses left Jaz's face turning pale and then red. There was both the shame of having one's ideas exposed and the annoyance of being scolded. I tried. Say it. I went to old Baron and said I could transfer my plantations and estates to him at 40% below market price before the new king's election. How? Sabina sneered. Help you kill Gaius? Jaz choked up. I think he would say, I'll take care of your troubles, right? You actually trusted someone as cunning as old Baron? My friend, you haven't changed a bit all these years. Sabina felt powerless. She even wanted to ask her long-dead parents if they had given her all of their limited brains, leaving nothing for these two idiots. But you did do something that wasn't so stupid. Tell me, how did you come up with the idea of contacting Aurelia? She was the one who had someone contact me. Sabina stared at him, then waved her hand. Never mind. Forget I asked. Your brother-in-law's men will pass through Red Sand Town and will probably arrive in Polim City tomorrow morning. Why not go through the Black Forest house? It's closer there, and I can contact Princess Aurelia and ask her to let us through. Have you already betrayed us? Not yet. So, you're still a citizen of Polim City, and the army can still march into the city. Fool. We don't want to participate in the siege. We want to be the ones inside who respond. The fool Jaz lowered his head in embarrassment. Just then, a deep, muffled voice rang out. Master. Ivan. The burly man strode in, glanced at Sabina, and obediently lowered his head. Madam, something has happened in the city. What's up? At first it didn't seem like a big deal, but now it's blown up. A girl named Tina has been arrested. I'll go take a look. Sabina said. As for you, you stay home and get that good-for-nothing Hugo out. If he only plans to spend his life in bed, I don't mind breaking his limbs and having him raped. At least that might make Blanche reincarnate. Besides that, he's of no use being alive. Josh shrank back, turned around at the she-wolf scolding, and went to push the door that seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Chapter 89. A piece of salted meat. An hour earlier, Tina went to sell her handmade trinkets as usual. This time, it was some salted pork that Chang Lejuan had given her. She couldn't bear to eat the fresh meat, so she rubbed it with salt, hid it from people, and let it dry in the sun until it was half dry before selling it. The money she earned could buy an extra 20 caddies of wheat. I heard that Andre's family did cook and eat the meat, and when he came the next day, his mouth was still greasy. Salted pork sells very well. There are always families who want to improve their family's quality of life, but can't afford to buy fresh meat, which has now doubled in price. So buying some salted pork is a good alternative. Madam, it's delicious. Slice it thinly and pan-fry it until it's browned. Then add green beans and corn, simmer for a while, and then top with rice. As Tina talked, she herself became drooling and gently sucked her saliva. The middle-aged woman was amused by her and generously bought the largest piece. In less than half an hour, all the meat in her wicker basket was sold out, leaving only the worst-looking piece. All lean meat with no fat. If you can't sell them, take them home. Your little sister will like them too. With that thought in mind, Tina covered herself with the oilcloth and headed home. She didn't notice that someone had quietly followed her. Andre came out of Kingston's house and bounced Emily around in his arms. The 2-year-old woke up from his sleep and was inevitably a little scared when he saw the empty house, so he started crying loudly. Hearing the crying from afar, Andre picked the lock on the Kingston house door. Tina is always like this, trusting everyone too much, so she doesn't even bother to lock the door properly. Where's your sister? Sister Chubby. What are you saying in your gibberish? He rocked the little boy toward the street corner, looked around, and saw Tina carrying a basket walking toward them. There it is. Before he could finish speaking, Andre's pupils suddenly contracted. Several tall men with dark blue armbands tied around their sleeves followed behind her. They're from the church. To be precise, they are people from the Church of the Sea God. How could they? Andre froze. The church members called out to Tina, who took a few steps back and braced her wicker basket against the wall. Before long, her expression changed, and she darted out from under a priest's arm like a snake, biting her cheek as she ran this way. Andre's heart was in his throat. Don't run this way. Go to a crowded place. Go to crowded places. Tina paused slightly. Were there a few scattered footsteps following behind her? Unlike the footsteps of a normal adult, the sound was very fragmented and had a high frequency. She was just a 12 or 13-year-old girl, not very tall, and her steps were not very long. It would be very easy for you to get past her and go ahead of her. But the footsteps followed her slowly and deliberately, as if they were waiting for something. Tina glanced sideways. A dark blue scarf ribbon appeared at the edge of her field of vision. Tina quickened her pace. But a cold voice came at just the right moment. Tina Kingston, is that you? At the same time, a man turned to the side, blocking her way, and braced himself against the wall, seemingly to prevent her from escaping. It's me. Is there anything I can help you with, sir? Tina swallowed hard, completely bewildered. What's in the wicker basket? Bacon. Where did the meat come from? Tina gritted her teeth and sighed inwardly. You must be joking. What do you mean by where did the meat come from? Has your family had any meat consumption records during this period? It was bought before the lockdown. Who did you buy it from? A hunter in a village. Who? I don't know him. But your meat looks half-dried. It seems like it was only recently marinated. Was it still half-dried before the lockdown? Don't lie, Kingston. Tina blinked. What do you want to say, sir? At this critical moment of city lockdown, you actually colluded with hostile forces to spread blasphemous ideas about the sea god. The little girl opened her mouth. I didn't. Still trying to deny it. Do you need to explain where this meat came from? The priest straightened up. Leave all your repentance, frustration, and regret to the church's reception area. He reached out and grabbed the girl's wrist. A glint flashed in Tina's eyes. Whether this group of people are arresting her to make an example of her, or simply because they don't like her, once she's taken to the detention center, she's finished. Tina had seen captured heretics who were usually detained in internment centers for years, where they had to work hard in exchange for atonement and food. She's young, so she's unlikely to die, but no one will hire a lawyer for her, and she might be locked up until she reaches adulthood. What about Emily? She's only 2 years old. She would be sent to the church's welfare home. then taken away by an unknown adoptive family, and never heard from again. That was the only thing her parents left her. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Tina's mind, and in the end, they all condensed into one word: run. Her body acts faster than her brain. Having learned her lesson, the little girl darted out like lightning. Hey! The priest was startled when she slipped away from under his arm and reached out to grab her wicker basket, but only managed to grab one. Tina took off running, heading towards the alley where her house was. But at the alley entrance, she saw Andre holding his little sister. No, we can't go back. Emily would definitely cry if she got stuck in the alley. We need to run to where there are more people. The girl slipped and almost fell, but thankfully she managed to stay upright and ran towards the crowded Fortune Plaza. Help! She cried out, help! Help me! Fortune Square is the most densely populated area in Perlam City, and the girl's helpless cry for help attracted the attention of many people. Damn it! The priest leading the chase cursed. Make her stop. The priest, whose armpit had been shoved under his arm, had a dark expression on his face as he pulled his staff from his waist. Knocked down. A pale red beam of light was thrown, hitting Tina squarely in the leg. Tina was thrown to the ground and landed heavily on the hard, bluish-white stone bricks of Fortune Plaza. Thump! Her head hit the stone brick, and blood immediately gushed out. That sound was so painful to hear. What are you doing, child? A middle-aged woman panicked and tried to help her, but the woman was still holding a piece of salted pork in her hand. But the priest rudely pushed her aside, knocking the salted pork from her hand. Pagan! They shouted, using the same tactic they always used. He is a heretic. The noise at Fortune Plaza gradually subsided. Everyone turned to look this way. She had an affair with the besieger. The priest declared with absolute certainty. She has betrayed the city of Perlam. This meat is the evidence. The middle-aged woman was trembling with anger as she carried the once beautiful but now filthy piece of salted pork. That's enough, I'll talk, she said. That's enough, a man said. That's enough, the old man said. Enough, the child shouted. Everyone was shouting. Enough. Stop your heretical lies. Chapter 90, a pretext. Andre is running wildly. He was holding the child, panting like a bull. Amidst the surging crowd, he went against the flow, squeezing through the shoulders and backs of the adults to get out. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized he was no longer a child. He was already as tall as most adults, and even left his hunched-over mother far behind. Andre, think. Think. Consider the consequences of this action. Calm down, calm down. The priest claimed that Tina is a heretic and mentioned the piece of meat. But he got a share of the meat, so why didn't they come to arrest him? Is it a matter of chronological order? Or is there insufficient evidence? Or perhaps, the focus isn't on the meat at all? He thought of what Tina had said to that mother in front of the priests of the sea god cult. So, is this the crux of the problem? During a moment of pause and thought, he had already reached the low wall. Is anyone there? He didn't care about being exposed anymore, and shouted in his hoarse, freakish voice that was changing. Caw caw caw. Question mark. Avis glanced back at the patrol team. Where did these ducks come from? His colleague shrugged. Ga ga ga, your voice is GA. Ga. Avis suddenly looked up. Oh my. Holy crap. Enemy attack. A huge baby fell from the sky? What kind of attack is this? The baby was stunned as she held him in her arms. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds later, the demonic sound resonated in everyone's ears. Quickly cast the purification spell. It's spiritual pollution. By the time old Baron found out about this, Fortune Plaza was already surrounded by crowds. He quickly met Father McGee, who had rushed back after hearing the news, at a tavern in the city. How is the situation? McGee asked. How could it have turned out like this? You're asking me? I'm asking you the same question. No, you might as well ask that lucky charm you have in the city. Old Baron cursed inwardly. He had already inquired with his servants beforehand, and found out the situation was quite simple. This was yet another instance of the upper class abusing their power. This was a decision made on a whim by one of Bishop Jeremiah's men, the mascot, he meant. Prices have skyrocketed during this period, and the church has not issued any orders to control it. McGee glanced at him. Mr. Baron, you can't say that. Roseshire has always advocated free trade. Without free trade, there would be no prosperity in Perlam today. Therefore, the church has no responsibility to regulate prices. This, on the contrary, shouldn't the Perlam City Merchant Guild Alliance, led by the Gonzalez family, be the ones to contribute more in this matter? McGee sneered. But what have you done? Barley prices have doubled, beans have risen by an average of 70%, and bran and rye have risen by 50%. These are all inextricably linked to the behind-the-scenes manipulation by your Gonzalez family, aren't they? Old Baron no longer pretended. Looking at the young priest, alarm bells rang in his mind. You want to shift the blame? Go ahead, but the Church of the Sea God will never take the blame. McGee put his hands behind his back. Please continue. You just said prices are skyrocketing, and then what? Old Baron narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't been wary of Baron's church affiliation, he probably wouldn't have been so polite. Father, then, it's your fault for not disciplining your children properly. You should have a deacon named Samantha under your jurisdiction. Samantha King, there is such a person. This young lady deacon is incredibly audacious. She conspired with her lover to steal grain from the Sea God Church's warehouse and sell it at exorbitant prices throughout the city. Haha, you don't need to ask me how I know. As the city's largest grain supplier, I naturally had to investigate the appearance of grain of unknown origin on the market. McGee frowned. She made money and was planning to buy a batch at a low price to make up for it after the lockdown was lifted, but who knew that someone else would have their eyes on your granary? Old Baron smiled, his eyes crinkling. Your partner, Bishop Jeremiah. Now, the secret might be discovered, so this Miss Samantha came up with a plan to substitute one thing for another. McGee understood. The heretics colluded with the rebels outside the city to steal the grain, but why was it a little girl? It's just a pretext. McGee took a deep breath, feeling powerless. One incident sparked unrest throughout the city. Master, a servant of the Gonzalez family stepped forward. The medical students have gone in. Now only students can go in. Why? The citizens formed a three-tiered human wall, surrounding the injured girl and the 4 priests. Now, no one is allowed to enter except for young students. Old Baron paced back and forth a few times, then suddenly looked at McGee. Tell your men, whatever you do, don't make a move. I know. The people of the Church of Poseidon aren't that stupid. I'm talking about the people inside. Besides, that's not necessarily true. We'll have to get in touch with them first. Master, someone shouted again. The Ramirez family's reinforcements have arrived. Ramirez. It's the she-wolf's husband, the salt mine owner. Oh, perfect timing. Let them in and be wary of those besieging the city. They're coming in. My lord, a priest shouted hurriedly from outside the door. The city is under attack. The people of Changlu are attacking the city. Old Baron was shocked. At this time? Damn it. Someone must have tipped us off. McGee stood up, his face a complex mix of emotions. He had to send 2 more secret letters to Madison in the capital. The mother wolf and her husband successfully reunited in the chaotic city. Sabina hugged Taylor's head and kissed him passionately, then kissed her eldest and second sons, who were already old enough to ride horses alongside their parents, making the 2 boys blush. The mother wolf lowered her voice. How is it? Her Highness has seen our family crest, and she says she has memorized it. That's good. I don't intend to lose a few sons and go back crying. Oh, and one more. His Highness said that we must save that girl named Tina. Phew, this is no easier than opening the city gates. Sabina licked her lips. The square is in chaos right now, but non-church youths can go in, preferably those with some martial arts skills, so it's easier for them to squeeze in, Neo. The second son exclaimed in surprise, I'm here, Mom. That's right. Neo, take off your armor. The boy didn't know why, but he faithfully carried out the mother wolf's orders. He quickly removed his armor, listened to his mother's whispers in his ear, nodded, and soon disappeared into the crowd. Hooray, our kids can all do great things. Taylor, honey, I'm here. Before they could even be affectionate with each other, a tremendous explosion rang in everyone's ears. Null. Gravel flew everywhere. Duong. In the sky above Perlum City, a protective barrier appeared that was transparent at first but immediately revealed a deep blue background after being attacked, blocking the giant stones projected by the Changlu Church army. The piercing alarm blared throughout the city. This reveals a harsh reality. War has broken out. Chapter 91, Miss Blue Butterfly's Desire. Before the war began. Oh really? Aurelia parted her red lips slightly, somewhat stunned. Her steward, Delon, had just brought her the latest news from Canterwell. King Francis III is seriously ill and is now being kept alive by forced feeding of nutrients and medical interventions. No one could identify the disease. It seemed to be some kind of strange plague, since Lady Camilla, who had shared a bed with the king, also exhibited the same symptoms, albeit in a milder form. To prevent the spread of the plague, Lady Camilla was isolated in her original palace and carefully cared for by priests supported by the church. Where's Theodore? That's strange, actually, Delon said softly. The little prince has been taken away by His Highness the Crown Prince. What? Aurelia looked surprised. When did he become so kind? You wouldn't say that Gaius, the guy who chased after her as a child and called her shameless, but grew up and publicly denounced her as a bitch and called Métis a cripple, was a brotherly and respectful person, would you? She furrowed her brows slightly, her brows as beautiful as a wave of azure sea. So why did Gaius take the little prince away? If you want to kill him silently, shouldn't you make sure you get away with it as cleanly as possible? There are many people who want to kill Theodore now, especially since the target is an infant. If he doesn't keep an eye on him and the baby dies right next to him, wouldn't that be like throwing mud at his own hands? Aurelia wasn't exactly narrow-minded, but she never imagined. Gaius, a slave to desire, has dared to defile his nominal mother with his son's body. Moreover, she secretly became pregnant and gave birth to a baby boy, giving his biological father a solid green hat. Chang Lu, who had gathered clues about the matter and pieced together the truth, simply felt, this game is really daring to be written. It's got all the elements of stepmother literature, cuckold literature, face-to-face necrophilia, and my son and I are both my father's sons. Will this game actually pass censorship and be released in mainland China? Don't give up halfway. Aurelia rubbed her temples. Wait a minute, I need some support. Starting a war requires a certain level of psychological resilience. In particular, it could lead to a war based on power and the interests of all parties, because it will inevitably bring about some destruction. At this critical juncture, Aurelia needs some support. We need more resolute support. There are people in the prayer room. Your supplicant is praying for you. Oi, here it comes. Chang Lu quickly clicked into the prayer room, which was actually just a small, temporary tent. However, it did have all the things that a normal prayer room would have set up in a proper manner. For example, there are small statues symbolizing lasting happiness, dark gold paintings of deities, and incense and candles with special effects used to communicate with the gods. Aurelia knelt in the center, the candlelight flowing like ribbons over her long, sapphire blue hair. Then, feeling the gaze of the gods, she held a candlestick and raised her head in the flickering candlelight. And so, the whole world seemed to swirl in her eyes. Exquisitely beautiful and luxurious. You've arrived. Aurelia nodded slightly, adopting the demeanor of a noble woman. Such a noble and beautiful person, even in the army, she dressed herself up meticulously. But Chang Lu just wanted to mess up her hair. So he actually started doing it. He reached out his hand and waited. Outside of the game, he suddenly got goosebumps all over. Did he just bump into something? When you reached out to touch her long hair, did your fingertips touch something? It's dull and soft, with an unclear feel. It felt like I was caught in something, or maybe my arm was just pulled. Could this game stimulate his brain? It seems possible. Bullshit. Who would use such advanced technology to make a sequel? They even gave him the helmet for free. Who would believe that? Chang Li's heart pounded as an extremely audacious idea gradually surfaced in his mind. I knew it. I am the chosen one. It must be right. Aurelia felt as if a hand had landed on her hair. The touch felt exceptionally real compared to before, so real that she seemed to actually feel the warmth of a hand. The princess's heart skipped a beat. What is the form of God? As the daughter of the kingdom, she once had the honor of becoming a voice of the sea god in the Federation of 13 Islands. At the age of 7, she was chosen to go to the Cathedral of the Sea God. In front of all the archbishops, bishops, priests and deacons of the kingdom, she endured her fear and was wrapped in a mat by her personal maid and thrown into the eye of the sea god, which was actually a saltwater well leading to the sea. She was terrified. It seemed as if an infinite force was pulling her down from the bottom of the well. She seemed to be dying, yet also seemed to have returned to her mother's amniotic fluid. But that's clearly not the case. She opened her mouth, and the bitter, salty seawater poured in, causing her to choke and convulse several times. Then, she saw the gods. That was the first time she had ever seen a god. She didn't know what Poseidon, the god revered as the god of the sea, the father of the 13 Islands kingdom, and our great one, actually looked like, but she could never forget the god's gaze. It was a cold, extremely critical, chilling gaze. In God's eyes, she was no longer a person, not even an animal or an insect. To be precise, she was just a piece of meat that could speak and think. But God doesn't care what you're thinking. He gazed at it silently for a moment, as if it were a tremendous blessing, then turned his eyes away listlessly. Aurelia knew she had failed. God did not choose her. The seawater began to squeeze her lungs, an endless void, and little Aurelia even saw her mother. But in the end, she was pulled out of the eye of Poseidon, because it would be blasphemy for someone like her to die there. Yes, that's the kind of person she is. The dancer's child, a disgrace to the kingdom, a stain on people like her. Yes, it's true. Even someone who gave their life is being treated as a blasphemer. How absurd and laughable that such noble gods, gods who cannot be desecrated, would covet human faith. What makes you so superior? But only one hand. A hand touching Aurelia's hair. A hand reached out through the dark gold clouds. A hand symbolizing salvation. It shattered the illusion of the sea god's noble imprint before Aurelia. And why do you want to? So gentle of you, caressing me, the stain on your being. Aurelia raised her head, her fair jawline tracing a smooth arc. She exhaled softly, her breath carrying an air of ambiguity and confusion. I really want to. Miss Blue Butterfly has a mesmerizing gaze. I really want to. I'm sorry to have made you dirty. Chapter 92, Fulfilling the Mission. I have come to beg you. Aurelia blinked her kaleidoscope-like eyes, and before she could finish her sentence, she merely squinted slightly, glanced sideways, and smiled. Respect. Her voice trailed off, revealing an image quite different from that of a typical supplicant. Cunning, yet exuding an air of unbridled arrogance. She seemed to be openly admitting that she was aiding and abetting a villain, and that Chang Lu was the one she was exposing. But Chang Lu wasn't angry at all. Of course, who would get angry at a character in a game? In other words, who would be angry at a pretty kid who uses the little power they've given him? Aurelia is adept at stepping on the edge, which brings her pleasure and also gives Chang Lu a thrill. Why bother? The deity answered. I will protect you. When choosing this option, Chang Lu had to admit that the game development team of gods was quite adept at creating overpowered protagonist scenarios. He likes it. Someone like him, who hasn't awakened his martial spirit, hasn't caught any Pokemon, is past the age of receiving Hogwarts acceptance letters, hasn't formed a band, hasn't played volleyball, basketball, or tennis, and can only wait to turn 30 and still be a virgin before transforming into a magical girl, still needs to play these kinds of wish fulfillment games to have the energy to make a living. Aurelia held her head high, and Chang Lu could see her barely visible Adam's apple tremble slightly when she heard God's answer. She must have felt pleased and satisfied with that answer. In fact, Aurelia experienced more pleasure from the favoritism than he had imagined. The pleasure of receiving a reply far surpasses anything that power or status can provide. This pleasure made her feel thirsty and a sour sensation rising from her abdomen. She began to tremble slightly as she tried to touch that hand that had tousled her neatly styled long hair and her resolute heart. But Lord Chang Lu quickly withdrew his hand. Aurelia touched an empty space. This left her somewhat disappointed, but what was more ignited was her competitive spirit. I wanted to grasp that hand, to kiss its fingertips, to press my wet lips against its surface, to trace the lines of its fingers, to let it feel the trembling of its soul. She loves power. She loves it to death. And so he became infatuated with the powerful figure who could bring him power. Gaius may not have said anything wrong. She was indeed a bitch who coveted the warmth of the god's fingertips. But Aurelia, you'll have to be patient. She maintained a flawless smile, but her nails had dug into her palms. Don't say it aloud. Don't ask for a yes. Do not let her indulge in pleasure. Do not let her become unrestrained. Suppress her, make her submit. In that way, caught in the psychological game of absolute submission and relative power, she would be even more intoxicated by the dreamlike illusion. The person wielding the whip sometimes longs to experience the pain of being whipped. So Aurelia raised her head, revealing her deadly, easily controlled throat, like a cat exposing its belly to its owner. But Lord Chang Lu did not manage to choke her. So that feeling of relief and joy that was about to burst forth was suppressed once again. She heard the gods say, "Go take that city." The words of rebuke fell upon Aurelia like a sharp crack of a whip. Miss Blue Butterfly's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her emotions came to a halt in a short time. As you expected. She stood up and stretched out her hand. The deity seemed to ponder for a moment. Then, a hand landed in Miss Blue Butterfly's palm. As before, she gave him a kiss tinged with selfishness. We will certainly live up to our mission. Neo, the mother wolf's second son, was pushing his way into the crowd. Pooh Gonzalez, the eldest son of the Gonzalez family, was also squeezing in. With the help of his family guards and some church soldiers, he was parting the crowd and making his way toward the center of Fortune Square. On such an important occasion, the Gonzalez family needs to send someone who can act as a representative of the family to demonstrate the family's stance. Before his younger brother returned, Pooh was in charge of these tasks. After his younger brother returned, his status as a scholar of the Tower of Wisdom became even more prestigious, and he became the new representative of the family. Now that Samuel is being held in the camp of the Changlu Church Army, these tasks naturally fall to him again. Bu pondered the task his father, Baron, had assigned him, and tried his best to keep his hairstyle from getting messed up. Finally, he arrived at the center of the square. A large crowd had gathered there. Boa glanced at them and roughly judged from their clothing and appearance that these people were ordinary citizens, perhaps some of whom were lower middle-class citizens who belonged to the group of people without power in this city. They split into two encirclements, with some people surrounding the injured civilian girl. "Where's that girl?" Boa said earnestly. "We must apologize to her. This was our mistake. Is she still alive?" "Her name is Tina." Someone complained. The Gonzalez family's network is so sophisticated that they can trace a bag of unfamiliar barley back to its source within an hour. Could it be that they still haven't found the injured person's name? Despite being rebuffed, Bu's sincerity remained undiminished. "Friends, I rushed here without a single stumble and squeezed my way in, but for everyone's safety, we cannot use expulsion spells." "Oh, those are the friends I was talking about. There are too many people gathered here," he said earnestly, seriously, and with everyone's best interests at heart. "This can't go on any longer. If a stampede or trampling incident occurs, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's something you need to consider. We are simply citizens speaking out in support of this city. The church should not use excessive force. She's just a child." Her head hit the stone slab. Blood was gushing from the back of her head. The medical students had to work very hard to stop the bleeding. Children shouldn't be harmed because of a piece of salted meat. We need food and medicine. Yes, we need affordable food and medicine. The people of Perlam City are not a bunch of pigs being raised in a pen, nor are they a bunch of leeks being harvested with a sickle. Friends. Powell had to raise his voice even louder. This is war. Friends, we are currently experiencing a war. His expression was so sincere. The shortage of supplies is a consequence of the war. We are currently surrounded, and everything we have is brought about by the bandits outside, the Changlu Church. Tina should not have been subjected to police brutality. That is the church's fault, but the basic questioning was correct. She accepted bribes from Changlu and colluded with the enemy, which will ruin this city. The people around fell silent. Bu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his speech had worked. But, the girl, Tina Kingston, with a bandage wrapped around her head and a pale face, stood there timidly and said uneasily, "They saved my sister." And a woman holding a child stood up. "They saved my son when the Church of the Sea God refused to help me." In the silence, people of all kinds who had been helped by the Changlu army stood up and calmly recounted their sorrow and hope. It's like both resentment and longing. Like weeping and lamenting. Chapter 93 Poseidon. Want to play a game of Candy Crush? No. The boulder fell onto the walls of the city of Perlam. Amidst the flying debris, some people collapsed, groaning in pain. "Keep a close eye on those low walls." An officer ran back and forth issuing orders. "You can relax on weekdays, but now you better be on your guard. If those sons of bitches from Changlu break through the city, we're all fucking wiped out." So swordsmen and crossbowmen, as well as supplicants who set traps, lay in ambush behind the low wall. But there was no movement at the low wall that should have been so easy to breach. What are the people of Changel doing? They seemed unhurried and showed no intention of taking the lead, but instead continued to use destructive spells to peel away the exquisite and beautiful outer walls of Perlam City, shaking the city's barriers. Aren't they in a hurry to breach the city? Holy shit. Taylor hunched his shoulders and raised a shield to deflect the falling debris. The catapults they brought? When did that happen? It's not a catapult. It's a group spell called the 10-person stone-splitting array, a formation that requires 10 second-tier or higher spellcasters to operate together. The eldest son explained. The mother wolf looked at him with admiration. "As expected of my son, the 300 gold coins tuition fee for the Magic Academy every year was well spent." Large stones kept crashing against the walls and gates of the city of Perlam. This doesn't seem like a technique for killing enemies. It's more like a warning or a form of intimidation. Oh my God! The soldiers, whose powers of prayer had not yet awakened, trembled in their voices. Is this the collapse of the heavens and the earth? Listen, doesn't that knocking sound like God knocking on the door? Open the door. Open the door and let me rule this city. What's wrong with you? The officer roared. There are so many guards in the city, and church reinforcements outside. What are you afraid of? Where are the reinforcements? The reinforcements have been annihilated. Nonsense. That was the advance team. Besides, they weren't annihilated, they just suffered a defeat. The reinforcements have been annihilated. Who's speaking? Who's speaking? A bird. To be precise, it was a long-tailed tit. It used its tiny wings to propel its round body across the battlefield, sowing seeds of fear. The reinforcements have been annihilated. The 900-strong church volunteer force suffered a crushing defeat at Chisha town. The commander of the leading knightly order has been beheaded. The reinforcements have been annihilated. So the soldiers looked up with their mouths agape, and their very souls, and the entire city trembled. With no reinforcements, everyone has to rely on themselves. Don't stand there. At this moment, some private soldiers dressed differently from the city's defenders shouted, "Don't give up. Although reinforcements have disappeared, we still have each other." They charged forward, roaring and shoving aside some disoriented soldiers. "Brother, if you're really having trouble, go take a rest over there." The officer quickly asked, "Who are you?" "Dude, we're from the Beckett family. Have you heard of the Becketts?" "Ah, that's salt smuggler." "What salt dealers?" "Our family is related to the Ramirez family by marriage." "Ramirez." "Oh." The officer nodded quickly. "Ramirez. The family that has an irreconcilable feud with Fernandez. That means they are mortal enemies with Aurelia, who leads the Chang Lu army." "Okay." He thinks it's reliable. With such a group of steadfast teammates guarding the gate, you couldn't be more reliable. The shouts of the citizens came one after another. "Food. We need food. No wheat and expensive wine for the rich. I want barley and beer. I want affordable food. We demand class equality." Someone else shouted, "Citizens should also participate in politics. Restore the city. We want Princess Aurelia. Restore municipal order. Drag those unruly nobles out of their houses of power. Restore the examination system. Abolish indulgences. Let the wicked receive their due punishment." Amidst the surging waves, Bo's face was so grim it could be displayed as a work of art. He was pushed forward by the crowd, as if he himself were caught in the same wave, raising his arms to overthrow his father. "Heavens above, Lord Sea God, where are you? Your army achieved a great victory at Chisha town. The supplicant Avis killed Zork Wilson by beheading. Your slaughter has attracted the attention of the sea god. Poseidon, the god of the sea, is angered by your repeated provocations." Then, the spirit of water leaped from the ocean and attacked the port of the holy city, one of his counterattacks. "Attention! A divine projection is descending from the clouds. His appearance will restore 100% of the fighting spirit of all believers in the sea god in Perlam City. You have one chance to pull a deity into the deity's card game. Use it." A fierce wind swept through the city of Polem, a wealthy and beautiful city now engulfed in a storm. The expression on Archbishop Jeremiah's face, who was standing angrily and pretending to be busy at the church entrance, changed. He suddenly stopped, opened his arms to the wind, and took a deep breath of the salty, damp air. "It's Lord Sea God," he shouted. "It is the sea god who has noticed the plight of the people here. Although he is terrible at handling affairs, he is not usually wrong when it comes to sensing the gaze of the gods. I know the taste of the sea." And so, millions of sea god believers poured out of the house. "Grown-ups, my lord, let me get rich. My lord, grant me a wife. My lord, look upon this land. Stop the religious war. Eliminate the heretics." Some fanatics shouted, "Destroy religious diversity. Let the people of the sea god have this city all to themselves." "You? What did you say? These scoundrels are still up to no good. This is dictatorship. Run, my lord. I beg you, my lord." Grown-ups, amidst the roar of the mountains and the surging of the sea, the esteemed deity finally arrived, albeit belatedly. He stood above the clouds, looking down upon all living beings with coldness and arrogance in his eyes. And the famous trident of Neptune gradually came into view. He slowly raised the trident, and amidst the jubilation of the believers and the fear of the non-believers, the trident fell heavily towards the city of Pelham. "Call." Chang let out a sigh of relief. "You selected?" "Yes." "You held up the cards in your hand." "Poseidon, want to play a game of Candy Crush?" Then, a dark golden hand emerged from the clouds. Those two hands gripped the tip of the trident, creating a standoff in the air. "What the hell are these sea gods and water gods? I'm the protagonist in this game. No matter your level, whether it's the real body or a projection. Enough with the chit-chat. Let's play a thrilling game of Match 3. Chapter 94. It's okay. I'll spend money on in-game purchases. It has to be said that Poseidon is a master of Match 3 puzzles. The game mode of God's Chess is a match, 3 puzzle game where 2 teams play against each other. The faster you clear the blocks, the more combos you achieve, and the more blocks you clear at the same time, the more damage you can inflict on your opponent. If one side's health reaches 0, the other side wins. The projection of the moon goddess can be understood as a beginner mode, so the difficulty should be very low. As for the nascent monarch Sargudos, the evil god who almost turned Changlu City into a living hell, he is of a slightly higher level and is also slightly more difficult. Standing before Changlu at this moment was the figure of a god whose titles, such as the embodiment of the will of the sea god, the father of the 13 Islands Federation, and the monarch of the sea, were longer than those of Daenerys Targaryen. His head is marked with words such as L4. Clicking on the portrait will also show the skills carried by the sea gods will clone. Raging Waves. Cooldown. Charges once every 20 basic blocks cleared. Skill effect. Poseidon swings his trident, summoning a surging wave to crash against his own board. Blocks in the wave's path will be shattered, but shattered blocks do not count towards the skill charge. The Wrath of the Trident. Cooldown duration. Triggered once after achieving 10 or more level 4 eliminations. Skill effect. Poseidon infuses his trident with divine power and hurls it forcefully onto his own chessboard. This skill deals massive area of effect damage. It's simple and easy to understand. Okay, he's finished reading his, so what about mine? Your skill set, new, has been unlocked. Based on your previous performance, you have unlocked 2 skill slots. You can choose 2 skills to equip. Note that various skills, when combined appropriately, can unleash unimaginable power. Choose your skills and defeat your opponent in the game. Changlu raised an eyebrow. This was something new. Indeed, the skill ceiling for simple match, 3 games, is too low. If the enemy's hand speed and damage increase, while he remains stagnant, he'll probably only be able to defeat gods and clones of lower level than him. How could our long outyin stop here? Changlu clicked into the skill library, glanced through it, and immediately understood. He unlocked 3 sets of cards. Selene card set, beginner, Segudo's card set, complete, and he turned over the last card, and there it was, surprisingly, a dynamic, reversed clock. This is Chaos's card set, trial. Chaos. Who is that? The narrator quickly provided an explanation. Chaos, the god of order, time, and space. This is a set of random cards that refresh over time. It will include any god's hand, and now, these cards are unconditionally yours to use. However, you are only allowed to use the most basic cards, which naturally prevents you from fully utilizing the power of this card set. Even I, in my humble state, feel indignant for you. So, how do you obtain this card set? Now, for only 268. For only 268, you can get this complete set of 36 skills. The power of the primordial god is worthy of your trust. Slapping Selene and beating Poseidon would be a piece of cake. Changlu smiled with satisfaction. I don't know whether to laugh that this game is finally going to make money, or to laugh that I can spend real money to buy it, instead of having that disgusting random card pool that some game companies use, where one draw costs 6 yuan, with a guaranteed 120 draws, and you think you've got a lucky draw when you see a flash of gold, but then you get a bunch of huge, one-day trial cards that blind everyone. TSK, it seems that you gods aren't good at making money with your games. Changlu glanced at the deck and saw that the stats were indeed terrifying, so he scratched his head and clapped his hands to buy it. This is the joy of financial freedom. When spending money, you only need to consider whether it's worth it, not whether it's fair to your parents. Oh, and he doesn't have parents to apologize to either. After making the payment, he browsed through the card shop and saw that the slots for increasing the number of skills that could be carried were not cheap, costing 128 each, 248 for the second one, and the third one was not yet unlocked, but he estimated that it would cost more than 400. He took back what he had just said. Your games are really good at making money. A paid service within a small game cost him over 600 yuan without him even realizing it. If he spent 648 yuan on another game, it wouldn't make much of a splash. Changlu paid while grumbling, not because he was cursing the game of the gods, but because he was cursing the world environment that didn't treat 648 as a big sum of money. After equipping the 4 skills recommended by the game's strategy guide, Changlu felt stronger than ever before. Time lag domain. Finishing move. Cooldown. Clearing 100 blocks will activate the ultimate skill, time lag field. Chaos will open a field covering both players' chessboards, within which all actions are prohibited. Your equipped skill, Rhythm Pulse, will take effect at this time. The time delay field will last for 15 seconds. After 15 seconds, chaos will shatter all the blocks on the field. Each block will be converted into 0.5 attack damage on the enemy, and all enemy buffs and all friendly debuffs will be removed. As expected of a primordial god, he only used the most brutal time delay domain strategy, which was enough to crush Poseidon in the first game. Whose hand is that? They've held up the trident of the sea god. My god, who is this being? I recognize Chang'e. That's the symbol of Chang'e. What's going on? One hand. Who do you think you are? Aurelia hurriedly lifted the curtain of the tent and came out, looking up at the sky. That hand. The hand that had been frivolously stroking her hair now transcended time and space, and in full view of everyone in the world, it clashed fiercely with the trident that shone with divine power. Will the gods come? The sea god's followers knelt on the ground, shouting fervently, "Descend, my lord, with your mighty body, descend upon this turbid world and cleanse the evil spirits. Our Father, the God surrounded by the waves, do not be stingy with your divine power. Descend." Avis, however, felt a calmness she had never experienced before. She looked up at the sky and traced the image of Lord Chang'e with her finger. Will we lose? Won't. Lord Chang'e will not lose. But even if she loses, it doesn't matter. She will always carry Lord Chang'e's last sacred flame, traveling to every fantastical land on the continent, becoming the Lord's final torchbearer. As the saying goes, the louder you scream, the harder you fall. The scene of the gods descending, which the believers of the sea god had been looking forward to, did not come. That hand did indeed withstand the downward thrust of the trident. Even more astonishing is that, well, they mean he. Chang'e Shun gripped his trident tightly. Little by little, the divine weapon was pulled from Poseidon's hand. Chapter 95. He stepped back. If it weren't for the Chang'e army's relentless pounding of rocks against the walls and barriers of Perlam City, creating deafening explosions, this place would have resembled a quiet tomb. The vast majority of people looked up at the sky, their mouths slightly open. The divine war that is unfolding before their eyes will be a rare experience they will often recount for the rest of their lives. Did the sea god lose? They stared blankly as the trident was taken away by Chang'e Shun. If even the weapon was taken away, wouldn't that mean defeat? Poseidon is a veteran deity. He is the emperor of the sea. How could that be? Impossible. Someone screamed in anguish. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's Lord Poseidon. He is the ruler of the sea. The fanatics screamed and roared. They might tear their own clothes, lie down and pound the ground, or get into a fight with anyone on the street. The chaos caused an uproar throughout the entire city of Perlam. Holy shit. Taylor lowered his voice and whispered in his wife's ear. Is this the backer your brother found? Scare. That's awesome. The salt mine owner, an excited fly, rubbed his hands together. My dear, a god who can even defeat the sea god. Do you think it's too late for us to convert now? Should I have my good-for-nothing brother introduce us to someone? Introduce me. Then we'd better do it properly and make it look good. Honey, just you wait and see. Jeffrey was surrounded by a large crowd. As a member of the Church of Poseidon's disciplinary squad, it was he who had previously fired a spell ball with a knockdown effect that struck Tina Kingston squarely in the legs. This is his signature move. This spell is surprisingly useful when hunting down infidels, who have no non-prayer and run very fast. Whether the person hit will be thrown off balance, hit their head, or break their arm or leg is not within his consideration. They were just a group of ordinary people. Even with their hands in casts and their heads wrapped in bandages, they couldn't escape paying a single penny of atonement money. So even though he was facing a 12 or 13-year-old girl, Jeffrey still unleashed the spell without hesitation. The girl did indeed fall onto the stone slab, hitting her head and bleeding profusely. Then, some civilians emerged from the alley. They were shouting something loudly and angrily. Then, the worst thing the disciplinary squad did was to have a conflict with two young men dressed in law school robes. Jeffrey shoved one of the young men, knocking him to the ground. After that, everything was out of his control. A large number of civilians and students suddenly appeared out of nowhere, their anger inexplicable. Some rushed up and grabbed Jeffrey by the collar, and Jeffrey rightfully retaliated. In the city of Perlam, there is no rule prohibiting priests from taking action. So they started fighting, and as more and more people joined in, he gradually felt overwhelmed. After being kicked many times and punched in the face many times, they finally realized just how stupid they had been and how far they had gone. All of this is the fault of that woman named Tina. If she hadn't insisted on escaping, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. It even attracted the attention of the gods. Jeffrey raised his arms high and roared like any fanatic. God, unleash your divine power and end this sinful world. Of course, he had some personal motives involved. Let the waves descend. Let these heretical cultists be submerged. Let glory return to the sea. He roared out these words as if he had become the god in the clouds, even though his god hadn't even spared him a glance. He then saw Poseidon get slapped across the face. He meant that having one's weapon forcibly taken away by a hostile force was tantamount to being slapped in the face. In front of thousands of believers. That trident of Poseidon has changed hands. When the finishing move, Time Lag Field, finally explodes on both players' chessboards. When that hand twisted and turned through the waves carrying Poseidon and snatched the trident. When Chang Lu raised his trident high, like a judge of the apocalypse, he plunged the weapon down fiercely. Blue spreads across the sky. Is that the blood of a god? The dreamlike light and shadow allowed Chang Lu to escape into a void. He seemed to have returned to that cradle of God. In the boundless void, he sensed a faint glimpse from a distant land. For some reason, Chang Lu immediately noticed it. That is Poseidon. He seemed somewhat surprised, and at the same time somewhat wary. What is he afraid of? Chang Lu thought for a moment. The power of the primordial god? A sea of azure blood spread out before Chang Li's eyes, magnificent and breathtaking. He was even somewhat addicted to the beautiful sight of God's defeat. But are gods so easily killed? Isn't this guy some kind of old-fashioned deity? You're not some self-proclaimed monarch who hides in a basement all day and needs to find a mother to be reborn as a god by borrowing a woman's womb. Poseidon gazed at the god of eternal joy, at the lingering power of time and space left behind by the breathtaking battle just now. This is a message. Who is protecting this seemingly weak new god? Chaos. That might be an existence that should not be provoked. Poseidon sighed. The continent of Dekashambi is so vast. What does the success or failure of one place matter? The gains and losses of a city, the comings and goings of some believers, are like brushing dust off a boot. They leave no trace of emotion in the heart of the gods. He stepped back, letting the will leave the place. Move your body away from the trident piercing your chest. Let the glory of the sea god leave the city of Perlum. You obtain the trident of Poseidon, Phantom, as a drop from a kill. This is the divine weapon that accompanied Poseidon's ascension to godhood, and legend says it possesses boundless divine power. It has now been added to your collection. You defeated the Phantom of the Sea God, level 4, a level above your own. Your experience and rewards have been doubled. You have obtained 2 Sea God Divine Essence Fragments, double. Consuming Divine Essence Fragments can greatly enhance your divine attributes. Of course, the object consumed will hold a grudge against you. If you retain the divine fragments and return them to the corresponding deity at the appropriate time, you will gain that deity's favor. Complete the gameplay and receive the following rewards. 2 Invoker's Charms, double. For 100 Faith Points, double. For 1,000 Island Coins, double. And 20 Advanced Upgrade Material Selection Chests, double. Should I consume a fragment of Divine Essence? Whether? Yes. Click. The chilling sound of chewing rang in Chang Li's ears, and he felt a slight burning sensation in his limbs. As the new god watched the departing old god, an indescribable emotion fermented within him. Hope. Devour. More. Chapter 96 Confirm it. The Church of Poseidon suffered a crushing defeat. First, a group of people stared blankly at the sky, then suddenly clutched their heads and let out a piercing scream. Then, disregarding everything, he pushed, shoved, and even knocked away the people around him, like a vampire suddenly exposed to the sunlight, running away in pain, contortion, and darkness. That was the sound of faith being shattered. In the 13 Islands Federation, countless people have worshipped Poseidon since birth. They had faith, worshipped, and offered tributes. They devoted countless hours and money to supporting their deity and regarded the doctrines of the Church of the Sea God and the words of its priests as the ultimate guide. How miserable must their lives be if they spent the vast majority of their time trying to create a god who never appeared in their prayers. But today is different. The gods have descended for this city, and surely for the people of this city. But what did they see? The gods have departed. Father McGee stared blankly at the sky, his face streaked with tears and his jaw trembling. Have the gods left? He felt his steps were a little unsteady, and after a few steps forward, he grabbed someone and asked, "Tell me, have the gods left?" The person he had captured was perhaps a minor nobleman, who looked at him with terrified eyes. "Father, am I dreaming?" Is this Lord Poseidon's blood in the sky? That sky was filled with blue. McGee stumbled. No matter how dignified and composed he had always appeared, in the face of the established fact that the god has departed, all his composed facade crumbled into grains of sand. Mage. He heard someone calling him. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't immediately place it. When the man pushed through the crowd and strode up to him, Maggie stared at the man's face for a long time before mumbling, "Jeremiah? It's me, what's wrong? You look strange." "I didn't. Something terrible has happened." Jeremiah gripped his shoulders, his trembling voice betraying his inner fear. "The sacred fire in the church has gone out." The last sentence was said in a low voice, and McGee repeated it as if he had hearing problems. "What?" "The sacred fire in the church has been extinguished. God has left the city of Perlum." Oh. A series of consequences corresponding to this sentence flashed through McGee's muddled mind. The gods have departed, and the sacred fire has been extinguished. This signifies that the land has been rejected by the gods. A land where gods can no longer descend is geographically known as a land abandoned by a certain god. Faith cannot spread here, and these clergy will be rejected by the world. They were a group of people who had angered the gods and were rejected by them. McGee's head started buzzing. He came from a poor family and has come this far. Only God knows what he has sacrificed and how much he has given. But what did he do wrong? Why is this happening? Maggie? Maggie, are you all right? Jeremiah's voice was like a mosquito, constantly buzzing in his ear. Let's run. Let's get out of here before everyone reacts. Jeremiah chattered on. Let's leave the 13 Islands Federation through the teleportation array and go to another country. How about Salvo? It's deep inland, with no sea. Didn't you say the sea breeze gave you a headache? Or how about going to Yelubana? It's a desert city-state, just as wealthy. Don't worry, my uncle can handle everything. We can start over and make a comeback. McGee felt a sharp pain in his heart. He touched his nose and felt a sticky liquid on his hand. Upon closer inspection, his hands were covered in dark red blood. He was panting heavily when he turned to face Jeremiah. Mage, what's wrong? Before the archbishop could finish speaking, his priest grabbed him by the collar. You fucking bastard. The priest spoke each word carefully, uttering forbidden words that he would never normally utter. He stared at him, his jaw chattering. So what if you have powerful connections? After saying that, he threw a powerful punch. Before Jeremiah could even get angry, the priest, who was constantly cleaning up his messes and plugging his holes, and was always being tricked by church staff, fell backward to the ground. He died quietly. With the sacred flame extinguished, the church clergy are no longer able to maintain the protective barrier of the city. The fragments of the barrier crumbled like shards of glass, melting like snowflakes onto people's shoulders. The private soldiers of the nobles in the city all looked at the nobles, whose faces were pale and deathly silent. Those nobles who had formed an alliance and vowed to rebel against Aurelia stood there listlessly, as if in an instant they had shed their magnificent and imposing appearance and turned into little old men and women. Old Baron stood there, knowing that he had lost an ally and was about to lose his son. Samuel, his beloved youngest son, his caring youngest son, his son on whom he placed his hopes, his favored youngest son. Will he survive? Let's do it. Someone shouted, and a group of soldiers dressed as miners rushed up. Old Baron felt a blur before his eyes, and then a hard sword hilt pierced his face. The last shred of dignity that the old nobleman had left was brutally torn away, leaving nothing behind. As he fell backward to the ground, he heard the sound of gears turning on chains. Someone is opening the city gate. Who is it? Who has such audacity and such remarkable foresight? Why not teach him? A few seconds later, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Jas Ramirez, that pathetic, cowardly man. At this moment, he looked down on Old Baron with the air of a victor, like a fish on a chopping board. But Jas wasn't that confident. Middle-aged men aren't used to looking at people that way. Mr. Baron. Jas smiled shyly. You should have seen me off that day. That way they would talk all night. That way he would firmly join Old Baron's camp. That way he wouldn't play the divination game with Beatrice. In that case, they would all be trapped in the city by the Chonglu army and go on a rampage. Then it's better not to see me out. The middle-aged man muttered. I don't want to get beaten up. Amidst the terrified gazes of the city's inhabitants, the city gates were hinged shut, and hordes of well-equipped and high-spirited Chonglu soldiers trotted in. Their footsteps stomped on the ground with a deafening roar. The citizens clutched their wallets and wives tightly, vowing to live and die with them. However, no one put their hands into their pockets, nor into their blankets. With the support of the Ramirez and Beckett families, The Changlu army quickly occupied all 8 gates of the city of Perlam. They engaged in some street fighting in the city and eventually captured it after suffering minimal losses. The civilians who had gathered in Fortune Plaza were driven back home. The injured were given centralized treatment, and the priests of the Church of the Sea God were imprisoned. The citizens went from fear to calm, and then to curiosity. They were very curious about the sorcerers who used the cleansing spell to clean the streets. "Hey, what are you doing?" A grumpy Changlu army soldier said. "We're going to line up all those criminal nobles and priests in the streets, and then behead them one by one, from dawn till sunrise." "Huh, chill. You scared him. He was just kidding." The Changlu soldier beside him quickly said, "It's Princess Aurelia. We are preparing for her investiture ceremony." Upon hearing it was a joke, the citizens felt regretful instead. What a pity. Wait, an investiture ceremony? What kind of investiture? Her Highness Aurelia will reclaim her honorary title of Grand Duchess of the Rose. Whose investiture? The two soldiers straightened their chests and proudly extended their palms upwards as if supporting a hand. This was the way the Changlu Church greeted each other. The title conferred by Lord Changlu. Is he the winner of the latest round of the God Wars? That's very authoritative. Chapter 97. The nun has something to say. When the princess received the duke's crown on the Rose Plain, the phantom of the new god overlapped with her. That foreshadowed the beginning of a new dynasty. Generally speaking, the process of being conferred a title is very lengthy. For an ordinary noble to be granted a title, they must first submit an OA, official document, from their local area to the Lord, namely the King of the 13 Islands Federation, provided that the recipient has already established sufficient merit. Once the capital replied, informing the recipient that the investiture ceremony was ready, the recipient departed from their territory and traveled to the capital to attend the ceremony. Of course, the awarding ceremony is even more complicated. It is necessary to communicate with officials in the capital and find nobles of suitable status and position to bestow honors upon them. Communicate with the church to obtain written documentation to guarantee the validity of the title. Preparing for the approval and demarcation of land naturally involves the exchange of resources, such as bribing the surveyors to loosen their grip on the measuring tape during the surveying process. Of course, all of this is predicated on the king having already granted the title. But Aurelia's situation was much more special. She did not obtain Franz III's permission at all. On the contrary, if Franz III were still lucid, he would probably want to demote her to a commoner or simply kill her. Fortunately, with the help of some angel, Franz III has fallen into a temporary, or perhaps permanent, slumber. Unless Franz III wakes up and sends troops to retake Perlam, Aurelia's declaration of herself queen is a foregone conclusion. No one can deny that an army has entered the city. Similarly, no one dares to deny a god who has just won a divine war. I protest that the task has been completed. War usually brings destruction. Or perhaps it's an opportunity. As you, my lord, triumphed in the divine war, taking advantage of the awe-inspiring azure sunset that blanketed the entire sky, your mascot, Saintess Lunette, made a bold decision. She and Melina rallied the city's last remaining forces and, amidst the city's turmoil, marched straight for Golden Valley City. You already know the result. The secret passages Melina's men had dug, leading directly to the city lord's mansion in Golden Valley City, proved invaluable. The lord, who had been so aggressive just a few days ago, nodded decisively. Changlu. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Unlock event. Visitor to the Tower of Wisdom. Event unlocked. Defection in progress. Event unlocked. Glorious inauguration ceremony. Event unlocked. The nun has something to say. Unlock event. A delightful discovery. Changlu had barely had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief after clearing most of the tasks in his task list when he was suddenly bombarded with a series of tasks, leaving him breathless and nearly choking. A word from the nun. Your dear signboard lady has been preoccupied lately, and she seems to have something she wants to tell you. Please condescend to see her. See her wrists that she keeps rubbing. See her cool and stubborn face. Touch her soft, light golden hair. She will be pleased. Changlu was stunned. What happened to the little nun? Without the slightest hesitation, he switched back to the map of Holy City. For some reason, the Holy City is carrying out the construction of some defensive fortifications. However, the Holy City was always doing this, so Changlu didn't pay much attention. He flipped through the map and found Lunette in her private room. Changlu pushed open the door and entered. On the map, an emoticon appears above the head of the sausage-shaped figure. Coming in without knocking is really catching people off guard. The little sausage-shaped figure looked like it was packing its luggage, which surprised Chang Lo. Is his Saintess about to run away with her bucket? Yamaru, are you unhappy at work? Are you dissatisfied with your salary and benefits? Are there problems with relationships among employees? What on earth happened? Melina, Avis, little wooden puppet. Anyone can come. Stop her. To be honest, Lunette was quite startled when Lord Chang Li's will descended silently. At the time, she was trying to stuff 4 books, each as thick as a human head, into her spatial brooch. Learning has no end. She is always reading all kinds of books, from magic books to military treatises, from travelogues of the continent to local anecdotes, from everyday cooking to bedroom secrets. But the brooch had limited capacity, so she could only pull out the pots and pans she had thrown in, stuff the books in, and then struggle with the cooking utensils on the ground that were obviously more important than the books. The majority of vegetation in the visceral forest is primary forest, so cooking utensils seem quite necessary. Although her cooking skills are really terrible, how can she find taverns and snack shops anytime, anywhere in the primeval forest? Stop dreaming, Lunette. Just then, that aura that made her heart skip a beat appeared. Grown-ups. She turned around, somewhat surprised. Since Chang Li's forces moved to Canterwell City, she has hardly seen Lord Chang Lu anymore. To be honest, this frustrated her. But jealousy is a wrong thing to do. The gods are not just her gods. One piece of glorious news after another arrived. Melina seemed indifferent, but Lunette knew she was furious enough to bite someone. Lunette doesn't bite. Lunette wants to become stronger. She heard that a primeval forest located in the eastern part of the continent, the visceral forest, was home to various non-human creatures such as elves, fairies, orcs, and so on. It was said that a life weapon that was very important to healers had appeared there. Healers from all over the continent were rushing to that forest with great enthusiasm, hoping to kill the monsters in the forest to obtain life crystals and forge their own life weapon set. Lunette didn't want to miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, her Aunt Daphne's letter gave her some other ideas. She explained her thoughts to Melina, who naturally supported her. The Holy Maiden is certainly very important to the Holy City, but that doesn't mean she has to be confined to the Holy City for her entire life. There are countless people who travel and gain experience while posing as saintesses. What she didn't expect was that adults would also pay attention to her movements. Where did you go? The god asked. Lunette instinctively wanted to stand up to reply, so she tried to lift herself up by bracing her hands on the ground, but, the young nun frowned slightly, quickly withdrew her hand, and subtly rotated her wrist. She thought she had done everything perfectly, but what could she possibly hide in the eyes of the gods? Something gripped her wrist. Warm and powerful. The wrist was exposed to the air, that pale wrist with some blue remnants of power and bruises coiled around it. Divine power. God said. The power of the sea god. Chapter 98 Coronation. Chang Lu remembered. He seemed to receive a notification while playing the match 3 puzzle. What water spirit? What is attacking the port? It's fine now, the young nun said softly. It was my overestimation of my abilities. When the waves brought by the sea god arrived, she didn't think about anything but saving this hard-won superport. So she used the most extreme methods she had ever used in her life to squeeze out all her magical power, and, in a very short time, she built a protective barrier at the port all by herself. In the end, we still couldn't stop those water spirits. Lunette smiled, then lowered her head, slightly dejected. The water spirits damaged some of the superport's defenses, while others wandered near the holy city and carried out acts of destruction. Fortunately, the god of eternal joy defeated the god of the sea in time. Lord Chang Lu gently touched her wrist, and amidst the swirling dark golden light, the remaining blue divine power dissipated. Lunette refused to look up. Even some remnants of water spirit could leave her in such a sorry state. Did she fail God's choice, the power God gave her, and that divine weapon? However, he said, you have the courage to challenge the gods, the power to intercept divine gifts. Lunette, your talent and hard work astonish me. Lunette gently fluttered her eyelashes. Is that so? A spring of sweet water welled up in her desolate heart. She wanted to say, are you kidding me? But her inner faith told her, do not overstep the bounds. God does not lie. Having received a definite answer, she no longer suppressed her emotions. To hear you say that. Lunette reached out and rubbed her eyes. When she lowered her hand, everything was normal, except for a single, round drop of water clinging to her eyelashes. I am deeply honored. The girl raised her head, her light golden eyes shining with determination. I will bring you what was destined to be yours. My life weapon. My destiny. The little nun's words were somewhat puzzling. But Chang Lu didn't investigate further. The riddle makers in this game all had their own reasons. A welcome discovery. Your magical fleet has encountered an emergency. Captain Stewart discovered a hidden island shrouded in mist on a parchment scroll. This island, rumored to be a philanthropist's hideout, is now a pirate stronghold. Following the principle that a thief won't leave empty-handed, cough cough, nobody wants to give up a treasure they've already got. Your fleet has attacked this island. There are no sirens singing in the mist, nor the cursed captain of the Black Pearl. Here lies only a pack of pirates, skinny as black monkeys. They are no match for your fleet sailors, and thus, this philanthropist collection, occupied for years, is yours. Ciderland found a wooden artifact. After dusting it off, the artifact was placed in a box and registered as the goddess's mask. He received orders to return swiftly and present you with the most beautiful discoveries of his journey. Is that the little wooden puppet's face? They actually found it during a voyage? Unexpected, yet also perfectly reasonable. After all, sailing is a permanent activity, so it wouldn't be right not to provide some functional items. Okay, now all he has to do is wait for the fleet to return, and he can go all out on the little puppet card pool and max out the number of the game's top DPS characters. Chang Lu was simply curious about the handicrafts that were named the Mask of the Goddess. How beautiful must it be? Defection in progress. With the end of the War of the Gods and the war to occupy Perlum, the cities of Roseshire have begun to tacitly choose sides. Will it return to Princess Aurelia's hands as it did years ago? Or will it raise the banner of rebellion and insist on keeping power and money in its own hands? The wise will make their own judgment. When more than half of the nobles defected to Illyria, the scribes, the decrees, the will of the people, and the will of heaven naturally all sided with Illyria and with you. A wealthy city, a prosperous plain, can accomplish more than you might imagine. You don't need to do anything. It's your supplicants who are doing the work for you. Next up is the final CG of the second main storyline. The investiture ceremony of the Archduke of the Rose. The city of Perlum was cleaned up and refreshed. The dark blue banners symbolizing the dominance of the Church of the Sea God, and the azure flags symbolizing the rule of the Federation of 13 Islands on the flagpoles that hung in the streets were taken down. The dark gold flag representing the Chang Lu Church was hung up again, along with a redesigned Grand Duke of the Rose emblem. It also had a dark gold base color. Through the clearly symbolic background, a white-gloved hand reaches out to everyone. What does this mean? A citizen asked. Tina Kingston, who was standing among the citizens watching the ceremony, happily replied, "It is the hand that represents salvation and hope, the hand of Lord Chang Lu." Today, young Tina also wears a wooden Hand of Redemption badge of the Chang Lu Church on her chest. The crooked carving is something she made herself, but it serves as a true certification, allowing her to pass through the gates of Chang Lu Free School, where many students are standing, and walk to the innermost part of the school. She sacrificed a great deal during the siege, and as a representative of the common people and a symbol of the spirit of resistance, Aurelia intended to groom her as the Saint of Perlum. And what about the one in your palm? No wonder some people ask that question. Within that Hand of Redemption lingers an image known to no one but a select few. It is a blue butterfly. Now, this blue butterfly, lifted up by the Hand of Redemption, is about to fly to the highest point of this vast plain. Aurelia, the woman abandoned by her father, scorned by her brothers, and schemed against by nobles, is walking on a long carpet stained with the blood of the sea god and some nobles. She wore a magnificent long dress, her hair styled like that of a noblewoman, and a crown adorned with jewels on her head. It transcends conventions and reveals ambition. Holding a scepter in one hand and the doctrines of Chang Lu in the other, she proclaimed, "The era of the sea god has come to an end. She, Aurelia Fernandez, will bring new gods and institutions to this plain, to this country." The nobles of Perlum City knelt down the steps. Naturally, the Ramirez and Beckett families, who had placed their bets, knelt at the front, while those who were undecided knelt in the middle. Some were not even qualified to kneel. Most of them had been thrown into prison to await their final reckoning. Everyone bowed their heads, congratulating the birth of the new lord. But only one bold blue butterfly knew that in the blink of her eyes as she looked at the enormous Hand of Redemption hanging overhead, there was a hint of possessive lust. Chapter 99 Visitors to the Tower of Wisdom. The Chang Lu army was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. The Church of Poseidon left behind a considerable amount of property, but there was no need to use it. The nobles, eager to curry favor, opened their purses and generously pulled out gold coins to buy wine and drinks to treat the entire army. All the bakeries in town are out of stock. Beef and mutton have also become scarce commodities. But the citizens of Perlam were not worried at all. The city gates were wide open, and caravans of merchants, leading horses and mules, were bringing in cartloads of goods. Barley, rye, beans, vegetables, dried fish. Oh, and baskets full of medicine. The influx of these goods not only brought prices back to their original levels, but also showed a downward trend. Fortunately, the market regulatory body, established at lightning speed, stopped this behavior. They exchanged these primary products for high-end goods looted from church warehouses and noble estates, which were then used to fill warehouses as reserve food for the city. This is absolutely brilliant. The merchants suffered no loss. They sold the goods they had brought in and exchanged them for equally valuable, in-demand high-end goods to transport to other cities. The only expense they incurred was the travel costs. As for the price they could sell these high-end goods for, that depended on their skill. Farmers suffered no losses, and the city government adjusted its market strategy in time, preventing the low grain prices from harming farmers' outcome. The citizens also suffered no losses. They are now able to buy daily necessities at pre-war prices, and their stocks are plentiful and guaranteed. What's even more impressive is that on her first day back as Grand Duchess, Aurelia ordered the abolition of the indulgence system. Rumors have it that Princess Aurelia should now address her as Lady. Lady Aurelia is deeply dissatisfied with those bastards who committed heinous crimes and escaped legal punishment through indulgences, and is working to establish a legal department under the city government to bring those murderers to justice. Upon hearing this, no one dared to seek confirmation from the people of Changlu army. One night, dozens of carriages quietly carried the family's possessions and drove away from the city of Perlam. The little bird rider walked down this brand new street, looking left and right with curiosity. Then, a voice called out to her. "Is this Miss Avisborough?" She turned around, and behind her were passers-by. She couldn't tell who had said those words. Look down, I'm on the ground." Down. Avis looked down curiously and saw a carriage. She meant a carriage just like the pumpkin carriage in fairy tales. It was as big as a wash basin. The cart was being pulled by some small fire lizards, who were now standing tall and looking at her with great interest. The person sitting in the carriage wasn't Cinderella, but a dwarf as tall as a cucumber. He leaped from the pumpkin carriage, deftly removed his top hat, and bowed to her. Chief Financial Administrator and Senior Life Advisor of Elena, the Mentor of the Tower of Wisdom. The more names he announced, the more vacant the expression on the face of the person with intelligence one became. Viscount Half-Silver Mountain, holder of the Knight of Honor of the Kingdom of Morgan, and future heir of the Northern Dwarf clan, salutes you. The adult and the child looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, the little bird knight spoke up. "Are you the master of the Tower of Wisdom?" "I'm not." The little boy jumped up, waving his hands frantically. "I'm not. I'm Ms. Elena's financial administrator too." "Ah, my subordinate." Although you could say that, it still sounds impolite. "Then what?" "I have something to ask Miss Aurelia." The little man wondered if he had misunderstood something. Find someone who is close to the target and has a good personality to approach first, and then subtly ask for their help in making contact. That's the proper procedure. But why does this young lady have a "then why did you call me over" look on her face? Hiss. Avis looked at him, puzzled, and said, "Then come with me." "Oh, is that all?" Ruah Ajin's eyebrows twitched, and he stuffed the money bag he was about to take out to bribe Avis back into his pocket. Avi led him toward the steward's mansion, the pumpkin carriage rumbling behind them. Ruah Akin asked curiously, "Aren't you going to ask me why I wanted to see Miss Aurelia?" "I can probably guess." The little bird rider replied, "Is it because of that Gonzalez?" Samuel Gonzalez, the guy who wanted to kill Aurelia, is now imprisoned in the underground prison built on the site of the former Church of Neptune. His father and brother were imprisoned on the second and third floors respectively, and Aurelia did not intend to execute them. Compared to death, extracting more oil from them is more worthy of their glorious lives. Samuel Gonzalez is the only person they have who is connected to the Tower of Wisdom. "Yes, I did come for Samuel, a student of the Tower of Wisdom." Ruah Ajin readily agreed. Although his grades are not outstanding among his peers, he is still a student of the academy, and Jinian Tower is willing to pay some price to bring this student back. The little bird knight wasn't a skilled negotiator, so she remained silent and simply led him to Aurelia. The Tower of Wisdom. This isn't the first time this name has been mentioned. Chang Lu thought back and realized that this name had appeared before, besides Samuel. When a game repeatedly mentions a certain term or concept, it most likely means that the organization or force will appear in the later plot. After he wrote down the term, the narrator's voice rang in his ears. "Oh, my lord, my dear lord. Would you like to know more about the Tower of Wisdom? I have some knowledge of it." That was a mage's tower standing amidst the towering stone forest, an ivory tower coveted by all magic-wielding supplicants across the continent. The master of the Tower of Wisdom is a woman named Elena, whose strength is renowned throughout the continent. Her age and appearance are unknown. Some say she is over 1,000 years old, a truly ancient woman who spends her days listlessly, her face sagging. Some say that Elena is just a name passed down through generations, and that the current Elena is a beautiful young woman of 29. Some say her beauty is unparalleled, captivating countless heroes and geniuses. But what is the truth? Please continue on your way. Oh, are you keeping me in suspense? Chang Lu glanced at the time and logged out of the game. Oh, of course he wasn't angry because the game was keeping people in suspense. It was time for his agreed-upon class reunion, and he had to pick up Zhanya. Chapter 100. Why is the school beauty doing this? This wasn't a particularly important class reunion. I only did it because I had promised Zhanya. What was the reason for Zhanya's death? Why attend a class reunion? Her life is so exciting. With studying in the US and skiing and skydiving, she seems like a winner in life. So what is so attractive about the Qingzhou Middle School reunion to her? Even with a limp, they still have to participate? Chang Lu made this comment and rode his electric scooter out of the campus. The weather is great today, and the temperature isn't cold anymore. Chang Lu took off his heavy cotton-padded coat and put on a medium-thin sweatshirt. He hunched his neck slightly as he rode his electric scooter through the streets and alleys. Finally, spring has arrived. The meeting place with Zhanya was at the entrance of what looked like a rather upscale residential area. Perhaps Chang Li's electric scooter didn't look impressive enough, or maybe the gatekeeper just said it offhand. Delivery people are not allowed into the residential area. Chang Li stopped the car and said to the security guard, who looked to be around 30 years old, "Uncle, I don't have an insulated box either." The word, uncle, made the gatekeeper frown and look over. He glanced at Chang Li's face, his contempt tinged with a hint of mockery. Even food delivery isn't allowed into the community. Chang Lu paused for a moment. I have no choice but to punch him now. Chang Lu got out of the car and walked over. Before he could say anything, the security guard had already reached for his walkie-talkie. Let me tell you, I'm connected to the internet. He shrank back, cowering before even colliding with the opponent. This surprised Chang Lu. Chang Lu. As the spring breeze blew, a girl wearing a cream-colored cat knit sweater appeared. She no longer used a wheelchair, but instead used a cane with one hand. With a cast on his leg, he hopped around like a grasshopper in spring. Shaw, that word grasshopper is inappropriate. It should be more elegant. As usual, Zhanya smiled gently, her dimples showing, making her look sweet and lovely. But Chang Lu knew that she wasn't a particularly gentle person. She would use some clever tricks that weren't offensive, like a kitten that pats people with its paws without using its claws. Chang Lu moved the electric scooter to the door and then to the guard's face. Zhanya said with a smile, I thought you were just being polite when you said it wasn't that big. Why would I need a big truck to run around the teaching building to pick up takeout? Chang Lu smiled and said, the range is only 20 kilometers. I bought it from a senior at the school flea market when I was a freshman. It only cost me 300 yuan. After I graduate, I'll clean it up and sell it for 300 yuan. The gatekeeper looked at him with disdain. How could you say something like that when you're trying to pick up girls? Excellent business acumen. Zhanya gave a thumbs up. I did the same thing. I bought a ski that was 90% new from a senior in the ski club and sold it to a new junior in the club for more than 20% before I returned to China. How much did you sell it for? Chang Lu was somewhat surprised. From the chat history between Zhanya and him, it was clear that she really enjoyed skiing. Zhanya smiled and said, there's not much of a reason. He then offered no further explanation, and Chang Lu did not press the matter further. Everyone has their own compelling reasons for doing so. To the gatekeeper's surprise, the beautiful homeowner who walked out from behind him actually got on that poor-looking and dilapidated electric vehicle. I'll still carry the crutch myself. Why should I? I'll still carry the crutch myself. She's as well behaved as a first grader being picked up by her dad. This guy really is a perfect example. How could someone who isn't even born with a mold possibly manage to coax the homeowner into being like an embryo? Chang Li didn't even turn his head, wishing he were riding a motorcycle and getting exhaust fumes all over Chang Li's face. The restaurant was a popular Southeast Asian restaurant in downtown Qingzhou. Chang Li didn't offer any suggestions when choosing a restaurant, So it's not appropriate for him to say he didn't like Southeast Asian food after he made his choice. It's sweet and sour or spicy and sour, just like what kids eat. A table full of vegetables and half a table of herbs. No wonder Southeast Asians aren't very fat. Chang Lu parked his car on the side of the road, and Zhanya obediently waited for him, holding her crutch. There weren't any melodramatic plot points like a male classmate driving a luxury car sees the protagonist, mocks him, then showers the female protagonist with compliments, and the female protagonist gets into the luxury car and drives away, determined to cut ties with the protagonist. Firstly, this kind of thing is just too idiotic. It feels like such a plot would only happen in a pseudo-human world. Secondly, Chang Lu thought about it and concluded that Zhanya was not his leading lady. If Chang Lu is destined to marry someone in this life, could he marry a character from the second game? Men in island nations can now marry Hatsune Miku. Why can't he marry the second-generation character? Since they're not real people anymore, why can't they marry multiple people? No one knew the wild thoughts that were running through Chang Li's mind. He doesn't confide in anyone. XP is a unique kind of beauty in the internet world, representing its own upper limit and lower limit. He's not good at analyzing others' inner thoughts, so communicating with XP is even more unnecessary. He walked behind, and more classmates gathered around him. Having not seen each other for a long time, everyone chatted about ordinary little things with a mix of unfamiliar and familiar excitement. Chang Lu stared quietly at a certain spot, occasionally responding to the comments her classmates made. He seems to be seeing things. In the center of his vision, something like a coiled, black thread was twisting and escaping from somewhere. Is it Zhanya? On Zhanya's body. What the hell is that? Chang Lu seemed to have entered some extremely mysterious state. He can see some things. He's definitely not a ghost. He still believes in science quite a bit. It wasn't a ghost, but something that exuded an ominous aura. Some were wrapped around Zhanya's broken leg, while others simply coiled around her. What is it? A word surfaced in his mind, and its meaning startled Chang Lu. Lesion. Is it an illness? Her legs were indeed sick, but what were those things lingering around her? Or did he see it wrong? Chang Lu. Chang Lu snapped out of her daze and looked at her high school classmate beside her. Everyone laughed and said, "What are you looking at?" "It's nothing, I was just lost in thought." "Tsk tisk, I'll believe you for now. By the way, Liang Haoran just asked you, how did you and Zhanya come together?" "It was a chance encounter," Chang Lu said absent-mindedly. "Oh, what a coincidence. Okay, look, this is Liang Haoran. So this person's name is Liang Haoran. He doesn't quite remember this person's name anymore. They were rivals in high school. It was a chance encounter." Zhanya heard this sentence, changing from the habitual to a dash. She turned around and looked back, then smiled again, meeting Chang Li's bewildered gaze. "Chang Lu, can you take me home tonight?" "What do you want to say?" "Oh, you have to give me travel expenses." Chang Lu scratched his head, wondering why the school beauty was doing this. Chapter 101. What are some cheesy jokes? One characteristic of Southeast Asian cuisine is that there is no oil or grease residue left in your mouth after eating it. It's so refreshing. It's like you haven't eaten anything at all. Chang Lu smacked his lips listlessly, then lowered his head and texted his roommates to tell them not to leave the door open for him. Old Sheen had a fast internet connection and replied with an okay gesture. The second child sent an ambiguous emoji. The children are grown up and don't live here anymore. Chang Lu returned the gesture with an international friendly gesture and put away his phone. He didn't actually plan whose house he would stay at overnight, or whether he would sleep in KT until dawn. It's just that going to KT and then taking Zhanya home at night will inevitably be too late. Chang Lu felt bad about disturbing her roommates by washing up again when she got back at night, even if they didn't mind. It would be better to go to his short-term rental. At least there's hot water for washing up and the electricity won't be cut off at night. Thinking of this, Chang Lu frowned. The most important thing is the game, that game. There's no doubt that there's something strange about that game. As for what is strange about it, Chang Lu has many guesses, but has not yet been able to perfectly verify one of them. Therefore, his best option was to avoid playing that game in front of his roommates. How about finding a long-term rental apartment near Qingzhou University? After thinking about it for a while, he felt that it wasn't impossible. Student dormitories are not considered private spaces and are not suitable for writing online novels. As early as when Chang Lu earned his first 10,000 yuan in royalties, he had the idea of moving out. He got along well with his roommates, and they all took good care of him. However, writing at least 4,000 words a day required a quiet environment, and Chang Lu was easily distracted. So, at one point, he would take his laptop to the library to write. but it's too flashy. Everyone who passes by wants to see what's written on his screen. But is that something you can actually see? How could he face people if someone saw him describing a delicious food in detail? You can go without underwear online, but in real life you must keep your balls covered. Go back and talk to your roommates, and treat them to a meal to thank them for taking care of you for the past year. As Changlu thought this, she waved a hand in front of him. Hey. Janaya drew his attention back. What are you thinking about? The booming music of KT seemed to form a natural barrier, trapping the singers inside, and keeping those who were looking at each other outside. I'm thinking. Changlu hissed, subconsciously biting his lip, and then decided to ask directly. Why are you ordering me around? When Changlu asked this question, she didn't expect the answer to be, because I like you, I order you around. He had seen far too many people fall in love suddenly, and then break up just as suddenly. On campus, in movie theaters, in music reviews, in book reviews. He wrote so many stories about love that weren't really love, and fell in love with so many characters who didn't exist in this world. Orthodox love seemed unfamiliar to him, and made him feel uneasy. Zhanya did give it a serious consideration. If we hadn't run into each other at the hospital, I probably wouldn't have asked you to do anything. When she got to the word command, she raised the index and middle fingers of both hands and folded them twice like rabbit ears. What does this mean? Changlu imitated her movements. You put my words in quotation marks. Changlu touched his nose. So that's it. It must be fate. It must be like this. Then why did you come to the class reunion? She doesn't sing. Just like in high school, she seemed kind and approachable, but in reality, she kept her distance from everyone. Changlu, don't you want to find something to do when you're bored? Zhanya smiled at him and asked. What do you do when you have nothing to do? I'm never free, Changlu added. I need to write books. I mean, writing a book always comes to an end. What will you be doing then? Imagining a new book. Janaya shrugged. It's terrible. It's all right, not that bad. Changlu rubbed his face. At least I'm happy when creating characters, and I'm happy when playing games. A guy was belting out a song with a microphone. You aren't really happy. What are you going to sing again? They can respond to anything. Zhanya smiled and covered her ears. Are you leaving? Aren't you going to sing a couple of songs? Changlu was surprised. They embezzled the money. Do you want to sing? Of course I requested a song. Hey, which bastard popped his own song up here? Where's my song? Changlu looked at the messy playlist, and his mind started to wander. After making a complete mess of the playlist, I closed the app with satisfaction, dusted myself off, and left. He said that singing karaoke is something only people from the last century would do. Look, even the people who gave the suggestions don't want to continue playing. It was past 10 p.m. when the two of them put the noise behind them. Oh right. Changlu suddenly remembered the lesion he had seen. Are you sick? Zhanya paused for a moment, then smiled and said, what do you think? I'm not talking about your legs, I mean. Do you have some other illness? Changlu asked hesitantly, unsure whether he had seen things clearly or not. Is it a hallucination? Or did he summon a deity and become able to perform shamanic rituals? Why do you ask that? I saw some. You saw it. It was difficult to continue the conversation, so Changlu subconsciously made up a story. I see you're losing some hair. Zhanya turned her head and looked at Changlu with a very shocked expression. Noticing that he was tall enough to see her hairline clearly, Zhanya suddenly covered her head. You're so hard to communicate with. You're so rude. If she hadn't been using crutches, she probably would have already run 2 miles away. Changlele. No, are you serious? Just kidding, you can't tell. The explanation actually makes it seem more believable. Her reaction was so adorable that Changlu almost forgot about her shamanic practice. He lowered his head, checked the women's safety exclusive option on the ride-hailing page, and stopped at the intersection. So you mean that chatting with me, like going to a class reunion, is just something you do when you're bored? I didn't say that. But isn't that understanding correct? Changlu. Zhanya stopped, somewhat puzzled and amused. Do you have absolutely no confidence in yourself? Changlu knew which aspect she was referring to that she wasn't good at. I don't think I'm very competitive. Changlu, you have to get used to being someone's first choice. Changlu waved, and a car stopped. Aren't you going to take me home? It's inconvenient late at night. Tisk. Zhanya didn't say anything, opened the car door and got in. Can I ask you out again? Just look at my class schedule. Oh, and remember to pay me the fare when you get back. Hello. The car started slowly, and Zhanya stuck her head out, her chestnut hair blowing against the car window in the wind. Changlu, you stingy bastard. Huh, what kind of cheesy joke is this? Changlu replied dryly. May Changlu live to be 100 years old. What are you babbling about? Janaya pulled her head back and leaned against the back seat, subconsciously pressing her stomach with her palm. She frowned and sighed, seemingly helpless. Okay, may Chang live a long and healthy life. Chapter 102 Lady Elena. The Tower of Wisdom, a jewel formed by the wisdom of the Decaxanbe continent. The tower consists of 3 spires. The Radiant Spire Tower, frequented by students. The Mithril Tower, which houses the secret manuals of mages from across the continent. And the Crimson Heart, where the Dragon Priestess resides. The pumpkin carriage passed unimpeded through the towering entrance of the Crimson Heart, a place that was deserted, yet whose defenses rivaled those of the underground palace ruins of the Eastern Lan Empire. The fire lizard crawled with light, comical steps, and as it passed a giant rock-like pillar carved with an ancient dragon, the shadow cast by the pumpkin carriage began to distort. The next second, an elderly giant with a hunched back, but still over 3 meters tall, slowly moved into the Crimson Heart. This is the real Joaquin. The Dragon Witch's most capable steward is not actually a dwarf. The names he gave to the Bird Knight and Illyria, apart from his own, were all fake. The Bird Rider didn't verify it either. Aurelia didn't confirm either. And just like that, without even being completely bewildered himself, he took Samuel Gonzalez away. He stood at the door, and the macaw that had stood there for thousands of years as Lady Elena's door knocker began to speak. Roakin, Roakin, it is Roakin. The message was repeated twice, and then a teleportation crystal was dropped. As Akin stepped forward, he touched the crystal as quickly as possible. The next second, he found himself in a huge space that could never be inside the Crimson Heart Tower. But if Akin understood that the Crimson Heart, in the Academy, with its carved dragons and phoenixes and elegant decorations, was just a facade. Beneath his feet lies the true Crimson Heart, the Dragon Priestess's chambers. This building, which can be described as a palace, actually has no particular decorative style. It is just unusually large and packed full of things. This renowned Dragon Witch of the continent has 2 resounding titles. The first one is a very authoritative descendant of Gu Long, while the second one is more interesting. She is known as the aesthetic teacher of the King of Conquest of the Donglan Empire. A woman even more extravagant than the Emperor of the Donglan Empire transformed her residence into a palace even more luxurious than the Donglan Imperial Palace. A crimson glow filled the entire palace, emanating from the enormous corpse of a red dragon that filled 1/6 of the palace. Even after being dead for hundreds or thousands of years, this enormous red dragon still retains its bright and beautiful scales, its plump body, and its flesh without any signs of decay, all thanks to the magic of Lady Elena. Besides the red dragon, the palace was filled with all kinds of jewels and gold. Lady Elena doesn't like things that aren't shiny. Thus, the jewels and gold, piled up like mountains and collapsed into abysses, reflected the luster of the red dragon and covered the entire palace. The nth flash blinded Joaquin. He walked forward humbly with his head down, making the gold and silver crunch under his feet. If you could grab a little bit with the sole of your foot and carry it away, it would be a considerable fortune. But what if Akin doesn't have the guts? The Dragon Witch's greatest love for treasure stems from a mark deep within her bloodline. All those who coveted her wealth had long been hanged at the top of this palace. Upon reaching the designated spot, Ruah Ajin skillfully knelt down on one knee. He didn't need to look up to know that Lady Elena must be lying on that huge bed in the hollow of the red dragon's eye socket. Explain. A word like lazy was left out. The speaker seemed unwilling to expend any extra effort, and his words carried a hint of weariness. If Akin thought it was the weariness of having all desires satisfied. The student has been brought back, Ruah Ajin said. In fact, he received some money from Samuel Gonzalez, some of the money he had left after rescuing his father and brother. The young man pleaded with him. Please, just mention my name to Lady Elena, just once. If Akin knew what he wanted to do. There have been countless people who have wanted to do the same thing over the centuries. Who do you think you are? The young man is decent looking, but only decent looking. Besides that, what else do you have? Oh, your family just went bankrupt. Lady Elena will like you even less. So, Ruah Ajin simply swallowed the money and did not help him at all. Lady Elena didn't speak, but Ruah Akin knew she had heard her. She replied, and then fell silent. This is not something she should care about. I met the princess whom the Changla sect is so fond of this time. Ruah Ajin said. And that fourth-order supplicant, I must say, Changli's power is more special than I thought. He actually defeated Poseidon on Poseidon's territory. Tell me something I don't know. Is it appropriate for people in this church to say that? It's rather naive. Innocent. Perhaps it was foolish of them, but they met me and completed the transaction without even verifying who I was. You gave the things away? Yes. I promise in the name of Jimian Tower that Changle Church can send one student every year, regardless of qualifications, for a 3-month term. Those who do not complete the learning objectives will be sent back. In this way, Changle Church and Jimian Tower will maintain good contact. Was she surprised? I was quite surprised. After all, this promise is very valuable. Sir, may I ask a question? Cannot. The dragon priestess retorted to his words. Then, is there anything else you want to say? There is none left. Go out. Yes. The presence of living beings vanished from the vast palace. The dragon priestess on the velvet bed turned over and lay on her side. Only a long, slender, fair arm with crimson scales on its wrist extended out, gently touching the bridge of its nose. The one who breaks the box, the Chang Lu sect, will bring change and calamity to the mainland. Who exactly are they referring to? Your supplicant has made a choice. The Tower of Wisdom took Samuel Gonzalez away, leaving behind a jade dragon scale. The item, dragon scales with the aura of a red dragon, imitation, has been acquired and added to your collection. Jimian Tower has pledged that Chang Lu Jiao will be permitted to send one law student to Jimian Tower for 3 months of advanced study each year. You can select a spellcaster class, the Invoker, from the character list. This class will be unavailable for 3 months. After 3 months, they will gain a large amount of experience and combat skills, and there is a 3% chance they will continue their studies in the Tower of Wisdom. This is a very valuable promise. Is Samuel Gonzalez really that valuable? My dear sir, you must be able to see something amiss. Is it definitely possible? He can't quite tell? Chapter 103 Dancing Shoes. On a weekend without classes, Chang Lu finished lunch at his short-term rental apartment. Supermarket takeout and Mishua ice cream ice cups were delivered. He poured Coke into the ice cup, took several big gulps while watching the crackling and bubbling, and let out a burp that almost burst out of his head. It's perfect. Perfect no classes, perfect Coke, and perfect rainy day. He adjusted the headrest, put on his helmet, lay down, and logged into the game. You still have 2 favorability building tasks to complete. Yes, that's exactly what he wanted. After waiting for so long, I can finally try out these 2 favorability tasks that need to be completed. His gaze swept between the portraits of Miss Leatherpants and Miss Blue Butterfly before he chose Aurelia. Proceed step by step. The more delicious, high-affinity quests should be saved for later. The governor's mansion is Aurelia's private property. She spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins to purchase this bright and elegant seaside manor several years ago, but within 2 years, it has become a wasteland. These days, Delone has been running around as her housekeeper. The hired servants pruned the withered flower branches, the overgrown weeds, the clogged ponds, and the climbing vines. They then spent several days turning the soil and bringing in fashionable and beautiful flowers and plants from other cities to plant. Of course, Aurelia didn't pay a single penny for this work. The flower and plant merchants who wanted to do business in Perlum City were happy to do it. It would be wonderful if Princess Aurelia could entertain guests in the garden they had created. With this in mind, the merchants handled things quickly and efficiently without needing to give any instructions. Now, under the starlight of the night sky, Aurelia sits in the middle of a newly renovated garden, watching the flower and grass seeds that were recently sown sprout tender shoots. This place used to be full of all kinds of flowers. She bent slightly, her long, sapphire blue hair slipping from her shoulders and cascading onto her delicate, pearlescent dress. She looked up, searching for that special presence in the starlight. He arrived. Aurelia chuckled softly. You've arrived. It is the tender shoots of flowers and grass that bring you your scent. Miss Blue Butterfly sat there, unexpectedly barefoot, with a pair of ballet shoes lying to the side. Seemingly sensing the intense gaze, she subtly pulled her fair feet further under her skirt. Unfortunately, her skirt wasn't exactly long either. Thus, the half-concealed and half-revealed scene, adorned with starlight, appears even more ambiguous. This was her goal, Aurelia thought. But that wasn't entirely her goal. Her goal was more direct and urgent. If Lady Changle could reach out and grasp that concealed ankle, she would gain 50% satisfaction. If Lord Chang Lu could activate her divine power and use the wind to blow her skirt, revealing her slightly pink, full and beautiful arched feet, just by looking at them, she would gain 70% of the pleasure. If an adult simply scans her behavior with a naked gaze, scrutinizes her with a slightly critical eye, but never looks away, then Aurelia, who wants to hold his hand, will experience 100% exhilarating pleasure. What would you do? Oh, all-knowing, all-seeing being who knows the hearts of your believers, what is your choice? Please select. 1. With delicious food right beside me, how could I resist? I'm a vegetarian. Oh, I mean fast food. 2. That's a work of art. You should show it off. 3. Oh, you're quite famous, aren't you? A critical look, but that's not enough to entice me. 4. Instead of remaining silent, perhaps you could consider what your petitioner truly desires? Chang Lu frowned. They dug another hole. They tricked another lecherous man into joining the army. If he hadn't carefully read that this was a task to increase Miss Blue Butterfly's favorability by 20%, he probably would have been tempted by certain options. According to the original settings of this dead game, doing something outrageous when the favorability is low should result in immediate defeat. Although he was very curious about how the bad ending was triggered and what the punishment was, Chang Lu wasn't that thick-skinned to do such a thing on the toilet. It would be great if I could create a secondary account. At least he genuinely wanted to experience the various possible endings involving cleavers. As she waited, Aurelia's heart fluttered lightly. She was waiting to see what kind of answer this adult she had chosen would give. The adult remained silent. This seems like a complete oversight. This left Aurelia slightly disappointed. But it's okay, Aurelia. That was what he gave her, and even the neglect that stung her heart was enough for her to accept with relish. But what followed was a gust of wind. Or, it's the warmth of a palm. She felt something brush against her calf, something that carried no offense or lust, but rather a hurried, awkward, and little-known embarrassment and panic, gently tugging at her skirt. She tried to conceal her true feelings with the hem of her skirt. Aurelia's heart skipped a beat. What's this? Adults disdain to see her skin? No, that's not the case. If that's the case, then what is the sense of unease and anxiety she feels? Is that an emotion that the gods would reveal? His kaleidoscopic eyes flickered a few times. She seemed to understand. So, is the god of eternal bliss, who was attacked by many hostile church forces for his philandering and fondness for beautiful women, actually a member of the pure love faction? No, that's not how it works. He simply had no other choice. Chang Lu was naturally unaware that he had become a newbie god in Miss Blue Butterfly's mind. He only thought that the game's facial features were truly perfect. He was looking down at Aurelia, and surprisingly, her face didn't look messed up at all. It's just that I'm no longer as tense as I was in Cantwell, spending most of my time wearing a mask. The current Miss Blue Butterfly, with her features slightly obscured by her long, sapphire blue hair, always exudes a cunning and childlike quality. For example, she's staring at herself right now. He means, staring at the screen. Grown-ups. Miss Blue Butterfly changed her posture, hooked the end of the ballet shoe with 2 fingers, and smoothly slid it to her front, putting it on in front of Chang Lu. You may not know, but this used to be a dance floor. When many young ladies and gentlemen from wealthy and powerful families gathered here, they would usually dance gracefully to the accompaniment of Moonlight and the Moonlight Sonata. Miss Blue Butterfly stood up. You may not know this either, but I was also very good at dancing when I was a teenager. It's just that I can't find a dance partner because... She hesitated for a moment and didn't continue. Chang Lu could probably guess. It would be beneath the dignity of an aristocrat to dance with the daughter of a dancer. Even so, may I dare to invite you to watch me dance this dance from my girlhood? Chang Lu looked down at Miss Blue Butterfly's expectant eyes. He didn't just want to watch, he wanted to do more. Chapter 1. Oh, for the blasphemy of the butterfly kiss. How can a dancer's child be expected to grace a high society? Her mother was a dancer in a tavern before entering the palace. TSK, a woman from that kind of place would never have stepped into the palace in her entire life if His Majesty hadn't really liked her. No. That lady was once chosen by the palace to dance at His Majesty's birthday ball. I don't know what tricks she used, but she actually managed to climb into His Majesty's bed. That's not how it works. TSK. I know her mother is a shameless woman who waits on His Majesty's usual route and uses despicable means to get His Majesty to show her favor. If the mother is like that, the daughter probably can't escape the blame either. That's not how it works. I know her. She got His Majesty to give her Rose County just because she looks a bit like her mother. I think she's just like her mother. Shut up. The dancer's daughter. The dancer's daughter. The dancer's daughter. The petite Aurelia stood there, surrounded by all sorts of ferocious-looking birds and beasts. They twist their necks, stick out their long tongues, and spit out saliva as they fabricate lies that are completely different from the truth. Her mother was not a slut who seduced the king, nor was she a shameless and frivolous person. She was an innocent person who stumbled into the heavenly realm, a loser who felt powerless over her fate, a pawn, a beautiful vase, a swan with its head chopped off. Shut up, shut up. The frail Aurelia repeated this. That's useless. This only emboldened the demons before them. Raise your hands. A voice said. Aurelia trusted the voice completely, so she obediently raised her arm. Hold on to it. What should we hurry up about? A cold object appeared in her palm. A musket. She had seen this thing before, in the army. Raise it a bit, he said. Aurelia did as she was told. Raise it higher, as high as you can go, then they will be afraid. So Aurelia tried her best to lift it high. Strangely enough, the higher she lifted it, the smaller those enormous monsters became. She felt the lifting force in her arm, which allowed her to easily shove the large muzzle of the musket into the mouth of the monster closest to her. It stared at Aurelia, trembling, its expression shifting from mockery to terror. Aurelia, without any formal instruction, gripped the musket tightly, as well as the strength that Lord Chang Lu had handed her. Bang! Bang! Aurelia blinked. It was the sound of the broken stone pillar beside her being reassembled and healed. That was originally part of the dance floor, and after she left Perlum, it was looted once, or perhaps several times. The stone pillar was originally inlaid with some gilded carvings, but now they have been roughly damaged. This is... Aurelia couldn't help but clench her teeth. It was a warm breeze that blew across her skirt. The wind blows across the stone pillar, smoothing away the scars caused by violent damage. The wind rustled through the grass, sprouting tender shoots, and lush green grass and large patches of flowers emerged from the soil, full of vitality. The wind blew across the distant fruit trees, sweeping away fallen leaves. Tender leaves fluttered away from the treetops, swirling and combining to form a human-shaped creature, which floated across the cobblestone path in a few steps and stopped beside Aurelia, palms facing upwards. That was a gesture inviting someone to dance together. You are... Aurelia forced the words out through her teeth. What do you mean? The meaning is obvious. But for Aurelia, this was an attack. An attack on her soul. Don't be gentle with me. Don't give me the freedom to love or not. Don't make me choose. When necessary, bite me, choke me, and strike my soul and body. This is how Aurelia Fernandez, the daughter of a dancer, a princess raised on bullying, a woman who was self-righteous in the lie of her father's love and silently succumbed to her mother's death, deserves to be treated. But when a noble hand, a flawless hand, a hand that gives her strength and hope, tries to lift her hand, she, like the bewildered children on the street who give her high fives, wipes the thin layer of sweat from her palms on her expensive dress. I can too. Before she could even utter the word ma, a gentle force moved her body, causing it to stretch out gracefully. Dong cha-cha, dong cha-cha. Miss Blue Butterfly fluttered through the sea of flowers, performing for the first time a dance that no one appreciated. She stepped on the accented beat, as if stepping on her own heart. Under the starlight, she stretched out freely among the fluttering leaves, letting her beautiful body bloom in the dazzling sea of flowers. It is the Moonlight Sonata. And so, beside Lord Chang Lu, she returned to her girlhood. Music must eventually come to an end. Miss Blue Butterfly stopped in the middle of the courtyard, slightly out of breath, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Want to try again? She heard the gods ask. No, that's not necessary. Dislike? I like it too much. I love it so much that I wish the music would never stop. But the reward was already too much for Illyria. You shouldn't indulge yourself, Aurelia. So the gods respected her wishes and allowed the butterfly to land lightly. But Miss Blue Butterfly still held his hand. Her mind was conjuring up even more exciting things. The deity watched her silently. So Aurelia took a step forward, stood on tiptoe, and planted a kiss through the gaps in the leaves. This kiss held within it a wealth of desire. At the same time, it preserved some of her little-known girlish sentiments. You can't reward me next time. My dear sir, the Butterfly Kiss Desecration event, which increases affinity, has been added to your affinity event collection and can be viewed again. The summoner Illyria's favorability has increased to 35%. Your actions have deeply touched this butterfly's heart. So, you're trying to create a pure love story? Aurelia's power-obsessed bond increases the expansion rate of your mortal territories by 5%. The power-hungry heart of the supplicant will be more effective, but do you know what could be more alluring to her than the acquisition of power? It is to desecrate your heart. Chang Lu took off his helmet, his expression somewhat dazed. He picked up the Coke ice glass with water droplets condensed on the outside and gulped it down, only raising his hand after he calmed down a bit. Gently touch your Adam's apple. Is it just my imagination? Why does it feel like there's residual heat? This is really bad. Chapter 105. A dead tree comes back to life. The waves were propelled by the hulls of the magic fleet, crashing against the soft sandy beach wave after wave. The Holy City's superport is ready to receive the fleet. Moreover, thanks to the captain's advance message, Avis was already waiting at the port. Can I go? Before coming, Lunette calmly asked. I can wait there too. We need to confirm this first. Melina replied. Let's confirm if that's yours. Besides, life needs a sense of ritual. Maybe today will be a big day? Would you like a birthday cake? What does that mean? The little wooden puppet looked bewildered. And madam, I can't eat. Miss Leatherpants waved her hand. Excuse me. May I have a slice of cream cake? You know, too much sugar is a slow poison for women. But sometimes people just want to taste that fattening treat that mixes milk and sugar. She subconsciously stroked the little wooden puppet's head. It felt so soft and fluffy, like a little chick. The little wooden puppet looked at her honestly. Excuse me, madam. I don't understand why I can neither taste sweetness nor gain weight. A boring life. Melina should have said that, but considering the little girl's fragile heart, she kept quiet. Although the little girl in front of her was older than her grandmother. In the end, Manette didn't come either. She was led by the hand by Unier to the bathhouse, where they said they needed to thoroughly clean the little wooden puppet's joints and the ashes in its slots. What? A thorough cleaning technique? That has no soul. Thinking of this, the little bird knight finished the apple in his hand, pinched the core, and wanted to put it somewhere, but regretfully found that Sick was not with him. Just then, a buzzing sound came from the dock. The ship has reached the shore. Someone shouted, Come on, Li Fu. So a large group of laborers flocked over. The priest, who was preparing to unload the ship, exclaimed in surprise, What do you need a laborer for? The church's priests are waiting. This was a task assigned by the church, and the saint arranged for some priests who were in supplication to help. Hearing this, the laborers' faces fell in disappointment. Sir, could you give me some work to do? Yes, there's no need for the supplicants to get so tired from moving goods. Give me some food. Standing to the side, Avis was puzzled. She asked the priest, Is the employment situation in the Holy City really that bad? Moving goods is not an easy job, so why are people so eager to do it? Are the figures on the reports submitted to Melina all fake? Is our Holy City really that prosperous? Avis became serious, staring sharply at the priest with the mindset of catching corruption and exposing fraudulent accounting. Being watched by a fourth-tier invoker is not so easy. The priest, sweating profusely, exclaimed, Sir, you've misunderstood. Lord Burroughs, it's a misunderstanding. These are just a bunch of lazybones. The priest was both angry and helpless, so he raised his voice and said, All right. How many people are there? Count the number and go move some small things. Don't get in my way, you bunch of lazybones. His tone wasn't polite, but the laborers laughed and cheerfully replied, Oh, they weren't laborers who couldn't afford to eat. They just wanted to eat more and save some effort. Seeing that she didn't quite understand, the priest explained a few more words. Working for the church is always easier than working for businessmen. At least the church truly treats people like human beings, and they pay wages promptly. Those businessmen, however, might not be so lucky. They're all guys who treat people like cattle, horses, and mules. Besides, seeing so many supplicants there, they naturally know they don't need to carry any heavy loads themselves. Oh, so they're morally blackmailing you? You could say that. The priest gave a wry smile, then patted a burly laborer passing by on the back. Hey, Mark, when you get your wages, take some scraps of cloth and bread back to your wife. Don't go hanging out with them in the taverns anymore. You're a married man. The man waved his hand, indicating that he understood. These are mostly bastards, heartless men, and clients of prostitutes. They spend all the money they have, but they work really hard. Avis relaxed. Lord Burroughs. Someone is calling her. A familiar-looking supplicant leaped from the ship onto the dock using an extension board and ran over carrying a box. Captain Eland. The little bird rider nodded in acknowledgement, and then Chirp landed on her head. The dark-skinned, robust-looking man before them was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Magic Fleet, Captain Steyerland. I've prepared everything for you. He handed over the box, which had a newly pasted seal on it. Thank you. Avis solemnly stated. Whether it is or not, the church will. Don't give me that. Captain Eland raised an eyebrow. I am also a supplicant of the church. That's not what I meant. Riding the waves is also my dream. It was Lord Chong Lu who helped me realize my dream. So why should I thank you? I mean, hurry, hurry, let's go see what's inside. I've never seen Miss Manette before, but if she really is the owner of this face. Captain Elin paused for a moment. Oh, she's probably not a siren, but the daughter of a star that shines on the sea. That's certainly a curious description. Avis, clutching the box, hurried back home. A wooden mask was placed on the table. Under the light, the mask shimmered with an eerie glow. Oh my god. Yunir took a small breath. Little one, does that craftsman still have any apprentices alive? Can he give me a new face too? They all seem to be dead. Manette said. Her gaze lingered on the mask, and a rare hint of excitement appeared in her voice. Yes, these are mine. She gently lifted the goddess's mask, stroking the clasps on the mask and aligning them one by one with the slots on the back of her cheek. Press. Click. A sound completely different from the sound of wooden utensils rang in Chang Li's ears. That was the system notification sound. The quest line, a puppet named Manette decides to die, the lost treasure, is now complete. Manette's current progress in seeking death is 30%. You saved a puppet, a pitiful, insignificant puppet, destined from birth to be bullied. Her hands were stained with blood, bone fragments had sprung from her bones, and her puppet life was filled with violence. But she remained a puppet yearning for love. I have completed the questline series, The Puppet Named Manette Decides to Die. Rewards: 10 Invokers Targeted Charms, 20 Large Experience Scrolls, 10 Premium Targeted Upgrade Material Selection Chests. Manette's exclusive Raid-Up banner, Spring Returns to the Old Tree, is now available for a limited time. Manette's exclusive weapon gacha pool, Puppet's Judgment, is now open for a limited time. Chapter 106, Shall we play another round of cat and bird? On the gacha page, in addition to the permanent gacha pool, Wishful Wishes, 2 brand new gacha pools have appeared. Chang Lu opened the character up pool, and Little Wooden Puppets Live 2D popped up. He held his breath. That was a new operator, with a distinct steampunk style. Manette, his little wooden puppet. This poor thing, once covered in wounds, has now undergone extensive repairs and calibrations, and has been reborn. She floated in the dark, golden void, her long, smooth, fiery red hair, reaching her hips, enveloping her like the placenta of a newborn baby. Floating, slowly rotating. However, people's eyes always focus on her face first. It was a delicate yet elegant face, showing no trace of arrogance or passion. She had very light eyebrows, which set off her deep Prussian blue eyes. Because of her pure heart, her eyes looked exceptionally clear, without any seductive color or flattering expression. But because of her painful life, when she raised her eyes, her deep blue eyes also revealed a wet, puppy-like quality, like the misty air after a rain shower. She looked at Chang Lu with such wetness, eagerness, and pitifulness, reminding him of a puppy he had seen as a child by a trash can, a puppy with a beautiful face and eyes, but whose tail and ears had been maliciously cut off. Chang Lu couldn't bring the puppy home, but fortunately, he did bring the little wooden puppet home. Manette has a golden ratio of limb length, slender yet powerful. Melina oversaw the puppeteer's work as he completed the transformation. As for where that guy went after he finished transforming Manette, well, Chang Lu didn't care. The little wooden puppet is now a beautiful child with perfect limbs, strong and slender. Especially with this face. It's simply a work of art. No wonder people locked her up in a museum. I don't know if it's malicious intent or just blindness. Or both. Chang Lu breathed a long sigh of relief. The little puppet's character design perfectly matches Chang Li's image of her. A beautiful child that everyone would definitely want to draw even if you disregard her strength. What's more, she was the first powerful main DPS character to be released at launch. To encourage more players to pull, the system even issued 10 special pulls that could only be used in this pool. They even gave us some materials for raising little wooden puppets. This treatment is truly enviable. Oh, and there's also a special weapon pool. Chang Lu swiped the screen and saw the puppet's judgment under the character up pool. In the center of the pool, there was still Manette. However, compared to the little wooden puppet floating in Chang Li's embrace, like a newborn baby, Manette in front of us is more like a warrior wielding a sword and going into battle. The puppet's judgment consists of 2 short swords, which are far less ornate than Lunette and Illyria's signature weapons. But at first glance, it gives one the feeling of a blade grazing the eyeball. The hilt of the short knife was wrapped with some old bandages stained with blood. The blade was plain, but when held in the hand, it gleamed with a dark, deep light. The judgment of evil born from flesh and blood to slay the puppet. The god of Chang Lu used his divine power to reforge the two iron rods, proving that they were better suited to be held in the hand than attached to the body. The seemingly contradictory qualities of being imbued with divine power, hardness and sharpness, were combined, and through this contradiction, this puppet, from that moment on, was no longer pitiful. Let us say that Manhwa is a child blessed by God. Chang Lu had a serious expression. He took off his helmet, washed his hands carefully with hand sanitizer, and then bowed 3 times devoutly in some unknown direction. Draw a card, activate. After a crushing defeat, Chang Lu squandered all his resources and then used the blue-green modifier to replenish his 100 million points. Finally, he managed to max out his little wooden puppet skill and upgraded his exclusive weapon to +3 before stopping. No wonder the game is giving him a helmet. He didn't even dare to look at his Alipay transaction history and balance. He must have spent a lot of money during this period. I feel like my time spent lying down is going to be reduced by at least a year. Is he really going to have to get up and plan a new book after only a short rest? What are you guys doing? Games are a huge harmful thing. The safe keyword for starting the Melina the Prayer's favorability quest has been selected. Melina seemed to only have the courage to have deep conversations with Lord Chang Lu when she was drunk. Now, she has finished a jar of wine to celebrate Manet's rebirth. Although Manet believes she has never died, a few close friends still insisted on celebrating her birthday. Manet didn't say anything, but everyone could see that the little wooden puppet was very happy. She was so happy that she stuffed the entire set of wooden dog carvings that Avis had given her into her mouth. It was very difficult to remove. She didn't mention the wine jar, as that would make her look like a female alcoholic. After taking a thorough shower and burning incense, I pushed open the door to the prayer room, which still seemed to be warm. By this point, she had sobered up considerably. Miss Leatherpants stood at the door for a short while. Although she hesitated, she decided to sit cross-legged on the prayer cushion in the prayer room. You've arrived. The gods preemptively strike. Yes. Are you here to fulfill that promise? Yes and no. The gods fell silent. Melina then felt somewhat uneasy. You tell me. He seemed to sigh, which was yet another expression of human emotion. Then, a pot of steaming beverage refreshed not far from Melina's side. Melina curiously opened it and smelled it. It was apple water with some bright red fruit and some other brown fruit added. This is apples, goji berries, and longan. The adult spoke in a calm, unchanging tone, using words she couldn't understand. What are those? Drinks that can relieve your menstrual discomfort. The woman in leather pants was startled. Have you always been so considerate of believers? As she said this, a comfortable smile appeared on her lips, and she poured out some dog-eye dragon eyes from the kettle. I slowly drank the boiled water. Whether it was psychological or the drink was truly effective, she felt much better. Do you think it's disrespectful for me to come see you at this time? She was a little uneasy. Lunette is leaving. Perhaps Manette will go with her to the visceral forest. They both need life artifacts to improve their strength. I will stay here. Your gaze will likely follow them as they leave this city. I can't wait any longer. The gods fell into a long silence once more. About 3 minutes later, he said, That is the river that nurtures life. You speak, I listen. I will watch. Melina blinked. She lowered her eyes, her dark, grape-like eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at the hand of redemption. Would you like to play a game of cats and birds with me? There is another life I want to experience. Chapter 107, A Beautiful Dream. What is that? The gods raised a question. It was a beautiful dream. So, do we need a safe word? Melina spoke these words with feigned composure, her gaze fixed on her intertwined fingers. Including the gods and herself as we, was yet another of her little schemes today. She always wanted to do that, as if by doing so, she could once again be assigned to a place closer to Lord Chang Lu. Surpass Aurelia, surpass Manette, surpass everyone else. Melina kept everything hidden in her own little thoughts. She hoped no one would find out, yet she also hoped to be exposed. Does that mean that adults can understand what she is thinking? In fact, Chang Lu had seen it out a long time ago. As a writer of harem novels, he is actually very good at understanding the character's thoughts from between the lines. However, real people are excluded because there is no written narration to supplement and explain the inner thoughts of the characters at this moment. Therefore, he only had a superficial understanding of Janaya. But Melina, his first special character, was a 6-star character he obtained through hard work. In fact, when facing him, Melina, his city steward, mostly had a competition for his favor mentality. For example, when going to the capital to deal with Aurelia's matter, Chang Lu could tell that Melina had gone there with the intention of testing and sizing her up. But who would be unhappy about that? She didn't harm anyone. All she did was try to please me. What wrong has my beloved concubine done? So he didn't expose Miss Leatherpants' little scheme. Good, he said. So what do you think would be good? Something to pull me out of this dream. Please select. 1. I woke up. 2. The greasy senior sister. 3. Hug. 4. Leatherpants. Throw that greasy senior sister out, and throw those leatherpants far away. It can appear as a fantasy, but not as a safe word. Embrace as you wish. Lord Changlo, this is a game of cat and bird just for you. Your followers are trying to establish a closer connection with you, so this game was born. You can stop the game at any time. The cat and bird game will end once you perform a hugging gesture. After the game ends, the safe word for the affection quest will disappear, and Melina's affection level will not decrease. But you might still remember. She still holds onto the promise you made. She might resist your decision to end things. So what is your choice? Accept/reject. Accept. Game loading. Your name is Melina Jeffries. As the little princess of the empire, you were born amidst national jubilation. Changlo frowned. Was this the beautiful dream Melina had mentioned? A well-off family. He decided to keep watching. You have enjoyed abundant love. In those fleeting images, little Princess Melina seemed to be growing up healthy and happy. But Changlo soon realized something was wrong. As a game that depicts even roadside dogs with lifelike detail, the love presented in the favorability quests, which can be considered one of the game's biggest selling points, is surprisingly hollow. In the image, he could only see Melina in her childhood form smiling. But the love she enjoyed and the life she experienced remained unclear. She never enjoyed any of these things. So they can't even come up with beautiful dreams. Changlu sighed. You grew up surrounded by love. You may not become the future heir to the empire, but you are promised a vast and prosperous territory, inexhaustible gold coins, and the right to choose your own husband. Under such loving care, you successfully grew to the age of 13. You have the right to choose your faith. This reflects the deep love and care parents have for their children. You've grown tired of the common beliefs and decided to choose one from the newly born faiths. Changlu, you like this name. Therefore, Changlu became the deity of your territory. He and you will cooperate and achieve mutual benefit. You will, as the princess of the empire, give him everything you can. Should I specify safe words? At this point in the story, a prompt appears asking Changlu to trigger a safe word. Changlu calmly turned off the notification. It's not time yet. That day, you heard the laughter of the gods. It was a novel experience unlike anything you'd ever had before. You learned about the personalities of the other gods and secretly realized that it might be a form of favoritism. You desired divine favor. Changlu smiled softly. Then the dream trembled. But it continues. You will pass by the prayer room in the early morning and place a rose, still glistening with dew, beside the hand of redemption. You will enter the prayer room in the evening and offer the flower wreath you are wearing to Lord Changlu. You will return to the prayer room after the equestrian competition to share the good news of victory with Lord Changlu. You'll come to the prayer room after the Mage Cup, regretting your mistakes in the final. And Lord Changlu, the one who always treated everyone else equally, only ever smiled in front of you, listened quietly to your story. That's your unspoken agreement, your secret that no one else knows. Should I specify safe words? Changlu. He understood. He finally understood. He completely understood. He's reading a novel about a dream woman superscript 1. Heavenly Bodhisattva. He had read many urban novels about female celebrities, but while YY himself might be a god, this was the first time he had ever seen a novel about his own dream girl. This pop-up wasn't a warning at all. It was a test of his ability to accept the dream girl text. You guys are really good at playing games. Utterly shameful, okay. But should we just let it end there? It doesn't seem necessary. You sketch his face, you sculpt his form, you try to find someone like him among the nation's most talented young people. But how can that be the same? You feel frustrated because this is the first time in your life you've encountered something that doesn't go your way. So you told your parents, I want to dedicate myself to the church. Be the person closest to God. Should I specify safe words? No. Are you also looking forward to the development of your dream, sir? That's Melina's voice. Her voice trembled slightly. Or perhaps you simply don't care? God remained silent. Melina's dream was teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 108 Anchor Points of Humanity. Without a safe word, without anger, without falling apart, Melina withdrew from the game. When she could see everything clearly again, she could only sigh dejectedly. Perhaps she missed the opportunity, or perhaps she never had the chance in the first place. She tried to sit up, but the hot drink beside her, which had been steaming, had gone completely cold. But God's gaze did not leave. He asked, "What message are you trying to convey through this game?" That wasn't the reprimand Melina had imagined. But her lips pressed heavy with unwavering conviction. What is she trying to express? What if I were a skilled fighter? She said softly. What if I were someone skilled in magic? What if I were someone wealthy enough for you to use? If. Unnecessary. What? Melina was stunned. How can we not need it? Regardless of who she is more useful than Melina, who was born in a small fishing village, corrupted by an evil god, and whose cultivation was severely damaged, and therefore she was unable to cultivate. You are my chosen one, God said. You, only you. The holy city administrator felt like she'd been punched in the heart. She couldn't speak. The young voice seemed to come to her side, and thus it was no longer solemn, no longer distant. I understand what you mean. But nothing in this world is perfect. Melina, that is your destiny, do not resist it. But sir, don't you find this kind of life boring and painful? So, is becoming the administrator of my holy city also boring and painful? No, sir, that was one of the few happy moments in Melina Jeffrey's life. Even now, she can hear adults' voices and even smell their scent. A faint, natural scent. She blinked. The reason she deliberately interrupted the dream was that if everything continued according to her thoughts, the scene would be deeply imprinted in her mind after being realized by divine power. And then how could she come to the prayer room to pray in the future? I'm afraid that once you get here, all you'll be thinking about is stopping, Melina. Don't blaspheme against the gods, at least don't blaspheme in front of them. Does she even want to live a normal life? I see. Lord Changla said. Have you ever heard of anchor points? Melina, I've never heard of her. You're right if you've never heard of it. Changla had just heard about it too. You have 3 anchor points to place. You can place them into the bodies of 4 supplicants. They need to be resilient, courageous, and most importantly, live long. If the Olympic flame is the spawn point, then the anchor point is the coordinate location. They are all equally important, but there are only 3 anchor points. They cannot be increased or acquired. The anchor point represents your bond with this continent, helping you pinpoint your location on the vast cradle of the gods. It also helps you avoid being consumed by delirium and nightmares. You can give it as a gift to those who qualify for the request. As long as the anchor point invoker is alive, your faith will not be depleted. Changla seized on the key point. Is it possible for faith power to be completely wiped out? The production team left a foreshadowing here. Hey, remember to delete the content inside the parentheses. They'll deduct money from your pay. Melina's hands were trembling. What's this? Can anyone tell her what this is? It appeared so abruptly in her hand, like trash thrown out by a god, yet it shimmered with unparalleled brilliance. It was like a dark golden fruit enveloped in chaos, floating in her palm. That might be what you want. What is it? My humanity. Melina's hand trembled, and she almost threw the thing away. She read many books and learned that the origin of the gods was composed of 3 substances. Divine power represents the authority of the gods. Divinity represents the laws of the gods. And humanity represents the lingering echoes of the gods. Now a god tells you, oh, I'm giving you one of my 3 fundamental principles, humanity. Don't be too surprised. Who wouldn't be surprised, you know? Miss Leatherpants almost screamed. No, she actually screamed, but it was a silent scream. I need to find a box to put it in. No. Melina's clever mind was too confused to process anything. Was it too crude of her to describe this thing as just that thing? I need to find a safe. But that's not enough. I need a basement. No, a secret hideout. No, a secluded manor. No, a quiet valley. No, a town nobody knows about, or an island. Yes, we need to conquer a country to hide this thing. Her CPU is about to overheat. Changlu quietly asked the narrator, is this something that can't be given away casually? Each deity only has 3. You're really generous. Melina fell silent, staring at the spinning, dark gold gem-like sparkle. Suddenly, a tear rolled down her cheek. You should be happy. The deity spoke earnestly. That must be something good. Of course I know that this is already the ultimate expression of my pleasure. Melina sobbed softly. She hadn't cried in a long time. How do I save this? That would be better. She smiled and said, keeping it inside my body gives me more peace of mind than hiding it in any safe in the world. Melina was holding the humanity anchor that shimmered like a dark golden, flowing solution, when, in a moment of confusion, it floated up on its own and merged into the space between her eyebrows. Exclamation point. Changlu was startled. For a moment, he felt that he had come into contact with some kind of truth about life. The texture felt somewhat realistic, which made him a little suspicious. Is it the helmet's effectiveness? Or was he simply overthinking things, to the point that he resonated with what he had just witnessed? Melina lay there, reaching out her hand as if in a dream. Grown-ups. She said, hug. The gods remained silent. So Melina said again, hug. Hasn't he woken up yet? So, this isn't a dream, but reality? She truly became that unique being, plucking a fruit from Lord Chang's palm. Realizing this, Melina shuddered. Then, the warmth of the gods enveloped her. The man really did give her a hug. I might as well die in this embrace, she thought, but she could no longer freely decide her own death. Furthermore, after a period of time, she will personally decide the fate of her adult. Volume 3. Fate Flows Among the Branches. Chapter 1, Version 1.2, p. The Changlu Church's reach in the 13 Islands Federation has reached 60%. Condition met. The new game version will be updated in 3 days. Version 1.2p. Fate Flows Among the Branches is now released. Celeste P. To the World Tree is now released. Here it comes. It's born. Wow, you guys are producing so fast. Changlu received the message right after class ended. He didn't even eat his meal and ran back with the hook in his hand. Xiao Yaojia called after him, look, when are you moving? Changlu paused. Probably in the next day or two. Okay, I'm free these next couple of days. Feel free to call me anytime. Changlu licked his lips. Don't you have student council activities? That's all right. It's not like I'm the only lowly cadre. He waved his hand. Don't forget to treat me to a meal after you've moved everything. Definitely. Seeing that Changlu wasn't in a hurry to leave, Xiao Yaojia knew what Changlu was thinking. He patted him hard on the shoulder and said, don't be stunned. Moving out isn't a bad thing. It means you're financially independent. If I had money to rent a place off campus, I would definitely move out without looking back. He grinned, showing his big teeth. It's always a headache to go on a date with AU. 2 college students have to scrimp and save to scrape together enough money for a hotel. Do the 2 of you have to chip in to pay for a room for an hour? Old Sheen said quietly. I feel like if the 2 of us take a shower for a total of 40 minutes, we can finish the important stuff in 10 minutes, and then spend another 10 minutes smoking a cigarette afterward. An hour for a room is more than enough. Get lost. I'll punch you in the ass. Don't get interested in my ass. I'm not your girlfriend. A few jokes dispelled Chang Li's sour feeling. The roommates chased after him, laughing and joking, looking like they'd never been through the harsh realities of life. Carefree and without a worry in the world. Now playing P. Fate Flows Among the Branches. The screen went black for a moment, and then a completely different scene from the coastal cities of Holy City, Royal Capital, and Perlum City appeared on the screen. Everywhere you look, there is green. That green, representing life and vitality, stretches from before our eyes all the way to the horizon. The tender green of newly sprouting grass, the emerald green of thriving saplings, the deep green of tall trees in the distance, and the colorful flowers dotting the lush greenery, the climbing green vines, the dense lawn covering the earth, the stream flowing through the lawn, and the various animals lingering near the stream. Everything about this forest paints a picture of vibrant life. The continent of Dekasambi, the dwelling place of the gods. This iconic phrase has reappeared. Accompanied by a deep narration, the camera moves forward. The camera pans across vast jungles, focusing on a massive, majestic tree in the center of the frame, its branches visibly decaying. Vesperal forest, the habitat of the world tree Vespera. He provided nourishment and hope to this land, and so countless creatures gathered here to multiply and thrive, becoming the guardians and believers of the world tree. But he has not answered the call of his believers for centuries. Some say that he has already begun his death, and his divine power is slowly fading. Some say that he is awaiting a leap in power, a brief period of dormancy before flourishing. Some even say that a new god is about to be born. The world tree is merely an unworthy thief. But faith is always delayed. At this moment, what concerns the creatures of the visceral forest even more is the contenders are pouring into the forest. The focus shifted away from the giant tree again, heading towards the outer edge of the forest. Chang Lu saw many races, some of which he could name: dwarfs, giants, orcs, humans, elves, and goblins. There were also some creatures whose names he couldn't recall. Some were extremely beautiful, while others were extremely ugly. But humans are indeed the most numerous race in the world, occupying at least 70% of the seats. All living beings are following the guidance of the light into the depths of the forest, their eyes filled with fanaticism and greed. The pursuit of power guides them forward. Life forms from beyond the forest. A tall, handsome male elf climbed the tree branches, warmly welcoming the newcomers. The forest of Visceral welcomes all friendly creatures. Oh, people kept waving to him, and the young elf responded with equal enthusiasm. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered so many creatures from outside his own kind, which thrilled him greatly. But the narrator's tone took a sharp 180-degree turn, becoming sinister and eerie. The desire for profit also drove another group of people. After bidding farewell to his friends, the young elf jumped down from the tree, intending to go home and share his experiences with his companions. Lunette suddenly appeared behind him. Flutter. The vibrant life of the young sprite was reduced to darkness. Humph. A voice outside the darkness chuckled with satisfaction. 500 gold coins obtained. The scene changes rapidly. Lunette and Manhwa were walking on a path in the forest. They were being invited by some elves to travel to the heart of the elven realm. The information Mrs. Daphne was referring to regarding her mother's inheritance is here. On the winding path, a playful voice came from somewhere. Hey, human. It was a clear and melodious voice, like a spring breeze, that leaped towards them like a fawn. A fuzzy green head peeked out from the branches, its pure, emerald green eyes blinking at them. If I were you, I'd run for my life right now. Celestine. That was the roar of the angry elves. Immediately, someone shouted in the background. They are thieves. They stole branches from the world tree. The elves surrounded Lunette and Manhwa. The camera focused on the staff of immaculate oath that the little nun was holding tightly in her hand, as the elves pointed their arrows at it. The scene changes again. The sound waves in the elves' settlement grew louder and louder. Execute them. Cut their heads off. We need to get out of here. You are not allowed to leave here. I'm scared. I'm scared. Don't cry. It won't help. The gods no longer protect us. The gods are dead. No. The god is dying. No. The gods are crying for help. Suddenly, the screen went black. Chang Lu heard the sound of blowing on a candle or ignition device. A candlelight shone in the darkness. The lurker in the darkness, holding the candle, also appears in the very center of the image. This? Chang Lu opened her eyes wide. This is a face that looks very similar to Celestine's. But the one who wields the fire has a pair of alluring, pale purple eyes with heart-shaped pupils. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, her laughter soft and slightly cloying. Shoo, be quiet, she said. I heard someone crying in their dream. This concludes the new version P. Chapter 2 to the World Tree. Chang Lu opened his mouth wide. Wow, so much information. So the exclusive weapon he drew became part of the storyline? This staff, made from the branches of the World Tree, was used by the group of dead elves as evidence of the little nun and the little wooden puppet's theft. What if other players didn't pull? So how are you going to make up for this plot, production team? Moreover, as can be seen from the plot of the first part, the so-called visceral forest appears to be vibrant and beautiful on the surface, but in reality, not only are there hidden risks outside the forest, but there are also many divisions within the elven race. It feels like it's not much less intense than the power struggles within the 13 Islands Federation. And does it involve deities? Or is it a deity who has lost contact with believers and whose fate is unknown? Chang Lu frowned. And why does the fawn-like elf called Celestum have almost the same face as the succubus that P finally reveals from the darkness? Oh, if Chang Lu remembers correctly, her name should be Scarlet. Will she become a character who only appears in the pool in the second half of the version, like Little Wooden Puppet? This version. The kernel content is nowhere near as serene as the version name. Fate flows among the branches. I thought that after getting through a version full of intrigue and conspiracy, we would get a relatively smooth transition version. But the deer-like creature looks like a wandering knight. Characters with green hair and green eyes, exuding the vibrancy of spring, are also quite appealing. With the addition of a new operator, we're even more energetic when it comes to tilling the land. He moved his finger and tapped on the character P for Celestine. To the World Tree. Compared to the enormous ancient tree, the little deer-like ranger clinging to an inconspicuous branch of the ancient tree appeared extremely inconspicuous. But that giant tree was withered and yellow, dying and asleep. Thus, the green, representing the enlightenment of life, stands out, making people look up and watch with joy as she runs on the branches, sings on the treetops, and dozes in the canopy, embracing the sleeping giant tree and murmuring out, Mama. Yes, She was originally a child of the world tree. Celestine, the child picked up from the trunk of the world tree by the chieftain of the forest elves, is a light elf of precious blood. Thus, this child, known as the child of the forest, became the most unique being among the forest elves. She roamed freely in this not-so-large world, developing an untamed, free-spirited personality. She became a wandering knight. Celestine. Celestine. Someone is calling her. The little deer ranger, who was curled up sleeping in the tree, first raised her slightly yellow eyebrows, indicating that she had heard. Then her fair eyelids twitched a few times, and her eyes were awakening. Then the pair of pointed elf ears, adorned with a row of beautiful jade pendants, twitched together, and the sleeping child awoke. Celestine. Clam. The little deer ranger poked his head out and looked at a female elf under the tree. What is it, Maya? She yawned sleepily, revealing a pair of sharp, pretty little tiger teeth. The chieftain said a lot of people from outside the forest have arrived. Where are you going? The little deer ranger alertly gripped his longbow, slung his quiver over his shoulder, and leaped to another tree in a few steps. I'll go take a look. Wait. Maya waved her arms. Your clothes. Oops. Celestine was wearing a set of leather armor that looked very light and easy to carry. A bra strap slipped out from the gap in her leather nail polish, and was picked up by fingers with peach-colored nude pink nail polish, and slipped back into the nail polish. It's really troublesome to deal with these cliched things. Celestine. Celestine. The child of the forest was too fast. Before Maya could keep up, she could no longer see the figure of the girl who nimbly leaped through the forest like a deer. The clan chief specifically told me to tell you not to go. You actually listened to what that old-fashioned person says? He said there were snake demons in that area. What snake demons and fox demons? Let them all take a hit from my arrow. Hey, hey, Maya, panting, cried out. And there's a hunting party too. Isn't that perfect? The girl turned around, her lips curving upwards to reveal two round dimples. Cute, yet carrying a hint of danger. We can send them all to Mom as nourishment. Celestine, yearning for freedom. She longed for the world beyond the forest, even though the clan chief had sternly forbade her to leave the forest or her mother. But how could a forest confine the spirit's yearning for freedom? She was curious about the people outside the forest, curious about their stories, and longed for life outside the forest. Accompanied by the narrator's whispers, the little deer ranger runs through the forest. She knows every plant and tree here, and knows where they are. They jumped down from the tall trees without even looking. Jump! A large mushroom launched her into the air, and she spread her arms and landed on the backs of a flock of white birds. She and this forest are inseparable, so familiar with each other that they don't need to think about it anymore. These familiar things bored Celestine. She leaped and darted, weaving through the air and dancing among the treetops. Boring, boring, boring. The little deer ranger wants to go on an adventure. So she leaped off the back of a swift leopard, hooked onto a hanging vine, and tossed herself high into the air, falling. The important point is, there should have been a dumb-eyed toad there. She could have easily sat on the toad's head, like sinking into a puddle of soft mud that wouldn't get her clothes dirty. But now, that place is empty. Little deer ranger's eyes widened. Huh. Falling from that height would probably break a leg, right? But at this time, she took a gentle hand in hers. Celestine's eyes widened as she was gently placed on the ground. What is that? She saw nothing. But she sensed a scent that didn't belong to this forest, a scent that didn't belong to Mom. They are other gods. It smells like matsutake chocolate. Little deer ranger let out a long sigh and placed her messy, spiraled braid in front of her chest. Those light green eyes darted around quickly. Are they foreign gods? Matsutake chocolate, Your Excellency. She stuck out her tongue and licked her upper lip from left to right, without any erotic intent, but rather with a touch of coquettishness. It sounds delicious. She ran her fingers through her long hair, casually popped a fruit she had picked along the way into her mouth, and said with her mouth bulging, Anyway, I will find you. Actually, the one that looks delicious is someone else entirely. Who said sweet girls are no longer in the market? It's clearly sweet girls who save the world. Chapter 3: The Allure of Holiness. Why are the two pools so close together? Just say you're trying to force me to spend money. Even though you'll get scolded, just say it. How could you do this? I'm so tired from hoeing the earth. I can't squeeze out a single drop anymore. Chang Lu felt a sense of emptiness, as if he had been hollowed out inside and out. My wallet is empty, and my energy is empty too. Moreover, he has to move in the next few days. Fortunately, as a student he didn't have much luggage, and as an orphan he didn't have many worries. The new house is not far from the school and is located within the school district of Qingzhou University, so the price is not low. He visited several properties and immediately fell in love with the one he wanted to rent. It's a standard 37 square meter studio apartment, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and a small balcony. At least in winter, I don't have to fight with everyone on the floor for that small patch of railing to dry my blankets. And in summer, I don't have to fight with my roommates for the bathroom to shower. He had informed his counselor in advance. Because of his special family circumstances, the counselor agreed to his request to move out. Qiu Yaojia helped with moving the things. Although he didn't go to the student union to work, he lent out the most useful thing the student union had, an electric tricycle. It was originally intended for the student union to use for hauling goods, but now it's surprisingly suitable for helping him move. He just hadn't expected that Qiu Yaojia wouldn't know how to ride. If we don't stop him, he'll be riding right to the principal's office. Don't laugh at me. Qiu Yaojia's face turned bright red. Even people who can ride a bicycle can't ride this thing. My roommates, not believing in bad luck, jumped on the accelerator and twisted the throttle. Hey, don't flip it. Don't flip it. There's a computer. In the end, it was Qiu Yaojia's girlfriend, Ayu, who helped him ride the car downstairs. A group of shifty-eyed people were trying to evade the traffic police in Qingzhou. This beat-up little car actually requires a C license to drive on the road. Of the group, only Lao Qin got his driver's license during the summer vacation, and he almost flipped the car over. After several trips back and forth, most of Chang Li's traces in the digital media dormitory disappeared. I spoke to the counselor, and he said no new students will be moving in. Chang Li said, handing out cigarettes to them. That's great, the 3 of us can enjoy a deluxe 4-person room. Qiu Yaojia smiled and said, if a new person moves in, we might end up bullying him. You wouldn't do that, you're such kind people. Chang Li grinned. That was so sour, so incredibly sour, that Ayu just shrugged. The second brother and Lao Qin were also disgusted by his sarcastic remarks. The latter clenched his iron fist and punched him, saying, what you said is so gay. Don't say it again. I'm getting goosebumps. The truth. I'm definitely going to have a nice meal tonight. Let's come back and hoe the ground after we've finished eating. Chang Lu, you're really obsessed. You think about hoeing the earth all the time. Is everything ready? Seeing that the light was still on in Lunette's room, Melina knocked on the door and poked half her head in. The young nun touched the spatial brooch on her chest blankly. It seems there's nothing to pack. Melina, are you serious? The house is so clean it looks like nobody lives there. Especially that bookshelf. Why did you bring so many books? The bishop of the Church of the Moon once said that knowledge is the most powerful weapon. That thick book is indeed powerful. It could really kill someone if it hit them on the back of the head. That's probably not what she meant. Where is that bishop? Does he know about your infidelity? She died during that siege. She was the first high-ranking official to die. Melina opened her mouth and said, my condolences. Luna nodded. You look much better than you did a few days ago. The woman in leather pants pointed to her nose. Me? Yes, I've been wanting to find some time to talk to you again. You seem troubled by worries, which isn't a good thing. It will drain your energy. Lunette said calmly that she was always like this. Except when facing war, she always appeared calm and composed. She doesn't look like a girl her age at all. Oh, Melina felt a little embarrassed. She even felt that her ability to regulate her emotions was far inferior to that of the younger girl in front of her. And now? Am I still entangled by something? You are now embraced by a vast expanse of rosy light. The little nun lowered her head. That rosy light is so dazzling that it makes me jealous. Would you be jealous? Everyone gets jealous and wants more, but jealousy alone won't help. You mean fighting over it? No. Lunette looked at her and slowly but firmly shook her head. A box of coins is finite, a chest of gold is finite, and the treasures that fill the entire cave are also finite. But Lord Chang Li's love is infinite. Perhaps we are not competitors, Melina. The woman in leather pants looked slightly stunned for a moment, but after a few seconds, her expression softened with relief. Yes, I was wrong. It was my competitive spirit that got in the way. I am far inferior to you in seeing things clearly. Lunette said softly, that's not a bad thing. People who don't have a competitive spirit can't achieve anything. She gently raised her chin and said in a chilling tone that sent shivers down one's spine. What we need to do is not fight a battle within a wall. Melina narrowed her eyes slightly. I once made a boastful promise to Lord Chang Li. Chang Li will sweep across this continent. And I will be the one who wields the sword. Golden holy blood pulsated within her, a manifestation of the competitive spirit of the descendant of the king of conquest. Melina felt a slight numbness on the tip of her tongue. It felt like swallowing a poison. Lunette gently touched her chest, devout and holy. There was a seductive quality in his tone that Melina didn't even realize. Melina, we will conquer this world, in the name of Chang Lo. I understand, in the name of Chang Lo. Even though she later realized that it might be a special ability of the king of conquest bloodline, she was still thrilled by it. The Holy Maiden, personally chosen by Lord Chang Lo, the Holy Maiden who led the Lord to this continent, and the Holy Maiden who aspires to become the sword-bearer. Perhaps, she herself is an anchor point? Lunette folded up a small piece of parchment and held it up to the flame. First, she had to find an elf named Alex Holmes, who, according to her Aunt Lady Daphne, should be the chieftain of the forest elves. Chapter for the beautiful legend of Viceroy. In mid-March, temperatures were rising. People took off their thick sweatshirts and coats, regretfully sent their expensive wool coats to the dry cleaners, and then hung them up in the deepest part of their closets. Chang Lu began to force herself to develop a good habit of exercising. He bought a mountain bike and decided to ride around Qingzhou University 3 or 4 times a day. Although he didn't understand why his body had suddenly improved during this period, he believed that exercise was harmless, especially for someone like him who spends long hours sitting in front of a computer. What was that phrase called again? Exercise regularly to prevent hemorrhoids. However, he didn't expect that while the probability of hemorrhoids recurring had indeed decreased, why didn't anyone tell him that riding this bike would be a pain in the ass before he bought it? The hook hurts too. He couldn't sit still even on the hard bench in the classroom. It looks more like hemorrhoids. So do you have it? Chang Lu turned around blankly, then immediately denied it. I didn't. The class's vice monitor sighed. It would be best if there was one, otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain it to the counselor. Listen to this. Listen to this. What kind of talk is that? This isn't a KPI, so what if I develop hemorrhoids? Chang Lu took a closer look at the form in his hand. Oh. It's the sports meet registration form. Otherwise what? These kinds of things always require cooperation from others. Indeed, especially in classes with a small number of students. He took the form. This deputy class monitor position wasn't something anyone could do. This guy's name was already filled in after 5 items. Let me see. He saw his name displayed prominently in the sprint grid. This handwriting is unmistakably Old Chin's. The form probably hadn't been passed on to the rest of their dorm yet, so Chang Lu quickly crossed out his own name and filled in the names of the other dorm members for events like shot put, long jump, and middle distance running. He was still merciful. There are several running events in track and field, but he only placed Qiu Yaojia in the 1,500-meter middle distance event, instead of the terrifying 5,000-meter and 10,000-meter long-distance events. Won't your roommates say something to you? Having solved several projects at once, the vice class monitor was both happy and uneasy. It's all right. He was the only one in their dorm who wasn't physically fit. Aren't you going to say something? I'll pass, I'm too small. Small build. The deputy class monitor took the forms, pondered for a moment, and left. Did he say anything wrong? He is indeed small in stature. He's just an otaku who only plays second-hand games and calls anime characters waifu. A new adventure has begun. The withered leaves of the world tree carried the news across the continent. New gameplay is now available. The overflowing divine power transformed into a source of pollution, contaminating large swathes of soil in the eastern part of the Veserial forest. A power known as the Morning Well has enveloped the eastern part of Israelwood, causing the creatures living in this land to mutate. They have become irritable, bloodthirsty, and difficult to deal with. Living beings cannot actively remove the effects of the Fountain of Mourning on themselves. Some advanced beings compress the power of the Fountain of Mourning within their bodies, generating life crystals that cannot be decomposed and contain energy. This kind of disaster is not the first time it has occurred on the continent. Blacksmiths with family traditions in crafting can purify life crystals and forge them into ornaments and artifacts, which those who seek them wear to enhance their strength. Note, life crystals have different attributes, and the attributes they drop vary, resulting in different power boosts for the summoner. The attributes of a life weapon are also affected by factors such as craftsmanship, techniques, materials used, air temperature and humidity, whether the forger washed their hands, and which foot they stepped into the forging workshop in the morning. So, sir, accept your fate. The fate-changing device is your destiny. Changla had a long face. Instead of learning anything good, we only learn from these shameless game companies. Are you farming soul stones? I don't want to. I don't want to go back to those nightmares. The words random drop now seem like utterly heinous crimes to him. Your supplicants have set out for this forest shrouded in mystery and vitality to touch the dying deity. Meanwhile, your supplicant, Lunette, has provided you with a clue. The magnificent legacy left by her mother, Lady Margaret, the heir to the throne of the Eastern Orchid Empire, may be hidden in the hands of an elf named Alex Holmes. The quest, The Beautiful Legend of Vesariel, has been automatically accepted. The series of missions has begun. Aren't you interested in the little guy who summoned you to this continent? Her elegant light golden hair and eye color symbolized her birth into one of the most prestigious families on the continent, even though they had fallen into decline. But her chance remains buried beneath the rubble. Lunette White, this girl who never wanted to participate in the fighting, is now willing to wear the name White on her head again for your sake. It is both a crown and a thorn. Explore the forests of Visceral and uncover their hidden secrets. The Beautiful Legend of Vesariel questline, Elf Chieftain, has been automatically accepted. Lunette changed into a new outfit. In fact, the little nun only experienced a period of hardship, which was during the time when Chang's city was besieged. During those 81 days, she entrusted all her valuables, clothes, jewelry, and precious books, to the trading officer to pawn, and purchased food through secret channels, contributing her own efforts to the survival of 8,000 people. Apart from that period, Lunette actually had a pretty good time. In any case, she is a descendant of the White family. Those who took her away from the eye of the storm had unclear motives, but none of them really wanted to put this girl with golden blood flowing through her veins in a difficult situation. Over the past 10 years, although she couldn't always get what she asked for, life wasn't too difficult. After following, or so it sounds, Lord Changlu, she received a series of rewards. As the symbol and face of the holy city, her daily clothing was made by workshops affiliated with the church, and each garment bore a strong religious imprint, making it noble and expensive. Not to mention the clothes bestowed by Lord Changlu, whose materials, cuts, and workmanship are so unique that they are rarely seen in the world. Only, those clothes are far too extravagant. They'd be more suitable for attending a grand event in the holy city. Let her wear this every day. The young nun raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, which made one sense a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 5A Wall. On a rainless morning, after paying a considerable amount of gold coins as travel expenses, the little nun and the little wooden puppet appeared together at the entrance to the Visceral forest. We need to do it first. The young nun thought for a moment, touched her brooch, and took out a book, holding it up in front of her. Replenishing supplies. The little wooden puppet couldn't read. She glanced slowly at the book, then at Lady Rune. What's that? The adventure guide is the most helpful book I could find on my bookshelf. Lunette deliberately skipped the first few characters of the book, an adventure guide on how to slay dragons. Oh. Manette looked around, constantly adjusting her orientation and using subtle movements to avoid the people who intentionally or unintentionally brushed past her. There were too many people here. She looked around expressionlessly. Yes, there are too many. A wooden sign stands at the entrance to the forest, indicating the location, Gate of the Lingering Mist. Below that is a line of smaller text that demonstrates the excellent business acumen of the person who erected the sign. Left arrow, 300 meters forward from the tavern. Manette did not object, although she did not need any additional supplies. The tavern's name is quite ordinary, Aunt Harry's Tavern, featuring a hand-drawn portrait of a lovable dwarf ant. The tavern was packed with people, which was probably beyond Auntie Harry's expectations. The small tavern was packed with all sorts of creatures, dwarves, orcs, halflings. This was the first time Lunette had ever seen a dwarf. Although she was curious, she only glanced at him out of the corner of her eye to maintain politeness. Of course, there are also the largest group, humans, who are everywhere. Most of these people are mercenaries who make a living by killing monsters in groups and selling the life crystals. There are also some mysterious individuals whose strength seems unfathomable and who work alone. Lunette had been in the Holy City for a long time and was curious about everything. Although she is usually mature and composed, she is still a teenage girl, and the innocence of childhood has not completely faded from her. Manette, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. She experienced a lot. Her century-long life as a puppet was filled with suffering, and she witnessed many things. Especially during the period when she was controlled by One Eye, the circus had to change locations to perform every now and then. She traveled all over the country, so she wasn't too surprised by these things. The two young ladies, even though they were dressed in very restrictive clothing, did not talk to strangers, and only ordered simple bread, dried meat, and water to replenish their supplies, still attracted malicious glances. Especially noteworthy are the fact that their outfits couldn't conceal their superior chiji, inherent quality/temperament, the fair skin revealed by their outstretched sleeves, and the rich fragrance that emanated from them as they calmly moved through the crowd, a fragrance befitting young women. Not to mention her long, flowing hair and her stunningly beautiful face that's impossible to look away from. So, not long after the two entered the tavern, trouble came knocking. A human, male, chestnut-haired, about 20 years old and of considerable height, likely a warrior or some other supplicant, carrying a wine jug, stumbled sideways towards them, drunk. Lunette wasn't blind. She saw clearly. Even his companion stood not far away, observing the scene with the eyes of onlookers. I don't know what the considerations were, or perhaps it was just a convenient location. Instead of choosing Lunette as his target, he crashed into the more aloof Manhwa. Lunette was lost in thought. Can a warrior-class supplicant move the 500-pound wooden puppet that has been modified? Well, it was a muffled groan filled with surprise, mixed with pain. The chestnut-haired man slammed his head into a wall, which was hard and made his whole body ache. Manhwa turned around, acting as if nothing had happened. What stung her? Then she saw the chestnut-haired man sitting on the ground, looking as frail as a willow in the wind. Is this a staged accident scam? Lunette frowned slightly, tugged at the little wooden puppet's clothes, and gestured for her to stand behind her. The man's teammates, who were waiting to see what would happen, looked at each other in bewilderment, and one of the female dwarves even burst out laughing. I'm sorry, he's drunk. After a while, one of his companions came out and awkwardly tried to smooth things over for him. The chestnut-haired man stood there dumbfounded for a moment. Then, as his companion helped him up, he pointed incredulously at himself. Me. I'm a second-tier sword guard. I'm alone. Shut up. Aren't you embarrassed by how you've lost face? She must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. What nonsense are you talking about? She's so thin. She has a problem. She definitely has a problem. Can you shut your mouth? Don't you feel ashamed? No, I can't swallow this. I have to. Hey. He flipped himself up in a somersault, and before his companion could even grab him, the guy reached out and grabbed Manhwa. Lunette and Manhwa both narrowed their eyes at the same time, one reaching for the brooch and the other stroking her neck. Both the staff and the dagger are divine artifacts bestowed by the gods. With a single strike, they can separate the hand from the body of the reckless man before them. Don't be afraid of trouble. This was what Melina earnestly instructed Manhwa, who looked like a little chick, as she patted his head before leaving. You have Lord Chang behind you. What are you afraid of? Melina makes a lot of sense. So Manhwa prepared to cut off the man's arm. She moved so quickly that he wouldn't feel any pain. What if it hurts? Well, I can only apologize. Melina would be very pleased if she knew. She always felt that there were too few troublemakers among the senior members of the Changlu Church. Melina herself is the biggest troublemaker. Aurelia is half of it, and as for Avis, she doesn't count. In Melina's mind, she's one of those hotheads. In the heart of Melina, the mother of the Changlu family, Manhwa was just a child of a certain age, or rather, a child of a long production period, while Lunette, she was an uncertain one. This is a seemingly mature and calm girl who actually harbors a hidden passion and always wants to give Lord Changlu a big gift. Now, children with long production cycles and young girls who are always full of enthusiasm have become untouchable obstacles. But Manhwa didn't have time to cut off the man's hand. Bang! It was a clash of forces. The chestnut-haired man's outstretched hand was grabbed by a rough hand. Changlu raised an eyebrow. A hero saves the damsel in distress? Hey, that's so cliché. But when the camera panned up, he hissed. The woman who stopped the man was a muscular, strong woman. She was dressed like a human shield, with a stern face, and looked like she was not to be trifled with. Rich, Julia, what are you doing? Brika? You haven't left yet. The two sides seemed to know each other, and the chestnut-haired man's group was clearly somewhat resistant to the newly appeared Brika. It has nothing to do with you. Everything has nothing to do with you. The chestnut-haired man said, word by word. Ever since you punched me in front of everyone, knocking out 2 of my teeth and breaking my nose because of some strange elf, and then refused to apologize, everything that happened to us, this team, is none of your business. Such concise and clear lines. Changlu was absolutely thrilled and wanted to applaud. Point out the contradiction directly. So efficient. Then some games where you have to figure things out, switch perspectives to listen to different characters chattering away without being able to skip the dialogue. Chapter 6: The Hunting Team. The mountain woman named Brika glared angrily at the chestnut-haired man. Her lips moved dryly, then closed again, as if she wanted to say something. The man's companions then came over, seemingly to stand behind him for courage. Go back, Brika. Nobody wants to team up with you, Brika. You rigid-minded idiot. You can't even seize opportunities to make money. No wonder your tribe didn't take you with them when they set off. The last sentence seemed to have hit a nerve with the mountain people, and she even arched the muscles in her neck. Shut up. Her chest heaved, and her face was flushed red, a sight that startled the chestnut-haired man. Hey, this is a public place. Don't try to act crazy again. These mountain people who grew up eating minerals are all crazy. Throw all those who can't control their emotions into the latrine. Anyway, she's no different from the stones in the latrine. Both are equally smelly and hard. Lunette's eyes flickered. She looked intently at the mountain people, a thoughtful expression flashing in her eyes. These words were truly harsh, and like a sharp blade, they tore open Brika's heart. She lowered her eyes, said nothing more, and remained silent as she walked away without making a sound. Before leaving, her gaze swept over Lunette and Manette's hands. She stopped Richie from getting into trouble once, and there won't be a next time. Those who look down on others deserve to suffer the consequences. Moreover, given Richie's personality, this bad consequence won't be far off. It won't be far. Very close. As Richie's scream pierced the air of the tavern, drawing everyone's attention, Manette calmly pulled an iron fork from his hand and placed it back on the table. The guy's palm was pierced through, and tears and snot flowed out at the same time. It was hard to tell who was more eager to get to the other side. Bujulia. Help! Help! He roared, cupping his palms. Kill her! Kill that woman! The female dwarf whose name was called hesitated. She hadn't even seen how the red-haired girl in the wide robe had made her move. She didn't even know when the other person took the fork. Me kill her? Red bean paste? And that blonde girl? His eyes seemed calm, but I always felt that there was some restless intention surging within them. Two frail women? Two hard nails. But Richie had suffered a loss after all, and as her teammates, they couldn't just stand by and watch. The female dwarf hesitantly took the hammer from behind her back, but before she could even swing it, an old yet spirited voice rang out in the tavern. Who's trying to cause trouble in my tavern? The old lady who walked out leisurely with her hands behind her back had the same kind face as the one on the signboard, and also muscles of the same size as Morgan Astor's that weren't on the signboard. What a disgusting contrast. The level of screaming that would occur in real life. But when you put it into a two-dimensional game, it's as ridiculous as watching another episode of 100,000 Cold Jokes. Thank you, 10 Cold Jokes. It made him more accepting of strange things. Richie stopped calling. The female dwarf stopped shaking her hammer. The two pretended nothing had happened, and with an inexplicable busyness as if they had suddenly received a mysterious mission, they walked around twice before leaving with their tails between their legs. After all, a hand injury is just a matter of a healing spell. If you were to get punched by a fist bigger than a clay pot, you'd really need emergency care. Emergency care. That's how the matter was resolved. This truly surprised Lunette. She meant it was beyond her expectations. Most of these mercenaries are like that. The little wooden puppet calmly said, I have seen many, but very few are truly capable. Then you haven't seen enough. Aunt Harry sauntered over, looked them up and down, nodded, and then squeezed herself into a chair opposite them. Oh, and this too. She glanced at the blood-stained fork on the table with disgust. Fuck. Don't get me wrong. She wasn't swearing. She was just calling for her employee. A skinny, monkey-like man emerged from the kitchen and grabbed the fork. Instead of taking it back to the kitchen to rinse it with water, he took off the dark towel hanging around his neck, which was covered with sweat, kitchen grease, coal ash, and perhaps some other disgusting things. He held one end in his yellow teeth and clenched the other end in his palm, pulling it taut. The fork was rubbed back and forth on the taut towel 20 or 30 times, until it was sparkling clean, before being tossed back into the box containing forks. She no longer wanted the bread she had just bought. They don't even want clean water anymore. Aunt Harry noticed her shock, but just smiled kindly. Don't worry, girl. All filth will be burned away completely after being baptized by fire. Ah, how philosophical. So does that mean it cannot be returned? Cannot. That's a troublemaker. Aunt Harry was referring to the chestnut-haired man who fled in disarray. And she's a powder keg. This time, she was talking about Bereka, who was sitting alone in the corner, drinking her sorrows away. A righteous but easily exploded powder keg. The dwarf woman sighed. The troublemaker wanted to supply the hunting party, but Gunpowder Keg was adamant in his opposition, so they got into a fight in my tavern. Of course, I made a hefty profit off them afterwards. She spoke with such confidence and conviction. Lunette asked calmly, a hunting party? A bunch of damned bastards who make their living by hunting high-quality elves. Of course, sometimes they have no choice but to take elves of average quality too. If these elves, whom they call prey, are lucky, they will be sold into the court or the homes of nobles and become the private property of one or more people. Aunt Harry's expression turned slightly cold. If you're unlucky enough to be sold into a brothel, you'll never be able to turn your life around. A lifetime, huh? An elf's lifetime is 1,000 years. They'll be imprisoned, used, abused, and resold. If they can't die on their own, they'll just stay in hell for 1,000 years. Her tone turned cold, and her speaking speed returned to normal. Lunette frowned. Nobody cares. Who cares? Humans love this kind of thing. These elves are stupid and yearn for life outside the forest. Sometimes you don't even need to catch them. Just a little trickery is enough to swindle 3 or 4 of them, and then you can make thousands of gold coins in the process. Lunette lowered her eyes, unsure of what to say. This is a sin committed by humankind, not by her. She will not apologize. I'd like to ask you something. It costs money. I don't need the bread. Consider it my payment. Oh, why do you look so relieved? My bread is delicious. Lunette didn't know what to say, but she quickly raised her question. I'm looking for an elf whose name is Alex Holmes. Alex. Aunt Harry had clearly heard of the name. Chief of the Wood Elves. Where is he currently? Isn't he dead? Chapter 7 The Blue Puppy. Lunette's expression remained unchanged, but her heart skipped a beat. Dead. Perhaps he's dead. The dwarf woman resumed her oddly punctuated and stressed tone. Anyway, I haven't seen him in a long time. Will he come outside the forest? Before coming, Lunette inquired about a lot of information about the Visceral Forest. For example, this place is ruled by a group of forest elves? It was less about ruling and more about occupying. They don't interact much with creatures outside the forest, especially humans. As the elven hunting party grows increasingly rampant, the hatred between the two races accumulates, and their emotions become increasingly heavy. As the chieftain of the forest elves, Alex Holmes should, in principle, keep his distance from the outside world. He is an open-minded person, the dwarf woman said. Perhaps another conservative? He's always a bit unpredictable and erratic. After all, he's the chieftain, and he has to balance the power of the various factions within the tribe. Factions? That's an internal matter for the elves, so I can't say much about it. But Alex isn't a bad person. If you do manage to see him in the forest, please tell him that he needs to resolve the issue of the world tree tea shortage at the tavern. He's also selling world tree tea. Some derivative plants, once they absorb the scent of the world tree, can also be called world tree tea. In fact, Lord Vespella hasn't grown any new leaves for a long time. Aunt Harry sighed sadly. I don't know either. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lunette probably understood what she meant. It is unknown whether the gods will continue to exist. What will be the fate of this forest that was born from the world tree? Nobody knows. How can mortals presume to know the destiny of God? While Lady Lunette was chatting with the seemingly formidable old woman, Man-8 left the tavern. She didn't go far, like a passenger with a blank expression. She is safe. Before several second-tier supplicants on the field could react, she swiftly stabbed a second-tier sword guard in the palm with her fork, and no one dared to underestimate her anymore. People whispered and speculated about her level of power, guessing what kind of power she believed in. Some say she is the goddess of shadows because her speed is like a whip from the shadows. Some people disagree, because they saw the joints wrapped under the skin of the girl like human. Perhaps she worshipped a new mechanical god and transformed her body into a machine by offering her faith to him, thereby gaining inhuman power. Some people say it might be one of the older gods, like the god of war, because only such older gods, whose power radiates across the entire continent, could cultivate such young and powerful believers. After much guessing, only one person mentioned it. Those are people from the Changlu church. That girl with light blonde hair is their saint. The correct answer was too quiet, and was quickly drowned out by the cacophony of arguments. The little wooden puppet didn't care who was talking about her. She quickly found what she wanted. A tree with a fantastic view. Manhwa quickly climbed the tree. She parted the dense canopy of trees and squeezed through the gaps in the branches with a cunning posture that most people couldn't manage, landing on a platform of branches that showed signs of human pruning. From here, one can take in the vast forest landscape, and looking back, One can observe the situation at the fog gate and gaze at the teleportation crystals of various races emerging from not far away. Manhwa and Lunette came from there. This is an excellent lookout point. Manhwa searched the vicinity and, sure enough, she found something. An earring inlaid with tiny pieces of jade was stuck in the cracks of the tree trunk. If she hadn't seen the glint of the gemstone, she probably wouldn't have noticed it. Manhwa picked up the earring and put it in his pocket, while simultaneously pulling out the white wooden puppy from his pocket. She found a safe place to place the wooden puppy, which sat next to her. Sunlight streamed through the treetops, illuminating that delicate, elegant face and melancholic blue eyes. The sun warmed my whole body. She pondered for a moment, then, following what Lunette had taught her, began to recite Lord Chang Li's name somewhat awkwardly. My master, please allow me to pronounce your honorable name. The god of eternal joy from a distant land. Before the recitation was finished, the gaze had already arrived. The gaze cast down from the sky made her feel more comfortable than the sunlight shining on the earth. Manhwa leaned against the tree, as if immersed in a warm pool of water. You've arrived. The little wooden puppet spoke softly. She doesn't seem to have mastered the skill of speaking yet, but she has already learned how to convey her emotions through tone of voice. The sound reached Chang Li's ears, soft and gentle. But when she expresses her emotions, she becomes clingy and whiny, like a little puppy. So that little white dog is probably her real identity. Manhwa parted the tree canopy. Look. She shared the rare beauty she had discovered with her owner. It's beautiful here, Manhwa. I love it. The treetops swayed slightly. It seemed as if something had fallen beside her. Are you going to share everything Manhwa has with me? God said. Give Manhwa all his good things. Even bad things are acceptable. Negative emotions and dreams are both acceptable. Those things that need to be discarded. Humph. The master chuckled. Manhwa felt loved. She curled up, finding a more comfortable position to gaze at the beautiful scenery in the distance. It looks just like a little dog curling itself up. Manhwa said, Can you pat my head? Just like Avis petting a stray dog on the street. Oh. She would touch their heads, touch their eyes, touch their wet noses and mouths. Manhwa said slowly, Touch your palms and soles. If they're pink, Avis will be especially happy. She opened her hands. The puppeteer's craftsmanship was excellent. The little wooden puppet's humanoid skin was very realistic, warm, and resilient, slender, long, and fair. Manhwa's palms are also pink, which will probably please his owner. She blinked again, her Prussian blue, puppy dog-like, wet eyes, gazing at the emptiness beside her. Can you touch them? Manhwa liked being treated that way. Chang Li finds it hard to refuse. He also liked treating others that way. Chapter 8 Origins of Factions. Let's go. Having finished gathering information, Lunette walked to the door, in a good mood because she wasn't carrying the basket of bread. The dwarf hare, Harry, was also in a good mood. She had found someone to help her settle her debt for World Tree Tea, and even make a small profit from it. Go find an elf named Tylan. She lives in a tree hole 300 steps inside the mist gate. Tap lightly 3 times, then heavily once, then lightly 3 times again, and she will become your guide. Of course, it won't be free. Thank you. Lunette nodded gently, and the little wooden puppet parted the tree canopy and landed lightly on the ground. She landed almost silently, and her behavior in the tavern made Aunt Harry take a second look at her. Oh right. Are you also going to find the Fountain of Mourning? Yes. If we get any unwanted life crystals, we can bring them all back. The tavern also buys these things at a lower price than private transactions, but we can take a lot of them. The dwarf woman said. Of course, it has to be an unenhanced life crystal. We don't want those rotten ones that have been enhanced incorrectly. And if you want to forge life artifacts, just come to me. She puffed out her chest, showing the 2 men her massive arms. After all, dwarves are the race that wields the forging hammer the best. Skinny Fact tossed the dirty towel over his shoulder and pulled his head back inside. Aunt Harry doesn't often try to sell herself to customers, unless. She felt that these 2 girls were something special. She was interested. Of course, the dwarf woman wasn't the only one interested in Lunette and Manhwa. At the entrance to the Gate of Mist, a person wearing half-body armor waited for a while. As the 2 girls in dark gold cloaks walked in talking, Brika, the mountain woman who had been stabbed and expelled from the group for stopping her teammates' hunting activities, hesitantly called out to them. Excuse me. She stood up straight, looking like a solid city wall. Do you need a shield guard, teammate? Manhwa immediately looked at Lunette, while the little nun gave a puzzled look. Your team may not be complete. It's clear that mountain people aren't good at introducing themselves to others. Most of the monsters in the Fountain of Mourning are powerful enemies of the 3rd rank or above. Without a reliable tank, the two of you might have a hard time. She spoke slowly. I need teammates, and you need them too. My initial attribute requirements for life crystals don't conflict with yours. My first priority is defense, and my second priority is health. I will be a very useful shield. Lunette pondered for a few seconds. If what the dwarf woman said is true, then the mountain man in front of her is a reliable person. As for whether they need shield guards, that's hard to say. Manette remained silent, playing with her wooden dog carving, perfectly embodying the role of a taciturn little puppet. Let's talk about this when we get back. Lunette decided to go find the elven chieftain first and clarify the matter of the inheritance. As for something as private as inheritance, it's best not to bring outsiders along. The mountain woman nodded reluctantly. I will wait for you here for a day. If I don't see you after 24 hours, I will leave on my own. According to the dwarf woman, they walked 300 steps into the fog gate, which was actually 260 steps. The 300 steps were probably the dwarf's stride length. They saw the entrance to a wooden house that looked like a tree hollow. 3 light taps, 1 heavy tap, then 3 light taps again, and a mumbled voice came from inside. Coming. A disheveled elf opened the door. Who is it? Lunette explained her purpose and intentions, and the female shrew named Tim yawned. Okay, my guide fee is 5 gold coins a day. Is that acceptable to you? Some are expensive. The most expensive guides in the Holy City only dare to charge 50 silver coins a day, and have even been punished by the municipal authorities for their exorbitant fees. However, there are obviously no municipal departments in the Vessereal Forest, so even if you are scammed, there is nowhere to complain. Lunette wanted to try and negotiate. 4 gold coins and 50 silver coins. Okay. Tim quickly agreed. I'll change my clothes, and we'll leave now. The young nun fell silent. Did you suffer a loss? Melina, I'm at a huge disadvantage. Cut her down. Cut her in half. A minute later, Tim appeared in front of them. The female elf was actually some kind of hybrid. Her ears were not as pointed as those of a normal elf. Her skin was darker, and her messy hair was now tied tightly with a hair tie, like a blooming firework trailing behind her head. First of all, I want to clarify that Chief Alex Holmes is no longer handling affairs. Perhaps he is ill, or perhaps for some other reason. What's with that expression of yours? Don't worry, he's most likely not dead yet. Tim picked at the secretions from the corner of his eye. If an elven chieftain dies, the elven bards will sing farewell songs for 3 days and 3 nights, a grand occasion that the entire forest will know about it. But clearly, Visceral has not yet witnessed such a grand event. A grand event? Is that a good thing? For the elves, yes. Death means returning to nature, returning to the embrace of Mother World Tree. For the elves, it is a sad story worth celebrating. Tim slung a small bow and arrow over his shoulder, tossed his pack onto his back, and started walking forward. So I can't take you to see him directly, but I can use my connections to get you to see the current head of the clan's grand elder. Don't worry, your 4.5 gold coins weren't wasted. If you have a legitimate reason, and the clan leader is able to see people, you will naturally be able to see him. So, the next question. What are factions? This was something Aunt Harry hadn't explicitly stated, as Lunette calmly observed her. The elven faction. Oh, so this family drama has spread to the point that even humans have heard about it. Tim shook his head. Look, isn't this forest beautiful? She walked ahead, opening her arms to embrace the forest. If you could live here for the rest of your life, what would you think? It might be all right, but it could be a bit boring. Lunette said seriously. If there are books, it shouldn't be boring. Yes, after all, 100 years is long enough for humans. Tim smirked. But for the elves, 100 years is just a transitional period in their growth. The forest elves have been trapped in this jungle for generations, not for decades, not for 100 years, but for more than 1,000 years on average. People went from love and faith to boredom and disgust. Every blade of grass and every tree in this forest embodies the boredom of the young spirits. They long to leave this place and go to a wider world. But some people say, no, this is the origin of factions. Chapter 9 You Stone Man. Tim is a talkative elf. She knew the forest elves very well, so she talked to the two of them a lot along the way. Of course, most of the time she was talking to herself. Lunette occasionally chimed in, while Manate remained silent. She would occasionally fiddle with the wooden dog carving, touching its eyes, nose, mouth, and paws one by one. So, the world tree really is having some problems? Lunette asked directly. Tim glanced at her, his gaze anything but kind. Don't say this to other elves, especially forest elves. Is it offensive? Obviously, the world tree is the mother of all forest elves, which will make many people unhappy. Lunette paused, then gently touched her chest. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Manhwa, who was in a daze, also turned her head and imitated Lunette by touching her chest, although she did not understand what it meant. Tim looked at them like they were two lunatics. After a while, she asked, whose followers are you? Chang Lu. Who is that? Oh, it's nothing. I'll look into it when I get back. Tim muttered, it's strange that so few humans apologize to me. Most of them don't see me or elves as living beings. Perhaps the word property is more appropriate for humans' view of elves than life. Lunette asked politely. I remember it wasn't like this before. Harrison's Travels mentions that about 160 years ago, humans and elves had a very harmonious honeymoon period, and we opened our borders to each other and exchanged goods. As you know, that was 160 years ago. Back then, the emperor of the Donglan Empire married a very beautiful forest elf as his concubine. The relationship between humans and elves was indeed quite good, but now, Tim shrugged, the environment is bad. People will pick up or steal anything they see on the street to sell for money. You better be referring to the Decasumpi continent. And recently, Tim hesitated for a moment, then pursed his lips and waved impatiently. Let's go. Walking along the gate of mist, ascending the path and circling around several times, Tim suddenly lowered his voice. Keep your head down. Unaware of what was happening, the two instinctively lowered their heads and hid in the bushes. Several groups of elves bypassed them on the path. I still really want to go and see it. Don't say that in front of the Grand Elder. He hates it the most. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. TSK, it seems the Second Elder isn't opposed to it. The Second Elder is a typical runaway. She sent her favorite youngest daughter away many years ago. Oh, no wonder the Grand Elder always seemed to dislike her. Shoo, don't say anything. Don't you want to go out and see the world? Stop talking. It was unclear who had spoken first, but Lunette didn't hear it as a serious reprimand. Rather, it sounded like fear. Are the elves filled with fear of the outside world? Why? After the elves left, the three of them emerged from the bushes. Now I have two more questions. Miss, has anyone said you have a lot of questions? No. Go ahead and ask. First, Lunette frowned slightly. Why should we avoid them? She couldn't understand why she had come to Alex Holmes to solve a problem, not to be a suspected illegal immigrant. They are the Elven Guard. What's the problem? The problem is that the atmosphere between humans and elves is very tense right now. Tim shrugged. I can certainly help you submit your petition and then have you visit the higher-ups, one level at a time, until you reach the Grand Elder. But is that really possible? And who knows if you'll actually see the Grand Elder or the Great Prison first? So we're no different from illegal immigrants now? Your Excellency, you can understand it this way. Lunette frowned. I'm going to deduct money from your pay. No way, Tim exclaimed urgently. I'm much more efficient. If you really have something important to see the Grand Elder, you can't go wrong by coming with me. The young nun took a deep breath. The second question is, what are they afraid of? Miss, your insight is beyond my imagination. Tim smirked. Those were nightmares. Nightmare. Some nightmares that belong only to elves, some screams, some blood, some roars, some long pain, and instantaneous death. Tim tapped his head with his index finger. Sometimes I don't even dream about it once a month. And sometimes I can't sleep for 6 days a week. People say this land is cursed, but the price of leaving is too high. Lunette seemed to be deep in thought. Chang Lu seemed to be deep in thought. Clues for the Visceral Forest region are now available. This forest, shrouded in mist and mystery, needs a detective. Having unraveled many mysteries in the capital, you've decided to take on these daunting clues. Man, I didn't. Use the story drawing tool to mark any plot points you find suspicious. The clue board from Canterville followed them here. Chang Lu opened the plot rewind function, sighing as he marked the scene in front of him with his limbs. Clue obtained. Elf hunting team. The elf hunting team. In the eyes of the elves, they are a bunch of beasts, a bunch of bastards deserving of hell, their worthless lives meant to be buried in the earth to nourish their mother. But in the eyes of the high-ranking nobles in human society, they are a group of artists with eyes that can see beauty. They brought disaster to life in one place. But that disaster, processed through money and art, was transformed into extravagant enjoyment, bringing amusement and pleasure to life in another place. This group might be disguised as legitimate mercenary groups or crystal hunting teams, hiding among the crowd, ready to pull out nets at any moment and take down an elf like a beast. The shield guard who was ostracized obtained a clue. The ostracized shield bearer. It's her fate to be ostracized by the mediocre. I suggest you take a look at her hand. Her specific attributes. Perhaps you'll change your opinion of this not-so-beautiful mountain dweller, and maybe recruiting a shield bearer for your team would be a good decision. Alas, that's an interesting point. Most of the text in the system is meaningful, and since it has pointed this out, Chang Lu will naturally take a look. He switched the view back to Grandma Harry's tavern, and found the lone mountain shield man by the window. Click on the personal attributes to take a look. Chang Li's eyes widened. What does an S-level rating in the defense category mean? You Stone Man. Chapter 10 The Two Sides of the Scale. As everyone knows, Changlu City is a city that has no shortage of knights. There's a whole regiment of knights here. Of course, Changlu City is not short of sword guards. But this is a city that is severely lacking in shield guards. The city's strongest swordsman, the little bird knight Avis, had protested several times against the priest's practice of using her as a shield guard and constantly putting shields on her. But there was nothing they could do. Changlu City didn't have any shield guards with good attributes. It's as awkward as not having a good tea in Chang Li's box. Now, a powerful shield appeared before him. S-rated defense. Keep in mind that Avis, who served as the shield of the Holy City for a long time, only had a defense rating of B. This mountain dweller is actually an S-class super hard rock man. What's this called? At the start, the Saintess found an S-rank stone golem by the roadside. The tank that got kicked out of the team is actually an S-class super tank? Adding quotation marks to everything will only harm you. Chang Lu carefully studied this 5-star supplicant. Defense S, HP A, attack very low down to D, agility average, a mediocre C, but what's the point of having a tank character with S defense? All she needs to do is stand in the front and draw the fire. Once the taunt is activated, as long as you stay in place, Lunette will heal you solidly. Manhwa can just focus on taking down the backline. If we could get remote support, oh my god, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. There was only one thing on the entire page that Chang Lu was dissatisfied with. Why did she write Mountain Giant God in the faith column? What kind of deity is this? I've never even heard of it. If you could erase it and fill in Changle, it would be a perfect resume. As if hearing Chang Li's thoughts, the system responded immediately. The task has been automatically accepted. Deceiving people is not so easy. The Mountain Giant God is a benevolent deity, deeply ingrained in the blood of the mountain people, and is the only choice for many born into this world. How can you recruit such an excellent shield bearer into your team? Why not ask your saint? She's an expert in this area. Chang Lu felt indignant for the little nun after hearing that vicious last sentence. The clan chief, who disappeared after obtaining a clue. The vanished patriarch. Alex Holmes has been missing for quite some time, which is unreasonable. Obtain clues about both ends of the scale. The two ends of the scale, the first and second elders of the Forest Elf clan, seem to stand at opposite ends of a scale, holding differing philosophies. Openness or conservatism, venturing out or staying put. These are the questions currently facing the Forest Elf clan. Has a clue been obtained that has triggered a nightmare? Nightmare invasion. Everyone has nightmares, but elves have them more frequently, so someone must be behind it. Of course, you know who it is, don't you? Okay. So when exactly will he be able to see the horned succubus? He wants to eat her right now. Even if you can't eat it, can't you at least take a look? Even with 2 people and 1 spirit, they still weren't so lucky. After evading the 3rd patrol of elves, they were still blocked at the next intersection. Who goes there? The 4 elves shouted out a cliché opening line. This is forbidden territory for the elves. Wait, is that a human? Although she is beautiful, pure, and lovely, with a melancholic and clear-eyed charm like an elf, she is definitely human. Where did these adjectives come from? Don't use them when we're facing a formidable enemy. But I'm a little nervous. I haven't seen a human being in so long. The elves looked quite young, and they all gripped their weapons tightly. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Wait. Tim raised his hands and pushed the small bow and arrow aside. Calm down. People. Who cares about your people? You opportunistic, shameless half-breed. Those were truly harsh words, but Tim didn't seem very angry. She still smiled and said, hey, I'm trying to smooth things over. They were introduced by Aunt Harry, and they have important business with the elder. What urgent matter is it? Tell us first, and then we'll see if it's of any importance to be reported to the Grand Elder. Tim sighed. Look, this is what inefficient work methods look like, or my method is much more efficient. And you brought outsiders into the tribal living area without permission. You also have to come with us to see the clerk. Hey, don't worry about it. Tim quickly waved his hand. I said, Even though the things were stolen, don't get so worked up about everyone. It's because you weren't watching them closely enough. Why are you taking it out on me? Don't talk nonsense. Nothing was stolen. The elves were too close, so close that Manette felt uncomfortable. She touched her neck, and the puppet's judgment spun around, was pulled from her neck, spun around in the shadows, and appeared in her palm. Avis is right. Hiding weapons inside your body is indeed very cool. What are you holding in your hand? Although it looked cool, the move did exacerbate the conflict on the field, and the elves shouted even louder. Lunette sensed that the conflict had reached an irreconcilable point, and that the only way to settle it was through a major battle. So she made preparations for the battle. A vibrant green staff of immaculate vows appeared in her palm. Then, an eerie silence fell over the room. Not only did the elves fall silent, but Tim also stopped talking. Their eyes darted around rapidly, making Lunette notice something amiss. What does this mean? Don't underestimate the little wooden puppet. It doesn't know anything either. The little wooden puppet simply gripped the short knife in his hand and stood in the most comfortable position to strike. With a single swing of her sword, she could ensure that she could take the lives of 5 elves in 3 breaths. Wait, 5? Tim? It's just a matter of one combo move. The eerie silence lasted for about 2 minutes before the elf who appeared to be the leader spoke. You want to see the Grand Elder? Lunette replied cautiously. To be precise, I want to see Alex Holmes. The clan chief? Ah, the clan chief it is. We'll take you to see him. Lunette narrowed her eyes slightly. Oh. She glanced quickly at Manette, who returned a pure and affirming look to her. Manette can handle everything. She has already received Lord Chang Li's blessing and become a 4th-tier shadow assassin. With her abilities, these people in front of her are just a piece of cake. And she touched her chest, feeling the beating heart and the undercurrent of power within. The gods are watching. That's enough. Having made ample preparations, Lunette nodded slightly. Please lead the way. Snort. A low laugh came from the countless tree canopies. A wisp of green shadow flashed by, its verdant color indistinguishable from the green of the leaves, making it seem less vibrant than springtime. Chapter 11. Mrs. Margaret. Lunette's attention was not very focused throughout the journey. She was always thinking about things from the past, things she had heard about, and things she had read about in books. For example, what kind of person was her mother, Mrs. Margaret? As a daughter, she actually knew very little about her mother. She knew that her grandfather had his mother, Margaret, with a concubine when he was very old. At that time, the Donglan Empire had ended its magnificent rule over 1/3 of the continent. The Donglan Empire has disintegrated into dozens of political claims, ranging from the Green Empire, which claims to be an empire, but whose territory is only 1/5 the size of the Donglan Empire, to the small Donglan Earldom, which can't even be found on a map, but still flies the Donglan banner. Of course, these political claims, large and small, all attempted to prove in various ways that they were the most legitimate heirs to the mantle of the Donglan Empire. They hated this behemoth. They were jealous. They were suspicious. After the colossal structure collapsed with a deafening roar, they eagerly embraced it, revealing the complexities of human nature and the principle of prioritizing self-interest. However, the White family's influence has not diminished. After a period of struggle and ups and downs, this family, which carries the blood of a king of conquest, also gave birth to several descendants who wanted to restore their former glory. Margaret's father, Archduke of Mason, was one of them. Grand Duke Mason was an exceptionally successful businessman who invested in hundreds of countries of varying sizes and used economic power to control the lifelines of at least 12 nations, forcing them to serve his restoration movement. But what people really want to see is a dead superpower. In the end, this business genius was killed in front of his luxurious mansion, in front of Shadow, and in front of his grand vision for the future. Mrs. Margaret was his only daughter. Compared to her successful father, this woman, who grew up under the influence of her father's lofty ideals, did not become an idealist, a restorer of the nation, or a warmonger like her father. She became a socialite, flitting among all sorts of men. She is pleasure-seeking, loves luxury goods, and is attracted to handsome men of all kinds, making her easily manipulated. She had a bad reputation and was a big spender, squandering most of the inheritance left by the Archduke of Mason in just 30 years. Even at the instigation of her male lover, she divorced her husband who had married into her family and sent her only daughter, Lunette, to a remote, desolate country, France 3. Later, on her 33rd birthday, as Lady Margaret was drinking fine wine, singing songs, and playing with handsome men in her private garden, The statue of the king of conquest quietly slipped from the garden and smashed this extravagant descendant into a pile of minced meat. Some say this is the wrath of a warlord who no longer wants to see his disgraced descendants enjoying themselves right under his nose. Some say it's a conspiracy, a means to further diminish the white family's influence. In short, this is the story the world tells Lunette about her mother, Lady Margaret. But besides these, she heard some other things as well. Actually, Mrs. Margaret wasn't that bad. This was told to her by the bishop of the Church of the Moon. She personally delivered you to Crescent Moon City. It was a night when she had a pale face, was wrapped in a black robe, and had red eyes. The bishop said softly, "She looked very unwell and held you tightly when you were only 3 years old. It seems that for some unavoidable reason, she left you in this small town, along with a large sum of money, enough to renovate the church and raise you to adulthood. She promised me that she would take you away from here when you turned 15. However, her mother died in the summer when she was 5 years old. The promise can no longer be kept. Lunette White was forever left behind in that summer. Watch your step," Manhwa said calmly, then steadied Lunette's arm before she tripped over a vine. "You seem a little distracted." "Thank you. I was just thinking about something. Some things that I have never been involved in, but are still closely related to me." The young nun straightened her robes and exhaled. "We get it." The little wooden puppet seemed to want to say something, but now was neither the right time nor the right place. Instead, she raised her finger and tapped Lunette's arm. But the little nun really didn't have the ability to read minds, especially not the mind of a puppet. She said, "Something's not right." She vaguely heard Lord Chong Li's voice. Something's not right. Indeed, the elves at the front were communicating, but they were using Elvish. This language incorporates a considerable amount of trilled and nasal sounds, giving it a light and lively quality. Unfortunately, Lunette had not mastered the language before coming here, but she still learned some common words and phrases. Reporting to the elder. Thief spotted. Reward wine. Haha. Oh, that doesn't need translation. Lunette narrowed her eyes slightly. She had her own calculations. They always have to meet someone, and if they leave like this, they'll have to start all over again. She had a token sent by Lady Daphne, which said that she could meet the chieftain of the elves with it. Perhaps it would work just as well on a certain elder? But there are still more kind-hearted people in this world. She heard the treetops swaying, the sound of footsteps, and the clatter of footsteps. There was also a subtle sound, the metallic and gemstone ornaments expanding against each other. She wasn't the only one who raised her head. The elves started talking again. Lunette frowned. She needed to master basic communication with elves within 2 weeks. As she was thinking this, she suddenly felt Lord Chong Li's power gently stroking her head. Chong Lu patted the little wooden puppet and the little nun on the head, installing a memory of an elf, or language loading package, into their heads. This little gadget is a cheap item sold in the system's gacha shop. You can get it with just 1 token from a duplicate character. Chong Lu was generous and immediately gave each of the 2 well-behaved children a replacement. Manhwa was happy to accept that the child didn't care what the gods gave her. Even if Chong Lu pulled out a big loaf of bread and stuffed it into her hand, the child would probably happily use it as a club to whack moles. But the little nun wore a thoughtful expression. Why had she never heard of such a wonderful thing before she memorized the entire book of over 1,900 general spells for pastors? The complete encyclopedia of spells is really hard to memorize. It's really hard to memorize. Little nun. Chapter 12. The Master likes it very much. Lunette understood what the elves were saying. It's Celestine. It's definitely her again. They looked a little nervous. That unruly child. I recognized her footsteps. She's always making me nervous. What is she going to do? Never mind her for now. Let's detain these 2 thieves first. Petty thief? Lunette raised an eyebrow. Was she referring to them? When was this accusation made? Detain them? Can you handle that? I'm afraid I can't. Speak less. Don't look scared. There are only 2 of them, but there are 5 of us. 5. They glared at Tim. He's an accomplice too. Okay, stop glaring at me like that. Of course, I'll side with my family, regardless of who's right or wrong. Tim raised his hands, speaking quickly. But are you sure, that the stolen world tree branch was transformed into an exceptionally well-crafted staff in just 2 days? The elves were speechless for a moment. Never mind that. The world tree branch just went missing, and she immediately has one in her hand. Isn't that irrefutable evidence? You're clearly trying to fabricate a false case and force a confession. Stop talking nonsense. Shut your mouth. In just a few words, Lunette understood the underlying logic. She stroked the end of the staff, a little impatient. She really didn't want to explain some obvious facts, nor did she want to get involved in some inexplicable mess. She has to expend her energy on these things, wasting precious study time. She still has many things to do, but elves with such long lifespans, can you please not waste the time of a human who can only live to be a little over 100 years old? Obviously not. Because she heard one of the elves say, "Mind your own business, they're just two humans. Find them if you want, but find something for the people in your tribe to do. They're going crazy because of that nightmare." Nightmare, another nightmare. Lunette twirled her staff slightly, glancing at Manhwa with a blank expression. Manhwa nodded slightly. Just then, a clear voice came from above their heads, as refreshing and pleasant as a pot of mint on a summer day, and as mischievous as a leaping deer from the clouds. "Hey, human." A girl with soft, green hair peeked out from the treetop. She had long, curly, fluffy hair that draped softly over her shoulders. Lunette came up with a word, grass-flavored cupcakes. The little cake seemed to say, "If I were you, I'd run away right now." "Celestine." Lunette heard the elves shout angrily, "Don't talk nonsense." They felt a strange respect for this little girl who had appeared out of nowhere, but were also annoyed by her biased remarks towards humans. "We need to take them back for questioning." "Don't talk nonsense, this is just a waste of time." With a rustling of leaves, the little deer-like ranger gracefully landed in the center of the crowd. Although the first elder is an old-fashioned man, I don't know if he still has your brain intact. Celestine. Her name is like a spell, making everyone who calls it involuntarily calm down. Do you have to side with those outside your own kind, especially humans? Aren't you bothered by nightmares? Little deer ranger's lips pursed into a wavy line. Nightmare? A profound, unfathomable glint flashed in her eyes. Only the weak are defeated by will and dreams. But I have no fear of nightmares. Elves are creations of heaven and earth, children of the mother. What dream could possibly trap us? The elves retorted angrily. You make it sound so easy. It's just because you've never had a nightmare. That's a skill too. The little deer ranger pouted and wrinkled her nose at Lunette, making her look playful and cute. Hey, aren't you guys planning to run away? Want to get beaten up? Lunette glanced at the little wooden puppet and pursed her lips slightly. The Saintess, who always presented a kind and benevolent face in the holy city, revealed a smile in this unfamiliar forest. Celestine couldn't quite put her finger on what was in that smile, but it made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up and salute. You are welcome to give it a try, Lunette said. The two elves exchanged a glance, hesitated, and then raised their bows and arrows. That priest-like human was easy to aim at. She had a slender waist and looked frail, so she probably wasn't that skilled in martial arts. They are all at least second-tier supplicants, and one of them has already advanced to third tier. Moreover, most elves are skilled archers, so they will not miss their shots. But there is another problem. Aren't there two humans? Besides the one standing leisurely in front of them now, who else is there? Careful. Then came the urgent call from Little Deer Ranger. By the time the elves heard the call and reacted, the dagger was already upon them. Bite. It was a lingering, resonant sound, the clanging of metal against metal. In that reaction time of perhaps only a fraction of a second, Celestine managed to touch the arrow, draw the bow, and knock the arrow, without even having time to aim. Fortunately, the arrow caught up with the tip of the knife. Or perhaps it's because the person wielding the knife didn't strike with enough force. Little Deer Ranger broke out in a cold sweat. Then, she felt a rather impersonal glance from a pair of blue eyes. Then, the short sword swung again, leaving afterimages. But this time, Celestine didn't have time to touch the arrow. She's not that fast. Etc. Manhwa. The priestess spoke, and the tip of the knife stopped less than 0.5 centimeters from Liam's throat. Glug. Celestine even heard Liam swallowing. This usually arrogant elf, who couldn't stand listening to others, was now in a sorry state, covered in sweat. Celestine finally spoke, albeit with difficulty. Are you going to see the Grand Elder? Uh-huh. I can take you there. Please let them go. Oh, who are you? I am the future chieftain of this tribe, and you can completely trust my words. The Little Deer Ranger's face turned pale. Let them go. I apologize to you, a sincere apology. Then, a moment later, the situation reversed. The woman with the knife put it away and returned to her seat. Celestine breathed a sigh of relief, looked up, and met the gaze of clear emerald eyes and a pair of light gold eyes. Celestine wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt that the pastor's eyes were smiling. Hey Celestine, what are you thinking about? In such a tense situation, can one still wear a friendly smile? But the pastor was indeed smiling. She also said, "Your arrows are very accurate." "Ah, thank you. The master likes it very much." "Who is that?" "You will know in your own time." Lunette regained her confidence as a saintess and nodded slightly. "Please lead the way. As I said before, no one will have any ulterior motives anymore. Please follow me." Chapter 13 Matsutake Chocolate. Celestine's full name is Celestine Estella World Tree, which means a treasure bestowed by the world tree from the sky. She is a light elf, a treasure of the forest elves. Therefore, she has grown up without experiencing much hardship. Today may not be the first time, but it is definitely the most memorable one for her. If her arrow had been even a fraction of a second later, or if she hadn't spoken so resolutely, that knife would probably already be stuck in Liam's throat. She wasn't particularly close to Liam. They'd only exchanged a few words. But if a member of her tribesmen fell before her, Celestine's temples throbbed. Who exactly are these two humans? Why are they so confident that they dare to attack people in the heart of the forest elf territory? The little deer wanderer walked absent-mindedly, burdened by something on his mind, his steps no longer as light and carefree as usual. She walked ahead, while Lunette looked her over from behind. This is a girl who looks exceptionally beautiful and refined. She appears to be about 17 or 18 years old in human years, but elves generally grow slower and live longer than humans, so her actual age should be much older than 18. She was an excellent archer, able to catch Manette's movements in the blink of an eye and catch up with him using a rapid-fire technique, interrupting Manette's first attack. Although Manette was holding back a little, her reaction speed was still considered exceptionally gifted. After all, Manette is already a fourth-tier supplicant, while the elven girl in front of him should not be of a high level, perhaps only a late-stage second-tier supplicant. This level of skill, coupled with this reaction speed. No wonder the adults were interested in her. With a figure and looks like that, what are you thinking, Lunette? The young nun quickly interrupted the thoughts fluttering in her mind, and pinched her staff in annoyance and embarrassment. Lord Chang Li's glory will always shine. Can you still have such wild thoughts in the eyes of adults? Where have you gone, your faith and your piety gone? How could the adult be the god who lusts after beauty, as those slanderers claim? It was just an accident that so many beautiful women gathered in the Chang Lu church. Was it an accident? Ha 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 ha. Chang Lu scratched his philtrum, his voice ringing out. What did I do wrong? I just want to give all girls a belief. What an upright person he is. It's so righteous it's almost sinister. With Celestine leading the way, their steps were no longer interrupted. After a brief moment of unease, the little deer ranger couldn't help but glance back impatiently. The pastor was talking to the assassin. Are you getting a little irritable? Wait a moment. We have a mission. I'm fine. You want to part the tree canopy? I want to go play. Let's wait patiently a little longer. Good. It's like talking to a child. Little deer ranger sniffed and turned her head. Could this relationship be that of sisters? But they don't look alike at all. Their hair and eye colors are two extremes. One is intense, the other is mild. Suck. Sniff. Her nose caught a somewhat familiar scent. It lingered around the tip of her nose, seemingly fictional or ethereal. It has a very delicious taste. It was pumped out from the rhythmic source of magic within the two of them, drifting everywhere. It tastes like Matsutake chocolate. The little deer ranger walking in front wrinkled his nose and gently licked his pink and glossy lips. The two humans who intruded into her world actually carried the same scent as the gentleman who had saved her life in the forest. Is it a coincidence? In any case, Celestine had developed a strong interest in the two ladies and the gentleman behind them. Passing through the dense forest, on the outskirts of the Vesarial forest, they crossed a long suspension bridge over a rushing stream. Because their guide Tim was taken away by the four elves, there was no one to explain the forest to them. Manette blinked his blue eyes and looked down. This is the end of the fountain of life. Little deer ranger belatedly said, it's blood flowing from my mother's body. Of course, that's a figure of speech. This river originates from the meltwater of the snow-capped mountains in the center of the forest, and it's great for making tea. Lunette asked at the opportune moment, Mom? I mean, the world tree. Is he your god? He is also our creator. Legend has it that the elves were born from the tenderest leaves on the branches of the world tree, which voluntarily detached from the world tree itself. We are his children, his protectors, and a part of his nature. When Xiao Lu Yoxiao thought of something, Chang Lu could see an inspiration bubble blowing in front of her forehead as she looked like a chibi-style hamster. Then it burst open. I should introduce myself. The little deer-like ranger scratched his green curly hair. My name is Celestine. Celestine is Stella World Tree. Lunette White. Lunette nodded slightly and gently touched the little wooden puppet's arm. Melina said that the little wooden puppet needs to participate in socialization training so that she will be more like an intelligent life rather than just a puppet. The little wooden puppet opened its mouth. Manette, it's Manette. Where are you from? Seaside. Ocean. Little Deer Ranger's tone rose slightly. The sea? What's that like? I've never been to the seaside. When you stand on the ground, you can see the sky at your feet. It is a mirror of the gods, reflecting all the beauty in the world. The purest blue gem in the forest cannot compare to it. It is a piece of azure crystal that leads to distant otherworldly lands. Is that really how it is? This quote comes from Theo Baldwin's Sea Voyages. Lunette smiled and said, I can give you a copy if you haven't read it. Celestine's eyes lit up. There aren't any books like that in the forest. Do you know human writing? I have a book written in the common language of the human world, but there is no Elvish translation. I can only understand a little bit of it. I'll try to translate it. Celestine didn't understand at first, but after realizing what it meant, her eyes widened. You understand Elvish? That sir understands. Who is that? Chang Lu, our faith. As I said this, the aroma of matsutake and chocolate in the air became even stronger. Celestine licked her lips. Why did she feel a craving? Chapter 14, The Sick Clan Chief. About half an hour later, they arrived at some tall, cylindrical trees. Most of these trees grow lush and green, with round, spherical objects hanging from their thick trunks. Lunette didn't know what it was at first, until she got closer and saw creatures moving around inside, and then she suddenly realized. This is the habitat of the forest elves, and these spherical objects are their home. What type of building is this? She couldn't help but ask, as Lunette had never seen a house like this before. Celestine couldn't explain either. She was confused. The house. Are there any other houses? The two women's heads are like two parallel lines that can't reach each other, and they need a genius architect to connect them. It's probably a bulb house. Manette began slowly. When we were performing before, we passed through a forest kingdom where many little fairies lived. Their houses were like this, round and hanging on the trees like little grapes. Celestine, who lived in the little grape, choked a little. All right, the Grand Elder lives in that grape. The Grand Elder was named Piero World Tree. He was a male elf who looked to be about 50 years old, with a white but neatly combed beard and a head of neatly braided pigtails. He had hazel eyes and looked very serious, but his slightly overweight physique softened his unapproachable demeanor. Overall, he seemed to match Celestine's description. He's an inflexible, old-fashioned man. Before going in, Little Deer Ranger stuck out his tongue and said this. Because of the travelogue that hadn't even reached her hands yet, she had already consciously brought herself closer to these two humans. Piero was clearly unhappy to see two humans here, but since Celestine had brought them in, there was nothing he could do but listen with a straight face as the Little Deer Ranger explained their purpose for coming here. In addition, the elders have branches of the world tree. What? Piero raised an eyebrow. It is a staff. A staff. The old elf's expression shifted several times before he sighed and softened his tone. May I borrow it for a look? Lunette was unwilling. But now that we've come this far, we can't just leave empty-handed. She hesitated for a moment, then took the staff from the brooch. The elder thanked him and accepted the staff. Upon first contact, he couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a branch of his, only a younger, more vibrant one. He ran his wrinkled hands over the vibrant patterns on the staff surface and then handed it back to Lunette. Since you are recognized by the branches of the world, you can naturally become an honored guest of my forest elf clan. Celestine. Celeste. Oh. Little Deer Ranger snapped out of his daze. What is it? Her unconventional personality was well known, and although the Grand Elder was somewhat displeased, he didn't hold a grudge against her. Inform the clansmen to select 2 rooms and prepare some food to entertain our distinguished guests. Oh, now. Piero frowned. What are you doing here? No, I'm leaving now. Celestine turned and walked away, making a face at the 2 women as she passed them and skipped away. I'm sorry you had to see this. Piero pinched the bridge of his nose. Celestine is just that kind of lively child, but she has good character. Lunette smiled. Is she the one who will inherit this tribe? Yes. Although I am a little uneasy about entrusting the tribe to such a child, she is a child bestowed by the World Tree and the anchor of the World Tree. Even though Piero didn't particularly like this impulsive child who always longed for the outside world, he still tried his best to protect him in front of strangers. Hiss. This is going to be a bit tricky. Lunette thought to herself. It was already difficult enough to poach one member from the mountain tribe, but now with Celestine added to the mix. Especially since this little grass cake has been branded with the marks of other gods, becoming their anchor point. What should she do to help the adults take it into their possession? Piero stopped mentioning Celestine and turned to the problems they faced. Chief Alex is ill, very ill. He is unable to handle anything related to him. Which one are you asking about? Are you sick? The matter of inheritance should not be easily known to outsiders. Lunette decided to find out something else first. Yes, it's a hereditary disease among the elves, and it often manifests in the chieftain. When a sick elf gets sick, his or her personality changes drastically. Where is he now? I'm afraid I'll have to see him in person about my matter. It's in the heart of the tree, you can't get in there. The elder spoke with absolute certainty. You can't get in, I can't get in, and neither can Celestine. Only the patriarchs of each generation can enter and communicate with the world tree. In that case, aren't you afraid that this clan chief will establish a dictatorship? No. Elves have such long lifespans that they don't have such a strong desire for power and immortality. Lunette simply lowered her eyes and remained silent. Racial arrogance. Then I'm afraid no one can solve this problem for me right now. I regret. Piero didn't try to stop him, seemingly never intending to help in the first place. I will let you stay here for a while, and during this time I will try my best to contact the chieftain for you. You came for the life crystal? I can send a young elf with you. The children know this forest very well and will help you find your target creature faster. He said, but apart from those I designate, you are not allowed to contact any of my elves, nor are you allowed to spread information about the outside world. Otherwise, even if you are people recognized by the world tree, I will exercise my right to drive you out of the forest. Thank you. So it's Celestine? Celestine won't do. Celestine can't go. Why? I got along very well with her the whole way. She is the future chieftain of the tribe, but right now she is more like a deer that wants to leap out of the forest. I will not arrange a favorable wind for her. The Grand Elder gave a slight smirk. That's settled then. The little nun and the little wooden puppet left the grape house. Something strange, the little wooden puppet said succinctly. It's really strange, everything here. The vanished clan chief, the elders who refuse to interact with the outside world, and some forces yet to appear. Let's leave immediately after we've finished our business. Leave? You're leaving already. Celestine's voice came from the treetop. This girl seemed to have a yearly VIP subscription on a tree branch. You're still here. Of course, to thank you in advance for sending me the book and helping me translate it. I'll show you around this forest. But that elder just said that we are not allowed to contact you. Hey, he still treats me like a kid. Celestine waved her hand and jumped down from the tree. Does he think I'm the kind of little brat who'll flock to the east just because someone says the east is fun, and flock to the west just because the west is fun? Whoever listens to him is a fool. The little deer ranger tossed his bow and arrows behind him. Let's go. She turned around and winked playfully. In the forest, there's no elf more suited to be a guide than me. Chapter 15. Two Elders. As an elf, Celestine was at an age where she was interested in everything. Over the past 100 years of her elven life, she had grown tired of the forests, the babbling brooks, and the archery skills she had practiced. She had also seen enough wind, sunlight, and rain to purify the soul to the point of death. She was tired of everything in this forest. But she was not allowed to leave. Because she is the future of this tribe. This wasn't something someone told her. It was a principle etched into her very bones. But such a standard is far too harsh for a spirit of light who seeks freedom and its true nature. Upon seeing these two humans who exuded a pleasant scent, Celestine completely disregarded the teachings of the patriarch and the Grand Elder. Most of the elves here are skilled in archery because we have lived long enough to have enough time to do these things. The little deer ranger rubbed the tip of his nose and proudly puffed out his chest, but I'm still the best one among them. I've won the tribe's bird shooting championship for 20 years. Fantastic. I can practically picture you shooting an arrow. Lunette praised her in the same way she praised Avis, Manate, and all her companions whose minds were still at the child stage. Avis. So, what's it like where you are, I mean by the sea? Very beautiful. Manette spoke first, but it was Manette who did. The little wooden puppet looked intently into the ranger's eyes. I've been to more than 40 countries, and the holy city is the most beautiful one. Wow, more than 40 countries. Celestine's mouth formed an O shape. You're a traveler? I'd like to be a traveler too, or a bard. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to travel the continent, so I can only be a not-so-cool elven ranger. The little wooden puppet shook his head mysteriously. I used to work in a circus. Hey, the circus. I've seen it in books. You make friends with animals. So cool. It's alright. Lunette breathed a sigh of relief. Although I couldn't get a word in edgewise, the atmosphere didn't seem too tense. The young nun twirled her staff, the steady rotation of the staff reflecting her peaceful state of mind. Circus and making friends with animals. She had heard Melina mention what happened to them in the capital, especially how Melina would always talk to her for more than 4 hours after spending some time with Avis to relieve her stress. Lunette heard about what the little wooden puppet had gone through. I can't help but admire her mental fortitude. Better than myself. If it were her, she certainly wouldn't be able to calmly recount the pain that had befallen her. The three walked through the bulb houses and were stopped before they could leave the forest-dwelling area. Two beautiful ladies, are you outsiders? The leading male elf was polite and greeted the two with the courtesy common in human society, speaking the common language of humans, Donglan. Hey Cassimo, what are you doing? Celestine's gaze was anything but friendly. Don't rush, Celestine. I'm here on important business. The male elf named Cassimo gave Celestine a blank smile and said in Elvish, Don't look at me with prejudice. I really don't want to look at you with prejudice, but your reputation is really bad. Every time something gets to my ears, it always involves a scandalous affair. That's a display of my personal charm, you have to admit it. Whispering sound. Celestine let out a loud, scoffing laugh. Cassimo remained calm and, like a gentleman, turned to Lunette and Manette and said, I am Cassimo World Tree, the grandson of Chief Alex. He seemed to be waiting for one of the two ladies to ask a question, but Lunette just stared at him quietly, while Manette didn't even look at him. She was staring at a butterfly that flew away in front of everyone. The scene was a bit awkward, but the elf had a thick skin. I heard that the two beautiful ladies came here to meet my father. His smile was undeniably handsome, but unfortunately, no one present seemed to care. If I may be so fortunate, could you tell me what you want with my father? Lunette lowered her eyes. Can you meet your father? I'm sorry, he is currently recovering and I cannot see him. Then this matter has nothing to do with you. What a crisp and cold answer. Cassimo's throat bobbed. He became even more interested in the blonde girl. Picking up girls, is this what you call the important thing? Celestine frowned and stood between the two, separating them. Lunette smelled of her favorite Matsutake chocolate, and she didn't want that philandering calcimist, Cassimo, to get too close to her. Don't rush, you're always in such a hurry. Cassimo shook his head. I'm here to deliver a message on behalf of the second elder. Why you? Celestine was somewhat surprised. She could have just come to me. Celestine. Cassimo repeated her name twice. Not everything in this world has to revolve around you, Celestine. Little Deer Ranger gritted his back teeth. Your aunt can come to you, and of course she can come to me. After all, we'll be managing this tribe together from now on, Celestine. Don't call my name. What? You're not trying to say I don't plan to stay here, are you? Alright, stop talking nonsense. We shouldn't let outsiders laugh at us for what's going on in our tribe. Her pale golden eyes darted silently across her face, and Lunette learned more. Factions are not just a game for adults, but also a battlefield for young people. This will determine the future of this tribe. Everyone will take sides. My two beautiful ladies, the second elder has always been fond of visitors from other places. Cassimo smiled and said, If you don't mind, please set aside some time during your dinner break. The second elder would like to have dinner with you both. Lunette thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But before that, they still had to continue shopping. Rather than just browsing, it was more like extracting more information from the Little Deer Ranger. Cassimo said goodbye, and they continued on their way. So, Lunette asked, what kind of person is the second elder? A decisive and capable leader. I think she is more suitable to be the leader of the forest spirits than an old-fashioned person. Oh, she is very popular in the tribe, everyone thinks so. Luna nodded. To be able to figure out what happened in such a short time and successfully send someone to intercept him on the road. A person who is good at winning people's hearts. A cunning and scheming manipulator. Chapter 16 killed them. Seeing that she didn't quite believe it, Lunette seriously explained the situation to her. She was a young elf, about 300 years old, and in our terms she was an apostle. I shouldn't say too much about adult matters. Celestine walked ahead, then turned her back to the road and skillfully walked backwards. She knew when to step aside from the vines on the ground, knew to duck to avoid the low branches, and knew that what landed on her pointed and beautiful elf ear was a butterfly and not something else. But among young people, there are three attitudes. The majority are indifferent. They don't care about the opinions of their tribe, or whether they will spend the rest of their lives in the forest or somewhere else. Those who are fighting tooth and nail are the ones who left and those who stayed. One wants to leave and the other wants to stay. I am a supporter of the departure movement. Celestine doesn't seem as lively as before. She hung her head and kicked a pebble off the roadside. However, you will likely become a member of the stay-at-home faction. That's how it is. The little deer ranger looked up. You're so smart. Many people think I no longer want to fulfill my responsibility to protect my mother, but in reality, I can't leave Linjing. I'm destined to leave Linjing. What exactly is your relationship with the world tree? I have no idea. Celestine shook her head. I really don't know. I can't hear his voice, but I can feel his presence, clearly feel the connection between him and me, and know that I can't live without him. Lunette said thoughtfully, there is no God in this world who is indispensable to him. Her words were loaded with meaning, subtly recounting the path she had taken. But little deer ranger hadn't anticipated this. Then why do the others want to stay? Elves have such long lifespans. How boring would it be to be confined to a forest? Lunette's questions became increasingly probing, and Celestine gave her a deep look before letting out a sigh. Do you want to answer this question? A single travelogue isn't enough. What would you like to hear? Here's a traveler who's been to over 40 countries. Question mark. The little wooden puppet was still staring at the flowers, the insects, the grass, and feeling the wind when he was suddenly called upon. He looked up in confusion. That sounds really appealing. Celestine smiled. To be specific, there are 3 reasons. The elves of Visceral Forest are facing a predicament. Is it to while away a long life in a forest? Or to take steps forward, overcome difficulties, and spread the dawn of the forest, along with the doctrine of lasting joy, across the continent? You can do more. Do you accept the mission to stay? Go out. Quest Reward Preview. 5 Prayer Charms, 20 Large Experience Scrolls, 10,000 Island Gold, 10 Premium Upgrade Material Selection Chests. Forest Elf Affection plus 200. The forest spirits will temporarily join Chang Li's camp and become allies of the Chang Li Church. Do you accept the mission to go out? Stay. Quest Reward Preview. 5 Prayer Charms, 20 Large Experience Scrolls, 10,000 Island Gold, 10 Premium Upgrade Material Selection Chests. Forest Elf Affection plus 200. Celestine has become an unavailable character. The forest spirits will temporarily ally with Chang Lu, becoming allies of the Chang Li Church. Chang Li had a long face. Are you kidding me? What does that mean? Tear up the card. What's wrong with your game? All you do all day is offer these meaningless options. Have you accepted the mission and are staying? Head out. You need to solve the dilemma posed by Celestine involving 3 fairies. First, Celestine held up a finger. And the most fundamental reason, Mother is dying. I'm only telling you this quietly, because it will get me into big trouble. I will remain silent. Thank you. Although people are reluctant to admit it, I can feel that his vitality is declining day by day. Celestine raised her hand, her slender fingers gripping her own neck, feeling her own pulse, and also sensing the world tree. I spoke with the chieftain about this until he was able to come out and inspect the area. The chieftain didn't seem surprised, but he told me to keep quiet. A hint of sadness flickered in those emerald green eyes. No one wants to believe it, because no one can bear the consequences. If that day comes and Mother really falls asleep, what will happen to Linjing? And what about me? After saying this, she laughed and said, Look, my mother goes unpunished for blasphemy. Is she still listening to me? You will hear me. Lunette said, Because of mercy, no punishment is given. Lord Chang Lu is such a deity. First, you need to ensure the world tree survives. Huh? Chang Lu pointed to his nose. Me? Now he's not only fighting against the projections and afterimages of the gods, but he also has to save the gods. The first reason is the fear of the unknown future. And the second reason? Secondly, you know about nightmares. I'm curious about that. Celestine turned around. It started 2 or 3 years ago. Some young elves couldn't sleep all night long. They tried meditation, cultivation, and medicine, but they couldn't get rid of the nightmares. It's been getting more and more common lately. Almost 80% of the young people say they have nightmares at least 5 days a month. Everyone's mental state isn't very good. But I don't know why I've never had a dream like that. What kind of nightmare? There are all kinds of people involved, mostly representing the darkest moments of their lives, as well as an amplified fear of the outside world. You mean the hunting team? Yes, that is the third point. Those heartless bastards brought disaster and despair to the tribe, making us feel like caged beasts. Speaking of the hunting party, Celestine's eyes flashed with hatred. I lost 3 playmates, all of whom disappeared without a trace after leaving home. I found signs of a struggle and their lost belongings in the woods, and the hunting party is definitely involved. Do hunting teams come frequently? They practically live in the forest, waiting for lone elves to become their targets. This is why many elves hate humans. It's all because of these hunting teams. In the past few years, at least 200 elves have gone missing. The second elder sent people out to inquire, but most of them are still missing. Perhaps they are dead. A few of the survivors were redeemed, but can they still be called normal people? They hide in their rooms day and night, emitting painful groans and sharp cries. Celestine lowered her head. I want to kill those hunting teams, kill them all. Second, you need to figure out why you're having nightmares. Third, human traffickers are an unforgivable force in all timelines. Please eliminate the hunting party's influence. Kill them. Kill them all, my dear lord. Chapter 17, The Gaslight Effect. Well, compared to saving gods or finding reasons, killing is much simpler. Moreover, many elves would likely be quite interested in wielding their vengeful spears against the hunting party. To Lunette's surprise, the second elder of the forest elf clan seemed to have little interest in revenge. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, going round and round, never ending. Why does it have to come to this? The speaker was not the chieftain's grandson, Cassimo, but a female elf who was between 30 and 40 years old and was sitting in her seat, pouring herself a cup of tea. Compared to the grand elder, she was too thin, and her clothes were not particularly luxurious, giving her an impression of integrity. Now, with Cassimo standing beside her, even Celestine, the future heir to the patriarch, showed her trust. It seems so. Lunette pondered that it seemed the power in the tribe was not arranged in order of rank. She meant that this kind, gentle, and honest woman seemed to wield great power. Second elder? The little deer ranger seemed surprised by her words, his eyes wide with astonishment. Cassimo lowered his eyes, as if he had expected this. Celeste, the second elder said softly, the complete opposite of the first elder's cold and hard tone. I know you have passion, but passion alone is not enough. I did not mean that. The fusion of the human world and the elven world is inevitable, and this is probably what he is doing. Why? So what? Hatred is still hatred. It's a thorn stuck deep in your throat. It won't disappear as you swallow bread. It will only get deeper. Calm down, Celestine. I'm very calm now. Really? You've startled me a bit. You look different from what you said, and you're also a bit off from our previous assessment of you. The little deer ranger's expression froze for a moment. The second elder continued. Don't worry about Celestine. I know you've always been a very good child. I understand you're upset because your people have been hurt, but that's not a good way to solve the problem. Madam, I am not agitated. I know what I am saying. Child, interrupting others is not something a good child should do. Their exchange was not sharp. It could even be described as mere communication. But Lunette felt that something was off. What's wrong? Celestine fell silent. She was a brazier doused with water, the embers trying to vaporize the soft, corrosive substances, but time and time again, they failed. The scorching charcoal eventually became soaked with water and gradually settled in the designated iron basin. I might have been a little too excited. I'm sorry. She said, I shouldn't have interrupted you. Lunette's delicate eyebrows furrowed, her gaze sweeping over the two men as she hesitated, undecided. It's all right, child. I know you well. You just have never left the forest. The second elder smiled gently. The development of the human world is too rapid, beyond the imagination of all elves. It is a country completely different from the forest world. There are also human friends here. You can ask them. I know, but the hunting team. She easily forgot the saying, it is impolite to interrupt others, when the second elder interrupted her. Most of them came for the gold coins, and for those life crystals. Second elder, the hunting team's activities started several years ago. I will investigate these matters, the second elder said, glancing at a man with a cloth wrapped around his head standing to the side. Derek, you go and do it. I see. This detail caught Lunette's attention. And the blurry tattoo peeking out from the man's tiger's mouth. Delilah is missing, Brittany and Joel are missing too. Second elder, what? Celestine, you're getting excited again. My dear child, I will find out the reasons behind these things, but before the truth comes out, let's not hate each other, okay? Celestine hung her head in frustration. Lunette understood. She pursed her lips, feeling it was time to end this pointless banquet. Clue obtained. Second Elder Rosa. Second Elder Rosa, a seemingly kind and approachable female elf. Clue obtained. Gaslighting effect. Gaslighting, a form of psychological abuse that incites self-doubt in the other person by belittling them. This second elder appears to be a master of this tactic, and the victims are likely most of the young elves, including Celestine. Clue obtained. The daughter who was sent away. The sent-away daughter. Over 70 years ago, second elder Rosa gave birth to a beautiful girl named Carol. 8 years ago, Carol disappeared from her tribe. Rumors circulated that Rosa had arranged for Carol to be sent out of the forest realm to the human world. This was her retaliation against the fate of the forest elves, who were trapped within the forest realm. You can delve deeper into the mystery of Carol's disappearance by following the children's story. Clue obtained. A blurry tattoo. A blurred tattoo. Elves are a race that reveres nature, believing that their bodies are gifts from the heavens, and therefore refusing to leave unnatural marks on their skin. But this elf named Derek has a tattoo on his hand, and the design seems familiar to the little wooden puppet. Sphinx Auction House. The little wooden puppet said with certainty, that is an auction house located in the Green Empire that caters to wealthy nobles from all countries. I have only heard of it, and know that their uniform symbol is a cat-bodied human face tattoo branded on their body with special pigments. Isn't it the Sphinx? That would be blasphemous to some gods. Lunette rubbed her temples. Things are getting complicated. How could someone from a human auction house end up in a secluded forest? Who invited him? What is he doing here? Moreover, the second elder's words were clearly an attempt to whitewash the hunting team's actions. Celestine bid farewell to the two, somewhat absent-minded, even forgetting to remind Lunette to remember to translate Theo Baldwin's Voyages at Sea. The two stayed in an empty house prepared by the elven tribe, agreeing to wake each other immediately if anything went wrong. Lunette had a feeling that tonight wouldn't be peaceful. She had a premonition like a needle hanging over her head, not knowing when it would pierce her. As Lunette expected, that night, she had a dream.